Introduction asterisk. He has traversed into the world of A Song of Ice and Fire as the twin brother of Prince Viserys, Daenerys' brother. At the outset, Rhaegar has perished and the Lannisters are already at the gates. Death is imminent. Robert has vowed to pursue him until the end. The Night King declares that the wall may remain intact, but that man must perish. What a chilling fate. A distressed Jaehaerys pleads for salvation. Is this truly it? Chapter 1. Crossing into A Song of Ice and Fire. The clear night air was cool as water, and the moonlight draped the hills like a delicate veil. Within the towering stone fortress, Jaehaerys leaned his slender arm against the window ledge, his violet eyes gazing out at the shimmering surface of the Blackwater River. The world of A Song of Ice and Fire truly plays a grand jest. Before his crossing, Jaehaerys was one of the few university students in his village, returning home after graduation to become a Taoist priest. His favorite television series had been A Song of Ice and Fire, but alas, the early episodes were too cruel. He initially believed Ned Stark was the protagonist, only to have him abruptly removed in the 10th episode. Then he thought Robb and Catelyn were the leads, but they too faced their tragic fate at the Red Wedding. At that moment, his heart was thoroughly shattered. Jaehaerys felt as though he had been toyed with by the writers and the esteemed George R.R. Martin, and in a fit of rage, he swore never to watch the subsequent episodes again. Years later, upon learning of the upcoming prequel about the Targaryen family, he hurriedly searched for commentary videos, relishing the grandeur of the world he once admired and the exquisite beauty of the actors. What? Why not read the original novels? Who in their right mind reads the original novels? Is the milky snow not appealing? Or is it that one cannot appreciate the allure of Western actors? Recalling the moment he witnessed Tyrion emerge from the embrace of a courtesan, he had once doubted whether the actors were truly performing, as the level of explicitness in his watch series was rivaled only by the first season of Spartacus. This is rather lengthy. He once fell deeply into self-doubt, but the rise of domestic productions rekindled a sense of ambition within him. I meant the duration of the television series. To return to the topic at hand, one might wonder how a Taoist could attend university. Jaehaerys had thought similarly. Standing before the Grand University gates, he declared that he would never become a Taoist priest, even if it meant starving or freezing to death. Yet, he was mistaken, as upon graduation, he found himself unemployed, unable to make a living in the city, and reluctantly took up his father's mantle to become a rural Taoist priest. Do not underestimate rural religious figures. The villagers heavily relied on feng shui and divination, whether it was building houses, laying foundations, or seeking good fortune and relationships. Every aspect required the guidance of priests and monks. So long as he remained diligent and avoided certain vices, Jaehaerys could confidently proclaim, "While great wealth may elude me, a modest living is assured." Moreover, Jaehaerys' family was not a fraudulent sect. They possessed legitimate Taoist credentials. An ancestor from over 18 generations ago was a genuine priest who established this familial legacy. His father, being quite open-minded, often remarked, "Lack of education leads to hardship. One must believe in science," and similar sentiments. Thus, despite the peculiar glances from others, he insisted on sending his son to school. As a child, Jaehaerys faced ridicule from his peers, often skipping classes and performing poorly, only to be chastised by his father, who would lecture him with a firm hand, recounting his own struggles with studying. Otherwise, he would not have faced such hardships, and so forth. He had envisioned that after Jaehaerys graduated from university, he would remain in the city as a teacher. It mattered not whether he had a formal position, for he aspired to educate and earn respect. However, the realities of urban life proved challenging, and witnessing his son grow gaunt from hunger in the city, his father could not bear to see a white-haired man send a black-haired one away. After a night of silent contemplation, he ultimately passed on his duties as a priest to Jaehaerys. Despite having slipped through the cracks of compulsory education, Jaehaerys spent his 4 years in university largely engrossed in skipping classes, gaming, and reading novels. Nevertheless, he possessed a natural talent for Taoist classics, spells, and rituals, undoubtedly owing to his lineage. In 2 or 3 years, Jaehaerys could indeed become an accomplished rural Taoist priest. But who could have anticipated such an unexpected crossing? Jaehaerys. No, he should now be referred to as Jaehaerys Targaryen, the third son of the Mad King Aerys II. Here, the original storyline diverges. In the narrative, the Mad King Aerys II and Queen Rhaegar had only 3 children, the eldest Rhaegar, the second Viserys, and the posthumous Daenerys. Despite the queen's pregnancies, she suffered multiple miscarriages, thus only the aforementioned 3 survived, echoing the saying that a dragon has 3 heads. Yet, inexplicably, Rhaegar gave birth to twins 17 years after Rhaegar in the year 276 AC. The elder brother was named Viserys, while the younger was named Jaehaerys, both names commemorating the two grandsons of the Dragon King Aegon I, sons of the second Targaryen monarch, Aerys I. In the year following the birth of Viserys and Jaehaerys, Aerys too faced the rebellion of the Kingswood, and upon returning to King's Landing, his temperament grew even more tyrannical, relishing in the use of wildfire against his enemies, and his relations with his subjects deteriorated further. After the wrongful spring, Rhaegar eloped with Lyanna Stark, resulting in Brandon Stark, the heir of Winterfell, confronting him in King's Landing, only to be imprisoned. Subsequently, Aerys too summoned the Northern Lord, Rhaegar Stark of Winterfell, burning him alive, while Brandon Stark was suffocated in a cruel twist of fate as he attempted to save his father. Thus began the War of the Usurper, with the Starks, Baratheons, and Aarons rising in rebellion. After 2 years of conflict, they ultimately defeated Rhaegar at the Trident, establishing a foundation for their victory. Following this, the rebels amassed forces before King's Landing, and the Mad King arranged for the safe passage of Rhaegar and Viserys to Dragonstone, the last bastion of the Targaryen family in Westeros. However, Rhaegar's wife and children were not sent to Dragonstone due to the Mad King's decree, ultimately meeting a tragic end at the hands of the Lannisters. 9 months later, on a stormy day at Dragonstone, Queen Rhaegar would perish after giving birth to Daenerys, while Stannis Baratheon, under Robert's orders, continued the massacre, seizing Dragonstone. Viserys and Daenerys were taken to Essos by Sir Willem Darry, and after Willem's death, they were cast out by their servants, left utterly homeless. While Viserys claimed the Iron Throne, he wandered between the free cities of Essos, driven by necessity to sell the crown bestowed upon him by Queen Rhaegar, descending into the depths of being the Beggar King. Now, he has become the brother of Viserys. According to the succession laws of the Iron Throne, he is now the third in line for the throne, preceded by the infant Aegon Targaryen and his brother Viserys, followed by Rhaegar's daughter Rhaenys and mother of dragons Daenerys. Yet regardless of his position in the line of succession, Jaehaerys harbors no ambition for power. To him, the Seven Kingdoms appear to be under a facade of submission, while beneath the surface, treachery brews. Sitting upon the Iron Throne is neither soft nor warm, but rather a precarious endeavor fraught with peril. On the other hand, as an ordinary person before his crossing, he possesses little cunning, fearing that engaging in the power games of nobility would leave him betrayed and counting the coins for others. At this juncture, Jaehaerys merely yearned to recline and find a secluded spot to bide his time. He envisioned emerging only after Daenerys ascended the Iron Throne, expecting her to bestow upon him the title of Prince of Dragonstone, allowing him to indulge in a life of opulence and leisure, free from worries about sustenance and comfort. Of course, he would also caution the Mother of Dragons to be wary of Jon Snow, lest she, akin to the original HBO plot, fall victim to betrayal just before the dawn of victory, becoming an unresolved sorrow in the hearts of countless Game of Thrones enthusiasts. Chapter 2: Spiritual Energy and Taoist Principles. Jaehaerys arrived in a timeline coinciding with Rhaegar's demise of the Trident, a mere stone's throw from the fall of the Targaryen dynasty. The ominous news, heralded by black wings, reached King's Landing, where the Raven bore tidings of Rhaegar's army's catastrophic defeat at what would later be dubbed Ruby Beach. Those in the know had already prepared for the storm, while the uninformed were engulfed in trepidation, depicting Robert Baratheon as a fearsome giant with a green face and fangs, while the northern cavalry were imagined as riding direwolves, ready to devour anyone in their path. This led the court ministers to seal the gates of the Seven Kingdoms, bracing for the impending upheaval. Even the blind could sense the winds of change. Strangely enough, Jaehaerys, as an avid bookworm, felt remarkably unfazed at first. Why, you ask? In this era, who hasn't perused a few time travel novels? Time travel with a system was the norm. Concepts like opulent systems, pretentious systems, and villainous systems flourished, igniting readers' imaginations to the point where they yearned to experience such adventures themselves. Now, the opportunity had arisen, yet he lacked the system. Alas, where was his system? Disregarding the astonished gazes of those around him, Jaehaerys found himself, under the scrutiny of a young maiden's almond eyes, rhythmically patting his chest and face, twisting and striking poses that could only be described as alluring. Eventually, he explored his entire body, his dexterity leaving even a man who had been single for 50 years in awe, as if he had become a blur. Yet, despite his thorough examination, he found no trace of the system. Failing in physical endeavors, he resorted to incantations, attempting over 100 different spells. As a Taoist, he even incorporated Buddhist and Gnostic mantras, but still, no sign of the system. The next day, rumors spread throughout King's Landing that Prince Jaehaerys fancied himself in front of beautiful maidens, attempting to attract their attention for some unspeakable purpose. What purpose, you ask? Well, haven't you seen flamboyant male birds in courtship? Initially, Jaehaerys pondered how to activate the system, contemplating whether to leap off a building or crash into a wall. However, upon witnessing the mocking glances of the guards and the subtle flirtations from the maids, he inquired further. To his dismay, as a time traveler without a system, he found himself embroiled in a web of misunderstandings. How absurd! He was but a child. Thus, he endeavored to clarify that his actions were not deliberate, but rather, a moment of desperation, right? Yet, the onlookers merely displayed understanding, deeming him a normal boy, albeit somewhat precocious. Ultimately, even Queen Rhaegar heard the whispers. Weary from her duties, she kindly patted his head and earnestly advised him, "Be patient, you are still young. In a few years, when you're older, you'll be able to choose a noble lady for yourself." This flurry of activity elicited amused smiles from the people of King's Landing, who even affectionately dubbed him Eager Jaehaerys. The tension of impending war was momentarily lightened. Jaehaerys felt a wave of despair. This label was inescapable. His attempts at clarification proved futile, leaving him exhausted. It was time to accept the reality of being without a system. He felt a twinge of anxiety, but was not entirely fearful. After all, according to the original plot, the Queen and her brother Viserys had already fled to Dragonstone before King's Landing fell. With him as a time traveler, could the storm truly dismantle the royal fleet at Dragonstone? That was a jest. By then, the Targaryen navy would boast hundreds of warships, effectively blockading Blackwater Bay and preventing any ships from leaving King's Landing, while land forces would robustly defend Dragonstone, safeguarding their stronghold. With 2 kings and 4 twos in hand, how could he possibly lose? Having secured his life, he pondered the surreal nature of his existence. The nights were indeed arduous. How many evenings before his time travel had been spent surrounded by enchanting women, soothing his lonely heart? Yet, after his arrival, the so-called decadent life of a nobleman had eluded him entirely. The rebellions of the 4 houses had persisted for 2 years, and in a desperate bid for funding, the Iron Throne had nearly stripped the noble lands bare, truly a time of great peril. Following Rhaegar's defeat, King's Landing was further isolated from many lesser noble houses, losing the sustenance that came from their lands. How could they nourish the 500,000 hungry mouths in King's Landing? At present, prices soared. 10 copper coins barely purchased a pumpkin, 1 silver stag traded for 10 pounds of coarse rice, and a single golden dragon could buy only 10 pounds of beef. After his arrival, devoid of enchanting companions, he found the maids lacking allure as well. However, Queen Rhaegar, fearing he might err, had replaced all his attendants. To his dismay, they were all robust women, seemingly capable of crushing apples with their bare hands. Upon inquiry, he discovered they were former laundresses recently promoted to maids. This life was intolerable. Jaehaerys lay listlessly in bed, reminiscing about the lost joys of the past, recalling the films he once watched, the morning lessons, and his spiritual practices. With time to spare, he decided to sit cross-legged, drawing the curtains to meditate on his ancestral teachings. Lo and behold, he sensed flickering lights akin to fireflies surrounding him. When these lights entered his body, a refreshing sensation washed over him, reminiscent of sipping chilled sour plum juice on a sweltering day. As his consciousness returned, the lights, like shooting stars, vanished without a trace. Through repeated experimentation, he endeavored to draw these lights into himself, a powerful force emanating from his dantian, continuously drawing in the luminescence through his mouth, nose, and skin. Once the pull from his dantian subsided, he regained his awareness. During this absorption, he experienced something akin to the legendary inner vision. The lights, resembling dazzling stars in the night sky, spiraled and compressed around his dantian, ultimately forming a dense nebula. At that moment, his dantian felt warm, and his fatigue dissipated entirely. Jaehaerys smacked his lips. This phenomenon bore a striking resemblance to the spiritual energy described in cultivation novels. When he first encountered such fantasy and cultivation genres, he had naively asked his father if spiritual energy existed in the world. His father, with a stern expression, had scolded him, accusing him of sneaking novels during class. This led to a dramatic family scene of paternal love and filial piety. Those familiar with the series A Song of Ice and Fire know that this world is, in fact, a realm of magic, teeming with peculiar spells and creatures. After Daenerys hatched her dragon eggs, sorcerers and shadowbinders across the realm sensed the resurgence of magic. Thus, could these flickering lights be the magic of this world? Contemplating this, Jaehaerys, by his own inclination, named it spiritual energy. Upon hearing this term, it imbued a sense of ethereal charm. Why not call it magical power or sorcery? After all, he had traversed realms. Should he not have the liberty to name it as he pleased? In essence, it was merely the influence of fantasy novels. Returning to the ancestral Taoist teachings of the He family, these principles draw upon the classic texts of Taoism, transcending sectarian boundaries. They emphasize the dual cultivation of life and spirit, employing inner alchemy to achieve immortality, yet remain obscure compared to the orthodox Taoist canon. As recounted by Father He, the illustrious ancestors of the He family were exceptionally gifted, having once passed the imperial examination and received the mandate to compile Taoist classics. They assimilated the strengths of various schools, mastering the mystical arts of Taoism, and consequently established the He family's internal energy techniques. The ethereal entities in the air, light as a feather, manifest the formidable prowess of the family's teachings, drawing energy into the dantian to create a sea of stars, thus rendering them impervious to blades and arrows. The author expresses, in the realm of A Song of Ice and Fire, the value of currency is notably chaotic. In the Hedge Knight, a humble complete suit of armor is priced at 4 golden dragons, specifically 800 silver stags. To procure this armor, Dunk sells his steed the Shady for 750 silver stags, slightly more than 3 golden dragons. Conversely, in A Game of Thrones, the champion of the Hands tournament is awarded 40,000 golden dragons, while the entire event costs 90,000 golden dragons. In A Clash of Kings, prices in King's Landing have surged, with 6 copper coins buying a pumpkin and 1 silver stag exchanging for a heap of corn. The value of a golden dragon is equivalent to a cut of beef or 6 emaciated piglets. Thus, the old Taoist finds it utterly perplexing to decipher the monetary values within this world of ice and fire. Given that the series predominantly employs English units of measurement, the author has recalibrated the currency values based on the worth of the British pound in 1717 to facilitate reader comprehension. To be continued. Chapter 3. The Heart Tree Throughout the Ages. It has been passed down through generations that mastering the art of internal energy can lead one to attain the status of an earthly immortal, living for a millennium. Yet, no one has truly achieved this feat. Even the ancestors of the He family merely enjoyed a modest extension of life, with reports of them living to around 90 years before peacefully passing away. However, those who practiced internal energy within the He family tended to possess a sturdier constitution compared to ordinary folk. The rituals they performed were indeed labor-intensive, especially when they ventured into remote mountainous areas devoid of roads to conduct their ceremonies. The He family members could outrun even the nimblest of local youths. As a result, over time, the He family earned a reputation as skilled practitioners of genuine Taoist arts. With a foundation of spiritual energy, Jaehaerys endeavored to explore the family's esoteric practices. Basic rituals such as consecration and igniting talismanic paper were manageable, but the more advanced techniques? Readers, do not be shy. Muster your courage. Jaehaerys confessed his ignorance. He had not yet mastered such high-level spells before his soul had arrived in this realm. Where could he learn these sophisticated incantations? In retrospect, he ought to have diligently memorized all the spells. For now, he possessed spiritual energy but lacked the knowledge of how to wield it, a source of great frustration. Contemplating techniques like thunder manipulation, wind mastery, wall-penetrating divination, and elemental evasion, Jaehaerys could hardly contain his drool. Alas, the family's teachings did document some spells, which would suffice in this low-magic world. The most formidable being in this realm appeared to be the Night King. It remained uncertain whether the exorcism spells could effectively counter his army of the undead. In a blend of excitement and trepidation, Jaehaerys gradually succumbed to slumber. The following morning, a piercing scream reverberated throughout the Red Keep, causing soldiers to mistakenly believe they were under enemy attack, hastily rushing toward the source of the commotion. Curiously, the direction seemed to lead toward the royal chambers. Before his arrival in this world, the royal twins shared a close bond and lived together, given their youth. However, upon crossing over, in order to conceal the secret of his usurpation and for the sake of better cultivation, Jaehaerys, after informing Queen Rhaegar, chose a separate room with an eastward-facing window. Perhaps the castle's servants and attendants discreetly expressed their understanding, as throughout nearly 3 centuries of the kingdom's history, many noble families had witnessed once inseparable brothers transform into strangers or even adversaries over matters of inheritance. Yet, Viserys did not comprehend this. He believed Jaehaerys had betrayed the bond they shared as twins. Thus, since Jaehaerys' arrival, every time Viserys laid eyes on him, he felt a surge of ire. And on one occasion, when the adults were absent, he even attempted to assault him. Could Jaehaerys indulge this behavior? Although retaliating felt akin to striking himself, he recognized the urgency of his mission to reform this unruly child. Despite being a child himself, Jaehaerys possessed ample experience in brawling from his past life. The children in his village had all been bested by him. Dealing with a troublesome child was certainly within his capabilities. That thorough thrashing nearly led the little rascal to question his existence, as he momentarily envisioned his great-grandmother beckoning him. "Oh, my foolish brother, from this moment forth, let us each speak our minds. In the presence of others, I shall call you brother, but when we are alone, you shall refer to me as father. Do you hear me, brother? What are you searching for? Shall father assist you in your quest?" Thus, Viserys hobbled away, contemplating a biting retort, yet fearing a retaliation that could unleash the wrath of a brother's iron fist. To add to his frustration, Jaehaerys mockingly taunted him from behind, uttering phrases like "rely on your legs" and "the wrath of the dragon," which, though incomprehensible, did not deter Viserys from seeking solace in their mother. For Queen Rhaegar, already with child once more, the loss of her firstborn and the imminent threat of rebellion left little room for concern regarding the squabbles of her sons. Her thoughts were consumed by the antics of these 2 unruly boys, who failed to grasp the wisdom of unity in the face of adversity. Consequently, she summoned the brothers and administered a sound punishment. Viserys, observing the malevolent grin on Jaehaerys' face, was reminded of the terror of being pinned down and trembled involuntarily. After delivering her reprimand, Rhaegar retreated to her chambers, believing that in these tumultuous times, even children must learn to mature. Having indulged them too much, she deemed it beneficial for their growth to instill some discipline. As for Viserys, bruised and battered, such suffering might well be the price of maturation. Now, regarding the twins' father, let us momentarily set him aside. For a man contemplating igniting the very corners of King's Landing with wildfires amidst the rebellion, seeking to take the entire populace down with him, what significance do the trivial quarrels of his sons hold? Thus, with their parents indifferent and Viserys too cowed to approach, Jaehaerys found himself a free man, unencumbered and devoted to absorbing the ethereal energies, preparing to solidify his foundation. In the vast expanse of the starry sea, young Jaehaerys nestled into a peaceful slumber, unaware that the very moment the sun rose, his precious energy would be seized. Observing the guards outside, he wore a bitter expression yet waved them away, retreating to his bed, devoid of hope, his gaze vacant and pallid, as if his spirit had been forsaken. Where has my resplendent energy gone? Indeed, upon awakening, he intended to delve into the depths of his energy nebula, eager to explore the newfound treasures. However, upon this introspective journey, disaster struck. The energy had vanished into thin air while he slept. Jaehaerys, fortunately, the effects of his introspection remained intact, and he employed his gleaming titanium-like eyes to survey his surroundings meticulously, inch by inch, determined to uncover the truth. After an exhaustive search, he identified the culprit within his heart's core. There, a vibrant sapling basked in the energy, its jade-like leaves unfurling, adorned with tufts of white fuzz, its delicate roots resembling silken threads. Some of these roots had ventured into the energy pathways of his heart, pulsating rhythmically as they absorbed the radiant energy into the trunk of the tree. The sapling seemed to sense Jaehaerys' gaze, its branches and leaves quickly intertwining to envelop the surrounding spiritual energy entirely. "What the hell?" Jaehaerys erupted in frustration. "Are you stealing my energy and denying me the right to observe?" The sapling wiggled a branch, its palm-shaped twig adorned with 4 smaller, curled leaves, while one leaf danced as if it were performing a universally recognized gesture. Jaehaerys was on the verge of exploding with rage. The spiritual energy was the very foundation of his existence in the realm of ice and fire, his means of survival, and now it had all been snatched away by this verdant creature. To add insult to injury, it was mocking him with a rude gesture. Was this a blatant attempt to take advantage of his forbearance? Enough was enough. He could not swallow this indignity. In his own body, would he allow himself to be bullied? Chapter 4. Blood and cheese sealing. Will you return my spiritual energy? Jaehaerys conveyed his thoughts to the sapling with a piercing gaze. Do not question how this telepathic communication worked. It was a marvel of inner vision. Fool. Hey, why are you still hurling insults? In a moment of panic, Jaehaerys failed to realize that he and the sapling could converse directly. Only after he finished speaking did he come to this realization. A greenish light emanated from his chest, gradually forming a spectral image. The sapling's trunk, branches, and roots morphed into a torso, head, facial features, and limbs, with a few leaves still adorning its body, the skin a light brown hue. Little Groot, is that you? My goodness, Jaehaerys exclaimed, covering his mouth not out of shyness, but from the urge to reach out and pluck the leaves from its body. After all, they were negotiating, and it was imperative to maintain seriousness. Blindness befalls you. I am not that unfortunate creature. Listen well. My name is Duobao Miaoshu. I am a divine root of the ancestral tree in the Taoist court. To be precise, we are actually fellow townsfolk. Fellow townsfolk, you also traversed from Earth? Wait, how did you end up in my heart's core? And did you consume my spiritual energy? Are you holding on to it tightly? Well, actually, you should be thanking me. Oh really? Are you reversing the blame? Hey, I must express my discontent. If it weren't for me, this body would have perished long ago. How would you have had the chance to borrow it? According to the sapling, it had crossed the world barrier 7 years prior. Although Queen Layla carried a pair of twins, one was frail and on the verge of being absorbed by the other. Out of compassion, it transformed into a seed and entered the heart of the weaker twin. Thanks to its spiritual essence, the twins were born safely and soundly. Of course, this act of salvation had drained its celestial power, forcing it into a deep slumber until it was drawn back to life by Jaehaerys' spiritual energy. If that is the case, I truly owe you my gratitude. You're welcome. It's merely the benevolence of this divine root. Now that you have revived, might you return to your celestial abode? Jaehaerys asked eagerly. Please do not linger here any longer. Make haste. The little tree person spread its hands in exasperation. Sensing the impending fury of Jaehaerys, it hastily clarified, Brother, this cannot be blamed on me. It had formed a symbiotic relationship after absorbing the spiritual energy refined by Jaehaerys. Should it grow to a certain extent, it could cast spells to sever this bond. However, at present, it was merely a sprout, in its most fragile and powerless state, utterly incapable of dissolving this symbiosis. Indeed, it was now even weaker than when it was a seed. At least the seed coat was resilient, impervious to blades and arrows. If it were outside, a mere beast would easily trample it. Thus, it was not that it had no options. Even if it did, it would not leave. Could you refrain from siphoning my spiritual energy in the future? It asked. I will do my utmost, Jaehaerys replied. Staying is one thing. But surely I deserve some compensation for this. As a celestial root, a mere 9 revolutions golden pill would suffice. Jaehaerys cleared his throat, acknowledging, well, some compensation is indeed warranted. But brother, you must understand, when I bear fruit, you cannot fathom its excellence. Just wait. Surely you aren't suggesting I must wait 100 or 80 years. Not that long, thankfully. The duration is inconsequential. What matters is the potency. Consuming a longevity fruit could extend your life by a century, while a comprehension fruit allows you to learn spells without a teacher. And there are also magical treasures and divine abilities to consider. Jaehaerys was incensed, exclaiming, The spirit root of the Taoist court dares to deceive this naive fool right before me. Such grandiose promises are utterly absurd. You wish to play me for a CPU? Yet do you even know who I am? Your performance lacks sincerity, dripping with exaggeration and laced with false bravado. There are too many flaws to grant you a passing score. A mere 70 for the act, and 3 for the dialogue. As for the remaining 90, do not even think of claiming it. Humph. So, not only do you refuse to pay rent, but you also intend to consume my resources? He sneered. I shall cut off your water and electricity, and see how you manage. Brother, why must you be so obstinate? It lamented. What are you planning to do? Wait, are you actually going to bite your finger? Such ferocity. Jaehaerys bit his middle finger, drawing forth a small bead of blood. With swift motions, he traversed various acupoints, Zhongdu, Tianxi, and Zhongting, while intoning incantations, the sovereign's decree, the divine shall emerge, the essence of creation, wielding the ethereal to command the energy, sealing the blood and qi. In an instant, Jaehaerys' complexion turned a ghastly pale, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth, which he quickly wiped away, his gaze revealing a fierce determination akin to a cornered cat. Meanwhile, the little tree person appeared akin to a holographic projection suffering from poor reception, its leaves drooping in a moment of lethargy. It found itself bewildered. Was it truly necessary to risk everything over such a trivial amount of spiritual energy? From ancient times to the present, as a companion spirit root of a powerful being, it had encountered countless strange entities. yet had never witnessed such desperation over so little energy, truly, a fraction smaller than a needle's tip. Brother, do not act rashly. Impulsiveness is the devil. You are still youthful and should not wander further down the path of self-destruction. Just a fleeting moment, and Jaehaerys' lips began to turn a shade of blue and purple. His vision dimming, a consequence of his heart ceasing to supply blood, leading his brain to suffer from a lack of oxygen. What? I refuse. I have already digested everything. How can I repay? Yet, is it not merely a desire for some benefits? Fear not, for I, the illustrious treasure of the miraculous tree, traverse the realms with considerable wealth. Had it not been for my singular focus on cultivation in my earlier years, with my celestial lineage, I could have charmed celestial herbs and fairies from the southern heavenly gate to the eastern road of Punglai. Dear brother, I do not seek your spiritual essence for free. I shall compensate you with something valuable, if you would be so kind. In that case, would you kindly release the restrictions? My breath is growing shallow. No, you must give first. Jaehaerys found himself gasping for air, his vision darkening, the world around him fading. Very well, very well. The ethereal silhouette of the sapling formed a gesture, and from the slender branches within its heart, a crack appeared, releasing a gleaming crimson pill, initially no larger than a grain of rice, which swiftly expanded to the size of a longan. Summon it, the shadow commanded, and the blood-red pill, defying physical barriers, materialized before Jaehaerys. He reached out, grasping it without a second glance, hastily stowing it away. He then proceeded to form seals with trembling fingers, fumbling twice and nearly losing his breath in the process. After a considerable time, Jaehaerys finally regained his composure, only to find the ethereal figure had vanished. Where are you? Gret? Come forth and explain. A voice resonated directly in Jaehaerys' mind. I am the illustrious treasure tree. Oh, how astonishing. It is merely a fundamental means of spiritual communication. Truly, one has not encountered the world outside. Could you refrain from using that tone in the last 3 words? I am living my life. Why should I heed your concerns? Just jesting. I can certainly amend my speech. Jaehaerys withdrew his gesturing hands. Attempting another seal was out of the question, as the last attempt nearly cost him his life. The blood sealing technique is a family heirloom, originally intended to restrain internal energy and prevent its dispersal. Later, ancestors discovered its efficacy in temporarily staunching bleeding. Thus it has been passed down primarily as a first aid method, given that cultivators often traverse mountains and valleys, gathering herbs, frequently encountering injuries and blood loss. When Jaehaerys learned that the sapling intended to extract spiritual essence without offering any benefit, his stubbornness flared, and he instinctively recalled the sealing technique. He had not anticipated such discomfort, merely wishing for mutual benefit. Yet, the outcome turned out to be serendipitous. Pray tell, what is the purpose of this pill? Dear brother, this is a remarkable treasure. Allow me to elucidate. According to the illustrious treasure tree, this is the celestial herb known as the red pearl, which, once formed, is refined by celestial beings into a pill, granting those who consume it the ability to awaken their senses and establish a solid foundation in their cultivation. For practitioners on the path of cultivation, what holds paramount importance? Undoubtedly, it is the foundation that matters most. With a solid foundation, one can traverse further along the journey of cultivation. Isn't this akin to the foundational elixir depicted in novels? Jaehaerys picked up the elixir, examining it closely. Its texture was somewhat firm, its surface smooth, and it appeared semi-translucent, with an interior that shimmered in shades of crimson and violet. A foundational elixir? Such a trinket is unworthy of even being a mere servant to my celestial elixir. This is crafted by true immortals. The marvelous tree of treasures scoffed, acknowledging that while the celestial elixir was merely a product of a spirit herb imbued with a hint of divine essence, and merely a rudimentary creation of a novice alchemist, it still retained its extraordinary nature. The effects are truly remarkable. Jaehaerys, though somewhat skeptical, did not rush to consume it. Instead, he deftly stowed it away in his robe. Now let us discuss the matter of spiritual energy going forward. What was that celestial elixir? Mine. I never claimed it wasn't yours. Is a single celestial elixir sufficient to compensate for the spiritual energy I shall absorb in the future? Do you not grasp its true worth? Enough. Let us be clear. That celestial elixir serves as compensation for my loss of spiritual energy, as well as for mental anguish and reparations for my image. In a whirlwind of banter, the marvelous tree of treasures found itself utterly bewildered. Wait, what do you mean by reparations for my image? Merely because you silently appropriated my spiritual energy. I was left in disarray, my appearance disheveled and unkempt, attracting unwanted attention and losing my dignified composure. Is that not your fault? Jaehaerys rolled his eyes in exasperation. Oh, you make a valid point. Henceforth, you may take half of the spiritual energy I absorb, as we are all on this path of cultivation together. However, let us not forget to keep accounts clear. The energy you consume must be accounted for, along with other related costs. An elixir of the essence of my spirit daily, or an equivalent item, should not be deemed excessive, correct? Jaehaerys has produced a piece of parchment, seemingly torn from a book, with some illustrations on the reverse side. He meticulously wrote out a fee schedule with a quill, wholly absorbed in his task. Wait, you're charging for both incoming and outgoing energy? What does this waste disposal fee entail? The marvelous tree of treasures was taken aback, having never encountered such meticulous accounting. The last time was back in the 31st year of the underworld, with taxes not due until 60 years later. Indeed, you, a tree spirit, reside within my heart, consuming, excreting, and breathing. Do you not realize how that could lead to thrombosis? Not to mention the waste flows through my blood, and just the thought of it is repulsive. I risk my very life to nurture your growth. I am an immortal root. How could I possibly excrete waste? Spiritual energy enters my being. And should I release even a minuscule puff, you would seize my head and kick me like a ball. The marvelous tree of treasures, incensed, formed a face on its trunk, scrunching its features like a child in displeasure. However, its diminutive size rendered it somewhat comically fierce. If that is the case, I shall waive the waste disposal fee, but the environmental maintenance fee cannot be overlooked. Jaehaerys has lamented, with a tone of empathy. Just look at you, a tree, growing within my heart. Surely, you must gradually flourish, mustn't you? It is highly likely to disrupt the delicate equilibrium of my heart's internal ecosystem, placing an ever-increasing burden upon me. Yet, I am indeed a celestial root, capable of firmly establishing myself within your heart, much to your astonishment. I am a root of the Taoist court, do you comprehend? The Taoist realm is ethereal and elusive, existing in a state of both voidness and substance. Suspended between the tangible and intangible, let us speak calmly. I implore, why the sudden agitation? I have not expressed any dissent. The precious tree of treasures has taken root within my heart. It is not fear that governs me, but rather an acknowledgement of truth. A jade stone does not compete with mere tiles. As a celestial root, I cannot stoop to quarrel with ordinary mortals. Such actions would diminish my worth. How about a single scarlet pearl each day? Do we agree? That is not feasible. Perhaps one every 10 days, for this substance is exceedingly precious, and my stock is limited. The precious tree of treasures appeared quite aggrieved, for within these words lies a mix of truth and falsehood. The falsehood being that it is not only affordable, but indeed very cheap. Who among the heavens is unaware that scarlet pearls are suited solely for foundational cultivators? They are as common as grains of sand on earthly shores, and many celestial maidens delight in stringing them into curtains of pearls due to their low cost. One can acquire a large bag with ease. In truth, the stock is limited, for few wish to employ scarlet pearls in alchemy, as it is a prodigious waste of time and magical energy, yielding little in return. In the era of tranquility, even the grandest of realms dare not squander magical essence so frivolously. Moreover, although the precious tree of treasures possesses a mustard seed space to accommodate vastness, it does not harbor the useless. The one it offered was of considerable historical significance, hence a portion was retained. When negotiating, one must not hastily set a ceiling on the price. One ought to be bold in making offers and not allow dreary figures to stifle imagination. Even a moldy toothpick should be claimed as once having been used by a venerable empress. Thus, Jaehaerys learned a valuable lesson from his lack of experience. Otherwise, anything casually grasped would surely surpass the worth of a scarlet pearl. One every 3 days, I assure you of my sincerity. 6 days. Anything more is genuinely unattainable. 5 days for one pearl, I cannot concede further. This is my bottom line. Any less would necessitate your seeking other avenues. Very well. The precious tree of treasures sighed in dismay, truly troubled. Upon calculating the stock of scarlet pearls, it seemed I could barely manage to sustain myself for a 10-day period, and the thought of parting with the rest pained my heart. As a root of the Taoist court, I penetrated his being. Life is not easy, the little tree lamented. Chapter 6. The Celestial Realm blind box. Having resolved the rental and expense matters, the remaining issues were trifles, such as respecting each other's privacy, refraining from unnecessary visits, and maintaining tranquility to avoid disturbing the peace during the late hours. Each person, each tree, with hearts aligned and efforts combined, shall collaboratively foster a harmonious and prosperous cohabitation. Simultaneously, in the event of unforeseen circumstances such as war, earthquakes, or volcanic eruptions, the preservation of Jaehaerys' life must take precedence. The tree, within its capabilities, shall provide unwavering support, devoid of stinginess. Why not simply state my name? The precious tree suggested. Ultimately, the two inscribed their mutual agreements upon parchment, concluding with the signature of Jaehaerys Targaryen and the intricate pattern of a leaf. Satisfied, Jaehaerys carefully tucked the parchment away. Dear brother, is this truly necessary? Are you not aware of the weight of a promise? By acting this way, are you implying a lack of faith in my divine essence? Ah, my dear elder. In my era, we revered the spirit of contracts. We must adapt to the times. Jaehaerys patiently elucidated that such matters could govern the noble, but not the base. They are mere trifles. If one cannot adhere to even this, alternative means of balance must be sought. With the contract duly signed, Duobao entered a meditative retreat. In that brief interval, an immense amount of spiritual energy was consumed. Before his seclusion, he instructed Jaehaerys to abide by the terms of the contract, refrain from peering into his affairs unless absolutely necessary. When life hangs in the balance, if he can save, he shall. If not, it shall be left to fate. The essence of it is to go with the flow. Jaehaerys touched his nose, feeling as though he had offended him, as if observing a resplendent golden leg retreating into the distance. He contemplated summoning the sapling but lacked the ability to wield divine consciousness and had forgotten to inquire about it. Alas, what a pure fool. He found himself engaged in a two-way toll while the other party enjoyed one-way communication, unwilling to bear even the slightest loss, so miserly. He retrieved a Jiangsu Dan, its core a deep purple-black, hesitating whether consuming it might lead to calamity. He did not fully trust the other party, whose words were rough around the edges and bore a semblance of camaraderie with everyone, uncharacteristic of a virtuous individual. Nevertheless, there were still avenues to strengthen himself. Though half of his spiritual energy would be siphoned off daily, accompanying the fleet to Dragonstone Island would grant him a leisurely 8 to 9 months of cultivation, during which he would surely establish his foundation. The family lineage's teachings on the realms of cultivation were bluntly simplistic. From low to high, they encompassed qi absorption, foundation establishment, and the transformation of qi into spirit, with no further advancements detailed. As previously mentioned, the ancestral generations of the He family had barely managed to cultivate a sense of qi, achieving foundation establishment, while subsequent realms remained mere figments of imagination. With so many generations having failed to succeed in genuine cultivation, let alone the mythical attainment of swallowing a golden elixir to claim one's own destiny, it was best to diligently practice qi cultivation, striving for early foundation establishment, so that certain spells and talismans could eventually be utilized. Seizing the morning's golden rays, Jaehaerys commenced his day as practice. Time flew like an arrow, and before long, over half a month had elapsed. During this period, Jaehaerys had acquired 2 more Jiangsu Dan from Duobao Miao Tree. Initially, he had anticipated that the other party might surreptitiously seize more spiritual energy, only to discover that Duobao was quite honest, delivering precisely half as promised, leaving his expectations unfulfilled. Today marked another rental collection day. Jaehaerys silently called out. Having previously inquired whether divine consciousness communication could only be employed post-foundation establishment, otherwise, he would not resort to such rudimentary methods. Once he heard Duobao Miao Tree's response in his mind, he paused. As per the usual arrangement, 1 Jiangsu Dan. Dear brother, I truly have no more Jiangsu Dan. But fret not. I can offer something of far superior quality in its stead. Jaehaerys had never consumed the Jiangsu Dan, and thus held no particular attachment to it. Upon hearing of the other party's superior offerings, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Brother, do you have any treasures to enlighten me? The multifaceted tree, feeling a pang of sympathy, summoned forth a peculiar fruit. This fruit, with its green skin and red stem, bore a resemblance to a green apple, yet its surface shimmered with an enigmatic luster, rendering it quite extraordinary. It reminded Jaehaerys of the apples elegantly wrapped in boxes during Christmas Eve. It must be rather expensive. I wonder if it could be exchanged 1-to-1 for the precious red pearl, but I can't tell if it's worth it. Brother, this fruit is riddled with wormholes and mouse bites. It's hardly worth anything. Hey, you little rascal, did you set this up at the pawn shop? Do you even know what this is? This is the Tao fruit of my multifaceted immortal root. Jaehaerys exclaimed. Oh, the appearance seems quite ordinary. It looks just like a vibrant green apple. Do you even understand what a Tao fruit is? It is a true celestial fruit. How dare you display such disdain? Celestial fruit? Like the peach of immortality or the yellow heart plum. Jaehaerys' eyes sparkled. If that were the case, he would not feel weary. Brother, if I consume this Tao fruit, will it grant me indestructibility and elevate my mortal body to immortality? Not quite. That would be more akin to the 9 transformation golden elixir of the Taoist Lord. Then can it allow me to traverse the heavens and ride on clouds at will? Cough, cough. Can you refrain from conjuring such fanciful notions? If it possessed that kind of power, my immortal root would have long since transformed into the ancestral tree of the Tao. Do you truly believe that achieving immortality is as simple as snacking on seeds? In the Flower Clan's history, spanning thousands of years, how many have truly ascended in their physical forms? Most have merely attained spiritual disintegration. You say it cannot do this, nor that. Do you still have the audacity to claim that your Tao fruit is remarkable? Humph. This Tao fruit can grant you the random mastery of a skill, which could be a spell or a divine ability. Of course, it all depends on fate. Jaehaerys shook his head. What do you mean by fate? Is that akin to the essence of the Yuan? Why does it sound like some cult? Oh, how compassionate. Not saving the destitute. Ugh. The multifaceted tree felt a wave of disdain. With such a level of understanding, how could one aspire to immortality? The education level during the era of silent law must have been akin to prenatal education. In simpler terms, it's all about probability, understand? This is no deception. The Tao fruit is also known as the celestial lottery. To put it plainly, it's akin to a blind box. Even celestial beings cannot fathom the secrets contained within its seemingly identical exterior. You might learn exceptionally practical or powerful spells and abilities, or you might end up acquiring useless skills like postnatal care for sows or 100 different recipes for ducks. Thus, every time celestial beings purchase the Tao fruit, it truly resembles gambling on stones, leading to the emergence of a trade in fruit betting, evaluating whose Tao fruit yields greater value. However, the heavenly court soon prohibited gambling to purify the celestial atmosphere. Subsequently, the Tao fruits, which were left unattended, could not be wasted. After all, they were painstakingly cultivated. Thus, the multifaceted tree began to collect them, preparing to sell them in the lower celestial realms, but little did it expect the arrival of the era of silent law, which caused the lower celestial realms to collapse. It had amassed fruits over thousands of years, occupying a tenth of the mustard seed space. Crimson pearl, azure fruit. Do not blame me for the trickery. Let us speak of probabilities and fates, and if we can delay our endeavors, let us do so. Chapter 7. The Edge of Battle. The Tao fruit currently presented is not entirely deceitful, for even the most rudimentary Tao fruits contain skills and spells that correspond to the pinnacle of mortal achievement. Similarly, in the realm of probability theory, whether one's family ascends to wealth or falls into ruin can only be revealed upon consuming the Tao fruit. What if, by chance, he were to unlock postnatal care for sows or techniques for eradicating wild grasses? At the very least, he would become a leading figure in cultivation and breeding on the continent. The discussion of the Tao fruit's value turned into a spirited debate, eventually concluding that one Tao fruit would suffice for 10 days, with both parties feeling satisfied with the arrangement. Jaehaerys accepted the Tao fruit, and their conversation for the day came to an end. After his training concluded, Jaehaerys wandered leisurely within the Red Keep. Unlike the original owner, who had been instilled with the demeanor and poise befitting nobility from a young age, Jaehaerys had roamed the mountains freely. Following his graduation, during his time as a Taoist, he had become rather unrefined, lacking the sophistication of the elite. It must be said that due to his approachable nature and lack of pretension, coupled with the playful nicknames others gave him, he quickly mingled with the guards and servants of the Red Keep. Some daring maids and robust women even attempted to coax him into intimate encounters, causing him to make a hasty retreat. After all, in these times, young men must guard their virtue. While conversing with the crowd, he gleaned a wealth of useful information. For instance, it was said that the grand scholar, Pycelle, frequently entertained young and beautiful maidens or skilled artisans in his chambers for prolonged lessons in eloquence and craft. Furthermore, the master of whispers, Lord Viserys, despite his bald head and empty lower regions, also had his needs. It was rumored that a maid once witnessed a strange man entering and exiting his quarters under the cover of night. Even more astonishing were the tales of ghosts haunting the dungeons of the Red Keep. A claim he would swear to the gods was true. Having seen the television series, Jaehaerys recognized that Pycelle was indeed a man whose heart remained youthful despite his age, an old trickster indeed. Such intelligence could serve as leverage. He would ensure that Pycelle faced consequences for his misdeeds, as was the way of a mischievous imp. As for Viserys, he was not merely a shadow but a master of disguise, becoming the specter of the Red Keep's underground. In the original storyline, Arya had once encountered him during a clandestine meeting with Governor Illyrio of Pentos. Additionally, Jaehaerys had received word from one of the Grand Scholar's servants that Duke Eddard Stark of Winterfell had already led 3,000 Northern Cavalry to the area known as Pig Snout. It had been over 10 days since Jaehaerys traversed into this world, and having absorbed the original owner's memories, He possessed a fair understanding of the territories held by various noble houses. Pig Snout, located adjacent to King's Road, was the domain of Sir Hogg, a landed knight. Situated approximately 50 leagues, around 240 kilometers, from King's Landing. The cavalry would reach the city by tomorrow afternoon at full gallop. Fortunately, Duke Stark would not be foolish enough to dismount his cavalry to besiege a city without the proper siege engines. Such an act would not be valorous, but rather foolish. Eddard Stark, by nature cautious, stands in stark contrast to the audacious Robert Baratheon. He cannot be regarded as a brilliant military commander or leader, but rather, he can be described as mediocre. 2 weeks prior, at the Battle of the Trident, the forces of the rebels and the loyalists were not vastly different in number. Indeed, Prince Rhaegar, leading an army of 40,000, a third of whom were newly recruited, along with thousands of knights and 10,000 seasoned soldiers from Dorne, outnumbered the combined forces of House Stark, Baratheon, Arryn, and Tully. Rhaegar and Robert fought fiercely for an extended period. And it was not until Robert's warhammer struck his chest that the forces loyal to House Targaryen showed signs of defeat. In the aftermath of the battle, Robert himself sustained severe injuries, and his army required rest, resupply, and weapon maintenance. Therefore, before the arrival of the rebel infantry, Jaehaerys believed they would not attempt a siege. Rather, their focus would be on vigilance and blockade, severing the supply lines from the riverlands to King's Landing. A sense of unease crept into Jaehaerys' heart. Thus far, Aerys too had shown no intention of retreating the women and children of House Targaryen, which could prove fatal. Clad in white armor, Jaime returned to the White Sword Tower, the residence of himself and his sworn brothers. Once, 6 Kingsguard under the leadership of Captain Gerald Hightower pledged their lives to the Targaryen family, swearing never to marry or hold lands, solely to protect the honor of the royal house. Until today, although he was aware of his father's ulterior motives in appointing him to the Kingsguard, he remained indifferent. The alternative, marrying the second daughter of the Duke of Tully and leaving behind his beloved sister, was unbearable. He recalled his first encounter with her, a memory that lingered delightfully. Yet their meetings were far too scarce and clandestine, lest they incur the wrath of their father. Speaking of their father, he had received a letter from him today, delivered through an exceedingly discreet channel to the Red Keep. In this tense atmosphere, such a secret missive from his father was decidedly unusual. Maintaining his composure, he completed his shift and, upon returning to his chamber, under the faint flicker of candlelight, he removed the golden wax seal. The handwriting of the Duke of Casterly Rock leapt from the yellowed parchment. The Duke's script mirrored his character, sturdy and resolute, like the rugged cliffs battered by wind and wave at the western shore. Jaime scrutinized it solemnly, and after a moment, a frown creased his handsome brow, his face taut and silent. Meanwhile, Jaehaerys had also returned to his own quarters, pacing back and forth. Establishing a foundation is no trivial matter. The manuscripts and insights left by their ancestors unanimously advise that a tranquil environment is essential, ideally with a guardian present. This is because laying the foundation represents the first trial for a practitioner, requiring the individual's meager magical essence to commune with the heavens and earn their recognition. To draw an analogy, cultivation is akin to constructing a house. The preparatory phase of gathering chi is like stockpiling cement, steel, and other building materials, during which the forces of the universe remain indifferent to one's efforts. The foundation laying signifies the commencement of constructing the base, without obtaining the necessary building and construction permits. One is engaging in an illegal structure. The penalties may seem trivial, but a single explosive can obliterate the foundation, leading to dire consequences. During the chi cultivation phase, both the spirit and body of a practitioner are exceedingly fragile. Hence, this foundational step necessitates the mobilization of all energies. Disturbance at this juncture is most detrimental, as it may cause the chi and blood to flow in reverse, resulting in minor injuries to the meridians or, in severe cases, the shattering of the chi and dantian. Certainly, laying the foundation merely signifies that the heavens acknowledge one's eligibility for cultivation. It does not guarantee a smooth path ahead. After all, erecting a grand edifice also requires financial oversight and progress inspections, and the cosmos may periodically present tests. Practitioners refer to this as the 3 disasters and 5 difficulties. Initially, he had intended to formally establish his foundation on Longshore Island, in a relatively stable environment. However, the rapid approach of enemies unsettled him, and he feared unforeseen complications. Since the narrative shifted subtly after Jaehaerys' successful birth, the outcomes could diverge significantly. In Chapter 8, The Foundation of the Red Pearl, Jaehaerys found himself in a state of unease, pondering the precariousness of life. he realized he could not remain passive. Although he had hoped that Aerys too would send his family away in advance, the threat to his life now compelled him to abandon complete reliance on his father's sudden enlightenment. He harbored no desire for conquest. Yet the identity of the Targaryen prince weighed heavily upon him, and the usurper Robert Baratheon was not known for his magnanimity. In the original narrative, the Lannisters aided him in dealing with Aerys, assuming the blame for regicide. However, Stannis Baratheon's failure to capture Viserys and Daenerys, who were fleeing to Essos, incited his fury, resulting in the latter's exile to Dragonstone. When the tale of ice and fire commenced, upon learning of Daenerys' marriage to Khal Drogo, he hastily convened a council to arrange for her assassination, thus becoming the catalyst for his falling out with Eddard Stark. Although he chose not to pursue further vengeance at the time of his demise, it was not an act of conscience, but rather an attempt to mend the rift with Eddard, enabling his old friend to support his heir unreservedly. Such a man, even on the brink of death, showed no mercy. How could he, at his peak of power, be expected to do otherwise? Even if he cherished his reputation, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't serve up a scapegoat. Would it affect him? Yes, but only marginally. He would care little for it. Having contemplated the implications of his situation, Jaehaerys understood that only through strengthening himself could he secure his own salvation. He retrieved the glowing red pearl pill from his bosom, intending to proceed methodically, yet fate had other designs. Indeed, cultivation is a struggle against destiny, and how could one expect to undertake such a venture without risking anything? More critically, Jaehaerys believed that the treasured mystic tree would not harm him, for his demise would bring it no benefit. With a facade of bravado, he swallowed the red pearl pill whole. Ahem, what is this flavor? It resembles the taste of overcooked peanuts. The scent is indeed unpleasant, yet as soon as he spoke, he instantly settled cross-legged and began the alchemical refinement of the elixir. The process of refining the elixir is akin to dissolving rock candy in boiling water. However, in this instance, the boiling water is his internal energy, which materializes the spiritual essence contained within the elixir, allowing it to be absorbed and thereby fortifying his inner vitality and enhancing his foundational essence. Within his internal vision, Jaehaerys observed his internal energy flowing like a stream, layer upon layer eroding the surface of the elixir until the crimson gem elixir transformed into a pool of red syrup. The internal energy, akin to a bandit enticed by the presence of a woman, began to summon its companions, each speck of light recklessly diving into the syrup for a roll, emerging adorned with the spoils of conquest, and thus the couple returned home together. Jaehaerys could sense that these spoils integrated into his flesh and blood, rendering them more resilient, merging into his meridians, widening their pathways, and blending within his internal energy, inducing a certain transformation. What kind of transformation? He could not articulate. He could only say that his internal energy seemed to mature, willing to bear greater responsibilities. Witnessing the positive developments, he finally felt at ease and began to gather his entire essence, channeling his magical prowess to commune with this realm. Some might wonder why. Having ventured into the world of a song of ice and fire, he still sought to communicate with the heavens and earth, as this realm is not Blue Star. However, this is a misconception. Natural law prevails, and regardless of the realm one inhabits, each possesses its own path. Otherwise, the world would not be recognizable as such, but merely chaos, where all beings could not thrive. Establishing a foundation entails gaining the acknowledgement of this realm. Yet are there instances of rejection? Certainly, and not infrequently. How does one attain such recognition? Our ancestors imparted wisdom. One must maintain a desireless state to observe the marvels. The heavens are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. Thus, we must eliminate our own desires and disguise ourselves as emotionless instruments, obediently fulfilling whatever the heavens command. O heavens, do you see how well-behaved I am? Since I am so compliant, may I linger by your side for a moment, gazing at you with admiration? This is what it means to observe the marvels. In contrast, those who harbor thoughts of being the most esteemed in the universe are unlikely to gain recognition, unless they possess truly extraordinary fortune, with the heavens relentlessly providing for them. Upon Jaehaerys arriving at the Nywin Palace, the gateway to the heavenly abode of the Upper Dantian, a profound resonance of the Tao reverberated through his soul, its force immense, its power abundant, and its rhythm profound, evoking a sense of mystique within him. Jaehaerys opened his eyes, a flicker of joy unexpectedly shining from the corners of his gaze. The foundation of his cultivation had been established. Consequently, every cell within his body rejoiced, waves of internal energy coursing through the interstices of his cells, expelling the accumulated obstructions through his 36,000 pores. In that instant, Jaehaerys felt an overwhelming sense of relief, the previously stagnant and obscure sensation dissipating entirely. The legend of establishing a foundation is indeed no deception. The transformations within his body did not cease. A profound hunger emanated from every corner of his being. Jaehaerys remained seated, inhaling deeply the essence of air. Yet it proved insufficient. The spiritual energy in the atmosphere was too sparse to satisfy his current needs. Reluctantly, he retrieved the last 2 crimson pearls and a single Dao fruit from his pocket. Until now, he had not perceived any abnormalities in these spiritual items. But after establishing his foundation, his sensitivity to spiritual energy had heightened significantly, allowing him to discern the faint aura they slowly radiated outward. A sense of urgency gripped his heart. If such energy continued to dissipate, would these items not devolve into mere mundane objects after several decades? Unbeknownst to him, this was a common dilemma for all spiritual items. However, the cultivation realm possessed methods to mitigate or even halt the loss of spiritual energy. The blood sealing technique he had previously employed was derived from such practices. Yet at this moment, he remained unaware of these intricacies, lacking profound cultivation heritage. Thus, he thought it wiser to consume the items now to replenish his spiritual energy rather than allow them to waste away. After all, wastefulness is a poor habit. Consequently, he pinched a crimson pearl, examined it, and found it lacking. His gaze then shifted to the Dao fruit. The verdant apple exuded a far richer spiritual potency than the crimson pearl. Should he not give it a try? Jaehaerys was particularly decisive when it came to sustenance. Within moments, he had consumed the Dao fruit. Remarkably, its flavor was indistinguishable from that of a green apple. A surge of abundant spiritual power erupted within him, prompting Jaehaerys to quickly center his thoughts, initiating a new round of refinement. Who can ascend the 9-tiered platform without the labor of earth? Establishing a foundation is akin to the towering cliffs, while myriad peaks stand resolute. Chapter 9. The Ape Master Sword Technique in the Realm of Cultivation. Time is often unmeasured, and in the blink of an eye, a millennium had passed. When immersed in the pursuit of cultivation, time flows swiftly, and the addiction to such practice is profound, greater than that of tobacco or alcohol. Once tasted, one cannot extricate themselves. Before long, the day had waned, dusk settled outside, and the sounds of vigorous women knocking and calling at the door reached his ears. Jaehaerys opened his eyes, and fleeting images of sword-wielders dancing flashed across his blurred irises. Vanishing in an instant, he murmured to himself, the Ape Master's sword technique. Indeed, the treasure tree had not deceived him. This Dao fruit was extraordinary. For a single fruit had enabled him to instantly master a profound sword technique, the Ape Master sword technique. The Ape Master, also known as the White Ape, was said to be an ancient sage from the spring and autumn period, renowned for his exceptional swordsmanship. He once dueled with the legendary Woman of Yu, a figure of immense prowess, able to contend against hundreds of armored warriors with naught but her single sword. Though the old ape could not best her, he managed to retreat unscathed, marking him as a true master of the sword. The Ape Master sword technique consists of 24 forms, simplifying the complex into the essential. With profound intent, each move is refined, devoid of superfluous gestures, all entirely practical. At this moment, Jaehaerys has comprehended the essence of the Ape Master sword technique. He grasped the various forms, yet lacked practical experience in combat, which hindered his ability to unify his understanding. In simpler terms, while the intricacy of the sword technique was one matter, the capability to apply it effectively in combat, or to maintain composure and demonstrate his true strength amidst the fray, was an entirely different challenge. Veterans of countless battles may not possess the refined skills of swordplay or the artistry of blade techniques. Yet they are adept at preserving their lives and vanquishing foes on the battlefield. It is a common occurrence, both in ancient and modern times, that a young novice, despite their exceptional swordsmanship and practice, may falter in truly embodying the essence of their art when confronted with the chaos of war. The increasingly urgent knocking of the sturdy woman outside the door jolted Jaehaerys from his reverie. He was caked in filth, feeling as if he had just crawled from the depths of a mire, though the odor was rather mild and not offensive. In this era, the average commoner might bathe only a handful of times throughout their life, and lice could be found scuttling about on their bodies. Even noble children, who practiced martial arts daily, could not indulge in daily baths. Thus, Jaehaerys' disheveled appearance was not particularly out of place. Casually, he changed into another outfit and opened the door. "Oh, by the gods, Your Highness, did you fall into a mud pit?" the sturdy woman exclaimed, stifling a laugh while her swollen eyes scrutinized him unabashedly. "Ah, do not mention it, Mahi. I am thoroughly unlucky." Jaehaerys shrugged, fully aware that his penchant for wandering often resulted in him being smeared with dirt and dust, a most normal occurrence. As they conversed while walking, Mahi had come to summon him for dinner. It was said that the king was hosting several esteemed ministers that evening. Thus the queen and the princes were required to attend. Before long, they arrived at the dining hall, where silver candlesticks adorned the walls, and the lengthy dining table was scattered with more candlesticks, illuminating the grand space brilliantly. At the head of the table sat a gaunt and weary-looking elder, his tangled silver hair cascading past his shoulders, with nails extending nearly an inch long, reminiscent of the notorious Black Mountain Demon from legendary tales. He wore an intricately crafted crown embellished with dragon motifs and a black velvet robe, yet such opulence could not mask his decrepit demeanor. Queen Layla and Prince Viserys were seated to his right, while a delicate young girl, with hair like spun platinum, sat between them, whispering to Queen Layla. As a small black kitten meandered beneath her chair, its dark tail swaying playfully as it gazed up at her. Beside Viserys lay a set of silverware, a plate adorned with fork, knife, and soup spoon, alongside a golden goblet encrusted with red garnets. To the king's left sat a man in a brown cloth hat, a bald and greasy gentleman, and a strikingly handsome young man with flowing silver hair. Jaehaerys did not recognize them, but based on Mahi's descriptions, they were likely the fire sorcerer Rosath, the master of whispers Varys, and the minister of maritime affairs, Viserys Valerion. All prominent figures, yet few among them possessed noble intentions. Rosath was solely focused on restoring the honor of alchemists, treating human life as insignificant, and continuously supplying King Aegon II with wildfire, effectively aiding tyranny. Varys, on the other hand, was a treacherous and cunning individual, devoid of honor or shame, for whom betrayal was a commonplace affair. Viserys, sycophantic and envious of the gifted, possesses nothing but a handsome visage, yet is, in truth, an utter fool. Were it not for the Valyrian family's command over the royal fleet, how could he ever aspire to the position of Lord of the Navy? Under the watchful gaze of the assembly, Jaehaerys entered the hall, bowing respectfully to his father and the distinguished lords. His manners were impeccable, leading any observer to perceive him as a refined young gentleman, save for his dirt-streaked visage and exposed neck. Such an act of pretense was laughable. Viserys, harboring disdain within, mused that true nobility is not merely measured by superficial etiquette, but rather by formidable prowess, strikingly handsome features, and eloquent expression, qualities that set one apart. Jaehaerys, however, remained indifferent to the opinions of others. With the impending doom of the dynasty looming, he had little patience for such trivialities. Had it not been for his ulterior motives, he would not have graced the gathering with his presence today, who decreed that royal kin must attend. Aegon and his mother, Princess Elia, were absent. Once all were gathered, Queen Rhaella instructed the servants to serve the feast. Despite the soaring prices within King's Landing, the King's banquet demanded nothing less than grandeur. 2 roasted pigs adorned colossal wooden platters, accompanied by honey-glazed beef and lamb chops, venison stew with carrots and barley, leeks roasted with wild bull legs, 5-spiced duck, peppered wild boar, roasted goose, skewered chicken, and pigeon. The desserts were equally lavish, featuring honey cakes, pears poached in spirits, berry tarts, and tiny blueberry biscuits. The beverages were abundant, including sweet red wine from Sweet Wine Isle, summer red from Dorne, white wine from Lys, and pear brandy from Talos, alongside barley beer and various other libations unfamiliar to Jaehaerys. It was evident that the king placed considerable importance on this feast, though curiously absent were the prime minister, the justice minister, and the grand chancellor. With the king's toast, the sumptuous dinner commenced, and the atmosphere buzzed with the clinking of goblets and the exchange of cups. After several rounds of toasting and tasting, each guest indulged, their faces gleaming with delight. Jaehaerys too feasted heartily, relishing the flavors of this world for the first time. Though it paled in comparison to the culinary delights of Earth, it was still meat, something he had not savored for over half a month. Following his training, though his form remained slender, his strength rivaled that of an adult man, and his appetite had grown accordingly. Unperturbed by the astonished gazes of others, he devoured a roast goose and then seized a pig's head, eager to impress with his voraciousness. As the ambience shifted, the second chapter of the evening began. Lord Illyrio, too, observing the atmosphere, noticed 3 lords in varying states of inebriation, with some engaging in scandalous behavior by measuring the court maidens for their dimensions and allure. He seized the moment to speak, and in an instant, the revelers sobered slightly. Varys regained clarity, inclining his body respectfully, while Count Valerion, reluctant to part from his indulgences, sniffed his fingers before gradually returning to normalcy. Rosart, however, was the most disheveled, old and unattractive, his drunken demeanor a source of annoyance to all present. It is a well-known fact that my son Rhaegar, the heir to the Iron Throne, has perished in battle, and I, now advanced in years, find myself in a precarious situation concerning the affairs of the realm. Should misfortune befall me, the matter of succession must be addressed forthwith. Those gathered here today are individuals in whom I place my utmost trust. I implore you to express your thoughts freely while the king dismisses any irrelevant parties from our midst. Then, let us unveil the weighty truths. Akin to casting a colossal stone into tranquil waters. The esteemed advisors exchanged glances, and then Varys spoke first, asserting that the question of succession was beyond debate. Given his understanding of the king, he likely harbored discontent regarding Rhaegar's son Aegon inheriting the Iron Throne. As king, he possesses the authority to designate an heir and the power to annul such a designation. Following the death of Prince Rhaegar, the Iron Throne should rightfully pass to His Highness Prince Aegon. Nonetheless, as king, your will supersedes all. Lord Rosart, serving as the king's advisor, has consistently trailed the king's footsteps, providing the spark for the king's incendiary ambitions. And he relishes the opportunity to showcase the might of the Alchemists Guild before the assembled company. Your Majesty, Prince Aegon is still quite young and frail. Given the current instability of the realm, it is imperative that we choose a wise ruler, suggested Lord Lystra, who harbors an animosity towards Rhaegar. Although he often speculates on the Mad King's thoughts, the years of resentment have inevitably bred ill will. After finally witnessing Rhaegar's demise, the prospect of his son ascending to the throne raises concerns. What if he were to seek retribution against me in the future? Jaehaerys remained indifferent, for no matter the circumstances, the throne would never fall to him. Moreover, having attained a certain level of enlightenment, he no longer craves worldly power. The ecstasy derived from spiritual pursuits surpasses the allure of dominion. Countless nobles have succumbed to dust over millennia. How can such ephemeral power compare to the joys of eternal youth and untroubled existence? As the saying goes, one need not ascend to the heavens to rival the divine. The trials of existence, though seemingly trivial at first glance, reveal a deeper philosophy. Yet, life's burdens extend far beyond mere monetary concerns. Suffering encompasses oppression, coercion, the pangs of love and loss, and the unfulfilled desires that plague the human heart. The king rested his chin upon his hand, increasingly weary since Rhaegar's death, which unveiled the harsh reality of his own aging. The suspicions, doubts, and envy he once harbored towards Rhaegar were but reflections of his own resentment towards the ravages of time. This realization gnawed at his sanity, like ants devouring the remnants of his dwindling reason, almost driving him to madness. As he listened to the cacophony surrounding him, a throbbing headache ensued. This was indeed a moment of crisis. In the early years of his reign, he had been a wise monarch, perceptive of the circumstances. However, now the lords of the Riverlands besieged Storm's End with 30,000 troops, while 200 ships of House Redwyne blockaded the seas. Yet no reinforcements were forthcoming to aid King's Landing. How many soldiers could Storm's End possibly muster? At most, a few hundred. Even if Maegor was a fool, the seasoned Lord Tarly surely understood the necessity of leaving a small contingent to hold the line while the main force moved to relieve King's Landing. Thus, their actions reveal not ignorance, but malice. Observing as Rhaegar, accompanied by a hasty army, engages in battle with the poised traitors, witnessing the imminent siege of King's Landing, they ought to be consumed by flames. Varys had already informed that the cavalry from the north has arrived at the Pig's Neck, led by the formidable Count of Harrenhal, Lisa Bolton, rather than the rumored Eddard Stark. Eddard Stark, commanding a formidable legion from the Riverlands, the north, and Storm's End, is gradually advancing, with the two armies merely a day's ride apart, ready to converge in an instant. Even should the two forces become disjointed, there remains no army capable of interposing itself between them. King's Landing's forces now consist of only 100 knights and 3,000 foot soldiers. Should they forcibly conscript commoners, merchants, and rogues, the number of foot soldiers might double, yet it would still be a mere drop in the bucket for King's Landing. Since its establishment, King's Landing has primarily functioned as a town and capital rather than a military stronghold, merely the landing point of the conqueror Aegon upon the shores of Westeros. Gradually evolving into a dwelling situated on relatively flat terrain with only 3 modest hills. After the conquest, the Targaryens, possessing dragons, at their zenith, over a dozen, instilled fear in those who dared to defy them. Hence, the walls of King's Landing are not particularly imposing, certainly not comparable to the formidable heights of Dragonstone or Casterly Rock. Furthermore, it boasts an excessive number of gates, 7 in total, indicating 7 critical points of defense, which inevitably disperses their strength. With a wall circumference of approximately 10 miles, one would need to guard it, and even with a soldier stationed every 10 meters, it would require 16,000 soldiers to adequately defend the walls. King Aerys is already prepared to relinquish the outer city of King's Landing. He has previously instructed Rosart to lead the sages of the Alchemist Guild in burying wildfire throughout the city, ready to ignite it should circumstances turn dire, turning the outer city and the traitors to ashes. The ferocity of wildfire would surely instill terror in the hearts of the treacherous lords, while the Red Keep would remain standing, allowing House Targaryen to retain its claim to the Iron Throne. The king's intentions are noble, yet he has suffered from reckless gambles before. Wildfire would undoubtedly reduce King's Landing to rubble, but the insurgents are not mere inanimate structures. They will not stand idly by as the flames approach. They can flee. Therefore, he must secure a contingency plan for House Targaryen, ensure the designation of an heir to the Iron Throne, and escort family members out of King's Landing. Even the poorest of the flea-ridden populace understands the wisdom of not placing all eggs in one basket. Surely, His Majesty would not risk every member of House Targaryen within the powder keg of King's Landing. He may perish, but the bloodline of the Dragon King cannot be extinguished. At present, the three most trusted advisors are by his side, and he seeks their counsel. Alas, their arguments are as varied as the stars, culminating in a single conclusion that leaves him to act unilaterally. Damn it, I wasted a splendid feast. The king seethes with frustration, yet finds himself powerless. At that moment, he notices the ever-hungry Jaehaerys, who remains unfazed in such dire circumstances, a testament to his fortitude. Jaehaerys, what is your perspective? The king inquires. What? What do you mean by how I watch? Naturally, I sit to observe, Jaehaerys thought to himself, harboring disdain. You discuss your matters while I attend to my meal. Must we not coexist without interference? With the army at the gates and clouds of war looming, the hearts of men wavered, and the fall of kingdoms was a common occurrence. Who truly held dominion over the shifting tides of power? Chapter 11. The wildfire strategy. Of course, disdain was one thing, but voicing it was another. The individual seated above was both his king and father. Given the inquiry, when it came to understanding the overarching narrative, who could rival him? Ahem, make way, for I shall don my AC. My father, I assert that young Aegon is the true dragon, and I present 3 reasons. First, my brother Rhaegar is the rightful heir to the Iron Throne, and his progeny should inherit accordingly. Moreover, Rhaegar fell in battle for the realm. To strip young Aegon of his birthright at such a critical juncture would alienate those who sympathize with and cherish him, pushing them towards rebellion. Second, according to the precedent set by the Great Council of 101, females and their offspring cannot inherit the Iron Throne. Thus, Rhaenys cannot claim it. Aside from her, only Aegon. Viserys and I possess a claim, and Aegon stands as the first in line, his rights beyond dispute. Third, as for Viserys and myself, it is well understood that our wisdom and strategy are merely mediocre, far from sagacious. Therefore, I believe Aegon to be the most suitable heir, given his greater potential for growth. Wouldn't you agree? Viserys, incensed, retorted, You, sir, are the very embodiment of mediocrity. You lack any hope of ascending to the Iron Throne, yet strive to pull me down with you. You beardless scoundrel. I have never encountered such shamelessness. Yet, Jaehaerys' declaration prompted the king, queen, and 3 high ministers to nod in silent agreement. Unbeknownst to them, they misinterpreted Jaehaerys' tone of humility, believing instead that he possessed an acute understanding of both himself and his twin brother. After all, the brothers' prior conduct had hardly inspired confidence. Very well, Jaehaerys speaks wisely. Let it be settled thus. The king interjected, decisively concluding the matter. Varys, with his ever-amused gaze, cast a sidelong glance at Jaehaerys, his lips perpetually curled in a smile. With the question of succession resolved, the banquet began to draw to a close. The king dismissed several children early, retaining the ministers for further deliberation. Rhaenys, trailing Queen Rhaella, cradled her little black cat, Balerion, and merrily vanished from sight. Viserys, his face flushed and fists clenched, sought to confront Jaehaerys, but a mere glance from Jaehaerys instilled him with a paralyzing dread. His complexion paled, and his demeanor became awkward, just as he attempted to explain. Jaehaerys had already distanced himself. Silently, he vowed to diligently train under Master Willem from the morrow, determined that once he bested Jaehaerys, he would see how brazen he remained. Jaehaerys awaited in the hall outside for the 3 dignitaries to emerge. After approximately an hour, the ministers filed out, their steps devoid of inebriation. He seized the opportunity to pursue Master Rosart, following the direction of his departure. Master Rosart, please, do hold. Rosart is a stubborn and obstinate elder, who, much like the majority of the wise members of the Alchemist Guild, has devoted his life to restoring the esteemed glory of the guild. Alas, the alchemy, magic, and arcane secrets they profess have proven to be ineffectual. The sole function of the pyromancers now is to provide wildfire, which is precisely the objective of Jaehaerys. Upon his arrival in this realm, Jaehaerys contemplated the possibility of inventing gunpowder. He was aware of the formula for black powder: 1 part saltpeter, 2 parts sulfur, and 3 parts charcoal. He had conducted several experiments, yet he could not ascertain whether the failure stemmed from insufficient purity or operational errors. For the black powder he produced lacked any explosive power, resembling more of a combustible agent. Admittedly, he acknowledged his inability to purify saltpeter and sulfur, as these substances were primarily utilized by chemical enterprises in his former world, far beyond the reach of the common folk. Thus, he resolved to settle for wildfire, which, despite its instability, possessed a potency far superior to his half-hearted black powder. With a low ignition point and the ability to ignite upon impact, it could even burn upon steel and water's surface, advantages that, if mastered, would render it immensely useful. After all, upon departing from King's Landing, Dragonstone would inevitably face a conflagration. And in an age devoid of dragons, what could be a mightier naval weapon than wildfire? The ships of Stannis, which were consigned to flames during the Battle of Blackwater, would undoubtedly have their opinions validated. Jaehaerys was resolute in his pursuit of the techniques for producing wildfire, and Rhaegar, as the chief alchemist, was reputed to possess unparalleled expertise in this craft. It was said that his production alone accounted for 1/3 of the entire Alchemist Guild's output. What a commendable practitioner of the arcane arts he is. However, Rhaegar, in his advancing years and having indulged in considerable libations, found his hearing somewhat impaired. It was not until Jaehaerys approached him from a few paces behind that he realized he was being followed. He halted, leaning on his cane, and slowly turned to face the newcomer. "Are you His Highness Jaehaerys?" Rhaegar had previously struggled to differentiate between the twins, but at the evening's banquet, Jaehaerys' composed and approachable demeanor made it easy to distinguish him from his brother. It was not that Viserys was undesirable. Rather, his noble arrogance and frivolous tendencies made it challenging for an elder of common birth to genuinely express respect. In contrast, he found Jaehaerys' grounded nobility far more appealing. Regrettably, he was not the elder brother. Otherwise, he would have readily endorsed Jaehaerys as the heir to the Iron Throne. Contemplating this, a glimmer of sympathy and regret crept into Rhaegar's gaze as he regarded Jaehaerys. "What commands do you bring, Your Majesty?" "My lord, you misunderstand," Jaehaerys replied, pondering how best to articulate his thoughts. After all, seeking treasures from the Alchemist Guild required a degree of delicacy. "You are, without a doubt, the most learned sage across the 7 kingdoms, and my admiration for you flows ceaselessly like the vast waters of the Blackwater. Today, meeting you feels like a long-awaited reunion." He showered the elder with flattery, hoping to lower his defenses. Yet, to the elder, having encountered a multitude of individuals throughout his life, the adage that those who show deference often have ulterior motives was all too familiar. Though Rhaegar might not articulate this sentiment, the underlying truth was universally understood. "Your Highness, what do you wish for?" "Allow me to guess. Do you desire wildfire?" "Huh." Jaehaerys appeared momentarily taken aback. "Was my expression so evident?" "My prince, this substance is extraordinarily perilous. Your ancestor, King Aegon V, met his demise due to it, and further back, Prince Aelix Targaryen's fate serves as a cautionary tale. For one of your tender years, excessive curiosity may yield grave consequences." Rhaegar understood that the allure of fire is deeply embedded in Targaryen lineage. In their youth, both Aerys, the old King Jaehaerys, and Aegon V exhibited an insatiable fascination for wildfire, thus rendering Jaehaerys' current demeanor entirely typical. "My lord, you are mistaken. I seek the techniques for creating wildfire." Jaehaerys did not conceal his intentions. After all, what was the worst that could happen? Rejection. The Alchemist Guild is not solely represented by Rhaegar. Might you enlighten this old man as to why you desire the knowledge of its creation? A flicker of doubt crossed Rhaegar's murky gaze. Aside from the long-ago visit of the Red Priests of Essos, who gleaned but a fraction of knowledge from the Alchemist Guild, this substance has remained shrouded in secrecy for centuries. The world knows of its existence, yet its properties are scarcely understood. Chapter 12. Within reach, my lord. Do you believe King's Landing can withstand the siege? Jaehaerys countered with a question of his own. Of course, Rhaegar hesitated for a brief moment before responding. Jaehaerys internally rolled his eyes. Was it truly not a matter of conscience to deceive a child? If there were genuine confidence in defending King's Landing, why would the Mad King order the Alchemist Guild to lay wildfire throughout the city? Was it a plan to doom the entire populace? Such recklessness surpasses even that of beasts. It was my father who issued the command. Well, the wise may be judged by their actions, not their hearts. Yet this remains untested. It is not that Jaehaerys, having traversed time, lacks discernment between right and wrong or fails to assist the just cause. His purpose in seeking out Rhaegar was twofold: to acquire the techniques for wildfire production and to thwart the plans of Aerys II to incinerate the city. This course of action bears several advantages. First, it ensures the superiority of their military preparedness. Had Stannis possessed wildfire in the past, who could say whether King's Landing would have endured until Tywin and the Lords of the Riverlands arrived? Second, it would salvage the Targaryen family's image in the eyes of the realm, particularly among the nobility. The reason Daenerys faced betrayal from Tyrion and Jon Snow lies not only in their selfishness, but also in the fear that she inherited the madness of the Mad King. Third, it would prevent Jaime and the Lannister family from gaining prestige. Jaime, known as the Kingslayer, would inevitably face disgrace, even if not executed. Yet he was pardoned by Robert and allowed to remain in the Kingsguard. The primary reason for this leniency was his act of slaying the pyromancers, thus saving all of King's Landing. My lord, I firmly believe that King's Landing shall succumb, Jaehaerys declared with unwavering certainty, his tone as resolute as if he had witnessed the events firsthand. You should know that certain members of our Targaryen family possess the extraordinary ability to foresee the future in their dreams, most famously exemplified by Jaehaerys. Thank the heavens for this enchanted world. Dreamwalker Daenerys Targaryen, the old man exclaimed. Indeed, she foresaw the cataclysmic downfall of the freehold of Valyria, which compelled my ancestors to bring dragons to Dragonstone. And I too possess this prophetic gift, Jaehaerys proclaimed. Although he had never truly experienced a dragon dream, it did not hinder him from weaving grand tales. More importantly, the elder before him was a staunch believer in magic. Your Highness, might you share what you have envisioned? Rhaegar would not take his casual remark at face value. Tangible evidence was required. I dreamt of golden waves engulfing the entirety of King's Landing. I dreamt my father commanded that King's Landing be reduced to charred remains and roasted flesh. I dreamt he fell in a pool of blood, a golden sword severing his throat. One must tread carefully with such revelations. Prophecies are often shrouded in obscurity. Lacking the air of mystery can lead to skepticism. Then why not speak of it to His Majesty? He is your father. Rhaegar was taken aback by the dream. If one could foresee, could it not be averted? My lord, my father is of a suspicious nature. Even if I were to express my visions, he may not believe me and could well blame me instead. I dare not. Jaehaerys lamented in the pitiful tone of a 7-year-old boy. How could a child, gripped by fear of his father, confide in such a manner? Rhaegar empathized, realizing that had he a similar father, he too would likely keep his thoughts to himself. Having come to this realization, he set aside his doubts. Your Highness, I can teach you how to create wildfire, but you must swear an oath to the gods that you shall not disclose it, not even to those closest to you, such as parents, siblings, or children. Very well, I swear by the gods of the heavens that I shall not reveal a word, otherwise, wildfire shall consume my body and my soul shall find no peace. Jaehaerys vowed as per Rhaegar's request, fully intending to keep the secret, for to him, wildfire was merely a transitional tool for his development. Once he mastered his craft, the world would be his to command. Do not question why. It is simply a matter of confidence. As Rhaegar noted the lateness of the hour, he instructed Jaehaerys to return the following morning, and with that, he slowly exited the Red Keep, assisted by attendants, and took his carriage down the hill of Aegon. The next morning, Jaehaerys, unusually, did not attend his morning lessons. Before dawn, he stealthily departed through the northern gate of the Red Keep, accompanied by 2 guards. Making his way along the main road towards the Alchemist Guild located on Silent Sister Street. Upon arrival, the guild hall stood as an imposing structure of cold, black stone, adorned with engravings of burning green flames, serving as a secure haven for the perilous wildfire. The guards, clad in golden robes, instinctively attempted to block his passage, but upon recognizing him, they promptly granted entry. Do not make a fuss, Jaehaerys whispered as he donned his hood while passing by Rosat, before stepping into the dimly lit hall where Rosat and 2 other fire sorcerers awaited him. Your Highness, this material requires the use of mysterious magic in its creation. Oh, please forgive my rudeness. Allow me to introduce these 2 esteemed gentlemen, the wise Gorgith and wise Viserys. It is a pleasure to meet you. Jaehaerys bowed. Gorgith was a middle-aged man with black curly hair, while Viserys appeared older than Rosat, his frail form raising doubts that a gust of wind could easily topple him. Subsequently, Rosat invited Jaehaerys to accompany him to the wildfire manufacturing workshop. As the workshop lay deep underground, they had to traverse a dark, deep passageway. the stone walls damp and the atmosphere chilly. Having already established a foundation, Jaehaerys was more resilient to temperature changes than the average person. Thus, he felt no discomfort from the cold. However, the continuous descent evoked within him a sensation akin to venturing into a tomb. "My lord, how many members of the guild are still capable of producing this material?" Jaehaerys inquired casually, as he had little else to occupy his mind. "Not many. Currently, only the 3 of us wise ones are proficient in its manufacture, along with a few apprentices learning alongside us. However, their mastery of the spells still requires improvement. This magic is exceedingly subtle and intricate, yet utterly indispensable," Rosat lamented, reflecting on the apparent decline of fire sorcerers due to the seeming disappearance of magic from the world. "I see." Jaehaerys pondered thoughtfully. He understood well why magic might have faded. Perhaps it had not vanished, but had instead become elusive. When the dragon lords roamed the earth, magical power was akin to fireflies in the night, easily captured. Now, however, those fireflies had transformed into bats in the darkness. Some could sense them. Yet they were no longer within reach. After approximately 5 minutes of descent, he beheld stone houses underground. Faint light seeping through the cracks of the doors like the ethereal white sands under moonlight. Rosat entered his chamber and emerged holding a scroll. "Your Highness, this is the scroll of the manufacturing technique. You may study it here. Shortly, I will begin crafting this material, and you can observe closely." Chapter 13. The prodigy Jaehaerys was determined not to miss this opportunity for first-hand observation, so he quickly scanned the scroll. The incantation for creating wildfire consisted of hundreds of syllables, convoluted and complex. After silently reciting it, he stumbled through the words under Rosat's encouraging gaze. As Rosat corrected his missteps and indicated when to utter the incantations, Jaehaerys completed the recitation without error. Suddenly, he noticed a surge of scorching spiritual energy coalescing in the air, distinct from the inhalable aura. It was wild and ferocious, akin to a beast, untouchable. "There is something remarkable here," Jaehaerys thought to himself. Rosat appeared to be oblivious to any anomalies, yet he was utterly astonished by Jaehaerys' ability to swiftly master incantations. If the assistants and apprentices within the guild could emulate Jaehaerys, there would be no concern regarding the guild's future prosperity. Talents are indeed rare. Sometimes, it is difficult to find a distinguished mentor, but even the most esteemed mentors struggle to discover promising students. Particularly in this era where mere literacy excludes the vast majority from the gates of knowledge. The elder sorcerer, filled with delight at the prospect of a keen learner, devoted himself wholeheartedly to teaching. With one eager to learn and another dedicated to instructing, Jaehaerys had learned the spell and inscribed the magical array within just a morning. His speed was so remarkable that it led the old sorcerer to question his own life choices. Initially, he boasted about his own youthful learning pace, but soon found that comparison impossible. How could he even begin to boast? To put it metaphorically, Jaehaerys' comprehension soared like a dragon in flight. While he himself had been but a tortoise in its slow crawl, they were no longer operating on the same plane. The elder sorcerer began to suspect that Jaehaerys must have garnered the favor of the King of Light, as it was unfathomable how effortlessly he grasped fire magic, drawing connections and even proposing improvements. Regarding the depiction of the magical array alone, Jaehaerys suggested 3 modifications. Initially, Rosat thought he was merely spouting nonsense. But when he conducted experiments based on Jaehaerys' recommendations, he was unexpectedly met with a fluidity that felt akin to the finest silk from the premier trading city gliding through his fingertips, exquisitely smooth. Without even practical application, he knew that Jaehaerys' innovations were undoubtedly sound. This youth possessed an astonishing talent for fire magic. Jaehaerys remained unaware of the elder's thoughts, and even if he were to know, he would merely smile faintly. His hands were merely accustomed to the craft. During his time learning to draw symbols under his father's strict guidance, he had endured many a reprimand. To an outsider, Taoist talismans might seem like mere scribbles, but to an expert, a genuine talisman must comprise the 34 symbols of intent, the 34 governing deities, the 34 body of the talisman, the 34 feet of the talisman, and the 34 spirit of the talisman, none of which can be omitted. The techniques for drawing talismans are divided into curved and straight methods, with the most typical curved technique exemplified in the cloud seal method, which would appear as an incomprehensible script to the untrained eye. The straight method emphasizes linear precision, exuding a sense of authority and seriousness, requiring that the stroke be completed in a single, uninterrupted motion. Thus, the difficulty is evident. Moreover, after laying the foundation, his understanding of spiritual energy allowed him to immediately identify any sluggishness in the flow of energy within the array. Thus, it truly became second nature to him. For in comparison to talismans, This array merely represented a rudimentary level of communication with spiritual energy. Rosat felt a profound premonition that the opportunity for the Alchemist Guild's resurgence lay before this young prince, prompting him to lead Jaehaerys to the workshop with even greater enthusiasm. The workshop, adjacent to the chambers of the fire sorcerers, yet with a more considerable distance between them, was filled with barrels of oil, sand, and various containers. The materials for wildfires are costly, which has perpetually limited their production. We require fish oil and certain minerals, the elder explained. Jaehaerys observed the oil barrel containing a semi-solid grease, emanating a distinct fishy aroma, which he surmised to be fish oil. Inside the container was a pale, waxy substance that released a pungent scent. Your Highness, that mineral we refer to as green flashstone is one of the most crucial raw materials for producing this substance. However, caution is advised, as it is toxic and highly flammable, necessitating its confinement in the barrel and sealing it tightly. As a liberal arts student, Jaehaerys was not well versed in the minerals and chemical substances of Earth, let alone in the world of A Song of Ice and Fire. Alas, what a disgrace it was for a traveler from another realm. Subsequently, Rosette demonstrated the process of creating wildfire, carefully extracting an appropriate amount of green flashstone, grinding it into powder with a wooden pestle, and then adding the semi-solid fish oil, mixing it thoroughly. This concoction was then placed into a rough, fruit-shaped ceramic jar, which was positioned upon a pre-drawn magical circle as incantations were uttered. Jaehaerys meticulously observed each step, simultaneously extending his consciousness to sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy. Indeed, since establishing his foundation, he had been able to perceive his consciousness and now could extend it outward, sensing objects within a radius of approximately 3 meters. Under the scrutiny of his consciousness, the space around him seemed to shift into an infrared mode, with crimson, volatile spiritual energy gradually becoming controllable through the interplay of the magical circle and the incantation, slowly merging with the mixture of fish oil and mineral powder. The fish oil and powdered stone gradually melted, ultimately forming a liquid that shimmered with a green luminescence, resembling a melted green bean smoothie. After a single observation, Jaehaerys comprehended the entire process. With Rosette's consent, he began to attempt the creation of wildfire. He meticulously adhered to the old sorcerer's proportions for the ingredients. For he was the expert. The steps to produce wildfire were not overly complex, akin to the chemistry experiments he had encountered in middle school in his previous life. The difference lay in the necessity of personally handling the raw materials, significantly heightening the complexity and duration of the endeavor. Nevertheless, for Jaehaerys, this was merely a task. Before long, he independently completed a jar of wildfire, and even though the old sorcerer had mentally prepared himself, he was still astounded by Jaehaerys' progress. The old sorcerer then imparted to him the incantation to suppress the explosive ignition and uncontrollable nature of wildfire, a means to prevent accidental combustion during storage. Following this, they discussed the preservation of the finished wildfire, with the old sorcerer generously sharing his knowledge. As Jaehaerys departed the guild hall with the guards, making his way back to the Red Keep, a young man clad in assistant's attire approached, whispering something into the old sorcerer's ear. The old sorcerer waved his hand dismissively, indicating that such trifles were inconsequential. Should King's Landing fall, the alchemists must leave behind a seed for the future. In the depths of the underground gloom, the perception of time's passage diminished considerably. Upon emerging from the Alchemist Guild, Jaehaerys discovered the sun at its zenith, the streets sparsely populated with hurried passers-by, each bearing the pallor of hunger. Occasionally, he encountered a few carriages adorned with family crests, making their way towards the Great September of Baelor at the other end of the intersection. Chapter 14. Spring Thunder. The journey back to the Red Keep was uneventful, save for a handful of emaciated individuals resembling withered trees who attempted to beg for alms. Upon being reprimanded by the guards, they quickly dispersed, realizing that their intended targets were not to be trifled with. During the war, the scarcity of food and warm clothing had led to soaring prices within King's Landing. The ordinary populace could scarcely afford even moldy bread mixed with tree bark and chaff, although the flea-ridden hovels still provided a meager supply of brown broth. Even that dwindled in availability and time of distribution. With a population of 500,000, King's Landing stood as the most densely populated city on the entire continent of Westeros. However, this figure also encompassed the farmers and fishermen from surrounding villages and towns, meaning the actual number of residents within the city was considerably less, owing to the generally low educational levels of the era. The precise population of the city was a mystery known only to the deities. Even if King's Landing were to host 200,000 inhabitants, Sustaining such a large number during peacetime would be a significant burden, let alone amidst the ravages of war. Once the flames of conflict ignited, the chaos within the city was both foreseeable and inevitable. Strangely, it seemed that the court ministers had never expressed concern over this matter, appearing oblivious, as if anything unseen could be deemed non-existent. Yet, those neglected and forgotten souls also required sustenance. They could not survive solely on roots and vermin during prolonged sieges. Once driven to desperation, they would abandon all faith, ethics, and laws, ruthlessly attacking merchants, wealthy individuals, and ultimately turning their wrath upon the aristocracy and lords, culminating in assaults on the Red Keep. They would behave like marching ants, consuming everything in their path. Jaehaerys had never experienced hunger himself, but his parents had recounted tales of their own childhood deprivation, and he had witnessed depictions of such suffering in films. The narratives rarely captured the lives of the common folk, focusing instead on grand tales and the power struggles among the nobility. Yet, reality encompassed far more than that. While the commoners remained unacknowledged, should someone truly incite or manipulate them, they could become a force capable of dismantling all forms of governance. For instance, during the Dance of the Dragons, the citizens of King's Landing stormed the dragon pit and slaved for dragons. Similarly, during the War of the Five Kings, a riot in King's Landing resulted in the deaths of the High Septon and 2 Kingsguard. Thus, Jaehaerys' current outing was discreet, yet fraught with peril. Should it attract the attention of those with ill intentions, the consequences could be dire. Upon returning to his chambers in the Red Keep, he swiftly shut the doors and windows, drawing the curtains with utmost care before cautiously retrieving a small jar from beneath his cloak. Within the confines of the ceramic vessel lay a mixture of green flashstone and fish oil. The fish oil, having emerged from the damp and frigid depths of the earth, had begun to melt, and through the pottery, Jaehaerys could almost sense the gathering warmth. He dared not linger and promptly set his thoughts into action. While in the subterranean guild hall, he had sensed, albeit faintly, that this substance, wildfire, was endowed with fluidity and persistence by the fish oil, a low ignition point by the green flash stone, and a ferocity in combustion by the elemental fire energy, while the magical array served to unite these 3 elements, as if framing them within a boundary. Each of the 4 elements was indispensable, yet their stability could not be assured. Given this, could the wild and feral fire energy be transmuted into a more balanced and harmonious personal energy? Or could the magical array be refined to render the framework more robust? With such thoughts in mind, he discreetly took some materials, intending to conduct experiments in his chamber. The fireplace was spacious, its embers long extinguished, and the materials he had pilfered were limited, ensuring that even if they were to burn, it would not last long. There was room for improvement in the magical array, but this would require considerable time, or perhaps a further enhancement of his cultivation, granting him a deeper understanding of the primal forces of this world. For now, he would experiment with substituting the fire energy with his own essence and observe the outcome. He swiftly cleared the ashes from the hearth, exposing the dark stone slab beneath, and with a knife as his quill, he deftly inscribed the magical array in one continuous motion. He then placed the ceramic vessel upon it and channeled his personal energy into the pot. Soon, under the influence of his essence and the magical array, the mixture of fish oil and minerals transformed into a crystalline clarity. Success! Jaehaerys, elated, probed the interior of his concoction with his spiritual sense. Had this been the wildfire concocted by fire mages, he would not have dared to do so. After all, spiritual sense is a form of mental energy that can manifest into a divine spirit. Traditional wildfire is notoriously unstable. Who could predict whether his spiritual sense would trigger an immediate conflagration upon entry? He was merely at the foundation stage of his cultivation, not impervious to fire. However, his concoction was different. It was infused with his own essence, which would not repel his spiritual force. Under the influence of his spiritual sense, the inner workings of the wildfire became transparent. His personal energy interconnected the other 3 elements, centering them around himself and forming a relatively stable configuration. One might liken it to the establishment of a buffer layer among the 3 elements. Only if this layer were breached or the energy suddenly lost its tranquil state would an explosive ignition occur. At present, the color of the wildfire had also altered slightly. It no longer appeared as a deep, foreboding green. Instead, within the black ceramic vessel, it radiated a vibrant spring green. This hue was splendid, reminiscent of tender shoots in spring. Such a transformation might diminish the essence of wildfire. As the saying goes, after the rain, the sky clears and the clouds disperse. With such a color, it shall henceforth be named spring thunder. I truly am a genius at naming. As for its potency, that remains to be tested. He arrived at the sacred grove of the Red Keep, carrying a ceramic jar. The grove, steeped in the traditions of the ancestors, served as a place of worship for those who believed in the old gods. Since the Undulls crossed the sea, they have preserved the custom of the sacred grove. Yet for the Undulls who worship the Seven, it has merely become a locale for leisure and reflection. Within each sacred grove stands a heart tree. Some castles boast a fish-leaf tree, a colossal pale tree depicted in the series, symbolizing the features of humanity. While the heart tree of the Red Keep's grove is a grand oak, its branches entwined with vines of smokeberries, with dragon beard grass flourishing beneath. Jaehaerys surveyed his surroundings. The grove was silent. At this hour, servants were preparing food, and the noble women gathered in the small chapel of the Red Keep to pray to the deities. Leaving this place long neglected, he set down the ceramic jar and found a flat, vacant spot, where a large stone protruded from the ground like the back of a reclining old ox. Its surface was smooth and polished, the edges nearly worn to a patina, as if many had reclined there to cool off. "Haha, behold my palm lightning," Jaehaerys shouted, envisioning himself as the Lord of Thunder in a game. And with a flick of his wrist, he sent a spherical bolt of lightning soaring from his hand, intending to strike his foes senseless. However, reality diverged slightly. The weight of the jar proved too cumbersome for him, and due to his technique, what should have struck the bull's head veered towards its hindquarters. With a resounding thud, a burst of green light erupted, cascading down the stone wall. From a distance, it resembled a stone bull relieving itself, and indeed, it was of a peculiar green hue. Chapter 15. Unresolved sorrows. The spring thunder burned upon the stone for an extended duration. Wherever it flowed, it transformed into a vibrant green flame, distinct from the warm hues of orange and red flames. It seemed to bear no warmth, like a whimsical green sprite donning a bikini, cavorting upon the branches, rocks, and water, leaving a trail of black footprints in its wake. As one approached, it became evident that fire, ultimately, remains fire, an entity that guides humanity away from the savage era of raw flesh and blood, a beacon of compassion and bounty bestowed by the divine. Gradually, as the flames began to extinguish, Jaehaerys stepped closer, observing that the bull's tail had melted slightly. Cautiously, he stirred with a stick, which soon charred at its tip from the intense heat. With a firm tug, he fashioned a spiraled horn, reminiscent of glass-blowing techniques he had once witnessed. However, a clumsy craftsman possessed little skill, merely prodding and poking. In a short span, the previously smooth stone sprouted sharp stone stalagmites, columns, and corals, creating a jagged landscape. The ground lay charred in expansive patches, and the sparse grasses that struggled for survival in the crevices had turned to mere ashes, a scene of profound desolation. Jaehaerys gazed with compassion, unwilling to condemn these unremarkable lives to oblivion due to his own transgressions. Thus, he gathered withered grass from elsewhere to spread upon the ground and stones, the dried grass already abundant with seeds, to enhance the nourishment. He even procured a vial of young boy's urine, confident that come the spring rains, this place would once again burst with vitality. Satisfied with his efforts, he departed, elated by the results of the thunder experiment. Though it required considerable energy, it resolved the issue of stability, proving to be a formidable weapon. However, it was not yet prudent to disclose its existence. In any era, a few instruments of war could hardly alter the tide of history, unless a quantitative change precipitated a qualitative one. Otherwise, it would merely add to the troubles. He resolved to wait until he reached Dragonstone, to settle down and further his cultivation before enhancing the magical array, employing talismanic thinking to address the structural issues. After all, what good would it do to transform himself into a mere human if it only allowed him to create a few more jars of thunder? As he mused on the merits of ginseng and deer antler, he returned to his chamber, humming an oddly pronounced tune. Yet, he felt an unsettling sense of forgetfulness. Upon reflection, he exclaimed, "By the gods! In my excitement over conjuring wildfire, I neglected to instruct the old sorcerer to refrain from burning the city. Oh well, it seems he did not truly set the city ablaze after all. That is of little consequence. Time to retire for the night. My lord, why do we linger?" A voice questioned within Robert's grand tent, where a pale-faced man with indifferent eyes was surrounded by a throng of generals. Among them, a tall, impatient one-eyed giant tugged at the man's cloak, demanding, "Sir Amory, should you continue to show such a lack of decorum, I would not hesitate to relieve you of your other eye." The man spoke softly, his stature neither robust nor tall, resembling a slender hound in contrast to the imposing figure beside him. Yet, when he spoke, the clamor ceased, and all turned their attention to his words. "Every female human, Upon reaching a certain age, experiences a monthly cycle of bleeding, lasting a week, and this cycle continues indefinitely. However, this particular male is remarkable. He bleeds every few days. This individual was Lord Luther Bolton, the current Count of Harrenhal, of noble lineage, whose ancestors had earned notoriety for their skinning prowess, resulting in a global prohibition against the practice of their ancestral craft. Nevertheless, he found solace in other pursuits. Unable to skin humans, he resorted to bloodletting himself. Thus, he often placed leeches upon his body, allowing them to draw his blood, relishing the sensation of vitality flowing through him as toxins purged from his system, leaving him invigorated, almost as if his soul ascended to the heavens, with an unparalleled inner joy. In truth, he and some vampire count from the Blue Star were a match made in heaven. One reveled in bloodletting while the other delighted in bloodsucking. Perfect. Alas, this world knew no vampires. Otherwise, he would certainly indulge in such a pursuit himself. Duke Robb Stark has issued a decree, commanding all lords, great and small, to heed the directives of the Duke of the North, our esteemed Stark, in stark contrast to his elder brother, the Earl of Bolton, savored a spiced cup of hot wine, and it must be remarked that the wine from the Riverlands possesses a certain sourness, inferior to that of the North. Perhaps it is due to its proximity to the South. Otherwise, how could the wine from Sweetwine Island exude such a refreshing sweetness reminiscent of summer? Nevertheless, there are advantages here, as his beloved companions are notably more robust, and even include the rarest of exquisite white beauties seldom seen in the North. At that moment, a messenger, escorted by guards, entered through the flap of the great tent, announcing, "My Lord Bolton, the Duke commands." Due to the absence of scholars and ravens among the troops, communication with the main forces relied solely on the messengers, who, fortunately, were not positioned too far ahead. Thanks to their swift steeds, they could convey the latest military orders within half a day. Lord Roose Bolton unsealed a parchment bearing the sigil of a dire wolf, revealing the contents before the assembly. "Ah, gentlemen, we have an adversary," the Earl of Bolton proclaimed in his customary tone. "The Lannisters have dispatched troops from Casterly Rock. Duke Tywin leads 10,000 soldiers from the Westerlands, along with 2,000 knights and attendants, advancing along the Gold Road towards King's Landing. Their intentions remain uncertain. The Duke believes they may be royal reinforcements and has commanded us to prepare for reconnaissance, ensuring our safety above all. One of us Northerners can take on 10 of them. Those Westerland lords, adorned in their flamboyant finery, are but a gaggle of summer nights, easily vanquished. Indeed, let us crush their helmets with our maces." A fervor ignited among the assembly. They had lingered at the Boar's Head for days, yearning for battle to satiate their thirst for bloodshed. A string of victories had intoxicated their minds, or perhaps they had always held the Southern Knights in contempt. Imbued with the arrogance and ruggedness of winter, Lord Bolton raised a hand, and the clamor gradually subsided. "Earl Selwyn, Lord Dustin, I require you to dispatch your finest knights to scout the enemy's movements along the way. Report any developments immediately, and do not engage the enemy without orders. My lords, sharpen your blades and prepare for battle at all times." 2 men clad in chainmail, lined with black wool and leather vests, turned to heed the command, while the others busied themselves. Such tranquil moments are fleeting. Soon, the air of King's Landing buzzed with excitement. Jaehaerys learned that Duke Tywin had marched to reinforce the city and would soon arrive at its gates. The entire populace of King's Landing buzzed with the notion that Duke Tywin was their savior, having set aside his grievances with the king to fulfill his duty. His glory as precious as gold. Jaehaerys scoffed softly. Tywin had yet to arrive, yet the entire city sang his praises. Were it not for his knowledge of the unfolding narrative, he would be reluctant to believe the sordid deeds Tywin had committed. There was no honor to be found in him. He was merely a ruthless executioner. Some matters must be arranged in advance, not for the Targaryens, but for the tumult within one's heart, the unquenchable anger, and the unresolved hatred. Chapter 16. The meteoric sword in the Royal Council. A cacophony erupted among the attendees, primarily concerning whether to allow the reinforcements into the city, should they indeed be reinforcements. If Jaehaerys were to learn of the discord at the council, he might well exclaim that there are still those who possess discernment. The protector of the West, Duke Tywin Lannister's brother, Ser Kevan Lannister, had already led 1,000 knights along with an equal number of attendants to the outskirts of the city beyond the Lion's Gate. This location marks the beginning of the Golden Road, with an additional 10,000 infantry and knights hastily advancing towards King's Landing along this route, their speed astonishing to behold. Tywin, a seasoned general, truly understood the value of swiftness in warfare. Before dusk, Ser Kevin dispatched an envoy to the Red Keep, requesting entry into the city for coordinated defense. Upon receiving the envoy's letter, the king promptly convened a council, where the high officials found themselves divided on the matter of the Lannister reinforcements. One faction, led by Grand Maester Pycelle, advocated for their entry into the city, while the opposing faction, represented by the king's advisor Rosart and the master of whispers Varys, suspected the Lannisters of ulterior motives, fearing they might have covertly allied with the rebels. As the two factions argued, the other high officials remained silent, merely observing the spectacle. For each side appeared to have a point. The king, resolute in his authority, interjected, "Noble lords, consider this. If Lord Tywin genuinely intended to render aid, why did he not mobilize the moment your majesty called for assistance? Why did he not strike at the rebels' flank while the crown prince valiantly faced them in battle? Why remain silent until reaching King's Landing before informing your majesty?" At that moment, Varys could no longer maintain his usual smile. The eight-legged spider revealed a fierce countenance, as if staring not at colleagues, but at a herd of foolish swine. Pycelle's face bore faint wrinkles, and his beard, which extended to his chest, was a mix of gray and white. The weight of his maester's chain, laden with gold and silver, far surpassed that of others. "My Lord Varys, do not allow jealousy and rage to cloud your judgment. We all know Lord Tywin's unwavering loyalty to your majesty. In this time of peril, who else but Lord Tywin could possibly stem the tide and support the crumbling edifice? Your majesty, as you are undoubtedly aware, Lord Tywin, despite having had his share of disagreements with you, has consistently stood unwaveringly by your side in matters of great national importance. Had you not opposed it, his beloved daughter would have long since been united with the crown prince as a celestial couple. Of course, I do not imply that your decisions are misguided. Indeed, your foresight and profound strategic thinking are qualities that both Tywin and I, along with other loyal subjects, deeply admire. King Aegon too has spent his life yearning for validation and acclaim from others, yet he has scarcely accomplished anything worthy of such praise, leaving behind a legacy marked by cruelty and capriciousness. This notorious reputation has tarnished the merits of many of his descendants. The king sat upon the Iron Throne, a grotesque creation adorned with sharp spikes, jagged edges, and twisted metal. Its backrest bristled with vicious points, rendering it uncomfortable and unyielding for repose. The occupant must ever be wary of the treacherous barbs and hooks that could inflict harm. The once merciless Rhaegar met his end upon its cruel spikes, and the young King Viserys I succumbed to a grievous infection from a wound inflicted by its cruel hooks. While the Iron Throne often inflicted wounds upon Aegon too, the consequences were rarely dire. Nonetheless, the psychological toll was considerable, as a popular rumor persisted that the throne would injure any who were unworthy of kingship. Though Aegon too executed several gossip-mongers, the whispers of the populace could not be silenced. If anyone knows Tywin best, it must be Aegon too himself. Their relationship has been one of love and enmity over many years, and they are well acquainted with each other's strengths and weaknesses. Should the opportunity arise, Aegon would certainly seek to eliminate Tywin, yet for years he has been unable to find such a chance. Aegon is indeed volatile. However, he does not resort to indiscriminate violence. His execution of Rhaegar Stark and his heir, Brandon Stark, was cloaked in the guise of treason and conspiracy against the crown prince. Though the methods employed were exceedingly brutal, he had previously made several verbal assaults on Tywin's beautiful wife, Joanna Lannister, intending to provoke Tywin into irrational actions that would justify his own vendetta. Yet, to Aegon's surprise, Tywin, as a man, managed to endure such provocations. Aegon is convinced that Tywin harbors resentment towards him, believing that the latter is biding his time. But what does it matter? He knows Tywin all too well. The latter would do anything to eradicate his bloodline, yet his most favored heir remains under his dominion. Bring forth news. Is that young lion still behaving? Aegon too inquired of his attendant. Your Majesty, Ser Jaime has been dutifully on guard today, remaining steadfast and has not left his chambers in the White Sword Tower since his shift ended, replied the attendant, Delric, a clever young man with keen insights, who had previously served as the cupbearer to the late King Jaehaerys II and now serves Aegon II. By all accounts, he should have been bestowed knighthood by King Illyris too long ago. Yet he languished in the role of a mere attendant for over a decade in pursuit of this noble endeavor. Go and awaken him. Do not allow the cunning little lion to evade capture. King Illyris II resolved to examine his hostage before making a final decision. During the wait, the hand of the king, Count Colton Chester, stepped forward and exclaimed, Your Majesty, I have heard that you have instructed the pyromancers to bury wildfire throughout the city. This is utterly inadvisable. Illyris, resting his chin on his hand, cast a sidelong glance at Rosat, inwardly vexed at how the Prime Minister had come to learn of this. Your Majesty, Lord Rosat and the Council of Sages come and go daily. If one pays attention, who could possibly remain oblivious? Not only I, but all present are surely aware of this. In the old minister's view, wildfire is an exceedingly perilous substance. If it spirals out of control, the entire city, both military and civilian, would be engulfed by hellfire. Rest assured, my Lord Prime Minister, Advisor Rosat and his companions will ensure that the wildfire ignites only when absolutely necessary. Your Majesty, even if they are temporarily secure, this action is akin to placing a noose around the necks of the entire populace. I deem it wholly unnecessary. You, a mere lesser noble, I have elevated to the esteemed position of Prime Minister, not for you to prattle nonsensically. You possess neither the strategy for retreat nor the capability for governance. You merely chatter incessantly. What purpose do you serve? Your Majesty, I am grateful for your misguided favor, not regarding me as lowly, yet I find it difficult to comply with your wishes regarding the burning of the city. If you insist on proceeding, I shall be forced to betray your trust. The Prime Minister removed the necklace symbolizing the hand of the king. In that case, bring forth this man. Drag him out and burn him. Meanwhile, Jaehaerys sought out the chief blacksmith of the Red Keep, wishing to forge a weapon of his own. Having mastered the swordsmanship of the Monkey King, though lacking an opportunity for practical combat, it was nonetheless essential to select a sword that suited him. The chief blacksmith, named Ainwok, was reputed to have learned the art of forging Valyrian steel from Kohor or other free trade city-states. Thus he became the object of Jaehaerys' attention. Given Jaehaerys' insufficient strength to wield a great sword, he commissioned Ainwok to craft him a slender hand-and-a-half sword, a weapon that lies between a great sword and a one-handed sword. The crossguard and grip were fashioned from soft steel, while the blade, merely 2 fingers wide, was entirely composed of Valyrian steel. Influenced by cinematic portrayals, Jaehaerys had long believed that weapons made of Valyrian steel were exceedingly rare, such as the ancestral Blackfire of House Targaryen, now lost to time, the greatsword Ice of House Stark, the Heart Eater of House Tully, and the Long Claw of House Mormont, each a treasure passed down for centuries, if not millennia. Yet upon opening the royal treasury, his beliefs were shattered. Who could have imagined? There were a dozen Valyrian steel weapons of all sizes. He beheld slender daggers with dragonbone grips, and even a great sword as tall as a man, all forged from Valyrian steel. Indeed, according to incomplete statistics, the entire continent of Westeros boasts nearly 200 weapons forged from Valyrian steel, given that the royal family has held dominion for 3 centuries. What significance do a mere handful of weapons hold? Chapter 17, The Fallacy. The hand-and-a-half sword wielded by Jaehaerys is a short Valyrian blade, once neglected in the treasury, that has been melted down and reforged. One might wonder, with so many legendary weapons available, why not simply utilize those at hand? The art of warfare is a deceptive path, and one must be discerning. Those fine swords and daggers, while impressive, either proved too cumbersome or too insubstantial for him, failing to fully harness his capabilities. Thus, it was more prudent to enlist a master craftsman to forge a bespoke weapon for him. Upon completion, the sword measures 3 feet in length, slender and light, weighing no more than 1 kilogram. Compared to the standard hand-and-a-half sword of the Red Keep, it is slightly narrower. Yet its blade is deliberately forged to a triangular cross-section, enhancing its ability to penetrate armor. Its resilience and strength rival those of renowned blades. The blade's dark hue adorned with faint white streaks, reminiscent of a meteor streaking through the night sky. Hence, Jaehaerys named it Meteor. The distinction of a famous sword lies not only in its material and craftsmanship, but also significantly in the prowess of its wielder. For instance, Blackfire is the sword of Aegon the Conqueror, while Lightbringer belongs to Azor Ahai. Though Meteor may lack renown now, once Jaehaerys achieves fame, it too shall be counted among the illustrious swords of its age. Jaime rubbed his tired eyes and stifled a yawn as a servant dispatched by the king roused him, compelling him to accompany Dalrig to report to the monarch. To his surprise, he found all the lords assembled in the hall. Another meeting, it seems. Yet, the absence of the Prime Minister was palpable, and a pungent odor lingered in the air, making Jaime's heart sink. Behold, the young lion is unscathed, proclaimed Aerys II to the gathered lords. The opposition fell silent, for no one believed Tywin Lannister would neglect his eldest son, even if his heart were as cold as stone. After all, he could hardly allow that dwarf boy to inherit the title of Duke, could he? Aerys II offered no explanation to Jaime, merely gesturing for him to retreat and rest, while simultaneously arranging for further surveillance of his every move. Jaime scratched his head, perplexed by the Mad King's actions, yet somewhat accustomed to them. On his way back to the White Sword Tower, he suddenly recalled his father's handwritten letter, a realization that struck him like a thunderbolt. How could he have overslept? With only a day's ride remaining to King's Landing, Tywin Lannister sat astride a magnificent warhorse, clad in gleaming red steel plate armor, embellished with golden whirlpool designs. His helmet bore a lion crest encrusted with a ring of sunburst diamonds, and the lion's eyes were two massive pigeon blood rubies. A golden lioness clasped a long, heavy golden cloak across his shoulders, and even the horse's armor was gilded, adorned with crimson silk, prominently displaying the Lannister family's lion emblem. The splendor of his armor rivaled, if not surpassed, that of Rhaegar's ruby-encrusted three-headed dragon plate armor. He reminisced about the handwritten letter he had sent to his eldest son through a secret passage, and he presumed that James, following his guidance, had found a safe haven by now. Having served as the hand of the king to the Mad King for 2 decades, he was well acquainted with the Red Keep, particularly the Hand's Tower. Since his departure from the throne, 3 premiers, Owen, Marie Weiss, John Clinton, and Colton Chester, had taken office in the brief span of merely 2 years. Yet, they were all ineffectual individuals, and given the tumultuous circumstances of the time, they were hardly inclined to explore the secrets of the Hand's Tower's passages. Varys might possess some knowledge, as that insufferable spider often utilized the Red Keep's tunnels to eavesdrop on secrets, but with so many hidden passages, it was highly probable that James had escaped unnoticed. Time was of the essence. There could be no further delay. Send my orders, hasten our advance, and ensure we reach King's Landing by tomorrow afternoon, Tywin bellowed, spurring his horse forward, prompting the well-trained soldiers of the Westerlands into immediate action. Jaehaerys awaited the conclusion of the council meeting, having witnessed the terrifying spectacle of the premier being dragged out to be burned. Far more horrifying than any scene of Daenerys riding her dragon and incinerating foes on screen. He concealed himself in the shadows, his eyes scanning the crowd until they alighted upon Rhaegar, who led the throng, adorned with a conspicuous palm-shaped necklace around his neck. Rhaegar noticed Jaehaerys as well. While other high officials might dismiss the seemingly frivolous prince as merely seeking excitement, he did not believe that the third prince was one to act without purpose. From his demand for wildfire production techniques to his display of extraordinary talent, all evidence pointed to him being a true dragon. Regrettably, 2 obstacles lay ahead, otherwise. Under his guidance, the Alchemist Guild would surely flourish, rather than exist in its present state of deceptive and slanderous prosperity. But what if they were all to perish? Oh, gods forgive me, I should not harbor such malice. Yet, his thoughts twisted like poisonous vines, entwining and constricting. Your Highness, do you encounter any issues regarding wildfire production? Rhaegar inquired amiably, having distanced himself from the crowd. I have yet to congratulate you on becoming the king's hand. Indeed, I have some ideas that require your assistance. Or rather that of your guild. Jaehaerys did not dispute this. He had come prepared to gather allies. With the Lannister army yet to enter the city, he still had maneuvering space. The members of the Alchemist Guild were all remarkably talented and articulate. Once the city fell, how many of them would remain? Primarily, it was the principle that if they could be of service to him rather than aiding the enemy, it would be preferable. Were it not for the wildfire already buried throughout King's Landing, he would have considered igniting it all, as leaving such a strategic weapon in the hands of adversaries was indeed a waste. I do not quite comprehend your intentions, Your Highness. Very well. I propose relocating the Alchemist's Guild to Dragonstone. This is utterly unacceptable, Rhaegar exclaimed, both astonished and enraged. The prince was otherwise admirable, yet his impulsiveness bordered on the otherworldly. The Alchemist Guild has never departed from King's Landing for centuries. Do you know why? It is due to the immense population and unparalleled trade conditions that this place offers. The creation of wildfire requires the royal family's utmost efforts to ensure its production. Your Highness, I must speak candidly. Apart from obsidian and castles, how much assistance can Dragonstone truly provide us? Jaehaerys had not contemplated such matters extensively. To him, the primary components of wildfire were merely fish oil and wildfire emerald. Fish oil is abundant as long as there are fish, and being near the sea means there is no shortage. While he was uncertain where wildfire emerald could be sourced, its limited applications could not make it excessively costly, could they? In truth, he was committing the error of empiricism. This was not a world rich in resources and thriving in trade. Large trawlers weighing thousands of tons are commonplace, with some even exceeding 10,000 tons in displacement. A single net cast could yield dozens or even hundreds of tons of catch. Beyond marine fishing, there is coastal aquaculture, and even inland regions cultivate seafood. Can you believe it? In the realm of mineral extraction, he resided in a city with relatively abundant mineral resources. Years ago, during the era of private mining, resources were constantly being unearthed from the depths, leaving him with an insufficient understanding of the primitive productivity of this age. Chapter 18. The Five Elements. Jaehaerys paused for a moment. Then suddenly his eyes gleamed as he exclaimed with heartfelt urgency, "My lord, I am not pursuing personal gain. I am striving to preserve the legacy of the alchemist guild that has endured for centuries." Rhaegar, having aged and found it difficult to process the implications, was accustomed to following orders without questioning their validity. Indeed, most individuals in this world are in such a state. "How so?" Rhaegar inquired urgently. "Did my father not instruct you to ignite the wildfires throughout King's Landing when necessary?" "Indeed, this is true." Rhaegar inwardly criticized the king for demanding secrecy while simultaneously divulging it to his own kin. At this moment, King Aegon II had not publicized the matter. The placement of fires throughout King's Landing had been arranged following the conclusion of the Battle of the Trident, executed discreetly under the cover of night. Only the court's ministers and those directly involved were privy to this information. He understood that if this were to be leaked, panic would ensue throughout King's Landing, leading to an inevitable collapse. Thus, he mandated that all who were informed must not divulge a word. However, the old sorcerer was oblivious, presuming that the king had already disclosed the information to the royal family. Otherwise, how would Prince Jaehaerys be aware? Moreover, the prince had previously mentioned having experienced the dragon dream. With this realization, he ceased to conceal his knowledge and promptly nodded in acknowledgement. "Yet, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Should you proceed in such a manner, the entire guild shall plunge into an irrevocable abyss." "I am eager to hear more," came the response. "Consider this carefully. If the nobles and common folk of the city were to discover that the Alchemist Guild had set fire to their homes and taken the lives of their loved ones, what do you think they would do?" Jaehaerys did not wait for the elder to respond, instead engaging in self-dialogue. They would seize any weapon, swords, sickles, hoes, clubs, stones, and charge unhesitatingly towards the hills of Visenya. The enraged populace would overthrow the gates of the guild, storming in to obliterate everything in their path. All the sages, aides, and servants would be reduced to mere pulp by the bloodthirsty mob. In that cataclysmic moment, the knowledge you have preserved for millennia, the secrets buried deep within, would be reduced to ashes. In the initial years, perhaps there would still be those who gnash their teeth at your actions, but decades later, when the elders have perished, no one will remember your names or your glories. The alchemists, once revered, would become synonymous with madness and wraiths. The old sorcerer stared blankly, his complexion pale. He was acutely aware that Jaehaerys spoke the truth. Wildfire may claim many lives, yet people are not mere wood or stone. They flee in the face of raging flames. Once someone escapes, upon their return, their wrath will undoubtedly be vented upon these arsonists. By the gods, he dared not contemplate further upon the prince's words. "Your Highness, do you truly believe relocating the guild to Dragonstone will avert this calamity?" The old sorcerer grimly chuckled. "The guild is a consortium of like-minded sages united under the king's guidance, acting in his name, obeying his commands, responding to his call. Without his majesty's directive, how can we act autonomously?" Jaehaerys pondered for a moment and suggested, "If we cannot relocate entirely, might we permit a portion to depart first?" Given the current turmoil in King's Landing, the absence of a few reclusive fire sorcerers would likely go unnoticed. Rhaegar regarded the young prince with a penetrating gaze. As the chief fire sorcerer of the Alchemist's Guild, he could not allow the legacy of centuries to end with him. Thus, despite recognizing the prince's subtle machinations, he could not dismiss the latter's logical deductions. "Very well. After all, we serve House Targaryen. What difference does it make between King's Landing and Dragonstone?" With this thought, he felt a significant weight lift from his shoulders. The fire sorcerers were akin to the wildfires they conjured, so long as a spark remained. There would come a day when the flames would spread uncontrollably. He resolved to return and arrange for some young sages and aides to embark under the cover of night. Yet, before doing so, he must first contact his old friend, Sir Trident, the captain of the King's Landing Maritime Guard, a seasoned veteran under the command of Lord Viserys Valerian, the Admiral of the Sea. He oversaw the patrol fleets spanning from the upper reaches of the Blackwater River to the waters of Blackwater Bay, reveling in the act of dangling pirates and smugglers from the bows of his warships, half submerged in water to feed the sharks. During his tenure, he instilled fear in countless brigands and smugglers. Upon hearing the heavy drums of the oarsmen, the flutter of sails, and the creaking of wooden oars, they would flee miles away, too terrified to confront him. With this in mind, he summoned his attendants, instructing them to have Sir Trident visit the Alchemist's Guild later. Upon witnessing the situation, Jaehaerys quickly understood that his objective had been achieved. However, his visit today was not solely for this purpose. He promptly supported the elderly man's arm. Recognizing the significant role the old man still played, it was imperative to exercise caution and prevent any mishap. "My lord, I have another matter to beseech you." Rosart relished the prince's respect and flattery. Although he outwardly feigned trepidation, inwardly, he felt an exquisite joy, especially after averting the Alchemist Guild's existential crisis, which further deepened his gratitude towards Jaehaerys. "Your Highness may speak candidly." Rosart recalled the prophetic dream of dragons he had previously shared. "The golden tide has engulfed the entirety of King's Landing." Jaehaerys coaxed gently. Rosart, a man of integrity and a devout believer in mysticism, held a profound impression of the dragon dream he had encountered for the first time in his life. After all, it has only been a few days. The old man is not afflicted with amnesia. Indeed, but what did it signify? Prophecies rarely convey clarity. They resemble the incoherent murmurs of a drunken dream. The swirling mists above the sanctuary, requiring interpretation and speculation until the moment of revelation, when understanding dawns upon the people. I surmise this is a divine message indicating that the true threat to King's Landing does not stem from your wildfire, but from another source. Rumor has it that in the distant east, beyond the bone mountains of Essos, there exists remarkable magic, where certain individuals utilize the 5 elements of the universe to symbolize the transformations of all things. Are you referring to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth? Rosart inquired, intrigued. In his youth, he had traversed the lands across the narrow sea, fully aware of the vastness of the world. Yet, constrained by his modest means, he could only reach the free trade city-states, where he had heard many secret tales. "Indeed," Jaehaerys exclaimed, feeling a surge of appreciation for the old man's insight. Having such a keen ally was akin to savoring a chilled plum drink on a sweltering summer day. Refreshing from head to toe. In the doctrine of the 5 elements, metal symbolizes the West, hence the abundance of gold in that region. Coincidentally, at this juncture, the Duke of Casterly Rock had arrived at King's Landing with his forces. Are you suggesting that Duke Tywin poses a threat to King's Landing? Precisely. I believe they are not the beacon of hope for King's Landing, but rather a cataclysmic flood that threatens its very existence. Chapter 19. Arrangements, Your Highness. If Lord Tywin truly rebels, it is illogical not to have arranged for his eldest son, Ser Jaime, to escape. You must understand that His Majesty has commanded strict surveillance over Ser Jaime. Jaehaerys found himself perplexed. The original narrative concerning the death of Aerys II and the fall of King's Landing had been glossed over. Given Tywin's cunning, he could not be oblivious to the fact that should he dare to rebel, Jaime would undoubtedly be sacrificed. Thus, what did Tywin rely upon? What hidden cards did he possess? Was it the Grand Maester Pycelle or someone else? It was an enigma that eluded him, and Jaehaerys shook his head, attempting to dispel the thought. Is the truth truly significant? At times, yes, but more often than not, it is irrelevant. A ruler simply needs to provide the populace with a superficially reasonable explanation. In their eyes, the common folk are merely a signboard, a number, a source of taxation, a beast of burden, but certainly not human. Moreover, Jaehaerys is not in pursuit of truth. For him, the paramount concern is to ensure his own safety. As for altering the narrative or establishing a harem, please, I am a practitioner of the Tao. As a cultivator, one must flow with the natural order. For every realm possesses its inherent operational logic. The grand flow of destiny is immutable. To defy it would lead to chaos in the celestial order, inviting calamities that would jeopardize his existence. Is he willing to jeopardize his own safety? The great tides of the world are akin to a river flowing downstream. Resisting them is futile. Yet, there exist smaller currents, akin to the small rings on a massive anchor chain, where slight adjustments can be made without altering the grand scheme. It is said among the people of Blue Star that in ancient times, King Wen invited Jiang Taigong, who requested the king to carry him in a palanquin. The king walked precisely 873 steps, leading Taigong to predict that the Zhou dynasty would endure for 873 years. Upon learning this, King Wen wished to continue carrying him, but it was too late. Jiang Zia assisted King Wu in overthrowing the Shang. That was the grand trend. Yet the duration of protection remained uncertain. This illustrates the concept that while minor currents may be altered, the grand trend is not to be defied. One must adhere to the natural course and not force outcomes. Jaehaerys does not seek to extract the chestnuts from the fire. He prefers to be the one who stirs the waves and fans the flames. Causality? What causality? Interfering in the mundane affairs of humanity and altering the fates of others bears significant consequences. Please, as I have stated, I, as a Taoist, flow with nature. And the bald ascetic avoids such matters like the plague. What concern is it of mine? I cannot articulate this clearly at the moment. but I am certain that Duke Tywin harbors no benevolent intentions. My lord Rosart, I hope that after the Lannister army enters the city, you and the wise ones. Jaehaerys whispered to the old sorcerer. Upon hearing this, Rosart nodded in agreement. That would be most agreeable. After finalizing the details, Jaehaerys departed with a sense of satisfaction. Instead of returning directly to his chamber, he sought out Queen Layla. In her youth, Queen Layla was indeed a beauty. However, due to her long-standing strained relationship with the king, she appeared considerably older than her actual years. In her previous life on Blue Star, many at her age would refer to themselves as little fairies, yet she resembled an elderly crone. Even in Blue Star, advanced maternal age presents significant risks during childbirth. In this era, with such poor sanitary conditions, it is all the more perilous. That she was able to give birth to the mother of dragons speaks to her relatively good health, combined with divine mercy and the support of an experienced midwife, all of which were crucial. Observing Queen Layla's listless demeanor, Jaehaerys discreetly infused her with a surge of spiritual energy. Suddenly invigorated, she spotted her youngest son and joyfully embraced him. It must be said that Queen Layla indeed cares deeply for her children. Over the years, she has tirelessly protected them from their father's harm. After all, Jaehaerys is not a mere 7-year-old child. Feeling the softness above him, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Long live the celestial monarch. Having lived 2 lifetimes, I have never experienced such treatment. In my previous life, both my mother and father were rather reserved individuals who would never express maternal love so overtly. Jaehaerys struggled to escape the embrace of tenderness. While Queen Rhaegar felt a tinge of disappointment, her child was growing up. Mother, I had a dream, Jaehaerys reiterated his previous lines. Remarkably, after rehearsing with the old sorcerer, his acting skills had significantly improved, nearly convincing Queen Rhaegar of its authenticity. Why do I say nearly? A mother knows her child best. The original owner of this body would unconsciously drift his gaze and fidget with his hair whenever he lied, a habit that had become instinctual. Although Jaehaerys had traversed into this new life, these subtle habits persisted. Others might remain oblivious, but Rhaegar could see through him at a glance. Little Jay, do not toy with me. Tell me what you truly intend, she confronted him bluntly. How am I supposed to act now? Jaehaerys quickly recognized the predicament. Feeling a slight headache, he could hardly confess that he had traversed into this body. Despite the exterior remaining the same, the essence had changed, hadn't it? Very well, mother. In truth, I am somewhat afraid. An idea struck Jaehaerys, and he slipped back into the realm of tenderness, his voice trembling and his small frame enhancing his credibility. Queen Rhaegar, too, was in a state of disarray. She could not fathom how a well-ordered situation had suddenly crumbled. Although she resided in the depths of the palace, she had her sources of information. With impending danger looming, how could she not worry for her children and grandchildren? Mother, why do we not journey to Dragonstone? At least the rebels lack warships. We would be safe there, Jaehaerys implored. However, the mobilization of warships requires your father's command. Rhaegar hesitated. Burdened by significant rifts and disagreements with the king, certain occurrences made her reluctant to confront him, except in dire circumstances. Perhaps escort by warships was unnecessary. Countless merchant vessels docked at King's Landing, arriving from Crab Island, from Driftmark, and even from across the narrow sea. If we bring more guards, I shall reconsider. In these critical times, safety is paramount. Queen Rhaegar felt her resolve wavering. She decided to meet the king that evening. For the sake of her children, she could endure. Jaehaerys felt a pang of guilt, realizing he had taken advantage of this kind mother's deep love for her children. Although he knew that in the original narrative, Queen Rhaegar and Viserys ultimately fled to Dragonstone before King's Landing fell, having absorbed the original owner's memories. He understood that the last wish of the original owner was for their family to live a better life, free from suffering. Since Jaehaerys had inherited this body, fulfilling the original owner's final wish seemed only natural. Moreover, as someone who had watched the A Song of Ice and Fire series, who could turn a blind eye to the plight of Daenerys and the other Targaryen women and children? Moreover, although Jaehaerys currently possesses limited abilities, his understanding of the overarching narrative ensures the protection of their tranquil existence without worry. Chapter 20. The so-called realm. Queen Rhaegar exhibits remarkable decisiveness. That very evening, she sought an audience with the king. Perhaps this delineates the contrast between her and her husband, as King Aegon speaks profusely yet accomplishes little, resulting in nearly a decade of stagnation. The nature of their discourse remains a mystery to outsiders. However, a day later, when the Lannister battalion appeared on the outskirts of King's Landing, the king finally arranged for the royal fleet docked at the harbor to escort Queen Rhaegar and the twins to Dragonstone. What of my sister-in-law and my niece and nephew? Jaehaerys inquired, having arrived at the docks late at night, without sight of Princess Elia Martell and her children. Your father would not permit them to leave, stating that young Aegon, as the heir to the kingdom, must remain with the realm. Your sister-in-law is detained in the Red Keep to dissuade Dorne from launching further military endeavors. As for little Rhaenys, the queen lamented, she has been weeping incessantly, claiming her father has come to fetch her, refusing to depart from Rhaegar's chamber. Jaehaerys felt a pang of distress. Rhaenys, only 4 years old, was an adorable little girl. In the memories of the original host, this niece shared a close bond with the twins. Despite the generational gap, they were merely 3 years apart, and she followed the twins around as their devoted companion, always accompanied by a small black cat named Balerion. In the original narrative, when Meager's holdfast fell, Tywin, in a display of loyalty and sincerity, annihilated the Targaryen family members. Rhaenys was dragged from beneath Rhaegar's bed by the brutish Ser Amory Lorch. Her small frame stabbed multiple times. Young Aegon was hurled against the wall by the mountain, resulting in a fatal head injury. While Princess Elia was brutally assaulted by the mountain, her life extinguished in a horrific manner. Queen Rhaella, despite being pregnant and not yet showing, felt fatigued after attending to matters for a brief period and chose to retire to her chambers for rest. This is not what I desire, Jaehaerys murmured to himself. Hey, young Jay, I have been diligently practicing swordsmanship with Ser Willem lately. The last time you struck me was quite exhilarating, wasn't it? Today, I intend to return that humiliation in full. Viserys exclaimed, drawing a practice sword from his waist. The sword, encased in wood with a hollow core filled with metal for balance, was a common training weapon for young squires, and as they matured, they would graduate to using blunt swords. Jaehaerys, feeling irritable, had no inclination to engage in play. Without a backward glance, he unsheathed his blade, performed a swift kata, and sheathed it again, leaving Viserys startled, holding the severed practice sword, frozen in place. Wow! Viserys gasped, observing the smooth cut of the wooden sword. Even the internal iron had been cleanly severed. Startled, he rushed to find the training master, Ser Willem Darry, declaring that he had been learning swordsmanship under the latter's tutelage. Convinced that even the knight believed in his latent talent for swordplay, Jaehaerys sought to find Queen Layla, but he pondered how she would ever consent. Even the queen must obey the king's commands. Since a direct approach was futile, he resolved to act without prior approval. He summoned Count Lucerys Valerian, who swiftly arrived aboard the Conqueror, the mightiest vessel of the fleet, boasting 300 oars that navigated the turbulent waters of the Black River with remarkable steadiness. Lord Lucerys, are you Prince Jaehaerys? Lucerys Valerian inquired, recognizing him and bowing respectfully. At a recent royal banquet, Prince Jaehaerys had made a profound impression on several important ministers. His sharp intellect and articulate speech rendered him unflinching before the court's high officials, a feat not easily accomplished by the son of any lord, especially a second son. In this world, lords and nobles generally favored their firstborns, viewing them as heirs groomed from an early age to manage affairs of state. Conversely, second sons were often deprived of such destinies. Most were raised to become knights, dedicated to safeguarding their families and honoring their lineage. They were imbued with the ideals of chivalry and duty, yet seldom instructed on how to adapt, relying instead on their own discernment. In families with an abundance of sons, those with nimble minds would often venture forth to seek their fortunes elsewhere. In the north, many second sons and bastards, driven by honor, joined the Night's Watch. While in the south, they turned to the church and centers of learning, not due to lack of familial support, but because all resources were reserved for the Lord. What command does your highness have? Lucerys inquired politely. My lord, I require a ship and a sufficient number of sailors to man her, Jaehaerys replied. They must obey my orders without question and be prepared for any eventuality. Prepared for whom? Lucerys asked. Jaehaerys shot him a glance and replied, of course, to assist the royal family. He then descended the rope to the small vessel that had brought the minister, declaring, Inform my mother that in a few days I shall bring my sister-in-law and others to Dragonstone to meet her. Your highness, please do not leave, Lucerys exclaimed, admiring the prince's nimbleness while raising his voice in concern. I have yet to make the necessary arrangements. What if you cannot find them? Let them display the Valerian family's seahorse banner. We shall rely on our motto, blood and fire are one. The path is simplicity itself. Blood and fire are one. The path is indeed simple. The brave recognize righteousness, and the wise harbor benevolence. Are you preparing to return for heroics, young man? Do you think I must save you? A voice reverberated in Jaehaerys' mind, unmistakably that of the precious spiritual root. Didn't we agree to respect each other's privacy? We signed a contract. Mutual respect for privacy does not permit you to lead us both into danger. Danger? I have already reached a foundational stage of cultivation. My spiritual awareness can detect threats and comprehend the narrative of this world. How could there be any danger? Jaehaerys disdainfully remarked that if he were not clutching 2 kings and 4 twos, he would never have dared to take such risks. Duobao Lingjin slapped his forehead, pondering how this boy had developed such an inflated sense of self-importance after establishing his foundation. Did he truly believe that reaching this stage rendered him invincible? Alas, the world is far more intricate than he imagines. I shall not delve into the distant past, but even during my brief slumber, I have sensed the presence of celestial beings on multiple occasions. Celestial beings? What rank do they hold? By now, you should be aware that the cultivation realms are divided into Qi training and foundation establishment, correct? Indeed, foundation establishment, or what you refer to as the transformation of Qi into spirit, is merely a name. What truly matters is that this is only the beginning. Beyond foundation establishment, there exists a myriad of realms in the celestial domain, including human immortals, ghost immortals, earth immortals, celestial immortals, true immortals, golden immortals, and more. This world is but a minor realm, one of the countless small worlds where spiritual energy has yet to dissipate. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The key point is that you are merely at the nascent stage of foundation establishment. While even the humblest celestial being would hardly deign to serve you, it does not preclude them from exerting their dominance over you and me in this realm. A mere sneeze from a celestial overlord could extinguish you like an insignificant ant. Do you understand now? Yet, in the original narrative, the celestial overlord you speak of never made an appearance. Chapter 21, A Different Hue. Narrative? Do not overly rely on the storyline, for while I am unaware of its original form, I do know that celestial beings in this realm can act with impunity. Their absence likely stems from the era of silence. However, that does not imply they cannot intervene. It merely depends on whether it is deemed worthwhile. Duobao Lingjin silently added this thought. They may not be able to act directly, yet they can easily dispatch a subordinate at the human immortal level to deal with you. Human immortal? What precisely does that entail? A human immortal epitomizes the pinnacle of humanity. After foundation establishment, one must condense the 3 flowers and return the 5 Qi, achieving the so-called 3 flowers atop the head and 5 Qi converging to the source. Attaining this milestone signifies the emergence of a human immortal. Should a human immortal fail to refine their yang spirit, they will face the end of their lifespan, resulting in disintegration and becoming a ghost immortal, also known as a corpse immortal. Once the yang spirit is achieved, after enduring the 3 calamities and 5 disasters, one may ascend to the rank of earth immortal. Only after surviving the thunderous tribulation can one be deemed a celestial immortal. A single misstep along this path could render all efforts futile, necessitating reincarnation and recultivation. Is there still time for me to return to the ship? Ahem, that would be quite embarrassing. I can bear the shame, but I cannot afford to. No need for excessive concern. I have previously observed that the vast majority of spiritual energy in this world seems to be sealed, which is why the cultivators roaming this realm do not possess particularly high levels. How high then? As tall as 3 or 4 stories. Nonsense. As long as they are not celestial beings, their cultivation should be a step below that. The former human immortals would merely equate to the current foundation establishment level. Does that mean earth immortals are akin to human immortals? Will they be dispatched to deal with me? Why would you entertain such thoughts? Are there many earth immortals? They are significant figures in this realm. How could they possibly be reduced to mere subordinates of celestial beings? To them, who are you to matter? Since the celestial beings remain inactive, shall I not simply tread my path, seeking but a defeat? Pray tell, do you possess the guise of a formidable force or merely exhibit folly? Even in the foundational stages of cultivation, can one's combat prowess truly be comparable? Their experience surpasses yours, their magical artifacts far more potent. How then can you prevail? Do you harbor any experience? Do you wield any magical treasures? You possess naught. Yet you dare to stride forth, seeking only failure, prepared to await your rescue. Oh, revered celestial root, I must dissent from your assertion. Indeed, I may possess nothing, no magical artifacts, no experience, but I have my own path. Jaehaerys' expression solidified. If the strong can wantonly humiliate the weak, if justice in this realm must yield to tyranny, then how are humans any different from beasts? Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. Since you adhere to oppression, what distinguishes you from the chaff before the vastness of the celestial way? If within the celestial realms or across myriad worlds, practitioners persistently follow the doctrine of the strong dominating the weak, they tread upon a misguided path, perpetuating malevolence over righteousness. Thus, The law of tranquility is indeed the finest gift the celestial way bestows upon sentient beings, embodying true equality for all. The myriad treasures of the celestial root fell silent. Many epochs ago, such words were uttered, yet in the end, did they not meet their demise? Momentarily distracted, it cast forth a yellow fruit of the Tao. Consider this an advance payment for the upcoming rent. Do take care not to meet your demise. Jaehaerys has felt a stirring within. The hues of blue and yellow appeared to signify differing tiers. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the sailors, he quickly consumed the yellow fruit. The vibrant spiritual energy emanating from it compelled him to sit and absorb its essence. Moments later, amidst a shroud of mist, a vivid image emerged, eliciting a spark of joy within him, prompting him to hasten his absorption. With a flash of insight, Jaehaerys has recalled a newly acquired skill. The techniques of cultivating bone snails and extracting glandular fluids? He had anticipated a powerful skill, perhaps even a divine ability. Yet, to his dismay, he found himself stripped bare of expectations. Was this truly all? It is not that the skill lacks utility, but rather that it serves him little at this juncture. Alas, this child's luck seems rather unfortunate. I recall that this was once the pinnacle technique of the mermaid clan Saintis over 3 millennia ago. Throughout countless ages, innumerable beings have ascended to the celestial realm, many having transcended through merit. The Saintess of the mermaid clan stands as a prominent figure among them. She employed this technique to benefit countless lives, ultimately earning celestial merit. The myriad treasures of the celestial root have archived vast knowledge of ascended beings before their transcendence. For the immortals, discarding it would be a pity, yet retaining it proves futile. Thus, they entrusted it all to the celestial root, rendering it the celestial realm's librarian. However, it remains unaware of which texts its Tao fruit will encapsulate. Yet millennia of experience suggest that deeper hues yield far superior effects than shallower ones. Just as the yellow Tao fruit bears fruit once every decade, the blue Tao fruit does so annually, and indeed, each harvest can yield tens of thousands of fruits. However, there are no higher-level Tao fruits available because Jaehaerys' cultivation is simply too low. As a mere foundation establishment stage Kalami, even if given the opportunity, he would be of little use. It is not that I am unwilling to provide, but rather that my hands are tied. The multifarious spirit roots have sealed off their divine senses, entering a state of closed-door meditation. So be it. Let whatever happens, happen. Brother, could you spare me another fruit? Grandfather. Jaehaerys cursed inwardly, the one-way communication abruptly severed. He felt an urge to smash his phone. Without a phone, then so be it. However, it must be said that the spiritual energy within the yellow Tao fruit surpasses that of the blue Tao fruit by a significant margin. If reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment means cultivating the 3 flowers atop the head and the 5 energies within, then the energy provided by this single Tao fruit is akin to a petal upon one of those 3 flowers. It may seem considerable, yet the crux of the matter is that this flower is a 1,000-petal golden lotus. Thus, one must rely on their own cultivation. A Taoist, or a thief of sorts. Who is the target of such theft? It is the heavenly path, the great Tao. Relying on external objects is akin to using a sieve to carry water. I cannot fathom why, back in the day, I was so captivated by tales of those who, upon acquiring rare celestial treasures, could instantly dominate the heavens and earth. Now, as Jaehaerys embarks on the path of cultivation, he realizes why some practitioners, despite their potential, fail to achieve Tao. Primarily, it is due to having taken a misguided path. With the sound of oars and splashes, Jaehaerys' small boat swiftly returned to the dock. As the guards had already boarded with Her Highness the Queen, he found himself alone. He possessed nothing but a sword. The Muddy Gate, officially known as the Lingqi Gate, lies on the north bank of the Blackwater River, with a fish market outside. Passing through the main entrance leads to the Fisherman's Square. To return from the Muddy Gate to the Red Fortress, one must traverse the muddy path and Hook Alley, which, while not quite a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, is fraught with dangers. Imagine a young heir of a wealthy family, casually carrying a backpack, having just finished a hot pot meal and singing a tune, wandering alone without a bodyguard, seeking to return to his opulent estate sprawling over 10 acres, yet needing to pass through a long slum with no streetlights or surveillance. In the eyes of a robber, what would that scenario represent? To not rob him would be an affront to their dignity and an insult to their intelligence. Do not speak of how good the security is in Juneland. It is not significantly better than the slums of the future Blue Star. Jaehaerys glanced at the few oarsmen rowing the boat, who were not technically soldiers of the royal fleet, but rather akin to hired help, laborers of sorts. He instructed them to row, refraining from further demands as one gets what one pays for, unless more money is offered. Chapter 22. The test with the title of Prince Jaehaerys. The drawbridge was lowered, and the iron gate swung open. Jaehaerys procured a stallion from the golden-robed guards at the city wall and, under the protection of several oarsmen, set forth towards the Red Fortress. As for why he did not enlist the city guards, Jaehaerys reasoned that if the unarmed oarsmen were to cause trouble, he still had a fair chance of escape with his sharp sword and swift steed. However, facing fully armed soldiers would present a far more daunting challenge. Fortunately, these rowers were steadied by a gold dragon each, which was sufficient to allow their families to endure these trying times. Even those who had yet to marry found solace in the thought that a single gold dragon could afford them a delightful evening at the seafood merchant's establishment, where beauties from around the world graced the premises. One could indulge in a different allure each day, feasting on the bounty from the Seven Kingdoms and the Isles of Summer. Jaehaerys rode at the center, his awareness constantly sweeping the surroundings. As it was already deep into the night, the streets were largely deserted save for pickpockets and thieves. The gold-robed guards, sensing the tense atmosphere, had taken to the walls, feeling utterly powerless against the shadows lurking below. Some hid in the darkness, watching furtively, while others peered out from behind half-closed doorframes, yet wisely chose not to confront this formidable procession. Although the seemingly weakest among the group was, in fact, the most formidable, the onlookers habitually assessed strength based on physical appearance. Muscular rowers accompanying Jaehaerys dispelled any frightening notions among those in the shadows. Upon reaching the Red Keep, Jaehaerys promptly compensated the rowers with a gold dragon each, a gesture that filled them with joy, prompting them to kneel and extol the prince's generosity. The guards of the Red Keep, though curious about why Prince Jaehaerys had returned, received him with open arms, some even jesting whether he was unable to part with the enchanting beauties of his residence. Familiarity bred a sense of ease among the guards, treating him not with the formality reserved for other royal members. To them, Jaehaerys was a prince with whom they could share banter, much like the legendary roguish Prince Demon. It was a mystery why such a young lad could navigate risque humor with greater finesse than seasoned veterans. Had it not been for the damned rebellion, one could imagine that, upon reaching maturity, Prince Jaehaerys might command the city guard just as Prince Demon had. Jaehaerys, unperturbed by the jests, recognized this as part of his intent. After all, the customs of the realm dictated that familiarity facilitated matters, complemented by his own personable nature. Sir Browen, do keep a close watch on your little mare. The steed I ride is quite fiery, he quipped. Old heart, sneaking drinks, are we? Well, I caught you red-handed. Sir Sorn, I hear your wife has blessed you with a hefty lad? Congratulations. I shall bring a splendid gift on the day of his naming. Ah, dear Jimmery, do discard that rusted breastplate, will you? I shall present you with a beautiful embossed cuirass the next time we meet. Throughout the journey, Jaehaerys engaged in light-hearted conversation with the night watch guards, swiftly making his way to Maegor's Holdfast. On duty that night was Ser Jaime Lannister, who, in truth, had been stationed there on many prior nights as well. Jaime expressed his weariness, lamenting the toll of nightly shifts, leaving him as exhausted as a hound by day. However, there is no remedy. Among the Seven Kingsguard, Ser Jon Darry and Ser Lewin Martell have perished, while the fearless Barristan Selmy lies gravely wounded and captured, with the fate of his life still unknown within the Red Keep. The esteemed captain of the Kingsguard, Ser Gerald Hightower, the illustrious Dawnbringer Ser Arthur Dane, and Ser Oswell have vanished without a trace. Some speculate they have followed Rhaegar. Yet they did not appear at the Battle of the Trident or amidst the besieging forces at Storm's End. Now, the only remaining white-cloaked knight in King's Landing is himself, rendering any rotation of guards impossible. Your Highness, Jaehaerys. Jaime bowed respectfully. At merely 17 years of age, Jaime still possessed the visage of youth, having donned the mantle of the Kingsguard for just over a year. Ser Jaime, I have heard you are the younger twin. Jaehaerys seized the opportunity to engage Jaime in conversation. This infamous regicide, unlike the portrayal of arrogant heroes in tales of yore, bore no semblance to the madness and cruelty that had seen Bran Stark cast from the heights of a tower. Clad in gleaming white armor adorned with golden lions, his white cloak fastened at the shoulders by brooches shaped like lion heads, Jaehaerys pondered, albeit silently, why the people of this world fancied donning capes and cloaks, which seemed cumbersome. Surely they impeded movement in battle. Yet, Jaehaerys wisely refrained from questioning, attributing it to tradition and custom, for he himself possessed a black and red velvet cloak emblazoned with a three-headed dragon motif, easily removable with a simple tug of its clasp when the time for conflict arose. Indeed, Your Highness. Jaime's expression grew slightly complex. Though twins, his relationship with his sister, well, mentioning it would warrant a visit to an orthopedist. I have heard your sister is far more beautiful than Lyanna Stark. That is certainly true, in comparison. Lyanna is but a firefly competing with the brilliance of the full moon. Jaime boasted fervently of his sister, concealing within him dark, unspoken thoughts akin to a child who has indulged in forbidden honey, feigning modesty while secretly reveling in another's ire. Oh, is that so? It appears my elder brother's choice to overlook your sister was indeed a grievous error. Jaehaerys remarked lightly. Jaime fell momentarily silent. Fully aware of his sister's profound admiration for Prince Rhaegar, had King Aerys consented to their union, she would undoubtedly have never confided in him. Ultimately, he felt himself outmatched. Sir Jaime, I have heard your father has arrived outside of King's Landing today? Jaehaerys inquired suddenly. Is that so? I have been sleeping throughout the day and am not yet aware of this. Jaime, previously enshrouded in despondency, now felt a flicker of panic in his eyes at the mention of his father, recalling the contents of his father's letter. Cursed be it. Jaehaerys silently nodded to himself, realizing that Jaime was indeed aware of his father's treasonous intentions. Just a few words, accompanied by a hint of his spiritual influence, had caused Jaime to falter, suggesting that there must be a channel of communication established between him and Tywin. This was hardly surprising, as spies from all factions had already infiltrated King's Landing, rendering it a veritable sieve teeming with eyes. Given Tywin's methods and the Lannister family's wealth, it would be far more astonishing if Jaime were not in the know. Chapter 23. The art of deception. Your esteemed father is truly a savior of King's Landing, Jaehaerys remarked with a hint of sarcasm, instantly reminding Jaime of the Mad King's mockery. Indeed, the blood of the Mad King coursed through his veins. Your status as a savior of King's Landing will be revealed in due time, Jaime retorted, straightening his posture. Secretly contemplating the moment he would force Jaehaerys to kneel before his father. Sir Jaime, I have recently been studying swordsmanship under Sir William. Might there be an opportunity to learn from the Kingsguard tomorrow? Jaehaerys inquired, patting the hilt of his long sword. He was still rather short, barely over 4 feet. And among children his age, he was considered tall. However, the meteor sword, with its hilt and sheath, measured 3.5 feet, making it necessary to carry it slung at an angle across his back for convenience. What an honor, Jaime replied, a glimmer of disdain in his eyes, relishing the thought of compelling the Targaryen prince to kneel and beg for mercy before the Lannister family. Did it truly matter what swordsmanship he had learned? At best, it would merely be a clumsy display. He resolved to temper his blows tomorrow, mindful not to bruise the child's spirit, for he was a knight. After all, perhaps he would allow him 3 strikes. As Jaehaerys hummed a nonsensical tune, he departed without seeking out Aerys too, for he knew it would be of little consequence. He would not presume that his opinion on the heir, solicited during the recent feast, had granted him any authority in the king's presence. In essence, he was merely a second son, nothing more. When night fell, Mead Tower seemed to slumber, enveloped in darkness. Jaehaerys jumped down from the wall's parapet and retrieved a torch for illumination. Fortunately, he was quite familiar with Mead Tower, the residence of royal family members, having lived there for 7 years prior to today. His own chamber had long been packed and shipped to Dragonstone. As the crown prince, Rhaegar's room was the largest aside from the king's, occupying nearly the entire 2nd floor, making it relatively easy to locate. All he needed to do was enter, convey the stakes to his sister-in-law, and then quietly depart with her and the children. Jaehaerys reassured himself that complex matters often had simple solutions. The path to clarity was indeed straightforward. He knocked on the door. Tap, tap, tap. A muffled sound echoed through the desolate corridor, akin to the breath of shadows. Who? A young woman's voice emanated from the other side of the door, warning, if you dare to disturb us again, I shall have you castrated. What a fiery woman. Jaehaerys whispered, sister-in-law. It's me, please open the door. This jest had grown tiresome. Damn it. Do you beasts not fear the wrath of his majesty? Coughing. A voice interjected, Olenna, it appears this time it is not them. Go take a look. Another faint voice echoed from within, barely discernible to Jaehaerys' keen ears. Olenna mumbled something, her accent thick, and though he could not comprehend her words, he was certain they were not pleasant. The door opened a crack, revealing a slightly dark-skinned head peering through, with obsidian-like eyes darting about. Upon spotting Jaehaerys, she swiftly recoiled, and the door was shut once more. Your Highness, it truly is Prince Jaehaerys. Olenna's voice was laced with delight. Soon enough, the heavy door opened again, and a small maid bowed, inviting Jaehaerys into the chamber. Rhaegar's room was an expansive suite, flanked by several doors, with a small hall in the center. A modest long table occupied the space, accompanied by a row of chairs on either side. The left door emitted a faint glow, while the other doors were tightly shut. The room bore no decorations. Yet the varying shades of the walls suggested that something had once adorned them, now removed. Cough. Your Highness, I beg your pardon for my rudeness. Came a frail voice from within, reminiscent of a newly born kitten, soft and delicate. In the light, one could see a woman with long, jet-black hair and a pallid complexion reclining on the bed, propped up by several pillows to prevent her from falling. Sister-in-law. Jaehaerys bowed in greeting. For the memories of the original owner held no closeness to this Dornish sister-in-law. Their age difference was substantial, and in this era of early marriage and childbirth, the twins were 17 years younger than their brother Rhaegar, nearly akin to a generational gap. Rhaegar had largely ignored his younger brothers, though he became a knight at 17. Renowned for his unparalleled martial skills, he had never once imparted his training to them, nor had he shared his love for learning. The Targaryen twins bore none of the glory that Rhaegar had brought, yet they were ensnared by the bonds of blood. People esteemed him more than they did the king. Figures like Baratheon, the White Bull, and the Sword of the Dawn were his friends and subordinates, yet he squandered a winning hand. Jaehaerys lamented inwardly, recognizing that Rhaegar had already paid the price for his actions, yet his wife and children ought not to suffer such consequences, much like the Targaryen lineage itself. Prince Viserys raised both hands and feet in agreement. The massacre of women and children was merely an act of venting fury, an attempt to obliterate the bloodline of the Dragon King, and a means of sending a declaration of war. These so-called knights are nothing more than beasts clad in iron, who, upon taking up arms, unleash the demons within their hearts, subsequently penning a history that belongs to the victors, laced with righteous yet deceitful proclamations. Sister, I believe you are aware of the current predicament. I am prepared to take you to Dragonstone, where a small vessel awaits. Jaehaerys spoke swiftly. Elia and the girl named Olenna exchanged glances, as if they had just heard a tale from the realm of fantasy. But the king will not allow us to leave. Elia murmured, her voice so faint that Jaehaerys had to strain his ears to catch a hint of her words. At such a dire moment, do the king's words still hold such weight? Do you not ponder the peril that awaits you and the children should the city fall? Aegon is gone, Elia whispered, tears slowly streaming from her starkly contrasting large eyes. Your Highness, Aegon has been taken by His Majesty the King. He has sent Lord Varys, who has brought a child with white hair to replace Olenna, a voice explained. Jaehaerys was momentarily bewildered. What? The show indicated he was thrown to his death. How could he have been taken away? This show is deceiving me. He realized he had fallen victim to the lack of knowledge regarding the original novel. Otherwise, he would have been aware of this plot twist. However, due to the protracted delay in updates to the original text, the legitimacy of Aegon VI as Rhaegar's son remained in question. In an age devoid of DNA testing, how could one ascertain identity based solely on appearance? After all, many descendants of Valyria on Essos possess silver hair and purple eyes. Does the spider have proof? Jaehaerys inquired eagerly. He possesses the king's handwritten decree, sealed with His Majesty's insignia. The explanation continued. Jaehaerys pondered. In this world, the craftsmanship required to forge an identical seal was exceedingly difficult, and the wax was melted and poured on site, precluding the notion of having a pre-prepared impression. If Varys dared to present the royal seal, he must have no fear of scrutiny, thus affirming the authenticity of this matter beyond doubt. On the surface, sending the Targaryen twins to Dragonstone to draw fire, while covertly orchestrating a grand scheme, ensured the safety of the true heir, regardless of whether Robert chose to kill or capture. Such cunning was indeed remarkable. However, Jaehaerys questioned whether it was prudent to trust the intelligence of Aerys II to such an extent, pondering if the so-called sage's 1,000 calculations might inevitably lead to an oversight, while a fool's 1,000 miscalculations might yield an unexpected benefit. Chapter 24. Running on empty. Did Aerys truly place such unwavering trust in the spider, to the extent of handing over the future of the kingdom? It was perplexing, utterly perplexing. If the child cast down from the dragon's mountain was not the legitimate heir to the Seven Kingdoms, should that child still be saved? A thought flickered in Jaehaerys' mind. Of course, he must be saved. If Aegon Targaryen was innocent, then the child who bore the brunt of the sacrifice was even more so. What of Rhaenys? She too has chosen to follow Varys, has she not? Princess Rhaenys is reluctant to leave, claiming she dreamt that Prince Rhaegar had come to fetch her, resolutely refusing to exit his chamber. Olenna, ever forthright, echoed the sentiments of Queen Rhaella. Dear child, if you do not depart now, there may not be another chance. Your father has long since passed away. I wonder if anyone has conveyed this dreadful news to her. Perhaps I could exploit this situation. Thus, Jaehaerys requested permission from Princess Elia to persuade his little niece. Elia appeared deeply concerned, yet could not conceive a fitting solution. Guided by a maid, he arrived at Rhaegar's door. Little shadow, come out. It is your uncle Jaehaerys. No, I wish to wait for father. The young girl, seemingly awake, responded with a quivering voice. But uncle is here to take you to father. You are lying. Father said he would take me to the summer hall, where dragons soar amidst the azure skies and glide between towering spires. Rhaenys, do you not know your father's title? He is the Prince of Dragonstone. How could he possibly be at summer hall? Surely, you have misinterpreted your dream. Now, your uncle, along with your mother and brother, are bound for Dragonstone to find your father. Will you come with us? Jaehaerys spoke in a light-hearted tone. Really? Rhaenys quickly bolted from her room, discovering that the door had not been secured from within at all. By the gods, I too, in my quest to save an innocent name, have spun a kind-hearted falsehood for the benefit of the world and in the spirit of compassion, without transgressing the greater path. Indeed, Jaehaerys affirmed with a nod. Olenna gazed at Jaehaerys in astonishment. Rhaenys had been ensconced in her chamber for 2 days, impervious to persuasion. If forcibly removed, she would wail and even bite, having already injured several guards. It was assumed Jaehaerys would return empty-handed. Yet who would have thought it could be so simple? After all, others had no clear destination to offer her, while Jaehaerys' intentions were unequivocal. Moreover, Rhaenys had spent time on Dragonstone with her parents during her childhood. Although she was young, she retained some memories, thus readily accepted Jaehaerys' claims. Oh, we are going to find father, Rhaenys exclaimed joyfully, tears glistening on her cheeks. Jaehaerys took her small hand and approached Princess Elia. Sister-in-law, you must prepare swiftly. Time is of the essence, and we must depart at once. Elia shook her head, while Olenna elucidated. Your Highness, we have already made preparations, but the condition of Our Lady is such. Since giving birth to Aegon, Elia's health had deteriorated significantly, confining her to bed rest for a time. The scholars had little recourse, only advising her to avoid exertion. Jaehaerys surmised that her fragile constitution, exacerbated by 2 childbirths, had drained her vitality. Observing her visage, marked by dark circles, he attempted to channel a surge of energy to her, but to no avail. Young man, your efforts are in vain. This woman has exhausted all her strength, and her time has come. The voice of the wondrous tree of treasures echoed in Jaehaerys' mind. A sigh escaped him as he realized that the mountain of demons was merely the final straw that would break his sister-in-law. Even if the Lannisters treated her with courtesy, her demise was inevitable. Illyria had become incapacitated, and aside from her devoted handmaiden, Olenna, she was left with only a wet nurse and 2 elderly attendants. The wet nurse, too familiar with Prince Aegon, had been taken by Varys, leaving the 2 attendants to dwell in the servants' quarters. Thus, finding someone to carry Illyria away proved difficult, especially since the king had decreed that she must not leave Maegor's holdfast. Olenna, my dear sister, she coughed, take Rhaenys and the child away. Had I known today would come, I would have never let my little Prince Aegon depart. And you, my lady? Her Majesty the Queen has commanded us to defend your safety at all costs. If you do not leave, then neither can I. The young maid sobbed. The current Queen of Dorne was indeed the reigning monarch, for since the year 187 AC, when the virtuous King Daeron II reached a peace agreement with the Prince of Dorne, Dorne had retained considerable privileges, such as the title of Prince or Princess. Technically, they should be referred to as Prince or Princess, but most translations use the term Prince, hence the continued usage here. The other 6 kingdoms, however, had not enjoyed such treatment. They were all downgraded to lords, just as the human farmers in Warcraft often say, yes, my lord, and the titles of Duke, Marquis, Earl, and Baron were all merely lords, albeit with varying degrees of power among them, prompting adjustments in the translations. Setting aside idle chatter, after a prolonged tug-of-war, Jaehaerys grew anxious as Olenna finally, with reluctance, produced a bundle. It was clear they had long planned their escape. After all, the exquisite tapestries adorning the walls had vanished. And according to Jaehaerys' memories, Rhaegar's chamber once housed a magnificent tapestry depicting the history of Aegon's conquest, a family heirloom of immense value, now conspicuously absent. Yet, akin to the dozens of Valyrian steel weapons and millions of golden dragons that lay abandoned in the royal treasury, Jaehaerys felt powerless to transport them all, leaving them to Robert. Wealth is but a transient possession, Jaehaerys reassured himself. I am a seeker of enlightenment. What use have I for material riches? Nevertheless, a twinge of resentment lingered in his heart. At that moment, if he possessed the powers of an enchanter, he would ensure not a single copper piece remained for Robert. He had heard that the wondrous tree of treasures possessed a spatial ability, yet it was likely that it would disdain such trivial wealth. Jaehaerys emerged from the chamber, accompanied by the tearful Rhaenys and the maid Olenna, while the child lay peacefully asleep in Olenna's arms. Elia watched their receding figures, her heart heavy with the thought of her son and loved ones being separated from her. Tears streamed down her face as she choked on her prayers, beseeching the Holy Mother for mercy, to grant her son a healthy upbringing. Truly, it is a sorrowful parting, akin to flesh being torn from bone. The winds of despair cut like knives, and the moon hangs like a cruel hook. A tempestuous journey of 3,000 miles awaits, all due to the ruin of the nation and familial vendettas. Chapter 25. Departure from King's Landing. As they stepped out of Maegor's holdfast, a guard emerged from the shadows to intercept them. Jaehaerys recognized the figure. "Sir Soren, still awake, are you? Your Highness, surely you are not out for a midnight stroll with a lady?" he quipped. "At such a young age, already 2 children to your name. What a rascal." What was Sir Soren's full name again? Ellis? Or was it Alicia? Jaehaerys couldn't quite recall. This man, in his 30s, was robust with thick black hair and keen eyes that sparkled with intelligence. He hailed from the House Soren of the Crownlands, his armor adorned with silver flail motifs. Sir Soren had a knack for reading the room and ingratiating himself with those in power. He possessed remarkable insight, and had he practiced archery, he would surely have earned the title of Master Archer. After a moment's contemplation, Jaehaerys withdrew a ruby the size of a pigeon's egg from his waist and discreetly handed it to him. "I hear your son's naming day is approaching. I had promised you a grand gift. Please accept this for now." "Oh dear, why is the moon absent tonight? I must have miscalculated." "Your Highness, are you here to retrieve something you left behind?" Sir Soren remarked, ensuring not to alert the other guards. "It seems rather heavy. Shall I assist you?" Within the Red Keep, the atmosphere was lax, with only a few patrolling the walls, most stationed above. Along the way, they encountered familiar guards, aside from Old Hart, who was inebriated. The others provided varying degrees of cover. Some brought a large cloak for the young, made to shield the child in her arms, while others led 2 horses, allowing Jaehaerys to ride alongside the little princess. Beneath the black cloak, he appeared as a rotund dwarf, while the maid, Olenna, mounted another steed. With the protection of numerous guards, they successfully departed the Red Keep. "Thank you, brothers." Jaehaerys clasped his fists together atop his horse, truly grateful for their assistance today. Otherwise, escaping the Red Keep would have posed a significant challenge. His gaze swept over Cyril, heir of House Strickland, the honest Bronn, the cunning Soren, the obsequious Sir Dallin Townston, the perpetually gloomy Waters brothers, and the diminutive Jeremy from House Lake. Remember them well. Jaehaerys admonished himself, committing their faces and houses to memory. Even if they were to meet misfortune in the future, he vowed to repay them or their kin whenever the opportunity arose. The Lannisters must repay their debts. I, Jaehaerys, shall repay my kindness and avenge my grievances. The 2 horses and 4 individuals descended from Aegon's Hill, and at the junction with Muddy Way, they encountered a group of similarly hooded figures, numbering over a dozen. The leader appeared familiar. Through the flickering torchlight, Jaehaerys discerned Lord Hygos. The person approaching is none other than one of the 3 sagacious masters of the Alchemist Guild, renowned for their adeptness in crafting wildfire. A brief encounter had occurred just days prior. Since Rosart ascended to the premiership, his power has significantly amplified, thereby accelerating the timeline for dispatching the alchemical fire to Dragonstone. With ample manpower and resources at his disposal, a team led by Hygos was swiftly organized, comprised entirely of elite members from the guild, the least experienced among them being mere assistants. Those remaining behind were predominantly the elderly or those unwilling to traverse the vast ocean. Oh my! Hygos did not anticipate an encounter with Jaehaerys at this particular juncture. "Prial." "Indeed, my lord, I am Prial," Jaehaerys interjected, asserting that it was not the opportune moment for formal introductions. The hood obscured his hair and violet eyes, yet could not disguise his voice. "Yes, Lord Prial. Might you accompany us?" Hygos, regaining his composure, extended a warm invitation, and the 2 parties converged. The young maid, filled with surprise and curiosity, momentarily set aside her melancholy. Previously, she had heard tales that the royal twins spent their days indulging in vice or engaging in deceitful acts, tales of them smearing oil on suitors' backs and mutilating frogs. Yet, the reality appeared to starkly contrast the rumors, leading her to ponder whether society's expectations of the princes were excessively high, thus misrepresenting such a graceful youth. Before long, the group arrived at the river gate. Armed with a decree from the Prime Minister, Hygos faced no opposition, sparing Jaehaerys considerable effort. At the dock, 2 vessels lay anchored, one adorned with the sea-horse banner of House Velaryon, and the other, a 2-masted merchant ship, significantly larger than the first. Jaehaerys and the maid separated from the group, riding directly towards the Velaryon warship, where an elderly man stood at the bow. "Stop right there. This is the royal vessel, the Sea Breeze, Please proceed elsewhere. Are you Sir Crediman? Hargos, while overseeing the alchemists boarding the merchant ship, inquired upon hearing a familiar voice. Indeed, it is I. Jaehaerys halted their exchange, proclaiming, blood and fire share the same origin. Crediman realized he had encountered the right individuals and replied, simplicity is the essence of greatness. The previous night, he had arranged for a merchant ship for an old friend, only to be unexpectedly dispatched by Lord Luthras to fetch someone, without being informed of whom. Save for a cryptic rendezvous signal. Upon boarding, Jaehaerys removed his cloak, revealing his silver-gold hair and violet eyes, while also disentangling himself from the grasp of Rhaenys. Having met His Highness the Prince and Her Highness the Princess, old Crediman finally comprehended why Lord Luthras entrusted such a minor task to him. Who could possess a better understanding of the waters of Blackwater Bay than himself? Jaehaerys assured him that formalities were unnecessary, as nighttime navigation was fraught with peril, and with such a distinguished veteran aboard, their safety would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. After all, the old man had spent the majority of his life adrift upon the Blackwater River, possessing an instinctual knowledge of where the hidden reefs and swirling eddies lay. Jaehaerys gazed upon the sailors as they lowered the oars. The sea wind surged forth like a swift centipede, its oars moving in unison, propelling them rapidly onward. As he beheld the receding silhouette of King's Landing and the towering red keep, a sigh of relief escaped his lips. At last, he was departing from the inferno that was King's Landing, having nearly concluded his own arrangements. Only one matter remained. The cold moon hung like a tooth, its reflection shimmering upon the water. Apart from the rhythmic sound of oars striking the waves and the whispering wind, it seemed as though all of creation had succumbed to slumber. Jaehaerys stood at the bow, his gaze fixed upon the direction of King's Landing. Beyond the western city, where tournaments were frequently held, the evening must surely be ablaze with light and fluttering banners. At that moment, as they sailed with the current and against the wind, having changed the crew of oarsmen, the sea wind finally reached the mouth of the Blackwater River, where the refreshing breeze from the sea brought with it a unique scent of brine and salt. Your Highness, why do you not retire for the night? Chirped the young handmaiden, Olenna, her voice bright. Sir Criston said it would be several hours before we reached Dragonstone. He looked at the girl before him, who was nearly the age of a middle school student in his past life. Her skin bore a darker hue, a common trait in Dorne, and she walked with a steady gait, deftly navigating the swaying vessel. Olenna, do you know when the darkest hour of the day occurs? Is it at midnight? In truth, it is at dawn when darkness reigns supreme. At that hour, the stars recede, and the sun has yet to rise, as if an invisible hand has erased all light from the world. Just like now, but in a matter of moments. When the sun pierces through the clouds, the heavens will be illuminated, and light shall once again govern this world. Jaehaerys turned to face the young maid. At that very instant, the first ray of sunlight sliced through the darkness like a sword, and the silhouette of the sun leapt above the horizon, casting a golden glow that enveloped Jaehaerys in a halo of sanctity and mystery. As the sun ascended, its brilliance ignited the mountains and rivers, ushering forth a new day that banished the stars and the waning moon. Chapter 26. The new succession law Dragonstone is so diminutive that during the era of the freehold of Valyria, when Rhaegar Targaryen brought his family and dragons to the island, it was regarded as a self-imposed exile from the contest for the Iron Throne. Furthermore, Dragonstone's geographical position is pivotal, situated at the entrance of Blackwater Bay, commanding a crucial choke point. Each year, the Blackwater River brings forth a deluge of silt and nutrients, and the warm currents of the summer sea converge here, creating a vast fishing ground stretching from Cape Marseille to the Fingers. Dragonstone lies at the heart of this bountiful expanse. As the fief of the heir apparent, the populace of Dragonstone is shielded from the exploitation of great lords and the burdensome taxes imposed on the common folk of the mainland, allowing them to live in relative tranquility. They have dwelled here since the time of Rhaegar Targaryen, originally as slaves accompanying the Targaryen family, but through generations of growth, they have become the most loyal adherents of House Targaryen. Yet, this does not alter the stark reality of Dragonstone's steep terrain and scarce arable land. Despite the fertile soil nourished by volcanic ash, the sporadic eruptions have resulted in a thick layer of volcanic rock covering most areas, rendering them utterly unsuitable for agricultural cultivation. The limited arable land has constrained the population growth on Dragonstone Island, which has fluctuated around 5,000 for centuries. Excluding the elderly, infirm, and women and children, the number of able-bodied men available for military mobilization has dwindled to fewer than 1,000. However, should the need arise for conscription, a makeshift force of around 2,000 could be assembled, The arrival of the royal fleet brought 3,000 soldiers and 300 cavalry, not only bolstering the island's defenses, but also significantly increasing the governance challenges. The pressing issue was not food or weaponry, but a severe shortage of women. The military discipline of the era was not as stringent as that of later armies. It was merely a shade better than that of bandits. On the first day of their arrival, an incident involving the forcible taking of local women occurred, leading to a standoff between fishermen and soldiers, resulting in several fatalities. Consequently, Queen Rhaegar was compelled to appoint Count Adrian Setigar as Minister of Justice to oversee law and order on the island, while Viserys Valerion continued his role as Minister of Naval Affairs, tasked with repressing and restraining the royal fleet soldiers. Simultaneously, the Dragonstone garrison was established, with Sir William Derry appointed as its first commander, responsible for leading the land forces to protect Dragonstone and maintain daily order. A few days later, the scholar Maester Terrys of Dragonstone received a raven from King's Landing. "Your Majesty, please accept my condolences." As a prince, Jaehaerys immediately grasped the gravity of the message. King's Landing had fallen, Aegon Lannister had committed regicide, and Tywin's forces rampaged through the city, burning and pillaging indiscriminately. The Megaree Keep had been breached, with most defenders perishing in the battles within the towers, halls, and cellars, while a small number were captured. Rhaegar Clegane had violated and murdered Princess Elia, and Lord Barrys of the Alchemists Guild was slain by Jaime. Subsequently, the majority of the Alchemists Guild surrendered. As Tywin entered the Red Keep, he was ambushed by Prime Minister Rhaegar using wildfire, resulting in the Lannisters losing several knights. Tywin himself sustained injuries, while his brother, Tygad, succumbed to severe burns. Rhaegar attempted to escape amidst the chaos but was killed by the approaching Amory Lorch. Subsequently, the Duke of the North entered the city, establishing a standoff without escalating into large-scale conflict. Tywin Lannister advocated for military action against Dragonstone, offering to allocate hundreds of thousands of golden dragons for the campaign. Unfortunately, the entire fleet of House Baratheon has been brought to Dragonstone, leaving the fishing and merchant vessels of the common folk utterly incapable of engaging in naval combat. Meanwhile, the fleet of Chinting Island remains besieged outside Wind's Rest, showing no signs of surrendering to Robert, though it is evident that such an eventuality is inevitable. In this moment, Tywin is consumed by a fervent rage that finds no outlet, and so he unleashes his wrath upon those loyal to House Targaryen. Initially, he resorts to plunder, and soon descends into a frenzy of murder and arson, a behavior that is swiftly emulated by others. The opulent mansions of the nobles and wealthy merchants in King's Landing are breached by wild soldiers, resulting in the rampant looting of vast fortunes and the destruction of numerous edifices. Those who strike first fill their pockets with gold dragons and jewels, while the latecomers are left to scavenge the remnants. Ultimately, the tardiest among them turn their greedy gazes towards the commoners. The turmoil persists for 3 full days until Robert decrees that lords must not allow their men to pillage, rape women, or commit murder and arson. To enforce this, he executes dozens of unruly soldiers, and thus, the chaos gradually subsides. Yet, the citizens of King's Landing, having endured this catastrophe, lie amidst the dead and wounded. Some families are entirely wiped out, while the young and women are taken away, leaving only the old and infirm. Those brave enough to resist are executed before their kin, and the city resounds with cries of anguish and lamentation, surrounded by the dead and crumbling ruins. The Silent Sisters find themselves overwhelmed, unable to attend to the vast numbers of corpses, and they cannot even bestow a semblance of dignity upon the deceased. In the end, they gather the bodies and light several great pyres outside the city. "This is our shame towards the people of King's Landing." After reading the letter, Layla remains silent for a long while, and when she raises her head again, her face is streaked with tears. "Your Majesty, how can this be blamed on you? If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon the Lannisters and Baratheons. The White Walkers should have taken them." A maid comforts her. Viserys' eyes are bloodshot, teeth clenched in rage, while Rhaenys has already fainted in the arms of her handmaiden, Olenna, the young girl now aware that her mother will never return to her. A profound sorrow grips Jaehaerys. Although he foresaw the fall of King's Landing, he never anticipated that his plans would not only fail to incinerate Tywin, but would instead awaken the Lion's wrath, ultimately resulting in the suffering of the citizens of King's Landing. Indeed, there is no mistake. His final arrangement before departing was a plea to Rhaegar not to burn the city. Had the Lannisters not come to protect the realm, they could have laid an ambush of wildfire along Tywin's path into the Red Keep, seizing the opportunity to incinerate him should he appear. It is clear that Rhaegar had intended to execute this plan, Though luck was not on their side, Tywin survived his injuries, further enraged by the loss of a brother, leading to a bloodbath. Viserys, Jaehaerys, Rhaenys, follow me. Queen Layla, supported by her maidens, makes her way to the small sept of Dragonstone, where a lofty altar stands, honoring a maiden and the mother, a warrior and a smith, an aged woman with pearl-like eyes, a gilded father, and an almost beastly figure of a foreign deity. For centuries, they have been adorned with layers of vibrant paint, gold leaf, silver foiling, and embedded with jewels. Stained glass segments the sunlight into a kaleidoscope of colors, rendering the scene resplendent and vivid. Your royal father met his demise at the hands of the regicide, Jaime Lannister. Countless citizens of King's Landing have perished due to the Lannister army. Queen Rhaegar turned to her 2 sons and granddaughter, her heart heavy with sorrow. It is a pity that the prince who ought to be present here today is lost to the winds of fate, for she is well aware that the true Aegon has been sent elsewhere. Now, our Targaryen family has been driven to this remote all by the rebels, who consider us a thorn in their flesh and will relentlessly pursue us. Perhaps the pursuers shall arrive soon. I, Rhaegar Targaryen, in the name of blood and fire, demand that you swear before the warriors and the strangers that from this day forth, wherever you may be, as long as you draw breath, you shall ensure that the Lannisters and the rebels pay for their transgressions, in honor of your father and the innocent souls who perished in the city. I implore you to vow before the father and the mother that among the descendants of the Targaryens, irrespective of age or gender, whoever can vanquish the Lannisters and restore peace to the realm shall be the rightful ruler of the 7 kingdoms, the legitimate monarch of the Iron Throne. Chapter 27. The new king's coronation. 3 youthful voices echoed within the modest sanctum. Blood for blood, an eye for an eye. Some grievances ought not to be forgotten, but rather passed down through the generations. Even a vendetta spanning 10 generations may find resolution. In this moment, Queen Rhaegar bestowed equal claims of inheritance upon all legitimate descendants of House Targaryen, based not on birthright, but on merit and vengeance, repaying their enemies with blood and fire. Though Jaehaerys had initially shown no interest in the Iron Throne, the atmosphere grew so charged that he, in a moment of fervor, made a vow. He felt an unseen chain descend upon him, a binding from his own bloodline and the celestial order. I should not alter the course of fate. This could spell trouble. The celestial forces acknowledged his oath, and should he breach it, he could only speculate on the consequences. Family, who understands? I simply wish to cultivate my path to immortality and peace, yet I am compelled onto a path of vengeance. Alas, alas, I must bear the burdens of my own making. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, Rob, I believe we must punish Duke Tywin, Ser Jaime, and others such as Ser Rhaegar and Ser Amory, who have committed heinous crimes. They have forsaken their knightly vows and honor, slaying the king they swore to protect, violating women, and mercilessly slaughtering surrendered soldiers, committing egregious acts of arson and pillage. Such transgressions warrant death to quell the public's fury. Eddard Stark declared from the base of the throne room, addressing the lofty Robb Baratheon. Young wolf, what sin have the Lannisters committed? The Lannisters repay their debts. My brother's tragic death was merely an expression of anger against surrendered foes. Kevin Lannister, his arm bound in linen bandages, glared fiercely. He had been struck by a stone while assaulting Maegor's holdfast, necessitating a matching bandage like his elder brother. Your Majesty, I believe the immediate priority is your coronation. Other matters can be decided once you ascend the throne. Tywin suppressed his anguish, striving to maintain a steady tone, as crimson and yellow pus seeped from his bandaged left hand. On that fateful day, he had been mounted high upon his steed, surrounded by a phalanx of armored soldiers, when unexpectedly a green light erupted from both sides of the road. In a moment of desperation, he had thrust himself forward to shield most of his men from the wildfires, resulting in his own left hand being scorched, the liquid seeping into the crevices of steel. Even now, reflecting on that moment, cold sweat trickles down his spine. After over 20 years on the battlefield, he had never encountered such peril, nearly becoming a companion to the Mad King. As for my campaigns of pillage, I implore your grace, King Robert, to exact punishment upon the likes of Bolton, Amber, Glover, Fry, Karstark, Hoat, Manderley, Locke, Dustin, and other lords of the North and the Riverlands, for their soldiers too participated in these raids. Tywin declared, kneeling on one knee. Haha, you exaggerate, Lord Tywin, Robert replied, descending from the lofty Iron Throne, his attendants rushing to support him. He grasped Tywin's unscathed right hand, exclaiming, Old man, you are indeed the pillar of the realm. Had it not been for your guidance, the Mad King's kingdom would have long been seized by the Black Fire. How could I possibly punish you in this time of uncertainty? Once I am crowned, I shall pardon your son for the regicide. He shall once again serve as a member of the king's guard. What say you? Eddard possesses a stubborn mind, filled with notions of honor, utterly incapable of flexibility. Hence, do not harbor resentment towards him. Eddard, come forth and apologize to Lord Tywin. An apology is unnecessary. Lord Eddard is a man of principle. Tywin replied, his eyes narrowing. However, your majesty, you are in the prime of your youth and cannot afford a day without a queen. It would be prudent to marry a lady of noble birth soon. I have a daughter, youthful and graceful, well-versed in propriety, a suitable match indeed. Allow me to ponder this, Robert muttered inwardly, cursing under his breath. Indeed, Tywin was a cunning old fox. Yet considering his astuteness and willingness to shoulder the ignominy of regicide, he resolved not to pursue the matter further. The kingdom required balance and stability. The Westerlands must not descend into chaos. If Lyanna could not be retrieved, what harm would there be in marrying a young lioness as a mere ornament? After all, no other suitable candidates emerge from the houses of the great lords. It must be said that what one cannot obtain will forever elude them, while what one has acquired becomes but a trivial stain upon their garments. Lyanna had long since perceived Robert's capriciousness and penchant for infidelity. Did Eddard remain oblivious? Certainly not. Yet he was powerless to intervene or rectify the situation, forced to watch helplessly as his sister fell into the pit of despair. Little did they foresee that a tournament at Harrenhal would alter the very course of the kingdom, propelling the realm towards an abyss. Now, the lands of the Riverlands and Stormlands lay in decay, livelihoods extinguished, and the populace displaced, with nary a rooster crowing for 1,000 miles. And bones exposed upon the fields. The once prosperous city of King's Landing had transformed into a landscape of ruin, rife with shattered roofs and broken tiles. Though Robert may not be the most exemplary king, he is certainly not inclined to witness the chaos unfolding under his reign. From the moment he took up arms, he resolved to seize the Iron Throne, to restore order, and to prove himself superior to the mad king, Aerys. He yearns for his name to be immortalized by the bards, akin to Aegon the Conqueror. Now, with the Iron Throne beneath him, he is finally on the verge of realizing his ambitions. Yet, who could have anticipated that his first act upon entering the city would be directed against his own? Outside the Red Keep, the Iron Spear is adorned with the severed heads of several traitors, including one of his own vassals. My lord, how are the preparations for the coronation? Robert diverted the topic, recalling the old lion's wise words. The pressing concern is his coronation. A realm cannot remain leaderless for a single day. Only when the High Septon anoints him with the 7 sacred oils and places the crown upon his brow can the throne be deemed rightful. As for the stability of his reign, Robert asserted that the blood of Rhaegar still stains the Storm's End. Who dares to challenge him? News from Varys indicates that some have furtively labeled him a usurper, mere vermin and rodents from the gutters. Who truly cares? The Targaryen family was not always the sovereigns of the 7 kingdoms. Your Majesty, the coronation ceremony is under meticulous preparation. However, you requested a grand tournament following the ceremony, and our financial resources are somewhat lacking. Alan reported candidly. After 2 years of war, which household's granary or cellar is not empty? We are indeed out of funds. Fear not, Robert declared. We have seized millions of golden dragons from the Red Keep's treasury. After rewarding the loyal, there will be sufficient funds for hundreds of tournaments. With a grand gesture, he dismissed the concern. Why worry about the Targaryen centuries of savings left here? Moreover, arrange for those wretched bones to be discarded into the cellar. Their mere presence is unsettling. Robert gestured to the dragon skulls surrounding him, relics of a bygone era that have lingered for over a century, serving only to frighten. Were it not for the remaining value of the dragon bones, he would have long since cast them into the moat as refuse. Chapter 28. I am little J, 7 years old, soon to turn 8. Originally residing in the Red Keep of King's Landing, I was relocated to Dragonstone due to the rebellion. I have no little aunt or cousin, but I am blessed with a beautiful niece and a sister soon to be born. Jaehaerys recalled a scene from his past, envisioning a small figure in the garden clad in a woolen sweater adorned with glimmering bronze plates, practicing thrusts with a wooden sword. Nearby stood a man of imposing demeanor, his hair a mixture of gray and white, tall and robust, clad in polished silver armor with a black leather undershirt and copper-studded leather covering his thighs. A sword belt crossed from shoulder to waist, bearing a long sword with a round pommel of deep yellow stone. The leather of the scabbard showed signs of wear and age. Princess Rhaenys, you are doing splendidly, but remember, during your thrusts, your strength must not waver, the man instructed. Indeed, Sir William, Rhaenys gasped for breath, exhibiting a maturity and composure that seemed incongruous for a child of merely 4 years. Upon learning of the tragic demise of her parents and the mysterious disappearance of her younger brother, Rhaenys appeared to mature overnight, ceasing her cries for her mother and father. Instead, she devoted her days to training with Ser Willem de Rin, the current commander of the Dragonstone garrison, mastering the art of swordsmanship and horsemanship. Since relocating to Dragonstone, Dorne had sent emissaries, even presenting her with a splendid little sandy warhorse perfectly suited for a child's riding. Her uncles had previously contemplated bringing her to Dorne, but how could Queen Rhaella ever consent? The Targaryens possessed an innate pride akin to that of true dragons. For the time being, they could find solace on Dragonstone, avoiding the frenzied panic of a wild cat darting in all directions. Thus, as a compromise, they dispatched over a dozen Dornish warriors to serve as Princess Rhaenys' guardians, clearly reflecting their mistrust of Dragonstone. However, Queen Rhaella took no offense. Given the current vulnerability of the garrison, the presence of additional elite soldiers could only be advantageous. During this period, Jaehaerys had collected rent twice, but aside from acquiring a modicum of vitality, he had not gained any skills whatsoever. It was akin to the thank you message found under a bottle cap, an arduous endeavor for such a trivial reward. Prince Jaehaerys, would you care to join me for some practice? Inquired the former Red Keep instructor, gazing at the languid youngest scion of House Targaryen. Although his twin brother, Viserys, was not as earnest as Princess Rhaenys, he occasionally sought him out to hone his swordsmanship, yet Jaehaerys had never approached him for tutelage. Sure, Jaehaerys acknowledged, recognizing that what he lacked was practical combat experience. No matter how proficient his novice techniques were, the chaos of the battlefield would render him disoriented. The Red Keep had few peers his age, and during their time in King's Landing, there were far too many distractions. Where was the time to grind for experience? Thus, while his sword skills were commendably high, his experience bar remained at a disheartening 0. Ser Willem, I wish to practice dueling. Might I request your guidance? Jaehaerys said, retrieving a wooden sword from the rack and swinging it effortlessly, producing a whooshing sound as it sliced through the air. Your Highness, I believe it is paramount to master the fundamentals, remarked Ser Willem, sensing that this child was even more ambitious than Viserys. Alas, why could not one of them embody the humility of Prince Rhaegar? You make a valid point, yet what if I am a genius? Surely, a genius deserves some privileges. Jaehaerys pondered his words carefully. Ser Willem was left speechless. Why was every child of House Targaryen endowed with such peculiar confidence? The process had already been repeated twice. Must they endure it once more? Nevertheless, whether one sheep or a flock, they all needed herding. With this thought, he drew a wooden sword. While the practice weapon felt somewhat light, it would suffice for the purpose of administering a lesson. Jaehaerys launched the first assault, his petite stature and short wingspan necessitating close-quarters combat to exploit his agility. The monkey sword technique was not solely about the hands. It encompassed footwork and body movement as well. It was widely acknowledged that simian creatures possessed shorter hind limbs, unlike humans with their developed thigh muscles. Consequently, the monkey sword technique emphasized nimble footwork and agile body movements, allowing one to dart through tight spaces with the grace of a fish navigating through narrow gaps. In the realm of swordsmanship, the synergy of footwork and body movement is paramount, emphasizing the reduction of unnecessary transitions during technique changes, akin to the delicate art of flower weaving. This is largely due to the distinct wrist structure of the primate, which allows for swifter and more agile shifts in technique. Consequently, in close combat, the primate's swordplay exhibits not only a rapid succession of strikes, but also an augmented power. Jaehaerys circled around the cumbersome Ser Willem, intermittently delivering thrusts or executing unexpected technique changes that caught his opponent off guard, swiftly leaving Ser Willem scrambling to defend himself. However, wisdom comes with age, and soon he recognized the necessity of altering his offensive and defensive strategies. After forcefully blocking a downward strike with his wooden sword, he quickly followed up with an upward slash, then gripped his sword with both hands to deliver a powerful downward cleave. The swordplay unfolded with sweeping grandeur. Although it appeared to Jaehaerys that there were numerous openings, they were merely fleeting moments, insufficient for a counterattack. Moreover, the sheer inertia of his forceful strike would inevitably result in losing the opportunity to evade. Encapsulating the harsh reality of combat, to inflict a wound is to risk one's own life. At this juncture, he also came to realize the shortcomings of the primate's sword technique. Its torque was too short, and its armor-piercing capability too weak. In an era where knights typically donned 2 to 3 layers of armor, protection for vital areas of the torso was substantial. With only a few vulnerable spots, such as the gaps in helmets, the throat, and the lower body, capable of delivering a lethal blow. in contrast, against lightly armored or unarmored soldiers. The primate's sword technique was indeed a head-harvesting machine, yet it proved somewhat ineffectual against heavily armored knights. Knights, mounted as heavy cavalry and dismounted as heavy infantry, clad in slightly curved plate armor treated with carbon infusion, resembled the tanks of their time. While carbon infusion was not a high-tech process, seasoned armorers would place the completed armor pieces in containers filled with charcoal and apply heat, resulting in armor with enhanced hardness and defensive capabilities. However, if only he had that meteor sword in hand, even plate armor could be pierced. This thought sparked his curiosity. Why did Rhaegar not procure a Valyrian steel sword for battle? Perhaps the outcome of the Battle of the Trident would have been drastically different. Regarding this query, Iris claimed to be the most qualified to address it, not out of unwillingness, but due to circumstance. Were it not for Rhaegar's untimely death, would you have been able to freely access my treasury, let alone forge a short sword? The thought of you walking away with a single gold dragon was laughable. With that in mind, he executed a flourish with his sword and stepped out of the fray. Defeat was simply defeat, devoid of shame. Thus he gracefully conceded. Sir William, too, breathed a sigh of relief, narrowly avoiding disgrace. Nonetheless, he considered his victory somewhat unearned. After all, Prince Jaehaerys was still but a child with nearly zero practical experience, and he had treated him as though he were an adult warrior. Your Highness is truly a rare martial talent, Sir William remarked sincerely. He had previously believed Rhaegar to be the unparalleled master of the sword, yet he was astounded to discover that his younger brother, not yet 8, displayed such formidable prowess. Although still somewhat immature, with proper guidance and physical development, he could undoubtedly become a formidable warrior akin to the Dragon Knight, Aemon. Sir William seemed to perceive a brilliant star of war slowly rising. Chapter 29. The South is secured thereafter. Sir William focused his attention on mentoring the two princes, disregarding Viserys, who lacked both the talent of Jaehaerys and the resilience of Rhaenys. At best, he resembled a delicate lace trim, visually pleasing but ultimately impractical. Meanwhile, Viserys, overlooked by Sir William, lay in bed, blissfully asleep, dreaming of striking Jaehaerys and kicking Rhaenys, so vividly that bubbles of drool escaped his lips. Outside King's Landing, a grand tournament was fervently underway. Long live His Majesty Robert! Echoed the cheers of countless onlookers as thousands of knights gathered, with hundreds participating in the jousting. Events included lance competitions, team contests, and archery, with a total prize pool of 20,000 golden dragons, 10,000 for the lance champion, 6,000 for the team contest, and 4,000 for archery. The bounteous rewards stirred excitement among all. Beyond the generous prizes, rumors circulated that the victor would serve His Majesty Robert as a new member of the Kingsguard, driving everyone into a frenzy. Some even likened this tournament to the historic Kingsguard selection over 230 years ago, following the coronation of Jaehaerys I, when 5 vacancies in the Kingsguard were filled through a similar competition. At this moment, 5 members of the Kingsguard still lived, but upon Robert's coronation, he pardoned the fearless Baratheon and the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, while the fates of the other 3 sworn brothers remained shrouded in mystery. Lord Eddard Stark had already sent cavalry to relieve the siege of Storm's End, but his reports indicated no sign of the Kingsguard. Robert believed they must have abducted his betrothed, Lyanna, and thus ordered the lords to search far and wide, though no word had yet arrived. Robert had initially intended to pardon the knights who fought in the defense of the Red Keep, but Tywin firmly opposed, believing them to be staunch supporters of House Targaryen, deserving of death. Ultimately, upon the suggestion of Duke Jon Arryn, they were given the choice of execution or donning black garb. The vast majority chose the latter, and after Robert's coronation, they were dispatched to the wall, with only a few receiving Robert's clemency. Thus, the jubilant tournament lasted 3 days, during which Robert selected 2 knights, Boros Blunt and a knight named Ser Oswin, appointing them to his Kingsguard. As for the remaining 3 vacancies, he still hoped that Ser Hugh, Ser Dawn, and Ser Bronn would sensibly bring back his betrothed and pledge their loyalty to him. Robert, became king through valor and the art of friendship. Do you not see how many adversaries have been swayed by my formidable charisma, ultimately turning foes into friends? Yet, those dragon spawn must still be dealt with, lest some treacherous souls conspire with Dragonstone. After the conclusion of the tournament, Robert swiftly commanded the Grand Maester to dispatch a raven to Storm's End, instructing Stannis to recruit sailors and construct warships. Upon completion of their training, they were to set sail for Dragonstone, ensuring that the Targaryen woman and her offspring were captured and brought back to King's Landing without exception. The women and girls could remain as hostages, but it would be preferable if the 3 princes were to perish at sea. When the raven reached Storm's End, Eddard Stark had just arrived with his forces. Duke Melisandre and his vassals, recognizing the inevitable outcome, promptly surrendered to Eddard and pledged their allegiance to King Robert. Meanwhile, the wandering Lord Picot was requested to send his twin sons, Horus and Hobbs, born of Minna Targaryen, to King's Landing as hostages. The Earl of Greenhaven understood that this was a call for unwavering service to Robert, with the Targaryen royal fleet having been summoned to Dragonstone. The defenses of Blackwater Bay were perilously thin, leaving King's Landing and the Crownlands vulnerable to attack at any moment. Among the three great fleets of the realm, the Ironborn were not known for their compliance. Apart from the longship fleet of the Ironborn, only Greenhaven's fleet remained capable of contesting the Dragonstone fleet. Robert would not overlook this opportunity, especially since he had needs that hinged on the safety of his children. Nevertheless, the thought of being at the mercy of others incited his ire. He needed to secure advantageous terms to prevent being unduly exploited. Thus, after swearing fealty before Eddard Stark, he sent his twin sons to King's Landing and dispatched envoys demanding a 10-year exemption from tariffs for Greenhaven. In negotiations, should one not aim high, Greenhaven, comparable in size to Tarth, was tenfold richer. Could it sustain the continent's mightiest fleet? Could it boast 200 warships? It was the quality of Greenhaven's wine, renowned across the world, that enabled such ambition. Should the tariffs be lifted, the wealth of House Redwine would soar, positioning them as the most affluent and influential noble family in the Reach, even surpassing the Hightower family of Old Town. Lord Redwine harbored dreams. Sir Palos, please enlist no fewer than 3,000 sailors and command the lords near the Rainwood to expedite the felling of trees. We must craft a sufficiently formidable fleet before the autumn storms arrive next year. Stannis Baratheon took the letter from Maester Cresson, now rightly termed a royal decree. It was unfathomable to him that his brother had ascended to the throne. As he gazed upon the magnificent fortress beneath him, Stannis felt a surge of anticipation. This was his rightful place. Without him, his soldiers would have long since surrendered the castle. Without him, the 30,000 soldiers of the Reach and the 200 powerful ships of Greenhaven would have already stormed King's Landing. In recognition of his contributions, it was only just that he be made Duke of Storm's End. I am acutely aware that I am not favored by the nobility. Nonetheless, I shall prove to be an admirable lord. Although I possess a resolute character and never concede defeat, and though I may be perceived as austere and humorless, I remain committed to being a fair and just ruler to my subjects. However, before I can fulfill this promise, I must first execute the commands of my brother, the king, who will undoubtedly bestow upon me the stronghold of Windspire in due course. And as for my poor brother, Larys, you should humbly beseech our king to grant you Dragonstone. Eddard did not retrieve his sister beneath Windspire, leaving him in a state of confusion. Currently, apart from Dorne and the uncertain fate of Dragonstone, Varys has reported that the white-cloaked Kingsguard have not been sighted there, while Dorne remains distant, yet to respond. At present, the southern lands are reduced to the Bay of Rivers and the outskirts of Dorne, which have not been thoroughly explored. He has deployed his 3,000 cavalry like scattered seed in hopes of receiving news, yet he dares not contemplate the more dreadful possibilities. Lyanna possesses the blood of wolves, and wolves never compromise. Chapter 30. If you can, then come. Jaehaerys trains diligently in the biting wind, as autumn yields to winter. The seasonal transitions of this era are peculiar, predominantly characterized by extremes of winter and summer, with spring and autumn merely fleeting interludes. When he first arrived at Dragonstone, it was summer, but soon after autumn descended, and within a little over a month, delicate snowflakes began to fall. Although Dragonstone lies in the south, it is evidently not sufficiently southern. Even the warm, moist air of the south cannot penetrate the cold front from the north during winter. Instead, it is forced to rise under the pressure of the cold front, ultimately resulting in the formation of snowflakes or freezing rain. The scholars of the Citadel released white ravens across the continent to signify the changing seasons, a distant relative of crows and black ravens, yet larger in size and endowed with remarkable intelligence. Nurtured by spiritual energy and ample sustenance, Jaehaerys grew rapidly, rising from a height of 4.5 feet to 5 feet in a mere 6 months, and the dreadful year of 283 AC had long since concluded. Upon realizing the deficiencies in his swordsmanship a few months prior, he dedicated himself to systematic training with Sir Willem, and by now, he could wield a blunted iron sword while clad in a small-sized chainmail, engaging in a spirited exchange with his mentor. The old knight had lived long enough to witness many a night, yet he had never encountered such swordplay, cunning, treacherous, and unexpectedly clever. While he believed that such techniques might lack the honor befitting a knight in battle, he felt that more leniency should be afforded to an 8-year-old boy. Prince Jaehaerys possesses a talent for swordsmanship that far surpasses that of Aegon, coupled with a self-discipline and perseverance tenfold greater than that of the average person. He swiftly elevated his swordplay to a level that is difficult for most to comprehend. Frankly, before he departs Dragonstone for the first time with his troops, I shall have taught him all that I can. This is what Sir Willem Darry later conveyed in a letter to his brother, the Earl of Darry. Upon the dissemination of this news, the public was abuzz. Yet, many believed that Sir Willem had exaggerated the prowess of the dragonborn bloodline. As his physique and cultivation advanced, his strength grew immensely. Despite Jaehaerys' modest stature, his might rivaled that of an adult. Upon arriving on Dragonstone, he devoted half of each day to the creation of spring thunder, managing to produce no more than 3 jars in a single day. This was not due to any inability to create more, but rather because the available materials could only support such a limited output. High Goss, accompanied by a throng of assistants, toiled endlessly to supply him with raw materials, from the extraction and refinement of fish oil to the procurement and grinding of green flashstone, exhausting all their energies in the process. The alchemists expressed dissent, reminiscing about their days in King's Landing. Yet upon learning that most of the wise members of the Alchemist Guild had met their demise by hanging, they quickly reassured themselves that their current tasks were indeed trivial. After witnessing the spring thunder, High Goss became utterly convinced. The storage dilemma that had eluded alchemists for millennia was resolved by an 8-year-old child. Wise Rosart, you were indeed correct. With Prince Jaehaerys in our midst, our Alchemist Guild shall inevitably ascend to greatness once more. Thus, anyone who dared to complain was swiftly silenced by High Goss, who challenged them to step up if they had the capability. A gaggle of little Karami were utterly inept, yet they excelled at grumbling. Nonetheless, production remained stagnant. Hampered by a lack of manpower and resources, Jaehaerys had broached the subject of increasing personnel with Queen Rhaegar, but she was at a loss. Dragonstone's finances were strained. The Targaryen family had never amassed significant wealth on the island, and although the armory held some weaponry, it was antiquated and barely serviceable. The docks were in disrepair, with sediment accumulation preventing the docking of 3-masted warships, which could only be brought in during high tide. Last autumn, a fierce wind had snapped the masts of several warships, and repairs were still unfeasible. These were mere trifles compared to the pressing issue of soldiers' pay. Constant vigilance against Robb's potential assault on Dragonstone necessitated daily patrols in the straits, and the soldiers who had accompanied the Targaryens to the island could not be dismissed. Although some local lords and knights had returned to their fiefs, significantly alleviating military expenses, the 3,000 sailors could not be sent home, and thus had to be supported solely by Dragonstone's resources. Presently, each ordinary sailor received a monthly wage of 20 silver stags, while lower-ranking officers earned 50 silver stags, and mid-ranking officers, such as flag officers and oarsmen, garnered 100 silver stags. The captains and first mates of the warships received even higher salaries. The royal fleet boasted 10 large vessels, 2-masted, with over 150 oars, and nearly 100 various small and medium-sized ships, leading to a staggering monthly expenditure of 1,000 golden dragons solely for wages. If there were patrols or combat missions, the military expenses would double. The costs for infantry and knights were insignificant in comparison to the vast expenditures associated with maintaining the fleet. Qingting Island thrives due to its flourishing wine trade, while the Iron Fleet sustains itself through the plunder of its crew, who earn according to their efforts, incurring minimal military expenses. In the past, the royal fleet managed to survive on the taxes imposed by the monarch and the lord, but now, trapped on the diminutive Dragonstone Island, devoid of production or the ability to raid, life has become exceedingly arduous. The newly appointed Minister of Finance for Dragonstone, Count Gunther Sangra, is a devout believer. Yet even the gods cannot offer him immediate solutions to the island's fiscal woes. His sole recourse appears to be taxation, levying increased taxes on fishermen and farmers alike. This strategy, it must be said, is a dubious maneuver, at least in the eyes of Jaehaerys. Not only would the additional taxes fail to cover a month's military expenditures, but the erosion of public support resulting from such measures would undoubtedly be an unbearable burden for the Targaryen family at this juncture. What territories does the Targaryen family possess beyond their rightful claim to the Iron Throne and the surrounding islands of Dragonstone? Once public sentiment is lost, reclaiming it may prove too late. Thus, Jaehaerys, unable to conceal his discontent, felt compelled to voice his objections. Count Sangra, with hands raised in resignation, suggested that perhaps this fiscal minister should consider consulting Prince Jaehaerys. Infuriated, Jaehaerys declared, "I shall come. I am a student of the New Century University of Blue Star. Even if I am not an economics major, who hasn't watched a few episodes on the rise of great nations. In these times, opportunities for wealth abound. Even a mere trade differential could enable a family to amass a fortune in gold. However, would Jaehaerys pursue such a course? Certainly not, at least not now, as time is of the essence. The two known continents are engaged in vibrant trade, with maritime routes monopolized by the 9 free trade city-states. Just the 3 major guilds of Coels conservatively possess around 3,000 large merchant vessels, while Braavos is an economic behemoth, not merely due to its size, but owing to its formidable financial strength. Chapter 31. Fishing in Troubled Waters. Braavos boasts over 1,000 warships, with countless merchant vessels traversing the seas, their trade ships adorned with purple sails. Its Iron Bank is renowned worldwide, extending its lending operations to the continent of Westeros, where even the Iron Throne prioritizes borrowing from the Iron Bank, lest it face the dire consequences of default, for these bankers wield the power to manipulate the kingdom's economy. A popular saying in Braavos warns against the perils of defaulting on debts to the Iron Bank, and such a proclamation is made with confidence. According to the royal records of the Targaryen family, during the reign of the benevolent King Jaehaerys I, his sister's close confidant, Miss Alyssa Farman, stole 3 dragon eggs from the dragon lairs on Dragonstone and sold them to the Sea Lord of Braavos. King Jaehaerys dispatched his prime minister to negotiate. Yet the dragon eggs did not return. Braavos, meanwhile, absolved the royal family of their debts. The Iron Throne of that year boasted formidable dragons such as Balerion, the Black Dread, Vhagar, the Bronze Fury Vormund Soul, Silverwing, and the Red Queen Melisandre. Despite this, they still faced defeat at the hands of the Sea King of Braavos. It is evident that the depths of Braavos run profound. My lord Jaehaerys, I wish to inquire about the current state of Dragonstone's finances. Jaehaerys, having meticulously reviewed the pertinent documents, posed his question with an air of authority. Earl Jaehaerys glanced at Queen Rhaegar, who nodded in affirmation, and replied, "At present, the treasury of Dragonstone holds merely 10,000 golden dragons and over 300,000 silver stacks. When factoring in resources such as iron, charcoal, wool, and leather, the total value does not exceed 50,000 golden dragons." Jaehaerys pondered for a moment. It was clear that the iron and other supplies were off limits, as they constituted their military reserves. The humid air of Dragonstone severely deteriorated iron weaponry, and the island itself produced neither iron nor timber. Should Robert impose a blockade on trade with Dragonstone, their military would regress to the Stone Age in no time. Thus, only the 10,000 golden dragons remained, a meager sum indeed, equivalent to 155 tons of gold, while the prize for the champion of Robert's tournament was also set at 10,000 golden dragons. This revelation underscored Dragonstone's dire financial plight. Very well. A little money can still be put to good use. After all, substantial funding is not immediately necessary. Mother, I require your authorization to mobilize the royal fleet and all rights pertaining to foreign trade. Jaehaerys declared confidently. Queen Rhaegar, now heavily pregnant, appeared frail, her face gaunt and deeply hollowed as winter approached. Observing her condition filled Jaehaerys with concern. Should this trend continue upon the birth of Daenerys, he feared she might also succumb. Thus, he occasionally employed his mystical energies to restore Rhaegar's health and discreetly dissolved a remaining essence of the precious red pearl into her water, ensuring she ingested it unknowingly. After some time, her health markedly improved. Her complexion visibly regained its rosy hue, and her figure became more robust. Apart from her still lackluster spirit, the midwives remarked that they had never encountered such a vigorous advanced-age mother. "Fear not, my son, and proceed with your endeavors." Rhaegar crowned, governed in the name of Queen Aerys II since the Lannisters had yet to be vanquished, thus Dragonstone remained without a king. The erstwhile substitute child of young Aegon was now under the care of a wet nurse, publicly proclaimed as the legitimate heir to the Iron Throne. This led many to believe that young Aegon had been brought to Dragonstone. Although it was nighttime, many were watchful. Jaehaerys' clandestine departure with the 2 children did not go unnoticed. Furthermore, this served to create an illusion of confusion, diverting Robert and Tywin's attention toward Dragonstone. With Layla's authorization, Jaehaerys summoned the current commander of the royal fleet, Sir Trident, instructing him to divide the fleet into 3 distinct paths. One contingent, led by Trident, would make its way to the Stone Step Isles. Another, under Jaehaerys' direct command, would advance towards White Harbor. The remaining division would remain at home, ensuring vigilant patrols between the Throat and Blackwater Bay. Concurrently, all external communication channels from the islands were to be sealed off, preventing outsiders from discerning the fleet's movements. Each vessel, whether heading north or south, was to have the number of crows meticulously recorded, with an assistant dispatched by Master Tyrion of Dragonstone to oversee the operation. The objectives of the two separate fleets were known only to Jaehaerys and Sir Trident. It was only after departing from Dragonstone that the captains and crew would be informed. Jaehaerys aimed to secure a substantial gain while maintaining utmost secrecy, leaving the presence of any wise individuals under Robert's command to fate. At dawn, the two divisions stealthily departed from the docks of Dragonstone. Jaehaerys had ensured that all the spring thunder he had crafted over the past 6 months was aboard his fleet, with each vessel equipped with several improved scorpion crossbows. This formidable weapon measured 23 meters in length, featuring a wooden rotating frame beneath and a supporting arm at the rear, resembling a scorpion's tail, hence its name. The crossbows were fitted with a winding mechanism, capable of launching bolts up to 2 meters long to a distance of 300 meters when fully drawn. Remarkably, each scorpion crossbow required only 23 men to operate. With slight modifications to the bolts, adding a wooden cage at the front, Jaehaerys could insert the spring thunder inside. Although the added weight and wind resistance reduced the effective range of the modified scorpion crossbows, Jaehaerys observed the soldiers' trial shots, which indicated a reliable accuracy within approximately 200 meters. However, on the undulating sea, precision was a delicate matter. Only at distances of 100 to 150 meters, targeting large vessels, could the hit rate improve. Thus, Jaehaerys mandated that the most experienced and accurate archers be deployed across the fleet, and that preliminary test shots with standard bolts be conducted prior to any firing. After all, with barely 200 spring thunders available, waste was not an option, with around 30 warships harnessing the wind to their advantage. They finally reached the waters off White Harbor after 3 days. I reiterate, the fast-moving naval squadron, your mission is to engage the garrison fleet, drawing them out of the river mouth. The Manderley family possesses but a few large warships. It is imperative to entangle them thoroughly, and I have faith in your capability to execute this task. The initial landing forces, your role is critical. Remain concealed in the outskirts west of White Harbor, and once you see the garrison fleet diverted, approach the city gates swiftly under the cover of darkness. The Tactical Deception Fleet. Your task is to fly the Manderley family's banner, feigning a pursuit of the returning vessels. Strictly adhere to the plan established days prior, allowing for no deviations, and create an opportunity for the initial landing forces to seize the city gates. Should we fail, utilize catapults to launch spring thunders, providing cover fire. I intend to ensure that not a single soul remains standing atop their walls. After seizing the city gates, the forces surged forward, each acting swiftly according to their objectives, striking decisively before retreating. I hereby declare that the operation known as Muddy Waters has officially commenced. The plan was meticulously crafted by Jaehaerys, who, through repeated analyses of the topography and urban functional zones of White Harbor, enlisted the expertise of seasoned commanders and soldiers to validate the feasibility of the operation. Ultimately, this Muddy Waters strategy was devised, primarily motivated by the presence of a royal mint in this distant locale. Chapter 32, Royal Licensure in this realm. The right to mint currency is a privilege granted by the crown. Anyone daring enough to produce counterfeit coins must pray to the gods for protection against the tax collectors dispatched by the Iron Throne, who would show no regard for human rights. Upon discovery, the punishment is immediate execution by hanging, with no opportunity for a trial or defense. A blatant exercise of royal authority. Moreover, the art of coinage during this era differs greatly from that of the Blue Planet, which boasts advanced machinery such as rolling mills and stamping presses. Prior to the conquest of Aegon, the 7 kingdoms minted their own coins, primarily through the labor of goldsmiths and silversmiths utilizing hand-forging or casting methods. This led to difficulties in currency circulation and a lack of standardization across kingdoms. Following Aegon's conquest of the 6 kingdoms and the subsequent unification of Dorne by the benevolent King Daeron II, the right to mint coins was abolished for the 7 kingdoms, leading to the establishment of 3 royal mints, overseen by the Minister of Finance. One of these mints was strategically located in White Harbor. In contrast to the handcrafted coins produced by gold and silversmiths, the Royal Mint utilized molds and large animal-powered hammers to produce standardized currency, ensuring uniformity and quality. Legislative measures were enacted to solidify the Royal Mint's unassailable status, while combating counterfeiting and reclaiming worn coins. Consequently, the Royal Mint became synonymous with legal tender and high-quality currency, even gaining acceptance in the disputed territories and the islands of Stone Steps. Within the Royal Mint, the most crucial tools for coinage were the molds and the large animal-powered hammers, with the molds being the most secretive and vital aspect of the minting process. Nearly impossible to replicate. Each time a new king ascended the throne, the Minister of Finance would summon the royal master blacksmith to craft new molds, carving the visage of the new monarch and incorporating anti-counterfeiting measures, while the molds of the former king were typically secured in the treasury and systematically destroyed. However, this process requires time. Following Robert's ascension, the shortage of skilled personnel led to the dual role of the Minister of Finance being filled by Prime Minister Jaehaerys. Yet, the elder lacked the energy to manage such trivial matters. The demands of aiding the citizens of King's Landing, appeasing the nobility, arranging the coronation ceremony, and holding tournaments were sufficient to exhaust him. Furthermore, the turmoil in Dorne, ignited by the death of Princess Elia, had mobilized troops at the Boneway and Prince's Pass, and any misstep might reignite the flames of war. At such a critical juncture, there was little time to attend to these lesser concerns. Moreover, White Harbor, situated far from the political epicenter of King's Landing at the mouth of the White Knife, continued to produce the gold dragons and silver stags from the era of the late King Aegon II. This presented Jaehaerys with a golden opportunity. As the legitimate heir to the Iron Throne, is it unreasonable to forge gold dragons from the era of old King Aegon? The assault proceeded with remarkable ease. The Manderley family of White Harbor was entirely unprepared, resulting in the swift capture of the city gates. Subsequently, 1,000 fully armed soldiers fanned out, seizing the master of the Royal Mint along with a host of artisans, efficiently packing all tools and equipment. They were fortunate enough to uncover a cache of gold and silver bars, all sourced from the Royal Mint as stock, which were now at the disposal of Jaehaerys. The operation incurred minimal losses, with only a small warship suffering a burned sail and the unfortunate demise of 2 sailors during a skirmish with the White Harbor Defense Fleet. The landing party encountered virtually no resistance, suffering only 2 minor injuries from sprained ankles due to the darkness and slippery terrain. Once the equipment and precious metals were loaded onto the ship, they could see distant torches flickering from the Manderley Keep, where a rotund figure was gesticulating and cursing. This was the most corpulent individual Jaehaerys had ever laid eyes upon, and he lamented the unfortunate fate of the fine steed beneath him. Indeed, a magnificent horse. What brings you here, old fellow? On the southern waters, 2 fleets stood in opposition, one hardly qualified as a fleet at all. The vessels were in disrepair, their sails appearing like a mosaic from afar. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that patches of varied fabrics had been used to cover the gaps. Quite the fashion statement, transcending human aesthetic sensibilities by a millennium. However, Sir Trident, a traditional knight, scoffed at the sight. Were it not for Prince Jaehaerys' orders, he would have preferred to lead his own troops against White Harbor rather than engage with this rabble of vermin. Yet, under the persistent persuasion of His Highness Jaehaerys, and unable to withstand the weight of the prince's lofty claims, asserting that the old general was the very pillar of the nation, he acquiesced. The elder, who was not one to indulge in jest, nevertheless relished in his accolades, yearning for recognition of his endeavors. A grant of land would be the pinnacle of his aspirations. Alas, his family remained within the warden's grasp. He could only hope they would not suffer for his actions. Is that a half-visible face across the waters? If your eyesight serves you well, you should see that I come bearing the banner of peace. Thanks to you, my vision remains quite intact, replied the pirate captain from Bloodstone Island. And what, pray tell, is that dragoness up to? Does she seek to recruit us as suitors? Laughter erupted from the opposing ship. Shut your foul mouth. How dare you insult His Majesty? Were it not for my current mission, I would have silenced you myself. The old general's wrath was undeniable. I come on behalf of the King of the Undulls, the Rhoynarians, and the First Men, the ruler of the 7 kingdoms, and the Queen of King Aegon II, to conduct a business transaction worth millions of gold dragons with you. Is that true? Impossible. Can they possess such wealth? Surely it is a ruse. The Iron Throne's treasury has been usurped. But what if it is genuine? Sir Christamon was quite pleased with their reactions. His Highness Jaehaerys was correct. It was essential to seize the initiative. Although we do not possess millions of golden dragons, it does not hinder us from sketching a grand vision and gradually negotiating thereafter. While the concept of sketching a vision is easily comprehensible, the term CPU remains elusive. Sir Christamon, though somewhat perplexed, could discern from the mischievous smirk on Prince Jaehaerys' face that it was certainly not a commendable term. My lord, why should we place our trust in you? Half-Face expressed both astonishment and delight, grappling with disbelief, yet who could assert with certainty that it was indeed false? The Targaryen family had ruled the 7 kingdoms for 3 centuries. Their name alone could easily command millions of golden dragons. Could it be that you have unearthed a substantial cache of dragon eggs and dragonstone? Half-Face ventured, for aside from dragon eggs, he could scarcely conceive of any treasure worthy of such a sum. I ask you, Do you possess a considerable amount of gold dust and silver ingots? Christaman replied nonchalantly, entirely unconcerned about their potential refusal. The Stepstone Islands, situated between the Summer Sea and the continent of Essos, were rife with smugglers, pirates, and criminals across numerous islands of varying sizes. These great pirates operated independently, their backgrounds often complex. Those with connections would sell their spoils to places like Myr and other free cities, or to Dorne. However, most petty pirates, such as Half-Face, lacked such channels and were often at the mercy of the larger pirates, trading a pound of gold for merely a single golden dragon or its equivalent in the currency of free trading cities. Despite a pound of pure gold being capable of minting at least 29 golden dragons, did these small pirates harbor resentment? Certainly, yet they were powerless. For neither the free trading cities of Westeros nor Essos accepted currency from other nations or regions, much less unrefined gold. This is what is known as the currency tax. Chapter 33. Currency tax. Under normal circumstances, the gold and silver they plundered could not be minted into currency, as they lacked the requisite skills and channels. Unutilized gold and silver were no different from bricks. Yet, they needed to distribute genuine golden dragons and silver stags to their pirate subordinates, of course, with a portion passing through the hands of minor leaders. The demand was immense, but the supply side faced significant deficits, thus creating an opportunity for arbitrage through supply-side reform. Jaehaerys' concept was straightforward, since they had a demand for exchanging golden dragons, and I could facilitate that exchange. Why not eliminate the middleman and profit from the price difference myself? We can purchase the gold and silver you possess with golden dragons. What do you think? And how shall we determine the price? 12 golden dragons for a pound of gold. I require pure gold. Anything of lesser quality will be adjusted accordingly. Half-Face murmured briefly with his subordinates, pondering the potential of this trade. In the past, the standard exchange rate had been 1 pound of pure gold for 1 golden dragon, a price that had been widely accepted. However, Dragonstone Island's decision to raise the price by 20 disrupted the customary practice. Yet, what concern was it of ours? Were we not fortunate to receive this additional 20? Nevertheless, in the realm of commerce, negotiation is paramount. This offer is insufficient. We demand at least 15 coins. Half-Face. Perhaps you should be called Faceless instead, for our offer is already exceedingly generous. Let us not forget, many others on Stepstone Island aspire to engage in this transaction with us. Moreover, should you acquiesce, you would immediately become our exclusive strategic partner in these waters. Why not procure gold from others as well? Sir Triton smiled slyly. Indeed, boss, we could approach others, offering them not 12 coins, but perhaps 11 or even 10.5 golden dragons, and they would eagerly rush to us. His subordinates grew anxious. This transaction was essential. Should Half-Face dare to refuse, his men would readily toss him into the sea to feed the fish. Even as the leader, Half-Face could not provoke their wrath. Thus he readily consented. Sir Triton then proposed that, given this was their first transaction and trust had yet to be established, they would initially trade 10,000 golden dragons. As their partnership strengthened, they could expand the scale of their dealings. The pirates felt a wave of warmth. They had misjudged Sir Triton, who displayed such thoughtfulness on the high seas. They promptly dispatched individuals back to their lair to retrieve the gold accumulated over the years, all of which was pure and of impeccable quality. Both parties were satisfied. Sir Triton successfully acquired over 8,300 pounds of gold, while the pirates finally had funds to distribute as bounties. And this was merely the beginning, as they continued to acquire gold from other pirates. The profitability of this venture would only increase. Dragonstone Island stood to gain significantly as well. This single shipment of over 8,000 pounds of gold was sufficient to mint 240,000 golden dragons, and after deducting fleet expenses and operational costs, they would still earn a handsome profit of 130. What appeared simple was, in practice, quite complex. We must be grateful for the gold standard and the centralization of minting power under the Iron Throne. Had it not been so, anyone could readily convert their gold into coins at any time. In such a scenario, Jaehaerys would have found no opportunity for arbitrage. However, the architects of this policy were the Iron Throne, whose ancestors could never have foreseen a day when their descendants would be expelled from King's Landing. In their zealous pursuit of preserving their interests, they inadvertently alleviated a significant predicament for Jaehaerys. The current Iron Throne, of course, would not remain passive. In light of the substantial minting tax, they would undoubtedly seek ways to hinder this process. The solution was straightforward: expedite the minting of coins by King Robert I, gradually replacing the old King's coins, and subsequently outlaw the circulation of the old currency. As previously mentioned, this endeavor would require time. King Aegon II has reigned for over 2 decades, minting countless gold coins, amounting to tens of millions, making it a daunting task to remelt them all in a short span of time. However, there exists an alternative strategy to control the resources of the Western gold mines, ensuring that none flows overseas, while simultaneously collaborating with Dragonstone to purchase gold from the pirates. Regrettably, they lack ships. If they possessed vessels, annihilating Dragonstone would have been a far more efficient solution. Thus, Aegon's approach is a manifestation of sagacity. Robert and his council of ministers find themselves unable to counter this plan, compelled to adhere to his strategy. Sir Criston and the pirates agree upon the next trading time and location before returning to Dragonstone, satisfied. Upon the return of the 2 fleets to Dragonstone, Aegon is astonished to discover that, combined with the gold plundered from White Harbor, they possess enough to mint 50,000 golden dragons, far exceeding initial expectations. The gold from White Harbor alone amounts to 10,000 pounds. Though it sounds substantial, it is indeed a considerable quantity. Gold is dense. A ton of gold occupies roughly the size of a desktop computer tower, and a suitcase large enough can hold up to 2 tons of gold. The conversion of over 18,000 pounds translates to slightly more than 8 tons, equivalent to 4 sizable suitcases. Historical dramas often stretch credibility. The sight of 2 robust men effortlessly lifting a large chest of gold is utterly absurd. Such efficiency is still inadequate. Aegon instructs that the construction of the royal mint on Dragonstone must be expedited, particularly addressing the shortage of laborers. He orders the conscription of fishermen and farmers, offering a lucrative daily wage of 1 silver stag. Consequently, over 1,000 strong men are recruited in a single day. However, merely having a large workforce is insufficient for the construction of the factory. Under the discerning eye of the coinage craftsman from White Harbor, a selection of qualified workers is swiftly made. The others are not dismissed. Those willing to come are not solely motivated by money, but also by their faith in the Targaryen lineage. It is imperative to keep their spirits high. Thus, under Aegon's guidance, the remaining individuals commenced digging pits on the stony beaches to the south of Dragonstone. While their wages are not as high, they are certainly fair. He aims to establish an unprecedented breeding ground for conch snails. While in King's Landing, he had discovered, using the only yellow Daenerys fruit to date, a technique for breeding conch snails and extracting their glandular secretions. When he learned that Braavosi merchants cherished extracting a natural purple dye from a particular sea snail, he immediately recalled this conch snail. In Braavosi Valyrian, any shelled creature with a soft foot is referred to as a snail. Over the past 6 months, he has diligently sought out fishermen for experiments, eventually identifying several suitable species of conch snails: the spiked conch, the mermaid's comb, and the storm's hammer. These conch snails possess the highest breeding value, being non-picky eaters, growing rapidly, and yielding large sizes and high amounts of glandular secretions. Moreover, their flesh is quite delectable. Chapter 34, Scarlet Purple. 10 days later, the mint was successfully completed, and 20 days after that, a sprawling aquaculture pond exceeding 10 acres was successfully filled with seawater. This 10-acre expanse was divided into 3 distinct zones, each nurturing a different species of conch. The primary reason for this division lay in the predatory nature of these conchs. In times of scarce sustenance, they would resort to cannibalism, a spectacle that Jaehaerys was keen to avoid. Thus, he endeavored to physically separate them as much as possible. The aquaculture pond was slightly below sea level, with iron nets and fences at the inlet to deter natural enemies from indulging in a feast, while also preventing the mischievous conch mothers from escaping towards freedom during high tides. The procurement of conch mothers was relatively straightforward, as fishermen venturing out to sea could easily capture large quantities daily. Previously overlooked and often discarded back into the ocean, Jaehaerys now offered a copper coin for each, transforming what was once refused into a coveted resource. In just a few days, he amassed over 10,000, which he introduced into the meticulously simulated underwater environment of the aquaculture pond. He anticipated a bountiful harvest of conch dye the following year, a dye known to the Braavosians as Scarlet Purple, to avoid confusion with the nomenclature on Blue Star, despite being the same substance. 1 pound of fabric dyed in Scarlet Purple held a value equivalent to gold, and Jaehaerys, of course, would not be foolish enough to sell the dye outright. Instead, he planned to procure undyed silk and woolen fabrics from the north or the free cities, gently immersing them in the dye to create added value through deep processing, thereby securing greater profits. While this endeavor may not yield immediate returns like the minting of coins, it promised sustainable development, serving as a golden goose for Dragonstone Island if executed properly. Your Highness, Under the relentless efforts of the craftsmen, 50,000 gold dragons have been successfully minted. Look, the original head of the White Harbor Mint was appointed by Aegon II, a man named Robert Glaffson, a cousin of the Earl of Glaffson from Seagull Town. Following Robert's conquest of Seagull Town, the staunch royalist Earl of Glaffson was slain, and upon Robert's coronation, the Earl's heirs were stripped of their inheritance. Upon hearing of his kinsman's demise, Robert was consumed by unease, fearing for his own fate. However, when he saw the Targaryen forces approaching, it was as if he had spotted family, and tears of joy streamed down his face. He eagerly led his troops to begin a thorough sweep of the area. Under his guidance, equipment, raw materials, and craftsmen were essentially rounded up and taken away. Without his presence, Jaehaerys' minting plans would have been significantly delayed. Jaehaerys, of course, would not neglect his benefactor. He promptly requested Queen Layla to bestow upon him the title of Earl. The fief would be within the Glaffson territory of Seagull Town. Although Seagull Town remained under enemy control, the title was a valuable claim nonetheless. Robert presented a few newly minted gold dragons to Jaehaerys as a token of his loyalty. Jaehaerys picked one up for a detailed examination. Each gold dragon measured 2 inches in diameter, 5.08 centimeters, and was 0.55 centimeters thick, slightly larger than a particular brand of chocolate coins back on Blue Star. It felt substantial in his hand, as each gold dragon weighed 5 troy ounces, approximately 155.52 grams, the size being neither too large nor too small. The surface of the gold coins was meticulously detailed, with sharp edges that revealed no signs of wear. After a moment's contemplation, Jaehaerys instructed Robert to roll the newly minted coins in a barrel of sand, allowing for a natural abrasion among the coins themselves and with the sand, rendering them less conspicuously new. It was not a matter of deceit. Rather, it was a mere endeavor to age them. The longer the news of Dragonstone's capability to mint golden dragons remained undisclosed, particularly from his trading adversaries, those pirates, who were not to be trifled with, and who possessed ships, the better. The efficiency of 50,000 golden dragons was still insufficient. Jaehaerys sighed, recognizing that the mint was waiting for gold to flow in. Without the pirates' treasure, more golden dragons could not be minted, and without an abundance of golden dragons, further acquisitions of gold were impossible. The snowball effect required a certain momentum to reach an astonishing scale. Jaehaerys had no time to allow for gradual growth. Once Robert caught wind of the situation, the efficiency of the entire kingdom's operations would far exceed that of a single mint. Your Majesty, there are indeed numerous golden dragons on Driftmark and Crab Isle. Robert, now the foremost leg of House Targaryen, was acutely aware that as long as Dragonstone could endure, his own safety would be assured. Thus, he actively offered his counsel, truly awakening Jaehaerys from his reverie. By the gods, you truly are a genius, Jaehaerys exclaimed, realizing he had fallen into a cognitive trap. In his previous life, having never owned a home, he had always managed his finances with caution and had no concept of debt. However, for the nobles of this world, borrowing was as commonplace as acquiring a mortgage in his past life. Many lords lacked surplus grain, which gave rise to numerous lending families and usurers. Often, these two categories overlapped. Among the wealthiest factions in the Seven Kingdoms, such as the Lannisters, Tyrells, and the Church, were also the most prominent usurers. It was not unusual for debts to multiply, with interest on a 1-year loan potentially reaching 5 times the principal. Naturally, among lords, temporary loans bore less exorbitant interest, typically around 10% per month. Immediately invite Count Valerion and Lord Celtigar. Jaehaerys commanded his servant, eager to extend them an opportunity for profit. The 3 islands of Dragonstone were in close proximity, with Crab Isle being the farthest. Yet, even before the sails of Driftmark had fully unfurled, vessels had already arrived. Soon, both counts had reached the Drum Tower, the stronghold of Dragonstone, where the ancient walls would echo ominously during storms, reminiscent of a giant striking a stone drum. Jaehaerys wasted no time, directly expressing his desire to borrow money. How much do you require? At least 500,000 golden dragons. But the interest must not be excessive. Though neither were particularly adept in warfare, they were shrewd businessmen. Even a slight concession in interest for such a substantial loan would be tolerable. 3 individuals engaged in a heartfelt discussion regarding the matter of interest, ultimately agreeing upon a 1-month term with an interest rate of 5 on the principal. A sense of mutual satisfaction prevailed. In the presence of profit, merchants exhibit unparalleled efficiency. That very night, each of them, bearing 250,000 gold dragons, arrived at Dragonstone Island. They informed our pirate companions to prepare ample gold, as the scale of this transaction had significantly increased. After the departure of Jaehaerys and his companion, they relayed the information to Sir Trident. Your Highness, such actions are exceedingly perilous. Pirates are notoriously untrustworthy, and one cannot be assured of their intentions. Sir Trident expressed with great concern. Rest assured, sir, I will personally oversee this venture, bringing along all the thunder of spring. If they are wise, all will benefit. However, should any treacherous thoughts arise, I will ensure they experience the taste of plunder themselves. Jaehaerys was no naive lamb. He was a young dragon swiftly adapting to the art of flight. In recent days, with an abundance of materials at his disposal, he dedicated over half a year. And with the slight assistance of the precious treasure root, he successfully improved the magic array, achieving the autonomous operation of the 20th version of the magic array. This breakthrough enabled the mass production of the Thunder of Spring, now capable of producing over 100 jars daily, a staggering 30-fold increase in efficiency. Currently, there are already more than 1,000 jars of Thunder of Spring stockpiled. Chapter 35, A Hidden Agenda Indeed. When the eastern half of the Stairway Islands learned that trading was to commence anew, the majority fell into a frenzy of excitement. However, a small faction harbored nefarious intentions. They were well aware that the Targaryen fleet currently consisted of only 100 warships and over 3,000 soldiers, and Dragonstone Island could not possibly dispatch all its vessels for trade. Yet, the pirates of the entire Stairway Islands, when gathered, boasted a formidable fleet of 1,000 warships. The number of battle-hardened pirates exceeded 50,000, while the remainder, merely beating drums and clashing gongs, numbered a staggering 35 times that. Fools, I instructed you to maintain secrecy. Have you not kept your tongues in check? The eastern half of the face bore a frosty countenance. Brother, I only told my wife. A tall, slender pirate with short hair cautiously raised his hand, his teeth stained black and missing a front tooth, a black dragon crystal embedded in his left eye. You fool. If that harlot of yours knows, it's akin to the entire world knowing. The short, stout first mate exclaimed in exasperation. Hey, you little cabbage. Our relationship is strong. But if you continue to speak thus, I shall accuse you of defamation. The lean pirate retorted indignantly. What's wrong? Jealous of my beautiful and alluring wife. Indeed, my wife hails from a rather unspeakable background, but she has long since reformed. He continued, last time I fell ill, she tenderly cared for me and insisted I take my medicine. Come, my dear, drink your medicine. The sweetness of her voice still lingers in my mind. As they once swore together beneath the moonlit sea, if you do not forsake me, I shall remain by your side until death. Many of the rumors circulating stem from their own jealousy, leading them to cast aspersions upon their wives. Have you lost your senses? One side of his face burned with indignation, for today, over a dozen leaders have approached, eager to claim a piece of the pie. And you dare to assert that it was not you who leaked the information? It may not necessarily be my wife. The tall, slender figure muttered under his breath. Truly, if it weren't for my father's dying wish for me to look after you, I would have been the first to cast you into the sea. One side of his face seethed with frustration, revealing that the two were indeed brothers. No wonder the tall figure dared to argue with the first mate. It appears that those favored by fortune are emboldened. The short, squat fellow remained humble. Brother, please calm down. Firstly, it was certainly not my wife who acted, and secondly, everyone is aware of it. If worst comes to worst, we could engage in a little black on black and make off with our share, right? Seeing that the leader was genuinely agitated, the tall figure hastily softened his tone. For heaven's sake, one side of his face cursed. Are you all truly so short-sighted? Focusing solely on this paltry gain. What do you mean by that? The tall figure and the other pirates, sharing a similar sentiment, quickly inquired. Indeed, the Targaryens have been ousted from King's Landing, but they remain a legitimate royal family, correct? Naturally, they would not be foolish enough to relinquish their rightful claim to the throne. Exactly. Even if the Targaryens are currently in dire straits, as long as they retain their claim to the Iron Throne, they possess ample avenues to obtain gold dragons legally. Do you comprehend the depths of wealth held by the Lord of the Tides and House Velaryon? No, we do not. What a bunch of inept fools. The Lord of the Tides, House Velaryon, was once as wealthy as House Lannister a century ago. Meanwhile, House Velaryon has amassed fortunes over hundreds of years, rivaling that of House Velaryon. Consider this. If we merely savor a taste of sweetness and then sever the outstretched tendrils, what do we stand to gain? Gold dragons. Of course, the tall figure remarked. Silence. One side of his face retorted fiercely, his injured half turning a deep crimson. If we strike now, what we stand to gain is, at most, several 100,000 gold dragons. That is still substantial. The tall figure mused internally. as many shared his thoughts but dared not voice them. The gold dragons they possessed were undoubtedly limited, like the ebb and flow of the ocean waves. When they were extravagant with their spending, the quantities exchanged increased with each transaction, indicating they still had a wealth of gold dragons at their disposal. At such a moment, we must exercise caution to avoid alarming the snakes in the grass. Yet, when they begin to pinch their coins, it signals a dwindling supply of gold dragons. At that juncture, not only can we seize the gold from their ships, but we can also leverage the trust built through multiple exchanges, using a small fleet to distract them while the main force swiftly descends upon Dragonstone and Tidespire, reclaiming all the gold previously traded. Brother, that tactic is truly cunning. The slender pirate boasted that the term harsh was a compliment among their crew. In this chaotic and lawless sea, being ruthless meant standing firm, while being venomous signified resilience. Those kind-hearted souls had long been devoured, leaving not a trace behind. Brother, when the time comes, you shall wed that she-dragon, haha, you could become a king. The first mate egged him on, his balding head glowing with excitement. The crew, invigorated as if they had been injected with adrenaline, erupted in cheers. Half of his face gleamed with greed, his expression intoxicated, clearly lost in a euphoric reverie, as if the Dragonstone Islands were already within their grasp. All right. News has arrived of another transaction with the she-dragon. We must conceal our ambitions. Half of his face gestured for quiet, and the band of pirates gradually settled down. How goes your clandestine collection of gold? Boss, we recently visited dozens of places, including One Ear, Big Nostrils, and Redbeard, amassing a total of 200,000 pounds of gold as per your instructions, at a rate of 105 gold dragons per pound, plus our own 20,000 pounds, totaling 220,000 pounds. How much profit can we garner from this venture? The first mate glanced toward a small, wiry pirate nearby. We can net 40,000 gold dragons. The small pirate replied in a hushed tone. Damn it, after all that running around, we only make a meager sum. Half of his face spat in frustration. Yet he failed to consider what he had invested himself. Had he relied solely on his own 20,000 pounds of gold, he would earn a mere 4,000 gold dragons. Now, with a risk-free return reaching 360,000 gold dragons, he still found it insufficient. Forget it, let it be a little less. We'll contact a few more parties and aim for a bigger haul next time. Sure thing, brother. Let's respond to Her Majesty the she-dragon that we wish to trade for 300,000 pounds of gold, and she must prepare the gold dragons. Half of his face declared. After all, the gold would eventually return to their hands. He did not mind the substantial initial investment, as the funds for acquiring the gold from other pirates were drawn from their collective resources, with their ships pledged as collateral. If the counterpart did not bring enough gold dragons, he would certainly erupt in anger. Chapter 36. A Mother's Guidance. Are you going to throw a fit again? Jaehaerys pressed his wooden sword against Varys' throat. Tell me, do you still wish to roam about aimlessly? I don't want to. I won't dare again. Varys replied, disheartened. He simply could not compete. Over the past 6 months, his brother had grown to tower half a head above him. Meanwhile, he had hardly practiced his swordplay, spending his days indulging in food and sleep. With such a lack of training, he was utterly outmatched. The reason Jaehaerys had felt compelled to reprimand Varys was that the latter had ventured to the seafood market in the village outside the fortress with the guards the previous night. Such markets were not uncommon. Where there was demand, there was a market. With so many soldiers and families absent from the island, the need was entirely natural. If such urges were left unexpressed for too long, significant problems would undoubtedly arise. Jaehaerys is not the unfeeling Stannis Baratheon. He adheres to a philosophy of natural order, yet insists that seafood markets undergo regular sanitation, and that seafood vendors undergo periodic health checks to prevent the outbreak of infectious diseases. Consequently, numerous seafood markets sprang up in a mere 6 months, akin to mushrooms after rain, propelling the rapid development of Dragonstone's economy. Remarkably, before the legitimate cultivation of conch could yield profit, a substantial sum had already been collected from seafood taxes, a sum that Jaehaerys would deem considerable, surely exceeding 10,000 gold dragons. One might wonder, is not the monthly military stipend merely 1,000 gold dragons? Even accounting for 6 months of full disbursement, that totals only 6,000. How could the revenue from seafood taxes surpass 10,000? My dear friends, such calculations are misleading. To illustrate, consider a physical store. The wages paid to employees typically do not exceed 20% of total expenditures. As the size of the store increases, the proportion of labor costs diminishes. Instead, the bulk of expenses arises from operations, advertising, and rental fees, This is quite understandable, is it not? Similarly, Dragonstone resembles a colossal corporation, where the greatest expenses lie not in military salaries, but in the maintenance and upkeep of the fleet. The costs for oiling, repainting, removing barnacles, and repairs accumulate to tens of thousands of gold dragons each month. Without such investment, how could Dragonstone's foundation sustain itself for 6 months? This elucidates why. When the second stag hired the fleet of Salladhor Saan, he was required to pay over 20,000 gold dragons monthly. Despite the fleet comprising only 30 or so medium to large vessels, not all of which are warships. Of course, in hiring, one cannot expect to avoid premiums. Yet this underscores the exorbitant costs associated with naval maintenance. Were it not for the inopportune timing, Jaehaerys would have long since repurposed his warships for commercial use. He simply cannot afford to maintain a purely combat fleet. The royal fleet of Dragonstone consists of over half vessels that are decades old, and the maintenance expenses incurred over the years would suffice to construct an equivalent number of new ships. Based on depreciation, the remaining value of these vessels is virtually nil. They could have long been relegated to the scrap heap, yet they continue to serve dutifully at the forefront, a testament to their dedication that deeply moves Jaehaerys. Thus, inspired by their unwavering spirit, he commissioned a redesign of the ship models, envisioning vessels that are both formidable in battle and swift in peacetime, capable of transporting cargo equivalent to commercial ships while retaining impressive speed when laden. The seasoned craftsmen of the Navy declared such ambitions to be fanciful. Indeed, now that the traditional Council of Ministers has dwindled to just the Minister of Finance, the Minister of the Navy, and the Minister of Justice, unable even to muster a full table of mahjong, how could one tolerate such a situation? Consequently, Jaehaerys proposed sweeping reforms, establishing departments for the Navy, Army, Justice, Finance, Foreign Affairs, Internal Affairs, and Fisheries, among others. Among these, the most critical are undoubtedly the Treasury and the Navy. For Count Viserys Valerion and Count Adrian Selmy, the transition from minister to department head holds little significance, as their jurisdictions remain unchanged, rendering any opposition moot. In reality, the situation is far from what it seems, though that may be somewhat of a digression. Currently, Jaehaerys is tasked with the upbringing of unruly children at the behest of his mother. Had it not been for a swift report, one might have feared that Viserys had already tasted the ocean's depths. As for the informant, it is undoubtedly the Kingsguard. The official title of the Kingsguard is the Department of Internal Affairs and Security, ostensibly akin to the Royal Guards of Dragonstone. Yet in truth, it functions as an intelligence agency. With recent funding secured, it is poised to commence its duties forthwith. Queen Rhaegar insists that they wholly obey Prince Jaehaerys, not out of favoritism, but rather because other royal family members are deemed incapable of such responsibility. Viserys is lazy and lacking in cunning, while Rhaenys, though resilient, is too young. A 5-year-old child struggles to command respect. Jaehaerys, however, is different. At the tender age of 7, he has already created a spring thunder and single-handedly liberated Rhaenys from King's Landing. Even Ser Daenerys has acknowledged his swordsmanship as proficient, and he has shone brightly during the ensuing financial crisis. Not even Rhaegar could have achieved such feats at the same age. This has heightened Queen Rhaegar's expectations. The forest witch who accompanied the young Jaime from the Stone of the Ancients to court foretold to King Jaehaerys II that the prophesied prince would arise from the lineage of Rhaegar and Aerys. Thus, Jaehaerys II was aware of the lukewarm affection between the siblings, yet still arranged their union. Initially, she believed the prophesied prince would be Rhaegar, but with Rhaegar's demise, she now observes Jaehaerys' performance and is increasingly convinced that he is the one foretold. Otherwise, how could one explain Jaehaerys' remarkable transformation from ineptitude to a sagacious prince well-versed in governance and martial prowess? This is no tale of a feckless hero rising against the odds. After administering a lesson with a wooden sword to a troublesome child, Jaehaerys felt his spiritual enlightenment elevate slightly. It is no wonder that all men aspire to be teachers, for truth is not a deception. The sensation of standing on a moral high ground and critiquing others is indeed delightful. Upon my return, I shall personally instruct you in swordplay. How else could you be worthy of being my brother? How could you harbor such terrifying thoughts? I meant, how could you possess such affectionate sentiments? I truly adore you. Viserys felt a tearful despair. Gods above, may the others take away this demon. I vow never again to indulge in the Blue Moon seafood market. Is that not sufficient? Oh, by the way, the Blue Moon you visited yesterday has been raided by my men. Several seafood merchants inside have not undergone health checks for 2 months. I fear they may spread disease. Thus, should you experience any itching or unusual odors, do remember to consult the Grand Maester. Jaehaerys remarked nonchalantly. It was better left unsaid. Now Viserys felt an itch all over, especially in certain areas. Seeing Jaehaerys exit, he hurried towards the Maester's tower beneath the crow's nest, if it were indeed that ailment. Time was of the essence. Master Tree, I implore you for assistance. Your Highness, we have received word from the left side of the face that he has amassed quite a considerable amount of gold this time. He inquired whether we could accommodate it. A member of the internal guard, responsible for gathering external trading intelligence, posed the question. How much? The letter states there are 300,000 pounds. However, based on our intelligence, the actual quantity will not exceed 250,000 pounds. Hiss, this fellow possesses quite a talent. By the way, how did you come by this information? Your Highness, it is, after all, a lesson you imparted to us. You mentioned that the best method is to whisper in the right ears, so we sought someone of considerable influence. A true talent. Make sure the Treasury Department dispenses an additional month's salary, and include a raise in the entire Internal Affairs Division's salaries along with attendance bonuses. And let it be known that it is my wish. Thank you, Your Highness. Chapter 37. Incense and the Question of the Heart, Your Highness. It is time to set forth. Sir Crediman exclaimed, initially pleased with the results of his last transaction. Yet he had not anticipated the efficiency of the actions at White Harbor, drawing the tiger from its den, feigning retreat, and blustering intimidation. Akin to a sow adorned with a crown, executed flawlessly. Regarding His Highness Jaehaerys, he dared not regard him lightly. This time, the prince himself was present at the transaction site. To ensure the prince's safety, he had summoned the armorer days in advance to craft a suit of plate armor and an underlayer of leather armor for the prince. Concurrently, he sought the Alchemist Guild for 500 spring thunderbolts, hastily modifying the crossbow arrows overnight. At this moment, all 30 warships heading to the transaction had undergone maintenance to ensure they were in prime condition. I digress. Jaehaerys waved his hand casually. Although the Navy had prepared meticulously, he could not shake a sense of unease. According to the descriptions from the Treasure Tree's immortal roots, practitioners have moments of instinctive awareness regarding certain events. Thus, this slight sense of unease heightened Jaehaerys' vigilance. He commanded each ship to enhance their alertness, ensuring that lookout personnel were always stationed in the crow's nests, ready to sound the alarm at the slightest hint of movement. Upon passing through the throat passage, the sea opened up magnificently, the skies clear and bright, devoid of clouds. The northern winds billowed the capes, creating a resonant sound, while the three-headed dragon at the mast's summit spread its wings, flames as vivid as blood. Your Highness, we are but a day's journey from the trading location. I suggest you return to your cabin and rest. Captain Georgie has arranged the finest room for you, Sir Crediman advised Jaehaerys. Sir, I yearn to behold the sea with mine own eyes. You see, I once read a book that contained a phrase, do not offend the mountains, nor the sea, which implies that one must maintain reverence for the ocean. The one who uttered this must surely be a learned scholar, for only they can transform simple truths into eloquent expressions. Nay, it was a writer of tales who spoke those words. You might consider him akin to a bard. Sir Crediman found himself at a loss for words. Haha, merely jesting with you. Lately, I have often pondered how Dragonstone might seek a sliver of survival beneath the might of the Iron Throne. Our population is less than 1% of the Lord S. Our military forces woefully inadequate, and yet, the heart of Lord Robert remains unyielding. Your Highness, your efforts have not gone unnoticed by the deities. They shall surely bless you. Deities? Huh. If such clay and wood idols were of any worth, the world would be ruled by the Church. We must not place our hopes in the ethereal whims of divine beings. Your Highness, you must refrain from disparaging the divine. It would be prudent to avoid such remarks in the future. Although Ser Triton is not a devout follower, he understands that the faith of the Seven is the prevalent belief in Westeros. Even a king's coronation requires the Church's endorsement. Should Ser Jaehaerys' words reach the ears of the clergy, it would undoubtedly stir up controversy. The oceans should not be under the dominion of the Seven, should they not? Jaehaerys mused quietly. Well, this is merely a casual conversation between us, the choice of which deity to believe in is a matter of personal freedom for the common folk, and we must guarantee that freedom instead of imposing our will upon them. Let us leave this topic here. Jaehaerys took the initiative to halt the discussion, leaving Ser Triton somewhat perplexed. However, he found himself pondering the prince's words, sensing a deeper meaning that eluded his grasp. For the moment, he could make no sense of it, and chose to let it rest. Jaehaerys was not speaking without purpose. He had discovered a method to gather the prayers of the masses, known as the art of the universal offering to the deities, which, though its efficacy remained uncertain, bore a rather irreverent title. By establishing temples, attracting followers, and occasionally revealing miraculous signs, one could amass the prayers for personal gain. Yet, such means often serve to deceive the gullible and were not the path of true enlightenment. Furthermore, the greatest flaw in this approach was that in absorbing the prayers of the people, one would become bound by them, forever deprived of true freedom. In comparison to these significant drawbacks, numerous minor issues arose, such as a low ceiling of success and an exceedingly high threshold for failure, with those of grand ambition and great perseverance unable to sustain their efforts. According to the descriptions of the method, it possessed redeeming qualities. It was likely the pursuit of transcendence by a practitioner from a secluded realm during the Age of Silence. Yet those who attained its fruits must have already succeeded in ascension, resorting to this path only in desperate circumstances. Jaehaerys did not return to the cabin. Instead, he observed the busy sailors, the sails billowing in the wind like the belly of Layla, with her impending labor drawing near. The unprecedented storm that would accompany her delivery was approaching, and he could not predict the precise moment. Rather, by the time Layla was in labor, it would be too late. The storm is born, Jaehaerys murmured to himself, then sat cross-legged on the deck, closing his eyes to meditate. Ser Triton had grown accustomed to his behavior. After all, Prince Jaehaerys often ascended to the highest point of the stone drum tower at dawn, adopting this peculiar posture. At one point, it led to speculation that he was conducting some dark magical rite, but eventually, others attempted to emulate him, resulting only in sore backs and cramping legs. Ultimately concluding it was merely the prince's unique quirk. Full sails, full speed ahead. Ser Triton commanded the flag officer to convey the signal, and the entire fleet accelerated. The broad bows slicing through the waves and stirring up foamy seas. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Jaehaerys gradually perceived the vessel slowing down. He opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of light passing through them, and exhaled a plume of white vapor, particularly pronounced on that wintry morning. "Your Highness, you are awake. Would you care for some breakfast?" A different attendant stood beside him. Ser Creighton, despite his advanced age, had valiantly accompanied him for much of the day, but could no longer endure and retreated to his cabin for rest. Before departing, he had arranged for his own servant to remain by Jaehaerys' side, ready to assist him at any moment. Jaehaerys nodded and inquired of the servant their current location. The servant informed him that they had passed Tarth Island about an hour ago and would reach the Stepstones in a few hours. Breakfast consisted of dried cod, hard bread, and a small dish of sour plums. Jaehaerys did not disdain the modest meal. For ordinary sailors, it was quite a feast. The scarcity of resources on Dragonstone necessitated the procurement of food, vegetables, and fresh water from surrounding areas. Fortunately, recent earnings had alleviated the dire situation. Otherwise, the entire population of Dragonstone would have faced starvation. Land and the people, two formidable obstacles restraining the development of Dragonstone. At times, Jaehaerys pondered whether it would be preferable to follow the original narrative without interference. Why bother with the Targaryen legacy and the conflicts of the Seven Kingdoms? Bringing trouble upon himself? He often questioned internally whether it would not suffice to find a secluded place within the vastness of the Seven Kingdoms to live quietly. After all, in a decade or so, when Viserys sought to sell Daenerys, he could simply appear before her, leveraging his striking resemblance to Viserys. Surely, she would come to believe him. If he were unable to cultivate his abilities, if he had not received the boon of the Taoist root, perhaps that would have been the best course. Yet, there are no ifs. With the acquisition of power came a burgeoning sense of discontent, increasingly pronounced as his skills deepened. Since the heavens had granted him such abilities and opportunities, why could he not alter the fate of House Targaryen? Why could he not champion justice for the world? Did he not possess the capability? To remain oblivious and stagnant would render him no different from the wooden idols and clay effigies of temples. Chapter 38. Further transactions and setbacks in the Sea of Consciousness. The sound of roaring waves reverberated, accompanied by the voice of the Tao echoing, as auspicious clouds gathered, and a golden lotus flower slowly ascended from the depths of the mind. "Congratulations, fellow Taoist," came a voice, solemn and reverent, as it acknowledged the formation of the divine flower of the Taoist root. "Oh, is this the divine flower, one of the three flowers?" Jaehaerys inquired with curiosity. The divine flower, also known as the golden flower or heavenly flower, symbolizes the yang spirit within the essence, representing heaven in the trinity of heaven, earth, and man, as well as gold among the three treasures of gold, silver, and lead. I had anticipated that you would first condense the human flower or the essence flower, yet it appears you have grasped the profound truth. At this moment, we may rightfully refer to one another as fellow Taoists. "Oh, so you never regarded me with any seriousness before?" Jaehaerys expressed his dissatisfaction. Naturally, How could one who has not even approached the Tao be worthy of being called my Taoist companion? The proud Dao Bao Xianjian elaborated, a sentiment that is quite understandable. Can a billionaire truly form a friendship with a beggar? Even if there is no overt discrimination, one's South inner convictions seldom place the latter on an equal pedestal. Are you aware, my friend, that there are indeed distinctions among paths? Dao Bao inquired. I am eager to hear more, came the response. The grand path is manifold. Its utmost virtue is effortless action, likened to water in its highest form, benevolence in its moderate essence, and righteousness in its lesser aspect. Your path may be considered one of moderate virtue. The supreme virtue belongs solely to the Tao ancestor, the highest virtue to the three purities and four sovereigns. The moderate virtue akin to the grains of sand along the Ganges, and the lesser virtue like a mere grain in the vast ocean. Upon hearing this, Jaehaerys expressed his dissent, asserting that the Tao is simply the Tao. The great Tao, the heavenly Tao, the earthly Tao, and the human Tao, these are but names conjured by man, devoid of any hierarchical significance. You have your path, and I have mine. Moreover, the Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. Even the term Tao is merely a construct of human nomenclature. It can be the Tao or not the Tao. It can have a name or lack one. It can begin or remain without a beginning. It can end or be without end. Enough, enough. What right do we possess to discuss the Tao? Are we not akin to the cicada and the pigeon, inviting ridicule? Indeed, indeed. This exchange remained unknown to outsiders, who perceived Prince Jaehaerys' demeanor as increasingly elevated, akin to gazing into the profound expanse of the cosmos, unwittingly captivating all who beheld him. With a further advancement in his cultivation, Jaehaerys had begun to employ certain spells and talismans from his family's esoteric teachings, such as the exorcism incantation, the purifying water talisman, and the blinding light technique. Yet, these were mere minor arts, their use dictated by circumstance. As the fleet approached the Shiji Islands, a distance of 5 miles away, it came to a halt. Sailors atop the towering masts peered through telescopes, calling down excitedly that they had spotted their trading counterpart. Moments later, the tattered visage of the ship appeared once again, but this time their fleet was considerably larger, boasting around 20 vessels of various sizes. The sailors maintained their vigil from the crow's nest while the remaining soldiers diligently fulfilled their duties, with scorpion crossbows calibrated and arrows poised nearby. The entire fleet resembled a cobra rearing its head, poised to strike at any moment. With the arrival of Credus and the half-face, both parties commenced their transaction in the central waters. 220,000 pounds of gold exchanged for 2.64 million golden dragons. Adhering to the agreed-upon price. Half-face, did you not claim to possess 300,000 pounds? Sir Credus expressed his dissatisfaction, as they were conducting a loan transaction. The 300,000 pounds could yield 870,000 golden dragons, while 220,000 pounds would only produce 640,000, a significant disparity indeed. As the stakes escalated, old Credus's perspective broadened. Hundreds of thousands of golden dragons began to seem trivial. You must not be aware, our family's modest ventures cannot compare to the grand enterprises of Dragonstone Island. This gold represents generations of our family's savings. Half-face explained, half in jest. Considering the substantial volume of this transaction, who knows when the next opportunity will arise? Shouldn't the price be adjusted accordingly for our future dealings? Credus paid little heed to the manner in which he procured gold. If it were his own notion, how could it possibly appreciate in value? Nevertheless, Jaehaerys had previously asserted the necessity of offering them some incentive. Was a mere sum such as this of any consequence? Very well, our queen and Prince Jaehaerys have conveyed that should you manage to acquire 1 million pounds of gold next time, we shall grant you an additional 10%. Fail to do so, and the price shall remain unchanged. Truly? More genuine than the gold you have brought. Agreed, it is settled. The transaction concluded swiftly, and both parties arranged the next meeting point before preparing to set sail. Suddenly, a sailor atop the lookout tower sounded an alarm. Numerous ships were approaching. By the flags, they appeared to be pirate vessels. How dare they toy with your grandfather? Sir Crediman was both astonished and incensed. Ha, old fellow. Do not speak so hastily. Observe closely, for that is the banner of the Prince of the Narrow Sea. Jaehaerys, too, had discerned the truth, noting the ornate sails, the vividly painted hulls, and prominently, a ship of grand stature adorned with a flag depicting a monkey. In the distance, a man clad in resplendent silver attire could be seen, his striking white hair secured beneath a hat. Jaehaerys scrutinized him further, noting indeed that he was dressed in green. Salador-san. He has come in person. My lord, Jaehaerys inquired. Who is this individual? Your Highness, he is a descendant of Valyria, the current head of House San, whose lineage of piracy is nearly as ancient as your ancestors' conquest of Westeros. Thus, they refer to themselves as the Prince of the Narrow Sea, though they are pirates. Their might should not be underestimated. Ah, so he is the pirate employed by the two stags, yet in the series, he appeared as a mere brute. Why does he seem merely sun-kissed? Jaehaerys commanded the flag officer to signal and prepared the scorpion crossbows, for although the intentions of the newcomers remained uncertain, caution was undoubtedly prudent. Esteemed Sir Crediman, it is a profound pleasure to behold you. During my last visit, fate conspired against our meeting, and I scarcely expected to nearly miss you yet again. Salladhor ostentatiously declared from the bow of his ship, the Valyrian, a formidable vessel boasting 300 oars. He raised a flag of peace, ostensibly to convey his benign intent. However, pirates are notoriously cunning and devoid of honor. A single flag seldom signifies anything, as deceit often serves as their guiding principle. Sir Crediman, having navigated these waters for decades, was well aware of such ruses, and with Prince Jaehaerys aboard, he would not let his guard down. He discreetly gestured behind him, prompting his attendants to swiftly depart and alert the fleet to prepare for battle. The anchor chains were retracted, sails adjusted their course, and the portholes of the rowing ships were opened wide, the oarsmen poised and ready, their oars extending out like the legs of a centipede, awaiting the command to set forth. My dear sir, you have truly saddened me. I arrived with the utmost sincerity, yet you have not even granted me the courtesy of a moment's discourse. Salladhor feigned dismay as he stood at the prow of his ship. Only a few months have passed since its launch, and now it stands as his flagship. In these waters, no warship's combat capabilities can rival hers, let alone the small caramies of the royal fleet of Dragonstone. Salado is brimming with confidence. Chapter 39, The Thunder of Spring. Mr. Sane? Prince Jaehaerys, clad in plate armor without a helmet, allowed his long silver gold hair to flow in the wind, revealing a face so striking that it could leave women breathless. Sir Tremont was reluctant to let him appear before the pirates, primarily fearing that they might abduct him upon discovering his true identity. History has shown that this is not without precedent. During the tumultuous period of the Blood Dragon Dance, Prince Viserys, son of Queen Rhaenyra of the Black Party, was captured during a naval ambush while returning to Dragonstone, subsequently sold multiple times until his brother, King Aegon III, paid a hefty ransom and agreed to a series of stringent conditions regarding his marriage to the daughter of Lord Hightower to secure his return to King's Landing. I am Jaehaerys Targaryen. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your obstruction, Mr. Sane? My heavens! It is indeed His Highness, my sincerest apologies. The current situation caught Salado off guard. He had initially set out to catch a big fish, only to discover he had ensnared a young dragon instead. His mind raced with thoughts of the extraordinary opportunities this encounter might present. Your Highness has traveled a great distance. It would be remiss of me not to offer you a cup of fruit wine. Why not join me on my ship? I shall provide you with fine food and drink, if it pleases you. That is quite unnecessary. We are here to conduct business, not indulge in revelry. Now that our dealings are concluded, we must return home. I kindly request that Mr. Sane allow us a passage through. Are you truly unwilling to grant even a modicum of courtesy? Salado narrowed his eyes, preparing to command his men to close the distance. If he could rush in and gain the high ground, victory would be his. Courtesy? Such a thing is not yours to demand. Allow me to show you what true courtesy entails, shall we? Fire! Jaehaerys bellowed, and at the bow of the ship, 3 scorpions launched 3 2-meter-long bolts simultaneously. Due to the proximity, the bolts embedded themselves deep into the wooden hull of the Valyrian vessel, their tips quivering as if yearning to penetrate deeper. However, the wood was too dense, and after a brief tremor, they succumbed. Ignorant child, my Valyrian vessel boasts a bow armor thickness of 2 feet. Your stone projectiles would be futile, and a mere bolt cannot breach my defenses. Oh, is that so? I intend to make your new ship see red today. Jaehaerys smiled. Prepare the spring thunder, fire. Several bolts equipped with spring thunder were launched, flying forth with greater initial velocity. The previous test shots had allowed the crossbowmen to ascertain the shooting parameters, and with a target so large and close, even the most inept marksman could hardly miss. If Sarn had a slow-motion perspective, he would witness several peculiar crossbow bolts leisurely soaring towards his flagship. The moment the arrowheads collided with the wooden bow of the ship, the clay pots within the wooden cages at the rear of the arrows shattered under the immense force, releasing a liquid imbued with the essence of spring that surged forth, igniting fervently and engulfing the bow in green flames. Quick, douse it with buckets of water. Sarn gazed at his beloved vessel with distress. Since its launch, he had cherished it dearly, treating it with utmost gentleness. How could it be subjected to such brutality? Captain, the fire is peculiar. His crew exclaimed. What's wrong? It won't be extinguished with water. Look, one crew member hastily demonstrated. To their dismay, when a bucket of water was poured, the green flames spread with the water across the entire bow, generating a thick cloud of white mist. In mere moments, Sarn heard the wood crackling ominously. Fools, use sand. Sarn seethed with frustration. It was not as if he had never encountered enemies employing incendiary oils or pitch before. Clearly, these sailors were utterly inept. He resolved to replace them with a crew of seasoned sea wolves to tend to his bride. But that won't suffice. Even if we cover it with sand, it will continue to burn beneath. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even hellfire could not be so relentless. Without regard for decorum, Sarn grabbed a bag of sand and poured it over the flames, only to find the outcome precisely as his crew had warned. Fortunately, these crossbow bolts were few, and after they had scorched a sizable hole into his deck, their assault ceased, leaving behind a gaping maw that seemed to mock him. Then, he beheld the opposing ship, where a multitude of crossbow bolts stood erect, each adorned with a round, glistening egg. Cease fire, cease fire. Sarn shouted in terror. Such weaponry was dreadfully formidable. Merely a handful had left the crew of the Valyrian ship drenched in sweat and on the brink of despair. What if more were to come? They might as well prepare to dwell in the depths of the sea, indulging in life's pleasures in their underwater garden. Mr. Sarn, shall we converse now? Jaehaerys spoke leisurely, as if he were enjoying afternoon tea in a sunlit garden with a friend. Ah, your highness, you flatter me. You may simply call me Sarn. I cannot bear the honor of being addressed as Mr. Sarn. Shaken, was relieved that the other side had no intention of escalating matters, for otherwise, the fleet he had brought would be of no avail. The human fear of the unknown is deeply rooted in our genes. It is an instinctual mechanism for self-preservation. Thus, it is no wonder that Sarn, unaccustomed to such sights, was not alone in his trepidation. Even the soldiers of the royal fleet, witnessing the power of spring thunder for the first time, were taken aback. It was no surprise that they had been repeatedly cautioned to handle the round, glistening vessels filled with fine sand and straw with care, ensuring they were stored securely in wooden boxes. Several soldiers recalled having once sat atop such wooden crates, instantly feeling a tightening in their lower regions, cold sweat cascading down as they realized that had it ignited then, the entire village would have been reduced to mere ashes without so much as a ceremony, leaving nothing but dust in its wake. Salado, I shall refrain from saying much more, since you have taken it upon yourself to declare yourself the Prince of the Narrow Sea. You must be aware that Jaehaerys has openly disclosed his dealings with individuals such as Half-Face. If you can procure 1 million pounds of gold, I shall offer you a price of 13. For 2 million pounds, the price shall be 14. And for 500,000 pounds, I shall give you 15. In essence, your prosperity is intertwined with mine, and we shall all share in the wealth together. Jaehaerys is quite generous. He has assessed this price and deemed it far from low. Salado possesses numerous channels within Lys, yet he is not amongst the upper echelons. The bankers and wealthy merchants of the city are not individuals he can afford to offend. His title of Prince of the Narrow Sea is merely an ostentation, for even among the Stone Steps Islands, many notorious pirates show him little respect. In this era, the distinction between pirates and merchants has blurred. They can seamlessly switch between identities, engaging in commerce one moment and drawing swords the next, driven by capriciousness and insatiable greed. The Sane family has ventured into the seas for 3 centuries without ever attaining the governorship of Lys, not even once. Is it due to their lineage being insufficiently ancient? Ultimately, it is merely a reflection of their lack of power. Chapter 40. News of the Horn of Fury for Salado to dispose of stolen goods. He must contend with the exploitation of Lys's wealthy merchants and bankers, leading him to contemplate establishing his own bank. Alas, the bankers of Lys are notoriously exclusionary. Many lacking foundational strength find themselves driven to bankruptcy. Long before his grandfather, Samuro Sane, joined the Council of Nine, the Sane family had been striving to penetrate the ranks of power within the free trade city-states. Their most recent endeavor was to exploit the tragedy at the Summer Hall, collaborating with the Blackfire family to instigate war, conquer the lands of Tylosai and the Stone Steps Islands, and prepare for an invasion of Westeros. Unfortunately, they were thwarted by the forces dispatched by King Jaehaerys II, which resulted in the Battle of the 9 Copper Coins, where the ferocious Mager of the Blackfire family was slain by the fearless Balistan Selmy, leading to the extinction of the Blackfire male line. Consequently, Samuro was compelled to return to the same stronghold in Lys, akin to a lion who has failed to seize the throne. Now wandering and facing challenges from hyenas and leopards. Your Grace, Salato was taken aback by such generous terms. The exchange rate he had with the bankers and currency traders of Lys was 11 golden dragons per pound, or its equivalent in Lysini coins. He calculated quietly. And lo and behold, 1 million pounds of gold exchanged for 1,300,000 golden dragons meant a gift of 200,000 golden dragons to him. 5 million pounds of gold for 7,500,000 golden dragons equated to a tearful profit of 200,000 golden dragons. Moreover, he had friends in the Stone Steps Islands, Lys, and Meereen, and with a slight increase in the purchase price, even to 12, acquiring over 10 million pounds of gold, though time-consuming, could yield him a pure profit of 3 million golden dragons. My word, this is far more promising than mere robbery. One might wonder, are these pirates truly so wealthy? 10 million pounds of gold amounts to a staggering 453 tons. Pray consider. The world of A Song of Ice and Fire is vast and magnificent. The continent of Westeros alone is comparable in size to South America, while Essos is several times larger. The 9 free trading city-states have extended their commerce across the entirety of the known world. What does a mere 453 tons of gold signify in this context? In a previous existence, Jaehaerys had heard of a gold mine in South Essos that historically yielded over 1,000 tons of gold annually. This figure represents only a single mine's output for 1 year, and considering the age of the 2 continents in this realm, how much gold could have been extracted over the years? It is nearly impossible to fathom. Given their immense wealth, why do they not mint their own coins? A profit margin of 100 would surely provide ample incentive to overcome all technical challenges associated with coinage. As previously mentioned, overcoming such technological hurdles is no trivial feat. The minting facilities of nations or city-states in this world are quintessential to their economies, and the art of coin production is fiercely guarded. Even commonplace techniques are often kept as closely held secrets, resulting in knowledge being passed down through generations, making it difficult for outsiders to gain insight. For instance, the lace of Myr, a fabric often seen by the people of Blue Star, has remained one of Myr's primary exports for centuries, with its production methods never divulged. This has made lace production a cornerstone of Myr's industry. Can you believe it? Due to the secrecy surrounding these techniques, pirates are utterly incapable of replicating the currency. Even if someone were to attempt counterfeiting, their efforts would be immediately apparent. Of course, there have been instances in the history of the Stepstone Islands where large-scale counterfeiting of golden dragons occurred, most notably by Demon Blackfire. However, the Iron Throne subsequently declared that possessing the coins minted by the Blackfire family constituted treason. Consequently, individuals at that time were afraid to accept such currency, especially the nobility, for their families and fiefdoms were their very livelihoods. Accepting or storing Blackfire gold could be seen as treasonous, resulting in the loss of all noble rights. Who would dare defy such orders? Many commoners are illiterate, and 9,999 out of 10,000 will never encounter a golden dragon in their lifetimes. Those who do handle such currency are primarily lords, knights, and merchants. Should they inadvertently receive counterfeit golden dragons, they would promptly melt them down into gold, subsequently exchanging them for legitimate golden dragons and silver stags at currency exchange merchants, who offer a rather unflattering conversion rate. This experience serves as a valuable lesson, ensuring they remain vigilant against accepting counterfeit coins in the future. Driven by the allure of substantial profits, the pirates fervently exclaim, "Long live the Targaryens! Your generosity, your grace, leaves me astounded. Thus, I must convey to you some disconcerting news. Even for the sake of those 3 million golden dragons, Seraldos must guarantee the safety of Dragonstone until the golden dragons are secured. I am all ears. Recently, my scouts observed at Shipbreaker Bay that the Royal Fleet's primary defensive focus is on Blackwater Bay and the Neck, leaving the distant Shipbreaker Bay unattended. Surprisingly, they have quietly allowed the production of a large shipyard and an oversized warship with 400 oars. Fortunately, their fleet is relatively small and cannot yet form a significant threat. However, as time passes and various conventional and auxiliary vessels are launched, the menace to Dragonstone Island will undoubtedly escalate. Although Jaehaerys possesses the formidable warship Thunderbolt, should the enemy become aware of it, they could employ large crossbows and catapults to suppress it from a distance. Thunderbolt's range would fall short against their numbers and speed, placing him in a precarious position of passive defense. I am deeply grateful, Mr. Son. Jaehaerys sincerely appreciates your support. Rest assured, the Targaryen family will not neglect their friends. A royal family, even one in exile, remains a wealthy entity, and its promises hold substantial value. Should the Targaryens reclaim the Iron Throne, The Son family's 3-century vision might find fruition through Ser Saladair. After exchanging pleasantries, Son took his leave, eager to gather gold before the news dissipated. Time is indeed money. Jaehaerys pondered and instructed Ser Trident to dispatch a small vessel to Dragonstone during their return journey to scout the shipyard's precise location. He would not tolerate such a significant threat to the security of Dragonstone Island. With arrangements made, the fleet set sail. Despite the transaction being fraught with tension, Jaehaerys emerged with a tearful profit of 380,000 golden dragons. He was quite satisfied with Thunderbolt's performance in battle, though it revealed certain issues. Primarily, the concern of range. Heavier crossbow bolts resulted in diminished distance, while the catapult, though capable of longer throws, lacked precision. Its success in hitting moving vessels depended entirely on luck. Alas, how splendid it would be to possess cannons from a past life. Regrettably, he lacked the skill to create them. Moreover, as a practitioner of the mystical arts, wielding a cannon might lead to disastrous consequences. It was best to remain steadfast and devise strategies within the existing technological framework. Chapter 41. The Onion Knight. Recently, the Onion Knight, Davos Seaworth, has been enjoying a rather comfortable existence. He was knighted by Stannis Baratheon, who, in turn, had punished him for his previous smuggling activities by amputating the first joints of 4 fingers on his left hand, save for the thumb. Rewards come with merit, and penalties follow transgressions. This made Davos feel that his lord was truly exceptional, a refreshing change among the corrupt lords. Working under such a noble leader instilled a profound sense of security in him. Consequently, he had his wife sew a small pouch to store his severed finger bones, which he wore around his neck as a talisman. Moreover, his lord granted him a tract of land and a small castle at Dragonstone, allowing his wife and children to live with dignity. The moment his wife, Maria, excitedly referred to herself as Lady while riding on his back, he felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of life, an honor that the once exiled Davos could scarcely have imagined. The day after his knighthood, he named his family Seaworth, signifying a vessel fit for navigation. The family crest bears a small black ship emblazoned on a gray background, with the sails adorned with an onion motif, commemorating the illustrious vessel known as the Black Bess and its bounteous cargo of onions. Last year, King Robert decreed that Stannis would construct the royal fleet, a monumental task that Stannis eagerly embraced, taking on the responsibility of training sailors as well. He swiftly ascended to prominence throughout the Stormlands. While he was acutely aware that the royal fleet would likely not fall under his command, he understood that whoever eventually led the fleet would inevitably acknowledge him as its founder. At the Cape of Wrath, fertile lands abound, and the rainforests teem with timber suitable for shipbuilding, towering cedars, firs, maples, oaks, redwoods, sentinel trees, and soldier pines. Numerous noble families within the rainforest, such as the Metling family of Mistwood, the Morgan family of Crow's Nest, and the Clinton family of Eagle's Roost, are renowned for their trade in shipbuilding timber and amber gemstones. It is well known that freshly felled trees cannot be immediately utilized for ship construction. They require a series of treatments including seasoning, drying, shaping, and protection against pests and moisture. The most critical component of a vessel is its keel. For medium to large warships and merchant ships, an integral keel is preferred, one that is robust and substantial, capable of withstanding the tumultuous seas. The ribs, which are constructed using mortise and tenon joints and affixed to the keel, must balance strength and rigidity. The hull, while slightly less complex, also necessitates a gradual drying process of over a year to ensure waterproofing. Prior to launching, seams and the hull below the waterline must be coated with pitch. These materials cannot be swiftly procured through mere tree felling. Fortunately, the rainforest families provided tremendous support, swiftly transporting an ample supply of shipbuilding materials to the large shipyard at Cape of Wrath. To enhance efficiency, Lord Stannis excavated 3 large and 5 medium-sized dry docks, capable of simultaneously accommodating the construction of 3 large warships with over 200 oars and 5 smaller vessels. However, King Robert deemed that a 200-oar warship would be insufficient to contend with the royal fleet of Ares II, thus allocating substantial funds for Stannis to construct a colossal warship exceeding 300 oars. Ultimately, after consulting numerous shipwrights, Stannis resolved to embark on the unprecedented construction of a 400-oar behemoth, dispatching the blueprints and plans via Raven to King's Landing. King Robert, upon reviewing the proposal, was elated and promptly named the ship Hammer of King Robert, envisioning it would crush all maritime foes much like he had shattered Rhaegar's armor on land. As the keel was laid and the ribs meticulously affixed, Sir Davos Seaworth was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Yet, The sheer magnitude of the shipbuilding endeavor led to a severe shortage of artisans, significantly impeding the overall progress of the fleet's formation. Half a year has now elapsed, and the esteemed Lord Stannis finds that the anticipated minimum of 80 warships has dwindled to fewer than 30, most of which remain devoid of rigging and sails. Should the Targaryen fleet launch an assault, the ramifications would be dire indeed. However, observing the steady progress in the construction of the hull of the King Robert's hammer, with the masts and sails being manufactured with great urgency, Stannis feels a modicum of relief, for the Targaryens have yet to make their presence known beyond the bay. Their focus on defending Blackwater Bay and the Royal Keep has likely dulled their perception of King Robert's clandestine shipbuilding efforts in Stormlands, a region notorious for its treacherous waters. Stannis envisions a surprise attack, leading the towering King Robert's hammer alongside nearly 100 newly commissioned warships to the surface of Dragonstone Island. He wonders how Lord Larys and Lord Tytos will respond. Recently, a few skiffs resembling the Targaryen scouts appeared on the horizon, but upon advancing aboard the Black Beth, he discovered they were merely the smuggling vessels of his old acquaintances, the San family. After this false alarm, he pondered and decided to extend a gesture of goodwill, opting not to seize their ship or crew, acknowledging their long-standing friendship. He did, however, demand their utmost discretion, ensuring they swore to the sea to keep all they had witnessed a secret before allowing them to depart. With only a month remaining, the wind's fury would soon possess the means for self-defense. In 3 months' time, even if the Dragonstone fleet were to emerge en masse, it would be beyond the reach of the enemy. Exercising prudence, he resolved to hasten the installation of sails and rigging on the 30 small and medium warships, ensuring that even in the event of unforeseen circumstances, his forces would retain a degree of maneuverability and not become sitting ducks at the dock. True to form, the former smuggler's execution of tasks was impressive. Within a few days, everything was arranged, allowing him to exhale and continue overseeing the construction of the King Robert's hammer. Unbeknownst to him, much like his previous covert delivery of onions and pickled fish to Wind's Rest under the cover of night aboard the Black Beth, a dark vessel silently approached the illuminated shipyard where the grand warship was laboriously receiving its masts. The crew meticulously surveyed the terrain and charted the waters, prepared to claim they were pirates from the Stone Steps Islands should they be apprehended, vowing to reveal nothing of their true identities. Jaehaerys had instructed the captain of the small boat before their departure. Although there were some defenses in place, most of the guards appeared weary and drowsy, clutching their horns and crossbows like chicks pecking at grain. This was sufficient. They would return to report to His Highness the Prince. The small boat gently rowed away, slowly retreating from the bay. Chapter 42. The bonds of interest as the black vessel returned to the Dragonstone fleet, greeting the first rays of the morning sun. Jaehaerys had just completed a training session in combat alongside Sir Tytos and several knights. The precarious battle aboard the drifting vessel at sea profoundly tests one's sense of balance. Jaehaerys, in his previous life, was not entirely unacquainted with sailing. However, his experiences were confined to small ferries on rivers, where he could only recall the necessity of gripping the railing tightly, with little thought of wandering freely about. A small boat on the vast ocean resembles a leaf adrift, and many knights found themselves unable to maintain their footing, compelled to shed their cumbersome armor to practice with the prince. Initially, his skills were reduced to 70%. Yet Jaehaerys refrained from displaying ostentation, relying instead on his solid foundation in swordsmanship. He faced opponents one-on-one, then 2, and eventually 3, extending his awareness to a radius of 10 feet, thus leaving no blind spots for defense and eliminating vulnerabilities from behind. However, when the practice escalated to 4 combatants, although his awareness could react in time, his physical speed could not keep pace. As the first dull sword swung towards him at an unavoidable angle, he could only absorb the blow with the robust muscles of his back before conceding defeat. The prince's remarkable performance elicited unanimous cheers from the soldiers. For knights and soldiers alike aspire to strength, respect it, and yearn to serve under powerful leaders. This is the fundamental logic of their world. In this era, an esteemed commander must also be adept in archery and martial prowess, regardless of whether they are the sons of knights or lords. They begin their service as pages at the tender age of 5, progressing to squire, serving knights while learning the arts of the longsword, spear, and horse riding. Once their masters deem them worthy of the honor of knighthood, they are duly knighted, a privilege granted to any lord or knight. In terms of foot combat skills, Jaehaerys is not inferior to the knights. However, mounted combat presents a different challenge. At present, apart from his training, martial practice, and handling of affairs, he dedicates most of his time to honing his lance work and mounted archery, albeit with slow progress. This slowness is merely relative. A month of his practice equates to 2 months of others. The broken ship bay, with its fierce winds and tumultuous waves, poses a perilous route, fraught with the fear of submerged rocks. From the perspectives of shipbuilding and navigation, both Broken Ship Bay and Windy Cape are quite inhospitable. The winds are fierce, the waves tumultuous, and the underwater reefs treacherous. Years ago, the Mad King dispatched Duke Stephen Baratheon, the father of the Robert brothers, to the Essos continent in search of a suitable Valyrian bride for Rhaegar. Tragically, on their return journey, the inhabitants of Storm's End witnessed the Stormbreaker, carrying the Duke and Duchess, being dashed against the reefs by a tempest, leading to their demise. Robert's intentions are to feign an overt approach while secretly maneuvering. In truth, even without the intelligence from Salador Saan, he would have dispatched scout ships to investigate, never forgetting that it was the royal fleet that was decimated by the storm, prompting the arrival of the second Deer warships, which forced a landing at Dragonstone, setting the stage for the original narrative where Viserys and Daenerys fled to the Essos continent. The captain and crew of the small black ship promptly reported their findings to Jaehaerys, who pondered briefly, formulating a plan, and subsequently arranged for their return to Dragonstone. Whether to engage in battle is one consideration, how to engage is another. Given Dragonstone's modest resources, a decisive victory is imperative. To achieve results akin to the previous covert operation at White Harbor, a more meticulous plan must be devised, and a deeper understanding of the enemy's deployment is essential. The sails are raised, and the call of the sea resounds as over 30 warships, resembling a mighty dragon, stretch and shake their wings, hastening towards Dragonstone. 2 days later, they return to the island. It is imperative to summon Lord Valerion and Count Stygeir for counsel, as they are currently Dragonstone's most significant allies. Even if their capabilities are lacking, they must project an appearance of seriousness. With the fleet's return, the mint situated at the foot of Dragon Mount begins to rise in a plume of smoke, busily transforming the pure gold from trade into coins, which are then exchanged for gold once more, in an endless cycle that has grown to an impressive scale. Robert is compelled to request an additional influx of craftsmen. Queen Rhaella graciously allocates 300, though this represents the upper limit for Dragonstone. Greed breeds envy among the masses, and I have resolved to share this lucrative opportunity with the two lords. I wonder if they possess the courage to pursue it. Jaehaerys invited Lord Valerion and Count Stygeir to the map room, located at the pinnacle of the Stone Drum Tower. Many years ago, Conqueror Aegon, upon traversing the 7 kingdoms upon his dragon, commissioned a grand map detailing the geography of Westeros to be inscribed upon a massive wooden table, known as the map table. Now, nearly 3 centuries have passed, and the table exudes the fragrance of wood and varnish. Sitting in the chair that faces Dragonstone, he can almost feel the ambition of Aegon I, who sought to dismantle the barriers between nations that had persisted for millennia and unify the 7 kingdoms. Nevertheless, despite the presence of dragons, he left behind a legacy incomplete, establishing a vast kingdom that appeared unified yet was riddled with internal discord. First, the positioning of the Crownlands was not particularly advantageous. Their size was insufficient to support a large army. Furthermore, Aegon should have fully accepted the lands of the Blackheart and the Gardner family after their line ended, rather than parceling them out to lords. Moreover, clinging to the antiquated notion of the 7 kingdoms, as if not mentioning it would bring about calamity, only perpetuates a sense of division. This facade of unity merely skimmed the surface. Perhaps he believed that with dragons, even the greatest of armies would be as inconsequential as mere clay pigeons. Jaehaerys understood that he must not view matters from a divine perspective, yet he often fell into this trap, a malady known as the king of strong words. Lord Valerion and Count Stygeir exchanged glances, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. With Robert now seated upon the Iron Throne and having received the church's coronation, his forces are numerous and formidable. Yet, both lords know the situation at Dragonstone all too well. Despite Jaehaerys' prowess in finance and command, their resources are finite. Robert can afford numerous failures, but a single misstep for Dragonstone could prove catastrophic. They are acutely aware of the substantial profits involved in coin minting. Yet even when faced with a mountain of gold, they hesitate to take the risk. Jaehaerys found it not too difficult to engage them. Let us put it this way. While involving you in the minting process might be somewhat challenging, facilitating connections with familiar lords and nobles should pose no issue. As I intend to conduct legitimate business, you have observed that Dragonstone is lacking in many resources, yet it is certainly not short on gold. Surely, I can procure cloth and grain with gold, correct? Let us not dwell on trivial matters. Initially, I had intended for you to profit alongside the lords of the 7 kingdoms. If you remain unappreciative, Do you truly believe that the people of Braavos lack the capability to achieve this? Upon hearing this, the two men's eyes sparkled with excitement. This business venture seemed quite feasible. After all, the Iron Throne has yet to issue any prohibitive orders against trading with Dragonstone, hasn't it? Consequently, they eagerly agreed. Settiga expressed his intent to dispatch individuals to the Crab's shore and the Vale for procurement, while Valyrian was equally quick to assert his willingness to liaise with the Lords of the Reach and the Riverlands. Jaehaerys produced a lengthy list from his pocket, indicating a desire to purchase a variety of items: medicinal herbs, timber, steel, charcoal, stone, grain, cloth, wool, horses, and piglets, essentially anything available on the continent. Chapter 43. The Art of Glimmering Moonlight. My lords, you are aware that Dragonstone is limited in space. I wish to lease a substantial area of barren land on your island to establish conch farms and employ your people to work for me, Jaehaerys continued. What a delightful surprise. An unexpected boon. This is indeed fortuitous. His Highness the Prince has come bearing gifts. Naturally, the two men enthusiastically acquiesced. Jaehaerys' proposal to lease all the coastal wasteland on their island for the purpose of transforming it into conch farms filled them with joy. It was akin to turning waste into treasure. The three convened to discuss the terms of the lease, ultimately agreeing on an annual fee of 10,000 golden dragons for the barren lands of the two islands. This sum included employing workers from their island to construct the farms, with additional payments calculated based on actual production in the future. The two lords departed with satisfaction, reveling in the pleasure of conducting business with Prince Jaehaerys. Jaehaerys promptly summoned the head of his internal security, a seemingly inconspicuous old fisherman known by the codename Dragon One. The prince commanded him to devise a means of infiltrating the two islands. Although these two men appeared to be allies, they were cunning and shrewd. Even with the numerous benefits provided, he dared not grow complacent. The combined fleets of these two entities surpassed that of the royal fleet of Dragonstone, a force that, while I may not require, must be prevented from being utilized against me. As the ties between Dragonstone and them grow ever tighter, and their interests become more entangled, the cost of their potential defection will escalate. It is merely Jaehaerys' reluctance to treat people as mere pawns that prevents him from proposing a marriage between Princess Rhaenys and Lucerys' son, Aemond, thereby forging a familial bond. This could be followed by arranging for Viserys or Griffin to wed the daughter of Adrian Settiga, ensuring an unassailable alliance. Griffin is the unfortunate child of young Aegon Targaryen, the nominal heir to the realm. Queen Lena insisted on bestowing a name upon him, hence he was dubbed Griffin. However, due to the obscurity of his lineage, this remains a temporary designation. Jaehaerys vaguely recalled encountering a discussion on a forum where the true identity of Aegon was revealed to be Griffin, and he found himself eagerly anticipating the day their paths would cross. It would surely be an intriguing encounter. Now that he had concluded his business affairs, it was time to delve into strategizing an assault on Storm's End. His gaze turned to the map table. The sentry ships dared not approach the docks too closely, only surveying the nearby waters, thus leaving him oblivious to the stationed troops, and there was no time to deploy inner guards. The fleet from Dragonstone could not simply charge in. What if it were a trap? It mattered not that the spies could not infiltrate. After all, he was a sorcerer, proficient in arcane arts. That evening, under the luminous full moon, he ascended alone to the Dragonstone Tower. This castle bore an unusual design, adorned with grotesque gargoyles and griffins in place of ordinary battlements, with its high towers resembling bizarre dragons. The Dragonstone Tower was the tallest structure in the castle, typically undisturbed. He donned a yellow robe emblazoned with a Taiji symbol at its center. The altar had been prepped with offerings, incense, candles, and sacrificial meats, and he recalled the astonished expressions of the maids who had prepared these items. They likely assumed he was to indulge in a lavish feast that night. After cleansing himself, Jaehaerys lit the incense and paid homage to the three pure ones. Beneath the altar lay a silver basin filled with clear water, and as he recited incantations in a language unknown to this world, it resonated with his mother tongue from before his crossing. The moon is the mirror of the jade terrace. Light becomes the blade that pierces the veil. Let the moon enter my eyes, reveal your divine presence from miles away. Hasten to manifest. By the urgent decree, he formed a sword gesture with his fingers, conjuring a beam of moonlight from thin air, guiding the light across the dark floor until it was drawn into the silver basin. In an instant, a luminous moon appeared within the basin, and a gentle breeze swept by, yet the water remained undisturbed. Jaehaerys swiftly approached the basin, seated himself cross-legged, and upon reopening his eyes, they appeared veiled in a white film. He felt as though he had been instantaneously transported to a height of 10,000 miles. Here, an endless darkness enveloped him, with a colossal celestial body radiating dreamlike light above, rendering him solitary in the vastness of space. No, more accurately, it felt as if he were gazing up at Earth from the moon. The brilliance of the moon was indeed formidable. Jaehaerys mused before hastening his actions. This spell, while powerful, drained his spiritual energy at an alarming rate. In just a brief moment, he sensed his essence gradually ebbing away. He quickly sought out the continent of Westeros, directing his gaze towards Storm's End, magnifying his vision as he penetrated layers of cloud and mist in search of clues. The first sight that greeted him was a few diminutive docks, no larger than matchboxes, and behind them lay a small castle, though it appeared too cramped, likely accommodating no more than 1,000 souls. Outside the castle, in an open expanse behind a small hill, a multitude of tents peppered the ground, resembling burial mounds, with the banners of House Baratheon fluttering above, alongside numerous crests whose designs were indistinct. Jaehaerys surveyed the area and estimated that there were over 300 tents, alongside a massive stable enclosed by a fence, which could accommodate well over 1,000 warhorses. Moreover, along the coastline, dozens of large trebuchets and rows of colossal scorpion crossbows were cleverly concealed beneath foliage. A plan began to form in Jaehaerys' mind as he sensed the swift depletion of his mystical energy. Casting a hurried glance at the ships docked at the pier, he noticed an exceptionally large warship being outfitted by workers who scurried about like ants. He silently commanded the scene to be absorbed into his memory. In an instant, his vision dimmed, and upon blinking, the white film over his eyes dissipated, revealing a slight dullness in his violet gaze, indicative of considerable expenditure of energy. The entire Fury's Horn had transformed into a grand trap. He pondered the origins of this formidable setup. Was it the work of Robert or the cunning Elks? It seemed that they had anticipated his every move towards Dragonstone. Had it not been for the divine flower he had condensed, enabling him to wield the spell of glare and moonlight, he might have truly fallen into their snare. Jaehaerys murmured to himself, but now, with the enemy in the light and me in the dark, overcoming them should be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. He hastily sketched the scenes he had just observed onto parchment with a quill, depicting the castle, hills, encampments, stables, and most crucially, the hidden trebuchets and scorpion crossbows. Jaehaerys never considered his intellect to surpass that of seasoned veterans, particularly those battle-hardened generals around him. At times, he longed to establish a staff for strategy, a place for these aging warriors to contribute rather than waste away in combat against youthful knights, a considerable extravagance. However, for the moment, a full advisory board could wait. Appointing a few advisors would suffice, given that the role of an advisor has long been accepted by society. The late Rosart, an alchemist who had taught him the art of wildfire, had served as an advisor to Iris II before being appointed as the last prime minister. After securing the altar and tidying up the sacrificial offerings and incense, Jaehaerys descended from the Dragon Tower. This location, a convergence of winds and energies, elevated above the other towers and harmoniously aligned with the natural elements, was indeed the perfect choice for conducting rituals. He resolved to designate this place as his altar, ensuring it remained clean and orderly. As a practitioner of the mystical arts, claiming an altar was only reasonable, wasn't it? Chapter 44, Formulating a Plan. The following day, after a restful night, Jaehaerys felt invigorated. He summoned all experienced captains and knights, arranging various models on the map table. As the captains and knights entered the hall one by one, he ordered the doors to be shut. "My lords, the moment of life and death for Dragonstone has arrived," Jaehaerys declared, startling everyone in the hall. Was it possible that the usurper had constructed enough warships? Or had the Redwine family joined the fray? Whispers of speculation filled the room, yet Jaehaerys remained composed, his demeanor steady, which in turn soothed the anxieties of those present. It was evident that even the youngest child in attendance remained unfazed. The situation has not yet deteriorated to that extent. "Silence, everyone. Sir Timon and Sir William have long received their instructions." Under the resounding shouts, the bustling hall soon fell into silence. Only the wind lamenting through the narrow windows of the drum tower and the tremendous roar of the waves crashing against the rocky shore could be heard. The usurper's intent to destroy us remains undeterred. Clandestine orders have been given to Stannis Baratheon to construct warships at Storm's End. Through the inner guard, it has been ascertained that the enemy forces number approximately 3,000, including between 300 to 500 knights. Disguised near the coast are around 50 trebuchets and approximately 200 scorpions. 8 warships are under construction at the docks, one of which is a colossal vessel equipped with 400 oars. At the pier, 30 small to medium-sized warships are anchored, equipped only with sails and possessing little combat capability. However, we cannot dismiss the possibility of them quickly arming themselves with scorpions, rams, and other weaponry. This is the entirety of the intelligence gathered by the inner guard. Now, let us invite Sir Tywin and Sir William to present our troop strength. Jaehaerys placed Stannis' intelligence upon the inner guard, for his own cultivation was insufficient to proclaim it widely, lest it provoke unnecessary troubles, such as from the church, the Red Priests, and the gods. Sir Tywin initially outlined the status of our naval forces, which everyone was already aware of, while Sir William reported on our infantry and cavalry. The navy can overpower the enemy, yet on land, it is a different matter. A single charge from the enemy's 50 heavily armored knights could send our pikemen, archers, and crossbowmen fleeing into the sea. Our stockpile of thunderclap has reached 3,000 canisters, increasing by 100 canisters each day. Those who have witnessed its power understand that it is our trump card, essentially making us invincible at sea. However, we face a significant issue with range. Before we even reach the docks, we will be subjected to an initial assault from the enemy's trebuchets, followed by their scorpions. Is there a way to reduce the weight of each canister of thunderclap to enhance its range? Someone inquired. This is an excellent question, but I must inform you that thunderclap is a singularly crafted magical alchemical product, and can only be modified prior to its creation by reducing the volume of the container or the quantity of materials, which requires time. Jaehaerys, as the improver of thunderclap, holds considerable authority in this aspect. The self-operating magical array is exceptionally intricate, capable of infusing the semi-finished mixtures of fish oil and green flash stone with stabilizing spiritual energy, reconstructing the external framework. However, this is not solely his achievement. It is largely derived from the simplification of a spiritual bombs construction array based on a celestial design by the treasure tree. Moreover, quantification is a prerequisite for mass production. This array is not so intelligent. If the quantity of materials were to be altered at will, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. Unless Jaehaerys is willing to resume the laborious process of manually crafting thunderclap, which would yield a lamentably low output, we could entirely place thunderclap into the trebuchets aboard our ships, launching it at the enemy's trebuchets and scorpion formations, suggested a young captain, as he spoke with increasing fervor. The notion emerged that we could combine a dozen spring thunders and launch them simultaneously to expand our coverage area. Once the enemy's catapults and crossbows were rendered ineffective, we could approach the docks and unleash crossbow bolts to incinerate their shipyards and vessels. What use would their infantry be then? Everyone slapped their foreheads, realizing how such a simple truth had eluded them. Many warships were equipped with small catapults for naval combat or to assault the gates of coastal fortresses. Yet no one had considered engaging in a direct confrontation with land-based catapults. The primary limitation was that the range and weight of the small catapults could not compete with the massive land-based counterparts. However, it had not occurred to them that the weight of the spring thunder posed a burden for the scorpion crossbow, but was negligible for the catapult. As long as the weight was appropriate, it could easily launch the spring thunder at the opposing catapult, while the enemy could not target our vessels. When the young captain proposed this idea, minds began to race, focusing on utilizing our strengths to exploit the enemy's weaknesses. Some even suggested using crossbow bolts enhanced with spring thunder to attack enemy infantry and cavalry formations. Listening to the ensuing discussion, Jaehaerys was suddenly inspired by a modern, three-dimensional approach to warfare. "What is your name, sir?" Jaehaerys inquired of the young captain. "Your Highness, I am Jones of the Flea Nest," he replied. "Excellent, Jones. Your idea is commendable. What is your current position?" "I serve as the acting captain of the 2nd Squadron of the Royal Fleet's patrol aboard the Swordfish." "Good. You may drop the acting. Let us now discuss troop deployment in detail." After a full day of deliberation, they ultimately devised a comprehensive offensive strategy. This method of discussion was relatively novel for the captains of the Royal Fleet, as each participant felt a strong sense of involvement. The collision of various ideas ignited fervent discussions and iterative validations, leading to the selection of the most suitable and robust tactics, maximizing enemy casualties while ensuring their own safety. Previously, the Supreme Commander of the Royal Fleet would issue operational orders, and each ship would operate independently. With the outcome of battles heavily reliant on the personal decision-making abilities of the commander, the respective strengths of both sides, and the capricious nature of luck. The same applied to infantry and cavalry. Even when pooling the wisdom of many, it was largely confined to a handful of lords and noblemen. Unlike the current scenario where an ordinary captain, non-noble, could boldly contribute ideas. Once consensus was reached, Jaehaerys instructed everyone to rest in the guest quarters of Dragonstone, reminding them that they would return to their ships only when it was time to set sail. at which point specific operational tasks would be announced. This was crucial, as the number of internal scouts remained insufficient to monitor all ships, and this operation was of utmost importance. He could not afford to overlook the possibility of someone attempting to jump ship. Surely Robert would be willing to offer a title and lands in exchange for this intelligence. For loyalty is merely a function of the stakes involved in betrayal. In this world, what could be more enticing than titles and lands? And those were precisely what Dragonstone lacked. Ultimately, it is evident that one possesses too few cards to play. Alas, one cannot dwell perpetually in the realm of dreams and accolades. Perhaps it would be prudent for Queen Rhaenyra to ascend to the throne first, lest her status be rendered unequal to that of the Iron Throne itself. As for the absence of the High Septon at her coronation, it matters little. Dragonstone possesses its own clergy, capable of anointing her with holy oil. However, until the issue of land grants is resolved, her title remains merely honorary. And she cannot compare to Robert, for there is simply no comparison to be made. The path to resolution is indeed arduous. Jaehaerys rubbed his throbbing temples, deciding to set aside these troubling matters temporarily and focus on educating the wayward children. Before departing, he had vowed to personally train Viserys upon his return. For integrity must be upheld in all dealings. Jaehaerys is certainly not one to be swayed by Viserys' carefree demeanor and his apparent disregard for decorum. Chapter 45. Onward. Your Majesty, Lord Eddard has sent a missive for your perusal. It is reported that Maester Pycelle has located the inebriated Robert in the Megrith Tower. Since ascending the throne, his pursuits have been limited to hosting tournaments, hunting in the Kingswood, or frolicking amidst the flowering gardens. The seafood market within King's Landing was one of the first to recover, yet the devastation wrought by war has rendered many homeless. Under the heavy snowfall, countless souls have perished from hunger and exposure. Despite the Iron Throne and Lord Hand of the King, Lord Arryn, having opened the granaries to alleviate the suffering, the royal domain itself is afflicted and unable to provide sustenance for King's Landing. Attempts to procure supplies from the lords of the Riverlands have led to price gouging by unscrupulous merchants. Nevertheless, with a flourish of his hand, Robert, confident in the royal treasury's abundance, embarked on a shopping spree, activating a buying frenzy. Consequently, as substantial supplies flooded into the city, the Crown's relentless efforts to alleviate suffering finally resulted in a decrease in prices across King's Landing. Yet, a significant number of women were compelled to resort to selling seafood for survival. Meanwhile, our King Robert indulged to his heart's content, lingering in taverns and providing warmth and affection to the seafood merchants. Indeed, in the humble taverns, he unearthed a maiden with a bid of 998 and a matron with 2 children in tow. Though the maester, despite his advancing years, remained youthful at heart, he could not help but admire Robert's industriousness, likening him to a diligent bee. Oh, what news! Has Eddard written? Robert, already robust, had grown even more so after 6 months of indulgence. Indeed, he had become rather portly, resembling a wine barrel from the shores of Driftmark. What tidings does Eddard convey in his letter? Struggling to rise, Robert's unruly beard framed his face, and he exuded the scents of wine and perfume. Rubbing his temples with his plump hands, he inquired, "What does Lord Eddard say?" The maester, with trepidation, read aloud, stammering slightly, fearful that Robert, in a fit of rage, might wield his hammer against him. His beady eyes darted about, relieved that all appeared well. Rob's hammer should have been placed upon the weapon rack. Nowadays, rumors abound that His Majesty Rob delights in wielding his hammer against foes, akin to how the Mad King reveled in incinerating his victims with wildfire. However, the Grand Maester knows this to be mere gossip. Rob is far too preoccupied to personally wield such instruments of death. To appease the Guardian of the West, the esteemed Lord Tywin of Casterly Rock, he appointed Sir Ilan Payne, the captain of the latter's guard, as the royal executioner, bearing a massive 2-handed sword. This man had previously suffered the loss of his tongue at the hands of the Mad King for a single complaint. What? Rob's heart was gripped by anguish. Ah, my Lyanna. Tears involuntarily welled at the corners of his eyes. Cursed be it. How dare they defy my decree? Surely, Rhaegar seeks to force Lyanna into submission. My beloved Lyanna would not yield, and thus they have imprisoned her in the Tower of Joy, subjecting her to daily humiliation and torment. After all this time, even with her iron will, she could not possibly endure much longer. It is all Rhaegar's fault. It is all the Targaryens' fault. With reddened eyes, he gazed toward the direction of Blackwater Bay, where he had never forgotten that a mother dragon frolicked with her hatchlings upon the island. Send word to Stannis. Why has the fleet not yet been completed? I demand to see their heads. At once. Your command, Your Majesty. The eager Pycelle nodded hastily, fearful of the wrath that might befall him if he delayed his response. He immediately procured parchment and quill, and under immense pressure, penned a stern letter with swift precision. After presenting it to King Robb, the latter deemed the threats insufficient, declaring that if he did not see what he desired within a month, Stannis could forget about inheriting the title of Lord of Storm's End. Pycelle quickly added this stipulation, utilizing the royal seal, and then dispatched the Raven. Simultaneously, he conveyed this message via Raven to Casterly Rock. Lord Tywin, Lyanna has perished. Your precious prize may now be offered to our king. Pycelle stroked his long beard, feeling a measure of regret finally ease. He had initially believed that once the Lannister forces entered the city, Lord Tywin would ascend the Iron Throne himself. But fate intervened as Eddard and the northern soldiers arrived shortly thereafter, allowing Eddard and many knights to witness Jaime slay the Mad King. Alas, although Lord Tywin professed that his ambitions did not lie with the Iron Throne, Pycelle could still discern the palpable disappointment in the noble lord. As Tywin's most ardent admirer, how could he bear to see his idol disheartened? Such a fate must be avoided. Thus, whenever there was a whisper of change within the court, Pycelle would promptly relay the news, and with his control over the Raven's Nest, his speed surpassed even that of Tywin's spies in King's Landing. This time, I shall see Tywin's daughter crowned as queen. Recently, alchemists and their assistants have been toiling tirelessly, as jars of semi-finished products were delivered to the magical circle, transforming into bottles of spring thunder, which were then packaged and sent aboard the ships. As the impending conflict became apparent, the captains were summoned by Jaehaerys to rest in the Stone Drum Tower and its surrounding turrets, where they were generously entertained. Rumors began to circulate. Some fervently asserted that an assault on King's Landing was imminent, claiming that Her Majesty could no longer tolerate the usurper's audacity in claiming the Iron Throne. Others dismissed these notions as mere routine, recalling that previous missions to the Stepstones had similarly involved the transport of such clay vessels. The atmosphere was rife with speculation. Yet Jaehaerys, having received reports from his inner guards, showed no intention to clarify matters. He believed the ordinary soldiers were merely to follow orders. After all, within the populous Dragonstone, there must surely be some of Varys's little birds among the ranks. Not only did he choose not to explain, but he also instructed his inner guards to sow confusion among the various establishments, alternating between claims of an attack on Seagull Town and an assault on the disputed lands, thus securing a retreat for House Targaryen. While some speculated in advance towards the Stormlands, these thoughts were lost amidst a sea of misinformation, dismissed as mere gossip. As the departure loomed, he dispatched personnel to escort the captains aboard, and with the sound of horns signaling the command, approximately 60 warships departed the docks, heading towards the Fury's Point. The remaining 40 vessels lingered near Blackwater Bay to create a diversion. Naturally, once the main force had set sail, maintaining secrecy became increasingly challenging, prompting Jaehaerys to command the fleet to proceed at full speed, hoping to catch Stannis off guard before accurate intelligence could reach him. Chapter 46. The Wildfire of the Sea Frontier. My Lord Varys. Urgent news from Dragonstone. By the time Varys received the message from the little bird, a day had already passed. The inner guards were no novices. They had been meticulously selected during the 6 months following Jaehaerys' arrival on Dragonstone, chosen for their lack of ties to King's Landing and rigorously vetted through various assessments. While it may be an exaggeration to call them espionage elites, each was at the very least quite astute. During the selection process, aside from Layla and Jaehaerys, no one else was privy to the true nature of the endeavor. Others believed it was merely a recruitment for servants, guards, and sturdy laborers. The spies from various houses paid little heed, and by the time the inner guard was formally established, it was too late for them to infiltrate without revealing their own identities. Therefore, while one cannot assert that the inner guard is 100% pure, a guarantee of 70 to 80% is certainly plausible. Furthermore, the tasks undertaken by the inner guard are only accountable to their superiors, with each superior managing only one subordinate. Coupled with the techniques Jaehaerys had gleaned from various espionage narratives, any leak of information could easily pinpoint where the fault lay within the chain of command. A substantial fleet had departed the docks, direction unknown. Varys furrowed his brow. This was not a typical occurrence. He was familiar with the previous operations from Dragonstone, and to ensure its sustainability, he refrained from reporting relevant information to Robert and Aaron. However, he was aware that Dragonstone possessed a relatively safe form of wildfire, reputedly refined by His Highness Prince Jaehaerys himself, which had proven highly effective in prior missions. He certainly desired such a formidable weapon. Alas, the Alchemist Guild of Dragonstone Island was under the vigilant scrutiny of the so-called Inner Guard, to the extent that not a drop of water could penetrate its defenses. His little birds exerted immense effort, discovering only that it was related to magic, yet the specifics remained shrouded in mystery, even to the alchemists themselves. Consequently, he could only relent for the time being. It was imperative to gather intelligence swiftly. I must ascertain their true direction of attack at the earliest opportunity. Varys shed his effeminate demeanor, his tone no longer syrupy, but instead as chilling as the winds sweeping through King's Landing. 2 days later, Jaehaerys led his fleet in a circuitous route, steering clear of Storm's End and the islands of Tarth and Imans. Instead charting a course along the Steppes Islands and the coast of Dorne, heading directly towards Storm's End from the southeast. Upon reaching Storm's End, they disregarded all fishing boats encountered along the way. My goodness, something monumental is about to transpire. The seasoned fishermen recognized that this fleet, flying the crimson three-headed dragon banner of House Targaryen, was undoubtedly aiming for the shipyard. Many rowed with all their might, desperate to relay this intelligence to their lords. But they could hardly keep pace. At this moment, Davos Seaworth felt a sudden pang of trepidation, reminiscent of the days when he was smuggling and was under the watchful eye of Ser Tytos. This instinct had spared him from numerous surprise inspections by the naval guard and ambushes among fellow smugglers. He referred to this intuition as a warning from the gods, and today it was particularly acute. He hastily sent word to Count Vidhade of the Weeping Tower. Any attack, regardless of its origin, would inevitably pass through the Weeping Tower. However, before his raven could take flight, he suddenly heard the wailing of a horn. His complexion turned ashen. His instinct had proven accurate, though this time it seemed to have arrived a tad too late. The first wave, as per the plan, they launched indiscriminate attacks on the wooded shore and embankments. The flag officer communicated Jaehaerys' orders through semaphore signals. Soon, 10 large warships with 200 oars each aimed their catapults at the designated positions. Although it appeared harmless, the soldiers operating the catapults adhered strictly to their orders. The loaders placed jars of spring thunder into the leather pouches of the catapults, while the massive wooden boxes, serving as counterweights, were drawn into position by the winches. The gunners swung their hammers forcefully, striking the firing lever. With a whoosh, the clay jars soared into the sky alongside the pouches, but the pouches and throwing arms were halted mid-flight by the crossbeam, causing them to abruptly cease their ascent, while the jars cascaded like hailstones toward their intended targets. With a series of thunderous explosions, the 10 warships unleashed at least 100 jars of spring thunder. Flames erupted along the coast, igniting several large catapults on the shore, while the opposing side quickly mobilized, the shouts of loading stones and counterattacks ringing out incessantly. The initial wave of results did not meet Jaehaerys' expectations. However, he remained unfazed, as this first attempt was merely a preliminary test. He had meticulously prepared a staggering 4,000 canisters of spring thunder for this conflict. Naturally, he had also brought along an array of traditional incendiary devices, including barrels of pitch and various oil containers. The second and third rounds of assault were quickly launched, propelled by the rapid loading capabilities of the small catapults, far surpassing those of the giants on land. Yet, as 10 warships released nearly 300 clay pots, the giants on land began to roar in fury. Massive boulders, each capable of being embraced by a single individual, rained down from the sky, crashing onto the sea's surface and creating tremendous splashes. Clearly, the range was too close. They were still far from safety. Orders were issued for the ships to attack in a dispersed formation. Jaehaerys commanded that, while the medium and small vessels utilized the loading time of the land-based catapults, they swiftly advanced towards the dock from both flanks. At this juncture, chaos reigned at the dock. Davos exerted every effort to direct the crew onto the ships, but the vessels were so densely packed that many sailors could not locate their respective ships, instead flowing aimlessly with the crowd. It was over. Davos Seaworth sighed inwardly. He could no longer afford to direct the sailors and instead ordered the scorpion crossbows, hidden along the embankment, to be brought forth. These crossbows could not be exposed to rain, as moisture would ruin the bowstrings. Thus, they had been tightly wrapped in oiled paper and leather to protect against the dampness. However, the installation of the bowstrings proved perilous and not everyone was bold enough to face the hail of fiery projectiles. Consequently, only about 50 scorpion crossbows managed to be successfully strung. By this time, the enemy warships had approached within 200 meters. As the enemy vessels entered firing range, the more than 50 scorpion crossbows unleashed their projectiles, shrieking through the air. Unfortunately, the limited number of arrows offered little deterrence. The towering prows of the ships shielded the majority of the assault, with only a few arrows striking the sails and masts, resulting in negligible casualties. Jaehaerys was not one to passively endure an onslaught. He believed in the principle of reciprocity. Hundreds of arrows equipped with spring thunder were launched towards their targets. "Take cover," Davos shouted, immediately dropping to the ground beneath the embankment. Ordinarily, this would have been prudent. However, Jaehaerys' arrows inflicted area of effect damage, unlike their piercing attacks. Thus, after a single volley, the majority of the scorpion crossbows along the embankment were obliterated, with the 50 remaining being the primary focus. In an instant, flames billowed along the embankment, and the survivors fled in haste. The heat of the inferno was so intense that remaining any longer would surely result in being turned into a charred delicacy. Thus, the scene unfolded. Wildfire blazed upon the embankment, while the coastal city's defenses faltered. They encircled and pressed in on the desperate dragon, lying in wait to ambush the cunning deer. Chapter 47. The Tactics of Exploitation. Execute Phase 2. Jaehaerys commanded, and the flag officer conveyed his orders. In a moment, the impeccably arranged royal fleet began to break formation and engage in free movement. In the strategy devised by Jaehaerys, the operation is delineated into 3 distinct phases. The first phase entails disarmament, executing a sudden assault that circumvents the adversary's coastline, akin to a searing iron rod penetrating their clandestine stronghold. The objective is to neutralize the enemy's long-range offensive capabilities by seizing their advantages. The second phase involves close-quarters combat, capitalizing on the seasoned prowess of the royal fleet soldiers to engage in brutal hand-to-hand encounters with the enemy's novice sailors, thereby marking the enemy's sanctuaries with our own insignia. The third phase is characterized by a decisive withdrawal. After the initial and subsequent offensives, the enemy is left disoriented and their ranks shattered. At this juncture, seizing what can be taken is paramount, and should that fail, igniting a conflagration to leave them with nothing but ashes becomes imperative, allowing our forces to depart unencumbered. The essence of this entire assault plan is to capitalize upon the spoils of war. The soldiers of the royal fleet are clad in robust leather armor studded with iron nails, wielding spears, shields, and longswords, while their adversaries, clad in mismatched armor, are predominantly outfitted in the so-called gambler's sun armor, which offers minimal protection. Such armor may provide some defense, yet its efficacy is limited. It may be worn into battle, but most can expect only a single use, with survival contingent upon sheer luck. Donning such attire for combat is akin to gambling one's life in a casino, hence the moniker Gambler's Son. The fleet of Stannis is thrown into disarray, with ships setting sail in a flurry, sails unfurling, and oars frantically propelling them forward, reminiscent of ants on a hot skillet. The ships of Dragonstone, equipped with ramming prows, encircle from all directions, unleashing a barrage of crossbows and bows to suppress any crewman or soldier daring to show themselves, thereby providing long-range support for those attempting to board. Grappling hooks and ladders are hastily deployed onto the enemy vessels, evoking a striking display of binding artistry. During this tumult, valiant warriors emerge, wielding long swords and axes to sever ropes, yet they are swiftly subdued, one by one. Jaehaerys observes the minor losses incurred by his own forces, which remain within acceptable limits. Conversely, the enemy commander, witnessing the capture of several vessels, becomes frenzied and resorts to adjusting the trajectory of the remaining catapults to indiscriminately bombard the docks. At this point, the dock is a chaotic amalgamation of friend and foe, and even the most adept military commanders can only rely on the courage, equipment, and skill of their soldiers. It is evident that the royal fleet of Dragonstone is better prepared and buoyed by higher morale. As the banners of the crowned stag are lowered and the 3-headed dragon flags raised, the ship capturing plan is nearly fulfilled. Let our catapults and scorpions eliminate those troublesome catapults. Jaehaerys commands, witnessing the enemy ships yet to be captured being shattered under the onslaught of boulders. Fortunately, the first phase has already incinerated the majority of the enemy's catapults. Otherwise, the aftermath would have been catastrophic. The primary mission of the 10 large warships is not to seize vessels, but rather to monitor the catapults on land, ensuring they do not pose a threat to our naval forces. Thus, a relentless barrage of spring thunder was unleashed upon the shores of Shanghai, flames extending endlessly as a vast expanse of damp forest was desiccated and subsequently joined the inferno. No catapult or scorpion crossbow remained capable of launching. They had all been reduced to ashes within the verdant flames. Meanwhile, the combat aboard the vessels gradually subsided, with the majority of soldiers having perished, and a scant few survivors kneeling in surrender alongside the boatmen and oarsmen. Only the colossal warships still docked in the dry dock lay quietly at rest. "Your Highness, we have no means to maneuver it away," they lamented. The timing of their assault was impeccable. Had this massive battleship been completed, its presence would have unified the entire fleet, bolstering the ground forces and their reinforcements, thereby jeopardizing the ship seizure operation. Naturally, it could not be left for Stannis. Conserve the spring thunder. Deploy the barrels of pitch and oil. Yes, Your Highness. Upon the issuance of the command, the various burning barrels of pitch and oil finally proved their worth, once cherished in naval warfare, but now rendered cumbersome, requiring prior ignition. Their only merit lay in their affordability and substantial quantity. Dozens of flaming barrels of pitch were cast into the dry dock and the warehouses along the shore, igniting flames 100-fold more intense than the initial waves of assault, radiating heat that could be felt a mile away. Even the vessels moored at the dock were compelled to hastily depart, lest the sparks cascading around ignite their sails. At this juncture, the third phase was complete. Jaehaerys commanded the battlefield to be cleared, the wounded tended to, and losses assessed. Soon, reports from the ships were compiled. This battle had netted 20 enemy warships and captured over 1,800 individuals, the vast majority being shipbuilders and oarsmen, with merely around 100 soldiers among them. Our own losses included 3 large warships, of which 2 suffered damage to their decks and masts, rendering them incapable of navigation, while one sustained a significant breach above the waterline, but remained seaworthy enough to set sail autonomously and return to Dragonstone for repairs. Additionally, 5 small warships were lost, primarily due to stone projectiles from enemy catapults as they approached the coast. Even the 5 warships that had been seized were destroyed in the process. Fortunately, soldier casualties were minimal, as most of the seamen and soldiers who fell overboard clung to floating debris and were rescued post-battle. Throughout the operation, approximately 50 soldiers were killed or went missing, over 70 were severely injured, and around 200 sustained minor wounds. At this moment, the casualty rate of the Dragonstone fleet approached 10, yet, given the enemy's losses, which were nearly total, the morale of the Dragonstone fleet soared, with many expressing gratitude to Robert for his role as a transport captain. The greatest bounty, however, lay in those 20 warships, among which were 5 large galleys with 200 oars, 10 with 100 oars, and 5 auxiliary vessels, yielding a staggering total of 550,000 gold dragons based on their construction costs. At this juncture, even if one possessed 1,000,000 golden dragons, acquiring these shipbuilding materials would be an impossibility. On Dragonstone, the old veterans can swiftly replenish the ranks of sailors by training the new recruits, ensuring that these 20 vessels can soon manifest their intended combat prowess. The situation has become quite dire. With the coastline shrouded in thick smoke, the specifics have become obscured, prompting Jaehaerys to order the horns to sound for retreat. Thus, it is proclaimed, the wind stirs the great flames, the masts rise like arrows of smoke. The fierce warriors are reduced to ashes, while the valiant embrace the flames unto death. Chapter 48. Can the street mouse rise again? Your Majesty, I have just received news that Viserys, braving the frigid winter in his oversized leather slippers, seems to have a peculiar fondness for such footwear. Eunuchs often come into view, adorning themselves in purple silks or woolen garments, complemented by an array of slippers, cool ones for summer and leather ones for winter. In truth, he is the least favored high official in the shoemaker-esque square. What nobleman does not don shoes crafted from sheepskin or deerskin, their surfaces adorned with precious woods inlaid with gold, silver, or jewels? Lords often commission bespoke footwear bearing their family crests, suitable for both equestrian pursuits and everyday attire. Such endeavors are indeed lucrative. It is not that slippers are inferior. Rather, they simply lack profitability. Has Stannis' mind become clouded with folly? To entrust command of the royal fleet and soldiers to a smuggler? Robert seethed with rage, declaring that a filthy smuggler, a rat scurrying in the shadows beneath the kingdom's tax officials, has brazenly emerged as a landed knight. No wonder my fleet remains unfinished after 6 months. Could it be that this rodent is corrupt? Your Majesty, I implore you to temper your wrath. I have also received intelligence that a significant portion of the Targaryen fleet is unaccounted for, with reports of vessels bearing the 3-headed dragon banner sighted near places such as the Narrow Sea, the Vale of Arryn, and Blackwater Bay. However, they have not initiated any attacks, and it has been confirmed that the assault on White Harbor over a month ago was indeed orchestrated from Dragonstone. Rumors suggest that their incursion on White Harbor was aimed at plundering the royal mint, thereby facilitating the mass production of golden dragons. Cursed be these scheming vermin. Cursed be these wretched scoundrels. Why can they not meet their fate like their men and sons? In a fit of rage, Robert lamented that even being driven to Dragonstone has not quelled their audacity. It feels as though they are compelling him to take drastic measures. He had originally intended to offer noble treatment to the women of House Targaryen, but they have proven utterly ungrateful. Let them wait. Once my fleet is complete, it shall herald the end for Dragonstone. A report. Urgent military intelligence from Lord Stannis. Such grim news. After reading the letter, fearing the wrath of His Majesty Robert I, Pycelle hastily dispatched an assistant to deliver it to the king. After all, the youth are resilient, untouched by the harsh realities of life. Is it true that the young man has been feasting on your provisions? Is such betrayal truly necessary? Robert tore open the letter, scanning its contents with haste, and was left speechless. Stannis, that fool. Varys cast a fleeting glance at the letter discarded by the king, its surface revealing a few phrases: Dragonstone, surprise attack, wildfire, total annihilation, troop losses exceeding 3,000. Was this indeed aimed at the royal fleet? This maneuver was truly ingenious. Varys possessed far more information than Robert. For those engaged in intelligence work excel at reconstructing the narrative from fragmented snippets of information. While many speculated that this was the doing of Lysa or Tyrion, or perhaps even of Loras and Adrian, he had already surmised that it must have originated from the hand of Prince Jaehaerys himself. What an intriguing and clever adversary he was. Prior to the fall of King's Landing, Varys was well aware that Jaehaerys had garnered support from the Alchemists Guild. Even the ostensibly clandestine movements of Gorgos and his entourage could not elude his notice. At that time, he merely sought to let Dragonstone attract sufficient firepower, riding the tide of circumstances. Little did he anticipate that the small isle of Dragonstone would indeed stir up such tumult, toppling Stannis' Storm's End. To be candid, Stannis' arrangements were undoubtedly sound. He had simply underestimated the sheer power of wildfire. It seemed that to confront the fleet of Dragonstone head-on, one could not do so without wildfire, for only magic could vanquish magic. Your Majesty, I propose we immediately summon the alchemists, granting them additional funds to address the wildfire issue, suggested Varys. Those pyromancers? They were not slain? Robert inquired, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind as he recalled the initial chaos during the fall of King's Landing, when the usurper had seemingly purged the Alchemists Guild. Alas, far too many lives had been lost then. The death of anyone seemed all too commonplace. Who now leads the Alchemists Guild? Your Majesty. It appears to be a young sorcerer named Harlan. Shall I summon him? Robert nodded wearily from the Iron Throne, which had never caused him harm, a source of comfort for him, as the Mad King had often suffered its wrath, earning him the title of the Bloodscab King. This indicated that the Iron Throne accepted and acknowledged him. It belonged to him. However, Stannis' failure ignited a deep-seated fear within him. 3 male heirs of House Targaryen still remained unaccounted for. As long as they lived, the North, Dorne, and the Riverlands would never wholly recognize him in their hearts. Even among certain lords of the Stormlands and the Riverlands, he remained a usurper, even if crowned as king. To seize the realm swiftly. How can one govern it just as quickly? Some victories are won through sword and spear, while others rely on wealth and conspiracy. Robert preferred the former but was willing to embrace the latter when necessary, provided it was worth it. He recalled the whispers he had heard, that for a sufficient price, the faceless men of Bravos could eliminate anyone, even a king. Yet, he wondered what the price would be for a dragon and her 3 hatchlings. Before long, Varys approached, accompanied by a young man bearing a sycophantic expression. Upon seeing Robert, the youth immediately knelt. I am guilty before your Majesty. You are Harlan? Roberts has a penchant for robust and unrefined men, harboring disdain for sycophantic individuals. Nevertheless, as a king, he compels himself to comprehend the strengths of each person in order to assign them to appropriate positions, thereby sparing himself the burdens of bureaucratic toil. Your Majesty. The cautious and obsequious Harlan ventured, though he had not always been of such demeanor. 6 months had sufficed for him and the alchemists to experience the vicissitudes of life. In these times, the existence of alchemists is indeed fraught with difficulty. During the reign of King Jaehaerys, it is not to say that the Alchemist Guild held an exalted status, but at the very least, they could stand tall with dignity. However, upon Robert's ascension, the royal family ceased their patronage, leaving the guild bereft of its source of sustenance. They are now on the brink of starvation. It is only the recent charity in King's Landing that has prevented this group of practitioners from perishing in the cold or hunger. Moreover, they must disguise themselves when venturing out, for should their identity as alchemists be revealed, they would undoubtedly suffer verbal and physical abuse. Many have perished at the hands of the mob in recent years. Once, the Mad King was beyond reproach. But now the ire of the populace has turned upon the once revered alchemists. Many have clandestinely fled, while those who remain harbor resentment toward Lord Gorgos for not taking them along to Dragonstone. Gorgos retorted, am I to blame? At that time, when I urged you to leave, was it not your reluctance that hindered you? How can you lay the blame at my feet? Chapter 49. The truly diligent King Roberts. Imagine, in an era devoid of democratic freedoms, Traversing the world is akin to wandering through a dark forest. To be recognized as an alchemist could very well mean not seeing the light of day again. Hence, how could Harlan not tread carefully? Before him stands a lord, a knight, and he bends nearly to his knees, a perpetual sycophantic smile plastered upon his face, even if it may appear nauseatingly disingenuous. All in the hopes of incurring fewer beatings. The most effective expression of goodwill among humans is a smile. The adage that one does not strike a smiling face is indeed a profound truth. Since adopting a smiling visage, Harlan has become the least beaten and the least scorned in the guild. Others return from their outings as if they have rolled in filth, while he occasionally brings back a few foul eggs or spoiled vegetables to enhance their meager rations. This has rendered him a figure of astonishment among the alchemists. Given his minimal suffering, he was deemed fit to shoulder greater responsibilities and thus earned the title of chief alchemist, leading to his audience with the esteemed King Robert's eye. Harlan is not a fool. On the contrary, he is quite astute. Initially serving as an assistant to the sage Rosat, he learned the entire process of wildfire production. This knowledge is precisely what the Alchemist Guild values most and what rulers seek. On his way, he had already begun to contemplate the king's intentions for the summons and how he might employ his persuasive tongue to advocate for continued investment in the guild. The most compelling argument lies in demonstrating the true value of wildfire, not its capacity to harm, but rather its strategic significance in the realm of warfare. Serving as an indispensable asset for the state, the outcomes of such applications are undeniably divergent. Lord Varys enlightened him on the state of affairs at Dragonstone. At this moment, Robert felt a throbbing headache. A prolonged bout of drinking had dulled his senses, and even for a seasoned drinker like him, the effects were becoming unbearable. Varys recounted the situation succinctly. After careful consideration, Harwin declared, "In this light, it is evident they have surmounted the challenges of storing wildfire. Yet I surmise this could not possibly be the handiwork of Lord Hightower." "Oh, why so?" Varys inquired with a syrupy tone. "Based on my understanding of Lord Hightower's magical prowess, he lacks the capacity to resolve the age-old conundrum of wildfire storage." Harwin responded with a respectful nod. "Oh, then who do you speculate is responsible? Among your companions at Dragonstone, who possesses such capability?" Robert's interest was piqued. Wildfire, while familiar to the nobility and lords, had once been dismissed as mere alchemical folly. Yet now, what was once regarded as detritus had transformed into gold. A single battle at Dragonstone was sufficient to alter public perception of it. Carefully, Harwin raised his gaze to assess Robert's demeanor. Although his expression was clouded by frustration, he did not appear enraged. With a hint of trepidation, he ventured, "I suspect it could be Prince Jaehaerys Targaryen, the esteemed pupil of the wise Master Rosart." "You mean Jaehaerys? That insufferable boy?" Robert replied incredulously. "Indeed, I witnessed him mastering the art of wildfire production in a mere morning. And even the wise master lauded him as a prodigy of magic. Subsequently, it is rumored that Lord Hightower and the other sages were encouraged to visit Dragonstone by Prince Jaehaerys himself. Given his talent, he should possess the ability to innovate." Robert scoffed. "You are all a bunch of fools. No matter how gifted he may be, he is just an 8-year-old child. Pathetic. Let me ask you this. If you were to dedicate all your resources, could you replicate wildfire?" "Your Majesty, our guild has not received funding for half a year. And experiments of this nature require royal sponsorship." Harwin thought with glee. "Precisely, as I had hoped. Do not worry about the finances, Your Majesty. I shall allocate a significant sum from the royal treasury, but I demand to see results. Do you understand?" Robert waved his hand dismissively. He never concerned himself with monetary matters. Surely, with sufficient funding, an improved version of wildfire can be developed? "Your will shall be done, Your Majesty. And may the gods bless you." Harwin had secured what he desired. As for the feasibility of improvement, nonsense. This endeavor is merely a matter of life and death. With gold to invest, I, Harwin, now have the full backing of the Iron Throne. Before the other sages have drained their last drop of blood, I shall never utter a refusal to His Majesty. After Harwin departed, Robert turned his attention to Varys. "Please inquire about the price set by the faceless men of Bravos. I wish to know how many gold dragons are required to assassinate all members of House Targaryen on Dragonstone." "As you command, Your Majesty." Robert sat upon the Iron Throne, his rotund hand gently patting his thigh. He had initially believed that Dragonstone would soon falter like a grasshopper in autumn, yet a new weapon had unexpectedly revitalized it. In pursuit of the philosophy that one must possess what the enemy possesses, and even more, he resolutely decided to bolster the Alchemist's Guild. As for a little slander, did he truly care? Once he eradicated the Targaryen family, he would diligently attend to matters of state, for a historical hero once proclaimed that most success arises from relentless effort. Thus, today and tomorrow, He could indulge in leisure and merriment. Is this how you comprehend effort? Indeed. Today, tomorrow, and the day after. This is common knowledge, isn't it? The king labors day and night, tirelessly managing affairs and facing immense challenges. And Robert has endured this for many years. If the subjects remain in poverty, one must often inquire whether they have exerted themselves for the king, whether their lands have expanded, and if their wages have increased. Being a king is indeed arduous, is it not? Furthermore, one cannot rely on Stannis. The narrow sea is largely under the control of Dragonstone's fleet. The recent incident at Storm's End was already discreet and concealed. Who knows when Dragonstone might ignite it again? He must seek external assistance. With this thought, he commanded Master Pycelle to issue orders to Driftmark, urging Lord Valerion to swiftly assume the position of Admiral of the Navy. Of course, if he declines, it matters not. The fleet of Driftmark must set sail northward, for the only fleet at the king's disposal is that of Driftmark. Once the wildfire issue is resolved, the fleet shall be put to use. At that point, Driftmark will far surpass Dragonstone's meager vessels in both scale and armament. It shall be intriguing to see how this minute land contends with such force. Chapter 50. What do loans from the Iron Throne have to do with us on Dragonstone? How to respond? Naturally, with courtesy. Jaehaerys found himself at a loss for words. It seemed that honest individuals were destined to be overwhelmed in this age. Had the honest man consumed their rice? Had he offended them? This idle prince had been coerced into the roles of Chancellor of Finance and Minister of War, and they still had the audacity to expect him to continue as Minister of Foreign Affairs. Surely, they should demand a bit of decorum? The kingdom was not affluent. Their presence was not merely to feast upon the fruits of labor. Here I am, an 8-year-old child, forced into multiple roles. How could they be so heartless? Over half a month had passed since the surprise attack at Storm's End, and Jaehaerys had finally found the time to instruct his rebellious brother. He was just about to rest and practice his breathing techniques when suddenly, a member of the inner guard arrived with news. An envoy from Braavos had arrived by ship at Dragonstone, specifically seeking the spokesperson of the island. A most formidable presence indeed. Your Highness, this unfortunate incident occurred due to the unseemly words uttered by the envoy. In a moment of unrestrained anger, my subordinates resorted to violence, stated the leader of the inner guards, Powell. Truly, I had anticipated that your cadre of armed attendants would be nothing but trouble. Jaehaerys' countenance darkened. If that envoy were to act solely on his own accord, I would be indifferent should you strike him or cause him distress. However, he arrived under the banner of the Braavos envoy. How could you commit such an egregious act? If nothing else, a discreet dose of laxatives would have sufficed. After all, ailments from unfamiliar environments are not uncommon in this era. The armed attendants stemmed from Jaehaerys' peculiar penchant for mischief. He completely overhauled the original Dragonstone guards, replacing the aged and frail with robust youth, while simultaneously enhancing their nutrition, improving their remuneration, and intensifying military training. He sought to select esteemed instructors to cultivate a new standard of excellence in discipline and training for the royal guards. Cough, cough. Of course, in terms of esteemed instructors, it is only myself and William Derry from the Dragonstone garrison at present. Yet, this poses no significant issue. The loyalty and martial prowess of the guards have visibly improved. In just over half a month, they have been well fed and nurtured. Each of the armed attendants can now enjoy sufficient sustenance, and their salaries allow them to support their families. Very well, take me to see them at once. Jaehaerys commanded. This way, your highness. Powell initially thought to scold them, as everyone knew that Prince Jaehaerys was affable and generous, beloved by his brethren. Should the prince deem a mistake was made, his comrades would accept punishment with grace. However, the most exasperating aspect was that while administering punishment, he would inquire if you understood your transgression. This was absurd. How could I possibly know what I did wrong? Of course, if a brother truly did not comprehend his fault, the prince would patiently elucidate, his words flowing forth in a manner that could cause one to question their very existence. My gravest error was certainly being chosen for this role. Yet, that was merely a lamentation. Leaving was not an option. Oh, where did this blackfish emerge from? Jaehaerys, guided by the armed attendants, swiftly beheld the so-called Braavos envoy. The respectful prince, I must vehemently protest. Your guards have assaulted us without cause, leaving our envoy, Humanuk Apu, battered and bruised. How could such a handsome young man, respected wherever he roams, suffer such indignity in this insignificant land? Throughout my life of wandering the world, I have never endured such unjust treatment. The Targaryen family shall not extract a single copper from me. Moreover, they must return the principal and interest owed to my iron bank. Or where shall I place my dignity? You lot, hasten to apologize to the esteemed blackfish. Jaehaerys addressed the offending guards. The Blackfish. Appa was taken aback. Is this a reference to me? Indeed. Does your name not denote the small black fish of the sea in Valyrian? Jaehaerys replied with unwavering confidence. In High Valyrian, there exists a school of small, gregarious fish found in the summer sea, known as Humhum Nukunuku Apua, which translates to the black striped pufferfish. To my astonishment, this is the first time Apua has heard the origin of his name. He only knew that it was bestowed by his late great-grandmother, who claimed it was a name for an invincible creature of the sea. Indeed, it is formidable, for this small fish is insatiable. But let us set aside the matter of names for now. Apua quickly realized that His Highness, Prince Jaehaerys, your father, King Aegon II, has not repaid the debt owed to our Iron Bank for 6 months. As is customary, a son must settle his father's debts. Shall we not tally the accounts today? What proof do you have of this debt? Jaehaerys expressed his skepticism, recalling that when he departed King's Landing, he had witnessed mountains of gold dragons within the royal treasury. With such wealth at the throne, how could there possibly be any debts? Behold, this is the loan contract. Apua produced a stack of sheepskin parchment, detailing the specific terms of the loan in both the common tongue of Westeros and Valyrian. The document bore the seal representing the Iron Throne and the personal insignia of the Sea Lord of Braavos, with the principal amount exceeding 2 million gold dragons. Including interest, it has now surpassed 5 million gold dragons. Will you be offering collateral or paying in cash? The little fish resembled a cashier from the Blue Planet, nonchalantly inquiring whether payment would be made by card or in cash. Surely, my lord, this cannot be correct. Jaehaerys perused the stack of loan agreements. All these sums were borrowed by the Iron Throne. What connection do they have to Dragonstone? You may not fully comprehend. Though it is the Iron Throne, it was your father and Tywin Lannister who advocated for the loan. And so, is there their personal seal upon this document? Jaehaerys remained unperturbed. What jest is this? You are demanding repayment in my private domain for a debt incurred in the name of the realm? Consider this. Now that Robert occupies the Iron Throne and has been crowned king before the gods, he has seized the Iron Throne and, by extension, inherited its debts. What say you? But the Iron Throne belongs to House Targaryen. You cannot evade your obligations. Apua exclaimed, suddenly inspired. Go and inquire across Westeros. Is the Iron Throne still under the Targaryen banner, or has it passed to House Baratheon? Once you ascertain this issue, we may resume our discussions. Jaehaerys, having lost all patience with this foolish and malicious individual, turned to leave, even dispatching servants to reclaim the refreshments. Want a bite? By all means. Bring money to buy? My lord, what shall we do now? Apua's attendant murmured. What else is there to do but seek out the Iron Throne? Apua lamented. This is truly unfortunate. The Iron Throne borrowed the money. Thus, it is the Iron Throne that must repay it. If the Targaryens still occupied the Iron Throne, even if they possessed but a mere red keep, they would be accountable for the debts. But they have been driven to Dragonstone, and the usurper has claimed the crown, inheriting not only the rights to the Iron Throne, but its obligations as well, just as one would account for both debts and assets when acquiring a company on the Blue Planet. So too must the liabilities of the original owner be acknowledged if no company assets are sold to you. Initially, Apua intended to take advantage of the vulnerable women and children of Dragonstone, but to his surprise, they were entirely unyielding, leading to the failure of his commercial deceit, and he received a sound beating for his troubles. Jaehaerys remarked that even the punishment he endured was lenient. He could not penalize his loyal subordinates, who deserved commendation for their loyalty. How dare an unevolved guerrilla wreak havoc in my territory? Enough of this. Let us go to King's Landing to demand funds. Chapter 51. The aggrieved Lord Robb demanding money again? How many times has the king reached into the treasury? Hasn't the royal treasury of several 100,000 golden dragons sufficed for his whims? The royal treasury is overseen by the royal steward, while the national treasury is managed by the Minister of Finance. One is akin to a personal account of the company owner, while the other serves as the corporate settlement account. Shouldn't personal expenditures be drawn from one's private account? Why must they come from the company funds? National military expenditures, large-scale constructions, and tax revenues primarily flow in and out of the national treasury, providing for various needs, especially during significant natural disasters where relief funds are mostly sourced from it. In recent years, frequent wars have left citizens displaced and infrastructure severely damaged. With tax revenues dwindling due to conflict, the national treasury is already in dire straits. And now, Your Majesty, you still wish to reach into it. The royal private treasury, on the other hand, is derived from royal enterprises and revenue collected for royal expenditures, ensuring a consistent income regardless of circumstances. This is unacceptable. It is not only unthinkable, but also imperative that the king allocates funds from the private treasury to replenish the national treasury. At the very least, expenses for your coronation and the tournament should be settled with the national treasury. Here's what you should do. Report truthfully to the king and say that I have forbidden you from taking any funds. Go on. Jaehaerys, now aged and somewhat weary, has found his tenure as prime minister quite exhausting, leaving little time to comfort his beloved wife at home. Initially, he vehemently opposed the proposal by Duke Hoster Tully to marry his youngest daughter, Lisa, to him. Yet he relented. His heir, his nephew, Daenerys, was slain by the then Prime Minister, John Clinton of Griffin's Roost, during the Battle of the Bells. With the heir gone, chaos could ensue if he were not careful. Thus, he reluctantly acquiesced, marrying both daughters of House Tully on the same day as his wedding to his adopted son, Eddard Stark. It was indeed a case of youthful brides and ancient grooms, a striking contrast between the white-haired and the red-clad, pairing like mandarin ducks on a moonlit night, a tree of pear blossoms overshadowing the crabapple. Reflecting on it now, he feels a sense of embarrassment, yet his intention in marrying was not for indulgence, but to secure an heir. Now Lisa is with child, and the scholar predicts an overwhelmingly high chance of a boy. After the court's business today, he planned to visit Silk Street to purchase jewelry and silks, hoping to reveal to his young wife that he possesses a romantic spirit. Alas, he was detained until the end of the day. The throne room was ablaze with light, reflecting the very essence of its master. During the reign of King Aerys II, the atmosphere was dim and shadowy, with flickering lights casting eerie figures upon the walls. However, under King Robert's rule, the ambience transformed instantly into one of brightness, with oil lamps filled with whale oil and colossal candles as thick as a child's arm banishing the shadows of the grand hall. Oh, here comes my esteemed prime minister. Robert stirred from his drowsy slumber on the Iron Throne, listening to the incessant chatter below, which only exacerbated his drowsiness. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the occasion, he might have succumbed to sleep right there. Honorable Prime Minister, I am Lord Humruku Apua, one of the keepers of the Iron Bank, and I extend my greetings with utmost grace. The envoy from Braavos bowed with a flourish. This was not Dragonstone, but the prestigious Red Keep Hall. He looked around, bewildered. What has become of the opulent tapestries from last time? Where is the promised grand banquet filled with revelry and esteemed guests? Has it all vanished? Is this how you treat the Lord of Wealth in Westeros? Bah! Lord Apua has journeyed from Braavos only to be met with disdain and thrown out like a cur, and now subjected to this cold shoulder. Are you taking advantage of my restraint? Today, without fail, he would ensure that these foolish Westerosi understood the might of the Iron Bank. Honorable envoy, your long journey is indeed commendable. You arrived rather unexpectedly, and tonight we have prepared a grand welcoming ceremony in your honor. What do you think? Jaehaerys, seasoned and wise, though perplexed by the disheveled appearance of the Braavosi envoy, understood that the Iron Bank was the realm's most significant creditor. Despite the envoy's battered appearance, resembling a bruised gorilla, he remained a lucrative asset. A banquet? I am but a humble servant, not akin to your king or prince, so what purpose does a banquet serve? Lord Apua scoffed, finally finding a sense of familiarity in the proceedings. I come on behalf of His Grace, King Ferrago Antarian of Braavos, as an envoy of the Iron Bank, to demand the repayment of debts owed for the Iron Throne. Jaehaerys' mind raced, recognizing that the treasury was in such disarray that even a thief would leave in tears. Where could they possibly find funds to repay? Esteemed envoy, your journey has been arduous. Perhaps you would prefer to rest first, and we may discuss matters in detail tomorrow? The Prime Minister suggested, hoping to placate the envoy, uncertain of who had offended him, for he was as volatile as wildfire. Perhaps it was merely his age that rendered him unfamiliar with the Braavosi envoy. Or perhaps this formal demeanor was indeed their true nature. Lord Apua, however, did not decline. After 2 days at sea, with little regard for delicacies on board, he longed for the comfort of a plush bed adorned with velvet sheets and the company of charming companions. As soon as the messenger departed, Jaehaerys immediately expressed his grievances to Robert, lamenting that the realm had grown too decrepit for him to govern. You should seek a more capable leader, he implored. Father, Robert retorted, unwilling to concede. When I first arrived at the unfamiliar Eyrie, it was your wise and weathered words that comforted me, urging me not to fear. After my parents passed away, when I was wronged, it was you who proclaimed that I would henceforth be your child. Even when I displayed moments of childishness and unruliness, you still provided for me without fail. In my heart, you are my true father. Father, I cannot leave you. Jaehaerys had taken in only 2 foster sons throughout his life. Eddard Stark, a man as unyielding as stone, and Robert Baratheon, a charismatic orator. Despite Robert's penchant for indulgence, drinking, brawling, and frequenting nightclubs, he remained the lively boy who once trailed behind Jon. Alas, the royal treasury was indeed depleted, and the Iron Bank demanded repayment of debts. "We must repay them," sighed Aeron. "Let us allocate 1,000,000 golden dragons from the royal treasury," Robert suggested, visibly pained. The royal coffers had long been regarded as a source of personal pleasure, and even a king found little surplus. "What shall we do about the remainder?" An official reported that the total of principal and interest on past loans amounted to nearly 5,000,000 golden dragons. "If we cannot manage it, we shall have to incur new debts to settle the old." "I hear that Lord Tywin's waist is worth gold," Robert mused with a heavy heart. "If it comes to that, I shall have to suffer the indignity myself. Farewell, my Lyanna." Chapter 52. Do not bow your head, or the green cap will fall. "My lord, you have returned." Lisa hurried over, her belly slightly rounded, her complexion rosy. Duke Aeron, now 60 years of age, had outlived the average lifespan of 30 in this world, marking him as venerable indeed. Yet, even at this age, his seed retained the vigor to take root in fertile soil, a most gratifying thought. "My lady, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I have been preoccupied with state affairs." The old duke affectionately patted her hand. Lisa's expression momentarily stiffened, but she quickly regained her composure. "My lord, do not speak so. You are the esteemed prime minister, burdened with countless responsibilities. I take great pride in you. How is the child faring today?" "Yes, the little one is quite lively in my womb." "That is splendid news. It appears we shall have a robust child." Jon Arryn felt a profound sense of relief. This child represented his considerable hopes. "Indeed," Lisa replied, somewhat distracted. "Oh, by the way, my lord, today I received a letter from my father's foster son, the son of Lord Bellies of the Fingers." Lisa spoke cautiously. "Oh, is he the boy you grew up with in the town of Runestone?" Jon Arryn inquired, his brow furrowing, as he had heard of that boy in the past. When Lysa's sister was betrothed to Ed's brother, Brandon, a certain boy, rather overconfidently, dared to challenge Brandon and nearly met his demise. Were it not for Catelyn Tully's intercession on his behalf. Unbeknownst to him, it was this very challenge that led to his young wife volunteering to tend to the boy, thereby sowing the seeds of turmoil in the kingdom years later. Peter was an endearing child, intelligent yet constrained by the diminutive size of House Baelish's domain. Consequently, his father arranged for him to gain experience in the capital, while Lysa endeavored to speak favorably of him. The Baelish family, as recalled by Duke Alan, had been granted their lands in the War of the Ninepenny Kings, seemingly the smallest finger of the Five-Finger Peninsula. As a responsible lord, he was expected to remember the myriad nobles of the Vale, familiarizing himself with their histories, crests, and family tongues. However, he found it difficult to recall House Baelish, for they were inconspicuous, having once been mere hired knights with a modest territory, a small village comprising merely a few dozen households, a true representation of minor nobility. Had it not been for the current Lord Baelish forging a deep friendship with Duke Hostar Tully during the Ninepenny Kings War, it is unlikely that he would have adopted the boy as his own. It was through this association that Jon Arryn came to have a fleeting understanding of the Baelish family. "The boy," Jon pondered, "is named Peter." Lysa quickly interjected. "How about this? Since he grew up with you, we cannot allow him to wander the streets of King's Landing." After a moment's reflection, Jon continued. "The Silk Street is currently undergoing reconstruction, and the king has granted me some shops. Have him manage one for now." "Is that all? Just managing?" Lysa muttered discontentedly, her playful demeanor endearing. Jon Arryn acknowledged that his little wife was indeed a beauty. At that moment, he longed to embrace her. However, upon feeling his own waist and glancing at her rounded belly, he ultimately relinquished the thought. In his twilight years, he pondered whether the Grand Maester possessed any restorative remedies. That old man, a decade his senior, still took delight in imparting wisdom to young maidens regarding eloquence and skill, a situation that evoked a sense of envy. Yet, he mused, even if he wished to teach his lady, she likely would not be a diligent pupil. Having become pregnant, Lysa gracefully returned to her chamber. Their living arrangements were separate, primarily due to Jon's thunderous snoring, which Lysa feared might disturb their unborn child's rest. Thus, they had chosen to reside apart since her pregnancy began. Upon entering her room, she noticed a slight movement behind the screen, and a short, slender man with cropped hair emerged. Though modest in stature, he possessed a striking appearance, with gray-green eyes that seemed to hold boundless enchantment. With a single glance, Lysa felt a shiver run down her spine, nearly causing her to falter. "Won't he come in, will he?" the diminutive man whispered. "No, I won't," Lysa replied. Her cheeks flushed. "He hardly ever comes to my room unless it's for that purpose. But you are quite audacious. to dare engage in such antics while he returns. The diminutive man inhaled deeply the scent of Liza's chestnut hair, then buried his head between her slender neck and bosom, greedily extending his tongue. "No, pater," Liza softly murmured, covering her mouth. "If he discovers us, we both shall meet our demise." "Ha ha, my lady, do you not find this thrilling?" The man's low voice dripped with the allure of temptation, "and I am not merely bold, but ample in other ways as well." As he shed his riding trousers, Liza gazed with rapt fascination, letting out a dreamy laugh as she obediently knelt. It proved that Liza was an apt pupil. She was diligent and capable, even grasping the most profound and ancient knowledge of the world despite her physical limitations. Before long, when the two had donned their garments once more, Liza informed Pater of her husband's arrangements, and he appeared distinctly disheartened. "With my talents, even if I cannot serve as a courtier, surely I could manage as a tax collector under him?" Pater retorted with vexation. "This is an affront to my dignity." "Dear heart, did you not return it just now?" Liza languidly replied, at that moment embodying the essence of a young girl. "If he shames you once, you ought to be able to retaliate immediately. Furthermore, I would prefer that you remain in King's Landing, so we may see each other often." A spark of realization flashed in Peter's eyes as he patted Liza's shoulder. "Silly girl, you are already carrying his heir. Once the child is born, your heart will surely be devoted entirely to that little one, and you will scarcely remember me." "How could that be, my dear? I swear I love you above all else," Liza exclaimed in panic. "A vow. Oaths are not to be trusted. You know my stance." Pater whispered in Liza's ear. Her complexion paled slightly as she hesitantly caressed her abdomen. "But last time my father forced me to drink that potion. The scholar said it might be difficult to conceive again. Then do not seek me out in the future." The man's face darkened, his words devoid of warmth. "Darling, do not say that. Am I not listening to you?" Liza looked at the man's resolute expression. Biting her lip, she firmly declared. After all, both she and he were still young. The soil was fertile, and the seeds were exceptional. There was no fear of failure in planting them. Poor Duke Eileen remained unaware, his head held high, contemplating how to deal with the emissary from Bravos. This prime minister's hat is indeed a burden to bear. Fortunately, his wife provided him with another, which he wore with precision. One can only say, do not bow your head, lest the green cap fall. Do not weep, for old Wong will laugh. Do not cry of weariness. There will be no one to help you sleep, and do not kneel, for the Sea King shall not feel shame. Chapter 53. The economic development of Dragonstone. Leaving aside the intrigues of King's Landing, let us turn our attention to Dragonstone. The islands of Blackwater Bay, led by Dragonstone, are currently fervently embarking on infrastructure development. As ships laden with gold arrived, it became evident that, due to the intervention of the San family, the petty pirates of Little Stony were utterly outmatched, compelled instead to engage in a feudal struggle, temporarily refraining from undercutting prices for fear that Dragonstone would refuse to honor their agreements and leave them at a loss. They resorted to a rather clever innovation known as home delivery service, with one price reflecting the cost offshore and another for onshore delivery. Jaehaerys promptly declared his desire for the most economical option, although both parties had initially agreed to conduct trade in the Middle Sea. It soon became apparent that San's competitors were devoid of scruples, delivering directly to Dragonstone. This prompted an immediate response from Jaehaerys, heralding the onset of fierce competition among the pirates of the Stepstone Isles. As the pirates engaged in this internal rivalry, Dragonstone worked diligently to transform the gold into dragon gold, subsequently procuring an array of supplies from the mainland. Initially, the merchants of King's Landing and Gulltown were somewhat reserved, but as the first merchant who dared to seize the opportunity struck it rich, the sight of crates filled with dragon gold being unloaded from ships became irresistible. Wealthy merchants and representatives of the nobility promptly hosted lavish banquets for Viserys Valerion and Count Adrian Selmy, treating them with the utmost respect, not as rebels, but as esteemed guests. In a brief span, the two became the most sought-after figures in certain parts of King's Landing and the Vale. As time progressed, a multitude of merchants flocked to capitalize on the opportunities presented by Dragonstone, eager to secure their share of the orders. Whatever was lacking, they provided in abundance. With resources and personnel sufficiently supplied, Jaehaerys swiftly established large-scale bone snail farming pools on Tidespring Island and Crab Island. Drawing from the experience gained at Dragonstone, the process was expedited, and production soon commenced, with expectations to harvest the first batch of crimson purple dye by the same time the following year. Concurrently, upon Jaehaerys' suggestion, a portion of the royal fleet's warships was decommissioned, and their conditions assessed. Those deemed too outdated would be dismantled. while those still serviceable would be repaired and handed over to the newly established narrow sea, deep sea fishing company. This venture, also proposed by Jaehaerys, was informed by the lessons learned through various capital endeavors in the Blue Star, recognizing the potential of a corporate structure that warranted emulation. The company was established with a total capital of 10,000 dragon gold, available for voluntary subscription by lords, knights, and retainers, with any unsold shares opened up for public investment. Jaehaerys refrained from disclosing future prospects or painting grandiose visions. Those willing to invest were invited to contribute, while those unwilling were simply left out. Consequently, most individuals expressed skepticism towards this nascent venture, a reaction quite natural. As a result, the Targaryen family secured the majority of shares, approaching a level of privatization. Nevertheless, a small fraction of the shares was acquired by the household guards, fleet soldiers, and commoners, not as a forced allocation, but driven by their admiration for the Targaryen family and Prince Jaehaerys. Upon learning this, Jaehaerys smiled knowingly, recognizing that if these individuals did not prosper, it would indeed defy all sense of justice. Upon thorough evaluation, it was determined that approximately 10 decommissioned vessels of medium and small size could be restored for use, effectively injecting a minimum of 30,000 gold dragons into the deep-sea fishing company. Jaehaerys, adhering to the traditional practices of Blue Star, opted not to recalculate the equity but instead maintained the original proportions, thereby granting shareholders an advance on their dividends. Those who had hesitated, vacillated, or retreated found themselves lamenting their decisions, often lamenting with fervor. Those with long hair yet short sight, witnessing the flourishing fortunes of others, realized too late the weight of their choices. Merely possessing vessels was insufficient. Thus, Jaehaerys once again implemented the principle of voluntarism by recruiting maritime workers for the fishing company, whose primary duty was to fish. The company provided accommodation and a fixed monthly salary of 5 silver deer, along with additional bonuses based on the catches at the end of each month. While this remuneration may not seem generous, it undoubtedly posed a lesser risk compared to venturing out to fish independently. The fishing village beneath Longshan had to replace several fishing boats each year, compelling their wives to enter the seafood market to support their hungry children and elderly family members. Joining the fishing company now meant a reliable income, ensuring that even in the event of maritime mishaps, families would receive compensation. As for the fishing company's capability to catch fish, the quantity, and the market for sale, such matters were beyond their concern. They had neither the inclination nor the capacity to ponder such complexities. That was a dilemma for the Wong family to resolve. Soon enough, the freshly established fishing company set sail on a balmy day, embarking with 10 vessels, a considerable fleet indeed. Guided by the retired soldiers of the Wong family fleet and seasoned fishermen, they ventured into the deep sea in search of schools of fish. Upon locating these schools, they deployed their modified large trawl nets. As previously noted, the annual influx of silt and nutrient-rich sediment from the Blackwater River, combined with the warm currents brought by the summer sea, converged to create an expansive fishing ground stretching from Cape Marseille to the Wuji Peninsula. This area was generally inaccessible to local coastal fishermen, and those who could reach it often dismissed the meager earnings from fishing. Thus, for millennia, the abundance of fish here had reached astonishing proportions. As the winch turned, the trawl net was gradually reeled in. The experienced fishermen could hardly tear their eyes away from the spectacle. An impressive haul of marine fish emerged, amounting to several tons in a single catch. The ship's hold had been transformed into a vast cargo space, and due to the cold weather, ample ice had been preloaded, ensuring that the freshly caught fish were immediately frozen into solid blocks. For higher value catches such as eels, tuna, and lobsters, personnel were assigned for on-site processing, removing gills and entrails, and placing those requiring wooden barrels for storage into the appropriate containers. Each individual on board found their suitable role. As time passed, the fleet returned, laden with their bounty. Upon arriving at the port and opening the cargo hold, excitement erupted among all. Ultimately, the scales revealed that the 10 vessels had collectively netted over 100 tons of fish. After the initial joy, concerns began to arise regarding the handling of the catch. With such an abundance of fish, the army could not possibly consume it all. However, Jaehaerys promptly arrived at the scene, directing the people to cast shellfish and smaller fish into the conch breeding pool, where the ravenous sea snails eagerly feasted. Despite it being winter, when their activity decreased significantly, one could only imagine the frenzy that would ensue in the summer. Yet, the conchs were unable to digest the vast quantity of the catch, and the majority of it was transported by Jaehaerys to the fish and meat processing plant within Longshan. Here, the fish were sorted according to type, sliced, and transformed into dried fish, grilled fish slices, or canned fish. The warm temperatures inside Longshan allowed for the fish to dry rapidly, after which they were placed on iron plates and slowly roasted using geothermal heat, quickly turning into delectable grilled fish slices. Canning the fish was a straightforward process. The fish was packed into clay pots with brine, sealed with wooden stoppers and wax to prevent air from entering, thus allowing for prolonged preservation. These primary processed fish products were subsequently taken by merchants to the inland of Westeros, becoming delicacies on the tables of both nobles and commoners. As the scale of trade expanded, this model swiftly extended to Tide's Head Island, Crab Island, and even reached the Crabclaw Peninsula, where the nobility and a significant number of commoners benefited, resulting in a widespread allegiance to House Targaryen. Unbeknownst to them, Dragonstone had insidiously infiltrated their economy. And even if Robert were to issue a decree, some may choose to comply in appearance only. The most evident change was that many bankrupt farmers, artisans, and merchants no longer resorted to begging, exile, or usury as they once did. Instead, they sought employment at Dragonstone's recruitment office at the docks, eager to work on Dragonstone or the other two islands. They realized that the 3 islands of Blackwater Bay were perennially in need of laborers and fishermen. And once they arrived, they would not only have food and drink, but could also save a little fortune. Chapter 54. A storm approaches on that day. Jaehaerys was receiving a young man named Shizai Waiwishui, whose lineage traced back to the bastards of the Targaryen and Valerian families. This ship model is quite impressive. Have you attempted to create a smaller version for the sea? Jaehaerys inquired, holding a beautiful model of a ship. The model measured 30 centimeters in length and 10 centimeters in width, lacking or ports. Featuring 3 masts, the 2 forward masts adorned with square sails, and the rear mast with a triangular sail. Both the bow and stern of the ship were elevated, suitable for mounting catapults or large siege crossbows. Its design was sleeker than that of the existing royal warships, with a graceful, streamlined hull. It was evident that the designer had incorporated lateral resistance surfaces below the waterline to enhance the vessel's stability against the lateral forces of the waves. Though Jaehaerys was not well versed in ship design, his prolonged time at sea had granted him some insight. Your Highness, this ship has yet to be constructed for testing, but I assure you it will meet your specifications. Shizai replied confidently. If this ship were built larger, how fast do you estimate it would sail? Jaehaerys continued his inquiry. Under favorable winds, it is estimated that the vessel could surpass the speed of current warships by a factor of 2. But what about against the wind? I have designed massive lateral and stern sails that, through a zigzagging approach, could outpace existing warships. Jaehaerys remarked that the confidence of the youth is commendable. This ship is evidently suited for oceanic voyages, a type that Jaehaerys has encountered numerous times before. Recently, with the expansion of trade, many ships have docked at the port of Dragonstone Island, including large whaling vessels from Iban Island, swan ships from the Summer Isles, and grand sailboats from the Free City States. However, he could not discern any superiority of this model over the aforementioned vessels. It could be said that the design was conventional, lacking any striking features. Shiza felt disheartened. This was indeed the best design he could conceive, yet it was evidently not captivating enough. Alas, once again, the hope of revitalizing the Weiwei water family had faltered in his hands. If you possess sufficient skill, I would like to propose a minor modification and see if you can redesign it, said Jaehaerys, unhurriedly. Your Highness, please give your instructions. Shiza's eyes rekindled with hope immediately. You see, could it be like this, and then that? Jaehaerys said, casually altering lines on a piece of parchment with a quill, producing sketches that resembled a child's doodles. As Shiza listened, a spark gradually ignited in his eyes, yet he simultaneously fell into distress. Although Jaehaerys' suggestions were innovative, they placed excessively high demands on construction techniques and materials. With such a slender and low hull, wouldn't the waves cause it to take on water? Furthermore, the sails were exceedingly large, while speed would undoubtedly increase. There would be the pressing issue of insufficient strength in the masts and crossbars. With strong winds, the mast could easily snap. All right, these are my immature thoughts. Go back and ponder it. See if you can quickly devise a mature design. Jaehaerys tossed the quill aside, asserting, I am the client, only responsible for making demands. If it cannot be done, that is acceptable. Just continue refining it. If I could design it myself, why would I need professionals like you? He chuckled, reflecting on how he once detested clients who merely tossed out ideas without understanding the process. Yet now he had become the very person he once loathed. As for the design he proposed, it was not without foundation. It was inspired by the legendary flying clipper ships of the sea. However, this design concept was far beyond the current capabilities, and he could only hope Shiza could absorb some of it. As long as it could elevate the speed of existing ships to more than double, he would be satisfied. Friend, Recently, you should refrain from practicing your qi. Suddenly, the divine treasure tree transmitted a thought. Oh, why is that? You are unaware, but just now, a celestial mind from the realm of immortals enveloped the entire Dragonstone Island. Huh, why did I not sense it? You are on the verge of achieving the 3 flowers gathering at the crown, yet you could not detect it. This indicates how formidable the celestial beings truly are. The celestial beings are unlikely to remain idle, constantly surveying with their divine consciousness. Thus, something significant must be impending. The only event of considerable magnitude on the horizon appears to be the imminent birth of the Dragon Queen, does it not? If that is indeed the case, then an unprecedented tempest is about to unfold. Or perhaps, this storm arises as a consequence of the Dragon Queen's arrival? If it is the latter, the celestial beings are indeed formidable. Regardless of their intentions, should they seek to unleash a storm to obliterate the royal fleet of Dragonstone Island that has been painstakingly transformed. Such aspirations are utterly delusional. Summon Sir Tywin Jaehaerys to convene with the inner guard. Moments later, Sir Tywin arrived, radiant and revitalized, having ascended from the position of captain of the maritime guard to the commander of the fleet. Typically, this role is assumed by the Minister of Naval Affairs, currently the naval minister himself. However, Count Listhrus has become disinterested in governance, ensnared in the indulgences of trivial pleasures. Furthermore, the majority of the Valyrian family's warships have been integrated into the royal fleet, an expense borne by Jaehaerys. Equally, the Sediga family has been treated with the same regard, with Jaehaerys at least marking up the cost by tenfold. Now, both families possess only a few patrol vessels and small warships for self-preservation, yet their influence within the naval ministry has significantly diminished. Your Highness, where shall we strike next? Sir Tywin, now a hawkish figure, frequently expresses his discontent, untroubled by derision. The crux lies in the fact that the royal fleet of Dragonstone Island has achieved victories with minimal or virtually no losses in recent skirmishes, leading to ample rewards for all ranks. Coupled with the overhaul of the military merit system, which rewards based on achievements. Even the most ordinary oarsman can gain accolades through warfare. This has cultivated a fervor for battle throughout the royal fleet. Sir, do not be so extreme, Jaehaerys remarked. How can a person so fond of peace be surrounded by a band of soldiers who incessantly clamor for war? It truly baffles me. The royal fleet's maintenance personnel previously reported to me that certain vessels have become infested with shipworms if we do not promptly navigate to the freshwater estuary. There is a risk of leaks in the hull. Thus, I have resolved that you shall lead the royal fleet to anchor at the Trident River, north of Crabclaw Peninsula, for a time to eradicate shipworms and barnacles from the hulls. Chapter 55, The Patchwork Monster? What a coincidence! Your Highness, is it truly necessary for all vessels to partake in this endeavor? Moreover, since aligning with Jaehaerys, Sir Tywin has often been perplexed. He would swear that if the latter were not a prince, but a smuggler, none could surpass his brilliance, his thoughts as unbridled as a stallion, incomprehensible to anyone. Furthermore, such matters are routine for an elder who has drifted at sea for a lifetime. They are mundane affairs of the fleet and need not warrant the prince's solemn proclamation. Moreover, bringing along all ships is entirely unwarranted. Nay, it may even be deemed superfluous. The royal fleet has long adhered to stringent regulations regarding vessel maintenance. Although these rules have been somewhat neglected in recent years, the mandate to dock at the freshwater estuary for no less than a month each year has been rigorously observed. After all, the greatest peril at sea lies in a rotting hull. The immense water pressure can swiftly obliterate a ship's bottom, with mere barrels and a few inadequate pumps proving futile against the sudden influx of seawater, leaving the crew with no choice but to abandon ship in desperation. Furthermore, not all vessels can be docked simultaneously, as this would create a defensive vacuum, leaving the islands of Blackwater Bay vulnerable to invasion. In such a scenario, the fortresses would be compelled to rely solely on passive defense. Sir, this is the highest command from the kingdom. It must be executed. Jaehaerys' expression was grave. Your Highness, as the supreme commander of the royal fleet, I comply with the kingdom's directives, yet I am entitled to a reasonable explanation. Very well. I had not intended to disclose this, but since you insist, I must reveal the truth. What? This is utterly absurd. Sir Trident exclaimed, reeling from Jaehaerys' explanation. A tempest unprecedented will sweep across Dragonstone Island, annihilating the entire royal fleet. Surely this is a jest? The fleet is docked in a sheltered harbor, and the docks have been recently refurbished. What kind of storm could possibly lead to the complete destruction of the fleet? Such a tempest exists only in myth. It is said that Windspire was established through countless confrontations with the storm god. And how does the prince know this? As if perceiving Sir Trident's bewilderment, Jaehaerys was compelled to resort to his well-rehearsed explanation regarding the dragon dream. One unique insight begets another, regardless of its originality. If it proves effective, so be it. I believe this must be an insight bestowed upon me by the dragon god. Before the fall of King's Landing, I dreamt of the city being engulfed by golden waves. A premonition of my father's demise. The dragon god? Is that the deity of Valyria? Sir Trident pondered. Jaehaerys had no intention of revealing that this so-called dragon god was merely a guise for the deity he would later invoke. He might eschew the traditional path of worship. Yet he could still create a deity. Through the act of deification, he sought to comprehend the divine pathways of this world and reconcile them with his own. Of course, in terms of creating deities, the Land of Flowers had fallen behind in the new century. Before his transference, he had heard tales of a sect in the Monkey Kingdom where numerous gods coexisted harmoniously. Figures like Hugo, Shakespeare, Li Shixian, and Sun Wukong had all been enshrined. It was an absurd blend of humor and solemnity, transcending time and space, where all paths converged into one. At times, the guise brings fleeting delight, yet the allure of a consistent facade is everlasting. I do not know, but in my dreams, a great dragon soared in the heavens, and an imposing voice commanded me on what must be done, otherwise I would face calamity. From the fall of King's Landing to my father's death, it all aligns. Jaehaerys spoke with fervent conviction. Sir Trident was tasked with describing the colossal dragon, yet his portrayal diverged from the ancient dragons of Westeros. Instead, he conjured an image reminiscent of the divine dragon from the Land of Flowers, a creature with the body of a serpent, adorned with the hooves of a bull, the mane of a wolf, the antlers of a stag, the claws of an eagle, and a fish-like tail, all while exhaling flames and encircled by a fiery orb. Astonishingly, this description amalgamated the sigils of several noble houses of Westeros, including those of the dragon, stag, wolf, fish, and eagle, along with a variant of the sun emblem of House Martell. At first, Jaehaerys was taken aback, but as the conversation progressed, he too found himself in a state of bewilderment, insisting that he was not fabricating this imagery. The divine dragon did indeed resemble this description. Sir Trident smirked, pondering whether Jaehaerys would dismiss his words. Jaehaerys spoke with such conviction, even sketching on parchment, though his artistic skills left much to be desired. One could hardly believe that this so-called dragon god was merely a patchwork creature, stitched together from fragments of various house sigils to create a new form. Nevertheless, the prince seemed content with this whimsical notion, and the two engaged in hushed discussions regarding their upcoming march and the defensive strategy for Dragonstone. Meanwhile, the fishing company ceased all distant expeditions, remobilizing 10 vessels under the banner of the three-headed dragon, reallocating personnel to rearm with weapons such as scorpions and ballistae. Thankfully, the personnel on Dragonstone were sufficient. Otherwise, it would have been nearly impossible to complete the reinstallation in such a short span. While the actual combat capability would undoubtedly diminish, there was little that could be done about it. The Dragonstone fleet could venture forth, but the duration of their readiness must remain concealed. Otherwise, as a certain Blue Planet's Aquaman remarked, every beauty has her moments of vulnerability. It is merely a matter of seizing the opportunity. For the fishing vessels, there lingered a sentiment. A seasoned steed, though aged, still yearns for unfulfilled ambitions, ready to reattach the harness and prepare for action. Without waiting for the whip to crack, they would spring forth, seizing the enemy's head in the fleeting moments. They were to set sail promptly, steering close to the coastline upon reaching the Crab's Claw Peninsula, heading towards the river mouth, as the impending storm threatened to unleash cataclysmic fury. In truth, Jaehaerys was unaware of the tempest that had accompanied Daenerys' birth. But the warning from the wondrous tree instilled a sense of caution in him. With the possibility of intervention from such a formidable entity, exercising vigilance was paramount. Once the fleet was arranged, Jaehaerys summoned the commander of the Dragonstone garrison, William Derry, and the leader of the inner guard, Pibus Wheatley, to conduct a thorough inspection of the island's defensive blind spots, particularly the various tunnels, passes, and gate openings, ensuring readiness with logs, stones, boiling oil, and molten metal. Meanwhile, they unified the packaging of the mint and seafood processing facilities. The land defenses were the last line of resort. Fortunately, the castle of Dragonstone was steep and formidable, having undergone 9 months of repairs, stockpiling, and the training of soldiers. Now, the forces were well supplied and battle-ready. Should news of the main fleet's resting leak, and the tactical deception of the fishing boats fail, any enemy attempting to assault Dragonstone would surely find themselves bloodied and battered beneath its formidable walls. What then was there to be concerned about? Supernatural powers. The Celestial Master personally intervened, directly dismantling the defenses of Dragonstone Island. But wait, if that were the case, how could I possibly withstand it? What is there to worry about? Jaehaerys instantly felt a sense of relief. Chapter 56, Fire Riding. Sword control technique. Before Jaehaerys lay a row of azure spiritual fruits, precisely 10 in number. Ever since he took on multiple roles, he had scarcely found time to open blind boxes. Now that his divine flower had blossomed and his energy flower was nearing completion, he could finally indulge without hesitation. Not only he, but even those around him found it rather lowly. After a friendly and harmonious exchange with Duobao, he finally learned how to open the boxes externally. Not a single drop of spiritual energy was wasted. The sensation was incredibly smooth. A tenfold draw has a chance of yielding excellent treasures. This was Duobao's exact words. Yet it oddly resembled the tone of a lottery salesman. Perhaps it was merely Jaehaerys' illusion. Once an archer, there is no turning back. As a professional, merciless individual who played with fire at 7 and wielded a blade at 8, Jaehaerys was even harsher on himself. So why not? Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Arrow piercing technique. Thank you for your patronage. Tyrant spear technique. Thank you for your patronage. Ding 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 ding. Congratulations. You have acquired the fire riding divine ability. Of course, these sound effects were all self-added by Jaehaerys in his mind, not for any other reason, but to enhance the ambience and ceremonial feel. After all, if one does not embrace a sense of ritual in life, even the holidays would be squandered without a significant update. It is no wonder that no one reads his writings. Not bad. From 10 fruits, he managed to obtain 2 skills and a mysterious divine ability. The skills were evidently akin to the mundane arts similar to the Ape King's sword technique. He could ponder that later. Meanwhile, it was the divine ability that had not appeared for so long. He closed his eyes to savor the experience, and after a moment, opened them. A glimmer of brilliance flashing. Indeed, the divine ability was formidable. Fire riding is one of the Taoist earthly fiend 72 arts. With a hand gesture to avert fire, one remains untouched by flames. Planting a golden lotus amid the fire, one becomes a celestial being. Hooray! With the fire riding technique, Mother will no longer worry about my play with fire. Does this mean I've earned the title of the Unburnable? Quite powerful. No more excessive flattery. I, a practitioner of one of the Taoist earthly fiend 72 arts, is this all there is? You might as well grant me a water drinking technique, gulping down rivers and lakes, then spewing it back to flood 7 armies. At that point, one could claim to be the reincarnation of the water baby from Calabash Brothers. What use is fire riding? Well, at least various fires won't harm you, right? Duobao's miraculous tree awkwardly remarked. Am I lacking in such seemingly useless divine abilities? When enemies toss me into flames, will I rely on not burning to frighten them? Do not underestimate the divine abilities. Mastering fire riding to its utmost, even without spiritual energy to perform the hand gestures, one remains unscathed by flames. How impressive! Are you implying that I need not be cremated after death? Jaehaerys was not easily deceived. What on earth is this nonsense? No. Today you must provide me with an explanation. Otherwise, you may as well vacate my body, and we shall part ways. The Daobao Miaoshu knows its own affairs. And the celestial realm's blind boxes have never disappointed in their capacity to disappoint. Very well, I shall offer you a yellow Dao fruit as compensation. Is that satisfactory? These fruits are, in truth, of little value. After all, heavy rains cannot nourish rootless grass, and the Tao's teachings do not extend to those without fate. However, this statement is not absolute, especially for a certain tree that thrives under the shelter of another while being exceptionally nourishing. As Jaehaerys alters the narrative more significantly, Daobao Miaoshu can distinctly sense several divine consciousnesses gradually beginning to focus on the vicinity of Longshore Island. The chess players have entered the purview of this world. At this moment, the landlord remains too inexperienced. The celestial beings possess numerous methods to obliterate any trace, leaving even their tenants trembling with fear. After extricating itself from the celestial realm, it marks a fresh beginning on the path of cultivation. The journey of plant-based spiritual roots is inherently longer than that of humans, and at present, it is even weaker than Jaehaerys. This tempest may serve as a trial or perhaps a means of annihilation. Whether it is a test or extermination depends solely on Jaehaerys' demonstrated capabilities. Much like in one's own garden, upon discovering a wild beehive, some may choose to incinerate the wild bees within to eradicate them entirely, while others might opt to nurture them until honey production commences, only to harvest later. Should evolution transform them into murderous bees, anyone harboring ulterior motives must weigh the merits of their endeavor, whether that small amount of honey is truly worth it. In essence, it hinges on the balance of gains and losses. Even the celestial elites must deliberate on whether the significant cost of forcefully eliminating a human celestial aligns with their interests. Though the landlord has yet to attain the status of a human celestial, practitioners in this realm often exhibit severe specialization, rendering comprehensive strength inferior, yet in certain aspects. Jaehaerys is decidedly not lacking. Very well, should I cleanse myself first? Jaehaerys inquired. Would this yield better results? To this, Dao Bao Miaoshu found itself at a loss for words. Having never heard of such a practice, after all, those who previously opened blind boxes were at the very least celestial beings, pure and untainted, thus requiring no cleansing. Shall we give it a try? It suggested. Let us indeed give it a try. Jaehaerys commanded his attendants to prepare water for bathing and changing attire. Upon reaching the Flying Dragon Tower, a ritual altar was to be set, adorned with 3 offerings in reverence. There were no specific prayers, merely the continuous utterance of phrases like blessings of the 3 pure ones. Tao Ancestor, manifest your presence. Sensing it was time, he held the yellow Tao fruit between his palms and solemnly shouted, release. A surge of golden light erupted from his hands, illuminating the entire apex of the Flying Dragon Tower with a resplendent brilliance, nearly blinding Jaehaerys' titanium gold eyes. The sword technique of the 72 earthly fiends. Jaehaerys exclaimed. This swordsmanship differs from mundane skills such as the Monkey King's sword technique. It is a genuine art of swordsmanship, harmonizing chi with the sword, wielding the sword with chi, and guiding it with spirit. Jaehaerys may lack spiritual energy, yet his primordial spirit's power has just reached the threshold required to wield a sword through divine means. In an instant, the precious tree realized the absurdity of the situation. Was the effect of the cleansing ritual truly this potent? While this spell does not rank among the most practical of the 72 arts, its offensive capability undoubtedly places it within the top 3. For those below the level of Earth Immortals, it renders one virtually invincible. Could it be that the previous celestial beings' misfortune in producing valuable artifacts was simply due to their lack of sincerity in the cleansing ritual? The precious tree seemed to have found an answer. If given the chance to return to the celestial realm, it would surely tell those divine beings, hey, it turns out it wasn't my fault, but rather your insincerity. One should reflect upon their own actions. After so many years of ascension, have they maintained their original intentions? This revelation bears greater significance and lethality than mere probabilities. If Jaehaerys possessed a personal attribute panel, he would undoubtedly be classified as a high-damage, fragile assassin hero. The precious tree contemplated the present moment, recognizing that survival was paramount. After enduring over 50 chapters without the opportunity to shine, today would be the day to unveil his potential. Friend, I present to you a life-saving artifact. Be sure to refine it with care. In a flash of brilliance, Jaehaerys donned a suit of armor, radiant and resplendent. It was evident that this armor was extraordinary. Chapter 57, The Birth of the Storm. The armor consisted of layers of black and gold scales, with a helmet crowned by a roaring dragon's head, its 2 black forked horns arching backward and coiling at the nape of the neck. 2 enormous tusks protruded outward, guarding the temples, while a faceplate resembling a thick beard dangled below. The sinuous dragon body extended from the back of the head down the neck, twisting to protect the spine, with 2 dragon arms spreading out to form shoulder and arm plates, while the hands bore sharp, claw-like designs. The armor continued to expand from the torso, forming a skirt and protective gear for the groin and shins. In ordinary circumstances, this magnificent armor could be contracted within the dantian, nourished by one's own spiritual energy. And with a mere thought, it could swiftly manifest around the body, providing a formidable defense. This armor is known as the Eastern Azure Dragon Armor, accompanied by a method for its refinement. Within the armor lie 81 prohibitions. Once fully refined, it can withstand attacks from celestial immortals. Of course, given Jaehaerys' current low cultivation level, mastering all 81 prohibitions is beyond reach. Fortunately, the armor smith has demonstrated divine benevolence by dividing the prohibitions into several stages, with the 1st to 9th prohibitions being attainable even for those at the foundation establishment stage. With the armor's inherent defensive capabilities, it is certain that no human immortal could breach its protection. Upon completing the refinement, Jaehaerys attempted to form a seal, exclaiming, "Protect." In a dreamlike glow, the armor pieces rapidly materialized, revealing a majestic divine dragon in the mirror, enveloping him tightly. Should his cultivation reach the appropriate level, and once he fully refined all 81 prohibitions, he would indeed be able to boldly declare before the celestial immortal elites, "I beg for death." If only his tone were a touch softer, it might convey a sense of cowardice. 2 days later, As the horn of the Dragonstone fleet sounded, Jaehaerys understood that the preordained day of departure had arrived. Dragonstone Castle promptly secured its gates, and everything transpired according to the meticulously crafted plan. Meanwhile, 10 fishing vessels commenced patrolling the surrounding waters, their age belied by the burdens they bore, responsibilities ill-suited for their twilight years. Naturally, Jaehaerys had no intention of sending them to their doom, should they spot the impending storm from afar. Their utmost endeavor would be to return to Dragonstone or seek refuge elsewhere, as long as they could ultimately return. All crew members and soldiers stood to gain a generous reward. Jaehaerys had refrained from his usual training. The impending clash between man and nature loomed large, necessitating his vigilant attention to Queen Lena's labor. Soon, at a certain moment, the queen was seized by excruciating pains. And with the wisdom of experience from her previous births, she realized that a new life was about to emerge. All the scholars, midwives, and duelists had been gathered within the fortress by Jaehaerys, each a professional endowed with ample birthing experience. Viserys and Rhaenys prayed in the sanctum for their mother and grandmother, beseeching the mother's blessings, while Jaehaerys anxiously awaited outside the birthing chamber. Watching the midwives come and go, delivering boiling water, bandages, and herbal concoctions into the room, his heart grew increasingly restless. The wind outside intensified, and the stone drum tower reverberated with a thunderous roar, a sound reminiscent of a war drum, filling every corner of the fortress. In the distance, a colossal storm was slowly taking shape. A dark tempest had manifested, casting a shadow over the land. Should one ascend to the heavens, they would behold the birth of a massive storm eye in the narrow sea, as if a deity were glaring down in wrath upon the mortal realm. The violent winds intertwined with furious lightning, silver serpents of electricity danced amid the torrential downpour, conjuring an apocalyptic tableau in the sky. Fierce winds lifted tens of thousands of tons of seawater, forming towering walls of white spray that surged toward Dragonstone, crashing against the stone pier, the fortress, and the reefs, sending shards of jade skyward, reminiscent of billowing snowflakes. At this moment, in King's Landing, Varys recalled intelligence from a few days prior. "Your Majesty, I have received word from Count Redwine that most of the Dragonstone fleet has ventured to the mouth of the Trident, presumably to rid their hulls of shipworms and barnacles. Only a few antiquated vessels remain to patrol the defenses." He inquired whether we should seize this opportunity to launch an assault on Dragonstone with the fleet from Dragonstone Island. Robert was immediately elated. Here he was, about to retire for the night, when the enemy presented itself as a pillow. What was there to wait for? Wildfire? What nonsense! After all this time, had Harren failed to resolve the issue? What use was he? Oh, several alchemists had perished in the process of refinement? It seemed Harren was not entirely negligent. Let it go. There was no need to pursue his accountability. In any case, with Dragonstone effectively severing its own limb, the presence or absence of wildfire to assist was of little consequence. Robb cheerfully commanded Earl Redwyn to lead the fleet from Dragonstone Island directly towards Dragonstone. What? The old fellow Redwyn claimed he could only dispatch half of the warships, as the other half needed to remain at Dragonstone to guard against the Ironborn? Very well. Very well. At this point, the distinction between 200 warships and 100 is negligible. Varys found this somewhat perplexing, according to his little birds. The power on Dragonstone was currently held by Prince Jaehaerys. Given the prince's capabilities, such a blatant error should not have occurred. There must be some hidden scheme waiting for the Iron Throne. Thus, he cautiously suggested to Robert, but the king, clearly intoxicated by the prospect of an easily attainable victory, was unwilling to heed the counsel of an old and unattractive eunuch. He was not like the mad King Aerys. Had it not been for Varys' residual usefulness, he would have long since severed the eunuch's head to placate the grievances of the nobles within King's Landing. Varys, disheartened, could only retreat, yet remained troubled, compelled to have his little birds keep a vigilant watch on the island's developments. Inside the birthing chamber, Queen Rhaegar's cries grew increasingly loud. Jaehaerys quietly reached out with his consciousness, and the scene within matched his expectations. Rhaegar's situation was certainly not one of severe complications, yet as an advanced-age mother, her strength momentarily faltered. Therefore, he discreetly transmitted a thread of spiritual energy to Queen Rhaegar, invigorating her and allowing her to feel a surge of new strength coursing through her body. The wails of a newborn filled the air, and the onlookers erupted in joyous excitement. Rhaegar, however, felt her spirit relax and fainted, but fortunately, Jaehaerys' spiritual energy protected her vital essence. As long as the midwives and scholars inside were not fools, they would surely know how to care for her. The tempest outside showed no signs of abating. Rather, it seemed to be incensed, with thunder crashing ever more densely and lightning striking fiercely upon the fortress's towers. Before long, Jaehaerys noticed dense smoke rising from the sea dragon tower, clearly struck by a bolt. He cast a glance at the newly born dragon queen, a surge of emotion washing over him. This small creature would, in the original narrative, become the mother of 3 colossal dragons and would contend against the likes of the Night King. Truly, it was a formidable burden. However, in this life, it seems you are fortunate, for you shall not endure such hardships. Chapter 58. Excessive oppression, but what of that tempest outside? Is it not somewhat excessive? Is it merely the birth of a child that warrants such a tumult of storms and clashing thunder? The raging winds outside had surely surpassed level 15. Under such tremendous velocity, Jaehaerys could scarcely imagine how the humble abodes of the fishermen and farmers at the foot of Dragonstone could endure. Having personally experienced numerous super typhoons on the Blue Star, he had witnessed stout camphor trees uprooted and even the grand phoenix trees toppled with ease. Though he had long since notified the villagers to seek refuge within Dragonstone, a portion of the elders remained unwilling to abandon their homes. Standing before the window, he witnessed with his own eyes countless thatched cottages and wooden houses being torn asunder by the ferocious winds. Wooden planks, straw, and tiny dark human figures were swept into the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Damn it, after this tempest, I will have to expend considerable manpower and resources for disaster relief and rebuilding. Amidst the thick clouds, streams of spiritual energy surged forth, possessing a modest strength, seemingly akin to the foundation building stage of power. Yet, for reasons unknown, it stirred such a formidable force of nature. If you were a terrestrial or celestial immortal, I would have no choice but to evade you. But when did mere foundation building practitioners dare to act with such impunity? Truly, a tiger does not show its might. And yet you presume me to be a mere Hello Kitty? He retrieved a massive double-arched dragonbone longbow from the armory, strung it with a bowstring, disregarding the common knowledge of not shooting without arrows, and drew the bow to its full extent. Indeed, the strength is palpable. With a few arrows in hand, he ascended directly to the pinnacle of the flying dragon tower, where the winds, rain, and thunder were even more concentrated. As if sensing the provocation from the mortals below, the lightning began to congregate towards this spot with reckless abandon. Disciple Hegia, I beseech the deities of the Thunder Division. Unbeknownst to him, Jaehaerys had already set up a ritual altar, draped in yellow cloth that obscured the heavens, with incense burning and preparations made for the rituals of opening the altar, inviting water, raising flags, and proclaiming edicts. At the altar, the tablet of the heavenly thunder god, Inyuan Pu Huatian Zun, stood at the center, surrounded by the Thunder Division's true practitioners, with generals like Pang Lu Go Bai, Ma Zhao Wenguan, and Deng Xine Zhang Tao among the celestial deities of thunder. All offerings of 3 sacrificial animals and 4 fruits, incense, candles, and gold ingots abundantly prepared. He stood with a firm stance, executing the steps of you, wielding a peachwood sword, clad in a front-opening robe that reached his calves, with long sleeves trailing behind him, embroidered with golden and silver threads depicting the celestial palaces. Sun, moon, stars, trigrams, pagodas, dragons, phoenixes, and cranes. His movements were like the wind, each gesture exuding an ethereal aura, truly embodying the essence of a young Taoist. The reason spells are termed as such lies in their ability to commune with the spirits of heaven and earth. Even in the world of ice and fire, where the Thunder Division's deities are not worshipped, the divine positions granted by the laws of the heavens still enable them to channel their divine powers. In an instant, the myriad beings in the world of ice and fire heard an almost imperceptible rumble of thunder. O trembling thunder, I command you, exterminate demons and eliminate evil. Cleanse the jade heavens. Swiftly, as per the decree, Jaehaerys cast a talisman into the air, igniting spontaneously without wind. A flash of fire surged towards an unknown destination. And in a heartbeat, a thunderbolt as thick as a water barrel descended from the 9 heavens. It struck at the eye of the storm. The dark clouds that enveloped the storm's eye were instantly dispersed. And how keen was Jaehaerys' eyesight. He gazed into the distance, spotting 2 peculiar beings flailing in the sky, one with a bird's head and a human body, the other a human head and a bird's body, spiraling around each other in a grotesque dance, gathering winds and clouds. However, after the thunderbolt, they could no longer muster any storm. Their swirling failed to conjure clouds or thunder. What manner of evil is this? In broad daylight, under the clear sky, how dare they engage in such lewd acts without clothing? Taste my 2 arrows. Rage ignited within Jaehaerys' heart, and malice surged to his core. With the addition of 2 entities high above, they indeed resembled the legendary, not fully transformed little demons. Could they truly instill fear? Thus, he leaped from the window, soaring to the dome atop the tower. The armor within his dantian automatically enveloped him, wrapping his entire being like a humanoid divine dragon, with residual lightning coursing between the armor plates. Behold, the blood from my tongue is the blood of my heart. I shall slay evil and exorcise demons without mercy. He bit down painfully on his tongue, spraying a mouthful of bloodied saliva onto the arrowhead, which ignited with a fierce, fiery glow. Drawing his bow, he unleashed 2 arrows in rapid succession, akin to meteors racing across the moon, infused with the brilliance of thunder and blood, hurtling towards the monstrous beings above. The momentum was astonishing. The 2 creatures, mere foundational cultivators, possessed the ability to command wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, and thus dared not approach him directly, hastily seeking refuge. After all, arrows are still just arrows, not guided missiles devoid of tracking capabilities. As they exchanged glances, they conjured a tempest of clouds and fled in haste. Humph. I can discern at a glance that you are not human. If only I could shout great dragon of heaven. Alas, I possess not even a single dragon scale. Moreover, without this sacred armor, he would have perished in an instant. The primary exertion from presiding over the grand ritual and those 2 arrows had nearly depleted all his vitality. And now he was relying solely on the armor to hold him together. Should those monsters dare to look back, they would be greeted with a bounty of heads. Oh dear, my grand ritual awaits the honor of welcoming the celestial beings. He trembled as he stood and looked down. How exceedingly high it is. How did I allow myself to ascend in such a fervor? Perhaps the atmosphere had been fitting, as if to stage a performance for his comrades. You were advised to keep a low profile, the Daobao Miao tree remarked leisurely. Yet you turned around and orchestrated a grand ritual, nearly causing a calamity. Brother, while others row their boats with paddles, you rely entirely on the waves. Should we not exercise caution? He retorted. Are these vile demons not overstepping their bounds? With Daenerys now born, they still seek to stir up trouble. What? Do they not have enough lives to offer as sacrifices? Wait a moment. Is it a sacrifice to the heavens, or to themselves? He pondered. Are they demanding blood offerings from me? Indeed, they possess some semblance of divinity in this world. The Daobao replied softly. The concept of divine status was not unfamiliar to him. It merely represented a testament of the heavenly path within a small world, akin to the bestowal of celestial edicts by the heavenly immortals. True deities? Certainly not. Disappointment washed over Jaehaerys. Their appearance was grotesque, their actions erratic, devoid of any celestial grace. It seemed even the king of light, Laloro, demanded sacrifices. They are not immortals, but gods, Daobao clarified. The path of immortality values life without measure, while the path of divinity is far different. People often conflate gods and immortals, unaware that the path of immortality seeks transcendence for oneself before aiding others, whereas the path of gods is fraught with transgressions. Yet they can abandon their misdeeds and become divine. The gods of this world are far more merciless than those of the greater realms. Those unwilling to heed commands may either incite their followers to commit atrocities or directly disrupt their minds with divine power, leading them to self-destruction. Those who conform thrive, while those who oppose perish. All beings are but playthings in their hands. They observe from their lofty heights like spectators at a dogfighting arena, while the beings below scramble and fight over a few bones tossed down in moments of amusement. Yet, in times of displeasure, they unleash plagues and disasters, bringing ruin upon households. I, Jaehaerys, unworthy as I am, wield my sword to inquire. By what right? Merely because you are deemed divine by fate? When I was not yet an immortal, you were already gods. Should I ascend to immortality, even the deities may be slain. Chapter 59, The Faith in the Dragon God. With a formidable spirit, I decree, eradicate the evil and preserve the righteous, execute without mercy. This is my path. The gods are devoid of righteousness. I am the twilight of the gods, and the beings are without virtue. I am the blade that punishes the world. Am I mad? I do not despise the divine, but I lament that the divine does not witness my fervor. Madness, madness. The treasure tree murmured to itself. This child suffers from an exaggerated sense of self-importance again. What a spectacle, drinking to such excess. Ultimately, Jaehaerys regained his composure, dismounted from the tower, and squeezed back through the window. He strained to complete the sacred rites, but soon collapsed. His protective armor disintegrated, transforming into a miniature suit that floated within his energy sea. Achoo, achoo, when he awakened once more. It was already the next day. The flying dragon tower became chilly at night, and Jaehaerys found himself sleeping on the ground, feeling somewhat under the weather. After establishing his foundation, such trivial ailments should not afflict him, yet he had exhausted his spiritual energy the previous day. As he walked through the courtyard, he overheard the servants discussing animatedly. "Did you hear? Yesterday, a divine punishment was to descend, but suddenly a deity appeared at the Flying Dragon Tower, driving away the divine punishment and saving us on Dragonstone Island. Ah, I am most qualified to speak on this. That was the divine friend of young Prince Jack. A few days ago, His Highness arranged a splendid feast for him. Indeed, the sudden departure of Prince Jack's fleet was surely prompted by a divine oracle. Wow, a deity indeed. Should we not construct a shrine for him?" Jaehaerys felt a stir within. He summoned lingqi, realizing the people's hearts could be swayed. It was time to don the guise of my incense avatar. He had long discussed with Duobao that, in this era of silence, even in a minuscule world still filled with vestiges of spiritual energy, sustaining his cultivation to the realm of earthly immortals was the utmost limit. Though the path of incense bears various issues and drawbacks, it remains a means to channel the incense of humanity straight to celestial realms. There is no reason to abandon it. If one fears entanglement with this small world, they can refine an incense avatar to bear the causal entanglements of this realm, allowing the true self to transcend the material. Seizing the moment, he set to work. With the endorsement of Dragonstone Island's authorities, a modest temple was swiftly established at the dock, not grand in scale, but with a plaque hung outside, inscribed with the words Dragon God Temple. Distinct from the grand halls of the Seven Gods, this temple houses but a solitary statue, an effigy entwined with peculiar creatures, a white stone figure of the flower dragon god, majestically poised upon an altar intricately carved with clouds and golden lotuses. The idol, adorned with scales, wields a sword at its waist, while cascading locks of hair are tinted with hues of violet, accentuating its striking Valyrian features. Remarkably, this statue bears a resemblance to Jaehaerys, as if it were a vision of him in maturity. Before the statue lies an altar. At its center a gilded tablet inscribed in Valyrian and the common tongue of Westeros, proclaiming the dragon god. A small incense burner graces the front of the altar, and Jaehaerys has appointed his guards to temporarily serve as the temple custodians, instructing the faithful on the rituals of offering incense, burning paper, and making wishes. At the entrance of the temple, vendors sell candles, yellow paper, and spirit money. Inquisitive souls often ask about the identity of this dragon god and its purpose. The custodian readily explains that this deity is the most ancient of the Valyrian dragon gods, who governs the winds and rains, bestowing fortune and safeguarding peace upon the realm. Mariners are especially encouraged to pay their respects and light incense. The offerings are modestly priced, requiring only a few copper coins, and do not necessitate constant veneration. In times of need, a silent prayer, "May the dragon god be merciful and protect all," is deemed sufficient. After all, it is better to believe than to dismiss. As the instigator of this ritual, Jaehaerys takes the lead, kneeling upon a mat placed before the altar and bowing his head reverently. With a fragment of his consciousness already attached to the statue through a technique of duplication, he envisions that, with time and the accumulation of reverent offerings, he could ascend to the ethereal realm. Thus, his act of worship is not merely for himself, but also a form of cultivation. Inspired by Prince Jaehaerys' example, some of the populace begin to emulate his devotion. At the moment they kneel, a wave of emotion sweeps over them. The once solemn statue of the dragon god now appears benevolent and welcoming. Common folk, afflicted by minor ailments, bow their heads in prayer for health, only to discover, to their astonishment, that their maladies have mysteriously vanished, truly miraculous. In stark contrast to the old gods, who often leave their devotees' heads bloodied from fervent pleas without response, the dragon god seems to grant every wish, leading more individuals to join the ranks of worshippers. Jaehaerys, observing from the sidelines, silently chuckles. Aware that there are no true miracles at play, he has merely channeled his spiritual energy to heal them. Most of these individuals were discreetly brought forth by his guards. Yet their ailments were genuine. It would be implausible to feign such authenticity. As incense and offerings are consumed, tendrils of spiritual energy envelop the dragon goddess statue, gradually fortifying the portion of Jaehaerys' consciousness linked to it. Although the offerings are not yet abundant, they suffice to sustain the daily needs of the temple. Jaehaerys, in accordance with the wishes of his devoted followers, judiciously arranged for a select few fortunate souls, thereby amplifying the reputation of the dragon god, who answers all prayers. As the number of sincere worshippers increased, their fervent devotion would surely culminate in the manifestation of a divine effigy of incense and offerings. The two deities soaring above Dragonstone were, in fact, descendants of the storm god and the goddess of winds, purebred divinities of the nth generation. They had been dispatched by the storm god to harvest a bounty of offerings from Dragonstone, but alas, they scarcely acquired a handful of sacrifices and nearly met their demise by arrows instead. Such a loss was indeed disheartening. Returning to the Cloud Palace empty-handed would surely yield no rewards. Thus, they resolved to linger in the surrounding seas, seeking out solitary fishermen to present as offerings upon their return. At that moment, a grand fleet appeared on the horizon, sailing in from the south. The two deities exchanged knowing smiles. Indeed, industrious birds are rewarded with worms. Days later, as the royal fleet returned, news spread that a significant portion of the Redwind fleet had been devastated by the tempest. The faith of the people on Dragonstone in the dragon god soared to new heights. After all, how could a mere mortal foresee such a storm and arrange for the islanders to evade disaster if he were not a true deity? Even the soldiers of the royal fleet attested that shortly after departing from Dragonstone, they had witnessed the storm's sudden formation. Had it not been for the dragon god's protection, they would have surely become the midday meal for the fish. Consequently, they too joined in the worship of the dragon god. The surge in worshippers led to a depletion of incense and yellow paper offerings. Jaehaerys promptly organized the royal craftsmen to work overtime to meet the demands of the faithful. From that day forth, the wishes of the people began to manifest, with some fervently claiming to have dreamt of the dragon god, albeit noting that he seemed to be suffering from a cold, sneezing incessantly. Many were skeptical of this claim, pondering how a deity could possibly catch a cold. Chapter 60. Layla's coronation. Naturally, the discussions and debates surrounding the dragon god began to intensify. In these monotonous times, what could be more exhilarating than witnessing the birth of a deity? Even in Tidehead Island, Crab Island, and Crabclaw Peninsula, a sense of doubt began to wane. Once temples dedicated to the dragon god were erected, the miraculous nature of his presence became evident, igniting a fervor of devotion throughout the entirety of Blackwater Bay. Consequently, the renown of both the royal family and Prince Jaehaerys flourished further. Those favored by the divine were indeed the true kings of this earthly realm. Of course, these matters are but the prelude. In the distant depths of the ocean, within the watery palace, a deity suddenly opened his blood-red eyes, his blue lips moving ever so slightly. The emergence of a new god is indeed captivating. Lillian, you must make a personal visit to Dragonstone. With the passing of King Aegon long ago, the Targaryen family upon Dragonstone seemingly showed no inclination to claim the throne. Whispers had already begun circulating privately that the Targaryens were preparing to relinquish the Iron Throne, for they no longer possessed dragons. The remaining territory consists solely of a diminutive island, with only a fraction of the once loyal vassals still in allegiance. Yet, who could have anticipated that? Under the auspices of the dragon god, the Targaryen family would boldly declare their imminent coronation as kings? This revelation instantly ignited a flicker of hope in many hearts. In truth, numerous lords and nobles would not object to pledging their fealty to the Targaryens once more. However, if they were too timid to even assume the title of king, what motivation would the populace have to pledge loyalty to a feeble monarch and a frail kingdom? Queen Rhaella and Jaehaerys certainly grasped this sentiment. Rather than relying on a dubious claim to legitimacy, their task during the initial 60 chapters was to secure a foothold on Dragonstone Island. After all, if survival was not attainable, how could one even contemplate coronation or reclaiming the Iron Throne? Such aspirations would be mere folly. Yet, the moment has now ripened. Dragonstone Island first seized the mint at White Harbor, engaging in trade with pirates for gold, thereby successfully alleviating the island's financial crisis. This trade continues to transpire sporadically. The primary reason for this success lies in the skyrocketing price of pure gold from the Stepstone Islands, reaching 2 golden dragons per pound, leaving most pirates' reserves depleted. Under such circumstances, Dragonstone Island has accrued a staggering profit of over 10 million golden dragons, though a significant portion has since been spent. While it may be an exaggeration to claim the title of the wealthiest in Westeros, it is undoubtedly among the foremost in the realms of Storm's End and the Riverlands. Furthermore, they proactively initiated warfare against the Storm's End, shattering Robert's ambitions to construct a fleet to annihilate Dragonstone Island. Ultimately, under the guise of evading the storm, they cunningly transformed Dragonstone Island into a formidable trap, harnessing divine power to decisively crush half of the fleet from Greyjoy's Island. Recently, fishing companies have resumed their primary operations, retrieving numerous swollen and pale corpses adorned with the sigil of House Redwine, thus corroborating the rumors that had circulated. Presently, Robert can only dispatch a fleet of fewer than 100 warships, comprising half of Greyjoy's fleet, and some vessels from the Shield Islands. While there exists some threat to Dragonstone Island, it is minimal. Moreover, Dragonstone Island continues to construct new warships, persistently enhancing the spring-loaded crossbows. The balance of power has undeniably shifted. Numerous noble families across the realms have discreetly sent envoys, ready to switch allegiances at a moment's notice should Dragonstone Island require their support. As for their claims of having sown the three-headed dragon banners, which would rally supporters at the mere call of His Majesty, Jaehaerys expressed his skepticism, doubting even a single punctuation mark of their assertions. Yet, there remains one region where the Targaryen family is consistently acknowledged and has steadfastly refused to pay tribute to the Iron Throne, the Crab's Claw Peninsula. Located in the northeastern part of the realm, this peninsula juts into the narrow sea, bordered by Crab Bay to the north and Blackwater Bay to the south. Historically, it was the conqueror Aegon who sent his wife, Viserys Targaryen, to pacify the Crab's Claw Peninsula. Upon hearing of the fate that befell King Hurin, the lords hastily knelt in submission, and Queen Viserys accepted them as her direct vassals. From that moment forth, the Crablands remained unwaveringly loyal to the Targaryen lineage. During the War of Usurpers, it was solely the lords and knights from the Crablands who fought valiantly until the very end. Alas, at the fateful Battle of the Trident, with the death of Rhaegar and the subsequent disarray among the troops, they ultimately capitulated. The peninsula, desolate and barren, replete with marshlands and pine forests, appeared to the Iron Throne as a mere trifle, unpalatable yet too valuable to discard. However, for Dragonstone, it served as an abundant source of manpower and raw materials. When trade commenced between Dragonstone and the neighboring lords, the inhabitants of the Crablands were the first to respond. Today, it stands as the most closely connected trading hub with the islands of Blackwater Bay. The majority of lords and residents have prospered from the exchange, transforming what was once a desolate and impoverished land into a thriving region. In their times of poverty, they were unaware of the obligation to pay taxes to the Iron Throne, but now, having gained wealth, they stand tall and have expelled the tax collectors sent by the Iron Throne. Truly a display of audacity. Recognizing the opportune moment, Jaehaerys proposed that Queen Rhaegar be crowned, a suggestion that garnered unanimous approval from all the subjects. As for why young Aegon was not to be crowned, it is clear. Rhaegar, being the daughter of King Jaehaerys II and the elder to both princes and grandsons, possessed an indisputable claim to the throne. Moreover, unbeknownst to others, the members of House Targaryen were well aware that the Aegon on the island was but a pretender. How could such a one be crowned? In the original narrative, Queen Rhaegar passed away shortly after giving birth to Daenerys, and in ignorance of Aegon Targaryen's survival, the throne was bestowed upon Viserys according to the line of succession. However, now that Rhaegar had successfully borne her child and appeared remarkably youthful at 40, resembling someone in their 30s, she was more than capable of shouldering the responsibilities of a queen. If the throne were not to be inherited by her, then by whom? Although outsiders were unaware, she had previously amended the laws of succession within the sacred halls of Dragonstone. The Lannisters had yet to be vanquished, but as Jaehaerys wisely advised, without legitimacy, words lack power. As the rightful heirs to the Iron Throne, the Targaryens could not allow the throne to remain vacant for long, for such a state would only display their weakness to the world. How could the feeble hope to regain the people's trust? This sentiment resonated deeply with all present. Thus, preparations for the coronation ceremony commenced with great urgency. On this day, Dragonstone sent forth all its ravens to announce to the lords across the continent of Westeros. Queen Rhaegar of House Targaryen would be officially crowned as the sovereign of the Undulls, the Roiner, and the First Men, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, and protector of all realms, calling upon all subjects to send representatives to Dragonstone to pledge their fealty. A direct challenge to Robert across the sea. However, this move has placed the lords in a quandary. One is a king who is legally and rightfully ascended, while the other has forcibly seized the Iron Throne through might, yet has been crowned by the High Septon. Such a dilemma is indeed challenging. Seizing the opportunity presented by the coronation news, Jaehaerys dispatched emissaries to Braavos, Pintos, and the shadowy lands of Ashai. Now that Dragonstone's treasury is abundant, he seeks to procure some dragon eggs from abroad, for after all, unhatched dragon eggs are merely precious collectibles. Chapter 61, Dragon Eggs and Whispers. Damn it. What a remarkable coincidence. Robert Baratheon was furious. Why must the crown emerge at such a critical juncture, neither too early nor too late? He had just signed a contract with the Braavosi envoy Humanuk Apua to refinance old debts. A total of 2 million gold dragons of old debt principal had been repaid from the royal treasury's reserves. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the Targaryen family announced their coronation. What was even more infuriating was that the contract he had just signed had been meticulously crafted by Apua, who, having learned from past mistakes, had eliminated any loopholes and affixed both parties' personal seals. This meant that regardless of Robert's position on the Iron Throne, he was obligated to repay a staggering debt of 3 million gold dragons, with the principal and interest totaling 5 million gold dragons, 2 million of which had already been repaid, thus incurring 3 million in new debt for interest. This was utterly absurd. To be honest, at this moment, Robert felt that it would have been better not to have claimed the Iron Throne at all. This was not how he envisioned his rebellion would unfold. Everything was obstructed. Nothing was proceeding smoothly. Now, his kingdom was once again on the brink of turmoil. While the financial strain was secondary, his royal treasury still had some reserves. The crux of the matter was his impotence concerning Dragonstone. He could not fathom why even the deities seemed to stand with the Targaryen family, leading to the complete annihilation of the Red Wine fleet on their expedition to Dragonstone. Was this not a public declaration that he had been forsaken by the gods? Fortunately, following his alliance with House Lannister, his father-in-law Tywin Lannister promptly offered his support. He indicated that they in the Westerlands could undertake the shipbuilding tasks. With a powerful fleet and the newly improved wildfire, the advantage would still lie with him. Robert acquiesced. There was no better alternative. At present, the fleet of Dragonstone had firmly controlled the mouth of Blackwater Bay. Were it not for the numerous trebuchets he had stationed atop the Red Keep, those ships bearing the three-headed dragon banners would dare to brazenly navigate the Blackwater River. Your Majesty, the pressing issue is that we cannot allow the Dragonstone fleet to remain so arrogant. We must find a way to strike them hard and inflict pain. A minister advised. Indeed, my loyal subject, your observation is astute. Given the merit of your suggestion, I shall entrust this matter to you, Robert declared with a grand gesture, exemplifying the art of effective delegation. Someone, go fetch Varys. Robert commanded, seated upon the Iron Throne, addressing the Kingsguard. With the conclusion of the Battle of the Tower of Bliss, King Robert ultimately appointed Ser Barristan Selmy as the captain of his Kingsguard, following the counsel of the Queen and Tywin. The remaining 6 members were Jaime Lannister, Boros Blunt, Varys Austin, Mandon Moore, Meryn Trant, and Preston Greenfield. However, many believe that this assembly of white-cloaked knights was the most inept in history. Only the fearless Barristan possessed true prowess. Yes, your Majesty, a white-cloaked knight responded, ready to fulfill the command. Robert's expression darkened. He felt cornered, resigned to this choice. He reassured himself, I am the envoy of the submerged deities. May the spirits of this realm grace the shores for a while. After a gentle evening breeze, Jaehaerys perceived a voice resonating in his mind, distant yet distinct. Look, this is all you're doing, isn't it? The voice of the Daobao Miaoshu echoed. Communicating through thought was no trivial feat. Jaehaerys had long mastered this skill. And not only could he transmit thoughts, but he also possessed the arts of mind-splitting and dream-sending. However, the division of his consciousness had temporarily diminished his strength, though it would eventually restore itself. Given the intensity of the mental transmission, the visitor was unlikely to be a celestial being. At most, they were a restrained human immortal. Do not fear, charge ahead, urged Daobao Miaoshu. Who would have thought that your impressive features would lead you astray? Jaehaerys retorted, feeling exasperated. He had just recovered from a grand ceremony, only to face mind-splitting and a cold, rendering his strength far from its peak. It seems the one sending this thought does not wish to engage in battle, right? If it's a fight, I shan't go. I'd rather not embarrass myself if I'm outmatched. But if I can hold my own, I must face them, regardless of whether it's the young or the old. He equipped his meteor sword, grasped the double-curved dragonbone bow, and slung a quiver of arrows onto his back. Even more remarkably, he selected a spear from the armory. Though these were mere mortal weapons, once donned, a fierce aura emanated from him. Let us go. I shall meet them. Jaehaerys admired his formidable appearance, feeling quite impressive. Upon reaching the castle's exterior, he declined the company of the guards and mounted a steed, galloping towards the source of the voice. As he approached the shore, where towering boulders made passage difficult, he leapt from his horse, landing softly on his feet. Leap-rock technique. He quietly chanted in his mind. Transforming into a fleeting shadow, he danced and leapt among the coastal boulders with grace. The leap-rock technique. One of the Taoist 72 earthly techniques was an art of lightness and agility, said to allow practitioners to ascend spirally if their cultivation was adequate. Of course, with Jaehaerys' current level, spiraling into the heavens was beyond reach, but once executed, he moved faster than a galloping steed, his form elusive like a specter. A jump of 23 meters posed no challenge whatsoever. As his cultivation progressed, Jaehaerys found himself in a playful banter with Dao Miaoshu, insisting that he could no longer be deceived by those green Dao fruits. At the very least, they must present yellow Dao fruits. Otherwise, he might just stumble. Thus, the astute and perceptive Dao Miaoshu ultimately acquiesced to the proposal. Furthermore, presenting the yellow Dao fruit, or even more advanced items, does not constitute premature encouragement. The bond between each individual and their tree has long evolved into a shared fate. Their fortunes rise and fall together. However, it seems that Jaehaerys has truly locked horns with the earthly fiend technique, as his recent revelations have been limited to one of the 72 arts. He has already mastered the art of sword control through the essence, yet after the fragmentation of his consciousness, he is temporarily unable to wield the sword technique. Otherwise, he could effortlessly soar through the skies on his sword, eliminating the need to seek out dragon eggs. After all, the dragons in this world are not only unattractive, but also among the weakest in terms of power. Apart from flying, breathing fire, and engaging in close combat, they possess no other skills, which is quite intolerable. Reflecting on the several How to Train Your Dragon films he watched before his journey through time, the dragons depicted therein exhibited a plethora of abilities, including toxic mist, invisibility, lightning, and feather projectiles, rendering them versatile mounts. One can only surmise that old Martin, while crafting a song of ice and fire, failed to broaden his horizons. It is no wonder that the dragons of this world have dwindled to the point of extinction, leaving only eggs behind. Had they possessed even a fraction of the majesty and might of my homeland's celestial dragons, the outcome would undoubtedly have been different. Although he has dispatched individuals to the Essos continent in search of dragon eggs, it does not imply that no dragon eggs exist in Westeros. Certain locations still hold potential. First is Dragonstone, second is beneath the ruins of Summerhall, and third is the depths of the Narrow Sea. Since Jaehaerys arrived at Dragonstone, he has continually assigned personnel to search for dragon eggs at Dragonstone. Yet thus far, there has been no news. It has been over 20 years since Summerhall was burned, and one wonders if the Lords of Storms have secretly excavated the area. As for the depths of the Narrow Sea, it is certain that a dragon egg lies there. During the tumultuous Blood Dragon Dance era, Queen Rhaenyra's son, the future Aegon II, lost a dragon egg to the sea when his fleet was ambushed by the kingdom of his third daughter. However, searching for a dragon egg in the vast ocean is, even in this era, a rather imprudent endeavor, let alone in the Blue Planet. He has also instructed his inner guards to discreetly investigate Summerhall. As for the sea is where I was born. Chapter 62, The Forbidden of Ice and Fire empowered by the Leap Rock technique. Jaehaerys swiftly arrived at the location of the sound transmission. It was a small rocky beach, far removed from the docks and bone snail farms, where human presence was scarce. Under the moonlight, a figure stood upon the rocks, their pale green hair flowing behind them. As soon as Jaehaerys set foot on the rocky shore, the figure suddenly turned. There stood a person adorned with a golden crown, their lush pale green hair pressed beneath, secured by a circlet set with a massive purple gemstone, firmly binding their long locks at the back of their head, complemented by ears as pointed as those of an elf, with silver-hued eyes and a pronounced nose. Her cheeks adorned with delicate silver scales, she was draped in a gown woven from shimmering seaweed. The sleeves barely reached her elbows, leaving much of her alabaster skin exposed, an enticing allure that was both concealed and revealed. Her waist was slender, revealing a petite navel, yet it flared dramatically into a magnificent fish tail. The scales of her tail shimmered in a myriad of colors, radiating a gem-like brilliance under the moonlight. A mermaid, Jaehaerys exclaimed inwardly. Enough of this naivete, thought Duo Bao Miaoshu, finding her landlord rather unsophisticated. The mermaid, along with the merfolk and aquatic beings, represented a humanoid race dwelling in the ocean, not uncommon in the celestial realm. Jaehaerys recalled the first skill from his initial yellow fruit, bestowed by a goddess of the merfolk within a miniature world. I am the Fish King, servant of the god of drowning. On the command of my deity, I have come to pay my respects to the newly born divinity here. The affluent and generous mermaid spoke, her voice akin to gentle waves, imbued with an irresistible charm. Curiously, she spoke in the common tongue of Westeros. It seemed that even in the underwater realm, proficiency in a foreign language was essential. Jaehaerys mused whether education in the depths was equally competitive. I am Jaehaerys Targaryen, son of the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. If you seek the right individual, it must be me. He touched his nose, realizing he was the sole practitioner on the island, though he refrained from claiming dominion over Dragonstone. To his surprise, the Fish King stifled a laugh, revealing a mouthful of pearly teeth, exclaiming, "The new divinity my god spoke of is merely a child. The enchanting bite of her red lips, coupled with her laughter, heightened her allure to an astonishing level. Had such a stunning beauty spoken to him in a previous life, he would have likely blushed and averted his gaze. Yet now he boldly scrutinized her, his eyes akin to an X-ray, surveying her sensitive areas. How? Jaehaerys pondered. Having spent considerable time aboard the ship, he had listened to crew members boast of their encounters with mermaids and the subsequent interspecies romances that ensued. Now, witnessing a living mermaid, he found himself curious about how such unions transpired. There were no openings on her tail. Could it be through her navel? Should anyone boast of such encounters again, he would undoubtedly knight them as either a mermaid knight or a golden needle mushroom knight. What? The Fish King was taken aback, her gaze following Jaehaerys' lingering eyes on her grand tail, prompting a wave of embarrassment and irritation. Having never had a companion, despite her alluring appearance, she was, in essence, quite the opposite. A blush crept onto her cheeks and neck, and with a swift motion, her tail plunged into the depths of the sea, denying Jaehaerys the opportunity to continue his scientific inquiries. This is a gift from my deity for the newly born divinity. With a swift motion of her hand, a flicker of red light burst forth from the ring behind her, revealing an object that materialized within her delicate grasp. A treasure capable of containing the universe within a mustard seed. Jaehaerys' eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the first time he had witnessed such a storage artifact in the possession of anyone other than those associated with the treasures of the multiverse since arriving in this realm. The Merfolk King elegantly tossed the object toward him. Hastily, Jaehaerys extended his hands to catch it, grasping a round, golden artifact the size of a human head, slightly heavier than stone, yet pleasantly warm to the touch. A dragon egg? Where did this object emerge from? A century ago, the throat of the world. Oh, so it is indeed that dragon egg. Jaehaerys had never anticipated that the most improbable treasure would be the first to come into his possession. My deity entrusts me with a message for the new divine spirit. The time for divine war has not yet arrived. I urge you to adhere to the boundaries. Should you refuse, the gods shall unite against you. Jaehaerys was bewildered by this proclamation. What in the world is this? Divine war? Very well. I will endeavor to elucidate further. As the Merfolk King elaborated, Jaehaerys began to grasp the situation. In this saga of ice and fire, there existed two supreme deities, the so-called celestial beings of the treasures of the multiverse, several mid-tier gods, representing the earthly realm, and numerous lower-tier deities and attendants corresponded to the realms of human and ghostly immortals, as well as the foundation-building stage of cultivation. However, to the higher gods, these attendants were akin to mere servants. Now, with the advent of the era of silence, the spiritual energy available for the gods to squander had dwindled significantly. If disputes arose among the deities, resulting in reckless confrontations, the very fabric of the world could be torn asunder, hastening the depletion and dissipation of spiritual energy. Thus, since the dawn epoch, the two supreme deities collaboratively sealed the spiritual energy of the cosmos. They decreed that, for the sake of fostering harmony, civilization, beauty, and sustainable divine existence, the gods must refrain from direct conflict with one another. Any substantial dissipation of spiritual energy would incite a collective retaliation from the pantheon of deities. Yet, even with the utmost conservation, the spiritual energy would inevitably fade, heralding the eventual divine war, when grievances would be avenged and vendettas settled. Furthermore, it was strictly forbidden for lower-tier deities and above to directly interfere in mortal conflicts. They could employ subordinates, representatives, or disciples, but direct intervention was prohibited. In essence, Jaehaerys, possessing moderate power as a lower-tier deity, required guidance on the world's rules. Most importantly, one may disregard the unspoken rules, but when the time comes for others to act against you, one must be made aware of the reasons behind such actions. Of course, the Merfolk King did not articulate it in such a manner, but the sentiment was clear. Agreeing to her terms may afford you precious time. The voice of the treasures of the multiverse resounded. Very well. I, above all, value propriety. You respect me, and I shall respect you. The Merfolk King recalled the previous, unabashed gaze directed at him, which hardly conveyed any respect. But I have one lingering question. Does the demon dragon not disrupt the balance among the deities? What are mere trifles in the grand scheme of things, that they should be deemed violations of decorum? Is it not said that the dragon of magic is a creation wrought from blood and fire? It is merely a failed endeavor, akin to the monstrous entities lurking beneath the ocean or the otherworldly beings of the frozen north. No wonder the dragon fire of Daenerys could not inflict even the slightest harm upon the Night King in the series. The disparity in their offensive and defensive capabilities renders the dragon fire utterly ineffective. With this in mind, I find solace. Jaehaerys nodded. Allow me to inquire further. Strictly speaking, do you consider the god's servants to be failed creations as well? If you choose to remain silent, I must confess that I hold a certain admiration for you. Vivian Fisher. The Merfolk King cast a wistful glance at the boy. What troubles you regarding the god's servants? Are you not aware that some truths are best left unspoken? The ascension to divinity is an arduous journey. I have languished at this level for decades. I have heard tales of the gods' unmatched prowess in battle, particularly their recent triumph over two deities under the storm god's command. Might you be willing to offer guidance to us, the so-called failed servants of the gods? Guidance is perhaps an overstatement, but given that you dwell in the sea while I reside on land, how could we engage in earnest battle? A trivial matter. The Merfolk King smiled, her beauty radiant enough to dazzle, as her fishtail transformed into two elegant legs. But wait, why have you donned a dress? Has the basic trust between individuals vanished? He retorted, this deserves a poor review. This is merely a minor illusion, the wondrous tree of treasures proclaimed. My keen insight has already pierced through the mists, revealing the truth. Brother, could you impart some knowledge to me? Jaehaerys asked, unabashed. Whether I have legs or not is of no consequence. My eagerness to learn is paramount. Is that truly a thirst for knowledge? I would feel rather embarrassed to call it such. In the end, Jaehaerys did not achieve his desire. It seems the divine excels in archery, spear, and swordsmanship. Shall we engage in a contest with these three weapons? To begin, how shall we compare our skills with the bow? Jaehaerys queried. The Merfolk King retrieved a beautifully carved fishbone bow and several fishbone arrows from her storage ring. She was notably tall, surpassing Jaehaerys by a head, estimating her height at around 170 centimeters, with slender shoulders. Perhaps due to her racial lineage, her lower body was inherently long, and even transformed, her legs were strikingly elegant. The divine might observe that on the boulder 100 meters away, there exists a small plant with 7 leaves. Each of us shall shoot 4 arrows. The victor will be the one who strikes the leaves while sparing the stem. What say you? Jaehaerys raised his eyes and indeed spotted a small grass struggling to emerge from the crevice of the rock, its tenacity reminiscent of a brilliant mind. Very well, after you. My lady. The Merfolk King readied her fishbone bow, knocking an arrow. With a swift whoosh, the arrow flew, striking the leaf and causing it to fall, while the stem remained unscathed. An impressive display of archery. Jaehaerys commended. Yet, I dare say my own skills are far superior. He drew 4 arrows, releasing them all at once. And astonishingly, each arrow found its target. For one endowed with the ability to shoot arrows with pinpoint accuracy, this was but a trivial feat. In the book Lizi Tangwen, it is recorded that Ji Chong learned archery from Fei Wei. He suspended a louse with a strand of horsehair and observed it daily. After 3 years, the louse appeared to him as large as a wheel. He drew his bow and shot, the arrow piercing through the louse without breaking the horsehair. You have committed a foul. The Mermaid King exclaimed angrily. Who allowed you to shoot them all at once? Can't you shoot one at a time? Jaehaerys shrugged in response. Is there such a rule? It seems there isn't. Am I not allowed to take my fill? Just say whether I win or not. She retorted. Humph. This time, consider it your victory. She muttered. In our next contest, we shall compare swordsmanship. Whether it be swordsmanship or something less noble, you are still inexperienced. Jaehaerys replied cheekily. Since acquiring the primate sword technique, Jaehaerys has practiced diligently, never daring to slacken his efforts, and was able to solidify his foundation through focused training. His daily sparring sessions often included 3 or more skilled guards and knights, and sometimes even more. The scene resembled one man besieged by a multitude. His swordsmanship had long reached a remarkable level. The Mermaid King then produced a fishbone sword, perhaps due to the inability to forge iron in the underwater realm. Most of their weapons were crafted from various fish bones. This particular sword resembled the jaw of a sawfish from Blue Star, rugged in design, with serrated edges. As Jaehaerys drew his meteor sword, he felt a twinge of guilt, fearing he might break the young girl's sword, leading to her distress. However, once their swords clashed, he no longer worried. The bone sword, though seemingly fragile, was indeed a treasure. Its hardness was comparable to steel, and the Mermaid King's sword technique was peculiar, excelling in hooks, thrusts, and sweeps. The true advantage lay in the sword's serrated edges. Upon contact, it could swiftly transform into a hook or a snare. Had Jaehaerys not possessed remarkable composure and a solid foundation, he might have found himself disarmed. After more than a dozen exchanges, both felt the other's swordplay was formidable. Jaehaerys exhibited solid foundational skills and integrated footwork, excelling in close combat, while the Mermaid King demonstrated an unpredictable sword style and remarkable agility. Although she was not adept at small, nimble movements. Her long legs allowed her to create distance swiftly. They chased and retreated, each evenly matched, unable to gain the upper hand for the time being. Stop. How about we call this a draw? Jaehaerys proposed after parrying a strike. In truth, he felt he had gained an advantage, as merfolk, being spirits of the sea, naturally had diminished strength on land. After another 10 exchanges, he was confident he could defeat her, but what merit was there in a victory that lacked honor? Very well, the Mermaid King contemplated for a moment before agreeing. Despite his youthful appearance, his swordsmanship was indeed extraordinary, and she acknowledged that at his age, she would have been no match for him. As for long weapons, let's set them aside. I prefer close combat, Jaehaerys stated, grasping his spear. The spear, extending a remarkable 12 feet, approximately 366 meters, poses no issues in length. However, its quality pales in comparison to the formidable weaponry of the Blue Star's infantry. With a playful flutter of her lashes, the Mermaid King chuckled, her hands shimmering as she sheathed her bone sword and retrieved a gilded spear. Its design was extravagant and adorned with opulent decorations, featuring images of palaces, mermaids, and sea creatures, each pearl embedded along its length, transforming the spear into more of a decorative piece than a weapon. What incapable? Jaehaerys retorted, his irritation peaked. I wasn't jesting with you, so do not toy with me. I want to divulge that my mastery of the Overlord's spear technique comes from the true lineage of the Overlord himself. Throughout the annals of history, countless masters of spear techniques have emerged, yet the Overlord stands alone, unmatched. After the Overlord's self-sacrifice at the Battle of Gaixian, he was venerated by generations. His divine legacy solidified, and his spear technique even catalogued by the illustrious Bao Bao Miaoshu. You dare question its strength? I fear only that this mundane weapon may not withstand the unparalleled might of the Overlord. Jaehaerys steadied the spear, gripping its end, a technique known as the spear does not reveal its tail. Using the strength of his core to drive his arm, he shook the spear, causing it to writhe like a serpent awakening, accompanied by a cacophony of creaking sounds and visible cracks along its shaft, revealing its fragility. However, while the untrained may revel in the spectacle, the Mermaid King recognized that in the art of spear play, she was likely inferior to her adversary. Yet, having suffered a defeat, she could not afford to lose face in the underwater realm, nor dishonor her ancestral spirits. As a guardian deity, she would not resort to unfair advantages in weaponry. Thus, she withdrew another spear from her storage ring, identical in form to her previous one, yet far more unadorned. She tossed the spear to Jaehaerys, directing its point toward him. This battle was unavoidable. However, the disparity in their spear techniques was even greater than that in their swordplay. Despite the Mermaid King's considerable strength, she was no match for Jaehaerys' Overlord spear technique. In fewer than 10 exchanges, leveraging the moment their spear shafts collided, Jaehaerys exerted a sudden force, sending her ornate spear flying from her grasp. At that instant, her arms grew weak, her strength waned, and her magical abilities faltered, reverting to her elongated fish tail. Unsteady, she stumbled and fell against the rocky shore. Be careful, Jaehaerys exclaimed, propping her up with the shaft of his spear. Yet, this gesture earned him an irritable glare. The Mermaid King felt a surge of frustration. Given the inferior quality of his spear, she had willingly offered him hers. Now, having fallen, she recalled the ancient wisdom of the Sea Elders. At such a moment, he ought to have rushed forward, embracing her with strong arms rather than relying on a spear. Was he afraid she might seek retribution? Humph, foolhardy. Farewell, she huffed, reclaiming her splendid spear and opting not to request another, turning instead to leap into the depths of the ocean. Wait, what is your name? Jaehaerys called out. After much effort, I still do not know their name. It is indeed impolite. Lillian Fisher. Following a transmission, the surface of the sea was cloaked in ripples, crashing against the rocky shore. Bloodshed? I believe it is more about exhausting blue energy. Chapter 64. The Birth of the Dragon. Hee. My dear brother, I see you are quite clever. Why are you behaving so foolishly at this critical moment? The treasure tree ridiculed openly, having never encountered such an unyielding man. Nonsense. If she were truly that delicate damsel, I would certainly embrace her immediately, but she is not. Jaehaerys asserted confidently. What if, while I am helping her, she stabs me? Your reasoning is quite compelling. The treasure tree was left speechless. Alas, this child, having already suffered from a superiority complex, now seems to be afflicted with paranoia. Do you not have any other feelings for her? The merfolk are, even amidst the myriad realms, a highly esteemed race. Jaehaerys pondered and replied, I do. Quickly tell me. That storage ring of hers is quite impressive. Matchmaker, next time, you might as well use a steel wire. the red thread, is ineffective. The treasure tree lamented. How can you, merely a fire priest, be so narrow-minded about forming a family? Sigh. Do you not feel that this dragon egg contains a vigorous life force? Jaehaerys cradled the gem-like egg, its surface adorned with golden scales and white patterns, feeling as though it might break free at any moment. This spirit pet is indeed on the verge of birth. It has been sustained by divine power for the past century. The treasure tree contemplated. Such low-tier spirit pets do not actively absorb spiritual energy before birth. Either their parents have infused sufficient energy into the egg at birth, allowing it to emerge naturally when the time is ripe, or they have been actively infused with spiritual energy through means, completing the final transformation. This egg was retrieved from the sea. It is often said that water and fire cannot coexist. At the moment it fell into the ocean, it must have been taken by a sea deity, nurtured by divine power. Otherwise, its life force would have long since extinguished. One could say it is indeed a grand gift. Quickly infuse your spiritual energy into it. Nurture it well, if possible. It would be best to infuse some energy from a few Tao fruits over the next period. The treasure tree advised. Why? Have you not always complained about the weakness of the dragons in this world? If they could acquire some abilities or divine powers from the Tao fruits before birth, they might just achieve a breakthrough. The treasure tree explained, this is quite common in the celestial realm. Many celestial beings' mouths, aside from exotic beasts, also include various celestial birds, such as cranes and phoenixes. The celestial beings often nourish the eggs of these rare birds with various precious materials even before they hatch. This is not incorrect, as some celestial birds are indeed meant for the banquet table. Good. I hope the dragon that hatches can not only breathe fire, but also unleash lightning, be impervious to blades, and have wings that span vast distances, preferably with 3 heads. 9 heads, each with its own ability, and upon severing one head, 3 more sprout in an instant. Am I here to bestow you with spiritual energy, or are you merely here to make wishes? The Daobao Miao tree found itself at a loss for words. 9 heads. Did it think it was the ancient ferocious beast Xiang Lu or the 9-headed bird? Not even in my dreams could I dare to conceive such a notion. In the end, Jaehaerys obediently complied, for an additional skill is indeed a boon. To that end, he specifically requested the Daobao Miao tree to assist in selecting a Dao fruit, preferably one associated with the ascension of beasts, lest it be misaligned with his expertise. After contemplation, the Daobao Miao tree recalled that there were indeed non-human entities who had attained immortality, and quite a number at that. It could discern the fruits it bore, thus swiftly identifying a suitable one. More would be of no benefit and could even harm the spiritual companion. One would suffice. Jaehaerys pondered for a moment before returning to the altar where the dragon tower resided. He had grown quite adept at the ritual of cleansing and purifying himself. Come. The deal is sealed. Commence. In truth, without personally absorbing the spiritual energy of the Tao fruit, one cannot fathom its inherent essence. Thus, he must await the hatching of the dragon egg, as he transmitted the spiritual energy of the Tao fruit. Jaehaerys also followed the Daobao Miao tree's guidance to form a covenant spell, embedding it within the shell of the egg. The advantage of this was that it would allow the spiritual companion to resonate with his thoughts. Although mere consciousness could achieve similar results, it would only permit one-way communication. Once all was completed, they heard a series of cracking sounds from within the shell, as the young dragon began to stir restlessly, scratching with its claws, biting, and nudging with its horns. Finally, a fissure appeared on the surface of the egg, followed by a pair of sharp dragon horns, and shortly thereafter, the dragon's head emerged. Is this the manner of its birth? Jaehaerys felt that the emergence of this colossal dragon was rather hastily executed. He looked up at the sky. In the original narrative, when Daenerys' 3 dragons hatched, a blood-crying comet graced the heavens. Yet now, as my dragon emerges, why is the sky devoid of any spectacle? Is there such a stark disparity in treatment? The newly hatched dragon was about the size of a small kitten, reminiscent of Princess Rhaenys' little cat, named Balerion. However, when departing from King's Landing, Balerion had scurried about within the Red Keep and did not manage to board the ship. Ultimately, Jaehaerys would not go to great lengths to find it. Managing 2 children was already a considerable challenge. The little dragon was adorned in a brilliant golden hue, with its sharp horns and dorsal spines appearing a milky white, its body marked with irregular white stripes, and the membrane of its wings displayed a delicate pink. To speak plainly, perhaps you have misordered your logic. The visage of the Daobao Miao tree's little Groot materialized, playfully engaging with the newly born dragon. Perhaps it was indeed the appearance of the red comet that precipitated the dragon's birth, rather than the other way around. Regarding the divine conflict they mentioned, could the blood-crying star signify the approach of divine warfare? Or perhaps the 2 celestial beings have unraveled the seal of spiritual energy? This remains uncertain, but regardless, Your time is running short, Jaehaerys. Duo Bao Miaoshu seldom employs such a formal address, and the name Hijia has not graced my ears in what feels like an eternity, though it has long lingered in the depths of my heart, unforgotten. I am Hijia, and I am also Jaehaerys Targaryen. With utmost seriousness, Jaehaerys proclaimed to Duo Bao Miaoshu. As if sensing its master's intent, the small dragon raised its slender, serpent-like head and emitted a shrill cry, a faint puff of smoke wafting from its mouth. Look at this little creature, with its elongated neck, fragile wing membranes, and thin scales. These are all vulnerabilities. Jaehaerys critiqued the newly hatched dragon, his expression and tone reminiscent of a parent assisting a child with their homework. Startled, the dragon tucked its head and promptly closed its wings, adopting a docile demeanor. Patience is essential. Even the divine dragon of the nine heavens began life as a humble mudfish, Duo Bao Miaoshu reassured. Wait, I recall you signing the contract under the name Jaehaerys, did you not? Duo Bao Miaoshu suddenly realized, aghast. How could you, despite my earnestness, still attempt to ensnare me within the contract? No, absolutely not. The former name must be included in the contract, or I shall cease to pay the rent. Chapter 65. Accelerate. Accelerate again what? My son has been taken as a disciple by the dragon god, with a chance to attain divinity in the future? Queen Layla gazed at Jaehaerys in astonishment. Indeed, the dragon god visited me in a dream last night, instructing me to venture deep into Dragon Mountain to practice alongside him. Jaehaerys now lied without hesitation, enhanced by the hatching of the dragon. He had named the golden female dragon Hela. Covering his face, he lamented, "Oh dear." Jaehaerys riding a female dragon. He could already sense the profound malice from above. Whether it be a female or male dragon, the name must be exquisite. One cannot bestow names like Little White Longworm or Bloodworm. As a new generation leader of the dragon clan, who else could bear the name Hela? If not his little golden dragon? Defiantly, the tiny claws instantly crushed the small hammer. Do you believe it? Although Queen Layla found it hard to accept initially, filled with reluctance, she ultimately resolved to let her child soar. This was also a reluctant decision for Jaehaerys. His divine consciousness had quietly reached the threshold of a lower deity, and he could not openly defy the prohibitions under the watchful gaze of the gods. Furthermore, the dragon god temples on the 3 islands of Blackwater Bay numbered only 3 or 4, yet they thrived with fervent incense offerings. Once people tasted the sweetness of their wishes being granted, they immediately became the dragon god's most devoted adherents. Currently, the speed of his fragmented divine consciousness could not keep pace with the accelerated cultivation speed fueled by the incense. When the cup overflows, so too does the essence. A premature tendency towards becoming a solar deity was already manifesting. Moreover, more dragon god temples were springing up like mushrooms after rain, and soon, the cultivation speed of the incense-divided deities would increase even further. Jaehaerys did not wish to become a specialized deity. Should he attain divinity, he would be bound to coexist with this realm in life and death. It must be said that this predicament is somewhat his fault, after all. He was the one who, in an attempt to experiment with the art of prophetic dreams, sent forth a divine thought imbued with incense into Dragonstone Castle one fateful night. That night, many individuals experienced a shared dream, wherein the dragon god, with an air of authority, proclaimed them to be his most devoted followers. The dragon god resolved to bestow upon them extraordinary powers. Thus, the following morning, Queen Rhaegar, lacking any prior archery skills, engaged in some physical exercise in the courtyard and drew back a massive purplewood bow. A long arrow was swiftly released, striking the target's center with remarkable precision. Meanwhile, Princess Rhaenys abruptly exchanged her dull practice sword for a long sword nearly her own height, playfully sparring with her master, William, in the garden. As for Viserys, he wielded a spear, thrusting it skyward with fervor. When questioned about his actions, he declared he was practicing against flies, asserting that the supreme spear technique was the 6 Harmonies spear. He emphasized that the primary objective was to hold the spear steady against the flies, allowing them to fall without shattering the window paper or leaving marks on the wall, while the spear pierced the fragrant head, extinguishing the fire without breaking the incense. Even within the confines of Dragonstone Castle, the kitchen maid wielded her knife with the finesse of a seasoned swordsman, deftly chopping meat and vegetables with seamless grace that rivaled that of a squire trained for a decade. A stableman, brandishing a spear, found himself effortlessly overpowering a knight. Remarkably, just the day before, these individuals had possessed no experience with weaponry whatsoever. Now, the entire Dragonstone Castle thrived with martial vigor, boasting numerous skilled archers and a multitude of adept swordsmen and spearmen, equivalent to suddenly acquiring over 100 knights who had devoted years to rigorous training. As news of the prophetic dreams spread, The incense offerings at the dragon god's temple flourished even more. Who does not harbor a yearning for strength? Who does not desire to attain glory through valor? Jaehaerys pondered that, with the incense offerings now firmly established, he could not excessively interfere with the development of mortals. Reflecting on his year-long sojourn in this world, consumed by mundane affairs, he realized he had scarcely found the time for earnest cultivation. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to publicly adhere to the divine edicts while secretly retreating to strive for ascendance to the realm of immortals. He contemplated the unfolding narrative, recalling that since the War of the Usurper, the only significant turmoil had been the Greyjoy Rebellion, which proved to be more bluster than substance. Rumors circulated that the Westerlands were engaged in shipbuilding, yet he had heard that the shipyards suffered regular disturbances from the Ironborn. It was only logical. How could one expect to rest easy while others slumbered nearby? The Ironborn, if they were not foolish, would surely recognize that a formidable fleet emerging from the Westerlands would not merely target Dragonstone Island. In a recent raid, the Ironborn had navigated their longships along the coastal waters of the Westerlands, pillaging with impunity while the local populace was weary from defense. They surprised the shipbuilding yards, slaughtering many artisans and carrying off a considerable number. Although the soldiers of the Westerlands, under the command of Lord Tywin, managed to kill a fair number of Ironborn and destroy several of their longships, the loss of skilled craftsmen rendered the shipyards incapable of resuming work. Lord Tywin lamented that even if they could restart operations, they could not predict when the Ironborn would strike again. The Ironborn were nothing more than marauders of the sea. Brigands, cunning and shrewd, yet adhering to the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Jaehaerys advised the queen to compose a letter to Balon Greyjoy, acknowledging him as the king of the Iron Islands in exchange for a united front against the threats posed by Robert and his allies. Ultimately, they reached a verbal consensus that Westeros could only sustain 3 fleets, and that they would mutually assist each other in guarding the Sunset Sea and the Narrow Sea. The Ironborn are not the most reliable allies. Their capriciousness is as common as breathing. However, the lure of coronation and the restoration of ancient traditions proved too enticing, and Balon Greyjoy ultimately entered the fray. He was not foolish. He recognized that this moment presented the best opportunity for his independence. And who could say when such a chance would arise again? Thus, on the first day of 285 AC, Balon Greyjoy declared himself king of the Iron Islands. He was crowned by the drowned man, Tau, beneath the ribs of Naga, as Tau placed a crown of driftwood upon his head. Subsequently, with his position as Lord of the Sea Stone secured, Balon systematically dismantled all the 7 holy halls, expelled the clergy, and proclaimed a return to the old ways. Thereafter, the Ironborn began their pillaging, with their longships visible along the entire western coast, their raucous songs echoing in the air. With dragonbone hulls, we traverse the endless waves. Through barren peaks and lush plains, I am both shield and spear. The dead do not truly perish. They shall rise again, with greater fury. The Ironborn's insurrection posed a significant threat to the lords of the Westerlands, Riverlands, and the coastal territories, compelling the entire kingdom to shift its strategic focus from east to west, bolstering defenses in the west, a year later culminating in the War of the Three Kings. The architect of this upheaval felt no remorse. The rebellion of the Iron Islands was an inevitability, and Jaehaerys merely expedited its onset. Just as Robert Baratheon found himself beleaguered by 2 fleets, one from the east and one from the west, with no viable solution in sight, Jaehaerys laid bare his developmental plans for Dragonstone to Queen Rhaegar, the crux being the establishment of a power base inherent to the royal family of Dragonstone. Reflecting on the course of the War of Usurpation, it becomes evident that the root of the issue lay in the insufficient strength of House Targaryen to stand against 7. Chapter 66. The power of the realm belongs to one Jaehaerys, and Queen Rhaegar discussed for the first time the reasons behind the Targaryens' expulsion from the Iron Throne. While the absurd actions of King Aerys II were undoubtedly a primary cause, the deeper issue was the overwhelming power of the great lords, who commanded numerous vassals and soldiers. The crown's constraints upon the lesser lords were so minimal that the execution of royal decrees relied heavily on the intermediaries of the great lords. The Lord of Lords is not my lord. The vast majority of the lesser lords would fight for their liege lords, rather than for the king upon the Iron Throne. This situation has persisted for ages, dating back to the rise of the military aristocracy among the Undulls. Before King Aegon I, the Conqueror, landed in Blackwater Bay. As a non-Undull outsider, he too had faced the challenge of insufficient strength at the outset of his rebellion. Apart from relying on his 3 dragons, he had to depend on the support of lords, both great and small, to ultimately achieve unification. However, a long-standing history does not inherently equate to advancement. Should certain powerful lords harbor inappropriate ambitions, the Iron Throne may only summon other lords to jointly suppress the insurrection. Take, for instance, Duncan Targaryen, known as Prince Daemon, who, after becoming betrothed to the daughter of Lord Leonor Valerion of Storm's End, encountered and fell in love with the enchanting Jenny from the Kingswood. He renounced his claim to the throne to break off the engagement, prompting Lord Leonor to openly rebel and declare himself king. Ultimately, King Aegon V arranged for his young daughter, Princess Rhaegar Targaryen, to wed Lord Leonor's eldest son, Prince Rhaegar Valerion, thus quelling the rebellion. This Princess Rhaegar would later become the grandmother of Robert Baratheon. The immense power wielded by the lords has severely threatened the security of the Iron Throne, and the throne dares not arbitrarily diminish their strength. Such is the essence of the medieval era. In the eyes of Jaehaerys, the so-called loyalty of the great lords offers little in the way of genuine constraint, as vividly demonstrated during the War of Usurpation. Aerys too commanded Jon Arryn to surrender Robert and Eddard, a request laden with suspicion of exaggerated charges, yet Arryn outright refused and raised the banner of rebellion. This scenario is undeniably perplexing, is it not? Moreover, King Aerys did not murder members of the Tully family, yet they rebelled over a mere marriage pact. The Targaryen family now retreats to Dragonstone. Although their power is diminished, it presents a splendid opportunity to reinitiate the game. Without the constraints imposed by the lords, they can freely cultivate their own influence. In discussions, he expressed that the future approach towards the lords of Westeros should be one of alliance, while simultaneously enhancing support for the common folk. Throughout the wars, numerous commoners have perished fighting for the Targaryen cause, leaving behind countless orphans. Dragonstone is home to thousands of the most loyal subjects, who can be regarded as the foundation of the common people's strength, trained and nurtured for greater purposes. Let us dismiss notions of bloodlines. After all, we are all merely individuals bearing the same cognitive faculties. Currently, among the 3 islands of Blackwater Bay, only Dragonstone possesses a modicum of strength, while the other 2 houses have been significantly weakened. As Dragonstone's economic influence spreads, akin to a frog in gradually heated water, by the time they realize the situation, they will have long lost the will and means to resist, becoming mere spectators. The forces nurtured on Dragonstone for countless days are not meant for mere preservation. They shall inevitably embark on a path of external expansion. Those who have rendered service may be granted the title of lord, yet land shall resolutely remain unbestowed, with officials dispatched for governance. Eventually, this mindset will take root and expand, by which time any resistance can be subdued solely by the royal family's power. At that moment, the king shall truly be the sovereign of the realm, wielding absolute authority and control. Queen Rhaegar, persuaded by Jaehaerys, had never contemplated such matters. Constrained by the prevailing mindset of the era, his ideas were nothing short of revolutionary, poised to upend the established order. Subsequently, Jaehaerys shared with Rhaegar his vision for future military strategies. There is little that can be done. The multitude of concerns at present weighs heavily upon Jaehaerys, leaving him unable to attend to every minute detail. He can only propose a general direction. The specifics must be resolved by Layla and her court ministers. Whether he takes a passive or active role, he must ultimately relinquish control. According to my son, the next target is indeed Andis, positioned across the narrow sea. Andis is the ancestral homeland of the Undulls, who were compelled to migrate en masse to the continent of Westeros after being vanquished by the dragons of Valyria. This region is predominantly hilly, yet it also boasts considerable plains near the coastline. The people of Pentos refer to it as the Flatlands. It is rich in minerals and fertile soil, ideal for both agriculture and pasturing. Most crucially, this land has suffered incessant raids by the Dothraki, and the people of Pentos have failed to establish castles or military fortifications here, often resorting to bribing the Dothraki in hopes of dissuading their cavalry from plundering the area. Such a fated land, reduced to a pasture for the Dothraki, is indeed a tragic waste. Designating Andis as the initial target is a decision born of necessity. Across the vast expanse of Westeros, Dragonstone possesses a formidable fleet, yet its infantry is lamentably weak. Although Jaehaerys has cultivated a cadre of skilled warriors through his dreamwalking, he has not identified any exceptional military leaders in terms of strategy and tactics. Regardless of whether in the age of cold weapons or firearms, warfare cannot be approached with mere impulsiveness. As such, he can only compile the limited military theories he knows, hoping to unearth the seeds of innate military brilliance. In addition to the lack of capable commanders, the number of infantry is severely inadequate. Dragonstone can muster no more than 3,000 armed foot soldiers. This meager force pales in comparison to even the lesser noble families of Westeros. Families like the Lannisters and Tyrells can easily summon 230,000 soldiers, while the likes of the Freys, Hightowers, Florence, and Boltons can effortlessly gather between 1,000 to 2,000 knights and retainers, with the ability to arm 56,000 infantry at a moment's notice. Of course, Dragonstone is not incapable of hiring mercenary companies and free riders. Yet the combat effectiveness and fighting spirit of the latter fall far short of the desired standard, and their discipline is utterly lacking. After all, how fervently will a group of mercenaries fight when motivated solely by gold? Should a higher bid arise from the enemy, they might well turn their backs in the heat of battle. What Jaehaerys seeks to forge is a professional army, one that is obedient to command, disciplined, and capable of securing victories, not a haphazard militia hastily assembled from the land, armed with mere spears. Currently, the Targaryen family possesses a single dragon. Yet Helena is still too young to ride, and he is bound by the edicts of the gods until a solution is found. He cannot interfere in the wars of mortals. To continuously enhance the military strength of the Targaryen lineage, he must turn his gaze outward. One must select the softest persimmons, and Andis is indeed a sufficiently tender and sweet fruit. Chapter 67. Seclusion and Transformation. After entrusting the internal guard to Queen Layla and finalizing his arrangements, Jaehaerys bid farewell to everyone and ventured alone into the depths of Dragon Mountain, where he had already constructed a small stone cottage atop the peak. Before his departure, he advised all to seek guidance at the Dragon Temple should they face indecision, reminding them not to forget that their own deity offers protection. Since his retreat, the summit of Dragon Mountain has been designated a forbidden zone, with the inhabitants of Dragonstone Island frequently witnessing golden dragons soaring majestically above, accompanied by the echoes of dragon roars and fierce howls resonating from the mountain, and even flashes of lightning on otherwise calm days. The people understood this as Jaehaerys undergoing divine tutelage, and when he returns, he shall undoubtedly arrive as a king. At the secluded beach at the foot of Dragon Mountain, many have fervently claimed to have heard mermaids singing at dusk, their melodies enchanting. As time passed, the economy of Dragonstone Island found its footing, bolstered by an abundance of gold dragons, with specialized fisheries and foreign trade progressing steadily. Jaehaerys' creation of an outward-facing economic system began to bear fruit. With repeated transactions of scarlet-purple wool, silk fabrics, dragon crystal jewelry, and canned fish and meat, as vessels from numerous free trade city-states transported these exquisite textiles, adornments, and provisions back to the continent of Essos, the worship of the dragon god gradually became known among the free trade city-states. When the crew of the first ship from a free city-state, lost in a storm, knelt upon the deck to beseech the unseen dragon god for safe passage and subsequently returned unharmed, the dragon god planted a seed in the hearts of sailors, crew members, and pirates alike. They began to venerate the dragon god aboard their ships, with statues of varying sizes and materials, all purportedly crafted by Prince Jaehaerys, a disciple of the dragon god, and retrieved from the heights of Dragon Mountain. These idols exhibited a certain mystique, leading even the most stern and demanding captains to refrain from prohibiting such acts of worship. Gradually, it became customary to offer incense at the Dragon Temple before embarking, seeking safety, a practice akin to preparing a wand before entering Hogwarts, serving as a spiritual bridge for communication with the dragon god. It remains unclear when the belief took root that the taller and sturdier the incense burned, the more the dragon god would feel the sincerity of the offering and grant wishes. Consequently, before the Dragon Temple, incense burned ever higher, each individual appearing to wield a grand sword. However, no incense could exceed 3 feet, for the temple's custodians had established that a divine presence looms 3 feet above. Exceeding this height, what do you wish to provoke the dragon god? The human desire for creation is indeed boundless, leading to the development of an array of incense offerings in various enticing scents. Initially, sandalwood evolved into agarwood, cedar, musk, ambergris, saffron, and a multitude of spices, all fashioned into fragrant offerings. Upon entering the Dragon God Temple, one is enveloped by an ambience reminiscent of a spice market and kitchen, filled with a haze so thick it nearly obscures the essence of the sacred space. The dragon god was compelled to send a dream once more, clarifying that only sandalwood and cypress incense were necessary for offerings. Other fragrances not only squandered resources and wealth, but also yielded no additional benefits. Consequently, devotees began to innovate in the design of incense, producing various forms such as coil incense, stick incense, and tower incense. Some fervent followers even crafted unique stamps for their families, allowing the rising smoke to form their respective emblems in the air. Yet, the dragon god found little inclination to manage the incessant efforts of mortals to please him. For an extended period, he devoted himself to fulfilling the desires of his followers. In his presence, all were equal, but devotees should refrain from making casual wishes, for the means of their fulfillment were often unpredictable. Once, a corpulent merchant wished to lose 10 stone, 635 kilograms. He indeed shed the weight, but only due to a severe throat ailment that rendered him incapable of consuming anything but liquid sustenance. A beautiful lady, secretly seeking a child, conceived but soon after was divorced by her husband, who had sustained an injury in his youth. Another sought wealth and, upon returning home, was inexplicably struck by a carriage, resulting in a windfall. A wish for an annual salary of 5 golden dragons came to fruition, yet the individual was dismissed a year later for laziness. The dragon god's approach to granting wishes was remarkably efficient and straightforward. He merely executed them, albeit sometimes with excessive literalness. The manner and location of fulfillment were beyond his purview. Eventually, devotees learned to articulate their wishes with clarity and precision, ideally employing the continent's common tongue or an accent-free Valyrian, ensuring their requests were detailed and explicit, leaving no room for interpretation. They approached with respect, beginning their pleas with honorifics and concluding with expressions of gratitude. In the early years of Jaehaerys' seclusion, Dragonstone and the Iron Islands collaborated effectively, achieving notable results, with Blackwater Bay temporarily becoming a stronghold for Dragonstone. However, Robert's men were no fools. They constructed 2 iron chain winch towers on either side of the Blackwater River. Harnessing the collective strength of the city's blacksmiths, they forged a colossal chain that, should the Dragonstone fleet dare to intrude, would rise to block their passage. Coupled with wildfire for indiscriminate attacks on the river's surface, invading vessels would find themselves trapped, resulting in inevitable annihilation. What a brilliantly cunning strategy! After meticulous calculation, Robert deemed the expenditure entirely manageable. Thus, he entrusted this endeavor to the ingenious Sir Jet. Due to the timely provision of funds, Lord Robert swiftly commanded the erection of towering structures along the banks of the Blackwater River. The tower on the northern bank was situated beneath the rugged cliffs of the Red Keep, while the southern bank was fortified, rendering it nearly impregnable. Unbeknownst to Jaehaerys, his fleet inadvertently expedited the construction of the long-proposed winch tower, originally intended to be built during the War of the Five Kings, by over a decade. However, the fleet from Dragonstone was acutely aware of the perils of a faltering army and a wasteful navy. Advancing alone into hostile territory was a cardinal sin of warfare. Thus, since the establishment of the winch tower, they refrained from penetrating deep into the Blackwater Bay, even when tactical necessity arose. Their actions primarily consisted of harassing the coastline rather than launching large-scale offensive operations. What was termed as harassment was, in truth, a recruitment effort. The local populace, upon sighting vessels bearing the 3-headed dragon banner, eagerly volunteered, yearning for the prosperous life promised on Dragonstone. Hardly anyone informed the coastal guards dispatched by Robert. In shipbuilding, the resourceful Seaworth, adhering to Jaehaerys' counsel, crafted a modified version of the monkey-shaped swift ship, enhancing the deck height while reducing both the sail area and mast height. Although the vessel's speed did not meet expectations, it still outpaced the large sailing ships of the Free Cities by more than double. This type of ship was dubbed the Seaworth vessel. To date, over 100 of these ships have been constructed, drastically reducing the travel time between the narrow sea and Bravos from 3 days to merely 1 day in favorable winds. Such efficiency naturally captured the attention of the fleet from Dragonstone. Under the command of Admiral Tydos, the Targaryen royal fleet replaced its aging vessels with numerous new Seaworth ships, designating them as rapid response and tax collection ships. Chapter 68. Isolation and transformation. In the 3 years since Jaehaerys' seclusion, the dragon Haela had grown sufficiently large for riding. It heeded Jaehaerys' telepathic commands, allowing Queen Rhaela to mount it and fight on its behalf. There was little choice. Its master was formidable. In its infancy, the dragon had been frightened by the remarks of those who had come to witness its birth, fearing they would turn it into a stew. Prior to his retreat, Jaehaerys had bound Haela through a contract spell, forbidding it from leaving the confines of Dragonstone until it had matured. For a young dragon was vulnerable to a single bolt or arrow. Nevertheless, the dragon's inherent nature craved flight. Although Jaehaerys often expressed disdain for various matters, he could not bear the thought of confining Haela to a cage. Haela, in turn, claimed to be obedient and well-behaved, and the mother of its master treated it exceptionally well. Perhaps due to its time in the sea, Haela had a fondness for fresh fish. prompting Queen Rhaegar to command the fishing company to select the finest fish, which were then roasted for its enjoyment. With the presence of a mighty dragon, while offensive actions might seem lacking, defense and counterattacks became remarkably straightforward. Thus, even with Robert having re-established his royal fleet at Storm's End, he dared not confront the Dragonstone fleet head-on. There was little that could be done. In the preceding years, during several fierce confrontations, when the battle would reach its peak, Queen Rhaegar would descend upon them, riding her golden dragon from the direction of the sun. In an instant, her golden flames would engulf Robert's ships, striking with precision, leading to devastating losses for Robert's fleet. On numerous occasions, the forces of Dragonstone Island could have incurred the cost of 34 warships. Yet Robert's fleet would be left with at least 1,020 vessels, resulting in a severely disproportionate exchange. Eventually, even the illustrious and generous Lannister family grew reluctant to finance the reckless shipbuilding endeavors for the Iron Throne. Ultimately, Jon Arryn proposed negotiations with Dragonstone Island to cease hostilities and safeguard the hard-won peace of the continent. Years prior, Arryn had, without the loss of a single soldier, persuaded Dorne to pledge allegiance to Robert merely with his eloquence, thus quelling the flames of war in Dorne and earning the esteem of lords across the entirety of Westeros. This time, expectations were high for his actions. Dragonstone Island was no longer the desolate land of yore. It flourished commercially, boasted rich fishing resources, advanced textile and dye industries, and its shipbuilding and jewelry production were gradually gaining renown across both continents. Truly a land of golden opportunities. Although not formally recognized, it was clear to all that Dragonstone was becoming the 10th free trade city of Valyria. The lords of Westeros were eager to engage in trade with Dragonstone, their eyes glistening at the prospects of the Blackwater Bay Islands and the Crablands Peninsula, for who could resist the allure of wealth? With the people's favor behind him, Duke Arryn set forth on his mission, though negotiations were bound to be exceedingly arduous. Queen Rhaegar adamantly demanded severe punishment for Jaime Lannister and Ser Gregor Clegane, insisting they be adorned in black garb, while Robert, the usurper, must relinquish his claim to the throne. Naturally, Arryn could not acquiesce to these demands, who was unaware that Duke Tywin had lent the Iron Throne millions in low-interest loans over the years to prevent his cherished son from donning black. As for the mountain, when Arryn last visited Dorne, even the Dornish prince had not sought his head, making it inconceivable that Rhaegar would. Just when it seemed that the journey to Dragonstone would yield naught, unexpected fortune smiled upon him. After a day of venerating the dragon god, Queen Rhaegar astonishingly consented to engage in commercial cooperation with the lords of the continent, excluding the Lannister family, and reached a degree of reconciliation with the Iron Throne, allowing for mutual envoys to be dispatched. This was the dawn of peace. Jon Arryn felt a great sense of relief, realizing he was not merely a deluded idealist yearning for justice, but rather a participant in a mutual endeavor for peace. Yet, perhaps he was overestimating the situation. Rhaegar's willingness for limited cooperation stemmed purely from the counsel of Jaehaerys. Though Jaehaerys resided in the mountains, his awareness was far from constrained. Each dragon temple served as his ears and eyes. Dragonstone was now abundant in wealth and manpower, yet it lacked the environment and time for development. A strategy of exchanging time for space, and small sacrifices for greater ambitions. And what significance did the dispatching of envoys hold, after all? Seizing the opportunity, Queen Rhaegar had already discreetly instructed the leader of the Inner Guard spies, lingqi, to select elite agents to establish an intelligence network across the continent of Westeros. She held a considerable trust in lingqi and his subordinates, who, since the seclusion of Jaehaerys, had repeatedly thwarted numerous assassination attempts and poisoning plots orchestrated by various factions. Even the little birds of the spider, as well as commercial spies from all corners, were under their vigilant surveillance. Currently, the Inner Guard spies were well established in all significant cities of Westeros, including King's Landing, Lannisport, Storm's End, Winterfell, and Dorne. Among them, King's Landing represented the most crucial segment of the intelligence network, with reports so detailed that they documented King Robert's every visit to a brothel or his dalliance with a seafood merchant, often landing on Queen Rhaegar's desk the very next day. However, the internal intelligence from the Red Keep could not be intercepted so readily. Given that Varys was ever scheming from his position, and the Master of Whispers could not be disregarded. Yet, the Spider was not entirely uncooperative. For instance, Prince Aegon from Dragonstone served as an excellent point of leverage. Thus, in the shadows, the spies from both sides not only acknowledged each other's existence, but had also initiated limited collaborative efforts. For example, a seemingly inconsequential figure had been operating under the name of Duke Aelin, frequenting the Prime Minister's tower to amass wealth and acquire multiple seafood markets. Furthermore, a high-ranking member in golden robes was secretly accepting bribes to sell titles and positions behind the king's back. Moreover, Queen Layla was even aware that Robert had once inquired about prices from the faceless men, seeking a lucrative deal for the members of House Targaryen on Dragonstone. However, due to the exorbitant prices that left even Robert questioning his sanity, he ultimately refrained from proceeding. The children were Queen Layla's precious treasures, and presently, the Targaryen lineage had dwindled to a few remaining shoots on Dragonstone, with one still unaccounted for. In her fury, she contemplated exacting similar retribution against the usurper's wife and children, but was ultimately dissuaded by lingqi. Currently, Dragonstone was so well guarded by the inner guards that not even a drop of water could penetrate. While the island's unique identity and residency system rendered outside merchants and workers unable to approach Dragonstone Keep. Moreover, even the cooks and stable hands at Dragonstone Keep were formidable warriors, making it a fanciful notion for the faceless men to infiltrate silently, no matter their mastery of assassination. After all, the inner guards were also exceptional in the art of killing. Those who believed their secrets were hidden would find, under the gaze and interpretation of the astute, that nothing remained untraceable. Those unaware of the slightest clue could only wait until the final moment, when the enemy revealed their terrifying fangs and claws, only then realizing their folly. Chapter 69. Seclusion and Change 3. In the 5th year of Jaehaerys' seclusion, the Iron Fleet was lured into a trap by Stannis Baratheon at the Isle of Tears in the west, resulting in the destruction of over 100 Ironborn longships and the loss of naval supremacy for the Iron Islands. 6 months later, the city of Pike fell, and Balon Greyjoy removed his driftwood crown, kneeling before Robert Baratheon to pledge his fealty. The sole surviving son was adopted by Duke Ed as both a ward and a hostage. In the 10th year of Jaehaerys' seclusion, the Iron Islands were subdued, and with the arrival of a prolonged summer, Robert, ambitious as ever, sought to rekindle the flames of war against Dragonstone. However, the lords, who had already profited immensely from their dealings with Dragonstone, vehemently opposed him. The Ironborn could be dealt with, for they were nothing more than a band of brigands. To provoke the god of wealth would be most unwise. Ultimately, only the Lannister family of the Westerlands and their vassals responded. Yet, before the battle could commence, Queen Rhaella soared through the skies above King's Landing on her colossal dragon, the shadow of the winged beast darkening the city like the resurrection of a black harbinger of death. Instantly, panic gripped the inhabitants of King's Landing. This dragon and its rider were particularly cunning, always remaining beyond the range of scorpions and ballistae, never descending to unleash its fiery breath. Merely gliding above, who would not be afraid? A significant number of Royal Fleet soldiers would rather face execution than board the ships. The terror instilled by a single dragon was indeed formidable. In the year 296 AC, in the southern plains of Andalos, a rare gathering of opulent Pantos merchants convened amidst ivory and golden litters. The wealthy traders stepped down from their palanquins, treading upon the backs of slaves. They were the true rulers of the city, with even the nominal prince of Pentos merely a puppet under their control. Esteemed lords, I trust you have received the acquisition proposal from Dragonstone, began one rotund merchant. This land is rich, yet we are utterly defenseless. The gold we send to the Caers each year is enough to negate our own production. As he spoke, the governors began whispering among themselves. Pentos was wealthy yet weak, a contradiction that stemmed from its distance from paradise and proximity to Braavos and Dothraki, now overshadowed by the rising power of Dragonstone. With fewer than 20 warships and a defensive force of merely 1,000 men, mercenaries could not be hired, and contracts with free companies had been rendered moot by a peace treaty signed after repeated failures against Braavos' formidable legions. This agreement had effectively dismantled the wealthy city-state's capacity for resistance. It still boasted towering walls and immense riches. Yet such assets could not guarantee safety in the face of swords. Now, as Dragonstone sought to acquire land, let them have it, cried some merchants and governors. After all, we cannot afford to offend anyone. Indeed, were it not for my family's holdings here, I would have long sought refuge on Dragonstone. With dragons and the protection of the dragon god, no foe could ever threaten us. The leader of the discussion felt a sense of irony. While they busied themselves with calculations, his own wife and children had already expended a fortune to secure permanent residence on Dragonstone. Had he not every reason to feel proud? He caressed the dragon god statue hanging around his neck. Indeed, ever since the dragon god had guided his ship from perilous waters, his business had flourished beyond measure, elevating him to a position of significant influence in Pentos, with his wealth multiplying exponentially. All of this merely requires him to speak on behalf of Dragonstone Island when necessary. To acquire the fertile lands of Andis. This transaction is undoubtedly feasible. I concur. I have had enough of those savage and greedy Dothraki. Another governor exclaimed. Can you believe it? They come several times a year. Not even the harvest season sees such frequency. I agree. I second that. I wholeheartedly approve. Of course. There were dissenting voices, yet they were few and quickly drowned out by the clamor of the majority. Excellent. Let us warmly welcome the esteemed guest from Dragonstone Island. Prince Viserys, in grand fashion. Amidst a chorus of applause, Jaehaerys Targaryen, resembling the dragon statue, made his entrance, embodying the pride of the royal lineage of Dragonstone Island. Clad in a shimmering silver silk robe, adorned with dragon glass, pearls, and gold at every visible turn. A long sword embellished with rubies and emeralds hung diagonally from his belt. In a resonant and compelling tone, Viserys expressed gratitude on behalf of my mother, Queen Rhaegar, the rightful sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms, while clarifying that Dragonstone's acquisition of the land posed no threat to anyone's safety. Rather, it aimed to permanently liberate Pentos from the harassment of the Braavosi and the Dothraki. Dragonstone comes bearing peace and wealth. In essence, this land is claimed by Dragonstone. Should others seek to attack you, we shall stand in your defense. Is Dragonstone truly so altruistic? The governors are not naive children. Such rhetoric is merely for show. The underlying motive is evidently the desire for power expansion. Who could fail to see that? Legally, the lands belong to the people of Pentos. But in the face of absolute strength, who cares for legality? As landowners, they scarcely visit once a year, yielding minimal profit, while dutifully paying tribute to the Dothraki's Khalasar. Of course, they will profess that their reluctance stems from a lack of fear of the Dothraki, but rather from the impracticality of the matter. Those unscathed by violence would never speak in such a cowardly tone. If they had the courage, they might as well attempt to stand firm. Yet, the risk of failure looms ominously. Thus, if Dragonstone desires it, let them have it. As for the Targaryens and Dothraki, let the conflict with Braavos unfold. Apologies. But Pentos shall have no further involvement. Amidst the flattery, Viserys found himself somewhat entranced. Despite his twin brother's long absence, tales of his legend still circulated in the realm. Viserys often felt overshadowed by him, sometimes wishing that the world had never known a figure as grand as Jaehaerys. Suddenly, the clear sound of jingling bells accompanied by the tremors of the earth arose. The faces of the governors of Pentos turned pale. Disaster loomed. How could the Dothraki arrive so swiftly? In the distance, a cloud of dust billowed as countless Dothraki cavalry, clad in intricately painted leather vests, emerged from the swirling haze. They whistled, howled, and shouted, their curved rocks glinting like crescent moons. As the vanguard encircled the onlookers, an unending stream of riders followed, their numbers stretching beyond sight. Chapter 70. Khal Drogo. Before the throng of Dothraki riders sat a towering figure, a man with long braids cascading down his legs, mounted upon a magnificent red stallion. It was Khal Drogo. Legend has it that he had never faced defeat, commanding a formidable Khalasar of over 40,000 mounted warriors. A governor acquainted with the newcomer whispered to those nearby. Drogo inquired, "Why do you lords gather in V's Dothrak, far from the time of tribute?" A rider stepped forward behind him, awkwardly addressing them in stilted Valyrian. "And who is this milk drinker?" "We are the servants of Viserys of the Seven Kingdoms. Here to respond on behalf of our lord," came the reply. Drogo dismissed their words with a wave, demanding, "I did not ask you." The intruder brandished a long whip, swinging it savagely towards the servant. "Stop!" Viserys exclaimed in fury, realizing the threat. It was akin to striking his own face. With no time to ponder further, he drew his ornate sword, its blade flashing as it severed the assailant's whip. The exquisitely crafted whip, made of fine leather intertwined with silk, was left in the rider's hand, it severed and twitching on the ground before falling still. The Dothraki drew their blades, many already knocking arrows to their bows, poised to unleash their wrath. The retinue from Dragonstone also unsheathed their swords, raising shields to protect Viserys. Each of them, members of the Kingsguard, donned black plate armor and chainmail, their movements swift and assured, displaying the prowess of seasoned warriors. Drogo gestured with his hand, calling out in Dothraki, and his riders reluctantly sheathed their weapons. A sigh of relief escaped Viserys. Had a conflict erupted, their meager numbers would have been at a dire disadvantage. Alas, he lamented the absence of a dragon. Had one been present, no matter how many knights approached, they would not have dared to detain him. "We, Khal Drogo, commend your swordsmanship," he declared. "If you can defeat him, all of you shall live today. Should you fail, you will all become his slaves." "Milk drinker, do you dare to accept this challenge?" Viserys, crimson with indignation, seethed at such insolence. A duel it shall be. My years of training with this sword shall easily overcome a mere barbarian chief. The crowd parted to form a circle for the two opponents. Viserys stood armed, while Drogo remained unarmed. Do you not intend to use weapons? He questioned. Drogo retorted, against a milk drinker like you, I need no weapons. You might as well prepare to be sold into the slave markets, where you will garner the affection of all the noble women. Such arrogance was utterly unfathomable. Viserys laughed in rage, realizing the man had no inkling of the peril he invited upon himself. He ceased to speak, and Drogo pounded his chest with both hands, bellowing at his khalasar. As Drogo faced off against Viserys, the latter's sword quivered in his grip, its tip suddenly glistening like a constellation of cold stars. Executing the white serpent's tongue from the Monkey King's swordplay, the blade lunged directly towards Drogo's throat, armpit, and chest. This was a probing maneuver that intertwined the real and the illusory. If the opponent failed to discern the genuine from the feigned, in a state of confusion, they could swiftly turn the deception into reality, delivering a horizontal slash or a thrust that would end the confrontation. Drogo's audacity to confront his foe unarmed revealed his keen perception and extensive experience. He deftly sidestepped or retreated, effortlessly evading several of Viserys' strikes. Before provocatively wagging a finger at him, Viserys narrowed his eyes. Despite his towering stature, Drogo was not a fool, and his lack of armor allowed for swifter movements than those of the knights he typically trained against. This was troubling. Prince Viserys might not be a match for Drogo Call. Sir Lyz, the leader among the guards, spoke up. As a veteran of the Red Keep who had witnessed the prowess of legendary figures like Dawn and the White Bull, he recognized the disparity. Although Viserys' swordsmanship was commendable, it lacked the fluidity of mastery, with his movements too slow and riddled with openings. Previously, he had benefited from the sluggishness of armored knights during practice. Yet, this opponent moved with the swiftness of a leopard. No matter how exquisite Viserys' techniques were, what use were they if he could not match Drogo's pace? He quietly instructed his men that should Prince Viserys fall, they must hold off the Dothraki cavalry, even at the cost of their lives, to ensure the prince's escape. Sir Lyz shuddered at the thought of the Prince of Dragonstone being enslaved and sold in the Slaves' Bay, a disgrace that would tarnish Dragonstone's reputation beyond compare. Akin to a volcanic eruption or an upheaval of the earth, he would wager his life and that of his comrades to prevent such a calamity. After a quarter of an hour, it became evident to all that Drogo was toying with Viserys like a cat with a mouse. As the duel progressed, Viserys' stamina waned, his strikes growing sluggish, while his opponent slipped away like an eel in water, effortlessly deflecting his occasional lethal blows with the golden armlets and leg bands adorning his limbs. The force transmitted through the sword nearly caused Viserys to lose his grip. Outmatched in strength, speed, and skill, Viserys appeared destined for defeat. Yet how could he, a self-proclaimed true dragon, concede so easily? After a few exchanges, fatigue began to set in, and he nearly lost his sword. With a roar, Drogo, having discerned Viserys' weakness, tired of his playful antics, shouted and evaded a diagonal slash from the latter, his hand lunging like an iron claw toward Viserys' neck. To his surprise, Viserys' lips curled into a slight smile, showing no signs of panic. Following his slash, he deftly concealed his sword behind his back, transferring it to his left hand, while his right hand struck out towards Drogo's approaching claw, and with his left, he executed a lethal upward thrust. This was a particularly treacherous and concealed killing move from the Monkey King's swordplay, the hidden blade technique. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd as a sudden strike landed squarely on the right brow of Jaehaerys, causing blood to spurt forth and stain half of his face. However, his left hand, being comparatively weaker, could not breach the protective ridge of his brow with the long sword, sparing his eye from harm. Remarkably, Jaehaerys seemed impervious to pain, as his right hand relentlessly clutched at the throat of Viserys, embodying the fierce determination of one willing to exchange injury for death. Viserys felt as though a noose had been tightened around his neck. He had intended to slash downward with his sword in his left hand, only to find his wrist seized with a vice-like grip from a powerful hand. Jaehaerys' expression twisted into a snarl. Humiliated at having been pecked in the eye by the very quarry he sought to hunt, he resolved to forfeit the milkman's life, believing that only blood could repay his disgrace. With a forceful motion, he disarmed Viserys, reminiscent of the time he had barehandedly shattered the claw of the Haraka, the white lion, upon the great grass sea. He lifted Viserys high with his right hand, as crimson blurred his vision and waves of pain radiated from his brow, driving him to the brink of madness. Viserys' complexion darkened with rage as he struggled, grasping at his opponent's hand, kicking and kneeing in desperation. Yet it was as though he faced the impenetrable walls of dragonstone. His efforts resembled a chick ensnared by the cook, flailing helplessly without recourse. The guards fought valiantly to rush to his aid, but were thwarted by the opposing warriors. The air was filled with the clashing of blades, the sickening thud of steel piercing flesh, and the resounding clang of shields meeting weaponry. At that moment, an enormous shadow blotted out the sky, prompting the crowd to look up in awe as a deadly arrow descended, aimed at Jaehaerys' crown. Marvelous! The queen had arrived. Chapter 71. Unrivaled in the realm, the colossal membrane of wings stirred a tempest, rendering it impossible for those below to keep their eyes open. The majesty of the dragon incited the horses beneath them to whinny and rear in fright. Even the finest steeds, the most noble of war horses, trembled and faltered at the sight of the dragon, succumbing to their primal instincts rooted in ancient bloodlines. As the shadow of the dragon loomed, knights struggled to maintain control over their mounts, yet many were unseated by their terrified steeds. Those with broken legs or injuries scrambled away from the descending shadow, creating a vast expanse of space in a matter of moments. Amidst the rising clouds of dust, the dragon descended gracefully. As the haze settled, the fleeing Dothraki managed to rein in their horses, gazing in terror at the immense creature that dwarfed even the two colossal bronze horses of Westeros. Its body was adorned with shimmering scales, gleaming like pure gold, each scale larger than a human head, densely packed with no gaps in between, interspersed with delicate white patterns akin to jewels embedded in gold. Crowning its imposing head was a circlet of white and gold spikes, resembling a regal diadem, with a long, slender skull and molten gold eyes that glimmered with an otherworldly brilliance. Upon its back, there sat a tall knight clad in armor, resplendent in golden scales, beneath which lay a white undergarment. At his waist hung a hand-and-a-half sword, while in his grasp was a formidable double-curved bow, and alongside him, an arrow quiver dangled from a bony protrusion. He wore a helmet fashioned in the likeness of a dragon's head, its visor raised, revealing a gaunt yet resolute face, strikingly similar to that of Viserys. Only his eyes, devoid of any emotion, cast a glance that seemed to slice through those who met it. Prince Jaehaerys, Sir Lyz exclaimed in astonishment. Despite a decade's absence, the resemblance to Viserys was uncanny, instantly conjuring memories of the once radiant Targaryen twin brother. Below, the battle had come to a standstill, as Drogo Cow hurriedly dodged the incoming arrow, albeit a fraction too late. The arrow pierced his right arm, causing him to involuntarily release Viserys' neck, who collapsed to the ground, coughing violently, gasping for breath, with copious drool spilling from his mouth. Viserys, my dear brother, why do you always appear in such a disheveled state? Jaehaerys glided down the delicate pink membranes of Hellas' wings, his boots adorned with tiny dragon scales. Each year, their mother would send someone to collect Hellas' shed scales to craft garments. Yet Viserys had never enjoyed such indulgence. The golden armaments, greaves, knee guards, skirt armor, codpiece, chest plate, shoulder guards, and throat protection, were met with envy from Viserys as he gazed up at his twin brother, a figure who had vanished for a decade, a most irksome presence. At a critical juncture, he once again found himself saved by that insufferable sibling. Viserys could not fathom why, emerging from the same womb, he was so unfortunate. He had never won a battle, yet here he was, rescued once more by his detested brother. If given a choice, he would rather be saved. After all, he had but one life to spare. His face flushed with indignation, he cast a glance at the barbarian leader, who had nearly taken his life moments before. Enraged and humiliated, an unexpected surge of power coursed through him as he seized the sword from the ground and lunged towards his adversary's heart. Despicable, shameless, wretched. Drogo's three blood brethren, astonished and incensed, drew their blades, yet it was already too late. Just as Drogo Cow was about to meet his demise, a clash echoed in the air. A slender black sword intercepted Viserys' long blade, its silver filaments glimmering like meteors against the night sky. Taking advantage of another's peril is unbecoming of a prince. Jaehaerys interjected, halting Viserys' lethal strike towards Drogo. With a gentle flick of his rapier, he deflected the long sword aside. If someone has wronged you, hone your skills and return the favor in due time. But he nearly killed me, Viserys retorted, his long sword still aimed at Drogo. Such is your ineptitude. After a decade of absence, even with the teachings of the dragon god, you remain as lackluster as ever, Jaehaerys remarked, shaking his head. His steps were unsteady and languid, revealing numerous weaknesses. After receiving prophetic dreams, Viserys evidently failed to hone his fundamental skills. His ability to spar with knights relied solely on his finesse with the sword and the reluctance of his opponents to strike with lethal intent. Should he find himself on the battlefield, he would surely meet his demise within 10 exchanges. It is high time someone enlightened him to this truth, lest he continue to harbor an inflated self-image. My brother, Jaehaerys, hesitated. Once, he would have simply referred to Viserys as his brother, yet now, after a decade of silence, it felt awkward to utter the term. What grievance or vendetta necessitates his demise in a duel? His gaze fixed upon Drogo, cold and piercing, his violet eyes more imposing than the molten gaze of a dragon. This look evoked memories of a great white lion encountered in his youth on the vast grasslands. Unlike the lion, whose eyes were filled with malice, this man regarded him as if he were merely a blade of grass, a tree, or a stone, cold and unfeeling, as if all of existence were but mere foliage in his sight. Drogo shouted in Dothraki, only to see uncertainty flicker across the face of his opponent. He quickly turned and bellowed toward the rear. Soon a trembling translator approached. He repeated his words. Jaehaerys stated that he was unaware this wet nurse was your brother and offered 100 fine horses as compensation. Who says the Dothraki do not know how to yield or engage in trade? This seemed quite reasonable. Jaehaerys was pleased. He informed the translator that a Targaryen would never suffer an insult without retaliation. As Drogo was currently injured and unable to fight, he could send any warrior from his ranks to take his place. If they could withstand even a single strike, then today's grievances would be forgotten. The translator conveyed his words to Drogo Jaehaerys, who appeared uncertain. This man was formidable, and he pondered deeply. Blood of my blood, let me go. 3 blood-sworn warriors vied for the chance, for apart from Drogo Jaehaerys, they possessed the most combat experience. Koro, blood of my blood, you go, but be cautious. Drogo called in Dothraki. A stout, bald man clad in colorful Dothraki leather emerged. Despite his age, he moved with the agility of youth. Koro watched Jaehaerys with utmost vigilance and alertness. Jaehaerys smiled faintly, moving with an air of leisure that evoked the serenity of strolling through a grove of divine trees. In a flash, the black blade gleamed before being sheathed. Ah, I see your frailty. Today, I grant you mercy. A line of blood trickled down from Kahoro's forehead as he incredulously glanced at the arak in his hand. Unbeknownst to him, it had been severed into 2 pieces. The slender blade had not paused for even a moment, instantaneously cutting through the curved sword while inflicting a wound upon Kahoro. As the crowd's eyes momentarily deceived them, they remained oblivious to the means by which he had achieved such fearsome prowess. When Jaehaerys cast his gaze over the surrounding Dothraki knights, each individual instinctively took a step back. The might of one man wielding a sword was sufficient to intimidate thousands of cavalry. Jaehaerys found the situation rather dull, lamenting, I am invincible among mortals. Chapter 72. Surrender the dragon eggs, and I shall spare your life. Drogo, witnessing Kaholo's swift defeat at the hands of Jaehaerys, felt a deep respect, acknowledging that this man surpassed him in strength. The Dothraki revered the strong, and Jaehaerys' effortless triumph over Kaholo earned him the admiration of all the Dothraki. Drogo promptly declared that from this day forth, his Khalasar would no longer trouble the lands of the Undals. Concurrently, the failure of the Blood Riders was his own defeat. He picked up Kaholo's broken blade and severed his own braid, which extended to his knees, offering it with both hands. Jaehaerys nodded, recognizing Drogo's ability to rise and relinquish. A character of merit indeed. In the original tale, his demise was unfortunate. However, in this life, he would likely have no entanglements with Daenerys, thus marking a loss turned gain. The Dothraki came and went in haste, leaving only a trail of horse manure to enrich the soil for the coming year. The governors experienced a roller coaster of emotions, exhilarated by the unexpected turn of events. Initially fearing annihilation, they were unexpectedly rescued by Dragonstone. Otherwise, even if they sold the entire flatland, the gold obtained would scarcely suffice to cover the ransom. Which one of you is Governor Illyrio Mopatus? Jaehaerys inquired with a pleasant demeanor. The governors directed their attention to a portly man with yellow-dyed beard and bifurcated braids, thinking him fortunate to have ventured out. Your Grace, I am indeed Illyrio Mopatus. How may I serve you? He replied, his words tinged with a hint of Braavosi accent, his corpulence belied by his surprisingly nimble movements. You must be aware of my purpose in seeking you, Jaehaerys stated with a half-smile, recognizing that this man shared a connection with Varys. The distinctions between friend and foe were ambiguous for the Targaryen family, and the whereabouts of the true Aegon remained shrouded in mystery. Your Grace, please enlighten me, Illyrio responded. Puzzled. Dragon eggs. A decade ago, you purchased 3 dragon eggs from the Sea Lord of Braavos. Do not tell me that the merchant they spoke of. who once served as a mercenary in Bravos and later wed the sister of the Prince of Pintos, is not you. Oh, so that is what your grace is inquiring about. Illyrio feigned nonchalance, internally relieved, thinking he had not revealed too much. The price is negotiable, though Dragonstone is not affluent. We can afford the 3 dragon eggs, Jaehaerys asserted with confidence. During his years of seclusion, he had remained vigilant through his connection to the realm, closely monitoring the shifting tides of circumstances. Even the details of Balon Greyjoy's rebellion were clear to him, as Lillian Fisher frequently shared intelligence with him during the early years of his retreat. It has been quite some time since I last conversed with that enchanting mermaid. One day, she unexpectedly communicated her intent to enter seclusion for cultivation, and I remain unsure if she has emerged from her retreat. Jaehaerys has devoted 9 years to his own seclusion, successfully condensing the 3 flowers atop his head, harmonizing the 5 energies within his chest, purging the remnants of Een from his spirit, and attaining the status of a young god. At this moment, he has reached the realm of a celestial being. However, in order to withstand the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations, and to achieve the status of an earth immortal, he was compelled to invest over a year transferring all his magical power and divinity to his incense clone through the art of transference. Afterward, he spent another year ensuring that a fragment of his original spirit remained within his physical form. Years of spiritual nourishment have elevated his corporeal body to the pinnacle of mortal strength, even in the absence of any spiritual energy. Lacking divine essence, he now stands as a mere representative of the dragon god to the deities, or perhaps a fleshly marionette. As he traverses the world, he relies solely on the strength of a mortal physique, not utilizing a trace of spiritual energy, thus avoiding any breach of divine prohibitions. Your Highness, those dragon eggs were procured through my eloquent persuasion with Illyrio, and I have no intention of relinquishing them so easily. Silence. The pure warrior Jaehaerys, stripped of the restraint and decorum of his cultivation, seeks only to suppress all dissent with his formidable power. He unsheathes the meteor blade and swiftly severs a small braid from Illyrio's beard, declaring, I am not here to negotiate. Do you understand? Surrender the dragon eggs, or face death. Illyrio, feeling the cool breeze against his chin, inwardly cursed, lamenting the loss of his well-maintained beard. Yet, there was no time for sorrow, as he could clearly see the glimmer of cold light in Jaehaerys' eyes. Your Highness, do not be angered. I am willing to offer them to you. At least you are sensible, Jaehaerys replied. I care not for your relationship with Viserys, nor do I wish to entangle myself in your schemes. I warn you, do not provoke me or the Targaryen family of Dragonstone. Awakening the wrath of the sleeping dragon will only lead to your own ruin. Your Highness, Illyrio exclaimed, alarmed. Many are aware of my friendship with Viserys, but any insinuation of conspiracy is utterly unfounded. Initially, we merely accepted orders and commissions, harboring no thoughts of overstepping our bounds. Now, with Dragonstone commanding mighty dragons and formidable strength, coupled with our recent territorial acquisitions, we could indeed become even stronger in just a few years. Aligning ourselves with you may not be unwise after all. However, this would require consultation with Viserys, for he possesses far greater experience in such matters. The dragon eggs are housed within my abode. Might I invite your Highness to accompany me? Very well. I doubt you will conjure any significant turmoil. Jaehaerys nodded. Your Highness, I implore you to reconsider. Our forces have yet to land. Should they harbor any unwarranted thoughts, Sir Lyz, the leader of the internal guards, cautioned in a hushed tone, even though your Highness possesses extraordinary martial skills, the world is rife with overt blades and covert arrows. As an internal guard, while I am not well versed in assassination techniques, I have witnessed enough of my fellow guards uncover numerous assassins dispatched by the Iron Throne. Some methods of assassination are astonishing beyond comprehension. Remain vigilant. Jaehaerys waved his hand, devoid of any trace of spiritual power, yet he possessed a mortal frame of divine origin, rendering him immune to myriad toxins. Moreover, as a being traversing the world in a human guise, how could he possibly lack any means of defense? The woman in the crimson robe, Melisandre, bore a magical gem yet remained merely mortal, yet she was still impervious to the grasp of the deceased scholar, old Maester Chiron. Beneath Jaehaerys' neck, concealed beneath his garments, hung a finely crafted dragon god statue. Illyrio's abode was resplendent, with floors adorned in white marble, and the corridors flanked by intricately carved beams and painted decorations. In the grand reception hall, colored stained glass depicted the fall of Valyria, while black lanterns lining the walls burned with an unceasing oil. Your Grace, allow me but a moment's respite. I shall summon the dragon eggs at once. Illyrio turned to his slaves, issuing a brief command, and immediately someone hastened towards the rear of the estate. Moments later, 4 burly slaves approached, bearing a cedar chest embellished with bronze. Upon opening it, Jaehaerys beheld 3 magnificent dragon eggs, resting serenely atop velvet and brocade. One was a deep green, revealing bronze speckles as he turned it. Another was a pale milky hue adorned with golden stripes. The last was black, adorned with dark red waves and swirls. Vermithrax, Rhaegar, and Viserion. Jaehaerys silently intoned their names, for in this life, they would be bestowed with new names and new tales. Are you prepared to soar alongside me amidst the azure skies? As if responding to Jaehaerys' call, the vitality within the dragon eggs surged. Chapter 73, A Journey to the North, Part 1. Jaehaerys successfully acquired the dragon eggs, simultaneously achieving his aim of intimidating the Dothraki and the people of Pentos, truly a trifecta of success. He boarded the ship Healer and returned to Dragonstone, savoring the exhilarating sensation of private flight. A gentle breeze whisked him swiftly to his destination. Upon handing the 3 dragon eggs to Queen Rhaegar, he found no inclination to linger, as if awaiting the hatching of chicks. He left the matter of the dragon eggs unattended, likely 3 descendants of dragons, each destined for a single egg, a tradition upheld by House Targaryen for many years, only to see its lineage severed after the dragons vanished for a century. Healer had grown considerably in size and possessed unique abilities, and with years of collaboration with the lords of the continent, Dragonstone had secured a decidedly unique political position. Militarily speaking, the notion of conquering the entirety of Westeros with a single dragon was but a fanciful delusion. The times had changed. This was not the era of Aegon the Conqueror, 3 centuries past. The unified continent of Westeros, with its 7 kingdoms standing united against external threats, boasted military strength exceeding 200,000 troops. The number of ships was beyond counting. While riding Healer could defeat any lord's army, how would he contend with foes emerging from all directions? The nuclear bomb, in its dormant state, has always been the most formidable deterrent. Thus, Jaehaerys must suppress his burgeoning ambitions, skillfully exploiting the discord among the lords to create division and disintegration, rather than using his external influence to unite them once more. After 12 years of diligent governance, the stability of the realm has become evident, and Robert finds himself in a fortuitous moment, as a prolonged summer brings peace and prosperity, allowing him to firmly secure the Iron Throne. Direct military confrontation has become inadvisable. Indeed, if one were to adhere to Jaehaerys' reasoning, the wisest course of action would be to renounce the claim to the Iron Throne entirely, thus extricating himself from the fray. However, it is evident that he cannot relinquish this nominal claim to the Iron Throne. Without it, what justification would he have to intervene in the conflicts of the realm? How else could he navigate the murky waters of discord? Fortunately, the narrative unfolds swiftly, and with the arrival of the new year, it will be 297 AC. The very moment the original storyline commences. In this lifetime, he has ensured that the inner guard discreetly conveys certain information to the then-reigning King Robert, and surely, his demise is imminent. Now, he merely awaits the slow spread of the poison he has sown, until it ensnares all in its grasp, driving the poisonous thorns deep. Jaehaerys' emergence from seclusion serves not only to instigate events, but also to settle debts. Upon his departure from King's Landing, certain individuals extended their assistance, and now that he possesses the means, it is only fitting that he reciprocates. His first destination shall be the Wall and the North. According to intelligence from the Inner Guard, a significant faction within the Red Keep opted to don black attire, thus a visit to the Night's Watch is inevitable. Furthermore, he must venture to Winterfell, for according to the original narrative, Jon Snow, the purported bastard son of Rhaegar and Lyanna, lacks the credibility to assert his lineage, as evidenced by a tome perused by Samwell Tarly and Gilly. Moreover, the Targaryen succession laws have been subtly altered, reaffirmed by Queen Rhaegar through oaths and royal decrees, inscribed in the royal charter following her coronation, a truth known only to her and the Prime Minister. Consequently, whether it be the exiled Aegon or Jon Snow, the rights of bastards and legitimate heirs now hold equal standing, even if both are deemed legitimate offspring. The widely accepted firstborn heir of Queen Rhaegar has quietly shifted to Viserys. The legendary Jon Snow, one of the few protagonists to survive until the finale, cannot be overlooked by Jaehaerys prior to his journey to the Wall. He has arranged for weapons, provisions, dried fish, canned goods, and wool to be prepared for shipment to the Night's Watch, directly dispatched to Eastwatch. He has coordinated with the equestrian personnel on the plains of Andalos, individuals who were, in fact, recruited during his period of seclusion. The initial batch of horses has been cultivated, and over 1,000 knights have been trained, undergoing extensive preparation on Dragonstone, Driftmark, and the Crab Isle. Additionally, there are 3,000 reserve cavalrymen awaiting their steeds, as for over a decade. Dragonstone has forged thousands of sets of armored horse gear and heavy armor, ready for their masters to don as they embark on their conquests. Upon the Queen's command, a fleet laden with provisions, weapons, timber, and stone set forth for the Andes Plain, which had now been renamed For the Land, meaning Land of Abundance. A governor was appointed to oversee the region with a provisional term of 3 years. He himself mounted his dragon, Hela, and swiftly made his way to the north. In Winterfell, Count Yorn of the Vale, having just sent his young son, Wymar Royce, to Winterfell, was prepared for the latter to accompany the chief ranger, Benjen Stark, to the wall. For this purpose, Count Yorn brought an ample supply of provisions. He received a warm welcome from the Duke of the North, and just as Ned raised a toast to the king, a roar echoed from afar. A dragon! The alarm rang out. Soldiers on the towers cried out in panic. Duke Ned and his children ascended the tower, where they beheld a golden dragon soaring overhead. "Is this how you entertain your guests, Lord Eddard?" shouted a silver-haired youth atop the dragon's back. The Northerners, known for their hospitality towards friends and their weapons towards foes, were left to ponder whether the prince from Dragonstone came as a friend or an enemy. "Certainly a friend," Jaehaerys replied with a hearty laugh as he directed Hela to land atop a charred and abandoned tower, then glided down to the castle walls. "Might I request that your men lower their crossbows? My little dragon may not fear such toothpicks, but she finds it quite irksome when others point them at her." Ned steadied himself and gestured for the soldiers to lower their weapons, though he did not dismiss them entirely. "Now, allow me to introduce myself. I am Jaehaerys Targaryen, the rightful son of the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. As fate would have it, this is our first meeting, Lord Eddard. Your Highness, what brings you such a distance? Even in this long summer, the north remains cold," Ned inquired. He had heard tales of Dragonstone's dealings with various lords of the realm in recent years, but could hardly fathom what would compel a prince to traverse such perilous lands to Winterfell. Unless it was for that matter. "Lord Eddard, would you not offer me some refreshment? The chill of the northern skies has left me quite frozen." Jaehaerys chuckled. Ned contemplated for a moment before inviting him into the hall. Guests should be welcomed, and some matters could not simply be avoided. "Are these Lord Eddard's children?" Jaehaerys observed the 6 young ones, noting the tallest with red hair, whom he presumed to be Robb, the brown-haired lad likely Jon, and the 3 younger ones, Arya, Bran, and Rickon. The young man in the distance, perpetually wearing a smirk, must be Theon Greyjoy. Indeed, upon Ned's introduction, Jaehaerys confirmed his assumptions. "And who might this gentleman and young lord be?" he inquired, noticing other guests present. "This is Count Yorn Royce of the Vale and his son, Sir Wymar Royce," Ned replied, making the necessary introductions. "It turns out to be the illustrious Bronze John, a name I have long admired." Jaehaerys wore a modest yet courteous smile. Yet this man was merely a minor character. It is his son who, if I surmise correctly, is the unfortunate soul who met his demise at the hands of the White Walkers. How intriguing. As the feast resumed with fresh wine and light, Jaehaerys spotted Catelyn Tully. He nodded in greeting, which sufficed for a prince of his stature. Of course, he could have kissed her fingers, but this woman, while somewhat foolish, is infinitely more sensible than her sister. According to the intelligence from the inner guards, it appears that Robert Arryn may not be the biological child of Jon Arryn. Given the stark differences in hair and eye color, Jon Arryn possessed golden hair and blue eyes, while both Lisa Tully and Catelyn Tully exhibit the typical Tully traits of red hair and blue eyes. Yet, how could their offspring emerge with deep brown hair and green eyes? Intriguingly, Lisa's lover, the Master of Coin, Peter Baelish, possesses deep brown hair and gray-green eyes. How utterly fascinating. One wonders if Jon Arryn, upon discovering the hereditary traits of House Baratheon and realizing that Cersei's 3 children are not Robert's, ever contemplated the possibility that his own heir might also be of uncertain parentage. However, it matters not whether he pondered this or not. The benevolent prince would surely ensure assistance arrives at the opportune moment. It cannot be that the honest man bears the brunt of such a burden, raising a child only to ultimately lose his life. Such injustice. Peter Baelish is indeed more ruthless than even Shimin-Ching. Chaos serves as a ladder to ascend. Yet now Peter must await Jaehaerys' willingness to provide that ladder and hope it remains steady throughout. The unexpected guest had cast a pall over the gathering, leaving the attendees disinterested in the feast. Jaehaerys, being the guest of highest rank, sat closest to the Duke and Duchess. At the far end near the entrance sat Jon Snow, isolated and seemingly detached from the festivities. Despite his efforts to minimize his presence, the frequent scrutiny from Jaehaerys rendered him restless. Catelyn's gaze swept between the two, feeling insulted that a bastard received more attention than the legitimate son of the Duke, which stirred discomfort within her. Yet, out of restraint, she refrained from displaying her displeasure publicly. Soon, the banquet concluded, and Wyman Manderley was escorted away by Benjen Stark and his black-clad brothers, followed by Bronze John taking his leave. The hall was left with only Jaehaerys and the Stark family. Sansa gazed at the handsome prince, her heart racing. He was irresistibly charming, his deep-set eyes resembling purple crystals. His complexion pale yet devoid of any youthful naivety. Particularly, the way his lips curled into a smile seemed to be directed at her, causing her heart to nearly melt. As he rode upon the magnificent dragon, fearlessly confronting an army of thousands, he epitomized the image of the Dragon Knight, Prince Aemon, that resided within her heart. By the gods above, how could such a flawless man exist in this world? She whispered casually with her sister, yet her gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the prince. Ned instructed Catelyn to escort the children back to their quarters, but the little ones were reluctant to depart. After all, this was the first Dragon Knight in over a century. Who among them had not heard the tales of dragons and their riders from the old nurse's lips? Ultimately, Catelyn had to adopt the demeanor of a housekeeper to usher the children back, while Jon Snow nestled in the shadows of the corner, secretly wishing to slip away. Were it not for the fear of incurring Catelyn's displeasure, my lord, I believe it would be prudent to allow Jon Snow to remain and listen to our conversation, as he surely deserves the right to know. What do you think? Jaehaerys sipped from his silver-embellished goblet of summer red wine, speaking with a casual air that belied the gravity of his words. In an instant, a flash of realization struck Ned, Catelyn, and Jon like a bolt of lightning. Ned's fists clenched tightly, overturning the plates and goblets before him, the crimson liquid staining his gray front, evoking memories from over a decade past. Catelyn grasped her gown tightly, her heart boiling with rage. Her face, turned away from her husband, was pale and contorted, a pain she could never release, a torment tied to a woman named Ashera. Yet how was this connected to the Targaryens? She wished to remain, but feared the moment of truth would shatter her. Taking a deep breath, she admonished the children to leave the hall and return to their rooms in a trembling yet stern tone. Without casting a glance at Jon Snow, she departed. Your Highness, do you know something? Ned inquired, striving for a placating tone. Lord Ned, I must say, Lord Holland Reed is indeed a remarkable sorcerer. But that is all there is to it. Jaehaerys replied nonchalantly. Ned gazed at Jaehaerys in disbelief, as if confronted by a creature more terrifying and grotesque than any dragon. I do not comprehend your words. He insisted, forcing himself to remain composed. Oh, are you certain you wish for me to clarify? Do not speak of the Tower of Joy. Ned interjected loudly. Jon swore he had never witnessed such vulnerability in his father, who was always as unyielding as the icy rocks of the north, his stern visage reflecting the resolve of a northerner. What was the Tower of Joy 14 years ago when I was born? Jon pondered. Jon, you may leave now. I require a moment alone with His Highness. Ned commanded. Jon, feeling helpless, pushed the door open and departed. He contemplated sneaking around to eavesdrop, perhaps emulating Bran by perching on the windowsill or the rooftop, discreetly sweeping the snow aside. After all, bastards have never been afforded any honor, have they? Yet, he lacked Bran's agility. Hey, Jon, Bran whispered from the rooftop. Don't you want to listen? Jon certainly yearned to know, but he was even more disinclined to let Bran in on his curiosity. Deep down, he felt he ought to escape, to avoid hearing any of their words. I should accompany Uncle Benjen to the wall today, don the black attire, and pledge the Night's Watch oath beneath the weirwood. Bran, you must leave as well. Otherwise, I shall forbid you from climbing to the tower's top for a year. Ned's voice thundered once more. Bran shrugged and quietly remarked to Jon, You've ruined it. Then, like a monkey, he scampered back to the narrow window of his own chamber. Now, aside from the two Riddlers, no one knew what was to be discussed inside, and Jon exhaled in relief. Jaehaerys gazed at a corner of the room with a half-smile, murmuring the word chameleon. Upon hearing this, Ned appeared as though struck by lightning. His complexion paled, and after a moment, he turned back to the prince. Your Highness, are you aware of the consequences of such a matter? Lord Ned, do not overthink it. With Dragonstone ahead, his presence is hardly a concern. My purpose here is not to take him away, but merely to seek an answer that has perplexed me for some time. Now that I have discovered the answer, there is no need for further visits. Oh, by the way, you may not know, but Dragonstone has now converted to the faith of the Dragon God. If possible, I hope you will not hinder the spread of his faith among the Northmen. Jaehaerys paused. Furthermore, this talisman of the Dragon God is a gift for Jon. I kindly ask you to deliver it to him, your grace. Jaehaerys handed a pendant, intricately carved from obsidian, to Ned. I may refrain from obstructing your deity's propagation in the north, but Jon is my own charge. He venerates my god, and will never embrace yours. Your god is merely a collection of earthly fowl, existing long enough to be remembered, Jaehaerys scoffed, concealing his intent to vanquish them with ease. He thrust the talisman into Ned's hands, declaring the matter settled, and prepared to depart that evening. Upon encountering Jon Snow, he finally comprehended why the mediocre warrior Holland Reed had survived the Battle of the Tower of Joy. He understood why Ned had claimed that had it not been for Reed, he too would have perished at the hands of the Kingsguard. The diminutive man from the neck possessed unexpected abilities, able to summon the old gods from the far south, a fact that astonished him, suggesting that the ancient deities had paid a considerable price. No wonder Holland Reed never made an appearance afterward. He likely dared not leave Neck's Edge. Of course, had it not been for Jaehaerys achieving a form of enlightenment as a demigod, he might have been easily deceived. It is thus understandable why, in the series, when Melisandre beheld Jon Snow, she realized her grievous error. Beneath Jon's unmistakably stark visage, the magic concealed the Targaryen lineage's signature violet eyes. Under the influence of sorcery, Jon's eye color gradually morphed into the brown characteristic of House Stark. As for why Ned sought out Aeshera Dane to return her brother's sword, it was largely a ruse. For Aeshera, too, possessed the same brown hair and violet eyes. Jaehaerys was unwilling to delve deeper into why Aeshera would choose death. He merely needed to ascertain that Jon Snow was indeed Rhaegar's child, and he had no desire to explore further. Perhaps in those days, Aeshera truly did succumb to a Stark, but this Stark may not necessarily be Ned. He treaded upon the walls of Winterfell, leaping onto the back of the dragon, Syrax, as the great beast roared skyward, soaring into the clouds, heading northward. Yet, though he departed, he left behind a plethora of troubles for the Stark family of Winterfell. Catelyn spent a sleepless night, awaiting an explanation from her husband, yet by dawn, he remained absent. Ultimately, the servants discovered Duke Ned, having knelt in the godswood throughout the night. Arya and Bran frolicked in a game of pretending to be dragon riders, while Sansa wore a countenance of blooming innocence, clearly still lost in her daydreams. Robb had gone to find Jon, their bond always having been close. In the end, Catelyn could only sigh. She harbored resentment towards her husband and that bastard child. Yet, from their conversation the previous day, it seemed her husband bore a weighty secret. And this bastard appeared to be shrouded in many undisclosed mysteries. She feared that unearthing the secret could spell disaster for both the Starks and the Tullys. It would be best to send him away soon, whether to the Wall, the Citadel, or Essos, anything to prevent his presence from further disrupting their family. Jaehaerys rode upon the great dragon Syrax, traversing the Gift, as darkness loomed with the promise of snow, the heights proving frigid. Upon passing through Crown's Landing, he resolved to descend and rest, for even his robust constitution felt the discomfort of high-altitude flight. He had long since been impervious to the elements. Yet who would not desire to gaze upon the vastness of the world from the clear blue skies? Crown's Landing had fallen into disrepair, once. It had welcomed the benevolent Queen Alysanne and her dragon, Silverwing, who had made this place their abode, prompting the townsfolk to paint the battlements a golden hue. Later, wildlings and marauders frequently besieged this small town, leading its inhabitants to gradually abandon it, rendering the area increasingly desolate. He allowed Hela the freedom to hunt at will. To the east of King S Road lay the unending mountains, home to over 40 clans of the Highlands, alongside countless wild bison, elk, and grizzly bears. In this wilderness, Hela could easily find sustenance that suited her palate. At dawn the following day, the satiated dragon returned to her master with a flap of her wings, sparks erupting from her nostrils, igniting the pile of firewood before Jaehaerys. With the flames crackling, he roasted a spruce hen, cutting the tender meat into thumb-sized morsels interspersed with freshly dug matsutake mushrooms. As the fire kissed the dish, an intoxicating aroma wafted through the air. With each bite, the rich flavor of the chicken harmonized beautifully with the delicate fragrance of the mushrooms, a truly exquisite delight. How wonderful it would be to add a roasted bear paw to this feast. In the northern lands, grizzly bears abound, and this season, just before the snowfall, is when they diligently fatten themselves. Alas, although this region is situated at the headwaters of the last river, the salmon migrating upstream to spawn do not venture here, preferring instead the solitary mountain area, thus attracting all the bears within a 100-mile radius. He wiped his greasy hands, lamenting his lack of magical power, rendering even the simplest cleansing spells beyond his reach, a true inconvenience. At that moment, soaring high above, he could catch a glimpse of a long white line in the distance. Gradually, this line ascended, and under the sunlight, The Great Wall shimmered like crystal, a breathtaking sight to behold. The wall was spacious, roughly the width of a dual four-lane road. He refrained from recklessly riding his dragon onto the battlements, for he was not there to be an unwelcome guest. Unlike his visit to Winterfell with Stark, he was merely there to offer support and settle debts. Surely the Night's Watch at Castle Black had received the message from Dragonstone, containing supplies ample enough to fill a large Lycian trading vessel. Jaehaerys was confident that he would receive a warm welcome from the Night's Watch. As the dragon descended onto the open ground outside Castle Black, countless brothers of the Night's Watch, clad in black and draped in dark cloaks, surged forth from the castle. On the towering 700-foot walls, heads occasionally poked out, eager to catch a glimpse of this foreign spectacle. Perched high upon his dragon's back, Jaehaerys waved enthusiastically at them, reminiscent of a king acknowledging his subjects, exuding a slight air of grandeur. Brothers of the Night's Watch, your efforts are commendable. Thank you for your steadfast loyalty in guarding the realm against dreadful foes, Jaehaerys proclaimed, standing tall, while the black-clad men were moved to tears. Good heavens! Could the scales of this dragon be pure gold? How else could they shine so brilliantly? Commander Jeor Mormont welcomed with utmost enthusiasm all nobles willing to donate supplies. Since joining the Night's Watch, all past grievances were wiped clean, even though he had once fought for the usurper at the Battle of the Trident. He held no ill will towards House Targaryen. He had merely served his liege lord. Chapter 76. The Journey to the North, Part 4. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Jaehaerys expressed his purpose. When he fled the Red Keep years ago, several loyal guards had selflessly aided his escape, temporarily setting aside the deceased. Many of those who survived were exiled to the Wall. The Night's Watch, a uniquely significant entity on the continent of Westeros, found that his inner circle had yet to establish an intelligence network there. The North was already harsh, and life beyond the Wall was even more grueling. His inner circle believed that aside from guarding against the raiders from beyond, there was little merit in expending effort on other matters. While this perspective was not entirely misguided, to Southerners, the so-called White Walkers, giants, and children of the forest were mere figments of legend. Jaehaerys felt he could guide the thoughts of the inner circle and the Queen's Council, yet he must refrain from excessive interference. As long as actions remained reasonable, his subordinates should cultivate their own strategies. He could not shoulder every burden alone, for such a role would be exhausting. Moreover, the inner circle had performed admirably over the past decade. The overall development of Dragonstone was flourishing, indicating that the Queen's ministers were dutifully fulfilling their responsibilities. Old Bear expressed his understanding, noting that gratitude and loyalty had always been admirable virtues of knighthood. He instructed the affairs officer to summon the guards from the Red Keep who had been exiled to the Wall during the War of Usurpation, orchestrated by Tywin Lannister. Among the Night's Watch, some had already recognized Jaehaerys, and, upon hearing Old Bear's command, stepped forward. Are you Sir Alicia Thorne? Are you Sir Jaime Relic? Jaehaerys meticulously identified them. The survivors from that fateful day were scattered across the 3 fortresses of the Wall, and only a small fraction stood before him. When the gates of the Red Keep were flung open by Jaime, many of the guards chose to fight to the death. Notable figures included the former Hand of the King, Manly Stark, and his eldest son, Cyril Stark, along with Ser Darren Tunstall from Crow's Perch, who was struck down by Lannister arrows, and the brothers of the Riverlands who met their demise in the cellar. The deceased had long departed, yet the living remained in sorrow. The Thorne, Relic, and Derry families had once been esteemed houses during the reign of Aerys II. Though Robert had granted them clemency, he also stripped them of vast lands and subjects, reducing these once great families to mere shadows of their former selves. The Stark family endured the harshest fate. Now led by Lady Tanda, they had only 2 daughters surviving. The elder, Ferris, had taken a husband, yet their marriage had been fraught with misfortune, leaving them childless after many years. The younger daughter, the feeble-minded Loras, was a timid and foolish woman, now in her 30s and yet to be wed. Reports from the inner circle indicated that in recent years, Lady Tanda had sought suitable suitors for Loras, approaching figures such as Littlefinger and Tyrion Lannister. However, none deemed her worthy of their match, rendering her a subject of ridicule within the realm. The Derry family faced a similar plight. For those who had fought valiantly for House Targaryen, their fate was indeed disheartening. Jaehaerys would not allow such loyalty to be disregarded. The indignities wrought by Robert would be rectified. Dragonstone would restore their honor. Alicia Thorne has now assumed the role of the new training commander at Black Castle, while Jeremy Lannister has gained considerable renown as a ranger. Jaehaerys embraced both individuals warmly, having meticulously selected several fine weapons and armor from the arsenal of Dragonstone, which he dispatched to Eastwatch along with provisions, instructing the steward to personally deliver them to the former guards of the Red Keep. This marked Jaehaerys' first encounter with Sir Jon Omarlon, the commander of the Night's Watch. From the fleeting exchanges, he discerned that while the man was indeed shrewd, he retained the essence of a northerner. Jaehaerys entreated him to afford him a moment's privacy with his two old acquaintances, then quietly inquired about their personal desires. Should circumstances permit, he wished to bring these former Red Keep guards back to Dragonstone. A flicker of intrigue crossed the eyes of both men, yet alas, it was but a fleeting moment, as they shook their heads in unison, graciously declining his proposition. As Jaehaerys had anticipated, not all souls in this world have forsaken the chivalric code or their fidelity to oaths. More than a decade prior, they had steadfastly upheld their loyalty to House Targaryen until the bitter end. Now, having sworn the Night's Watch oath, they would naturally honor it as well. Perhaps they bore their own imperfections. Sir Thorne was known for his acerbic wit, while Sir Lannister often exuded an air of arrogance, believing himself superior. Nonetheless, they were fundamentally good men. With the threat of the White Walkers looming and the wildlings launching their assault on the wall ahead of them, the future of the wall promised to be fraught with peril. Human strength can only extend so far, and Jaehaerys could not assure their safety. He certainly would not stand idly by as they walked into death. Each received a protective talisman, a token of his goodwill. He possessed an abundance of such trinkets, composed of inexpensive materials, yet imbued with the blessings of his divine essence. While they held no sway over mortals, they offered a modicum of protection against malevolent entities such as Whites and White Walkers. Moreover, the exclusive weapons he provided were similarly consecrated. They appeared ordinary in daily use. Yet when clashing with Whites or White Walkers, their efficacy rivaled that of Valyrian steel. One must not underestimate the potency of the consecrated relics. For even as a lesser deity, bolstered by the entirety of its divine power and awareness, it could potentially bestow a challenge to even mid-tier deities. Mid-tier deities are already considered high-tier in this realm, given that only 2 high deities exist. As for the others, they might as well rely on fire or obsidian weaponry. Is it truly believed that consecration requires no exertion? Without applying some pressure, would these haughty lords ever lower their noble heads or offer their steadfast knees? During the dinner hour, Sir Jon Omarlon arranged for the affairs officer to invite Jaehaerys to the banquet at Black Castle. It must be acknowledged that currently, the resources at the wall are in no short supply, thanks to the stability of the realm and the decade-long summer. The lands of the northern lords have reaped bountiful harvests. Although the lands gifted to the Night's Watch are sparsely populated, the military presence at the wall is equally modest, thus ensuring adequate provisions. At the banquet, Elder Xiong subtly expressed his desire to recruit soldiers from Dragonstone and other regions, to which Jaehaerys readily agreed. With the continued economic ascent of Dragonstone, numerous smugglers and tax evaders have faced severe penalties, thanks to the stringent measures enforced by the Dragonstone customs. A situation significantly aided by the former Admiral, Cretan. The tax enforcement and anti-smuggling vessels of Dragonstone are all part of the Rapid Response Fleet, named after the Sea Serpent, ensuring that no smuggler can evade their pursuit across the seas. Presently, the prisons of Dragonstone are overflowing. Many of these individuals have been influenced by the faith in the Dragon God, rather than allowing them to atone through years of labor. It would be more beneficial to have them spread the Dragon Goddess faith beyond the wall. It could be seen as a repurposing of resources. Chapter 77, Journey to the North, Part 5. The two parties agreed upon a location and method for the personnel handover as the banquet neared its conclusion. Jaehaerys seized an opportunity to converse privately with Elder Xiong. By the way, why did I not see your scholar at the dinner? Are you referring to Scholar Eamon? He mentioned he was feeling unwell, perhaps wishing to avoid my presence as a descendant of the Dragon King. Jaehaerys stroked his somewhat scruffy beard. His curiosity about this wise elder, who voluntarily relinquished his claim to the throne, was piqued. I have heard that Elder Xiong has a son? Jaehaerys remarked casually. A son. A crow flew over Elder Xiong's head and landed on his shoulder. A misfortune for the family. Elder Xiong sighed deeply, revealing that his sister, Maggie, had informed him about Scholar Eamon relaying the news of Jorah Mormont's escape. Were it not for his role as a Night's Watchman, I would have traveled to Essos to retrieve this wayward son. Elder Xiong did not resent his son for engaging in the slave trade and breaking the law, but rather for lacking the courage to take responsibility for his actions. I have heard he is currently serving as a mercenary between Pentos and Volantis. If Elder Xiong desires, I would be willing to make arrangements. However, rather than having him don black robes or severing his head, I would prefer he serve Dragonstone. Being positioned as a spy close to Daenerys, merely seeking a pardon. As long as he demonstrates his worth, Dragonstone can certainly meet his demands. Of course, words alone are insufficient. I hope Elder Xiong can write a personal letter. I believe he now deeply regrets his actions and yearns for a chance at redemption. And who better than you to earn his trust? Elder Xiong cast a meaningful glance at Jaehaerys, acknowledging that as children grow, they develop their own thoughts, rendering this old man seemingly powerless. There is no need for Elder Xiong to be modest. One cannot force a cow to drink water. Yet what if that cow is parched and eager to return to the pasture? This, very well, rather than perish ambiguously like other mercenaries. It is far more honorable to meet one's end as a knight. However, he resolved that from this day forth, he would no longer act as a member of House Mormont. Old Bear ultimately made up his mind. Although the Targaryen family currently appeared to be in a position of weakness, their claim to the throne had never been denied. While people could expel them, they could not refute their legitimacy. Even the High Septon and the Council must recognize this fact, and it alone surpasses all other factions. Moreover, with the dragon now residing on Dragonstone, it is entirely possible that more will come in the future, as long as the Targaryen family possesses dragons. It is only a matter of time before they reclaim the Iron Throne. This sentiment has become a private consensus among many. Though usurpers may seize the throne by force, they would ultimately have to relinquish it in the face of dragons. In recent years, many lords from the Riverlands and Dorne have not fully adhered to the commands from King's Landing, with even some royal families exchanging glances with Dragonstone. Yet, King's Landing hesitates to punish them, which speaks volumes. In contrast, Robert's newly appointed Master of Ships, Prince Stannis Baratheon, insists that some disobedient lords must face consequences. Otherwise, the Iron Throne's edicts may not even reach the walls of King's Landing. In essence, they need to find a suitable scapegoat to appease the masses. And Old Bear is reluctant to send the entire Mormont family to the slaughter. Jorah, when weighed against the entirety of House Mormont, is insignificant. Old Bear is indeed a man of great stature. Jaehaerys praised him, recognizing the old man as astute, meticulous in his actions, truly deserving of his position as Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Old Bear took comfort in knowing that Jorah is a remarkable talent, even on Dragonstone. He has heard of Jorah's immense renown among mercenaries. Given that Dragonstone currently suffers from a shortage of talent, Jorah, even as a commoner, would surely stand out in the military camp soon enough. Old Bear wished to interject, cautioning against fame. The fear of notoriety is akin to a pig fearing growth. He preferred to remain a nameless knight. Yet, the situation is as it stands, and further words would be futile. Resigned, Old Bear accepted reality and promptly penned a letter, delivering it personally to Jaehaerys. Jaehaerys discerned Old Bear's concerns, but did he need to elaborate? The Dragonstone army is not easily distinguished in the current climate. Years ago, before their seclusion, Dragonstone sought thousands of orphans and widows from the mainland, whose fathers and husbands had perished in the war of usurpation. Many of them were sons of knights and lords, possessing some military foundation. With the establishment of the Dragonstone Military Academy, a systematic military training program was developed for these orphans, focusing on both theoretical knowledge and practical exercises. The most capable among them have since risen to become junior officers in the Dragonstone army. Those lacking in ability have been replaced by more competent newcomers over the years. It can be said that while the Dragonstone army is currently modest in size, numbering merely in the thousands, in terms of organizational capability, execution, and combat awareness, none in this era can rival them. In the prolonged struggle against the Iron Throne, forged in the crucible of blood and fire, the forces of Dragonstone underwent a remarkable transformation. Their unwavering combat spirit, versatile tactics, and the capacity for multi-point breakthroughs utilizing small squads moved the military strategists of the entire continent of Westeros. Upon investigation, it was revealed that the army of Dragonstone comprised no knights and scarcely any lords. Rather, it consisted predominantly of commoners. They employed a system of ranks that replaced the traditional leadership role of knights in the army. The hierarchy within the military was defined by rank, such that when a superior officer fell, the subordinate would automatically ascend, and should a subordinate perish, the next officer would be promoted. Only if an entire unit's lower-ranking officers and elite soldiers were to be annihilated could their organizational capacity be completely dismantled. Even when faced with insurmountable odds, this army would not willingly lay down their arms and accept surrender. They were not nobility. They understood that in a land like Westeros, where common soldiers were often regarded as expendable, they held little value as captives. Therefore, even in the event of their superior's demise, they would continue to fight valiantly under the leadership of the more seasoned soldiers among them. Lords and knights with even a modicum of military knowledge would hesitate to engage such an army. They had heard tales of Astapor on the continent of Essos, known for mass training unsullied soldiers, and some had witnessed the bronze-helmed unsullied guards accompanying wealthy merchants in the free trade cities. Yet, in comparison to the forces of Dragonstone, the unsullied, though formidable, lacked a certain spirit, akin to cold, emotionless killing machines. Conversely, the Dragonstone army exhibited discipline and valor, earning respect and instilling fear on the battlefield. In their daily lives, they paid for goods rather than resorting to plunder, and they haggled for lower prices with merchants instead of raising fists or drawing swords. They were vibrant young men, a charming band of warriors. Chapter 78. The Journey to the North, Part 6. All Northerners, Westerlanders. Or Ironborn prided themselves on being able to take on 10 men from anywhere else, yet they dared not direct such bravado towards the soldiers of Dragonstone. In Dragonstone and other islands of Blackwater Bay, including the Crab Isle, the Cape of Mars, and even on the mainland of Westeros, upon encountering soldiers adorned with the three-headed dragon sigil, even the most reckless and troublemaking individuals would fall silent. In truth, these soldiers did not boast an extensive record of victories. At most, they had once clashed with the soldiers of Storm's End in King's Landing, exterminated a group of Lannister retainers at the doorstep of Lord Lyke's abode in the Vale, and sent a dozen members of House Arryn fleeing in terror in Seagull Town. They had also dispatched a band of pirates in disputed territory, and that was the extent of their accomplishments. Yet, for reasons unknown, they had garnered an immense and formidable reputation. As Jaehaerys departed, he took with him a personal letter penned by Old Bear, for he was keen to court the lords he was accustomed to. After all, there was no need to create enemies unnecessarily, especially the Bear Island family. Jaehaerys held a profound admiration for the charming bear girl in the series, which can be described as truly remarkable. His fondness extended to the entire Mormont family, evoking a considerable sense of goodwill. Speaking of goodwill, one must also mention the sentiment of animosity. Having ventured into the north, he did not intend to play the role of a mere benefactor. He mounted Vhagar, soaring towards the direction of the Lonely Mountain, harboring a long-standing hatred for a certain Flaying family. The Terror Castle, located by the shores of the Weeping Water in the north, serves as the ancestral stronghold of House Bolton. Over the millennia, it has evolved into a formidable military fortress, meticulously maintained by generations of the Bolton lineage. As the principal vassals of Winterfell, House Bolton and House Stark had been at odds for centuries until a reconciliation was achieved mere hundreds of years ago. Historically, some Bolton lords had even donned the skins of their foes, including those of Stark family members, as cloaks. Roose Bolton, the current Lord of Terror Castle, was a figure of absolute authority within his domain, his words carrying the weight of law, unquestioned by any. This morning, just as he awoke from slumber, before his beloved leeches could feast upon his tainted blood, a resounding explosion erupted outside. Boom, boom, boom. A tremendous cloud of dust accompanied by flames engulfed the gates of Terror Castle and the surrounding walls and towers. Following this, soldiers screamed in alarm, "Enemy attack! Be on guard." He hastily donned his cloak, pondering the origin of this enemy. Was it from Carhold, Winterfell, or perhaps the Wildlings? A fierce wind howled through the courtyard, culminating in a thunderous crash as a colossal figure descended upon the castle's summit. Roar! The dragon's roar, mingled with flames akin to molten lava, reduced the remaining towers to ashes. Roose Bolton's already pallid visage turned ashen, resembling that of a corpse. His face darkened with fury as he commanded his guards to assemble the soldiers and instructed the maester to release the ravens to seek aid from Winterfell and King's Landing. A dragon. Which faction still possesses a dragon? The answer was painfully evident. He hoped his soldiers could drive away the dragon and hold back the forces from Dragonstone before the ruins. He knew the chances were slim, but even the tiniest creature fights for survival. His eldest son had mysteriously passed away last year, yet he still had an illegitimate son. Although he loathed the continuation of such a tainted bloodline, it was preferable to complete extinction. He promptly arranged for a servant to conceal the bastard in the secret passage leading to the sacred woods outside the castle, ready for any unforeseen circumstances. Roose Bolton, why do you not come to meet me? Jaehaerys' resonant voice, filled with authority, quelled the chaos within the castle. At that moment, Roose Bolton realized that the forces from Dragonstone consisted of merely one man and one dragon. What was this maneuver? A mere offering of a head? It should be noted that while the Iron Throne had ostensibly ceased its pursuit of the remnants of House Targaryen, the clandestine struggles had never truly abated. Upon this realization, he was instantly filled with indignation. Was this an affront to his stature? Did they not regard him as worthy of consideration? Even when the esteemed Queen Visenya arrived at Eagle's Nest, she had no intention of initiating hostilities. It was akin to playing a game of cards. Was it not a tad excessive to lay down a bomb right from the outset? I am Lord Lustporten, a scion of the Red Queen and Count of the terrifying keep, and I have encountered His Highness. He constrained his fury, standing in the courtyard and bowing to the dragon knight atop the castle's pinnacle. Ah, so you are Lord Lustporten, Jaehaerys remarked, picking at his teeth. Earlier that morning, he had finally encountered a plump brown bear while traversing the upper river, but regrettably, his method of cooking had been inadequate, leaving him with a bothersome morsel lodged between his teeth. Might I inquire, Your Highness, what brings you to this remote and desolate place? Are you unaware? Jaehaerys glanced at the man below. Let me pose a question. Over a decade ago, did you not violate a bride within your domain and subsequently hang her husband? Your Highness, that is merely a rumor. Moreover, even if it were true, I fail to see how it serves as evidence for your campaign against me. Lustporten found himself bewildered, convinced that this was merely an excuse for ulterior motives. I ask you once more, do you acknowledge it or not? Jaehaerys cast a disdainful gaze upon the castle, where a steady stream of heavily armored knights began to converge. Not far off, soldiers raised crossbows, longbows, and scorpions, their sights set on both him and Hela. How ludicrous! Lustporten dismissed their presence entirely. With a wave of his hands, he commanded his archers to fire, single-handedly assaulting the gates and towers of his ancestral home, effectively declaring war. Even if he were to slay dragons and dragon knights on the spot, what could Dragonstone do to him? The youth, after all, was rather inexperienced. He would gladly accept the carcasses of dragons and the heads of Targaryen heirs. Whoosh! The dragon Hela shielded its eyes and neck with its wings. Unlike other dragons, Hela's wing membranes were also covered with a thick layer of scales. When its wings folded, they formed an immense shield, protecting it from harm. Occasionally, arrows that slipped through the gaps were either deflected by its softly glowing scales or severed by Jaehaerys' long sword. Youth, after all, thrives on recklessness. Now that strength had been attained, bravado was all that was needed. Lustporten's archers had been firing for quite some time, feeling as though they were shooting at an enormous steel plate, utterly incapable of breaching its defenses. Fortunately, they still had scorpions and siege crossbows, which were designed to counter siege towers and shield formations. One shot could shatter stone. Unexpectedly, Jaehaerys leaped from the dragon, like a wisp of smoke, soaring through the air and landing beside the scorpions and siege crossbows atop the fractured castle wall. With a few sharp sounds, the scorpions and siege crossbowmen discovered that the bowstrings before them had been severed, and a torrent of dragon flames surged toward them. In Chapter 79, The Journey to the North, final chapter, Lustporten knelt on the ground, beseeching the forgiveness of Jaehaerys. Just 10 minutes prior, Jaehaerys, in his invincible divine form, had obliterated all the scorpions and siege crossbows, commanding the dragons to incinerate the massive shields held aloft by the guards. He finally came to the realization that the audacity of this man and his dragon to approach his castle was not recklessness, but a profound recognition of their own strength. Faced with such an adversary, he could hardly conceive of a means to resist. Observing the elite soldiers, who typically wielded their power with impunity, now reduced to a battlefield strewn with corpses emanating the scent of charred flesh, even Lustporten, known for his grim demeanor and ruthless nature, could not suppress his urge to retch. Today, the terrifying castle faced its day of dread. A preposterous thought suddenly surged within Lustporten's mind. No, it was a fact. Your Highness, in your mercy. The circumstances were dire. He did not hesitate to bow and plead for his life, willing to relinquish his entire domain if it meant survival. I ask you again, do you acknowledge your transgressions from that fateful day? Jaehaerys' voice echoed distantly, as if descending from the heavens. Lustporten, his heart heavy, recalled a time when he had ridden past a mill on the outskirts of the terrifying castle, where during a hunting expedition, he had slain a stag and drunk from its blood. Shortly thereafter, he had encountered a remarkably handsome bride, and overwhelmed by fervor, he perceived their secret union, without his consent, as a personal affront. Thus, he hanged the groom before the corpse in the eyes of the onlookers, exercising the right of the first night, his perceived entitlement. I confess, he spat bitterly. Do you not know that during the reign of King Jaehaerys I, the right of the first night was abolished? As a lord, you have wantonly trampled upon the laws of the realm, disregarding human life. I am guilty of treason against you. Upon hearing Lustporten's admission of guilt, Jaehaerys promptly declared, according to the laws of the Seven Kingdoms, let me think. Yes, I hereby sentence you to death. Jaehaerys uttered these chilling words with a dispassionate tone that sent shivers down Lustporten's spine. Your Highness, I am loyal to the Iron Throne and Winterfell. Even if guilty, it is not for you to punish me. Lustporten shrieked. disregarding all notions of dignity in the face of death. Indeed, you are correct. How could the Duke of Winterfell punish you when I am not the king? Jaehaerys expressed mild astonishment at Lustborton's cleverness. While he lacked the authority to punish the latter, it did not mean he was without options. Thus, I propose a trial by combat, Jaehaerys proclaimed. Before the dragon god I worship and the deities you revere, should you defeat me, it would signify that your life is not forfeit. Having witnessed Jaehaerys' martial prowess, Lustborton dared not readily consent to such a challenge. Your Highness, my father is innocent, came a voice, belonging to a portly young man with thick lips. Who are you? I am Ramsay Snow, the son of Roose Bolton. Someone respond. Oh, are you the bastard born of that violated bride? Jaehaerys did not conceal his disdain for the flayed man, a wretched creature daring to present himself before his eyes. Ramsay's face flushed crimson. Never had anyone dared to address him as a bastard to his face. Those who had were met with his merciless wrath. However, the man before him was not someone to contend with. Had he not seen his father, the powerful earl, bring others to their knees in fear? Thus, with a swift turn of his eyes, he proclaimed that his parents were deeply in love, and that his father had committed no crime of rape. As for the death of that groom from years past, it was the work of others, not his father's doing. Cunning rhetoric. Jaehaerys waved his hand, and a dark light shot forth towards Ramsay's mouth. Ramsay attempted to evade it, but was too late. With a sharp crack, it struck him squarely in the teeth. Ah! He gasped, blood spilling from his mouth as 2 teeth fell out. Upon closer inspection, the dark light was nothing more than a small stone. At that moment, Ramsay's mouth swelled, resembling a fist stuffed within, yet the madness and bloodlust in his eyes intensified. He savagely licked the blood that remained on his lips, swallowing it down, while fresh blood continued to flow, reminiscent of a wolf's saliva before a feast. Your Highness, since you claim to be just, why not summon the parties involved back then? Should not my mother have the most authority to speak? Ramsay retorted fiercely. Huh, do you take me for a child of 3? What can your mother say? To preserve her life, she must act according to your whims. Without witnesses, why should you judge my father's guilt? Is it that the spirit of the deceased has come to accuse him? Is it truly so difficult to prove whether your father is guilty or innocent? Jaehaerys mocked. It is merely a summoning of souls. Do you truly believe I cannot accomplish it? Jaehaerys communicated with the idol around his neck, borrowing a surge of power. Should Ramsay not emerge, it would be well, but since he had, let his sins be punished alongside him. The technique of communicating with the dead, one of the Taoist arts of the 72 earthly evils, had been mastered by Jaehaerys after a decade of seclusion. As he silently chanted the incantation in his heart, a chilling wind arose, and pale shadows began to gather from all directions, their forms emaciated, faces ashen, souls of those who had perished at the hands of the Boltons over the years. The 2 men were struck with terror. What sorcery was this? A divine power? No, this was a devilish art. Go forth, and identify those who have caused your demise. Let grievances be avenged and enmities repaid. The fearful voice of Jaehaerys rang out, briefly restoring the spirit's awareness. As they laid eyes upon the very ones who had taken their lives, memories of their deaths replayed vividly, and they screamed, lunging towards Roose and Ramsay Bolton. One by one, the souls entered their bodies, tearing and gnawing at their ethereal forms, until both writhed on the ground in agony, howling in torment. At last, as the 2 souls breathed their last, they knelt before Jaehaerys, departing with a sense of satisfaction. It seemed that those whom you had wronged still harbored a flicker of kindness. Jaehaerys cast a mocking glance at the father and son lying on the ground. Lysa Bolton, though not particularly malevolent, was regarded by the dead as their lord, and thus they were content to devour a fragment of his soul. In contrast, Ramsay Snow, notorious for his numerous atrocities, had countless victims. His essence had been viciously torn apart by the vengeful spirits, and his life force flickered perilously, teetering on the brink of extinction. Even if he managed to cling to life, he would exist in a state of mindless folly for the remainder of his days, a fitting punishment for his deeds. Satisfied, Jaehaerys concluded that if even the spirits were willing to forgive Lysa Bolton, he would not tarnish his hands with further bloodshed. With the wickedness eradicated, he mounted his dragon once more, soaring into the winds, leaving behind a crumbling castle and a disarray of soldiers and servants. Chapter 80, An Unexpected Betrothal. My son, you are already 20 years old. It is time for you to settle down. Upon returning to Dragonstone, Jaehaerys was promptly summoned by guards dispatched by Rhaegar, evoking memories of the anguish he had endured from past betrothal pressures. Look at you, such a handsome young man. Had it not been for the dragon goddess' refusal to release you in recent years, I would have already arranged your wedding. Queen Rhaegar grasped his hand, unwilling to let go. Tell me, do you prefer Rhaenys or Daenerys, or perhaps you desire both? Viserys, observing from the side, widened his eyes in disbelief. The Targaryen family had long upheld the tradition of internal unions, yet neither he nor his brother were married. Is it to be overlooked that I exist, mother? This is far too biased. Though he had little affection for either girl, and they seemed to reciprocate his sentiments, this was a tradition, one that had persisted for millennia. How could it be disregarded? Moreover, Rhaenys and Daenerys appeared quite peculiar. Whenever he wished to hold their delicate hands, he was met with physical rebuffs. Yet, when their mother declared they were to wed Jaehaerys, their cheeks flushed with shyness. What is this? Shouldn't you be brandishing a massive sword to slay this pretentious traitor? Good heavens, was he the only one in the Targaryen family who remained sane? Your Majesty, this close kinship is not in accordance with divine law. Jaehaerys hesitated, genuinely having given little thought to matters of romantic entanglement, especially regarding his underage sister and niece. In modern times, such actions would certainly lead to incarceration. And they were still so young. Still young? Ask them if they have experienced their first moon's blood. Have they not had it for several years? Rhaella was incensed. After all this time, she finally glimpsed the potential for the prophesied prince, only to find that such remarkable genes would not be passed on. Why are you still discussing theology with me? She exclaimed. Isn't it often claimed that you are well versed in the laws of the Seven Kingdoms? How could you be unaware of the exceptions pertaining to the Targaryen family? The bloodline of House Targaryen continues. Can that truly be deemed incestuous? At this point, Jaehaerys felt his face flush with embarrassment. Was the queen's expression truly so forthright? Today, you must provide me with an answer. Choose one, or choose two. Otherwise, you shall no longer recognize me as your mother. As she spoke, tears welled in Layla's eyes. Look at your brother. How many illegitimate children does he have? Why can't you see the truth? You will drive me to madness, and I shall descend to the underworld to confront your father. Surely it cannot come to that. Jaehaerys was at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that Layla, having ascended to the throne for over a decade, would resort to such theatrical tears. Aren't you a disciple of the dragon god? Let him be the judge. Layla, witnessing Jaehaerys' hesitation, in her fury, insisted on dragging him to the dragon god temple in Dragonstone. Indeed, the dragon god temple at the docks of Dragonstone had undergone several expansions, accommodating numerous worshippers. To facilitate the royal family's rituals, a separate temple had been constructed outside the Hall of the Seven. As for the Seven's approval, it remains uncertain. Yet they had not expressed any opposition. The multifaceted divine tree now resided in the smaller dragon god temple at Dragonstone, initially reluctant to absorb spiritual energy. Yet upon learning of its guaranteed sustenance, it readily acquiesced. Jaehaerys was perplexed by the divine tree's reluctance to absorb spiritual energy, according to its cultivation experience. It should have swiftly regained its peak. Regardless, since achieving the status of a celestial being, unless it attained a higher level of enlightenment, the benefits to him had become minimal. To attain the rank of an earthly immortal, one must navigate through the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations, the 3 calamities being thunder, fire, and wind, and the 5 tribulations, also known as the 5 afflictions, including blindness, deafness, speech impairment, madness of the heart, and obstructed movement. Now, having mastered the earthly fiend techniques, known as the 72 transformations, they were specifically designed by Taoist masters to evade the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations, previously unknown to him. These skills now seemed exceedingly valuable. He chose to shift his cultivation, walking the world in the guise of a mortal, preparing to endure the 5 tribulations in hopes of overcoming them swiftly. Currently, his reckless behavior was not inherent to his nature, but rather a manifestation of the tribulation of madness. The 5 tribulations do not follow a predetermined order nor a fixed combination. They may arrive sequentially or in various configurations. The power of destiny is formless and elusive. Practitioners can only passively accept it. Those unable to transcend are left with a fragment of their spiritual essence, destined for reincarnation or to become ghostly immortals. Upon arriving at the Dragon God Temple, the guards had already received word and cleared the area in advance. After lighting an incense stick, Layla and Jaehaerys knelt upon the mat. She presented the offering from the altar, 2 crescent-shaped cups, one flat and the other convex, adorned with celestial motifs. This distinctive feature of the Dragon God Temple set it apart from other sanctuaries, enhancing the interaction between the deities and their devotees. When the faithful find themselves in a quandary, they seek divine guidance. After offering their supplications, they cast the divination cups. 1 flat and 1 raised signifies a sacred affirmation, indicating agreement. 2 raised signify a negative response. 2 flat represent uncertainty. A consecutive series of 3 flat cups denotes divine approval. Queen Layla, uttering incantations, cast the cups to inquire about the union of Jaehaerys and Rhaenys, and to her delight, received 3 sacred affirmations. She then questioned the union of Jaehaerys and Daenerys, which resulted in 3 uncertain responses. Jaehaerys remarked that this was beyond his control, lacking even the means of subtle manipulation. Perhaps his other self deemed Daenerys too youthful for such matters. Indeed, the complexities of marriage were not to be trifled with. With divine approval, Queen Layla beamed at Jaehaerys, proclaiming that he would soon enter the bridal chamber. Jaehaerys, bewildered, questioned the lack of preparations for the wedding. It became evident that the royal wedding customs of House Targaryen were far less elaborate than those of the mainland, devoid of the intricate rituals of betrothal and auspicious omens. In truth, preparations had silently commenced long before Jaehaerys departed Dragonstone for the north. In the Dragon God Temple, amidst the sacred hall, and before Queen Layla, they fulfilled the ancient Valyrian rites of marriage, and amidst the jovial clamor of onlookers, were ushered into the bridal chamber. As they settled upon the marital bed, Jaehaerys found himself in a daze. His first marriage had unfolded in such an unexpected manner. Gazing upon his bride, adorned in a low-cut gown and shimmering jewels, he felt at a loss. Recalling a few endearing phrases from his previous life, he endeavored to tease her, igniting a blush upon her cheeks and leaving her parched with longing. In that moment, he sought to quench her thirst with a flow of sweet words. With a graceful waist, the blossoms unfold, revealing the beauty beneath. Harmony flourishes in the embrace of water and fish, tender petals exude fragrance, and the dance of butterflies captivates the heart. Chapter 81. The Death of Jon Arryn. Alas, Jaehaerys awoke late, lamenting the indulgence of wine and revelry. He bemoaned, for he had recently acquired a new martial skill and, in his diligent practice, had succumbed to distraction. Yet, he soon discovered the joy of a ruler who need not attend morning councils. Fortunately, Jaehaerys possessed remarkable willpower and swiftly extricated himself from the allure of beauty, redirecting his focus to the unfolding dynamics of the realm. As the original storyline drew near, the latest intelligence indicated that the Inner Guard had discreetly relayed rumors to Prime Minister Jon Arryn. The latter had commenced a covert investigation. Yet it was apparent that the aging minister and his associates were not adept at maintaining silence, as soon enough, some were bribed. Every action of the old minister was easily discerned by his adversaries. Within the Red Keep, Cersei, fuming, remarked to Jaime, "This old fool truly lacks appreciation. Let him be. He has no evidence whatsoever." Jaime languidly reclined in the chair, his gaze fixated on his sister's exquisite form, a wave of desire washing over him. He reached forth, encircling Cersei's slender waist, heedless of her protests, and planted a gentle kiss upon her cherry lips. "Are you seeking death? If Robert sees us, he will slay us both." Cersei thought, "If he were to witness this, I would fulfill his wishes and become a regicide once more." Such a thought was foolish. It mattered not whether he became a regicide, but the children must not be deprived of their claim to the throne. With a lack of interest, she swiftly freed herself from her brother's embrace. "We must strike first. And how shall we do that?" Jaime inquired. "Shall I brandish my sword and behead the old fool?" "Do not concern yourself with that. We must be cautious in our dealings from now on. Keep your distance from Joffrey and the others. We cannot afford to raise Robert's suspicions." Jon Arryn sensed a storm brewing. Several factions in King's Landing were either obstructing or aiding his investigation. He felt ensnared in a web of intrigue, yet the blood of the king must remain untainted. When Prince Stannis Baratheon arrived, clutching the hefty tome titled The Genealogy and History of the Major Noble Houses of the Seven Kingdoms, he was oblivious to its implications until Stannis revealed that all descendants of House Baratheon possessed black hair. Even over 90 years ago, Maester Melian recorded the last union of the stag and the lion, resulting in a stillborn boy, adorned with a head of black hair. Whether a Lannister wed a Baratheon or vice versa, their offspring were invariably dark-haired, without exception. When gold met coal, submission was the only outcome. He recalled the time spent in the Eyrie, the first bastard daughter of Robert, whose name escaped him, yet she too bore black hair. Over the years, Robert fathered numerous bastards, several of whom resided in King's Landing. Just days prior, he had encountered a boy named Gendry at the smithy of Mott. "My lord, the boy at my brother's castle also has a head of coal-black hair." Stannis's words echoed in his mind, causing a dizzying sensation. For a moment, he was at a loss for how to proceed. He could scarcely fathom the wrath Robert would unleash upon learning this news. He would not merely deliver a couple of slaps to the queen. She and her 3 children would face secret execution. How could he not comprehend Stannis's motives for divulging such crucial information? Yes, this was retribution, a cruel revenge against his brother. For he resented the king for not granting him widow's watch, but instead bestowing it upon their younger sibling. He had been left with the ruins of Summerhall, and a newly constructed wooden fortress. Stannis loathed his kingly brother, seeing him reduced to a laughingstock before the subjects of the Seven Kingdoms. He grasped his aching head and cried out, "Bring me a cup of wine." Lysa personally delivered to him a cup of sweet wine, a golden vintage from Dorne, exceedingly rare and reportedly sent by the newly appointed Chancellor of the Exchequer, Peter Baelish. When he had initially appointed this young man as the tax collector in Seagull Town, he never anticipated that he would prove to be remarkably talented, multiplying the town's tax revenue tenfold within a year. Capable, driven, and perceptive, such a young individual deserved advancement, and within a mere few years, he ascended to the esteemed position of Chancellor. "Is Robert still awake?" he softly inquired of his wife. "Not yet. I have instructed Maddie to keep him company," Lady Lysa replied, her complexion pale. Jon Arryn sighed. Over the years, his wife had suffered multiple miscarriages, which had taken a toll on her figure and appearance, making her look over a decade older than her actual age. After much longing, they finally had Robert, yet the gods had cursed him with epilepsy, fragile and frail. He was now 4 years old and still nursing. It is said that an eagle must learn to soar, and he contemplated sending Robert to be fostered by Stannis. A man renowned for his steadfastness and strength, surely his son would grow stronger in such a formidable presence. He conveyed this thought to Lysa, only to be met with her vehement refusal. "No one shall take my precious little one," Lysa exclaimed in a near roar, tears cascading down her cheeks. "My lord, he is still so young. He cannot be separated from his mother. Dear Lysa, Lord Stannis is brave and strong. Robert would benefit from his company." The old hand of the king attempted to make her understand, but she was entirely unyielding. "Very well, then, pour me another glass of wine," Jon said, his throat parched, feeling an increasing throb in his head. Upon hearing this, Lysa wiped her tears and turned to pour the wine, this time a deep crimson Dornish sweet wine, the liquid clinging to the white waxen goblet like congealed blood. The wine was indeed exquisite, although Jon Arryn was not particularly fond of wine. It was rare for a lord on the continent not to indulge in the sweet red wines of the Arbor and Dorne. The fluid flowed like blood in his mouth, navigating around his aging tongue and nearly bare teeth, and was swallowed with a gulp. "Lysa, please bring Robert to me. I have not had the chance to truly see him in some time." Jon Arryn felt himself becoming slightly inebriated, engaged in clandestine visits and investigations. The aging man found himself somewhat overwhelmed, yet for one who had fathered a child in his twilight years, the matter of his family's legacy was of great significance. When Robert was brought to him in the arms of a maidservant, the boy gazed at his father with wide, innocent eyes. His pale greenish-gray irises reminiscent of a frightened fawn. Jon Arryn observed his son, noting how he bore no resemblance to his own youth, the color of his hair, the hue of his eyes, the contours of his face gradually coalescing into the visage of another. As emotions swelled within him, he began to stutter, saliva trickling from the corners of his mouth. He extended his hands, eager to examine his son closely, yet the boy, frightened, let out a sharp cry, trembling uncontrollably, followed by Lysa's panicked scream, plunging the chamber into chaos. Jon collapsed onto the ground, gazing at Maester Cormon, who was incessantly speaking to him. Yet he could not hear a word. Feeble utterances escaped his lips. When Robert Baratheon received the news, Jon lay in bed, a foul stench emanating from beneath him. For the old man had lost control of his bowels. "Your Majesty, the hand must be suffering from a gastrointestinal ailment. I believe he requires a cleansing of the stomach and bloodletting," suggested Maester Cormon, who had been diligently attending to him throughout the night. Although he could not cure his lord, the situation had not worsened. "Maester Cormon, your methods are not at fault, but the hand is far too aged. Inducing vomiting may well claim his life," Sir Pycelle remarked, stroking his long beard. "However, you may leave. I shall see to him. In my view, the hand is beyond recovery. Let him depart peacefully and with dignity," the Grand Maester advised. Robert clasped the old man's hand tightly. It was burning. "Robert!" Suddenly, Jon regained a semblance of awareness, a surge of resilience coursing through him. He gripped Robert's hand with fervor, but once more, the sound of incontinence echoed from below. His eyes widened in terror, and his hands gradually lost strength. Chapter 82. The Game of Thrones officially begins. Oh, Jon Arryn is dead. Jaehaerys was hardly surprised. When he had instructed the King's Guard to continually provide hints to Stannis, Jon's death had become inevitable. What Jaehaerys requested was merely the inadvertent revelation of certain hereditary traits from the previous generation. The spies of the King's Guard, well aware of the dubious rumors circulating, never disclosed secrets explicitly. They merely engaged in trivial gossip, leaving it to the discerning to interpret as they wished. What did it matter to them on Dragonstone? Some in King's Landing began to stir the pot, eager to incite chaos across the realm. As Jaehaerys had anticipated, Littlefinger, Pycelle, and Cersei all took to the stage, performing the first act of the power play. "Tell Daenerys I desire fish," Jaehaerys commanded. As the winds picked up, fish grew ever more precious. After years of careful planning, the time had finally come to cast a net in turbulent waters. The spies of Dragonstone commenced their operations, weaving a grand web of conspiracy and deceit aimed at King's Landing. Pycelle informed Robert that Jon Arryn had succumbed to age and the sweltering heat. Lord Arryn had favored cooling his wine with ice, ultimately leading to a chill in his stomach and his untimely demise. His opinion aligned with that of the young Maester Cormon from the Eyrie, yet their treatment approaches diverged greatly. Cormon advocated for vigorous intervention, while Pycelle recommended a more passive acceptance of fate. The distinction between their methods had become moot. The following day, as King Robert prepared to send Robert Arryn to Tywin Lannister as an adoptive son, he discovered that Jon's widow, Lysa Arryn, had fled King's Landing with her son. What a jest! Would I truly endanger the only heir of my adoptive father? After indulging in drink, Robert erupted in a fit of rage, and to his dismay, even his own brother, the Duke of Summerhall, Stannis, had departed without a word. This betrayal left him profoundly wounded. Fortunately, within the court, there remained the Minister of Justice, Lannister, and the trusted Treasury Minister, Peter, whom he had personally elevated, preventing him from feeling utterly isolated. The Queen and Grand Maester Pycelle incessantly whispered in his ear regarding the appointment of the new Prime Minister, causing him considerable distress. "Damn it," he thought, "your father-in-law, Duke Tywin, served as Prime Minister for over 20 years, ensuring peace and prosperity under his reign. He is your unequivocal choice for the position." He was acutely aware that if Tywin were to reclaim the role of Prime Minister, with the Lannister daughter as Queen, the entire kingdom would fall under his dominion. Reminiscent of the blood-soaked chaos a century prior, the kingdom could not afford to lack a responsible Prime Minister. Robert declared, "And I know precisely who is the most suitable candidate. Yes, I have always known. I recognize my friends and my foes alike. A lion can never satiate its appetite, while a wolf values honor above life itself. Summon the men, prepare the provisions. I shall journey to Winterfell." With this command, all of King's Landing sprang into action. Hundreds of fully armored knights, accompanied by thousands of gold-clad soldiers, began preparations to depart, with the fearless Kingsguard, including Barristan Selmy and Jaime Lannister, joining the ranks. Before setting off, Robert ordered the remaining Kingsguard, along with Lannister, to safeguard King's Landing against a potential ambush from Dragonstone. Though Dragonstone had not exhibited overtly aggressive behavior in recent years, it remained a persistent threat, firmly anchored at the mouth of Blackwater Bay, transforming the royal fleet into a mere riverine force within the Blackwater. They had always proclaimed themselves the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Had Robert not been aware that if he did not travel great distances to the north to summon his dear friend Ned, he would never consent to assume the role of Prime Minister, he would have never left King's Landing. As the Queen's retinue prepared the wheelhouse, the graceful Queen, accompanied by her 3 exquisitely beautiful children, took residence within. Robert then commanded the grand procession to commence, insisting on aerial vigilance throughout the journey. He feared that the dragons of Dragonstone might strike at any moment. In truth, he was overthinking. If Dragonstone had truly desired to reclaim the Iron Throne, they would have long since unleashed their dragons in a surprise attack, striking and retreating without consequence. What Jaehaerys sought was far greater than mere territorial gains. It was the conquest of the heart that proved most challenging. On the eve of Robert's departure, Ser Boros Blunt, as was his custom, visited a seafood merchant on Silk Street, where only the finest delicacies were offered. Originally, his income would not have sufficed for such extravagant purchases, yet a few years prior, a young man had insisted they were old friends and insisted on treating him to a meal featuring the exquisite black gold abalone from the Summer Isles. Following that, he promised to invite him to feast on brick-red abalone, clear-edge abalone, and net-patterned abalone. For a seafood aficionado like Blunt, such temptation was impossible to resist. Since donning the white cloak, he has neither taken a wife nor sought land, but rather, he delights solely in the pleasures of the palate. As time passed, their acquaintance blossomed, and it was during this period that the young man revealed his origins from Dragonstone Island, mentioning the noble Lord Prell of the Red Keep from over a decade ago. I have a faint recollection," Bronn remarked, casting a penetrating glance at the young man. For this matter was known only to a select few. Prell was neither deceased nor exiled to the Wall. Instead, he had been spared by Robert due to the Bronn family's lack of enmity towards the Baratheons and Lannisters, coupled with his seemingly trustworthy demeanor. Subsequently, He was chosen as a white-cloaked knight at the tournament for his remarkable performance. The animosity between Prell and the Lannisters was profound, particularly after Tywin's younger brother met his demise in a wildfire ambush, leaving Prell with a purported disability in his left hand. The Prell family's hatred for the Lions was even more pronounced. Upon learning that Boros had become a member of the Kingsguard, Prell felt grateful for the favor shown to him in the past and sought to repay it. All that is needed is for Sir Bronn to be vigilant at the opportune moment, he thought. At present, the White-Cloaked Knights were divided into two factions, the Lion Loyalists and the King Loyalists. In terms of numbers, the former held a slight edge at 4-3. A few years prior, during the quelling of the Greyjoy Rebellion, a knight loyal to the Lion fell in battle, and a member from the Oakhart family of Old Oak was appointed to replace him, though his political leanings remained ambiguous, thus restoring equilibrium among the knights. Some of them engaged in the sale of information and accepted bribes from various factions. His actions posed no threat to the king's safety, being solely directed at the Lannisters and the regicide. As he rode atop his steed, Boros recalled the young man's instructions to keep a watchful eye on Ser Jaime, reporting any suspicious behavior to the king or the captain of the Kingsguard. It was his duty, and none could question it. It was as simple as that, he mused, weighing the heavy purse in his pocket and the shares of a certain company meticulously sewn into the lining, contemplating his fortune. Chapter 83. The dual pillars of economy and military. The origins of corporate structure can be traced back to the deep-sea fishing enterprises of Dragonstone Island, which later burgeoned into an unstoppable force, with risks distributed and profits shared. Each shareholder needed only to invest a modest sum of idle capital to reap the rewards from the comfort of their homes, enjoying returns of tenfold or more. Many lords around the shores of Dragonstone have now grown accustomed to the joys brought by this corporate model, taking pride in their ownership of company shares. When the Narrow Sea Bank was established in 289 AC on Dragonstone Island and began operations on the continent of Westeros, the vault services quickly became oversubscribed, with contracts for various holdings from the lords stored within, often booked a year in advance. In 290 AC, the Narrow Sea Bank also inaugurated a continental stock exchange, and over 10 companies were subsequently listed on the Narrow Sea Stock Exchange, a figure that continues to rise annually. The trading volume of the Shanghai Stock Trading Center's 296 AC has, for the first time, surpassed 10 million gold dragons, achieving profits exceeding 100,000 gold dragons through transaction fees and stamp duties. The contracts for shares and listed companies can be exchanged among gold dragons at any time or entrusted to the Stock Trading Center for custody. In a certain sense, stocks have evolved into a more convenient form of credit currency than gold dragons themselves. Initially, people were somewhat skeptical about the credibility of stocks. However, since Shanghai Bank eliminated a minimal portion of transaction fees, almost instant exchanges have become feasible. The lords have become increasingly enamored with stocks, share contracts, and Shanghai Bank. Furthermore, due to the adoption of innovative papermaking techniques and the incorporation of anti-counterfeiting marks, stocks have transcended their original purpose to become artworks, with many collectors preferring to keep them securely stored in the vaults of Shanghai Bank rather than exchanging them. In the realm of Futerland, an expansive plain stretches endlessly, where farmers are engaged in the bountiful harvest of the year. Wheat, oats, soybeans, and corn thrive in the fertile soil. With the arrival of summer, the region is capable of yielding 2 harvests in a single year. Referring to these individuals merely as farmers seems inadequate. They ought to be recognized as agricultural industrial workers. Following the acquisition of these lands by Dragonstone Island, the Futerland Agricultural Company was promptly established. The agricultural company employs these industrial workers to engage in sowing, weeding, pest control, fertilizing, and harvesting. Although the workers do not possess land of their own, they are granted a house in the newly constructed collective villages, with the company providing these homes through a rental system. While the workers' wages may be modest, they are sufficient to meet the needs of a family, and occasionally they can enhance their diets by purchasing canned pork, fish, or rabbit meat from the company's stores or local vendors. Affordability is not an issue, as the region is abundant with wild game and the vast seashores teem with marine delicacies, available for those with the skill to hunt. All of this is a generous gift from the Targaryen family to the people of this land, who sing praises of the royal family's benevolence. In stark contrast to the times of slavery, where individuals lacked personal freedom and private property, and where life itself could often be as expendable as grass, the current labor, though demanding, yields enough sustenance to feed one's family, along with the precious commodities of freedom and property, each aspect deemed worthy of the toil. In the distance, grassy fields enclosed by rudimentary wooden fences house cattle and sheep, Further still, grand stables and a racecourse have been constructed, where countless knights practice their lance thrusts, sword fighting on horseback, and formations. You must remember that the S-shaped maneuver is fundamental to equestrian combat. When two cavalry units clash, the optimal attack distance is a 30-degree angle ahead, allowing one to circumvent the frontal assault of the enemy. Horses, in their galloping stride, inherently tend towards a singular direction. By harnessing this instinct, one can position themselves at the left rear of the adversary, thereby freely targeting their horse's hindquarters. As Jaehaerys and his newlywed wife, Rhaenys, arrived at the realm of Forthaland aboard the private dragon, Hilarion, the Royal Cavalry Academy established, there was simultaneously initiating basic training for newly enlisted cavalrymen. All recruits possess a foundational understanding of horsemanship, yet remain bewildered by the complexities of formation and array. Most hail from the surrounding plains. Bearing the mixed features of Undul and various ethnicities, they are predominantly the younger sons of workers from the royal agricultural and livestock companies. Eager and vibrant, they are unwilling to follow in their parents' footsteps, laboring in the fields and residing in dilapidated homes. This sentiment resonates deeply among the Forthalanders. A growing boy only adds to the household's burden. The eldest son is expected to inherit the family trade and property, while younger sons should venture into commerce or military service. In recent years, Dragonstone has been relentlessly expanding, training troops on the plains before dispatching them to eliminate the marauding bandits plaguing the hilly regions of Alas. Through small-scale, intensive combat, new recruits swiftly evolve into seasoned warriors, while cavalry units continuously engage the invading Dothraki Khalasar. Casualties are an inevitable reality. Initially, both newly recruited infantry and cavalry face a high mortality rate. However, as soldiers gain combat experience and tactical proficiency, those who survive rapidly accrue commendable military achievements. In Forthaland, all land belongs to the crown, yet, through military merit, one can exchange for a small parcel of personal territory. Today, the vast majority of soldiers promoted to junior officers and senior sergeants can indeed be deemed part of the owning class. Their stories are evident, inspiring countless young individuals to follow suit. Gradually, this region has transformed from a mere expanse frequented by bandits and Dothraki into a land rich with martial virtue. In light of this backdrop, Jaehaerys proposed the establishment of a royal cavalry school and an infantry school in Forthaland, selecting elite personnel from the grassroots military to undergo advanced training in military theory, tactics, and strategy. Esteemed commanders from Dragonstone, seasoned in external warfare, would be recruited as instructors to experiment with new combat methods and tactics, thereby enhancing the operational capabilities of both infantry and cavalry units. Simultaneously, the soldiers of Forthaland underwent reorganization, with an emphasis on enhancing their loyalty education, which Jaehaerys referred to as ideological training. Upon completion of the reorganization, a formidable force of 3,000 heavy infantry was formed, each soldier robust and clad in 2 to 3 layers of armor, wielding ironwood shields, donning iron helmets with nasal guards, and armed with long spears, war hammers, or greatswords. Queen Layla bestowed upon them the title of Imperial Guard and the Dragon Mountain Banner, symbolizing steadfastness and tranquility. A cavalry unit of 3,000 was also established, as heavy cavalry remains a favored choice among young soldiers. Each full set of heavy cavalry armor weighs approximately 40 pounds, with horse armor adding another 20 pounds. They were granted the designation of Black Armored Cavalry and the War Hammer Banner, representing the Black Torrent and the Hammer of Destruction. Furthermore, a light cavalry force of 5,000 was created, comprising 2,000 archers equipped with softer bows and sabers, clad in standard leather armor, primarily tasked with mounted shooting, harassment, and luring the enemy. The remaining 3,000 were spear cavalry, armed with lances, small shields, and sabers, receiving the titles of rangers and cavalry. Finally, a contingent of 3,000 light infantry and 2,000 crossbowmen was formed, equipped with standard infantry long spears and defensive short swords or falchions, dressed in light or leather armor. Designated as Fearless and Falcon. Chapter 84. Preparing for battle. Following the reorganization, the forces directly under Dragonstone's command exceeded 250,000, with 8,000 cavalry and over 120,000 infantry, including 4,000 light infantry and internal guard units deployed in and around Dragonstone. The Royal Fleet and anti-smuggling armed forces comprised 5,000 personnel. This figure represents a fully professional army, excluding craftsmen, crew members, grooms, and other auxiliary personnel. According to ancient warfare standards, Dragonstone could boast of an army exceeding 100,000. Of course, most of the troops are currently in training, lacking complete combat readiness. In Jaehaerys' words, the majority of the reorganized forces are inexperienced recruits who have yet to see battle. Whether they are true lions or mere paper tigers will only be revealed through the crucible of actual combat. Training and real battlefield conditions are vastly different. In practice, they train with targets, but in the heat of battle, confronted with the gruesome realities akin to a slaughterhouse. It is a testament to their fortitude if they do not succumb to fear. In the continent of Westeros, some great lords can effortlessly recruit over 30,000 combat soldiers. However, the number of those who are merely farmers laying down their plows remains uncertain. When calculated, the military strength of Dragonstone surpasses that of ordinary vassals. And this is a force that is directly subordinate to Dragonstone, consisting entirely of professional soldiers. The junior officers have all seen battle and no bloodshed. Robert, Grave's son, the Earl of Dragonstone and Minister of Finance, is perpetually troubled by the enormous military expenditures, resulting in a steadily receding hairline that soon may leave him bald. While he may have lost his hair, he has gained strength. At the very least, his perspective has elevated. What once seemed formidable in Robert's army and the Lannister forces now appears rather unimpressive. These soldiers are commendable, yet their expenses are exorbitant. The monthly military expenditure for an infantryman hovers around 50 silver deer, not to mention the various costs incurred during routine training, which collectively amount to a considerable sum. A cavalryman is required to be provisioned with at least 2 horses, while a heavy cavalryman necessitates 3, typically a war horse paired with a riding horse or a draft horse. The quality of the horse's feed is paramount. Any deficiency leads to a decline in condition, particularly for war horses, which require a diet of corn, bran, soybeans, and black beans and finely crafted feed. The monthly cost for feeding just one war horse exceeds 10,000 golden dragons. It can be asserted that the expense of maintaining a single cavalryman, even a light cavalryman, is sufficient to sustain 510 infantrymen. Thankfully, Forteland is indeed a land of abundance. With the extensive cultivation of fertile fields and the mining of resources, it is gradually becoming self-sufficient. In addition to the army's expenditures, the investment in the navy from Dragonstone Island, which includes several free cities on the continent of Westeros, is among the foremost. The main warships are entirely newly constructed, featuring the modified West Sea large sailing ships. To enhance their seaworthiness across various maritime conditions, certain maneuverability has been sacrificed, resulting in an increase in hull height and armor thickness. Nevertheless, their speed still surpasses that of the large sailing vessels of Westeros. In terms of armament, all ships have been upgraded to incorporate the new-style siege crossbows, which utilize high-quality steel for their limbs and can simultaneously launch 3 bolts. Essentially, they are an enlarged version of the mill crossbow, equipped with a new winch and an improved bolt structure, featuring a hollow center capable of accommodating wildfire canisters, thereby reducing air resistance. The addition of iron tail fins has significantly enhanced both the range and accuracy of the bolts. Currently, the pirates of the Stepstone Islands have become increasingly insatiable, growing dissatisfied with merely collecting tolls from passing merchant vessels. A small faction has even audaciously forgotten the formidable prowess of the royal fleet of Dragonstone Island, daring to extort merchant ships flying the 3-headed dragon banner. Queen Rhaegar has commanded the admiral of the royal fleet that, should the situation necessitate, a few of the most troublesome individuals should be selected for a public example. The sword has remained sheathed for too long, and the world has forgotten its sharpness. Are you Ser Mormont? Jaehaerys has another task this time, to recruit talent. Jaehaerys is aware that once the narrative commences, the War of the 5 Kings will soon ensue, plunging the minds of the people of Westeros into chaos. Taking advantage of the power struggles before the Iron Throne, it is essential to stabilize the rear. How to achieve stability? Quite simply, by stirring the waters, creating disorder so that all parties stand on equal footing once more. For the city-states of Essos, Forteland is perceived as an outsider, and the display of its formidable strength instills unease among them. One should not doubt that should Dragonstone Island become embroiled in a protracted conflict in Westeros, numerous factions would converge to seize and divide Forteland amongst themselves. Therefore, a stable and united Essos does not align with the interests of Dragonstone Island. The Dothraki have never united as one, yet this does not imply a lack of cooperation among them. As the realm of Volantis flourishes and grows in strength, the wolf pack draws ever closer. Although Khal Drogo once vowed not to disturb the peace, other Khals are unlikely to relinquish their ambitions. Merchants have brought word that the Morocco Khal, the Kono Khal, and the Zico Call have publicly proclaimed their intent to ride across the Golden Fields and plunder the entirety of Volantis. In addition to the Dothraki menace, the southern region of Volantis is threatened by Myr, while the northeast faces the formidable forces of Norvos and Coer. They tolerate the existence of a feeble Pentos, but will not allow the rise of a powerful Volantis. Coer boasts an army of 3,000 unsullied, while Norvos is home to elite axe-wielding slave soldiers trained by bearded monks. Norvos has aggressively expanded its military presence in Volantis, engaging in negotiations with the governor stationed on Dragonstone, with tensions mounting to the brink of conflict. Jaehaerys, fully entrusted by Queen Rhaegar, is tasked with resolving disputes between the major trading city-states and the various calls of the Dothraki. Consequently, he is compelled to arrange his honeymoon amidst the exotic landscapes of the Essos grasslands. To effectively disrupt adversaries, Jaehaerys has turned his attention to lords and knights who were once exiled. While their chances of success may be uncertain, who could be more suited to bring about failure than these individuals? Your Grace, we are grateful for Her Majesty's grace. Yoren knelt, his features chiseled and rugged, embodying the essence of a hardened warrior. For the Targaryens, who are often judged by their appearance, he may not possess the allure they typically seek. Alongside his imposing figure, he carries royal pardons for individuals such as Jon Connington and Orwyle Martell, both of whom were once prime ministers under Aerys II but were later ousted, making them potential allies. Notably, Jon Connington was fiercely loyal to Prince Rhaegar and is known for his intelligence and valor. The Inner Guard has reported that both Jon Connington and Orwyle Martell have passed away, but Jaehaerys is aware that Jon has faked his death to escape, while Orwyle left behind a grandson named Otten Martell. However, neither of these men is in a hurry. When the time is right, they will undoubtedly reveal themselves. After all, why should Dragonstone be unable to offer what Robert Baratheon and Cersei Lannister can provide? With Yoren now secured, along with the network of spies from the Inner Guard, plans can be set in motion. Chapter 85. The City of Volantis in keeping with local customs. It is said that the Khals and their queens do not shy away from the prying eyes of their followers. Yet, Jaehaerys and his companions are not savages. They have merely sought out secluded spots in the wilderness, under the luminous moon and scattered stars, to contemplate the profound pathways of life, while sowing seeds of love and peace. Above them, the celestial tapestry twinkled, and beneath them lay the soft grass. As if they had returned to the embrace of the earth, Jaehaerys transformed into a playful spirit, freely adorning this tender and gentle land with vibrant hues, splashing colors across the boundless verdant expanse, turning grapes purple and peaches crimson. Is war on the horizon? Rhaenys inquired softly. Jaehaerys buried his face in her delicate neck and silken tresses, while the ordinary folk remained blissfully unaware of any anomalies. Yet, the elite of Dragonstone were acutely aware that the Targaryen family stood poised for immediate military action. A decade spent honing a blade, but where would it be aimed? Eastward or westward? Either direction held no surprise. Let me lead the troops. Rhaenys' eyes gleamed with a fierce light, brimming with intense animosity. Over the years, she had diligently trained in swordplay, horsemanship, lance, and archery, surpassing Viserys and emerging as the most formidable warrior within the Targaryen lineage, second only to Jaehaerys himself. Queen Rhaegar had urged her to learn the arts of womanhood, yet when she questioned whether such skills could aid her in avenging her enemies, the Septons merely shook their heads. In her frustration, she swept their teachings to the ground, declaring her preference to embody a warrior like Visenya or Nymeria. Although she had not witnessed the deaths of her parents firsthand, their demise haunted her dreams countless times. Robert's colossal war hammer embedded itself in Rhaegar's chest, blood and the ruby upon his breast scattering in all directions, while the direwolves eagerly tore his lifeless body apart. Her mother lay upon the bed, a towering shadow crushing her honor and form, ultimately shattering her skull. In stark contrast to Rhaenys, Jaehaerys had never truly embodied the essence of a Targaryen. He held no affection for Aerys II, and even after gaining strength, he never entertained the thought of avenging his father. This realization brought him a twinge of guilt as he gently caressed his wife's back and hair. Her hair, a blend of silver and gold, was soft yet resilient, imbued with the scent of grass and sweat. Very well, Jaehaerys mused, acutely aware of Rhaenys' prowess. In terms of skill, she was flawless. Her only shortcoming lay in her strength. A woman's power could never quite equate to that of a man, even at identical weights, as male strength and explosive capabilities far surpassed those of females. He did not wish for his beloved to become a mere warrior doll, nor did he wish to hinder her quest for vengeance. Promise me, when faced with an overwhelming foe, it is not unbecoming to pray to the dragon god. Jaehaerys gazed deeply into her eyes. "Rest assured, my lord," Rhaenys replied with a playful smile, likening her spirit to that of a spirited and untamed filly, or perhaps a little dragon. After sharing tender moments, they prepared to return to the military camp. Fortalern City was currently undergoing extensive construction, devoid of natural defenses. It was imperative to establish a stronghold for the troops and horses of Dragonstone, a strategy long set in place. Atop a small hill, a stone castle and extensive walls were steadily rising, with a moat enhanced from a natural waterway. In the realm of fortification, Jaehaerys had unwavering faith in the skilled masons of Dragonstone, who held the expertise to bring his vision to fruition. He merely needed to articulate his needs, and they would ensure its perfection. Within the framework of construction planning, the city of Fatherland is designed to accommodate a maximum of 100,000 residents, divided into an inner city and an outer city. The inner city constitutes the main structure of the castle, while the outer city is encircled by extensive walls. Instead of using stone walls, the fortifications are constructed with rammed earth coated in bricks, allowing for rapid formation through successive compaction. However, this method presents a significant drawback. Failing to establish a robust three-dimensional defensive system between the inner and outer walls, which can only be compensated for by constructing additional fortifications such as bastions and gate towers. In the outer city, residential districts, commercial areas, and the Dragon God Temple are established, interconnected by broad avenues that link the various functional zones. At the heart of the city lies the inner sanctum, where immense granaries and cellars are designed to ensure a 3-month supply of provisions for the 100,000 soldiers and civilians. Moreover, the inner city will serve as the residence of the governor of Fatherland, a position that is not unfamiliar to the people of Westeros. Having been established as early as the era of Conqueror Aegon with the governor of the Trident, a title of nominal prestige. In Fatherland, although the governor is a temporary official, he wields considerable military and political power, and given the distance from Dragonstone, he rightfully embodies the role of a regional lord. Queen Layla, after careful deliberation, recognized the necessity of ensuring unwavering loyalty due to the governor's substantial authority. Fearing that such power could lead to potential insubordination, she ultimately appointed Sir William Dare as the inaugural governor of Fatherland. As the second son of House Dare, the aging knight has no heirs, and his unwavering loyalty to House Targaryen makes him an ideal candidate. In conjunction with this appointment, Queen Layla reformed the feudal system, clarifying the hierarchy of nobility within Westeros, which consists solely of lords and knights. Titles such as Duke, Marquis, and Earl are all categorized as lords, differentiated only by their relative power and the fealty of subordinate lords for ease of understanding. Following the Council of Jaehaerys, Queen Layla further subdivided lordly titles into 5 ranks: Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. However, these titles remain largely honorary, linked to privileges without the allocation of land. Currently, Dragonstone has resolved not to grant lands from the newly expanded territories, a decision unanimously supported by the council. Although some lords covet the wealth of these new lands, their existing holdings, coupled with the Queen's promise of numerous royal business shares, have significantly diminished the allure of the land. The true seekers of land are the newly elevated commoners who have risen through military merit. They are permitted to purchase land based on their achievements, although the land remains under royal ownership, effectively granting them only usage rights. The duration of these rights is determined by royal edicts, and any transfer or transaction must undergo stringent approval. During the construction of the city, Hela played a pivotal role, not merely as a laborer, but rather as a formidable force in the process. With a single breath of dragon fire, she could heat stones to a scorching temperature, allowing the masons to swiftly apply cold water, exploiting the principles of thermal expansion and contraction to disassemble the massive stone blocks. The capacity to swiftly transform the compressed clay bricks within a sealed kiln into vibrant red bricks weighed heavily on Hela's heart. After all, she was a magnificent dragon reduced to a mere fire-breathing machine. Yet, there was little choice, for challenging her master was futile. Oh, the memories of her days atop Dragon Mountain, too many to recount without shedding tears. For Jaehaerys, it was imperative not to squander a morsel of production resources. Every individual could serve as a cog in the grand machinery of Dragonstone Island, and moreover, this was a form of training for Hela. Once, Hela's dragon flames reached a scorching 1,500 degrees Celsius. Now, her golden flames had doubled in intensity, effortlessly melting gold and forging iron. Chapter 86. The Influence of Dragonstone Island. As the temperature rose, Hela's physique did not undergo significant enlargement. The Dao fruits suitable for beastkind had accumulated considerably over the past decade, providing solace to Hela's tender spirit whenever she felt rebellious. Perhaps due to the rarity of her kind attaining transcendence, Hela had not mastered any particularly useful skills, save for one learned from an otherworldly bat, which bestowed upon her the ability known as the wing shield technique, rendering her wings impervious, serving as a protective barrier. Previously tested in the terrifying fortress of the north, the results were merely average. However, the spiritual essence within the Dao fruits proved far more beneficial. Her once turbulent blood was now infused with a balanced tranquility. Jaehaerys, recognizing the limitations of his mortal abilities, understood that he could not guide her toward cultivation as he was merely a human immortal, not a celestial being. With the refinement brought by the Dao fruits, her chaotic magic transformed into a serene equilibrium. Jaehaerys estimated that in a few decades, Hela might gradually evolve into a form more suited for cultivation. Hela's appearance had also undergone a transformation. Her fierce aura had diminished, and even her once unsightly membranous wings had sprouted delicate golden scales, evoking a sense of sanctity in those who beheld her. Those who had visited Dragonstone Island could discern a distinctive quality unlike any other place. The island possessed its share of dilapidated dwellings, yet the spirits of the inhabitants were markedly different. Gone were the days of numbness and emptiness, replaced by glimmers of hope in their eyes. The workforce emerged as the largest demographic under Dragonstone Island's governance. Although the common folk remained nominally subservient to their lords, many had secured their own livelihoods, earning wages through honest labor. In terms of taxation, they no longer had to engage repeatedly with the tax officials of lords and kings. The company adeptly managed all necessary dealings on their behalf. The tax rate was modest, 1/10 of their earnings. The previous meticulous valuation of fish catches and agricultural products had been abolished, simplifying the tax collection process. The disposable income of the workers now far surpassed that of the past. Thanks to a decade of uncommonly warm summers on the mainland, trade thrived, resulting in an abundance of goods at remarkably low prices. A single wage was sufficient to support an entire family. Over 10 years, the population under Dragonstone Island's rule multiplied several-fold. Even the small fishing village at the foot of Dragon Mountain had expanded significantly, now boasting a population of over 50,000. Such growth could not solely be attributed to natural increase, but rather was largely bolstered by an influx of newcomers. The surge in population naturally engendered a demand for housing, leading to the burgeoning of land transactions and the construction of residential districts as fundamental necessities. Under the governance of Dragonstone, the land is predominantly owned by the Targaryen family and various lords, with profits from land sales already substantial. A clever individual once conceived the audacious idea of engaging in deceptive practices akin to obtaining something for nothing, but alas, this scheme was swiftly curtailed by decree, resulting in his imprisonment. Housing may be commodified, yet it necessitates an immediate exchange of money and goods. The scarcity of land has compelled Dragonstone to relocate certain industries, with aspects of agriculture and primary production shifting to surrounding areas. The lucrative cultivation of bone snails, which once brought immense wealth to Dragonstone, has largely migrated to Crab's Claw Peninsula, Cape Mazon, and coastal regions of the Crownlands. Nevertheless, since Jaehaerys introduced the technique for cultivating pearls, some mother-of-pearl shells have been secretly nurtured by the Crown in the original bone snail ponds of Dragonstone. Cultivated pearls are larger, mature more rapidly, and possess colors and qualities indistinguishable from natural pearls, yet their pricing diverges significantly, creating opportunities for merchants. Thus, the pearl trade has emerged as another flagship product of Dragonstone, overwhelming countless jewelers who find themselves utterly defeated. According to incomplete statistics, over 90% of pearl necklaces and adornments in Westeros now originate from Dragonstone. The mainland populace is increasingly encountering Dragonstone, either passively or actively. They are captivated by the exquisite jewelry, tortoiseshell, pearls, and gemstones, each characterized by unique shapes and superb craftsmanship. In recent years, Dragonstone has introduced handbags favored by noble women, subtly transforming their interest in horseback riding and hunting into a tangible desire for physical goods. A meticulously crafted handbag, adorned with contrasting colors, invariably translates the women's affection for animals into another form. A medieval noblewoman clad in a long gown, casually slinging a handbag from Dragonstone, provides an absurd yet delightful experience. Whenever a new style, particularly a limited edition, is launched at the Dragonstone Handbag Specialty Store, the streets outside are inevitably congested with eager patrons. Men find it incomprehensible that a mere piece of animal hide can command a price of 210 golden dragons, questioning why a burlap sack could not hold more. The specialty store, strategically located in the heart of the city, is said to be designed to replicate the Queen's reception room, showcasing garments, bags, and shoes personally crafted by the Queen, each inciting fervent admiration among noble women, thereby generating substantial wealth for Dragonstone. Outsiders remain oblivious to the immense profitability of the specialty store, which has single-handedly financed the upkeep and renovations of Dragonstone Castle, including the generous salaries of the inner guards and servants, without costing the treasury a single copper coin. Men, too, have found their own pleasures within the establishments of Dragonstone. The strong spirits favored by the Northmen, which warm one's entire being as if imbibing fire itself. On Dragonstone Island, a potent spirit known as vodka, meaning the drink of men, is crafted from sorghum, corn, and sweet potatoes through a meticulous distillation process, subsequently blended with distilled water. The inhabitants of the southern regions are particularly fond of Dragonstone's exquisite porcelain, known as shell porcelain, created with the addition of bone powder, resulting in a pristine, jade-like whiteness and a smooth, delicate texture. However, its price often deters ordinary families from acquiring it. Shell porcelain shops cater to affluent gentlemen who desire bespoke creations. The immaculate porcelain surface can be glazed, allowing talented artists to render vibrant and intricate designs. Many noble families prefer to commission pieces that feature their family crests and ancestral mottos. Conversely, some opt for grand depictions of historical battles, showcasing their lineage and noble heritage. Whenever guests arrive, a set of luxurious shell porcelain invariably captures everyone's attention, particularly when accompanied by the host's eloquent narration of their family legacy, elevating the ambience to one of sophistication. In an era where paper is costly and books are difficult to preserve, a set of gilded porcelain narrating a family's heritage serves as an unparalleled testament to their lineage. Dragonstone imbues these porcelain pieces not merely as everyday utensils, but as vessels of culture and history. Consequently, many lords find themselves compelled to order an additional set of elegant shell porcelain for daily use, relegating the intricately decorated pieces to a dedicated display cabinet, intended for admiration rather than practical use. Chapter 87. The wood stands out in the forest when Lord Robb's entourage finally arrived at Winterfell. Jaehaerys had already dispatched Jorah to lead numerous inner guards and spies into the free trade city-states. Their primary mission was to exploit the tensions among the various trade city-states, inciting conflict and exacerbating disputes to stir the winds of change. In essence, they were to provide whatever was demanded, be it gold or people. When necessary, they could seek the assistance of Governor Futherland, with the dragon Hela serving as a formidable force to ensure Futherland's safety during the city's construction. Of course, Jaehaerys would not let this significant plotline pass him by. He commanded that Hela take orders from his wife. Hela, somewhat vexed, remarked, "So, within the dragon, I am the only one permitted to ride freely?" Just as she prepared to express her indignation, Rhaenys presented her with a bounty of sea fish and freshly unloaded whale meat from a whaling ship off the coast of Iban. The aroma of roasting was truly delightful. Jaehaerys instructed his attendants to dye his hair black, concealing the color of his eyes through magic and with a touch of makeup. He transformed to the point where even those most familiar with him would struggle to recognize him. Now, he was Sir Prell from the Free Trade City-States, a mercenary who had once served as a squire under a knight, who had elevated him to knighthood before his demise, with the spies ensuring that his background would withstand scrutiny. Perfect. Estimating the passage of time, he bid farewell to his wife, silently communicating with Hela to ensure Rhaenys' protection. He instructed her that when facing enemies, a single breath of fire would suffice. He then embarked on a Pantos trading vessel bound for White Harbor. As the largest port in the north, White Harbor is particularly bustling during the long summer season. The Mandalay family, having migrated from the Riverlands, stands as one of the few lords in the north who adhere to the faith of the Seven. However, under the influence of trade, the veneration of the dragon god has also taken root here. The temple dedicated to the dragon god, situated near the docks, occupies a mere few square feet, too small even to accommodate an altar. The statue of the dragon god is of rudimentary craftsmanship, and there is only a clay censer on the ground, with traces of burnt offerings indicating a meager level of devotion. It is evident that this is not an orthodox dragon god temple. The faith has gradually become more standardized, with Jaehaerys crafting several scriptures based on Taoist texts and establishing a Taoist temple for governance. Any temple officially registered must have its statue crafted by the Taoist temple and blessed by incense offerings to listen to the prayers of the faithful and accept their wishes. Adhering to the principle of not wasting resources and better serving the devotees, Jaehaerys subtly consecrated this dragon god statue, performing a good deed anonymously. Henceforth, This temple would no longer be a mere facade of licentious worship. Meanwhile, within the Taoist temple on Dragonstone Island, a gilded tome silently revealed a line of small text upon the paper. Jaehaerys, under the alias of Sir Prell, rode a dappled mare, armed with a spear and a shield devoid of any emblem. Clad in the simplest chainmail and plate armor, drab and marked with numerous cuts and scars from blades, he presented an image of a humble mercenary knight, aside from his clean and handsome visage. Upon disembarking at White Harbor, he traveled north along the Blades River. As the entirety of the north was abuzz with the news of King Robert's journey to Winterfell, with countless mercenary riders, free knights, and minstrels following in his wake, Sir Prell seamlessly integrated into the throng, for during the long summer, all were eager to honor knights. Along the way, aside from residing in grand tents and subsisting on dry bread and fish jerky, Prell found pleasure in this leisurely lifestyle. The Queen's entourage was a colossal sight, with dozens of fine steeds pulling a massive wagon, its heavy wheels often sinking into the mud, especially after crossing the Bay of Carlin, where the road narrowed significantly. At times, Robert had to rely on the lords near the King's Road to conscript peasants for road repairs. It must be said that Robert is a king well liked by knights and nobles alike. He never puts on airs, drinking heartily and feasting on meat, jesting with his soldiers at every turn. From Prell's observations, Robert holds considerable esteem among the troops, and indeed, his physique resembles a mountain of flesh. As a strikingly handsome mercenary knight, Prell found himself approached by fellow swordsmen eager to practice their skills together, but feeling a chill, he swiftly toppled one to the ground. An incident witnessed by Robert himself. Robert praised his valor and invited him to serve as a royal guard. With a quick turn of his thoughts, Prell accepted immediately, after which he was presented with a brand new sword and armor, along with a golden robe. Boros Browen looked at this young man with uncertainty, attempting to discern any clues from his countenance. After observing for an extended period, it became evident that this young man lacked the regal demeanor expected of royalty. His every word and action revealed him to be merely a bashful young lad, a stark contrast to the Prell he remembered, ultimately reducing their resemblance to nothing more than a shared name. Sir Bronn, throughout the journey, was indeed diligent and attentive, meticulously keeping an eye on Jaime Lannister. Whenever the Kingslayer acted alone, he would devise various means to discreetly follow him without attracting attention. However, his tracking skills left much to be desired, as he was discovered by Jaime on several occasions, resulting in a couple of sound thrashings. Had Jaime not been cautious, he would have long since taken matters into his own hands to eliminate this persistent annoyance. With such a tenacious shadow trailing him, he found himself unable to pursue any romantic rendezvous with Cersei, stifling his frustration to the brink of inner turmoil. Sir Prell was an exceedingly charming young man, possessing both good looks and formidable martial prowess. Whenever he engaged in combat practice with the knights, he consistently emerged victorious, demonstrating a graceful humility that endeared him to all, devoid of any arrogance, earning genuine admiration. Consequently, he caught the attention of the Queen and the princes. Cersei publicly declared him a true knight on multiple occasions. Princes Joffrey and Tommen frequently sought his tutelage in martial skills, while Myrcella often gazed with admiration at the two brothers training alongside Sir Prell. This inadvertently alienated some individuals, such as Sir Alan Santagar, the training master of the Red Keep. Born in the Bonewood of Dorne, Sir Alan hailed from the Santagar family's cadet branch and was renowned for his martial prowess, even in a land where warriors were as plentiful as grains of sand. When Jon Arryn ventured to Dorne for negotiations, he specifically appointed a Dornishman to the pivotal position of Master-at-Arms. Under the recommendation of Prince Doran, Sir Alan distinguished himself among a host of warriors and successfully assumed the role. "Young man, I hear your skills are commendable. I wish to spar with you." On one fateful evening, Alan and his companions confronted the solitary Sir Prell. "I have no time," Prell replied bluntly, already exhausted from dealing with the troublesome Joffrey daily, showing no interest in engaging with others. "No time?" Sir Alan Santagar exclaimed in surprise. "What is this? When someone challenges you, how can you respond with such rudeness? Where is your knightly spirit?" Chapter 88. "Good dog, my lord, what shall we do?" One of Alan's companions inquired. Their plan was for Alan to fight first. If he could defeat the young knight, that would be ideal. If not, they would all rush him together. Knightly spirit? Huh. On the battlefield, who speaks of knightly spirit? Even if questioned afterward, they could easily argue that they were merely teaching newcomers the ways of survival and combat, emphasizing adaptability. Originally, they believed the young man to be sensitive about his honor, yet it became clear that he would not conform to their expectations. It appeared that our so-called knight was a coward, only daring to hide behind women and children, posturing bravely. After a moment of hesitation, Alan wore a mocking smile. Indeed. Indeed. His companions chimed in, seizing the moment to jeer, "Cowardly knight. That nickname is truly fitting, especially suitable for the delicate summer nights." Humph. Utterly tedious, Pruel snorted coldly, his feet never ceasing, as he collided directly with a knight blocking his path, secretly employing the technique of overwhelming force to send him flying. "Damn it, brothers. Let us take action." The knight, propelled several meters away and in pain, called out repeatedly. The crowd drew their swords, lowered their visors, and surrounded Pruel, only to discover that he slipped through the gaps like oil, escaping with remarkable agility. A throng of heavily armored knights jostled about, with those within shouting that they were on the same side, urging caution against treachery, while those outside, unable to discern the situation, mistook the words of the young knight for a cunning ploy, brandishing their clubs in response. Sir Pruel leisurely observed their chaotic commotion. Such was the disadvantage of heavy armor. Many had helmets and visors with naught but a narrow slit for vision, and once the enemy maneuvered out of sight, the armored knights became rather disoriented. Ha ha ha. Joffrey happened to pass by and, upon witnessing their disgraceful antics, could not help but laugh. These fools were even more foolish than his father's court jester. "Dog, if you enter the fray, can you topple Master Pruel?" he quipped, directing his mockery at the burly, scar-faced man beside him. The delicate knight was indeed a fine warrior, albeit a dangerously hypocritical one, much like my wretched older brother, Sandor Clegane mused, casting a steely gaze at the individual with crossed arms opposite him. "However, if my lord requires it, Dog shall remove his head for you." "Good dog, go give it a try." Joffrey's emerald eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. What a contemptible mercenary, trying to feign amiability. After spending these past few days trailing him in practice, did he truly consider himself significant? Among his mentors, he was indeed the most formidable in delivering pain. When he reported to his father and mother, upon shedding his clothing, there were no visible signs of bruising or swelling. He called upon his younger brother, Tommen, to testify, as Tommen had also endured a beating. Yet the chubby lad claimed that Sir Pruel's blows were gentle, akin to a massage, lacking any force. Consequently, Joffrey's report was swiftly dismissed as a fabrication. Thus, he received another thrashing. When had Joffrey the Great ever endured such indignity? While he feigned a cheerful demeanor, his mind was consumed with thoughts of how to eliminate the delicate knight. Today presented a golden opportunity, with someone else serving as a stepping stone amidst the chaos, who cared about the identity of the one wielding the dagger. Even if they knew, would they dare speak the truth and offend the heir to the Iron Throne? This was also a result of Pruel employing subtle force. Did he truly believe he would sincerely teach the Lannister cubs the art of swordsmanship? As for Joffrey, he was particularly keen on finding moments to strike him, especially in places that caused great pain yet left no marks, the force penetrating the skin directly to the muscle, rendering the issue undetectable. Such a sensation was truly exhilarating. The hound strode forth, drawing his sharp blade from his side. Pruel, upon noticing the palpable murderous intent, realized this encounter was unlike a mere lesson. Sandor Clegane. A smile played upon his lips. He was indeed a fine dog. Yet, even if he later disregarded his master's command, he deserved the fate that awaited him. It is said that this old wretch harbors a deep-seated fear of fire, though the veracity of such claims remains uncertain. Alas, he had not brought along the spring thunder. Otherwise, he could have coated his sword with it, emulating the flamboyant fire sword techniques of Soros, the red-robed monk of Mill, and achieving a spectacular effect beyond compare. His expression remained unchanged, still beaming with a smile, as if the arrival of the hunting dog had not stirred any alarm within him. Only when the hunting dog advanced with a rugged charge, mere yards away, did he suddenly draw his treasured sword. The onlookers barely caught a glimpse of the flashing blade when they were met with the harrowing cry of the hunting dog. They turned towards the source of the sound, witnessing the hound clutching its arm in agony. A trickle of blood oozed from the gaps of its armor, for in an instant, Puriel had pierced the armor at the joint of the hunting dog's arm with the tip of his sword. With a flourish, Puriel flicked the blood from his blade, then meticulously wiped it clean with a pristine handkerchief before sheathing it, exuding an air of elegance. Such performance deserves full marks, he mused within himself. However, while it is easy to speak of, executing such a feat is anything but simple. It demands unparalleled explosiveness, keen eyesight, and precise control, each element indispensable. The steel sword in his grasp was merely a standard weapon issued to the golden-robed elite, inferior to the finely crafted arms of master blacksmiths, and certainly not a patch on his original meteor sword. He had entrusted the meteor's sword to his wife, Rhaenys, before embarking on this journey. for a fine weapon bestows a significant advantage in combat. The armor worn by the hunting dog was of commendable quality, featuring thin steel plates for protection at the joints. To pierce through it with an ordinary sword, one must locate the vulnerabilities, lest the blade shatter upon impact. The hunting dog's right hand hung limply, having suffered a strike that severed the tendons at the joint. If fortune favored him, he might recover in 6 months, even if he possessed exceptional talent. The greater likelihood is that even if the external wounds healed, the strength of that hand would be considerably diminished. "Oh dear, Mr. Hound. How careless of you to collide with my sword," Sir Puriel remarked with a nonchalant tone, his words sending a shiver down the spines of those present. Could it be true? The hunting dog discerned a hint of peril in his indifferent gaze. If he could pierce the armor at the joint, he could easily penetrate the unprotected throat as well. "Good dog. Return." The timely voice of Joffrey provided the hound an escape route. He had intended to utter some menacing words, yet realized they bore little weight. Hastily, he retrieved the sword that had fallen to the ground, awkwardly using his left hand to return it to its sheath. Witnessing this, the others quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Puriel was indeed a formidable individual, having wounded even the prince's hound with a single strike. Even if they were to rush him, what cost in lives would they be willing to pay to defend Alan Santa against such a foe? Chapter 89. To continue the mischief as the crowd dispersed, a sound echoed from the shadows, the unmistakable clanging of metal gauntlets. "Sir Jaime." Jaehaerys feigned surprise, for the figure emerging was none other than Jaime Lannister. "Sir Prell." The Kingslayer was adorned in gleaming white armor, his flowing white cloak fastened at the shoulder with a golden lion clasp. "What remarkable skill! From which knight did you acquire such prowess? Surely you are aware that I am quite familiar with most renowned knights. My mentor claims to be an anonymous figure, yet he insists he is a knight," Jaehaerys replied with a smirk. "I grew up in the contentious lands of Essos, where he was an exceptional mercenary. However, he never divulged his origins." "An anonymous figure, you say?" Jaime pondered. Such enigmatic knights were abundant in the tournaments of Westeros, devoid of any personal or familial sigils. Typically, only when their opponents struck off their helmets could their identities be revealed. Yet, it is rare for one squire or apprentice to maintain such secrecy throughout. What does he look like? Gray hair, slender frame, and a scar upon his face? Does he possess a Westerosi accent? Now you pose a challenging question. Jaehaerys furrowed his brow. "You see, I have only recently arrived on the Sunset Continent." These details were corroborated multiple times with the inner guards and held up under scrutiny. Jaime was not one to engage in deep thought. He preferred to wield his golden sword and engage in a direct confrontation with Sir Prell. However, considering how effortlessly the latter had dispatched the hound, he understood that he might not be his equal. At least, he could not claim to deliver a fatal blow to the hound. Regarding this individual's background, Jaime was entirely in the dark. His sister and children could not be in proximity to such a perilous element. He turned on his heel and sought out the accompanying scholar to relay Prell's information back to King's Landing, requesting Varys to swiftly employ the little birds to uncover Prell's true identity. The journey proceeded in silence until they arrived at Winterfell. Upon reaching Winterfell, Robert, as per the original narrative, insisted on first visiting the crypts, much to the Queen's discontent. Jaehaerys strolled through Winterfell, the laughter of children echoing above. He glanced up to see Ned's son Bran swiftly scaling the castle walls. Soon, 2 soldiers rushed past him, dispatched by the Duchess to deter the wall-scaling Bran. Unfortunately for them, they were utterly ineffective. The child was far too mischievous, nimble of hand and foot, and in the blink of an eye, he had disappeared around a corner, out of sight. By the gods, how can this child be so full of mischief? Soldier A gasped for breath. He must have been a monkey in his past life, Soldier B concurred. Ever since they had taken on this duty, they had not had a moment's rest, continually craning their necks, nearly succumbing to neck ailments. Wait, did we just encounter someone? Soldier A suddenly realized, turning to look behind him, only to find an empty expanse. Did someone indeed? Truly, this is the damnedest thing. They exchanged a glance, both shivering in unison, taking advantage of the moment when the 2 individuals ahead were distracted. Jaehaerys gently pushed off the wall with his feet, soaring upwards like a feather to the battlements. This spell resembled more of a lightness of foot than a magical art. It required no arcane power and could be considered a technique of muscular exertion, combined with extraordinary eyesight and foot strength, capable of achieving silent steps upon snow and crossing rivers on a single reed. "Ah, can you climb walls too?" A child's voice echoed from above. He looked up to see Bran Stark seated between the crenellations of the tower, his legs dangling over the edge, surrounded by crows pecking at the corn kernels in his hand. The young boy, upon noticing a stranger scaling the wall, displayed no fear and directly inquired. Bran Stark, aged 7, was the second son of Lord Ned and Lady Catelyn, Jaehaerys whispered to himself. He had previously encountered several children of House Stark, most of whom possessed formidable and resilient mental fortitude. It was no wonder Bran could become the three-eyed raven, while Jon and Arya were both wolf spirits. Are you not afraid of falling from such a height? Jaehaerys elegantly ascended to the tower, his form ethereal and ghostly, startling Bran. Hey, how did you manage to fly up here? Bran's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never seen a knight ascend so effortlessly. Not even Master Roderick could achieve such a feat. Would you like to learn? Jaehaerys inquired, gently ruffling Bran's hair. I have no interest. Bran turned his head defiantly. He detested being treated like a child, yet his tone betrayed a hint of curiosity. If you wish to learn, come to the Godswood after the feast tonight, and I shall teach you, Jaehaerys said, patting his head softly. Bran's transformation into the three-eyed raven was no mere coincidence. Among 1,000 individuals, only one is born a shapeshifter, and among 1,000 shapeshifters, only one becomes a green seer. During their journey in the north, while conversing with Ned in the hall, Jaehaerys had sensed a surge of mental energy. Knowing the storyline, he surmised that Bran would become the new three-eyed raven, gaining the green sight and traversing the rivers of time. Regardless of who the three-eyed raven serves or represents, Jaehaerys held on to the notion of stirring chaos. He could not allow the raven to have things go smoothly, for it did not wish for Bran to suffer harm. He was determined to thwart its intentions and embrace mischief. After the evening feast, Jaehaerys indeed found Bran and his little wolf in the Godswood. The timeline had advanced slightly compared to the original narrative. However, that dire wolf still managed to deliver the children to House Stark as intended. For centuries, no one had discovered dire wolves south of the Wall. How fortuitous. To claim there were no hidden hands at play would be incredulous. Good evening, my lord. Bran, when not being mischievous, was quite the well-behaved child. Is this your dog? Jaehaerys inquired with feigned innocence. No, my lord, it is a dire wolf named Summer, Bran clarified. While the little wolf bared its teeth at Jaehaerys, fur bristling and tail lowered, Jaehaerys struck with the swiftness of lightning, grasping the nape of fate itself, and the little wolf fell silent in an instant. Do not harm it. It merely wishes to frighten you, Bran pleaded, yearning to reclaim his little wolf. Should their father learn of his failure to properly guide Summer, he would undoubtedly see it sent away. Quiet now, Jaehaerys instructed, his finger flicking to release a fleeting golden glimmer that flashed from his fingertip, causing Bran to roll his eyes and faint to the ground. Chapter 90. An unthinkable assassination. Such methods are not extraordinary, commonly referred to as the crowning. They can be effortlessly executed by those with a modicum of magical ability and inner strength. Bran, who relished climbing, would find the technique of leaping simplified by Jaehaerys, ensuring he could scale the remnants of the tower with the grace of a swallow. After all, who could dare to toss aside someone that Jaehaerys intended to protect? In this turbulent realm of Westeros, Jaehaerys had long arranged for the waters to be stirred. Outside the city of King's Landing, whispers circulated among the small merchants. Have you heard? Lord Jon was betrayed by House Lannister. Is that true? It cannot be. Someone interjected, drawn closer by curiosity. Would I deceive you? Just keep it to yourself, came the reply. It was evident that the inner guards had thoroughly executed Prince Jaehaerys' plans. Originally, Littlefinger intended to have Lisa poison Jon and then secretly inform Catelyn that Jon had been slain by the Lannisters, deliberately inciting conflict between the North and the West to elevate his own status. Yet, in the blink of an eye, news of Jon's death spread like wildfire throughout King's Landing. With a crash, Littlefinger, enraged, shattered a precious set of dragonstone porcelain. This situation had escalated beyond mere quarrels between wolves and lions. The truth behind Jon's demise would inevitably reach the Lords of the Vale, and even if Lord Tywin were cunning, could he simultaneously contend with both the Starks and the Arryns? Oh, but surely House Tully would lean towards the side of the Starks and Arryns as well. The imbalance of power was glaring. At this critical juncture, Robert, accompanied by the Queen, Jaime, and the Imp, ventured north. What if Ned and the Tullys acted without honor, seizing the Queen and the two Lannister heirs? Perhaps they would ally with Stannis or Renly. He imagined the Golden Lion, surrounded by numerous lords, forced to surrender his arms. What could he possibly gain from such a spectacle? Regaining his composure, Littlefinger resolved not to passively watch the Lannisters' downfall. His mind raced. Surely, there were allies within the court. And at this moment, others might be even more anxious than he. Pycelle was aging, and in summer, the elderly sought relief from the heat. Littlefinger, ever the clever manipulator, had often provided gifts to the old man. That very night, having nothing else to attend to, he had delivered a sumptuous golden abalone feast from Lys. igniting the old man's enthusiasm. Pycelle prepared to host a picnic in the godswood of the Red Keep. What could surpass the joy of indulging in a seafood banquet amidst the tranquil and cool embrace of the summer woods? In the chamber of the Grand Scholar beneath the crow's nest, comfort was present, yet it lacked a sense of boundless freedom and exhilaration. What one seeks in a picnic is precisely that feeling of being beneath an eternal starry sky, with one's feet firmly planted upon the solid earth, experiencing the splendid union of humanity and nature. He ventured forth with delectable provisions, seeking a secluded corner within the ancient woods, where a large, flat stone resembling a yellow ox awaited him, its horns perfectly positioned to save considerable effort. He hung an oil lamp upon the horns, and as for the abalone, it was imperative to prepare the sauce first, spreading cream and honey around it. Once enveloped in a layer of snow-white cream and honey, the grand feast could commence. Suddenly, two anguished cries pierced the air. What? The Grand Scholar had been injured? Robert received a letter from King's Landing. What could it possibly entail? The correspondence revealed that the Grand Scholar had been the target of an assassination attempt orchestrated from Dragonstone. Ser Luwin delivered a letter bearing the personal seal of Lord Blue, addressed to Robert and Ned. This was utterly absurd. Even after reading the letter, Ned found it hard to fathom, a shiver running down his spine. This old coot truly was a fool. Robert lamented deeply. He had prided himself on his experience in the realm of intrigue, yet had never conceived that an assassination could be executed in such a manner. The Grand Scholar claimed the evidence was irrefutable, that the assassin had plunged a sharp obsidian dagger into his lower abdomen. Given that the Queen and Lady Catelyn were present in the hall, Luwin had to carefully choose his words. The learned Ser Franken, in service to Lady Tanda, along with a cadre of assistant scholars, examined Lord Pycelle's injury, confirming it was indeed inflicted by a sharp point crafted from obsidian. It was widely known that currently, only Dragonstone exported obsidian jewelry, as the island contained vast deposits of the precious stone. Ned, my dear brother. Robert suddenly grasped the Duke of Winterfell's hand. You must support me. My eldest son is to be betrothed to your eldest daughter. As soon as they come of age, the union shall occur. Ned had been grappling with the decision to journey south, for both his father and brother had met grim fates when they ventured southward. The south was not a place for him. Yet now, with Dragonstone's insidious grasp extending toward his king and dear brother, he could not remain idle. As for the proposed alliance between their families, it was entirely feasible, apart from the royal lineage. No other great houses had firstborns of a similar age to his three foolish children. Having contemplated this, he nodded solemnly. Before he and Catelyn retired for the night, Ser Luwin paid another late-night visit, bearing a letter from the Eyrie. It was a personal missive from Lisa, employing the utmost caution in her coded language. Catelyn translated the contents for Ned and Ser Luwin, and both fell into deep contemplation. The Prime Minister's agreement seemed far too hasty. Who could have anticipated that the situation in King's Landing had grown so intricately tangled? Ned, you must take more guards, Catelyn implored, grasping his hand. Perhaps Sansa and Arya should remain in Winterfell. Meanwhile, Jaehaerys received intelligence from the King's Guard, which was notably more specific than the letters from Robert and Ned. Could it be true that old Pycelle was indeed wounded by obsidian? Jaehaerys found himself at a loss for words as the King's Guard promptly contacted the Spider, confirming that Pycelle had indeed sustained injuries from obsidian that very night. Why was no one suspecting Littlefinger? He was clearly the prime suspect. Jaehaerys mused. Wait a moment. The Weirwood Grove, the large stone shaped like an ox, obsidian, could it be? After all these years, could it truly be that coincidental? He suddenly recalled an experiment conducted in the Weirwood Grove of the Red Keep, the very place where he had first tested the Spring Thunder. He smacked his forehead. This unintentional stroke of luck might just lead him to the true culprit. One could only say that every cause has its effect. There he was, attempting to stir the waters, while someone else lay in wait. The ones most pleased at this moment were undoubtedly Littlefinger and Tywin. As for whether he should offer Robert an explanation, what nonsense. How many assassins have you dispatched to Dragonstone over the years? In the span of 10 years, the King's Guard has intercepted and thwarted numerous assassination plots. If not 100, then certainly 50. When have you ever provided me with an explanation? Chapter 91. The Weeping Girl. The following day, when Ned conveyed the news to the children, Sansa's previously cheerful face fell into tears upon hearing that she could not accompany the couple to the fabled King's Landing. The north was bitterly cold, and throughout the year, there were scarcely any minstrels, no traveling troops, no jesters. She felt like a Cinderella trapped in a humble village, longing desperately for the sweet air of King's Landing. She ran outside, weeping, with her little direwolf following closely behind. Dear girl, what has caused you such sorrow? A young voice called from behind as she collapsed on the steps of the city wall, crying unabashedly. She turned around quickly to see a man clad in black plate armor, a white lining, and a golden cloak, observing her with keen interest. Sansa's cheeks flushed. This was the most handsome man she had seen aside from Prince Jaehaerys. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, he stood tall and distinguished. Reminiscent of the troubadour songs about Prince Daemon Targaryen, Prince Aemon the Dragon Knight, and Ser Florian the Fool, stepping into reality. "Forgive me, my lord," Sansa said, lifting her skirts and curtsying. She was acutely aware of the tears marring her face, her hair in disarray, and her dress slightly soiled from sitting on the ground. How utterly embarrassing. In her haste to descend the steps, she unexpectedly collided with the man, who had stepped forward, blocking her path, and found herself tumbling into his embrace. A warm, large hand rested gently on her slender waist, its heat akin to that of a branding iron, transmitting a sensation that traveled from her waist straight to her heart. Sansa quickly pressed her hand against the man's chest, lifting her delicate head slightly. Her brows furrowed in concern. Her blue eyes sparkled like a clear autumn lake, while her lips glistened as if coated in honey. As the man's face drew nearer, her heart began to race. Was he about to kiss her? A wave of panic washed over her, yet her body felt languid, her arm resting against his chest lacking any strength. Jaehaerys regarded Sansa, who gazed at him with a shy demeanor, before encountering a series of tragic events. The young girl was, without doubt, a delightful sight to behold. In that fleeting moment, he felt an overwhelming desire to kiss her. For he was not merely Jaehaerys of Dragonstone, but rather cloaked in the guise of Ser Prendel. Capturing a maideness heart was but a trivial pursuit for a mercenary of his nature. However, upon sensing the innocence of her budding affection, he reconsidered. She was still far too young, even in comparison to Daenerys. "My beautiful lady," he spoke with a magnetic voice, retrieving a warm handkerchief from his pocket to gently wipe away the traces of tears and dirt from her face. "What may I do for you?" "Thank you, my lord," Sansa replied. Her cheeks flushed as she pushed herself away from his embrace. Perhaps it was his chivalrous demeanor that earned her trust. Or perhaps she simply needed a means to express her emotions. She found herself recounting her father's actions to this unfamiliar man. "Oh, so Lord Eddard does not intend to take you and your sister to King's Landing?" Jaehaerys raised an eyebrow. Why would Eddard publicly confess his treason beneath the great September of Baelor? Is it not due to his love for his children? He values family above honor. Were it not for Sansa and Arya, he would rather die than admit to treason. Jaehaerys held a certain admiration for Eddard. He was honest, reliable, just, and held honor in high regard. Moreover, when his sister-in-law and mother-in-law were slain by the Mountain, and King Aerys was murdered by Jaime Lannister, it was Eddard who demanded justice. Not to mention that he bore the stigma of fathering a bastard to protect his sister and Rhaegar's son. Thus, even though Eddard Stark had once betrayed House Targaryen, Jaehaerys could not harbor any resentment towards him. With a soft sigh, he lamented that such a man could ultimately not be of service to him. Why not seek the queen's opinion? Jaehaerys finally resolved to push Sansa into the fray. Sansa's eyes lit up at his words. She had already learned of her engagement to Prince Joffrey, and as her future mother-in-law, Queen Cersei's influence in this matter was paramount. Should she consent, everything would fall into place. She hurriedly thanked the knight before making her way to the queen's chambers. "Jaime, have you lost your mind? Must you do this now?" Cersei, having narrowly evaded the guards, had stealthily arrived at the top of the ruined tower, where Jaime had been waiting for some time. "I can no longer contain myself." Throughout the journey, Jaime embraced Cersei, disregarding her protests, and ventured his hand within. Just as they were lost in their delight, Cersei suddenly opened her eyes and was startled to see a child's head appear at the window. "Ah!" she exclaimed, swiftly turning away. This scream startled Bran, who could scarcely fathom that the esteemed queen was engaged in such intimate exploration with her own brother. His worldview shattered. In his shock, he lost his grip on the window's edge and nearly tumbled down. Fortunately, after inexplicably fainting in the Godswood days prior, he awoke to find himself endowed with many climbing techniques in his mind. Precariously, he steadied himself on a protrusion beneath the windowsill. "Child, climb up quickly." Jaime extended his right hand, beads of sweat glistening amidst his golden locks, clad casually in a silk undergarment that accentuated his dense golden chest hair. "No." Bran, having regained his footing, felt less frantic as he swiftly scaled through the crevices of the rocks, nearly vanishing from Jaime's view. "Jaime, what do we do now?" Cersei panicked. "If Robert finds out, he will surely kill us both." A glint of cold steel flashed in Jaime's eyes as he watched Bran's hasty retreat, immediately retrieving a dagger from the ground. "What are you doing?" Cersei grasped his arm. "You must be mad. We are still in Winterfell. Do you wish for Lord Eddard to have us both hanged? Then what shall we do?" Cersei found herself at a loss. If they were in King's Landing, She would have countless methods and many willing to serve her. Yet, among those present, few could truly be deemed her allies. Suddenly, a strikingly handsome face emerged in her mind. "What do you think of Ser Prell?" Cersei pondered aloud. "He is a dangerous fellow." Jaime replied candidly. "Are you considering employing him?" "Indeed, he is not one of us, having joined midway, and was personally invited by Robert. The gold cloaks are fond of coin. Who could offer a better price than us? But what if he fails? Even if he falters, can one trust a mercenary?" Chapter 92. Bran's fainting soon. Ser Prell, resting in his tent, received a summons from Cersei. I must admit, she is even more enchanting than portrayed on screen, with her cascading golden waves and cat-like green eyes, exuding the ripeness of summer peaches. "Your Grace." Ser Prell bowed respectfully. Cersei instructed her brother Jaime to dismiss others, adopting a demeanor of gracious hospitality. After a round of meaningless pleasantries, she beckoned Ser Prell closer, her soft lips nearly brushing against his ear, sending tingles through him as she meticulously relayed her plans. "Heh, does your Grace intend to ensnare a wolf with empty hands?" Ser Prell scoffed. "What a clever stratagem, seeking to command me through an ethereal lordship? Impudent." James's brows furrowed, and with a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword, the blade pointing directly at Prule. When bribery failed, he resorted to intimidation. Prule remained unperturbed. He had already observed Bran descending from the ruins, thus deducing that Cersei's infidelity had been exposed. It was James and Cersei who should be anxious at this moment. "James, leave," Cersei commanded her brother. Enraged, James departed. Cersei leaned closer to Ser Prule, her alabaster skin tantalizingly close to his arm, teasing yet elusive, evoking a magnetic allure. If it were Ser Prule, he would undoubtedly be captivated, but Jaehaerys had witnessed far grander spectacles. Was this all? Merely a glimpse sufficed, consuming it would be beneath him. Yet, to maintain his facade, Prule had to feign a lustful demeanor, his gaze nearly tangible, as if he longed to peel back the papayas skin. Cersei was immensely satisfied. Her beauty and allure were her sharpest weapons, particularly as a queen. Who would not desire to be a guest at the court of a queen? In the past, a mere glimpse of her shoulder or a suggestive glance would draw countless noblemen and knights vying for her favor. Today, she mused, she had already bestowed enough sweetness. "Your Majesty, you must provide me with a token of your affection, otherwise, I shall be plagued by unease," Prule implored, his eyes glistening with desire. "Oh, my charming little fellow, what sort of token do you seek?" Cersei whispered into his ear, nearly sending shivers down his spine. With two stunningly beautiful maidens in her household, who would covet this aging relic? Moreover, due to the nature of their lineage, both men and women on the continent of Westeros tended to possess abundant hair. Though their features were striking, their allure had a fleeting shelf life. Women in their 30s, particularly those who had borne children, often bore visible signs of having once possessed a slender waist, now encumbered by excess flesh. Yet Jaehaerys still pretended to remain pure. "I require but a strand of your hair to alleviate my longing," Prule boldly suggested, treating her as if she were a cow, believing that to yield milk, one must exert effort. "Hee, my dear sir, do you truly desire only a lock of hair? Perhaps I could grant you a sweet kiss instead?" Cersei coyly regarded him, her hand trailing down his chest plate, ultimately retrieving a dagger from his waist. She snipped a lock of hair, playfully teasing Prule's cheek with it, finding amusement in his flushed countenance. Perhaps this Prule could serve as a delightful bedfellow, she pondered, her heart fluttering with intrigue. Good heavens! How could you possess such an adorable notion? Prule clenched his fists, struggling to suppress his urge to attack. An old hag taunting him with her hair? Was she jesting with him? With a playful pout, Cersei's eyes sparkled. It had been ages since she had encountered someone so enchanting. Unable to resist, she leaned in and playfully nipped at him. "Farewell," Prule exclaimed, clasping the lock of hair, turning to depart with haste. Behind him, Cersei's raucous laughter echoed, prompting him to quicken his pace, as if pursued by a hound. He feared that if he slowed his pace even slightly, he would be unable to suppress a gasp. As James watched the young man dash out of the room, he hurried inside, only to find Cersei wearing an expression of unrestrained delight, unable to resist extending her wicked hands. Bran, now filled with hesitation, found it difficult to calm his tumultuous emotions after witnessing a scene in the ruined tower that shattered his worldview. As a child of a noble house, he was well acquainted with the ways of the world. After all, during the harvest festival, the Duke would entertain the lords, and the unruly nobles and knights would often seize a maid at random, seeking a shadowy corner after the feast. Thus, he was not unfamiliar with matters of intimacy. Yet the dilemma lay in the fact that the parties involved were the queen and his brother. Would the gods not curse such actions? He was uncertain whether he should immediately inform his father or mother, or perhaps his siblings. The desire to ascend the tower to feed the crows vanished in an instant. He lightly tapped his toes and weaved gracefully between the steep walls, towers, and statues, his movements agile and ethereal. Since inexplicably falling into a slumber in the sacred woods, he seemed to have forgotten something profoundly significant, though he desperately tried to recall it. The following day, when he leapt lightly, surprising everyone as he soared over a 6-foot wall, they quickly called Master Ruin to examine him. Yet, even Scholar Ruin could only concede that this fell within his knowledge gap. Overall, however, the results were promising, indicating that his agility foretold a future as an exceptional knight. The old scholar even began to recommend to the Duke that Bran's equestrian training be expedited. Duke Ned pondered for a moment before personally selecting a chestnut mare. In his excitement, Bran leapt onto the saddle without using the stirrups. Fortunately, stableboy Adu was holding the horse. Otherwise, the unaccustomed mare, startled, might have reared up and thrown Bran off. Her steps were light and graceful, reminiscent of his sister Sansa's dancing, prompting Bran to name her Little Dance. Given that Little Dance was not a suitable riding horse, the Duke arranged for a groom to provide specialized training, resulting in Bran climbing the walls less frequently. However, he never anticipated that when he finally found time to climb again, he would witness such a scene. He descended from the low wall only to encounter a figure that was both strange and familiar, clad in black plate armor, with a golden cloak fastened by an obsidian brooch at the shoulder. The figure's black hair cascaded past the shoulders, and the brown eyes were as deep and distant as the wolf forests outside Winterfell. "Who are you?" Bran inquired involuntarily, perplexed by the insidious sense of familiarity that gnawed at him. "From the King's Banquet? Ah, little one, you may call me Sir Prell." The newcomer chuckled, raising a finger towards him. Sensing a hint of danger, Bran instinctively retreated, yet the figure swiftly mirrored his movements, his agility surpassing Bran's. As the fingers of the nobleman brushed against the back of Bran's head, a gentle force surged from the occipital bone, causing Bran to briefly lose consciousness once more. Curiously, why did I use the word again? This was the last thought that crossed his mind before he succumbed to darkness. Yora observed the unconscious Bran on the ground, chuckling softly as he retrieved a strand of golden hair from his waist, deftly wrapping it around Bran's finger. "Ah, this is simply perfect." Chapter 93. The disappearance of Prule. The following day, when the news of the Duke of Ned's children falling inexplicably into a coma reached Cersei's ears, she promptly summoned Sir Prule once again. "Are you certain he will not awaken?" Cersei inquired, leaning closer to the man. "Absolutely," Sir Prule replied confidently. "This is the wondrous magic from the Eastern continent. By merely applying gentle pressure to certain areas of the body, I can ensure he remains in a state of slumber, undetected by divine or mortal eyes." "So, you mean the child will remain in a state akin to a living corpse, eternally asleep?" Jaime, skeptical of such miraculous claims, noticed his sister's apparent fondness for this man, which only fueled his growing discontent. "Indeed, my fingers possess a certain enchantment," Sir Prule remarked, casting a suggestive smile towards Cersei as he joined two fingers together and raised them in demonstration, igniting a surge of excitement within her. It was not only men who craved novelty. Women too, especially when it came to this man with his exotic Eastern heritage, found his striking handsomeness and robust physique, now cloaked in an aura of mystique, utterly thrilling. "You had better ensure that the boy does not awaken before we depart the north, or I shall be the first to slit your throat," Jaime declared, visibly displeased with his sister's behavior, unable to fathom how such emotions could be displayed before outsiders. "Oh, what? Do you wish to slit my throat like the Mad King?" Sir Prule's brow furrowed at the remark, his eyes narrowing. Even so, Jaime felt a chilling and dangerous gaze sweep across his throat and heart, raising the hairs on his neck as if he were being targeted by a venomous serpent. "You may certainly attempt it," Jaime retorted, his tone rigid, for the title of the realm's finest knight brooked no such provocation. All right, you men, with your grand swords, always yearning for a deadly duel," Cersei interjected, aiming to diffuse the tension. "This is a cause for celebration. Let us raise a glass of wine to calm our nerves." Cersei poured each man a glass of wine, the purple liquid exuding the sweet scent of summer, its taste a delightful blend of sweetness with a hint of bitterness. "Good sir, or should I say, my lord the Earl, I believe your prowess is worthy of a castle. What do you think of Storm's End?" Cersei spoke with a light-hearted tone. Jaime stared in shock at his sister, for was it not Lady Tanda who currently held sway over Storm's End? Moreover, her rightful heir is her eldest daughter, Sir Ferris. Within the heart of Preel, a cold smirk emerges, recognizing that the tactics employed against the little demon, the mercenary Balin, have now been turned against him. In the present day, women reign over Storm's End. Lady Tanda's successor, regardless of her offspring, could soon find herself at the helm of the entire castle, especially if one were to wed Loras. With a mark upon Priel's arm, it is believed that, given his prowess, he could swiftly seize control of the fortress. My lord, you hold me in high regard. Even though my arrival on the Sunset Continent was recent, I am well aware that Loras is rather dim-witted, and she has already surpassed 30. All you need to do is consummate the marriage. It is said she is still a maiden. Such wickedness, so brazenly spoken from your beautiful lips, sends shivers down my spine. Priel's countenance mirrored the icy rooftops of Winterfell, devoid of warmth. If you are unwilling, I shall procure another fief for you. Cersei bit her lip, momentarily restoring her charming smile. Let us have another drink. This cursed Winterfell is exceedingly cold. Shall we add some spiced warm wine? Without waiting for a response, she poured another glass for Priel, who drank it in one gulp, revealing a faint smile. I presume Sir Priel is fatigued. Perhaps it would be wise to retire early, she suggested, ushering him out. However, once the young knight departed, her expression darkened to one of profound displeasure. Such ungratefulness. She hurled the waxen goblet away. Shall I? Jaime gestured across his throat. No need. That last drink. Cersei's brow unfurled. She had not intended to act thus, yet with the lives of her 3 children at stake, if he could not be of use to her, then he must meet his end. As Priel exited the Queen's chamber, barely a few steps away, he suddenly expelled a mouthful of foul, black blood. What a ruthless woman. His voice, slightly hoarse, wiped the corner of his mouth. Surely, she had prepared poison, ready to strike should he prove resistant. Yet alas, the dosage was insufficient. To truly poison him, a hint of wine would have been necessary. His hoarseness was not due to the poison, but rather a coincidental injury he had sustained. The 5 colors blind the eye, the 5 sounds deafen the ear, the 5 tastes delight the mouth. Hunting and chasing stirs madness in the heart, and rare treasures lead to misfortune. The 5 calamities are akin to 5 specters, merciless in their killing. These calamities correspond to the primal instincts and desires of humanity. Only by successfully navigating through them can one aspire to transcend to the realm of immortals. To avoid arousing Cersei's suspicions, it appears that Priel's disguise must be temporarily abandoned. He shrugged, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, swiftly removed his golden robe, and rubbed his face vigorously. Soon, a man with a hooked nose and several pink blemishes appeared. Utilizing his exceptional agility, he quickly vanished into the crowd. That night, a knight who once shone like a meteor mysteriously vanished. Among the wandering minstrels, a young singer named Maetikai emerged, clad entirely in green, earning him the moniker of the Green Poet. He possessed a remarkable proficiency in various songs, particularly excelling in lewd ballads such as The Bear and the Beautiful Maiden. Iron Spear, Florian and Jonki, and William's wife is soaked. With a mere strum of his strings, the entire camp was enveloped in joyous revelry. Prue is missing? Cersei exclaimed in astonishment, standing beside 2 princes who, as was customary, had come to learn swordsmanship from Sir Prue. However, they were met with the emptiness of the tent. According to other golden-robed individuals, Prue had not returned the previous night. They had assumed the young man had succumbed to excitement, perhaps seeking the company of a maid or a farmer's daughter. It was only after the 2 princes had searched in vain that an unsettling realization dawned upon the others. Perhaps Sir Prue could not endure the constraints of the camp and departed without a word. Cersei consoled the 2 boys, her gaze shifting towards Robert. Truly ungrateful. Robert's face flushed, his hangover from the previous night clouding his mind, leaving him oblivious to the soldiers' reports regarding Sir Prue's belongings and horses, which remained in the tent. Ultimately, Prue's disappearance was treated as a case of desertion, with his personal effects being divided among the other soldiers. Initially, Cersei and Jaime dispatched individuals to search for him, but upon receiving no news, they were left to assume he had succumbed to the beasts beyond the city walls. Robert had informed Cersei of the ferocious creatures lurking outside Winterfell, which was why they had lingered there for an extended period. During this time, Cersei successfully forged a close friendship with her future daughter-in-law, Sansa Stark. Upon learning that Lord Eddard had no intention of bringing her to King's Landing, she exercised her authority as queen to persuade Robert to convince the Eddards. After all, as the future queen, even one of noble birth must learn the ways of royalty before marriage. Otherwise, how could she embody the grace of a ruler? Winterfell offered no suitable educators for young maidens. Look at the Duke's youngest daughter, a good girl turned into a wildling. Surely, one would not wish for their future daughter-in-law to become like such a girl. Thus, after Robert's earnest persuasion, the Eddards ultimately acquiesced. The Duke agreed to take Sansa and Arya to King's Landing, but to ensure their safety, he decided to double the originally planned escort of 150 soldiers. At Catelyn's behest, he was not only to uncover the truth behind Jon Arryn's death, but also to guarantee the safety of himself and his daughters. Listen, Ned, the current master of coin, Peter Baelish, is my father's foster son, akin to a brother to me. Furthermore, he was once promoted by Lord Jon himself. Perhaps he can be of assistance to you. Catelyn informed her husband. Were it not for Bran's choked voice, I would have truly wished to accompany you to King's Landing. Our son requires your presence. Robb is merely 14, and you must support him, assist him, and nurture him into a worthy lord. As for Bran, did not Maester Luwin assure us that his life is not in jeopardy? Ned gazed at Bran, lying on the bed like a living corpse, and gently embraced Catelyn to offer her solace. Since Bran fell into his coma, Catelyn has remained by his side, her once plump cheeks visibly withering. As the maidservants reported that she could scarcely eat anything and had not rested properly for several days. When Jory discovered Bran, he found a golden curl in his hand, which Catelyn discreetly handed to Ned. She had told no one, seizing the opportunity to take it when no one was watching, and he mentioned that it still bore the faint scent of soap. This golden hair presents far too much coincidence to solely implicate the Lannisters. My lady, it is not the time to stir up unnecessary troubles. However, should it ultimately be confirmed that they are responsible, I will ensure they face the consequences. Ned's expression darkened. He was indeed a good man, but that did not mean he would allow others to trample upon him, especially when it came to the harm of his children. The people of the North never forget. After exchanging reassurances, Ned proceeded to the weirwood tree in the Godswood to pray, for the perilous circumstances exceeded his imagination. And in his unease, he sought a response from the gods. Alas, no matter how fervently he prayed, the gods offered him no reply. Only the sound of the wind rustling through the fish leaf-like foliage. In the camp of the king's army within the city, the Green Poet, known for his singing prowess, was assigned to share a tent with a bard named Irby. Irby was a man of medium stature, with long legs and a robust physique. He claimed his travels had taken him across the north, even to the lands beyond the wall inhabited by wildlings. In a moment of inspiration, he performed a wildling song for the Green Poet, his voice ethereal and distant, evoking the essence of vast mountains and rivers. The Green Poet smiled as he watched the performance, offering lavish praise, while in turn, he presented a piece from Dorne, music from the continent of Essos. Two scheming souls, by a twist of fate, found an unexpected kinship. Is it true that beyond the wall there are indeed White Walkers? The Green Poet feigned nonchalance. For every southerner harbored curiosity about the legendary creatures. Irby's expression grew serious. Brother, the White Walkers are most certainly real, clad in armor as white as snow. They are tall and swift as the wind. They ride upon the corpses of mammoths, polar bears, and ice spiders, mercilessly slaughtering all living beings in their path, extinguishing the flame of life wherever they tread, replaced only by endless cold and darkness. Moreover, the wildlings from beyond the wall have said they are gradually moving southward. Soon, the entirety of Westeros will be engulfed in despair. Huh, why so serious? Do we not have the wall and the Night's Watch to protect us? The Green Poet laughed heartily, embodying the spirit of all Southerners. Indeed, you possess the Great Wall, Mansard mused, as he learned of the king's impending visit to Winterfell. He surreptitiously climbed over the wall, disguised as a wandering minstrel, adopting the alias Elba to infiltrate Winterfell, even performing on the lute at the king's banquet. He himself was unsure of the reason behind his audacious venture. Perhaps it was to ascertain the nature of the current king and whether he could tolerate the existence of their wild folk. The others had emerged from the land of eternal winter, a warning from the free folk beyond the Frostfangs. Corroborated by several tribes dwelling near the origin of the Milk River, he dispatched scouts to gather intelligence, confirming the dire news, which had already cost many lives. The others stood as a common adversary to all free men and humanity alike, and in light of this imminent threat, Mansard hoped that all humans would cast aside centuries of enmity and unite against their foe. Regrettably, those south of the wall remained incredulous, indulging instead in tournaments and revelries day and night. Much like the minstrel before him, they dismissed it as mere folklore to be pondered over tea and supper. A surge of resentment welled within Mansard. These kneeling folk always occupied the finest lands and the warmest locales, claiming everything as their own while erecting a wall to isolate the free folk in the cold, barren north. It was profoundly unjust. Should the Night's Watch deny passage through the wall, they could hardly blame the free folk for their actions. He recalled a legend. Upon his return, he would unearth the grave beneath the Frostfangs, digging 3 feet deep to find the fabled Horn of Winter, capable of summoning giants from the earth to obliterate the wall. At that juncture, those kneeling folk would have no choice but to cooperate with him. Otherwise, they would all perish together. With this thought, a smile crept upon his face, oblivious to the flicker of eager anticipation that danced in the minstrel's eyes. Chapter 95. The others in the haunted forest beyond the wall. 3 cloaked figures rode upon their steeds, with the recently arrived Sir Waymar Royce, the younger son of the Bronze Lord of Castle Stone, at the forefront. He ought not to have assumed the mantle of leadership among the trio. The 2 rangers, Garrett and Will, were seasoned veterans, with Garrett having served in the Night's Watch for 40 years, and Will having embarked on countless patrols. Commander, 8 men have perished, and they bear no wounds. One woman lay upon the sentinel tree. I initially thought she would awaken to my approach, only to discover she too was dead. Will reported on the patrol as findings. They must have frozen to death, remarked the gray-haired veteran, Garrett. You haven't been standing watch these past days, have you? Had you been, you would have seen the wall weeping. The wildlings are clad in animal skins. The weather alone would not have claimed them. The 2 experienced rangers exchanged glances, recalling a certain rumor. Take me to see, commanded Sir Waymar Royce, his tone laced with pride. You, old man, remain here to guard the horses. No fires are to be lit. Reluctantly, Will and Garrett complied with the order. Upon arriving at the wildling camp, not a single corpse nor even a strand of hair could be found. Waymar commanded the rangers to ascend the trees as sentinels, while he himself continued his investigation beneath the branches. The sounds of rustling leaves reached the ears of Shah and the others. A figure emerged stealthily from the shadows of the trees, towering and gaunt, resembling a parched skeletal form, with skin as pale as milk. Its armor seemed to shift in color with each movement, sometimes as white as freshly fallen snow, at other times as dark as shadow, adorned with the profound hues of the forest's deep green. With every step it took, the patterns upon its armor transformed, shimmering like moonlight on water. Waymar Royce drew forth his exquisite sword, calling out loudly as he charged toward the imposing figure, which brandished a longsword seemingly crafted from delicate shards of crystal, radiating an eerie blue light. One by one, towering silhouettes materialized from the surroundings. Will, concealed among the branches, dared not make a sound. Amidst the sharp clangs of steel, the young knight's cries of anguish echoed, only to be drowned out as the looming figures surged forth, their blue eyes, swords descending in a flurry. When silence finally enveloped the scene, Will, trembling with cold, descended from the tree, only to behold the young knight, his body shattered, staring with one ice-blue eye as he reached out to clasp Will's throat. Green Poet and Irby journeyed alongside the Lannister dwarf, the Stark bastard, and the chief ranger of the Night's Watch to the wall. The king, accompanied by the newly appointed prime minister, traveled south. Yet the Lannister dwarf chose not to accompany them. He expressed a desire to visit the wall at the northernmost reaches of the continent, yearning to experience what it felt like to stand atop the wall and gaze down. The Stark bastard aspired to join the Night's Watch, as his father ventured south, leaving him without a place in Winterfell. Irby intended to return to his homeland to fulfill unfinished endeavors. Meanwhile, the Green Poet feigned a desire to witness the scenery beyond the wall. The group maintained a harmonious demeanor, but upon their arrival at the wall, they were met with unfortunate news. The son of Bronze Yoren had gone missing during a patrol, along with 2 rangers who had accompanied him. When Bronze Yoren sent his son, he brought with him ample supplies, and the Night's Watch was obliged to provide an explanation to Lord of Castle Black. The commanding officer, Old Bear, demanded that Benjen Stark immediately lead a search party. Jaehaerys understood the gravity of the situation. The likelihood of survival was slim, and it seemed that Benjen too would vanish, only to re-emerge later under the cold hand of fate during Jon's quest to capture a white. Jaehaerys, recalling the previous expedition to the north, had refrained from delving into the haunted forest and was reluctant to ride a dragon to the land of eternal winter in search of the White Walkers. To be honest, he harbored a curious fascination for these ice-constructed beings, particularly wondering if the female White Walkers were indeed capable of marrying humans. It was said that the White Walkers were immensely tall. Would they be compatible in that regard? The White Walkers now lurk within the Shadow Forest, and one must surely capture one to take home, to impress the matron and wives. Elba had vanished midway, and Jaehaerys, the sole bard journeying north, received a warm welcome. Old Xiong hoped that he would convey the Night Watch's plight through song, inspiring more to join this passionate, warm, and honorable fellowship. The Green Poet expressed a desire to accompany the chief ranger to truly experience the hardships of patrolling, thus igniting his inspiration. He, being no feeble scholar, understood that a bard does not always find himself within the Lord's castle. After a moment of contemplation, Old Xiong considered Ban Yan's vast experience and martial prowess. Noting that his party included several individuals, ensuring their safety, he thus consented with pleasure. At dawn, the group ventured along the path through the Shadow Forest, north of the Black Castle. Upon reaching Castle Cast, Ban Yin inquired about the whereabouts of Wyma from the Wild Man Cast. The Green Poet, mounted high, learned that Cast had sacrificed his sons to the White Walkers in exchange for their protection, while his daughters had been offered as well. Even among the shameless wild men, such barbarity was unheard of. He observed Ban Yan's dealings with Cast coldly, noting the curious eyes peering at them from the gaps in the loft, presumably Cast's wives, whom he would not allow to meet strange men. Gentlemen, something seems amiss. Ban Yan, having gathered some intelligence from Cast, wore a look of concern. My lord, what troubles you? Are the wild men up to their mischief again? Inquired the illegitimate son of the Riverbend, Jeff. Compared to the Chief Ranger's worries, he seemed more inclined to converse with Cast's wives. After all, wild women were far more intriguing than the denizens of Mole Village. According to Cast's intel, the wild men appeared to be gathering, their intentions unclear. Dog-headed Hara had previously troubled him, urging him to bring all his wives to seek refuge with the king beyond the wall, Ban Yin recounted. Fortunately, Cast had refused them, yet he had not seen them for quite some time, an undeniable abnormality. Perhaps, are you suggesting that Wyma may have discovered a similar situation and foolishly sought them out? Retorted another ranger, Ozer. Generally, rangers patrol fixed routes, but in special circumstances, they may alter their paths, though such occurrences have become exceedingly rare over the past decade. The rangers are the elite of the Night Watch, encountering the occasional wild man during their patrols without engaging in hostilities against wild tribes, as this is not their mission. If Wyma, a newcomer, were eager to prove himself, it might be understandable. However, Will and Gary, seasoned veterans, would certainly not permit him to act recklessly. In the 96th chapter, The Wild Woman Jilly, Jaehaerys suddenly felt an urgent need to relieve himself. He dismounted and glanced around, heading straight to the back of a mound. As he whistled, a slender figure emerged from the slope. The newcomer was a wild woman, seemingly around 15 or 16 years of age. With a delicate frame and not particularly remarkable looks, though by contemporary standards, she could hardly be deemed unattractive. Sir, I am deeply sorry, the wild woman, Nono said, clearly noticing Jaehaerys' actions, a blush creeping upon her fair cheeks. Jaehaerys, feeling somewhat helpless, was relieved that the reservoir was now empty. He shook himself off and put his weapon away. Beautiful lady, how may I assist you? He inquired. After listening quietly to the words of the girl named Jilly, it became evident that she was indeed the daughter and wife of Castor, currently pregnant. Based on the speculations of her mother and sisters, it was highly likely she was expecting a boy. Castor, however, had never shown any compassion for his son, always offering him as a sacrifice to the others. In the natural world, even a lion would not kill its own underage offspring. Castor was indeed less than a beast. Jilly hoped that Jaehaerys would take her away, willing to pay any price for it. You are not clad in the black of the crows. Perhaps you could help me. If you can take me away, I would become your wife, or even your lover. She pleaded, indirectly explaining why she sought his aid. It was exceedingly difficult to find someone who was neither a black-cloaked man nor a wildling north of the wall, to become my wife, or perhaps my lover. Jaehaerys scoffed. Choosing the guise of the Green Poet, he employed the art of disguise from the 72 techniques, rendering his face unremarkable. Yet even so, women could sense the brilliance of his heart, as radiant as diamonds. Ah, the innate beauty of women. They are ever drawn to my essence. Jilly's pitiful demeanor resembled that of a cute and forlorn kitten, but he had no intention of taking her away. After all, he was merely the Green Poet Maite Kai, not the Prince of Dragonstone. Moreover, there were many pitiable souls. Why should he save her? Did her youthful visage or her pregnancy swollen form warrant such mercy? Indeed, her youthful appearance was striking, yet that was not sufficient. More importantly, in the original narrative, Jilly and Sam were each other's salvation, with Sam being the pivotal character connecting the Wall, House Tarly, and the Citadel. For Jaehaerys, he was bound to serve some purpose. Dear Miss, the Green Poet, ever courteous, proclaimed, in addition to being a minstrel, I am also an oracle, should you choose to believe me. In the not-so-distant future, when darkness envelopes the earth, your true savior shall emerge from the shadows, rescuing you from the clutches of blood and fire. In my homeland, it is customary for the people to beseech the divine for protection. The supreme dragon god bestows love and shelter upon his devoted followers. He produced a dagger of dragon crystal, warm to the touch, intricately carved with the likeness of the dragon god. Unlike ordinary dragon crystal daggers and amulets, this talismanic dagger serving both as a ward against evil and a weapon, bore Taoist inscriptions upon its blade, akin to the Taoist Three Pure Ones bell and the Peachwood sword. After years of handling by Jaehaerys, it had transformed into a magical artifact, thus averting the fate of shattering upon the slightest impact. This dagger proved particularly effective against certain creatures lurking in the darkness, Jaehaerys cautioned, prompting Gilly to cautiously conceal the dagger at her waist, her hand instinctively brushing her abdomen. Though her gaze betrayed a glimmer of anticipation. Outside Winterfell, Sir Roderick knocked upon the door, calling my Lady Robb. As the heavy door, framed in black iron, swung open, a chill wind swept in, causing Catelyn to shiver involuntarily. She knelt by Bran's bedside, silently praying to the gods, while her eldest son, Robb, devoted moments of his day to accompany his mother and beloved brother. "My lord, I apologize. I shall attend to the matters of state at once," Robb replied courteously. Since Ned's departure from Winterfell, he had been learning the ways of governance under the tutelage of the tall, venerable knight, and now bore the semblance of a lord. In recent days, he appeared to have matured considerably, as if Bran's misfortune and his mother's fragile state compelled him to embody strength. "Soldiers outside have captured a black-clad deserter," Roderick remarked quietly, trailing half a step behind Robb. "This marks the fourth this year." "Indeed. The first three were executed by my father, Duke Eddard, himself," Robb replied gravely. The Stark family adhered to ancient traditions. Those who pronounced a death sentence must carry it out with their own hands. If one is to take a life, they should at least gaze into the eyes of the condemned and heed their final words. Should they fail to do so, perhaps the person does not deserve death. Robb recalled his father's words from the last time he witnessed the execution of a deserter, when Jon, Bran, and Rickon had been present. And it was then that Jon discovered 6 wolf pups. "I shall personally execute the deserter," Robb declared, his voice trembling yet resolute. They soon arrived outside the castle, where a gaunt, black-clad elder lay bound and motionless upon the ground. His ears were marred by 2 grotesque lumps of flesh, his face gaunt and haggard, his tattered clothing exposing skin riddled with frostbite, some sores oozing pus, their edges tinged with a purplish hue. Harys Moraine seized the prisoner from the ground and dragged him to the iron stake. The breath of the onlookers mingled in the crisp morning air, forming a swirling veil of white mist. Robb, having taken a 2-handed great sword from the hands of the castle's instructor, proclaimed in the name of the Undulls, the Roiner, and the First Men, as well as the ruler of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm, King Robert Baratheon of House Baratheon, I, Robb Stark, acting Lord of Winterfell, hereby pronounce your sentence of death. He raised the great sword above his head, gazing into the old man's eyes, where one was dimmed and his lips trembled, yet his words were indecipherable. Merely a deserter, yet he displayed a modicum of courage by not screaming in terror. With that thought, Robb swung the massive sword, cleanly severing the condemned man's head, as he had practiced countless times on the training grounds. Blood splattered upon the snow, a vivid red reminiscent of fine summer wine, as the white snow beside the tree eagerly drank in the crimson liquid, swiftly staining to a dark hue under his watchful gaze. The soldiers carried the lifeless body beyond the castle walls and hastily dug a grave to bury it, with no one hearing the old man's whispered words of White Walkers. Chapter 97. Ghosts of White Tree Village. "Castor, my old friend, thank you for your hospitality." Banyan Stark embraced the barbarian. The Night's Watchmen entering the Shadowlands typically took refuge at Castor's fortress. Of course, such respite came at a price. Castor now clutched a double-headed axe, running his fingers over its blade. Banyan Stark, accompanied by 6 rangers and a minstrel, pressed further northward. "Greenbard. We are now deep within the Shadowlands, surrounded by sentinel trees and low shrubs of all sizes. Were I in your position, I would turn back to the Black Castle. No minstrel from the south has ventured so far beyond the wall. Trust me, should you return now, no one would question your bravery." Banyan, mounted upon his steed, rode alongside the Greenbard, his expression serious and grave. "Haha, my esteemed ranger, fear not. Should danger arise, I assure you I shall turn and flee. You may not know it, but no one can outrun me in my homeland. Moreover, we have yet to reach the first Min's pinnacle, Frostbite Tooth, and Long Lake, spectacles I do not wish to miss." As we set forth, I prayed to my deity for an unimpeded journey. Banyan observed the spirited minstrel, shaking his head in silence. The youth truly knew not the perils that lay ahead. "You would do well to beseech your deity, that their power might traverse mountains and rivers, crossing the formidable wall to arrive in this desolate land." He kicked his horse's flank. The lean black steed whinnied in response, carrying the knight along the densely wooded hunting paths and stream beds. This route, humorously dubbed the Ranger's Way by the brothers in black, saw the rangers behind him spur their steeds to keep pace. At the rear, Ozer and Jeffrefleur waved to the greenbard, urging him to hasten his stride. Uncertain of how long they had traversed the forest, the group initially departed from Castle Bastion with laughter and merriment. However, as time wore on, the profound silence of the woods enveloped them, gradually silencing their joviality and rendering their tempers increasingly irritable. Days passed in their relentless march through the forest, and not a single wildling was spotted, nor even the wolves, bears, or moose typically seen in the spectral woods. This was decidedly peculiar. "Stop," commanded Banyan, his expression grim. His right hand, clad in a black leather glove, resting upon the hilt of his sword, its polished pommel gleaming under the sparse light. Before them lay a wildling village. According to the rangers' recollections, this settlement was known as White Tree Village, home to a mere dozen wildlings, which hardly constituted a village in the eyes of Jaehaerys. For dilapidated structures, built of stones and lacking mortar, surrounded an empty courtyard, home to desolate sheep pens and a solitary well. The roofs were thatched with grass, while tattered firs obscured the windows. Above, a grotesquely towering fishbeam tree loomed, its dark red, hand-like leaves and pallid, bone-like branches sprawling outward, casting a shadow over the entire settlement. Carved into the trunk was a visage, a contorted, anguished human face, hollow eye sockets weeping streams of crimson tears, and a gaping, serrated mouth capable of devouring a man-whole. "Prepare your weapons," Banyan commanded, prompting the group to dismount and draw their swords, assuming a cautious stance. They paired off, meticulously searching the 4 huts to ensure nothing was overlooked. Green Poet and Banyan formed one pair, bending low to avoid the constricting doorframe as they crossed the dark, low threshold. Inside, the firm earthen floor bore no furniture or daily necessities. A disheveled heap of straw lay in one corner, with a smattering of ash beneath the smoke hole in the ceiling. Banyan sifted through the ashes, catching a whiff of excrement and urine. He approached the corner, probing the straw for any hidden secrets, then meticulously searched along the walls, but yielded nothing. Soon, the rangers emerged from the huts, gathering beneath the grand tree. No signs of struggle were evident within any of the houses, indicating that the wildlings had departed of their own volition. "Hey, look, there is something in that tree hollow," Ozer exclaimed, crouching down to extend his gloved hand into the opening. Inside, he discovered desiccated red sap, charred by fire, from which he retrieved a skull and a smaller cranium. Banyan held aloft the skull, gazing into its hollow eye sockets as he remarked, "Wildlings burn their dead. This we have long known. Alas, it is regrettable that when there were traces of their presence, we did not inquire as to why they do so." He then returned the skull to its resting place. "The sight of that tree unsettled me, reminiscent of the offspring of the lion from the Lord's estate," brandishing a sword beside the tree. Observing that face, it was no wonder the ancestors, the Undulls, quaked upon their arrival in Westeros. Even I felt compelled to wield an axe and sever this ghastly entity. My elder brother, Duke Ed of Winterfell, firmly believes that before the heart tree, no one can deceive, for the old gods are omniscient in this sacred grove. The biting cold wind rustles the leaves of the weirwood tree, resembling a chorus of phantoms applauding. How has the weather turned so frigid? Azor tightened his black cloak. Yet the icy gale continued to seep through the seams of his attire and armor like daggers. The Green Poet, Jaehaerys, wore an amused expression. "Oh, have we encountered the others so soon?" In the ancient library of Dragonstone, there exists a time-worn manuscript on sheepskin entitled The Lies of the Ancients, which posits that the others might be remnants of ancient northern tribes engaged in warfare with our forebears. In truth, it is merely the fanciful conjecture of a certain Dr. Firmas from the Citadel. The Dothraki are the true nomadic people, while the others are an entirely different species from humanity. Jaehaerys remained impervious to the elements, acutely aware of the plummeting temperature. Yet the cold retreated from him as it approached, repelled by the aura emanating from his being. "All right, lads, the true enemy has arrived," he chuckled, conjuring a yellow-brown talisman that materialized between his fingers. The talisman, formless and ethereal, was a manifestation of his chi. Indeed, after establishing his foundation, Jaehaerys had acquired the ability to craft talismans. Taoist talismans are divided into divine and precious types. The former signifies characters formed from the 5 elemental essences, while the latter refers to the secret names of celestial deities inscribed between the talismans. The talisman Jaehaerys produced was known as the 6-ding barrier-breaking talisman. Crafted from the mulberry wood harvested during a lunar eclipse, fashioned into a long strip of talisman paper measuring 9 inches in length and 2 inches in width, adorned with thunderous runes painted in orpiment and vermilion. Once completed, The talisman was secured in a silk pouch and placed within a storage space opened by the dragon god statue using the art of Hution, allowing for effortless retrieval upon mental command. Jaehaerys wielded the talisman with his chi, channeling energy through his wrist, and the barrier-breaking talisman transformed into a streak of flame. Soaring into the distance. Crack. The firelight compelled a tall, gaunt figure into view. The others. The cavalryman gasped in horror. Chapter 98. Blooming amidst the carnage. 1-2-30. Jaehaerys silently counted in his mind as the number of others surged into the village. While watching the television series, the others were portrayed with special effects makeup, featuring actors adorned in grotesque silicone masks and contact lenses, resulting in an array of repulsive visages. Yet the others before him bore no resemblance to the bizarre creatures depicted on screen. Their limbs were elongated, their stature imposing, their skin pale as that of the deceased. Their faces lined with wrinkles, but devoid of the appearance of withered bark. Clad in reflective armor, they wielded ice swords and spears radiating an eerie blue luminescence, gliding effortlessly across the snowy ground, leaving scarcely a trace behind, their stealth unparalleled. Following in the wake of the others was a horde of spectral entities, including wildlings, ice spiders, dire wolves, bears, woolly mammoths, and night's watchmen. The cavalrymen quickly raised their steel swords, forming a protective circle back to back. Banyan's face turned ashen as he spotted Wema amidst the throng of whites. Wema, Will? The Night's Watch, upon hearing the sound, lifted their heads, their eyes shimmering with a blue light. They traversed the field of corpses, the White Walkers, making their way directly towards the ranks of the Rangers. The Rangers, gripping their steel swords tightly, were not fools. The body of Vimer Royus was riddled with wounds, and the gaping injury on Will's neck revealed white bone, all indicating that they were no longer among the living. The terrifying tales they had heard by the hearth, by the fire, had manifested into grim reality today. Hey Stark, leave these whites to you. Remember to strike their unarmored spots with dragon glass daggers. The White Walkers are mine, Jaehaerys declared, raising his hand to reveal a bundle containing several dragon glass daggers. He tossed the package to Benjen Stark. Who exactly are you, Green Poet? Benjen could not restrain his curiosity. What are your intentions? Haha, Stark, you only need to remember that I am not your enemy. As for the answer to your question, I shall divulge it once you survive this ordeal. For now, focus on how to stay alive. A flicker of excitement sparkled in Jaehaerys' eyes. He eagerly anticipated the impending carnage. With a heart racing and wounds agitating, he had long suppressed his inner thoughts to endure the trials ahead. To outsiders, his behavior may seem peculiar. This was the tumult of desires arising from a singular thought. What better outlet for these malevolent spirits than to unleash them upon such fiends? I possess a sword that can move mountains, sever rivers, and quell demons, he proclaimed. Come forth. A flash of brilliance erupted as a 3-foot-long sword soared from the dragon god statue. The blade was slender and delicate, dark with a thread of bright white patterns, akin to a meteor in the night sky. The lines were borrowed, and this sword was not the fated sword of a sword cultivator. It was merely a display of Jaehaerys' flair, a minor adjustment of the swordsmanship technique to forcefully meld his essence with the blade, a mere demonstration of sword mastery. With the sword in hand, a shadowy glimmer danced around it. He stood firm, employing a technique of lightness, as if he were a wisp of smoke, drifting toward the realm of the White Walkers. All the whites that obstructed his path fell beneath his blade, their blue lights extinguished in an instant. Valyrian steel, forged through countless hammerings and imbued with fire magic, inherently counters the White Walkers and ice-based magical creations. The smelting techniques of Ainwalk had been passed down by the craftsmen of Kohor, preserving the unique properties of Valyrian steel. During his seclusion, Jaehaerys had periodically infused the meteor sword with spiritual energy, greatly enhancing its power. In the words of the treasures of the world, the meteor sword had already become a top-tier magical artifact. As for when it would ascend to the status of a true treasure, that might take a millennium. Will you come at me together, or one by one? Jaehaerys challenged the White Walkers with his mind. A notably taller White Walker stepped forward, emitting a shrill sound akin to the cracking of ice. Jaehaerys shook his head, recognizing that these foolish beings were utterly incapable of employing their spiritual consciousness to articulate speech. Indeed, despite Hela consuming a significant quantity of the multicolored Dao fruits, she had not manifested any spiritual awareness either. It seemed that this phenomenon was intrinsically linked to their race. The towering ice wraith brandished a sword imbued with a ghostly blue luminescence, yet hesitated to initiate an assault. He discerned the stark difference between Jaehaerys and the average human. Jaehaerys radiated vitality akin to a resplendent sun, surpassing even the ferocity of the ice wolves, bears, giants, and even the woolly mammoths of the northern tundra. Instinctively, the wraith felt a sense of aversion, even fear, not stemming from mere strength, but from an overwhelming disparity in the essence of life itself. Jaehaerys has remained unperturbed, his spiritual consciousness extending beyond a 3-meter radius. Even if the other wraiths resorted to underhanded tactics, he would possess ample time to counteract their moves. The towering wraith circled Jaehaerys with swift, silent footsteps, akin to snowflakes drifting from the heavens. Suddenly, it raised its head, its eyes ablaze with azure light, and lunged forward, thrusting its sword towards Jaehaerys' back. Yet, Jaehaerys stood steadfast as a mountain. Under the aegis of his spiritual awareness, every movement of the towering wraith was laid bare before him. With a deft step of his right foot, he sidestepped over a meter away. Then, with a flick of his meteor sword, redirected the wraith's strike, transforming it into a horizontal slash to deflect the ice sword. The clash of the ice sword against the steel blade produced a piercing sound that grated on the nerves. Seizing the moment, Jaehaerys executed a swift maneuver, his long sword gliding along the edge of the ice sword, slicing towards the wraith's fingers. The wraith, in a fit of rage, attempted to shake off the steel sword, but found it ensnared as if bound by molten rosin, or perhaps caught in a quagmire. Infuriated, it swung its arm with great force, yet still could not dislodge Jaehaerys' steel blade. Jaehaerys nodded thoughtfully. During his seclusion, he had contemplated numerous strategies, yet lacked suitable sparring partners for experimentation. Now, emerging from his retreat, his physical form had reached the pinnacle of human capability. Historically, brute strength had always triumphed over mere technique, rendering most opponents unworthy of his time. These magical constructs, however, served as exceptional subjects for experimentation. To be fair, the wraiths possessed a natural advantage in strength due to their race. The magical energy radiating from this wraith was comparable to that of an early-stage Foundation cultivator. Yet its might was sufficient to rival that of a peak Foundation human cultivator. In simpler terms, if the strength of an ordinary adult were to be quantified as 1 Viserys, the strength of Foundation cultivators ranged from 2 to 5 Viserys. While this particular wraith's power was at least 45 Viserys. Having nearly exhausted the application of the adhesive technique, Jaehaerys continued to explore the techniques of entanglement and shockwave strikes. The swordsmanship he had acquired from the Ape King had long since been integrated with the Tai Chi sword, Wudong sword, and Western sword techniques. At this juncture, the towering wraith found itself at a loss. Its race, known for its prolonged lifespan, had ample time to practice swordsmanship, yet it had never encountered such an unreasonable style. It became apparent to the wraith that this man was merely toying with it, engaging in a game of cat and mouse. In a fit of fury, it escalated its attacks, often resorting to reckless moves that would likely result in mutual destruction, even willing to exchange injury for death. Yet, as the battle progressed, it became increasingly battered, blue blood dripping onto the snow, transforming into swirling white mist. How tedious, Jaehaerys smirked, and in light of your diligent efforts as a sparring partner, I shall grant you a parting gift. A fleeting glimmer of dark sword light flashed, causing the towering wight to shudder, frozen in place. The chilling wind swept through, tousling its white hair, and soon its armor began to dissolve like dew. A thin, cerulean stream of blood erupted from a delicate wound at its collar. With the loss of blood, the wight's form gradually shrank. Within a mere few breaths, it transformed into a puddle of icy water. Wisps of white vapor swirling to reveal a heap of opalescent bones, which subsequently melted away as well. At that moment, the residual blue blood on the meteor sword transformed into an ethereal azure light, absorbed by the blade. Jaehaerys gazed in astonishment at the meteor sword, sensing a subtle increase in its sentience. A wicked smile crept across his face as he turned his attention to the remaining wights. Come forth. I grant you the opportunity to slay me. Unleash your full might and every means at your disposal. Bring me delight. In the biting wind, his silvery hair flowed like a dragon's claw blooming in the breeze. Chapter 99. The 9 Palace Thunderfire Formation with the demise of their master. The blue light in the eyes of the dozen or so wights instantly faded, alleviating some of the pressure on Banyan Stark and the remaining rangers. Nevertheless, Banyan and his comrades had already suffered grievously. Ozer's right arm was severed by an ice wolf, while the illegitimate son of the Riverbend was decapitated by a wight wielding an axe, blood gushing forth. Initially, Banyan and his companions relied on their swords and battle axes to combat the wights, but soon discovered that even after severing their heads or piercing their hearts, these corpses could still rise and continue fighting, only ceasing when reduced to mere fragments. They later realized that by employing a dragon crystal dagger to strike the whites, they would fall rigidly to the ground as if their spines had been wrenched from their bodies, lying motionless in the snow. The dragon crystal dagger proved effective against unarmored savages and animal corpses, yet against those clad in armor, particularly the whites that were once members of the Night's Watch, it was far less convenient. One had to aim for their eyes or throats to exploit their vulnerabilities. The whites, undeterred by death, surged forward, trampling over the fallen corpses as they pushed onward, clawing and slashing. Gradually, several rangers found themselves surrounded by a wall of corpses, with an unrelenting tide of whites pressing in, constricting their space. Continuous bites to arms, thighs, and necks ensued. Banyan wrenched the dragon crystal dagger from the throat of a brother in black, its blade now marred with serrated notches from prolonged use. Suddenly, an ice spider leaped down from above, its 8 slender legs resembling spears, its ethereal blue mandibles snapping open and shut. Banyan aimed the dagger at its abdomen, thrusting wildly as putrid entrails spilled forth from the wound, releasing a nauseating stench. Crack! The dragon crystal dagger finally succumbed to the strain, emitting a sharp fracture sound. "Hand me that dagger," Banyan shouted, and a tall, grotesque ranger, clutching his throat, struggled to pass his own dagger to him before being overwhelmed and brought down by the onslaught of whites. Ozer, Banyan, pressed by the urgency of the moment, found himself bereft of sorrow as he faced the crumbling formation, besieged from all sides. With no choice but to retreat, he led the remaining cavalry into a nearby house, forcefully closing the heavy door behind them as the undead relentlessly battered against the black wooden barrier. "Seven hells, what are these abominations? My lord, what shall we do now?" The surviving cavalrymen braced themselves against the door, yet the ceaseless onslaught of the undead proved insurmountable. Fire. Yes, fire. Banyan Stark recalled a tale once told by the old crone, that those creatures of darkness detest and fear flame. He swiftly gathered straw from the corner and placed it at the threshold, retrieving a flint from his pocket, striking it until flames danced to life. The others dampened their garments with water, covering their mouths and noses. As the undead forced the door open, a wall of fire erupted, creating a barrier that halted their advance. Without commands from their ice lord, instinctually, they paused. At last, Banyan and the surviving cavalrymen could exhale, if only slightly. Jaehaerys, amidst the assault of 9 whites, seemed remarkably at ease. At that moment, he unleashed his full celestial power, the icy swords of the whites. Upon clashing with his meteor sword, were repelled with great force. Were it not for their coordinated efforts, wherein any white in peril was swiftly supported by its comrades, Jaehaerys might have already claimed more of their lives. After a brief skirmish, several whites wielding ice spears withdrew, realizing that the adage "an inch of length, an inch of strength" did not apply in such confined quarters. Subsequently, the whites with swords positioned themselves in the front line to distract Jaehaerys, while those with ice spears raised their weapons, preparing to hurl them like javelins. "By the gods, they do have some coordination," Jaehaerys muttered under his breath. With a swift motion, several ice spears were launched over the heads of the sword-wielding whites, aimed directly at Jaehaerys. Their throwing stance bore a resemblance to that of the Night King, though their power was lacking. Jaehaerys, with a flick of his fingers, summoned a talisman, the flame of thunder and fire. As the talisman ignited, it unleashed bolts of thunderous fire, crashing into the swiftly approaching ice spears. The collision resounded like thunder and avalanche, as flames melted the ice while the resulting water extinguished the fire, creating a swirling cloud of smoke. Seizing the opportunity as Jaehaerys became momentarily distracted, the sword-wielding whites lunged forward, attacking with slashes, thrusts, parries, and strikes. Jaehaerys, as if buoyed by a gust of wind, danced around their assaults, deftly evading their strikes. Occasionally, he would produce another talisman and hurl it at the whites. Without their ice spears, the whites plunged their hands into the snow, emerging with sharp ice shards, glistening with a silvery sheen. Jaehaerys observed with intrigue. If Hellas dragon flames were her innate fire magic, then these ice shards, or rather, the manipulation of ice and snow, were the innate skills of the whites. Grasping the ice shards, the whites prepared to throw once more, their strength diminished compared to the ice spears. Yet their numbers vastly outnumbered. Jaehaerys, in a flurry of activity, hurled fire and thunder talismans one after another, yet some of these talismans failed to activate, easily evaded by the approaching whites. As the whites continued to coalesce ice spikes time and again, it became evident that Jaehaerys had exhausted his supply of talismans. The sword-wielding white pressed in relentlessly, while another brandishing an ice spear loomed menacingly. The outcome appeared grim. "Huh. A bunch of dim-witted fools have fallen into my trap. A sly grin crept onto Jaehaerys' lips as he formed a hand gesture, invoking the 9 Palaces Thunderfire Talisman Array. Evil be gone, scattered across the ground. The talismans had unknowingly formed an irregular 9-grid pattern. Upon his gesture, they ignited spontaneously, unleashing 9 bolts of thunder and fire that enveloped all the wights within. The armor of the wights flickered with an eerie blue light, but in the blink of an eye, the ice melted away, and the thunder fire clung to them like maggots, rendering futile their attempts to extinguish the flames, which only grew fiercer. Seizing the opportunity while they were ensnared in the thunderfire array, Jaehaerys navigated through the flames, dispatching them one by one with his meteor sword. Panting heavily, Jaehaerys leaned on his meteor sword, recognizing this battle as a test of pure physical strength. It seemed that his mastery of the fire god technique was indeed commendable. Even without invoking magical power, his physique could withstand considerable heat. Perhaps he could occasionally play the role of the unburnt, though it did come at the expense of his attire. Observing his tattered garments, he let out a rueful laugh and retrieved a spare set from the statue's space. Just then, an alarm bell rang loudly in his mind. Chapter 100. The Night King and the army of wights. A colossal ice spear silently sliced through the shadows of the Yuliang tree, its surface shimmering under the moonlight as if coated in a layer of mithril. No, it was not silent. Its speed was so great that sound could not keep pace. A jolt coursed through Jaehaerys' heart, and without a moment's hesitation, he rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the lightning-fast ice spear. The instant the spear struck the ground, it detonated with a thunderous roar, sending shards of ice, harder than steel, flying like bullets. Jaehaerys, disregarding the need for stealth, summoned his protective armor. The magnificent and imposing golden-scaled dragon armor enveloped him in an instant, its scales resembling the leaves of a sensitive plant, shielding his head, torso, and limbs. The ice shards collided with the scales, creating a sound akin to rain pounding on glass, while Jaehaerys wielded his sword to deflect the larger shards. Each clash between the meteor sword and the ice shards emitting a piercing, grating shriek. Moments later, as the dust settled, Jaehaerys positioned the meteor sword before him, fully alert and vigilant. Unbeknownst to him, swirling clouds of icy mist began to rise around him, cold and damp. Frost had already formed on his shin guards, a chilling sensation coiling around his legs like a venomous serpent, attempting to encase him in ice. He could not help but let out a muffled grunt, biting down hard on his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood-tainted saliva, and swiftly drawing a talisman in the air. The Zhurong Spirit Sun Talisman. Activate. The Zhurong Lingyang Talisman, harnessing ethereal energy and the essence of blood drawn from the tip of one's tongue, ignites the courageous yang energy within the body, serving to dispel the cold. Emerging from the icy mist is a towering figure, standing an impressive 8 feet tall, clad in armor as dark as obsidian ice, crowned with a diadem pale as bone. Tendrils of frost swirl around it, and within its azure eyes, which shine like stars, a golden pupil glimmers, akin to a spark of fire encased in ancient ice. Mysterious, formidable, frigid, and ruthless. This is the Night King. Jaehaerys felt a tremor within his heart. He could conceive of no other wight possessing such overwhelming power. Cautiously, he extended a thread of his consciousness, only to be repelled by a force field when he approached within 3 feet. A lesser deity. It was undoubtedly the divine essence of a lower deity. Jaehaerys grasped this revelation, simultaneously cursing inwardly. Isn't it a tad premature for a grand villain from a television series to make such an entrance? Surely, it diminishes your prestige? Following the Night King, a multitude of wights emerged, shadowy and indistinct, stretching beyond sight. This Night King had been lurking in the north for millennia, silently amassing an army of wights. The number before him surpassed 1,000. Some walked, others rode upon the carcasses of long-extinct mammoths, while some perched atop ice spiders the size of hunting dogs. Each wight equated to a foundational chi practitioner. 1,000 wights would make even an earth immortal flee in disarray. Quantity breeds qualitative change. Even ants can overwhelm an elephant. It is time to hastily retreat, lest one be left to face the feast. Well then, no need for farewells. I shall take my leave myself. At that moment, Jaehaerys finally comprehended why the ancient gods of the north had vanished. This vast army of wights would instill dread in anyone. A cruel smile crept across the Night King's lips. The figure before him exuded the essence of a dragon, wielding techniques akin to those of the newly emerged lower deities from Dragonstone Island. The nameless god had once delivered a divine oracle, instructing that during the divine battle, one must capture the deities of Dragonstone Island alive. It now seemed that he might accomplish this task ahead of time. With a flick of his consciousness, a battalion of wights surged forth from behind him. Upon witnessing this, Jaehaerys hesitated no longer. Though under the oppressive divine forces of ice and fire he could not unleash his full spiritual power, the dragon god statue served as a conduit. As long as it was worn, the incense avatars from miles away could continuously supply him with spiritual energy. Concurrently, he had made preparations north of the Great Wall. The space within the dragon god statue was limited, a mere cubic meter, constrained by his spiritual power and realm. Thus, the Huttian technique could not be as expansive as its name suggested. The majority of the stored items consisted of talismans drawn during his seclusion and the specialty of Dragonstone Island, dragon crystal arrowheads, and daggers. He withdrew all the talismans, dragon crystal arrowheads, and daggers from the dragon god statue, casting them forth in a torrent, unleashing a tempest of fire dragons, lightning, and concealed weapons that blotted out the sky. Seizing the fleeting moment amidst the chaos wrought by the White Walkers, Jaehaerys clasped his hands in a mystical gesture, reciting an incantation, heaven and earth, the profound source of all energies. Through countless eons of cultivation, I attained divine powers. Within and beyond the three realms, the way alone reigns supreme. My body radiates golden light, enveloping me in its brilliance. Swiftly manifest, protect the true one. Urgently, as commanded, a resplendent and sanctified golden light suddenly enveloped him, as if a golden sun had risen. It was blinding, piercing. The White Walkers, including the Night King, instinctively raised their arms to shield themselves. The icy mist on the ground seemed to possess a life of its own, retreating in the presence of the golden light, momentarily halting the advance of the undead army. The golden light incantation, a Taoist protective spell, instilled terror in evil spirits, and those adept in this art could, through the protective golden aura, vanquish demons and malevolent beings. However, Jaehaerys, being of lesser cultivation, could not rely solely on this technique to annihilate the White Walkers, and he certainly did not wish to confront the undead host, nor the Night King, in direct conflict. As he cast the golden light spell, his complexion paled. Summoning his inner strength, he continued to weave his hands in intricate patterns, chanting, "Spirit of the earth, essence of the land. The virtue of soil embraces the heavens, nurturing all beings. I command the earth's magic to burrow unseen. Earth, thick and substantial, heed my call, arise." A circle of earthy yellow light encircled Jaehaerys, and the ground beneath him rippled, transforming into a quagmire, slowly engulfing his feet. Suddenly, he invoked the Taoist art of earth movement. Under the influence of his spiritual power, the soil formed a passageway for traversal, enabling the practitioner to move with astonishing swiftness, sometimes covering vast distances in the blink of an eye. Jaehaerys sank rapidly. In mere heartbeats, the earth had consumed most of his body, leaving only his head exposed. In the blink of an eye, he would complete the incantation. The Night King had never witnessed such sorcery, yet instinctively felt compelled to intervene. Otherwise, the opportunity would slip away, and the wrath of unfathomable beings would befall him, making him accountable for the consequences. He thrust his hands into the snow, a flicker of blue light emanating and radiating across the ground, instantly freezing the snow and the edges of the quagmire Jaehaerys had summoned. Just as Jaehaerys was on the verge of being entirely encased in ice, an arrow suddenly shot in from afar, aimed directly at the Night King's head, its tip a glimmering dark crystal. One of the White Walkers raised a spear, shattering the arrow, yet the Night King was momentarily distracted. In that critical instant, Jaehaerys' head vanished beneath the icy quagmire. A howl erupted from the Night King, his cold blue eyes fixated on the direction from which the arrow had come. Bran Stark raised his steel sword high, reminiscent of a knight charging towards windmills. With the surviving members of the Night's Watch silently following behind him, the long night approaches. From this moment forth, I shall stand watch, unwavering until death. I am the sword of light in the darkness, the sentinel upon the wall. I am the fierce flame against the cold, the dawn's light. The horn that awakens the slumbering, the steadfast shield defending the realm. I dedicate my life and honor to the Night's Watch. This night is but the beginning, and so it shall be for all nights to come. Chapter 101. The promise of Jaehaerys. At this moment, several meters underground, Jaehaerys was beset by a tumult of emotions. He had not anticipated that the Night King possessed a similar ability to turn the earth to steel. A gnawing feeling gripped him. If he were to be encased in ice by the Night King, his earth-moving techniques would undoubtedly be interrupted. In such a dire scenario, this corporeal form would likely meet a grim fate. He had believed that upon emerging from his seclusion, armed with his profound mastery of the arcane arts. He would be invincible in the world, capable of traversing any realm. Yet today, he had come perilously close to disaster. Men strive for a breath of life, while deities contend for but a whiff of incense. The path of incense, fraught with drawbacks, nevertheless offers one redeeming quality. As long as the incense burns, the golden body endures. Even if this flesh were to be irrevocably destroyed, the devotion of the multitude could sustain his golden form until ascension. However, such a golden existence, akin to the divine path, would be heavily influenced by the incense. The journey to ascension would be fraught with insurmountable challenges. Had it not been for Stark's timely intervention, Jaehaerys felt a deepening despair. The Night's Watchman would have surely succumbed. Although in the original narrative, Banyan Stark and his company of rangers ultimately met their demise, they valiantly fought for their survival, sacrificing their lives to forge an opportunity for escape. "I am Jaehaerys Targaryen," he suddenly declared. "Banyan Stark, your kindness shall be repaid tenfold. The lives of 2 members of House Stark shall be the recompense for your saving me today." With that, he raised his gaze toward the surface. Though he could only see the dark, unyielding soil, the cessation of battle above was palpable. "Let us proceed." Jaehaerys refrained from risking a foray to clear the battlefield. With a flick of his fingers, he calculated his direction and summoned his spiritual energy to displace the earth, hastening toward the Wall of Despair. The subterranean realm, perpetually frozen, offered little hindrance to Jaehaerys, who moved swiftly, surfacing only occasionally for breath. He soon arrived at the base of the Wall of Despair, where the ground was composed of solid rock and ice. After several attempts to traverse the wall using his earth-moving techniques, he ultimately abandoned the endeavor, failing to locate the fabled underground passage said to be used by the wildling king, Jand, and his brother, Goran, to lead their horde. Upon reaching the surface, his golden-scaled attire stood out conspicuously. In the space of his statue, there were no spare garments left for him to don. Fortunately, the Night's Watchmen stationed atop the wall, driven by the frigid air, had retreated to their wooden cabins to warm themselves. Jaehaerys took a moment to gather his thoughts in the clearing, gazing at the towering wall, which loomed 700 feet high, with a tinge of bitterness in his heart. Once more, he formed a series of gestures. "Windmaster, heed my command, let the clouds flow, and the winds stir, as the harmony of heaven and earth resonates. I summon the gentle breeze, appear swiftly, by the power of the Sun wind. I command you to hasten as per my decree." As a gentle breeze began to rise, a whirlwind enveloped him, lifting him higher and higher. This was the Taoist art of wind manipulation, and it marked Jaehaerys' first attempt at such a feat. The sensation, while exhilarating, could not compare to the comfort of riding a great dragon, and he felt no trace of the ethereal elegance typically associated with celestial beings. After all, why do Taoist immortals often ride clouds and steeds, while the legendary monsters are said to summon fierce winds? Duo Bao Miaoshu once remarked on his cloud riding technique, referring to it as the art of cloud climbing. "Who are you?" Having finally stabilized his form and soared above the Great Wall, Jaehaerys was suddenly met with an authoritative voice. Turning his head, he beheld a Night's Watchman, clad in a black cloak and layered in woolen garments, standing beside a battered catapult. In his hands, he brandished a crossbow, while a small white wolf with blood-red eyes bared its teeth at him, vigilant and alert. "Hey, take it easy, young man," Jaehaerys called out to the figure. "Are you Jon Snow?" "You are Prince Jaehaerys," Jon exclaimed, astonished at the sight before him. They had crossed paths once in Winterfell, back when Bran was still untroubled, and Jon held a naive admiration for the Night's Watch. "How did you get up here? Did you ride your giant dragon?" "I didn't see it at all." Now, young lad, lower your little toothpick," Jaehaerys said with a wave of his hand. "You ought to know that I do not take kindly to being threatened." After a brief hesitation, Jon lowered his bow, though he remained on guard, his wolf still watchful. Unfazed by the tension, Jaehaerys invited Jon to sit. "Is there any wine? This cold is utterly unbearable." Jon bent down, retrieving a flask from beside him and tossing it to Jaehaerys. "It's what the Lord Commander provides for the brothers on duty. If it's not too distasteful for you, Your Highness, feel free to partake." "Huh, Jon, do you think I am a prince who has never endured hardship, draped in fineries since birth?" Jaehaerys uncorked the flask and took a hearty swig. The northern spirit surged down his throat like a fiery stream, warming him from within and dispelling the chill that clung to his bones. "Let me share a story with you," he began. "Are you referring to the dragon dreams you once had, akin to those of the dreamwalker Daenerys?" Jon inquired, his curiosity piqued. The old nurse had once spoken of dragon dreams, a wondrous ability akin to that of the wargs, deemed essential for the Targaryens to evade the cataclysm that befell their kin in Valyria. Your Stark family motto, "Winter is coming," is quite a profound adage. Even for the royal family and the great houses, who could have imagined that one day they would be ousted from King's Landing? Or that young members of the royal lineage would meet their end like mere strays? Or that the crown princess would suffer a fate so brutal? If it were not for my intervention, the Targaryens would now be in exile, perhaps in a plight even worse than your self-exiled status as a bastard. Jon's face flushed with indignation. The title of bastard had followed him throughout his life, and hearing Jaehaerys invoke it now filled him with a mix of embarrassment and fury. The Night's Watch is an honor. Enough of that, Jon. Such words may only deceive a naive newcomer like you. Jaehaerys dismissed lightly. Now, let us not dwell on such disheartening matters. Tell me about yourself. Aren't you still a recruit? How did you come to be assigned to the wall? Jaehaerys queried, puzzled by the abrupt shift in topic. Grateful for the diversion, Jon divulged his circumstances. Ser Alliser Thorne, is it? Jaehaerys stroked his chin thoughtfully. He is indeed a rather petty man, holding grudges. I am surprised he hasn't changed in all these years. He and I are old acquaintances. Would you like me to speak on your behalf? However, the manner in which you treat your companions is not dissimilar to that of Alicia. Jon pondered, recalling that during the day, Donal Noy, the master of the Black Castle, had similarly remarked. As for your uncle, Benjen Stark, he has his own mission. Jaehaerys did not hesitate to weave a benevolent lie. The long summer has ended, and winter is approaching. Jon, should you have aspirations for the future, you may send a message to Dragonstone. This is a personal promise from me, Jaehaerys. Chapter 102. The Dragon's Claws. A heavy snowfall concealed the traces of battle in White Tree Village. The fallen men in black, lying in pools of blood, suddenly rose at a given moment, their bewildered blue eyes staring blankly as if commanded, beginning to move uniformly in a particular direction. Among them was a pale-faced man with hands as dark as coal, yet his eyes did not possess the lifeless blue. He lingered at the end of the line, and upon noticing the scattered dragon crystal daggers and arrowheads on the ground, his gaze turned slightly confused. He squatted down to touch one of the dragon crystal daggers, only to recoil as if burned by flames, a foul odor of charred flesh emanating from his skin. He removed his thick black wool coat and wrapped it around the scattered dragon crystal daggers, collecting them all. In Winterfell, the library suddenly erupted in flames. Seizing the opportunity while the guards rushed to extinguish the fire, a man reeking of horse dung cautiously infiltrated the lord's residence. Looking at the red-haired youth lying in bed like a living corpse, he drew a gleaming black dagger, aiming it at the boy's heart. Unexpectedly, a gray wolf pounced, sinking its teeth into his wrist. Assassin! Someone come! Caitlin screamed. The man kicked the small wolf away and raised the dagger again. The woman, in a frenzy, grasped the blade with her bare hands, heedless of the blood and flesh being torn from her palms, while the small wolf stealthily lurked behind the man, its sharp teeth glinting with a cold, white light in the candlelight. In the city of Derry, by the banks of the Trident, Prince Joffrey, his head bound in thick bandages, vociferously accused those below him. Arya Stark and Sansa were entangled in a fierce struggle. Cersei sat in a towering chair, observing the helpless yet furious Lord Eddard below with a victorious smirk. The king had retreated into the queen's resplendent quarters, intoxicated and indifferent to matters of state. Sandor Clegane, the hound, strutted through the castle hall, carrying a bloodied sack. Upon the wall, the golden dragon returned, Jaehaerys soaring upward, commanding the dragon eastward. Across the narrow sea, in the city of Volantis, 10,000 armored cavalry were assembling, the sound of horns echoing, while further south, countless mercenaries surged into the disputed lands. Mother. As soon as Jaehaerys landed, he was summoned by Queen Rhaella's guards. Since yesterday, the dragon god's golden form had been flickering, and today, Hela disregarded everything. Breaking free from your little wife, Rhaenys' control, and soared toward Westeros. What transpired indeed? Upon witnessing the safe return of Jaehaerys, Queen Rhaella immediately grasped his hand with concern, casting her gaze around to ensure he bore no injuries, and only then did her heart find solace. Mother, let me recount our journey to Westeros, Jaehaerys began. Are the White Walkers truly that terrifying? Rhaella exclaimed in disbelief, for the notion of the dead rising was beyond her comprehension. Deities and specters entwined, magic and vitality interlaced. It heralded what could be the most splendid era for an extended period ahead. Jaehaerys remarked pensively, from this day forth, our diplomatic strategy from Dragonstone shall undergo a transformation. Previously, we adhered to a doctrine of benevolence and mutual prosperity, yet some have mistaken our kindness for weakness. Dragonstone must reveal its sharp fangs and claws, swiftly annexing Pentos, the Andalos Hills, and the Stepstones. We shall advance westward, employing military might and the infiltration of faith to ease tensions, patiently awaiting their internal conflicts to erupt. To this end, I propose we convey a message of peace through the Kingsguard to the newly appointed king, Eddard Stark. He is a man of integrity, and he serves as an ideal stepping stone for establishing a foothold in King's Landing. Queen Rhaella nodded, as the Kingsguard tirelessly relayed intelligence from every corner of Westeros and Essos to Dragonstone through clandestine channels. From the esteemed courtesan of Bravos attending tonight's festivities to the meals consumed by the Prince of Pentos, the acquaintances he encountered, the bandit chieftains of the Stepstones and their latest plunders, to the discussions held in the Iron Throne's Council, every detail meticulously recorded. Once the intelligence reached the headquarters of the Kingsguard, it underwent thorough analysis by the Intelligence Division, categorized accordingly, and subsequently presented to the various ministers and laid upon the Queen's table for her perusal. Dragonstone invests no less than 1 million golden dragons annually for this purpose. While lions may lurk in the underbrush, dragons are destined to soar high above. The presence of the Kingsguard has become impossible to conceal in Westeros. They are regarded alongside the spies of the Littlefinger and the Iron Bank as the 3 preeminent intelligence agencies. However, the honest and steadfast Dragon One, while indifferent in other matters, harbors a fervent desire to claim the title of the foremost intelligence organization in the realm. This pursuit does not imply reckless confrontation, for the subtlety of clandestine dealings tests the strategist's acumen far more. Currently, the Kingsguard possesses ample resources and personnel, allowing them to maintain a decisive advantage over rival organizations in their engagements. Duke Eddard Stark is a man of integrity, yet as Jaehaerys observed, a sword of too rigid steel is prone to shatter. Lacking the prestige of Jon Arryn and burdened by old grievances with the Lannisters, he finds himself in a precarious position. On the surface, Stark's alliance with Tully and Arryn appears solid, bolstered by the support of the king, presenting an absolute force capable of overwhelming the Lannisters. Nevertheless, the headquarters of the Kingsguard harbors doubts about Littlefinger's ambiguous loyalties, while his former lover now resides in the Eyrie, seemingly content to remain ensconced within her tower, indifferent to the tumult outside. The Tully family, despite its outward appearance, has long been plagued by the illness of old Silverfish, who is nearing death and unable to command the lords of the Riverlands. When it comes to the cesspool that is King's Landing, while the strength of a family is undoubtedly significant, it is the art of intrigue and political maneuvering that wields the sharper blade. If Eddard continues to remain as inert as a stone in a privy, he shall swiftly be cast aside by the seasoned political players. For Dragonstone to stir the currents of Westeros, it is imperative that the Lannisters and Starks hold equal power. Only then can a meaningful contest ensue. Prince Doran Martell has written, expressing his desire to wed Aerion Martell to Viserys. What do you think? After discussing matters of state, Rhaella recalled another issue. Her youngest son has married, yet his twin brother continues to roam the bustling seafood markets and among the maidens and fishwives. Over the years, Jaehaerys has consistently drawn everyone's attention, while Viserys, in his shadow, has appeared dull and unremarkable. Unbeknownst to all, the latter has now reached the age for matrimony. What has to be done? One can only sit back and observe. As they say, fish pair with fish, shrimp with shrimp, and tortoises with turtles. Chapter 103. Rhaella's kindness upon returning to his modest abode. Jaehaerys found the Dragonstone Tower prepared as a nuptial chamber for himself and Rhaenys. In this intimate setting, he encountered his young wife. The joy of reunion after a brief separation was marked by a spirited exchange of words and playful banter. Are you troubled? After their passionate interlude, Jaehaerys embraced her, gently twirling her silvery golden locks, and whispered into her ear. Rhaenys nestled closer, greedily inhaling the scent of his chest. Purring like a contented kitten, her husband's aroma had become irresistibly intoxicating. Upon hearing his inquiry, she furrowed her brow. The guards had scoured the free cities but still could not locate little Aegon, nor did they know of his current fate. At present, Dragonstone boasts a formidable military presence, with 3,000 rigorously trained Targaryen soldiers stationed on the island, while the navy is strategically deployed at the mouth of the Blackwater, Dragonstone, Driftmark, and Crab Isle, divided into 3 fleets of swift, Westerotype sailing ships. Furthermore, whether infantry, cavalry, or naval soldiers, all are professional soldiers dedicated to their craft, rather than conscripts who toil as farmers in peacetime. Since the Naval Department upgraded the Scorpion crossbow and siege crossbow, the new ship-mounted crossbow bolts have been fitted with precision-forged steel limbs. Even when equipped with the most rudimentary spring thunder mechanism, their range rivals that of traditional crossbow bolts. Simultaneously, alchemists such as Hightower have not been idle. They have transformed the spring thunder apparatus from round, unwieldy clay pots into slender cylindrical ceramic bottles, further reducing air resistance and enabling the new crossbow bolts to achieve unprecedented ranges. Outsiders remain oblivious to the intricacies of Dragonstone, yet as the commander of the Targaryen cavalry, Rhaenys is acutely aware that unless Robert summons troops from across the realm and enforces a maritime blockade, deploying the Iron Fleet and the ships of Dragonstone to besiege the island with overwhelming force, it would be impossible to eradicate the Targaryen lineage, even with the combined might of the North, Stormlands, and the Westerlands. After enduring years of hardship and waiting, Dragonstone's security is no longer a concern. Rhaenys finds herself reminiscing about her younger brother, who was but a small bundle of flesh when he departed from the Red Keep. Now, her brother is lost to the world, having endured untold hardships, and as an elder sister, how can she rest easy? She wonders if the Lord of the Dragons might graciously reveal the whereabouts of young Aegon. As she speaks, a mist forms in her lavender eyes, and the normally resolute Rhaenys reveals a vulnerable side, causing Jaehaerys' heart to ache. Before long, they find themselves in the modest dragon temple of Dragonstone. As Rhaenys kneels in earnest prayer, Jaehaerys seizes the opportunity to commune with the fragrant offerings, pondering over the absence of Aegon Targaryen in the series. While only the unfinished narrative features young Griff, Jaehaerys is aware of Jon Cunnington's feigned death, now presumably among the Golden Company. But what plans do the Spider and Jon Cunnington harbor? The notion of leveraging a puppet king to command the lords appears increasingly absurd in the current context. A sea elephant ivory oracle slips from the divination tube, and Jaehaerys matches the sign with the interpretation. You inquire about a meeting that is not yet opportune. Destiny remains unfulfilled. Do not be bound by your heart. All you seek is presently safe. Await the shifting of the stars for a destined reunion. Upon reading this, Rhaenys feels a pang of disappointment. Yet, with Jaehaerys' interpretation revealing that young Aegon is at least alive, she finds solace, believing that the Dragon Lord will orchestrate their reunion at the right moment. My lord, an envoy claiming to be the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms seeks an audience, announces Vaon Poole, the steward of Winterfell and the current Prime Minister, as he knocks on the door. The Queen? Eddard Stark is momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing he refers to Rhaegar Targaryen. The better the Targaryens fare, the more incensed Robert becomes, for there are always whispers questioning his legitimacy as usurper. On his journey to King's Landing, after perusing Varys' letter in the ancestral burial mounds, Robert had erupted in fury. Eddard recalls the letter's harrowing contents, realizing that Dragonstone has grown formidable beyond his comprehension. Burdened by his thoughts, he deliberates for a long while before ultimately deciding to meet the envoy from Dragonstone. After all, even if conflict is imminent, one must hear their declaration of war, mustn't they? Esteemed Duke Ed, Guardian of the North, a figure clad in resplendent crimson and purple silk approached, adorned with an intricately embroidered green seahorse upon their breast. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Count Lustrous Valerian, the Naval Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs to Her Majesty Queen Layla of the Seven Kingdoms. With the esteemed title of Count of Tideshead Island and a key minister of Dragonstone in earlier times, I share close ties with many noble families of the realm, which is why Layla has entrusted me to serve as her envoy, a role of significant prestige. Ed nodded in acknowledgement. He recalled that during Lustrous's tenure as the naval minister under the Mad King, they had never met. It was said that this individual was adept at flattery, though before him stood a person of impressive stature, exuding an air of integrity that contradicted the less flattering rumors. Indeed, the gossip had some merit. During the Mad King's reign, Lustrous had been rather ineffectual, yet he had proven diligent under Layla's command. Ultimately, the efficacy of a realm lies in the capability of its sovereign. Dragonstone's current achievements cannot solely be attributed to Jaehaerys. My Lord Ed, Her Majesty Layla has a royal decree for you, Lustrous stated, presenting a red envelope sealed with black wax, the sigil of a three-headed dragon vividly embossed upon it. At that moment, Ed felt an overwhelming urge to draw ice and sever both the envoy and his sovereign's letter in twain. Deep down, he reminded himself to steer clear of House Targaryen. They were a lineage of lunacy and calamity, and even the slightest entanglement would lead to dire consequences. If he were merely the Duke of Winterfell, he might have acted upon that impulse, but as the Prime Minister to King Robert, he must restrain himself. With a self-deprecating smile, Ed broke the wax seal and extracted a sheet of pale yellow silk, densely inscribed with fine script, indubitably penned by a woman's hand. The conclusion bore the seal of the three-headed dragon, a legacy tracing back to the age of Aegon the Conqueror. After perusing the contents, Ed sat in silence, his countenance oscillating between shadow and light. Her Highness Layla has another message for you, Lustrous remarked with a faint smile. This is a congratulatory gift from House Targaryen, and we hope you will accept Dragonstone's goodwill. Should you and your King Robert disagree, then let there be war. Chapter 104. Let us celebrate for the sake of obliteration. Robert, you ought to acquiesce to their demands. Upon exiting the council, Ed sought out the heavily inebriated king, disheartened to witness the once mighty Trident demon reduced to a drunken state. Are you suggesting I compromise with those vile bastards? Robert's face flushed crimson as his hefty hand slammed upon the iron throne in fury. We fought tooth and nail to slay the mad king, only to sit upon this painful iron seat? Have you forgotten how your father, brother, and Lyanna perished? Sanctuary. In his rage, Robert inadvertently cut his hand upon the sharp edges of the iron throne, blood streaming forth. As he awaited the maester to tend to his wound, a strange calmness enveloped him. If the Targaryens sought peace, then he would grant them peace. Ed, assist me in drafting a decree. He took a sip of wine, a glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes. He demanded that she go to King's Landing and renounce her claim to the Iron Throne, disarm Dragonstone, and allow my royal fleet to take control, and send her heir to King's Landing as a hostage, with my son Tommen marrying her daughter Daenerys. Should she acquiesce to these 3 points, I would be willing to set aside the grievances with House Targaryen and bestow upon them the peace they desire. Eddard Stark felt no love for this, recognizing that this was not a negotiation but an affront to human intellect. What could not be gained on the battlefield could not be expected at the negotiation table. By the gods, how could this be possible? As long as Lyanna was not a fool, she would never agree to such outrageous terms. Just write it, he said. Her refusal would mean war. Robert raised a hand to halt Eddard. My good brother, if war breaks out, you will stand by my side, will you not? Of course, my brother. Eddard nodded solemnly. After drafting the decree, Robert examined it, affixing his royal stag seal with satisfaction, exclaiming, Indeed, you are more adept at these matters. I now find the sight of a quill rather tiresome. Handing me a quill would be akin to handing me a war hammer. Eddard returned to the Hand's Tower, encountering Peter Baelish along the way. Esteemed Hand, you are on the wrong path. Traversing the tunnels of the Red Keep, they arrived at Littlefinger's brothel. At the entrance, he saw Ser Roderick, and upon entering a certain room inside the brothel, he could not help but exclaim, My lady. Lyanna, in a fit of anger, threw the letter on the table, declaring that the usurper showed no sincerity, trampling upon the dignity of House Targaryen. Damn it, I should have held no hope. Jaehaerys picked up the letter, glanced at it, and chuckled lightly, a sky-high price for a return to the ground. Fear not, mother, I shall ensure they agree swiftly. That night, Jaehaerys requested a new Scorpion crossbow from the Navy, several new Spring Thunder arrows, and stored all the old clay Spring Thunder pots into the statue of the dragon god. Soon after, Hela spread her wings and soared into the sky. That night, the skies above King's Landing erupted in flames, as all looked on in terror at the rising green fire, mingled with the golden-red flames and roars of dragons, setting the entire expanse above King's Landing ablaze. Damn it, he could destroy the Winch Tower and the Scorpion crossbow atop the walls. He could obliterate the Red Keep and the Maegor's Hold. Robert, gripped by dread, felt a twinge of relief upon witnessing the charred remains of the 2 Winch Towers and the molten battlements. That damned Targaryen bastard and his wretched dragon had a semblance of honor. Had they hurled wildfire into Maegor's Hold in the dead of night, would he and his children have any chance of survival? A counterattack. A counterattack is imperative. He is warning us. Eddard spoke gravely. Dragonstone is too close to King's Landing. A raven can arrive in a matter of hours, and so can a dragon. Dragonstone wishes to convey to us that it can attack at any moment, riding on the back of a dragon. Finally, Robert came to understand the sentiments of those who had once faced the conqueror Aegon. Had it not been for the sheer luck of the Dornish, a crossbow bolt would not have found its mark in Malay's eye. Now, those treacherous wretches had become even more cunning, raining wildfire from the skies and unleashing bolts from their crossbows, while the valiant gold-clad defenders could only watch helplessly as their Scorpion engines were destroyed. Though they managed to retrieve some bows amidst the flames, the Golden Dragon swooped down, incinerating all in its path. Your Majesty, my Lord Prime Minister, and esteemed lords, bellowed the stout and balding commander of the capital's defenses, Geno Sterling, his rotund belly protruding like a barrel. This dragon assault has resulted in 33 immediate fatalities and 71 injuries. The compensation alone will require 1,971 silver stags. A life was worth less than 50 silver stags. Ed's heart sank with bitter irony, for his own son was valued at a mere 90 stags. He recalled the dreadful news Catelyn had shared with him. Someone had taken advantage of his journey south to King's Landing. Seizing the opportunity presented by the halved defenses of Winterfell to sneak into the stables, intent on taking his son's life. From the assassin, they had recovered a dragonbone dagger and a pouch containing 90 silver stags. Oh dear, this is yet another hefty expense, Peter Baelish mused, his gray-green eyes glinting with a barely perceptible amusement while he grumbled, with the tournament His Majesty intends to hold, where on earth shall I find such a sum? Enough. Littlefinger, it is merely a few thousand golden dragons. How tiresome. Robert retorted impatiently. Lord Varys, have you received any intelligence? Why has Dragonstone suddenly proposed negotiations? My Lord Ed, I regret the events transpiring in the capital, but alas, my little birds have failed to glean any news. However, in Volantis, the forces of House Targaryen are gathering. Their naval fleet shows no signs of mobilization, thus lending credence to the belief that they intend to wage war elsewhere, most likely against Pintos or Bravos, or even the disputed lands. As long as they do not turn their arms against the Seven Kingdoms, let them be. May they never return. They are not the Valyrian dragon lords. It would be best for them to return to their homeland and reign there, Lancel Lannister remarked, a narrow smile playing upon his lips. His sumptuous dark green velvet attire embroidered with 12 golden stags, a golden half-cape draping from his left shoulder, and a verdant emerald brooch clasped just below his throat. Robert, regardless of their intentions, we must thwart this action and make them aware that the Seven Kingdoms are now ruled by House Baratheon, Ed asserted calmly, though he had always been opposed to war. Yet, the mere thought of Dragonstone attacking King's Landing, even with a single dragon rider, was enough to shift his stance. The king's authority must not be challenged. What does that sound outside? The Grand Maester Pycelle perked up, straining his ears. Your Majesty, the lords, including the Targaryens, the Lannisters, the Rosbys, and the Stricklands, are requesting a peace negotiation with Dragonstone. They are currently awaiting an audience with the captain of the Kingsguard, Barristan Selmy, outside the Red Keep. Ed, take a look. Damn it. They have been nourished by Dragonstone for years, and if the day comes when Dragonstone launches a full-scale attack, I truly do not know which side they will stand on. Robert exclaimed in frustration. Never mind. Inform them that we accept the negotiations with Dragonstone unconditionally. Let them celebrate. Upon uttering these words, a rare glimmer of despondency flickered in his eyes. Chapter 105. The Arrival of the True Dragon. Intriguingly, Jaehaerys smiled with a hint of amusement upon receiving the message from the Kingsguard. The council meeting before the Iron Throne revealed a stark contrast between Ed and Robert's stances. He had expected Ed to be the dove and Robert the hawk. The Northerners remained steadfast in their ways, while the demon of the Trident had revealed his vulnerabilities. As for Robert's missive, it requested that Dragonstone send a prince to King's Landing for the signing of the treaty. Queen Rhaella gazed at her twin sons, observing as Viserys shrank back slightly, while Jaehaerys beamed with anticipation. Rhaella sighed inwardly. The two bore a striking resemblance, yet Viserys paled in comparison to Jaehaerys, who seemed to shine even brighter, both having been born on the same day. Your Majesty, we believe the princes, given their noble birth, should not venture to King's Landing recklessly. Under the usurper's watchful eye, any misstep could yield catastrophic consequences. Lord of the Reach, the Earl of Crabisle, spoke up. Indeed, Prime Minister, you are correct, yet you overlook the fact that if we princes do not dare to present ourselves, we are merely playing into the enemy's hands, allowing the usurper to belittle us. Jaehaerys frowned. Setiga had grown old, wise yet limited in vision. The dragons fear no challenge. Paradoxically, the one most concerned for our safety in King's Landing is Robert. If we lose a single hair, he would rush to summon the maesters to concoct a hair restoration elixir. Rhaella silently chuckled, for Jaehaerys was right. The kingdom was on the brink of war with Undulls. And as the sole dragon rider, your presence is required to oversee the defense of Fortaland. Viserys, as the elder brother, you shall represent House Targaryen in King's Landing to sign the peace treaty. Fear not, I shall dispatch 50 elite Kingsguard to protect you. What? Viserys and Jaehaerys exchanged a glance, speaking in unison. Days later, Viserys found himself aboard a majestic ship, gazing at the sprawling city of Pintos nestled in the bay. A wave of exhilaration washed over him. Breathing in the slightly briny air, he could not help but shout, Gold, beauties, your dragon prince has arrived. Prostrate yourselves at my feet. Outside the muddy gates of King's Landing, throngs of people surged through the narrow streets, where performers dazzled with stilt shows and vendors peddled fruits and vegetables. Ever since the king decided to host a grand tournament to celebrate his dear brother's appointment as Hand of the King, hundreds, if not thousands, from all across the Seven Kingdoms flocked to the capital daily. In response to the urgent demands placed upon the Goldcloaks, Eddard was compelled to recruit an additional 50 new soldiers for the Night's Watch. while also reallocating 50 of his own guards to maintain order until the conclusion of the tournament. Today, Eddard learned from Peter that the late Lord Arryn had frequently associated with Lord Stannis, often visiting the blacksmith and a brothel. Intrigued by this revelation, he took 2 guards with him to Tobamont's blacksmith shop on Steel Street. There, he encountered a headstrong lad named Gendry, whom he recognized immediately as the bastard son of Robert. On their return, the streets of Mudgate were alive with commotion. Prince Targaryen approaches. All idle folk, swiftly make way. 4 ranks of knights, bearing the black and red banners of the 3-headed dragon, forged a path, each mounted upon majestic black steeds, adorned in black embossed dragon armor, underlined with purple silk, and cloaked in alternating black and red capes, each secured at the throat with a golden dragon brooch. At the center rode a strikingly handsome young prince, clad in golden-scaled armor that shimmered like the sun, draped in a black satin cloak depicting the 3-headed dragon. Atop a tall white stallion, his forehead was adorned with a circlet of gold and precious gems, holding back his silvery blonde hair that flowed to his shoulders. As the warm summer breeze tousled his locks, it revealed his lavender eyes and the slight curve of his lips. Indeed, it was the Prince of House Targaryen. Have you heard? The Iron Throne and Dragonstone have reached a peace accord, and the prince has come to sign the treaty. One could hardly contain their excitement, exclaiming, "His smile is more enchanting than summer's finest wine. By the gods, I must marry him." "Wake up. You are already wed," came the reminder. "I care not. I will marry him regardless of that spineless fool at home. Upon my return, I shall seek a divorce." Eddard stood at the rear of the crowd, observing the formidable Dragonstone guards and the chaotic scene unfolding in the streets. He promptly commanded his attendant valet to summon a detachment of gold cloaks, numbering over 20. In his capacity as Hand of the King, he ordered these city watchmen to restore order, emphasizing that a peaceful agreement had been reached and that the Targaryens must suffer no mishap while in King's Landing. Given the recent dragon attack on the city, which had incited considerable animosity towards House Targaryen, coupled with an influx of knights, wandering knights, and merchants into King's Landing, law and order had become precarious. It was imperative that no incidents arise at this juncture. "I am Eddard Stark, Hand of His Majesty King Robert, Duke of Winterfell, and Warden of the North. Might I inquire whether you are Prince Jaehaerys or Prince Viserys?" Eddard urged his horse forward, nodding in greeting as he posed his question. He had met Prince Jaehaerys before, yet the demeanor and countenance of the individual before him were so distinctly different that he found himself momentarily uncertain. "Greetings, Lord Eddard. I am the Queen of the Undulls, the Rhoynar and the First Men, the Sovereign of the 7 Kingdoms and the Guardian of the Realm, the heir to Queen Rhaegar Targaryen, Viserys Targaryen." Eddard noted that His Highness referred to himself as Duke Eddard rather than Prime Minister, and he recited the full title of Queen Rhaegar, indicating his unwavering ambition for the Iron Throne, never relinquishing his claim. A wave of exasperation washed over him. The enmity between the dragon and the stag was inevitably entwined, destined to erupt. Moreover, the chaos in King's Landing was already overwhelming, and he genuinely feared that the Lannisters, heedless of the consequences, would insist on sending someone to eliminate this arrogant young man, arriving in King's Landing, the heart of his enemies. And behaving so brazenly was indeed uncharacteristic of Prince Jaehaerys. Eddard silently mused that if the prince were the latter, it would certainly ease his burdens. The royal council had long prepared accommodations for the emissary from Dragonstone and the queen's full representative. A luxurious villa situated at the foot of the Rainey's Hills along Silk Street, near the old city gates and numerous brothels, a private estate provided by Peter Baelish. "I hear King's Landing is preparing for the Prime Minister's tournament?" Viserys inquired nonchalantly, a smile gracing his lips. "Indeed," Eddard Stark replied reluctantly. The notion of a Prime Minister's tournament sounded rather absurd, especially given that it would cost the realm 90,000 golden dragons, and prior to that, the treasury still owed the Lannisters 6 million golden dragons, leaving him feeling utterly powerless. That evening, Viserys hosted a banquet at the private villa for the commercial partners of Dragonstone and former allies. Most noble families merely sent their stewards or younger sons. Yet loyal supporters such as Lake, Cressy, Storquos, Vlad, and Darry attended as heads or heirs of their houses. All guards and servants were individuals brought from Dragonstone. Jaehaerys cloaked the entire villa with his awareness. He was intent on ensuring that neither the Spider nor Lannister spies infiltrated, and once safety and secrecy were secured, he emulated Viserys in entertaining the esteemed contributors to Dragonstone's progress. The banquet lasted well into the night, and all departed satisfied. After the festivities concluded, Countess Tando of Storquos, accompanied by her 2 daughters, quietly approached the prince's chambers. Upon seeing the late-night visitor, Jaehaerys was filled with curiosity. Could it be that she sought wisdom at such an hour? Should he indulge them, or himself? Tanda's daughters were both in their 30s. The eldest, Ferris, 35, had been married for a decade yet remained childless. Marriage was indeed a positive aspect. The younger daughter, Loras, slightly plump at 33, was widely regarded as simple-minded. Upon seeing her, Jaehaerys thought the adage about beauty lacking intellect held true, and she was indeed a sight to behold. The two little girls at home are still quite young. Even though Rhaenyra has undergone numerous transformations, she is still merely an apple. As for Daenerys, the moniker Princess of Peace certainly suits her. Lady Tanda's daughters resemble ripe papayas and juicy peaches, bursting with flavor at the slightest bite. I find myself in the guise of Viserys. Perhaps a little indulgence is permissible? After all, it is common knowledge that Viserys has several illegitimate offspring, so who could possibly resist the allure of double the joy? Your Highness, I implore you to grant these sisters a child. Lady Tanda weeps profusely, lamenting that the Strickland family has shed blood and tears for the Targaryens. You cannot allow our lineage to perish. Ferris's husband shows her no affection, and Loras remains untouched, still a maiden. Have mercy on the Strickland family. I will ensure everything is arranged. Whosoever among the sisters conceives a dragon's offspring shall become the next Countess of Strickland Castle. Your child will be the heir to Strickland. Jaehaerys recalls the sacrifices made by the late commander of the Gold Cloaks, Manly Strickland, and his eldest son and heir, Cyril Strickland, sighing deeply. These are debts incurred long ago. Of course, while the sisters may not be the epitome of beauty, they are certainly not as unattractive as portrayed in the series. Otherwise, Jaehaerys would not have risked himself so recklessly. The following morning, Lady Tanda returned with her daughters, nearly failing to recognize them. The wrinkles that once adorned their faces had vanished, replaced by skin as delicate as mutton fat. Although their eyes, noses, and mouths remained unchanged, they now exuded an undeniable charm, embodying youthful vitality and feminine allure. Simultaneously, she noticed that her daughter Loras now possessed a clear gaze and spoke as any ordinary person would, devoid of her previous days. In astonishment, she could only exclaim, "May the dragon god bless us." Ferris and Loras reminisced about the enchanting night. Prince Jaehaerys had welcomed them without disdain, employing a magical technique known as guiding art to enhance their appearances and physiques. At this moment, the sisters appeared far more radiant than they had in their early 20s. Seated in a carriage, the sisters extended their milk-white hands to caress the dragon pendant resting at their necks, feeling a slight pang in their abdomens as they exchanged smiles. Jaehaerys, in the villa's courtyard, gracefully wielded a magnificent steel sword crafted by a master blacksmith from Dragonstone. Measuring a full 6 feet in length and a palm's breadth in width, its dark handle wrapped in sharkskin, with a blade sharpened only at the tip. He had eagerly anticipated the Prime Minister's tournament, fully aware that should he participate, countless adversaries would seek to slay him on the spot. How fortuitous! For that is precisely his intention. Some debts, long overdue, must inevitably be repaid. The contract signing was arranged at the Red Keep, likely a mere formality, at most symbolizing the hidden agendas of both parties involved. As Jaehaerys revisits familiar grounds, he finds little intrigue, while Robert, having hastily scribbled his signature, rushes towards the banks of the Blackwater River outside King's Landing. There, a vibrant tournament is underway, featuring knights and squires from the remaining 6 kingdoms, alongside those from the Vale. "Oh, young Targaryen, are you participating in the tournament?" Robert casually notices Viserys atop a pristine white steed, equipped with a bridgeless saddle designed for jousting. This saddle, devoid of a backrest, makes it perilously easy to be unseated by a blunted lance. The prizes you've set are indeed tempting, even for me. Jaehaerys chuckles lightly. How could one have the chance to slay their foes without entering the fray? Just be careful not to meet your end in the arena. Robert scrutinizes his not-so-robust arms, secretly wishing the youth might be overwhelmed by the excitement and resolutely join the competition, where fatalities are all too common. If that were to happen, even Dragonstone would have to reluctantly bear the bitter consequences. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned Varys, insisting that suitable opponents be arranged for the esteemed guests of Dragonstone. Glory? To hell with that. Had his physique not grown so corpulent that few horses could bear his weight, he would have relished the chance to personally charge into battle and skewer that wretched cur. Nevertheless, a team competition might be worth considering. The group soon arrived at the banks of the Blackwater River, situated outside the King's Gate, where a multitude of tents had been erected, attracting thousands of onlookers. Each tent was adorned with vibrant banners. The Silver Falcon of House Valerion from Driftmark, the Nightingale of House Tarly from Night's Song, the the grape cluster of House Redwine from the Arbor, the mottled boar of House Craighall from the Stormlands, the red bull of House Blackwood from Riveron, the burning tree of House Marbrand from Lannisport, the golden-horned white ram of House Bulwer from the Vale, the triple spiral of House Martell from Sunspear, and the purple unicorn of House Blackwood from Hornvale. As Jaehaerys gazed upon these ancient family crests, a wave of recognition washed over him, recalling the noble lineages and their histories he had memorized in his youth. Chapter 107. Collecting interest. Haha. My lovely, don't look back. Today, let us try a different approach. Jaehaerys leered, only to be met with a sudden slap that left him dizzy. What a splendid slap, bewildering and bewildered. Uncle Viserys. Stop pretending. Rhaenys scoffed. If you dare to lay a hand on me again, I guarantee I will break all 3 of your legs. Wait, how do you all know? Viserys was perplexed, having gone to great lengths to mimic Jaehaerys' demeanor, and the soldiers had failed to recognize him as an impostor. Yet, he first encountered resistance from Dany, and then faced a fierce confrontation from Rhaenys. This is what my husband means when he says that painting a tiger's skin is easier than drawing its bones, no matter how closely you mimic the exterior. You cannot deceive those who share your bed, Rhaenys remarked coolly. Those who share your bed. Dany could hardly believe that Viserys would think otherwise. It was inconceivable. With her years of study and practice in the art of discerning women on Dragonstone, she was quite clearly still a maiden. What do you care? Dany entered the room. Her cheeks flushed, showing no regard for her brother. As her husband would say, Viserys was a gilded facade concealing a heart of selfishness, arrogance, and profound insecurity. By the dragon's grace, when her brother Jaehaerys battled with Rhaenys, she often found herself fatigued, pleading with Dany to assist her. Both women had been promised to Jaehaerys by Queen Rhaella, but Dany was still too young, and Jaehaerys could not bear to harm a flower, otherwise. How could she remain unscathed to this day? Outside King's Landing, the grandstands surrounding the jousting field were filled with ladies and noble women from various lands, the air thick with the fragrance of perfumes. Jaehaerys, mounted upon his steed, spotted Cersei, Sansa, and the daughters of House Stark, with whom he had shared a fleeting moment. Upon seeing Jaehaerys emerge, the 2 women wildly waved their silken scarves, as did the other noble women, their actions appearing quite natural. He frowned. Had he not instructed them to leave King's Landing post-haste? Their disobedience stirred within him a flicker of wickedness. The night prior, he had received a message from the inner guards. 2 days earlier, at the crossroads inn of the Trident, Catelyn Tully had summoned knights loyal to her father, Lord Hotine Tully, and had managed to capture the imp Tyrion Lannister, who was returning from the Wall with his 2 companions. The little imp informed the inn's patrons that should they convey the message to his father, Lord Tywin Lannister, or to his siblings in King's Landing, they would be rewarded handsomely. Jaehaerys realized that war was imminent in King's Landing, a fierce conflict between House Stark and House Lannister. He had dispatched a warning to Eddard Stark, but the fool remained unmoved. Such folly was a sin against the gods. King Robert sat imperiously upon the high dais, while 2 Lannister attendants continuously filled his jeweled cup with wine as red as blood. He drank deeply, belching forth the stench of alcohol. The jousting competition commenced at Robert's command, with the initial pairs consisting of the Kingsguard against young Karstark, along with various knights facing off against Ser Loras Tyrell, 7 Kingsguard. The Prime Minister's guards, the Red Priestess Melisandre, and the bronze-hued Yoren with his 2 sons, as well as the Count of the Vale, Ned Tully, and others. Jaehaerys beheld his opponent, a short, stout man with a pale, porcine visage and small eyes resembling those of a pig. His shield bore the emblem of a black lion with a scorpion's tail. It was none other than Amory Lorch. In his heart, Jaehaerys silently mused that this man was a landowning knight loyal to House Lannister, who had, years ago, stormed the Red Keep and slaughtered the Targaryen soldiers valiantly defending themselves in Maegor's Holdfast. In the original tale, he was the very culprit who dragged Rhaenys from beneath the bed and pierced her with a sword. Thus, he could not be spared. Jaehaerys condemned him to death. As the sharp sound of a trumpet pierced the air, the 2 adversaries lowered their visors, spurred their steeds, and simultaneously raised their lances, charging toward one another. Amory, an experienced knight, recalled the Queen's command to ensure his opponent's demise. As he approached his foe, he slightly elevated his lance, aiming for the Targaryen prince's throat. With a thunderous crash, Amory shielded his body with his arm and closed his eyes to protect them from the splintering wood that might injure him. However, the moment his lance made contact, an unsettling sensation coursed through him, as if he had struck a slippery fish. He opened his eyes to discover that he was left only with a shattered lance, while his opponent brandished a round shield adorned with golden scales, raised before his throat to deflect the lethal blow. Then, A sharp pain surged through Amory's chest, and after a dizzying whirl, he fell from his horse. Unfortunately, he collapsed in an ill-fated position, directly beneath the hooves of Jaehaerys' white steed. With a sickening crunch, the ladies in the stands instinctively covered their eyes. From their vantage point, they could clearly see the prince's horse rear in fright. Despite the prince's desperate attempts to control the reins, the massive hooves, shod with iron, descended mercilessly upon the fallen knight's head, crushing his fragile helmet like a tin can from Dragonstone, spilling forth a mixture of red and white fluids. Jaime Lannister had completed his own bout and was now intently watching Amory's performance. However, upon witnessing Viserys raise his shield to block the sudden thrust aimed at his throat, his pupils constricted. Then he beheld the grim moment when Amory was trampled to death by the opposing horse. He had not anticipated that Viserys was a formidable opponent. He quickly whispered his assessment to his sister, urging her to remain vigilant and to arrange for either himself, or Martin, or Sandor Clegane to participate in the next round. Feigning regret, Jaehaerys commanded that a cloak be brought forth to cover the fallen knight, concealing his shattered head. This act garnered widespread acclaim, even from Sansa and her friend Jennifer, who deemed the prince a true knight. "My, he is truly handsome," Jennifer exclaimed, tears brimming in her eyes as she wept at the sight of the fallen knight being crushed, yet her sorrow remained within manageable bounds. Particularly upon witnessing the silver-haired prince mourn for the deceased, her sadness was swiftly dispelled by his striking countenance. Sansa Stark, her gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Viserys' visage, so remarkably akin to the prince of her dreams, felt ripples of emotion stir within her heart. Chapter 108. The conflict at the royal council. Under the silvery glow of the moon, Arya diligently scrubbed her clothes, caked with mud. She had successfully completed the task assigned by Master Sivio, capturing the cunning and ferocious one-eared old cat, which, according to the guards in gold cloaks, was the true king of the castle. At a banquet hosted by the king for his father-in-law, Duke Tywin, the one-eared old cat had leapt onto the dining table and snatched a delicious roasted quail from the king's hand, eliciting hearty laughter from him. Arya recalled the conspiracies she had overheard in the terrifying cellar filled with dragon bones. They were plotting to murder her father. I must hasten to warn him. In King's Landing, one could see the royal castle towering over Aegon's Hill from almost any vantage point. She swiftly navigated the shadowy streets, grateful for the tournament, as the gold cloaks patrolled even at night, making the thoroughfares considerably safer. The hounds escorted Sansa, their imposing figures causing miscreants lurking in the shadows to retreat. However, the stench of alcohol emanating from the hound was unbearable for Sansa. "Thank you, my lord," she said. "My lord, you flatter the wrong person, little bird. I am no knight." Sandor Clegane harshly lifted his doghead mask, revealing the horrifying scar on his left side. "This scar is a gift from my dear brother, Ser Rhaegar. And do you truly believe he accidentally killed that boy? Just observe the deeds of your so-called knights." Sansa recalled the two tragic incidents that had unfolded during the tournament earlier that day, when Ser Rhaegar Clegane had mistakenly pierced the throat of a young knight from the Vale, who had recently been appointed by King Robert and was a former squire to the late Prime Minister, Alan Valerion. Whispers filled the air, lamenting that the poor lad was ill-prepared for knighthood, while her dear friend Jane Poole trembled in tears. With these thoughts, Sansa's face paled, and she hurried back to her chamber, burying her face in the velvet blanket. Arya had finally intimidated the guards of the Red Keep enough to gain entry to the Tower of the Hand, but her father refused to believe her words. If only Jon were here, he would surely trust her. Soon after, an elderly man in black requested an audience, and her father instructed his guard, Desmond, to escort her back to her room. Jaime Lannister embraced two voluptuous beauties, guilt washing over him once more. The youth must exercise restraint. The following morning, Eddard Stark was summoned to the council chamber by Robert's chief steward, and upon his arrival, he was astonished to find Robert actually attending the council meeting. This was indeed a momentous occasion. It was the first time Eddard had witnessed Robert earnestly engaging in matters of state since his arrival in King's Landing. "Let us see what Varys' intelligence reveals," Robert said grimly, as Varys handed a parchment to Eddard. "Pentos has surrendered without a fight after being besieged by 20,000 soldiers from Dragonstone." Eddard stared in disbelief at the parchment. Had it only been a week? 2 weeks? As one of the 9 great free trade city-states, Pentos once fiercely contested the ancient lands of Andalos against Bravos, suffering a devastating defeat. Subsequently, a peace treaty with the Bravosi stipulated that the people of Pentos were prohibited from possessing more than 20 warships, hiring mercenaries, entering contracts with free companies, or maintaining any military force beyond the city guard. Thus, despite its formidable walls, Pentos was deemed to possess the weakest military strength among the free trade city-states. The royal council had conjectured that the Targaryens mustered their forces in Volantis not for mere hospitality. It must be either against Pentos or the Andalos Hills. Given the strength of Dragonstone, any attempt to conquer either would undoubtedly come at a significant cost. Yet, no one anticipated that the citizens of Pentos would prove to be utterly spineless, offering no resistance whatsoever and surrendering outright. Consequently, the wealth accrued by Pentos over centuries fell into the hands of the Targaryen family. Following their capitulation, the lords and the existing governors were dismissed, and the Targaryens installed a new governor for Pentos, Prince Jaehaerys. After the conquest of Pentos, the Targaryen forces surged northward and eastward, extending their actual jurisdiction from the coast of Braavos to the basin of the Little Rhoyne, south to the Gulf of Myr, and west to the eastern coast of Essos. This vast expanse, with a population and land area rivaling any of the Seven Kingdoms, boasted flat, fertile territory. They possess a dragon, laughed Balon Greyjoy. The backbone of the Pentosi has long been broken by the Braavosi. How can their high walls withstand the onslaught of a dragon? The golden dragon, known as Vhagar, was reported to be capable of swallowing a horse whole. It is well known that the size of dragons increases with age, and even upon death, they continue to grow. In a few years, it may rival the legendary Balerion, the Black Dread. The critical issue is that it is still quite young, with at least 100 years ahead of it. Varys added, already aware of this intelligence, that Illyrio's visit was not solely for the matters concerning the Prime Minister. We must slay it and its dragon rider. Robert slammed his fist on the table in anger. Send word to Braavos. The Targaryen expansion on the eastern continent bodes ill for all free trade city-states. To preserve their wealth and status, they must ally with the Iron Throne. Your Majesty, I fear that the remaining free trade city-states of Myr, Lys, and Tyrosh are already preoccupied, Varys revealed, delivering shocking news. Each of the three city-states has dispatched thousands of mercenaries and has already engaged in conflict over contested territories. Navoas and Qohor are besieged by the Dothraki and are unable to send more soldiers to contest the Targaryens. Robert exclaimed in frustration. This is intolerable. We must halt the momentum of Dragonstone. There is an excellent opportunity at hand. Isn't that boy participating in the tournament? Let him collide with the Mountain of the Moon. Today, I demand to see that wretch's corpse. Ed stared at Robert in astonishment. I vehemently oppose this course of action. In the name of the gods. There is no honor in this. It is nothing less than a crime. To hell with honor. I am the king. Robert, should you proceed with this, you shall be remembered with infamy. If blame is to be cast, let it fall upon me, provided the deed is accomplished. I am not so blind as to overlook the axe's shadow hovering over my neck. Robert, I shall not become an accomplice to murder. You may do as you please, but do not expect me to endorse it. Robert narrowed his eyes, a flush creeping up his neck, surpassing the velvet collar, and he angrily pointed at Ned, declaring, Lord Stark, you are the hand of the king. You will either act as I command, or I shall seek another. Then I wish him the best of luck. Ned replied, unfastening the clasp of his cloak, the intricately designed silver hand emblem signifying his status gleaming in the light. Chapter 109. The sword's name is to shatter mountains. Solely to slay the mountain. The tournament of the Hand of the King had to be divided into several sessions due to the overwhelming number of participants. The first day's jousting competition yielded 4 finalists: the mountain Rhaegar Clegane, the Knight of Flowers Loras Tyrell, the Hound Sandor Clegane, and the dragon Prince Viserys Targaryen. The semi-finals and finals of the jousting, as well as the team events and archery contests, were scheduled for the second day. On that sultry morning, the spectators in the stands were drenched in sweat. The first to compete were the Hound and the Knight of Flowers. Sandor Clegane's steed was distracted by the Knight of Flowers' petite mare, and despite his utmost efforts, he could not properly control his horse, leading to his downfall from a sudden assault by the Knight of Flowers. When the Dragon Prince entered the arena atop his white steed and acknowledged the audience, the mountain soon followed, mounting his own horse for the competition. Rhaegar Clegane stood at an imposing height of 8 feet, clad in 3 layers of heavy armor. His chainmail was enveloped by a coat of thick steel, marked with the indentations and scratches of battle. Beneath it lay boiled leather and cotton padding. His flat-topped helm was tightly secured around his throat, leaving only a breathing passage for his mouth and nose, with a narrow slit for vision at the side, crowned with a decorative stone fist. His cloak bore the Clegane family's emblem of 3 black dogs, and his arms were as thick as barrels. The robust warhorse beneath him appeared diminutive in comparison, and the lance he wielded within his enormous iron gauntlet resembled a mere broomstick. As his gaze swept across the arena, a palpable aura of menace emanated from him. At that moment, a cloud drifted overhead, casting a shadow over Jaehaerys and his white steed, causing the horse to nervously step back a few paces. Jaehaerys gently patted the neck of his steed, infusing it with a touch of vitality to soothe its restless spirit. This horse was worth a fortune, a fine specimen descended from the regal wild horses of the golden grasslands and the noble steeds of Dorne, as well as the esteemed war horses of the north. Years ago, Dragonstone established a dedicated equestrian institution, and after more than a decade of meticulous cultivation, it produced exceptional war horses that embodied speed, agility, and strength. Queen Rhaella personally named one such steed Undul Elves, which in High Valyrian signifies the spirits of the land of the Undulls. Consequently, the Targaryen family's armored knights, as well as their mounted archers and cavalry, have repeatedly triumphed over numerous Dothraki raiders in the vast plains, earning them significant glory. Naturally, the steeds of the Targaryen royalty and their inner guards are the creme de la creme. Horses possess a certain spirit, and the oppressive aura of the mountain instills trepidation even in these battle-hardened warhorses. Sister-in-law and esteemed mother-in-law, today I, Jaehaerys, shall avenge you. As Jaehaerys narrowed his eyes, a sudden wave of murderous intent surged forth. To the spectators, the dragon prince exuded a formidable presence, rivaling that of the mountain himself. The air thickened with menace, and the previously raucous tournament grounds fell into an eerie silence, while Sansa and her companions felt their palms grow clammy, oblivious to the dampness of their handkerchiefs. The King's Guard, including Barristan Selmy and Jaime Lannister, fixed their gaze intently on the two adversaries, their hands instinctively resting upon their sword hilts. The intensity of their animosity left even these seasoned warriors, accustomed to the heat of battle, in a state of astonishment from a mere distance of the competition field. Suddenly, the wind stirred, and two magnificent horses surged forward like arrows released from their bowstrings, as both knights simultaneously raised their lances, aiming for each other's vital points. It was at this moment that the disparity between their steeds became apparent. Jaehaerys' warhorse displayed superior speed and explosive power in its short-distance sprint. Combining his remarkable strength and skill, he deftly deflected the mountain's lance midair and struck first, piercing the adversary's helmet. With a resounding crack, Jaehaerys' wooden lance absorbed the tremendous impact, snapping in half. In contrast, the mountain's colossal frame, along with his steed, crashed to the ground as if struck by a battering ram. As the mountain rolled off his horse, narrowly avoiding the embarrassment of being pinned beneath it, he seethed with rage and barked at his squire, "Bring me my sword." The squire hastily approached, cradling the fearsome and grotesque greatsword, a 6-foot-long weapon that inspired dread. Rhaegar drew the massive sword and swung it down with ferocity, cleaving the head of the warhorse struggling to rise in half. The gushing crimson blood showered him, staining him in a sanguine hue. The audience gasped in unison, but the mountain paid no heed to their cries and jeers. With the bloodied greatsword in hand, he strode purposefully towards Viserion. "Your Grace, catch the sword." A Kingsguard member offered Jaehaerys a steel sword. "Well done, lad. You possess considerable strength." Jaehaerys accepted the sword, inquiring, "What is your name?" "I am known by the code Dragon 23, but my true name is Selvitus." "Relay a message to Dragon 1. You shall accompany me henceforth." "As you command." Jaehaerys discarded the sword sheath, revealing an unusual sword, exceeding 6 feet in length, with an exceptionally thick blade that only sharpened at the tip. This sword, known as the Mountain Crusher, was specifically forged for you, Rhaegar Clegane. He proclaimed loudly, "Are you prepared to meet your demise?" The mountain. Jaehaerys leapt gracefully from his steed, his form ethereal, as the dark clouds parted above, allowing a shaft of golden sunlight to illuminate him. His golden-scaled armor shimmered brilliantly, as if a divine being had descended. Rhaegar remained silent, raising his massive sword, his pace quickening as he approached Jaehaerys. The great sword whipped through the howling winds, a flash of white light descending, seemingly intent on cleaving the latter in two. "Stop him. Father, you must stop Ser Rhaegar," Sansa cried, her voice trembling with fear, clutching tightly to Eddard's arm. Eddard sighed deeply. He had already resigned from his position as Hand of the King, and the Golden Cloak would no longer heed his command. Robert took a swig of wine, a cruel glint in his eyes. "Damn it. Just like that, cleave that wretch in two." The noble women and maidens in the stands shut their eyes in terror. Who among the 7 kingdoms could stand against the mountain? Such a lovely soul, destined to perish beneath the sword. What a tragic waste. The clash of the two massive swords produced a thunderous, jarring sound, compelling spectators to cover their ears. As the audience opened their eyes, they beheld the two combatants struggling fiercely with their great swords. The mountain forcefully pressed down his grotesque weapon, while the dragon prince gripped the hilt with one hand and braced the blade with the other, desperately pushing upward. By the gods, he is managing to withstand the mountain's assault. Incredible. The dragon blood truly is extraordinary. How unwise. Prince Viserys should have employed agile movements to evade Ser Gregor's strikes. To outsiders, the dragon prince's ability to endure the onslaught seemed attributed to the unsharpened blade, but it appeared that this situation was nearing its limit. Rhaegar, at this moment, finally discerned the peculiar nature of his opponent's sword. In a grim tone, he declared, "Boy, let us see how many strikes you can endure." He withdrew his great sword and swung it high once more, bringing it down with the force of a blacksmith hammering iron. Jaehaerys, silent, retaliated with his own blade. And after several exchanges, he concluded that Rhaegar's strength was approximately 5 to 6 times that of an average adult male. In terms of true Valyrian might, it was around 45 Valyrians, roughly comparable to the towering others encountered in the village of Birchwood. It seemed this was the limit of physical strength for ordinary men in this realm. The ensuing clash between the two continued devoid of technique, relying solely on brute force. Gradually, Rhaegar sensed something amiss. After trading dozens of strikes, the opponent's strength showed no signs of waning. The unsharpened blade struck against his own, igniting a shower of blinding sparks and leaving gaping gouges along the edge. Moreover, the boy appeared to grow more invigorated with each swing, his blows becoming increasingly powerful. Several times, Rhaegar nearly failed to parry the strikes, hastily defending himself and inadvertently causing his own hands, clad in lobster shell gauntlets, to bleed profusely. This defied all logic. Gazing upon the increasingly vigorous Viserys, a sense of dread began to well up within Rhaegar's heart. Chapter 110. Killing is also saving. No. It is not Prince Viserys growing stronger. Rather, it is Ser Gregor's strength that is waning due to excessive exertion, Sir Balon Swan remarked, and his sworn brothers began to perceive the unfolding truth. Ser Gregor is a formidable adversary, possessing skills that extend far beyond mere brute strength. Jaime Lannister whispered, noting that this man is a vassal of his father, rarely stepping beyond his castle except for battles and tournaments, and he has never tasted defeat in any conflict. Jaime believed that if they were to encounter each other on the battlefield, his chances of victory would be less than 50%. Even if the fabled Dawn were to be reborn, it might not surpass his own prowess. In the melee, the Lannister lapdog faltered. Jaehaerys taunted, "Is this all you have? There are rumors you are the realm's mightiest warrior, yet it seems you are but a shadow of that reputation. Do you recall the unfortunate woman you killed 15 years ago in the Red Keep? Surely, you remember her name, Elia Martell." Rhaegar remained silent, weary from the relentless onslaught. Several times, his sword was repelled by his opponent, the blade rebounding off his armor and helmet, blood seeping from his palms. He could hear his labored breaths and the thunderous beating of his heart, sweat trickling into his eyes, stinging painfully, yet he dared not blink. After exchanging several more blows, even Sansa and Jenny could discern that Ser Gregor was in dire straits. His footing faltered, his form swayed precariously, as if the next strike from the Prince of Dragons could send him crashing to the ground. A flicker of caution ignited within Jaehaerys. This dog was not as feeble as he appeared. He recalled the scene from the tales, where Oberyn Martell, the Red Viper, fought and judged Ser Gregor. And even pinned down by a spear, the mountain had retaliated fiercely, smashing the Viper's skull into pulp. A cornered beast still fights. He is not the Red Viper, and he would not underestimate his foe. Mountain, prepare to be beaten to death. With a swift stroke, Ser Gregor suddenly stepped forward, raising his arm to block the unsharpened edge of the sword with his thick elbow armor. Had his opponent's sword been sharpened, this blow would have severed his arm. Even so, his arm guard bore a massive gash, his left ulna and radius fractured in two, white bone protruding through flesh, blood gushing forth. With a grimace, he raised his sword for a horizontal swing, aiming to cleave Viserys in two, adopting a strategy of inflicting damage even at the cost of his own life. Jaehaerys would not grant him that satisfaction. Instead, he employed the leap of the stone technique, effortlessly springing into the air, his boot lightly touching the mountain's sword and propelling him behind the brute, where he raised the mountain crusher. The sickening sound of steel clashing reverberated once more, as the mountain crusher pierced through the mountain's back armor, the tip emerging from his chest. Ser Gregor Clegane spat blood, reaching behind to withdraw the steel sword that had impaled him, yet found himself utterly incapable of doing so, blood frothing from the corners of his mouth. He ultimately realized the gravity of his situation. The excruciating pain drove him to madness, causing him to flail his great sword wildly, cleaving one of his attendants in two and wounding a man in golden robes. The others shrieked in terror and fled. Meanwhile, Jaehaerys, having lost his weapon, deftly evaded the fray, maintaining a safe distance. Even after some time had passed, he observed the demon mountain kneeling on the ground, utterly still, showing no inclination to approach. Did he think to deceive me into delivering the final blow? A mere fantasy. Jaehaerys probed Rhaegar's body with his divine sense. It appeared that the man had already departed this realm, yet he clung to life with sheer will, waiting for Jaehaerys to draw near for a desperate counterattack. Delaying time plays to my advantage. I am not the one bleeding profusely. Quick, go check on Sir Rhaegar, commanded Jaime, instructing a soldier from House Lannister to advance. He was a good dog, and it would be a pity if he perished. Rhaegar sensed someone approaching, his consciousness fading slightly. In a final surge of determination, he lunged at the stranger's leg, bringing him crashing to the ground. With his uninjured right arm, he wrapped around him, using his head as a battering ram, striking downward with all his might. With a sickening crunch, a helmeted skull was crushed, while another massive head soared into the air. Jaehaerys sheathed his sword with a flourish. To kill is to save, a deed of immeasurable merit. Eddard Stark returned to the Tower of the Hand, commanding his steward, Vayon Poole, to pack their belongings and hire ships for their return to Winterfell, only to be informed that it would take at least a week or two. Subsequently, Littlefinger revealed that he had located the brothel previously visited by Duke Aeron and Stannis, run by a woman named Shataya from the Summer Isles, situated on Silk Street. There, he encountered a certain Bara, a bastard daughter of a king. Eddard remained perplexed. Damn it, although he had resigned from his position as Hand. The death of his foster father remained an enigma. The stable hands and kitchen maids in King's Landing had failed to provide any useful leads, and the former hand squire, knighted by Robert, had already perished at the tournament. On the way back, a gentle rain began to fall, bringing relief and a touch of chill to the sweltering city, a sign that winter was approaching. Eddard Stark gazed ahead, feeling an icy dread wash over him. As they turned a corner, Captain Jory Castle hoarsely shouted, "My lord." Before them stood a throng of soldiers, clad in leather over chain mail, with iron gauntlets and knee guards. Their gold lion-adorned helmets glistening in the rain, cloaks clinging to their backs. There were at least a dozen soldiers, lined up, brandishing long swords and iron pikes, blocking their path. Behind, Eddard turned his horse, only to discover even more men had cut off their retreat. The regicide, Jaime Lannister, rode forth on a chestnut stallion, crowned with a golden lion helm and wielding a golden sword. Jory's sword sang as it was drawn, and Eddard's other two guards, Weasel and Hayward, also unsheathed their steel blades, shouting, "Death to those who block our way. What do you intend? This is the hand of the king. Do you seek to rebel?" Littlefinger bellowed. "A few days ago, you were the prime minister. Now, who do you think you are?" Jaime disdainfully remarked, "Stark, you ought to comprehend why I am blocking your path. My brother, Tyrion. Do you not recall? Urge your wife to release my brother. Tyrion was apprehended under my orders, held accountable for his alleged transgressions." Peter was rendered speechless. "Are you blind? A true hero does not fall into immediate peril. You have merely 3 guards by your side. Why provoke a regicide?" Jaime Lannister unsheathed his long sword and spurred his horse forward. "Draw your sword now, Lord Stark." "Peter, if you wish to keep your fine garments unblemished, I suggest you leave at once." Observing the unfolding tension, Peter hastily retreated, whispering as he passed Eddard, "I shall summon the city watch." As the specter of battle loomed, Eddard contemplated the situation. The adversaries were all infantry, while his own party consisted of 4 mounted knights. If they charged forth recklessly, there might still be a chance for survival. Suddenly, a rhythmic sound of marching footsteps echoed. Eddard turned to behold another contingent emerging from the street, numbering over 20 riders, each clad in black armor adorned with a bas-relief of a 3-headed dragon. The dragon's flames were rendered through a technique that infused red pigment into the steel, and their capes were of alternating black and red satin. Amidst them was a figure garbed in golden scale armor, wearing a helmet shaped like a 3-headed dragon, with the wings forming the helmet's flanks and silvery hair cascading from beneath. Viserys Targaryen. Jaime gripped the reins anxiously, as the golden sword seemed to be stained anew with blood. Chapter 111. Escape from King's Landing. "Oh, what a lively scene." Jaehaerys jested, genuinely unaware of any deliberate attempt to send his guards to shadow Eddard Stark, yet he had kept a watchful eye on the Lannister commotion. Regardless, he was the nominal son of a king felled by a regicide's blade, and that golden sword now rested in his grasp. The rain intensified, extinguishing the torches, leaving only the faint candlelight from the shuttered windows of the street-facing houses to cast a sanguine hue upon the golden blade. "Lord Eddard, do you require my assistance?" With his intervention, the balance of power shifted dramatically. The Targaryen guards outnumbered them and were all cavalry. Even without a formal charge, they were far superior to the lightly armed infantry wielding polearms and iron swords. The Lannister retinue dared not act impulsively. Jaime could only advance. Prince, must you involve yourself in the feud between the Lannisters and the Starks? Regicide, what right do you have to address me thus? Jaehaerys replied languidly. Though you were all once traitors, I harbor a greater disdain for the stench of your Lannisters compared to Stark. Come now, regicide, let us engage in a fair contest. Should you perish here, let it be known that it was your own lack of skill that brought you low. Jaime, incensed by his haughty demeanor, retorted, even if you have slain the mountain in the lists, what of it? My prowess is no less formidable. Then let us proceed. Show me the extent of your prowess, champion of the lance, or shall my sword once more taste the true dragon-esque blood of House Targaryen? Jaehaerys dismounted, drawing forth the meteorite sword, twirling it with an elegant flourish as he stepped forward with a commanding gait upon the shadowy street, his form flickering like a specter. In no time, the two engaged in fierce combat. The golden sword unleashed powerful strikes, unyielding and formidable, while the meteorite sword danced with a lightness that countered strength with grace. At Jaehaerys' level of mastery, one technique seamlessly flowed into another, rendering the martial arts of mere mortals akin to childish play in his eyes. With each strike, his movements were as elusive as a gazelle's leap, unpredictable and exquisite, compelling Jaime to labor under the weight of defense. As the battle progressed, Jaime's apprehension grew. He had anticipated a clash of brawn between true men on the road, yet was taken aback by the technical finesse displayed by Viserys. How could he shift effortlessly between styles, without a hint of hesitation? Reluctantly, Jaime adapted to a more agile approach, focusing on his own swordplay. The sounds of steel clashing faded, replaced by an even more perilous and lethal contest. Since vanquishing the multi-headed wight, the meteorite sword had gained an increasing sentience, and rumors suggested that Valyrian steel was forged not only with fire magic, but also with blood magic, a notion that seemed all too plausible. Upon infusing the sword with his energy, a blade of light extended over an inch from its tip, indicating its growing proximity to a true artifact. After a brief exchange, Jaehaerys grew weary of this tiresome cat-and-mouse game. With a fierce intent, the sword's light flickered like a serpent's tongue, weaving intricate patterns of illumination between the two. Jaime found himself punctured by multiple wounds, his once proud lion helm now stripped of its adornments, while the heavy rain rendered his cloak a sodden mass, obscuring his vision and preventing him from discerning that the thrust aimed at his chest was but a feint. As Jaehaerys swiftly transitioned to a horizontal slash aimed at his neck, "My lord," Sir Rhaegar, the captain of the Lannister Guard, could not restrain his alarm as he witnessed Jaime on the verge of perishing beneath the Dragon Prince's blade. He raised his longsword, thrusting it toward Jaehaerys' back. "Despicable! Shameless! Your Highness, beware!" The surrounding loyal guards admonished loudly, alerting him. Having learned to wield his mental acuity since the age of 8, Jaehaerys had long since developed the habit of enveloping himself in a veil of awareness during battle. A sneak attack could be effective, yet only under circumstances that diverted his attention, which Jaime evidently lacked the capacity to achieve. Rhaegar's unscrupulous ambush incensed him. Rather than turn, he executed a deft maneuver, kicking backward with his dragon scale-embedded boots, sending both man and sword flying. However, this action inadvertently revealed his own strike aimed at Jaime's neck. Jaime narrowly evaded the lethal blow, his body drenched in cold sweat. All transpired in the blink of an eye as Jaehaerys stood firm, casting a cold glance at the fallen Lannister guard. And with a swift gesture, he eliminated the remaining Lannister lackeys. Thunderous roars erupted. With their lord dishonored, the inner guards were filled with righteous fury, and under Selwyn's command, they charged forward. They raised their lances, 12 feet long, which surpassed the infantry's pikes by 34 feet. Coupled with the horses' charge, a single wave of assault took down 5 or 6 guards of House Lannister. The remaining soldiers, paralyzed by fear, attempted to regroup multiple times, yet were scattered and cut apart by the cavalry's arrowhead formation. Their attempts to stab the knights' steeds fell short due to the length of the lances. It was only after the knights delivered a precise strike and discarded their lances to draw their longswords that the remaining soldiers mustered the courage to attempt to unseat the knights. However, at this point, only 5 or 6 of them remained, while among the inner guards, there was but one unfortunate soul who, after losing his horse, was impaled by several lances, resembling a hive of wasps. Jaehaerys paid no heed to the chaotic melee between the soldiers. He advanced with a leisurely gait, his shadow looming like that of death over Jaime Lannister. "Jaime Lannister, it has been years since I longed for this confrontation. Time has passed so slowly that I nearly forgot our agreement to duel. I recall it vividly. It was 15 years ago, the night before King's Landing fell, when I deceitfully claimed I would challenge you to a duel the following day. All these years, I have held on to that memory, yet alas, you seem to have forgotten entirely, even the memory of this Valyrian steel sword. Jaime, in a state of disarray, leaned heavily on his sword, blood seeping through the crevices of his armor. His face was ashen, yet a flash of realization struck him. You are not Viserys, you are Jaehaerys. Gazing upon the face that bore a smile both mocking and sinister, and the Valyrian steel sword with silver strands, he finally remembered. Bingo. But alas, there is no prize. Jaehaerys remarked with a gentle smile. I have played enough. It is time to send you to hell to atone for your sins before my father. I wonder what face you will wear when you encounter your former sworn brothers upon your descent. Oh, I forgot. They must have all ascended to heaven, while you are destined to plummet into the depths of the abyss. The sword of meteors flickered ominously, seemingly eager to quench its thirst for blood. Stop. Eddard Stark drew his ancestral sword, Ice, in an attempt to halt Jaehaerys. Jaehaerys furrowed his brow. Robb has pardoned the regicide. And Robb is the king of the Seven Kingdoms, crowned with the blessing of the gods and the High Septon. You have no right to overturn the king's decree. Eddard was acutely aware of his own inadequacy as a challenger. Jaehaerys had once single-handedly subdued both a man and a dragon, mercilessly punishing Roose Bolton and his wicked bastard son. Do you know? I have saved your life. Jaehaerys said coldly. Is this how you treat your savior? Besides, even if you assist the regicide, he may not owe you anything. I do not save him to receive gratitude. I do so to uphold the law of the realm. Eddard declared solemnly. Haha, Lord Eddard, Robb should appoint you as the Minister of Justice rather than a mere hand. Jaehaerys laughed, then turned to Jaime and said, Begone, regicide. Flee back to your lion's den, for should we meet again, I shall surely take your life. Debts owed by the Lannisters must be repaid. Jaime struggled to mount his steed. Gravely injured and bleeding profusely, he galloped alone into the curtain of rain. In Chapter 112, The Matters of King's Landing, Eddard sat upon the Iron Throne, reflecting upon the harrowing night mere days prior, when the streets were strewn with corpses and blood mingled with mud, flowing into the fetid gutters. That evening, it was not until Jaehaerys and his knights had departed that the city guard finally arrived, delayed and disorganized. Queen Cersei was incensed, clamoring to dispatch troops to hunt down Jaehaerys Targaryen. Yet her esteemed advisors restrained her. The Lannisters had lost only soldiers. And the sole knight, a captain of the guard named Trystane, had succumbed to internal bleeding and infection after a cowardly ambush, an act deemed disgraceful. A mere 20 soldiers were insufficient to wage war against Dragonstone. Had Jaime not made his escape, the Iron Throne would not have remained idle. Cersei, relentless in her fury, even mocked King Robert, suggesting he should don a dress while she took to the battlefield herself, a remark that incensed the king. Robert's massive hand, akin to a bear's paw, struck her delicate face, leaving a visible mark that bloomed like a ripe plum in the summer sun. At that moment, news arrived of a white stag appearing in the Kingswood. Robert took Joffrey, Renly, and half of his courtiers with him. Before departing, the king tossed the silver hand emblem, symbolic of the prime minister, back to Eddard Stark. In a twist of fate, Eddard had not suffered a leg injury, nor had his 3 men been slain. He commanded 100 soldiers from the north in King's Landing. Meanwhile, the Lannisters had lost 20 elite soldiers, leaving fewer than 30 remaining. Even though Cersei was queen, the combined forces of the guards in the Red Keep were scarcely 100, and with Jaime's flight, the Mountain and the Boar Knight had fallen to Jaehaerys, leaving only Sere Island Pain. The Lannisters found themselves in an unprecedentedly weak position in the capital. The weakened lion and the robust dire wolf. Politicians are but fickle gamblers, never betting on the faltering side. Thus, Eddard's prime ministership was beset with visitors. The friendly demeanor of the spider, Varys, contrasted sharply with the previously pro-Tywin behavior of Lord Pycelle, who now acted with newfound impartiality. Peter Baelish served the prime minister dutifully, while Janos Slynt adopted the role of a loyal servant. After Robert's departure, Eddard was compelled to assume the Iron Throne in the midst of escalating turmoil. Lords from the Riverlands were mustering troops at the pass outside Golden Tooth to prevent the incursions of the Westerlands. Meanwhile, Tywin Lannister dispatched small forces deep into the Riverlands, committing atrocities of every kind. Knights from White Harbor and Barrowton, alongside petitioners from the Riverlands, flocked to the Iron Throne, demanding justice from the king. What evidence do you possess to indicate these are Lannisters? Eddard inquired. Did they wear red cloaks or display the line banner? Even Lannisters would not be so foolish. Sir Mace Tyrell, heir to Highgarden, responded. My lord, they all rode noble steeds clad in armor. Sir Catelyn of House Tully, the heir of Riverrun, responded with calmness. Wielding a steel lance and a sword, alongside a battle axe used for the slaughter of villagers. An elderly man remarked upon the horses they rode, stating, they ride war horses. I have spent many years in the stables and can discern the difference. Not a single one of their steeds has ever plowed a field. I swear by the gods above. Regardless of whether these miscreants were appointed by Duke Tywin, he must respond to this affront. That very day, he dispatched Lord Beric Dondarrion, accompanied by Ser Jorah Mormont, Ser Gladden, Ser Rasha, and his own guard, Ser Alan, each leading a contingent of 20 men. Bearing the royal crown of the stag and the sigil of House Stark, tasked with the mission of retribution. If that band of brigands refused to fly a banner, then it would be fitting for them to perish like the outlaws they were. However, Ser Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers, was somewhat displeased. He had eagerly volunteered but was overlooked by Eddard, leaving the council chamber in a huff. Subsequently, Eddard arranged for Vaon to prepare ships for a northern journey, as danger loomed over King's Landing, with his 2 daughters being his greatest vulnerability. Yet, when he shared the news with them, he was met with unexpected resistance from Sansa, who had always been obedient. She had witnessed the splendor of King's Landing and adored the opulence of the court, with nobles clad in silks and satins. The Hands Tournament was the most wondrous time of her life, and she lamented all the events she had yet to experience, such as the harvest feast, masquerade balls, and pantomime performances. Sansa burst into tears, exclaiming, what if, after I leave, Joffrey falls in love with someone else? I will not be like the king in the barrel. I am destined to be a queen. We will love each other and bear children. Eddard, upon hearing this, felt a jolt of realization akin to a flash of lightning. He recalled the book, The Blacksmith Boy, and the infant named Bara, sending a chill through his entire being. He pondered for a long time before sending a letter to Cersei, instructing her to wait alone in the Godswood of the Red Keep. In the end, Cersei confessed that all 3 children were indeed hers and Jaime's. Days later, Robert's Hand summoned Eddard to the Maegor's holdfast for an audience. Upon his arrival, he discovered the king gravely injured, having been gored by a wild boar while hunting. Despite his efforts to return to King's Landing, he succumbed to his injuries. Eddard, I appoint you as regent and protector of the realm. You shall guide Joffrey until he comes of age. Eddard found it difficult to inform Robert that his so-called heir was not of his blood. The will had been secretly altered. He then penned a letter, requesting Jory to escort his 2 daughters away from King's Landing and personally deliver it to Duke Stannis Baratheon at Storm's End. He would strive to delay the ascension of the new king in King's Landing, seizing control of the city until Stannis arrived with his forces, naturally supporting him as the rightful ruler. Presently, he commanded over 70 guards. If he could secure the promised 50 to 100 men from Ser Lysa, along with bribing the city watch through Peter Baelish, victory would be assured. However, he did not anticipate that Sansa would secretly seek out the queen to bid farewell. Upon returning to Dragonstone, Jaehaerys was immediately summoned by Queen Rhaella. His actions in King's Landing had undoubtedly been reported to Her Majesty by the inner guards. A mother knows her children best. Rhaella swiftly realized that the twins were engaged in some sort of clever deception. Amusingly, Jaehaerys and his brother often played such childish tricks in their youth, though Rhaella had not witnessed their camaraderie in quite some time. You should swiftly bring back Viserys. He needs to travel to Dorne. I have already promised Prince Daeron to consent to the marriage between Viserys and his eldest daughter. However, this young lady is far more mischievous than her aunt when it comes to meeting her husband. Your Majesty, Your Highness. Days later, the head of the inner guards, Lingqi, reported that news had emerged from King's Landing. Robert had unexpectedly perished, Cersei had instigated a court coup, Eddard Stark was imprisoned, and all his subordinates had been slaughtered. His 2 daughters were in dire straits. The elder was under house arrest, while the younger had vanished without a trace. Jaehaerys was utterly bewildered. How could this happen? After personally intervening to secure a favorable situation for House Stark, Cersei had managed to overturn it? Eddard was not a direwolf. He was a mere pig. Jaehaerys needed no elaborate calculations to perceive that the Lannisters had secured their victory. Unless he were to mount Hela and incinerate King Joffrey, his wicked mother, Prince Tommen, and Myrcella into ashes. Very well. Let us temporarily conclude matters in King's Landing and prepare for Season 2. Chapter 113. The Wrath of the Sleeping Dragon. Jon and Samwell Tarly followed the Night's Watch Rangers beyond the wall, kneeling beneath the 9 fishbeam trees to swear their allegiance. His direwolf had inexplicably brought forth a pitch-black paw. Following the scent, Jon and his companions discovered 2 corpses. They were among the 6 rangers who had departed with Benjen Stark, specifically the bastards Joffrey from the Riverlands and the tall, unattractive Uth. Despite Devon's and Sam pointing out the suspicious aspects of the bodies, Old Bear decided to transport them back to the Black Castle, temporarily storing them in the storeroom until Maester Aemon could examine them before they were burned. Subsequently, Jon noticed the peculiar glances directed at him by the others. When Old Bear took him aside to inform him of King Robert's death and the news of Duke Eddard's treason, Jon fell into a state of confusion. As the myriad thoughts swirled within him, they finally erupted when Ser Alazar made a sardonic remark. Regardless of the consequences, he impulsively seized a dagger, intending to confront the insufferable man. Alas, his dear friends Sam, Pip, Gren, and Todd intervened, restraining him. Even atop the wall, attacking a superior was a grievous offense, and Jon was confined to his own quarters. Since becoming an officer of the Night's Watch, his room had been allocated beneath Old Bear's. Beneath the dwelling of the Old Bear, a vigilant guard was ever present. However, in the stillness of the night, Bai Ling suddenly became restless, vigorously clawing at the earth beneath the door. When Jon opened the door, he discovered a guard with a twisted neck below, while the sound of boots dragging echoed from above. Ailish Hassan, under the Old Bear's command, set forth from East Sea Watch, intent on delivering the hand of Jaffafa to King's Landing, seeking aid from the young king. He recalled that fateful night with lingering trepidation. Upon discovering the corpse of the flower rising once more to slay a Night's Watchman, they launched an immediate assault, yet neither sword nor spear proved effective. Sir Jeremy struck off its head, but the creature still drew a dagger from its belt and stabbed him. Had it not fortuitously struck the embossed armor gifted by Prince Jaehaerys, Jeremy Lannister might have met the same grim fate as the other 4 Night's Watchmen. Sir Ailish recalled something and, seizing the moment while the others were engaged, plunged a dragon-headed longsword into the corpse. In an instant, a golden flame erupted from within, incinerating the body to a pile of ash. The Old Bear had grown quite foolish. What use was it to seek assistance from that young king in King's Landing? He expressed his dissatisfaction, questioning how much help a mere golden-haired boy could provide, suggesting it would be far wiser to seek the true king on Dragonstone. Ailish's mind raced. He instructed the East Sea Watch's clerk to prepare a vessel to Dragonstone. The Night's Watch did not involve themselves in the internal strife of the realm, yet it was not stated that he could not hold political inclinations. Moreover, he yearned to see his son, who had recently written that he was now an oarsman in House Targaryen's navy and possessed a small piece of land across the narrow sea, along with a virtuous and beautiful wife. Bran watched the incessant influx of noble soldiers into the castle, his heart filled with apprehension. Upon learning of his father's imprisonment, Robb commanded the summoning of vassals. Months prior, he had successfully awakened from a prolonged slumber that had left him exceedingly frail. During his dreams, he experienced visions of 3-headed dragons and a 3-eyed raven, at times witnessing them engage in battle within his own mind. It was not until the pain in his head threatened to split him asunder that the 2 creatures finally ceased their turmoil, one perching upon his left ear while the other occupied his right eye. "Look with your eyes," the 3-eyed raven incessantly chattered. During his unconsciousness, he beheld all of Westeros. His half-brother sat solitary atop the wall, a white dire wolf coiled at his feet. He glimpsed his sisters, Sansa and Arya, their wolves absent, and saw his mother and Roderick struggling to navigate a boat through the treacherous waters of the Bight. Ravens are known for their deceit. Listen with your ears. The 3-headed dragon rumbled, and as people uttered his name, he could hear their innermost thoughts, his siblings praying earnestly for his awakening, beseeching the gods for his swift return to consciousness, while malevolent hearts wished for his untimely demise. "Your Majesty, trouble brews. Griffin has been slain." A frantic maid rushed in to report. Though Griffin is not of the Targaryen lineage, he possesses a trace of dragon blood, being a distant descendant of the Blackfyre family. His silver hair and violet eyes, along with his similar age, made him a suitable substitute for Aegon Targaryen. During the seclusion of Jaehaerys, he was taken in as an adopted son by Layla, a fact known to very few. "We must fortify the defenses of Dragonstone. Anyone who approaches the Dragonstone must be thoroughly scrutinized." Queen Layla decisively commanded the inner guards. "Your Majesty, your breakfast has arrived." The head chef presented a delectable spread of creamy bread accompanied by honey and onion bacon fried fish, with fruits from Dorne, including sweet pomegranates and blood oranges. "With such grave matters at hand, how can I possibly focus on breakfast?" Layla furrowed her brow and gestured for the chef to withdraw. "Mother, please," Jaehaerys interjected, a sly smile playing on his lips. "Man is iron, and food is steel. Besides, such a splendid breakfast must have been meticulously prepared by the head chef. Just imagine. If these delectable dishes were laced with poison, we might perish without a sound. What do you think, chef?" And no assassin, the head chef stammered. Your Highness, you jest. I have served the royal family for many years. How could I possibly be an assassin? The rotund chef nervously rubbed his carrot-like fingers, his jowls quivering in fear. Then perhaps you should sample your culinary creations first, Queen Layla ordered, placing her unwavering trust in Jaehaerys. At her command, several inner guards drew their swords and encircled the chef. Well, very well. Jaehaerys sighed in resignation. He picked up a piece of honeyed cake, preparing to take a bite, when suddenly he flung the cake towards the nearest inner guard and drew a sharp knife from his ample waist. Buzz. The chef's actions were abruptly halted as a black sword pierced through his back. He looked down in disbelief at the bloodied tip, uttering a garbled sound before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. To think that even the chef of Dragonstone had been compromised by an assassin. Queen Layla's heart raced with dread. The inner guards had utterly failed in their duty. This cannot be solely their fault. Jaehaerys approached the fallen chef, seizing his hair and yanking off a beautifully crafted hood, revealing a young and handsome face beneath. The true Mihai had likely already met his demise. Faceless once, Queen Layla gasped. The name and shadow of a person. If there exists an organization capable of unsettling all lords and governors across 2 continents, it must be the Faceless Men of Braavos. Just then, a scholar arrived with news from Fordoland. Viserys, Rhaenys, and Daenerys had all been targeted for assassination. The good news was that Rhaenys and Daenerys, living together, had managed to kill one of the assassins. The bad news was that Viserys had been stabbed through the heart by a dagger wielded by a whore in his embrace. According to Rhaenys' account, the assassin they had slain was exceptionally skilled, not a mere commoner. Bravos, you court death. In the eyes of Jaehaerys blazed a fierce fire, and his formidable consciousness swiftly enveloped the entirety of Dragonstone Island. A hastily departing internal guard from Dragonstone Keep suddenly rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground. You have successfully provoked the wrath of the sleeping dragon, Queen Layla murmured. Chapter 114. The grudge begins, ending only in death, Your Majesty. Such provocation against Dragonstone Island, if I may speak candidly, will inevitably incite war. In the resplendent hall of the Sea King, Sylvester Adelaide, the chief swordsman of the Sea King, earnestly advised his sovereign. They are not weaklings like Loras or Pantos. While their fleet may be few in number, it is swift, and they possess dragons. High-ranking officers from Braavos spoke truthfully. Representatives from the shipowners, merchants, and affluent citizens also voiced their confusion. They could not fathom why they would establish such a formidable adversary. Were Dragonstone Island to engage in slavery or the slave trade, they would have no complaints. Yet, over the years, they had witnessed the island's path of development, from which everyone had reaped substantial benefits. Currently, over 90% of Braavos' purple dye is imported from Dragonstone Island, and the pearls, obsidian, and gold jewelry cherished by the wealthy and the socialites predominantly originate from there, through cross-border financial trade with the Iron Vault and the Narrow Sea Bank. They had acquired numerous shares and securities from high-quality companies. The fees and service charges from currency exchanges and forward transactions alone matched the returns from lending to the Iron Throne. Under such circumstances, naturally, no one wished to go to war with Dragonstone Island. This is the oracle of the many-faced god. The Sea King, Rhaegar Targaryen, said weakly, his voice filled with exhaustion and resignation. When the benevolent figure from the House of Black and White conveyed the oracle of the many-faced god to him, his reaction mirrored that of the assembly before him. Everyone fell silent. The House of Black and White is the stronghold of the Faceless Men, comprised of the most elite followers of the many-faced god. Only those who possess the divine magic granted by the many-faced god, enabling them to alter their appearance at will, can be called Faceless Men. No one has ever seen their true visage. Even while traversing the city of Braavos, the faces and names they adopt may well be false. For in the moment they became known as Faceless Men, they surrendered everything, including their names and lives, to their deity, regarding themselves as nameless beings. Since there are no further questions, let us prepare for war. Rhaegar waved his hand, and his fleet commander and naval admiral bowed and departed. The despicable Braavosi, devoid of honor, have dispatched rats from the sewers to assassinate our esteemed queen and our beloved prince and princess, trampling upon the dignity of the Dragon King. Count Gunter Sangra of Neo Harbor proclaimed loudly before the assembled naval soldiers in front of the Dragon God Temple. The Earl of Tredeman, having suffered a severe illness last year, was unable to command the royal fleet, even surviving by the grace of the Dragon God. Consequently, Count Sangra took his place as the Royal Navy commander and admiral. Count Sangra, once a devout follower of the Seven Gods, underwent a profound transformation due to a serendipitous event, becoming a fervent adherent of the Dragon God. Such occurrences are not uncommon in the regions of Blackwater River, Crab's Claw Peninsula, and the newly explored territories. In contrast to the ethereal beliefs of the Seven, the manifestations of the dragon god are frequent and tangible. With the flourishing trade of Dragonstone Island, the faith in the dragon god has been organically disseminated by merchants, shipowners, sailors, and fishermen across the globe. It is rumored that even a modest temple dedicated to the dragon god has been erected on the Isle of Gods in Braavos. By the dragon's grace, 2 royal members have already fallen victim to this blood feud, which can only be avenged with the blood of the Braavosi. The illustrious Prince Jaehaerys shall ride his invincible dragon to join us in our campaign against Braavos. This grudge will not cease until death. The Earl of Myalgate raised his fist high, striking his chest with fervor. The soldiers, filled with excitement, clenched their fists against their leather armor, youthful faces brimming with anticipation. Since the battle at Shipbreaker Bay and the mouth of the Blackwater, the Royal Navy had not engaged in combat for many years, serving more as transport vessels for the army and customs patrols, often ridiculed by the army as mere transport fleets. Observing the army's conquests in Forteland, Pantos, and the Andalos Hills, the Navy yearned for glory. The call for an offensive against the Stepstones had echoed through the ranks. Had it not been for the kingdom's high command's strategic reluctance to engage on 2 fronts simultaneously, the banners of House Targaryen would likely be waving around the Stepstones by now. They longed for war, eager to earn military accolades. The present moment presented a splendid opportunity for glory. With Pantos and the Andalos Hills now subdued, the forces of Forteland have regrouped between the shores of Braavos and the Andalos Hills, poised to breach the feeble infantry defenses of the Braavosi and strike deep into their territory. At the map table, a colossal map of the continent of Westeros lay beside a smaller map of Essos. Braavos relies solely on its formidable geographical defenses. My lords, please observe, a young naval officer exclaimed, pointing towards Braavos with a long pole. 2 circular mountains embrace Braavos, forming a protective cradle. At the juncture of these mountains, the Braavosi have constructed the renowned war machine, the Titan of Braavos, and not far from the Titan stands a formidable fortress upon the rocks. Though their navy is vast, in terms of ship speed, maneuverability, and armament, they are already outclassed by our forces. For instance, our swift 3-masted vessels can operate their sails with merely 10 men through a system of pulleys, whereas traditional tall ships require a minimum of 20 crew members. In terms of tactics, our military has long since mastered the integration of seizing the T-shaped formations, linear combat, and fire coverage, while our adversaries remain entrenched in the primitive strategy of leapfrogging operations. Regarding firepower, each of our 3rd-class double-deck warships is equipped with 20 large ship crossbows on one side, complemented by additional artillery at both the bow and stern, totaling 44 weapons. Our 2nd-class warships mount 68 crossbows, all of which are of the latest design, boasting ranges and firepower that far surpass that of our foes. Consequently, should the fleet of the Braavos encounter our forces, defeat is the only path that awaits them. Indeed, Sir Jeffreys Hurst has articulated this splendidly. Our military outshines the enemy in tactics, equipment, and beyond. While Jeffreys praised the young officer's observations, we must remain vigilant and not underestimate our opponents. According to intelligence reports, Braavos is also mobilizing for war, with the potential to amass over 50,000 troops and a colossal fleet of 1,000 vessels. Following the principle of anticipating the enemy's capabilities, should the Braavos exert their full effort, they could very well organize a joint fleet comprising 100,000 men and over 2,000 warships and armed merchant vessels. As for us, due to our need to defend Dragonstone and contain the Blackwater estuary, even with troop expansions, we can deploy no more than 100 ships and a maximum of 10,000 personnel. Although we possess tactical and weaponry advantages, we cannot afford a head-on clash with the Braavos. Our strength lies in our army, the flexibility of our navy, and the might of the great dragon. Thus, the overarching strategy for this battle is to incessantly maneuver the enemy and implement a multidimensional approach to combat across land, sea, and air, delivering a modest but impactful shock of modern warfare to the Braavos. I hereby declare the commencement of Operation Kite. Chapter 115, Naval Encounter. Thick, acrid smoke billowed as the charred hulls of ships floated upon the gray-green surface of the sea. The waters within a mile radius were littered with scattered barrels, felt, and other debris. Alongside the bodies sprawled across the planks. Seabirds perched upon these makeshift islands of cadavers, occasionally pecking at them, as congealed blood slipped into the ocean, attracting voracious fish eager to feast. A Braavos warship, adorned with purple sails and a brass ram at its prow, lowered hundreds of oars, the wooden paddles churning the water into frothy bubbles, releasing a nauseating briny aroma. "How many merchant vessels has this been?" inquired Commander Daenerys of the Titan's Fury. "This is the 9th. The first mate replied somberly. "Ever since the Sea King declared war, Dragonstone has seemingly gone mad, dispatching hundreds of ships to assault Bravo's merchant vessels. Their ships are swift, slicing through the waves with piercing prows, leaving even the fastest response vessels in their wake. The fates of those merchant ships were sealed the moment they crossed paths with Dragonstone's warships. For those shipowners willing to surrender, the crew is bound hand and foot, their cargo seized, and the vessels set ablaze. For those daring to resist, they unleash a terrifying crossbow bolt that, upon striking a ship, ignites with a green flame that cannot be extinguished by water or smothered by sand, consuming the vessel below the waterline until it is reduced to ashes. This substance is known as wildfire, a creation solely mastered by the alchemists of the Sunset Continent, with Dragonstone Island being its most prevalent user. The Sea King has dispatched emissaries to King's Landing for procurement. However, whether they will succeed in their acquisition or manage to transport it back promptly remains uncertain. Some have proposed to support the Iron Throne of the Sunset Continent, enabling them to re-establish a formidable naval fleet capable of breaching the blockade of Dragonstone Island and launching a direct assault on Dragonstone Keep. The first mate, caught in a quandary, pondered the implications, particularly upon hearing of the unexpected demise of the old king of the Sunset Continent. The current monarch, a mere boy with little experience, had immediately executed the Duke of the North. Presently, conflict brews among the North, the Riverlands, and the West, leaving him skeptical of whether this young scion on the Iron Throne possesses the requisite acumen to navigate the tumultuous waters of politics. Yet, he had no time for contemplation as the lookout atop the mast sounded the horn, one blast signifying all was well, two indicating the sighting of friendly forces, and three heralding the approach of enemies. Cursing under his breath, he steeled himself for battle. Daenerys commanded the first mate to sound the battle trumpet, alerting the trailing warships to prepare for engagement. Amidst the flurry of activity, a fleet emblazoned with the banner of the three-headed dragon emerged on the horizon. A small armada consisting of 10 swift warships. The lead vessel, a three-masted ship, boasted white sails that unfurled like the wings of a swan, clearly visible to the enemy fleet, which began signaling with their flags, adjusting their sails in response. Confident in their overwhelming strength, Daenerys believed that such flamboyant maneuvers would only hasten the demise of the Targaryen fleet. The Braavosi, thriving on trade, had sailors whose maritime experience was unparalleled. These warriors had been raised on ships, apprenticed to fathers, uncles, or other kin, until conscripted into service upon reaching adulthood. Sir Shalloyan Thorne, exuberant and eager, was commanding a small privateering fleet for the first time. Due to the expansion efforts, many junior officers had been elevated to positions of captain, flag officer, or oarsman. Having graduated as an exemplary student from the Royal Naval Academy, he quickly became the youngest oarsman in the Royal Fleet and earned accolades during skirmishes with the Blackwater Fleet. Thus his promotion to captain of a small fleet was well-deserved. "Relay my orders, seize the T," Sir Shalloyan instructed calmly. The flag officer conveyed his command through signals to the warships behind. One by one, the flag officers aboard each vessel responded with the flutter of their banners, and the fleet adeptly shifted course into the wind. Having collaborated in numerous engagements, they moved with remarkable synchronicity, tracing a vast arc to secure the TS crossbar, aligning their 10 warships in formation. On the deck, the crossbows were uncovered from their protective oilcloth, and the archers retrieved the bowstrings from wooden boxes filled with dry straw, setting them upon the arms of their crossbows. Starboard side ready. Adjust the firing angles of the bows at the bow and stern. As the fleet approached the shooting range, the distances were called out: 1,000 yards, 800 yards, 500 yards, 300 yards. The first ship fired. The signal officer executed the fleet commander's orders with remarkable composure. Dozens of crossbow bolts soared towards the warships of Braavos. According to their tactical operations, each ship refrained from wasting additional bolts on other vessels until they dealt with their designated opponent, ensuring a higher accuracy rate. Despite Jaehaerys' introduction of the concept of firing tables, which significantly enhanced the accuracy of the Scorpion crossbows and ship-mounted crossbows, the hit rate remained disheartening amidst the turbulent seas and the narrow straits. At a distance of 500 yards, the likelihood of a bolt striking its target was nearly non-existent. If even 1 out of hundreds hit, it was considered a blessing from the dragon god. When the distance decreased to 300 yards, the accuracy improved, reaching a remarkable 20 at 5,200 yards. However, at 200 yards, both crews could clearly see each other's faces, and the enemy's crossbows and catapults would come into play. Thus, sacrificing some accuracy, the fleet of Dragonstone established regulations to fire from beyond the enemy's range. Yet, it was evident that today was a fortuitous day for this small fleet. Their flagship, the Queen's Spear, initiated the assault, and from the starboard side, 32 ship-mounted crossbows were launched, with an astonishing 5 bolts simultaneously striking their intended targets, one of which hit the enemy's mainsail. The wooden shafts of the bolts shattered upon impact, and as the green fire oil met the air, it transformed into a serpentine blaze, slithering up the mast and igniting everything flammable along its path, even melting iron nails and rigging into pools of molten metal. The proud Braavosi attempted to extinguish the flames with sand. Although they could not quell the wildfire, they managed to prevent further spread. The blaze consumed everything in its path, burning through 2 decks before continuing downward to the hull. The Braavosi sailors frantically patched the breached hull with sturdy planks and nails, working tirelessly until the wildfire expended its fury and finally succumbed to exhaustion. Simultaneously, the Braavosi were not merely passive recipients of the onslaught. Their warships were larger and more numerous. The towering bows and sterns of their vessels were equipped with formidable catapults. Soldiers ignited barrels of pitch within the throwing frames, and as wooden mallets struck down, the weighted frames filled with stones swiftly descended, propelling the burning pitch barrels towards the lined-up fleet of Dragonstone. Chapter 116. Funeral and Naval Battle. As the 2 small-scale fleets engaged in a fervent exchange over the trembling sea, Jaehaerys navigated the Hela to the opposite shore of the narrow sea, where the cremation ceremony for Viserys was taking place. Rhaenys and Daenerys wore expressions of sorrow. They despised the living Viserys, but felt grief for their deceased brother and uncle, who had lived grandly, yet perished ignobly. When the wings of Hela stirred a tempest, blinding sand and debris filled the air, making it difficult to see, and Jaehaerys leaped from its back, seemingly unfazed by the several meters of height. The visage of Viserys has been meticulously attended to by the high priest of the dragon god temple, his heart wounds sewn with thread. And after the bloodstains were wiped away, a layer of powder was applied to conceal the bruised skin. The assassin had coated his blade with poison. Even without striking the heart, death would still ensue from the venom. Rhaenys whispered, unaware that the dragon god statues gifted to them by Jaehaerys possessed a magical aura which rendered them immune to the majority of toxins, even the lethal tears of Lys, providing at least some protection to the life force, preventing immediate demise. Jaehaerys instructed his aides to prepare yellow paper, vermilion ink, wooden swords, and a ceremonial altar. His current powers could not restore the deceased to life, and for one so cold, he felt utterly powerless. All he could do was perform a ritual for Viserys to guide his soul toward the realm of bliss, sparing him the anguish of reincarnation. Once in the azure skies, amidst the void of celestial melodies, the primordial beings transcended. The Supreme One uttered resplendent mantras akin to heavenly symphonies, each syllable imbued with Jaehaerys' potent magic, enveloping every listener in divine radiance. Why would the Braavosi seek to murder my brother? Daenerys sobbed softly. We never intended to threaten Braavos. Upon concluding the recitation of the supreme, transcendent scripture of limitless salvation, Jaehaerys furrowed his brow at her words and inwardly commanded Hela to incinerate Viserys' remains. Hela unleashed a jet of flame, a mesmerizing blend of crimson gold interspersed with wisps of white. The Targaryens adhered to the ancient Valyrian custom of cremation rather than burial. Rhaenys, Dany, let us return to Dragonstone together, Jaehaerys declared, confident that Ser Redwine would not permit the Braavosi to breach the shores of Andalos. Andalos is a region north of Pentos, encompassing the Velvet Hills and the vast expanse west of the Lorne River, bordered to the east by the Norvos Hills and extending north to the Braavosi coastline, where numerous mountain bandits proclaimed themselves kings or lords of Andalos. Following the decisive campaign led by Viserys and Rhaenys, who swept through these wooden fortresses and earthen mounds with the might of a plow, the mountain folk surrendered en masse. Rilla commanded the governors of the newly conquered lands to relocate the mountain inhabitants to the plains for grazing and farming, establishing military fortifications in the strategic locations of Andalos. However, these were still rudimentary forms, far from permanent structures. Ser Redwine, son of Governor William Derry, remained steadfast. The devoted old lord's wife tragically perished during the fall of King's Landing, and his eldest son bravely sacrificed himself, leaving only his youngest son to escape the fate that befell Derry City. After Dragonstone emerged victorious in the Battle of Shipbreaker Bay, loyal subjects and war orphans were gathered and brought back from Derry City. After several years of military academy training and service, Ser Redwine had blossomed into a paragon of the young generation within the military. In the military operations against Pintos and the Andalos Highlands, he distinguished himself, accumulating accolades that culminated in his elevation to the rank of Earl. I absolutely refuse. Rhaenys expressed her reluctance, for she had finally secured the opportunity to lead an expedition, and she was determined not to abandon it midway. Unlike her brother Viserys, she was not so ineffectual as to suggest that Daenerys should return. Daenerys had always been rather reserved. Even when the dragon gods imparted martial skills to her in dreams, her practice was not particularly diligent. She preferred to immerse herself in literature, especially those tomes from centuries past concerning dragons, while Rhaenys tirelessly honed her combat skills in the training grounds. Daenerys often engaged in needlework alongside the daughters of nobility. This discrepancy left Jaehaerys quite astonished upon his return. In the series, Daenerys was depicted as the formidable mother of dragons, decisive and commanding. However, upon reflection, it was perhaps for the best. The secure environment of Dragonstone allowed the Targaryen children to live free from fear and fleeing, fostering their mental development without significant issues. In comparison to Rhaenys, the martial enthusiast, and Viserys, the wayward prince, Daenerys embodied the essence of a sweet royal daughter, which was a more typical representation of noble lineage. Rhaella did not intervene excessively. At least they had not developed arrogant or impudent dispositions, which was a fortunate outcome. Consider the current King Joffrey Baratheon, who, upon ascending the throne, callously executed Eddard Stark and displayed his head upon the iron spike of the Red Keep. His governance is marked by cold brutality, driven by whim, and he demands life for the slightest dissatisfaction. The Lords of the Reach are now disunited, with several major lords covertly communicating with Dragonstone, promising support should the Targaryens march on King's Landing. Yet, as military strategy dictates, only one principal direction of attack can be pursued at a time to avoid diluting forces. Although the continent of Westeros is engulfed in flames of war, Rhaella and Jaehaerys remain steadfast in their resolve to defeat Braavos first, unperturbed by the potential of missing their opportunity. The fragmented power structure of Westeros, coupled with the uncoronated Gendry, Robb, Stannis, and Balon Greyjoy, foreshadows a prolonged division that will not mend in the near future. Within the next year or two, they are likely to descend into chaos. In this lifetime, with Dragonstone's clandestine machinations, the situation is far more intricate than the narrative suggests. Dragonstone will refrain from direct involvement for the time being, but that does not imply inaction. Jaehaerys owes a debt of 2 lives to House Stark, a debt that must be repaid. Robb Stark's original demise was far too casual for otherwise. How could the Lannisters so easily claim victory in the War of the Five Kings? Furthermore, the Vale and Dorne's aspirations to remain aloof, merely spectating the conflict, are far from simple. Jaehaerys harbors countless schemes in his heart, gradually executing them through the clandestine channels of his inner guards. The Braavosi are indeed tenacious. The first mate of the Queen's Spear could not help but reflect. After 2 hours of fierce battle, the fleet of Dragonstone had obliterated 15 Braavosi warships, with at least 300 Braavosi sailors meeting their demise in the depths of the sea. However, they too suffered losses, with 2 ships sunk and over 50 soldiers perishing, alongside 100 more injured. Shaloyan Sorn hung one arm, with fresh blood seeping through the white bandage, a testament to the injuries inflicted by the Braavosians as they surged through a hail of fire, employing their jump tactics. However, that was all there was to it. Once the situation became untenable, the Braavosians hastily abandoned their wounded ships and soldiers, demonstrating a resolute survival instinct akin to a lizard shedding its tail, thereby allowing over 10 warships to escape. The mournful sound of 3 conch shells echoed, and the lookout shouted loudly, "A large fleet of enemy ships approaches." Shaloyan quickly seized the telescope, and before him loomed a dense mass of sails, blotting out the sun. Chapter 117, The Naval Battle, Part 1, A Trap. This is undoubtedly a trap. Anger blazed in Shaloyan Sorn's onyx-like eyes. Transmit my orders. Withdraw from the battlefield swiftly. But what about the injured ships? The first mate inquired. Scatter and flee. Every ship that can escape must do so. Shaloyan gritted his teeth, rationality dictating that this was the optimal choice. Issue the command. If escape proves impossible, we must destroy the ships and crossbows. We cannot allow the Braavosians to seize our equipment. May the dragon god above protect the faithful. Shaloyan clasped his hands in prayer, instructing the standard-bearer to signal one last message, hoping for a reunion on Dragonstone Island. Your Majesty, the Braavosian fleet has already passed Crabclaw Peninsula. According to a letter from Count Cetigar, It is a formidable armada consisting of over 500 warships. Upon reaching Crab Island, they dispatched a detachment of 100 vessels to encircle the island. Our bone snail farm and coastal factories have suffered devastating damage, and Count Cedargar's castle is under siege. The Braavosians have launched more than 3 assaults in a single day, but fortunately, all have been repelled, reported lingqi, the head of intelligence and the royal guard. So, they can reach Dragonstone Island at most within a day. Layla raised an eyebrow. What is the current status of our fleet? Your Majesty, of the 10 dispatched detachments, only 3 have safely returned to Dragonstone Island. The others reported via Raven that they encountered Braavosian ambushes along the way, with some fleets suffering heavy losses and requiring local repairs, making their participation in the main battle doubtful. According to naval intelligence analysis, our tactics of decentralized harassment have long been deciphered by the Braavosians. Lingqi paused, glancing at the Queen and Prince Jaehaerys. Acknowledging that the decentralized attack strategy was initially proposed by Jaehaerys and later approved by Her Majesty after deliberation by the Naval Department. Despite achieving commendable results over the past fortnight, with more than 120 Braavosian merchant ships sunk and an equal number captured, alongside over 10,000 Braavosian sailors taken prisoner, amounting to goods valued at approximately 25 million golden dragons, the potential ransom from the merchants, shipowners, and sailors represented a significant future income, provided they survived the aftermath of the conflict. Even accounting for all the aged warships and fishing vessels from the fishing companies, along with the merchant ships from trading companies, the Navy Department has forcibly requisitioned all fishing boats. The number of vessels we can set sail from the harbor is merely 145, lamented Admiral Count Sangra. What of our allies and the lords from the kingdoms who had written to pledge their loyalty to us? Inquired Queen Layla. I have sent envoys to contact them, yet most are unwilling to receive our messengers. Some lords have met quietly beyond the sacred wood, but they express their lack of ships and ability to aid us against the Braavosians. Only the Count of Derry, Lady of Hellenberg River, Lady of Storkworth, and Lord Tunstall are willing to send troops, though their forces are regrettably limited. Never mind. Their willingness is commendable given their own precarious circumstances. Oppressed by the Iron Throne and unappreciated by their liege lords, their lives are rather strained. Layla waved her hand, dismissing their meager contributions as negligible to the war effort. Mother, please allow me to fight alongside Hela. Jaehaerys requested. You must indeed take to the battlefield. Layla cast a glance at him, recognizing that in this critical moment of life and death, as the sole dragon rider of House Targaryen, you possess the capability to alter the course of the war. Subsequently, Layla and her esteemed advisors finalized the battle plan for the following day. Once the others took their leave, Queen Layla grasped Jaehaerys' hand. She looked up at him and, after a moment's pause, spoke. My son, your martial prowess is unparalleled, yet I have harbored a lingering unease. The Braavosians, fully aware of our dragons, dare to advance. They must possess some hidden trump card. You must promise me to ensure your own safety. In my eyes, your life is more precious than all of Dragonstone combined with Volantis, Pintos, and Andalos. If you find yourself in peril, by the authority of your queen and mother, I command you to relinquish all. Jaehaerys felt a moment of deep emotion. Layla's words struck him, but she remained merely a mortal, her concerns perhaps too simplistic. He had already discerned the Braavosians' true strategy. A sage may not predict his own fate, yet discerning the destinies of others, including that of the Braavosians, is well within his capabilities. On the following morn, before the sun had risen in the east, all ships from Dragonstone set their sails and journeyed northward. After sailing for half a day, they beheld the formidable approach of a vast purple fleet. Sir Tidamon sat upon the grand, 3-headed dragon ship, the King Robert's Hammer. Once seized from the Fury Horn, now transformed into an oversized war vessel. It had previously served as the flagship of the royal fleet of Dragonstone for over 14 years. The wooden hull had been replaced numerous times due to the gnawing of shipworms, with the last major refurbishment occurring 3 years prior, where the lower hull was coated in tar below the waterline, forming a protective barrier that slowed the rate of erosion. With the royal fleet's vessels now refitted, this ship, along with many similar warships, was designated as a training vessel for new recruits entering the Navy. In a dire situation, Sir Old Cretan, despite his ailing health, resolutely insisted on joining these antiquated warriors on the battlefield. Jaehaerys recalled the previous day's war council, where the elder had hoarsely declared, I have spent my entire life aboard a vessel. Should I perish, it ought to be on the ship, not like a useless wretch, dying in bed from illness. I understand the call to die for my country on the battlefield. There is no need for my body to be wrapped in horsehide. Do not prepare coffins or graves for us. If we fall in battle, the ship beneath our feet shall serve as our wooden coffin, and the ocean will be our final resting place. Jaehaerys, piloting Hela, soared high above, obscured by the sun, rendering the Braavosi below unable to discern his position. His keen eyesight and elevated perspective allowed him to grasp the situation below with clarity. Given the dense array of crossbow bolts aboard the Braavosi warships, he had no intention of allowing Hela to dive and unleash dragon fire, for it would be perilously vulnerable to such attacks. Although Hela's scales could withstand longbow fire, these large crossbow bolts posed a significant threat. He himself had to remain vigilant, prepared for the Braavosi's countermeasures. Chapter 118. The Naval Showdown, Part 2. Hela, your task is straightforward. Continuously drop thunderous spring strikes to disrupt the enemy's formation. Once your supply is exhausted, return to Dragonstone, where Lord Hygos and the alchemists will assist in reloading. Jaehaerys communicated telepathically with Hela. The dragon blinked its bright, expressive eyes in understanding, a mischievous smile creeping across its face. Were there outsiders present, it would have terrified them. The ancient saying, in the realm of Dragonstone, life and death are uncertain, is not mere jest. To realize the ambitious vision of the strategic bombing dragon, Jaehaerys arranged for a plethora of precious items and crafted a massive storage ring. Personally enchanted by the incense clone using the jar sky technique, creating 10 jar spaces. Although Jaehaerys' own powers had not increased, the magical reserves of the incense clone were substantial. These 10 spaces represented the maximum output of the Alchemist Guild, not a limitation of his own abilities. In recent days, Hela had been continuously infusing itself with magical energy, gaining the ability to freely retrieve items. Thus, the concept of a bombing dragon naturally transformed into reality. Concealed within the clouds using the cloud scaling technique, Jaehaerys directed Hela to descend to an optimal altitude where it could unleash spring thunder without fear of the Braavosi longbows and crossbows, which could not reach such heights. With a resounding roar that echoed across the world, the dragon's cry sent the Braavosi into disarray, while the morale of the Dragonstone fleet soared. The Braavosi fleet was predominantly organized into 3 major clusters. At the forefront stood formidable 3-masted warships with towering prows and sterns, equipped with fearsome rams and robust wooden hulls, serving as the main force for ramming tactics. Flanking either side were numerous galley ships, arranged in formations reminiscent of crabs wielding 2 massive pincers. They originally believed that the Dragon Knight Jaehaerys would soar through the skies atop his colossal dragon, launching crossbow bolts just as he did in King's Landing. To prepare for this, they had assembled a formidable magical task force comprising over a dozen moon singers and shadowbinders, ready to unleash their combined spells the moment the Dragon Knight appeared, ensuring his demise on the spot. A dragon bereft of its rider would transform into a mindless beast, posing little threat. Even if it descended in a frenzy, spewing fire, they had strategies in place. Ancient records indicated that the range of dragon fire paled in comparison to that of crossbow bolts, and the dragon from Dragonstone was still in its juvenile stage, nowhere near as formidable as the devourer Rhaegar. Should it dare to dive and unleash its flames, hundreds of crossbow cannons would surely not be idle. Therefore, they were convinced that once the Dragon Knight and his beast entered the battlefield, they would undoubtedly meet their end in the narrow sea. However, they were utterly unprepared for the revelation that both the Dragon Knight and his dragon were cunningly deceptive. As they beheld the multitude of ceramic jars and bottles cascading from above, even the dim-witted could surmise that this was undoubtedly the devastating wildfire of Dragonstone. The dense formation of warships granted Bravo's formidable ramming capabilities, yet simultaneously constrained their maneuverability. The distance between each vessel barely spanned a few dozen yards. Even the most seasoned captains struggled to steer their ships, as the space for evasion was exceedingly limited, and a moment's lapse could lead to a collision with their own fleet. Fortunately, the accuracy of aerial bombardments was relatively low, with most ceramic containers crashing into the sea, causing spring thunder to float upon the surface and erupt into blossoms of green sparks. The towering hulls of the warships would grind over them, melting and igniting portions of the tar coating, yet the overall impact on the vessels remained minimal. Jaehaerys waved his sleeve, dispersing the clouds as the spring thunders from the first grid were all deployed, resulting in only minor damage to 10 Bravo's warships. Truthfully, it fell short of his expectations. He immediately conveyed to Hela through his mental link, "You extravagant creature, can't you aim before you throw? You need to calculate the lead time. The spring thunders are limited. We cannot afford to waste them. Strive for 1 spring thunder to obliterate 1 enemy ship." Hela felt aggrieved. Was this truly a challenge for her rotund dragon? Calculating lead time, air resistance, inertia, These concepts eluded her, causing her a headache. However, she did grasp one point. Just throw them slowly. Let us treat it as a game. Hadn't her master often remarked that practice makes perfect? The spring thunders in the second grid thus became a form of clumsy projectiles, and she thought to aim where the ships were most concentrated. This approach significantly improved their hit rate, inflicting even greater losses upon the Bravo's fleet. Yet, this delay meant that the two sides were rapidly nearing contact. The Dragonstone fleet continued to employ a T-shaped line tactic, fully leveraging their firepower to inflict substantial damage on the enemy vessels, but that was the extent of their advantage. As the Bravo's ships lowered their oars, the vessels that had been moving at a steady pace suddenly surged forward like arrows loosed from bows, their speed accelerating dramatically. At that moment, the Dragonstone fleet had only just begun to turn, and faced with this sudden turn of events, they found themselves utterly unprepared to react. Despite the valiant resistance of the Dragonstone fleet, the heavily fortified cluster of ships surged forward like a sharp sword, ruthlessly slicing through the slender line formations of the Dragonstone fleet, instantly cleaving it into two segments. The Bravo's fleet demonstrated formidable combat prowess, leveraging their advantages to relentlessly assault the Dragonstone fleet, escalating the tension and ferocity of the battle. Fortunately, this scenario had long been anticipated by Sir Tristan. During the formation of his fleet, he had organized the new swift sailing vessels into one group, while the old warships, merchant vessels, and fishing boats were assembled into another. In the grim reality of warfare, casualties are inevitable. Sir Tristan, perched high at the prow of his ship, observed the Bravo's fleet advancing like a wall and commanded all the vessels behind him to form a wedge formation, with the bow facing the enemy, bracing for impact. From above, over 20 swift ships broke away from the entanglement with the frontal forces of Bravos, drawing a grand arc across the sea, employing their side-mounted crossbows and catapults for ranged attacks, providing no opportunity for the Bravo's right flank to approach. Meanwhile, the central group of more than 120 warships, akin to a spearhead, plunged directly into the flanks of the Bravo's formation. However, following the initial clash, the enemy's left flank began to encircle from behind, threatening to envelop them from both sides. Hyla, deploy all thunderclaps at the fastest speed, then return to Dragonstone for resupply. The Dragonstone fleet was still too sparse, and he needed to alleviate Sir Tristan's burden. Otherwise, should the main force be lost, the Bravos could easily use their right flank to pin down the swift ships of Dragonstone, while the remaining vessels surged straight towards Dragonstone. All right. Hyla's youthful voice echoed in Jaehaerys' mind. Chapter 119. The Decisive Battle at Sea. 3. Your Grace, the Bravos' fleet is advancing south in force. Why not seize this opportunity while their defenses are weak to capture the Bravos' coast, or even assault their outskirts, rendering Bravos a complete isolated stronghold? Sir Redwine proposed to Rhaenys. Half a month prior, Jaehaerys had intended to bring Daenerys and Rhaenys back to Dragonstone, but Rhaenys had vehemently opposed, leading him to take only Dany while leaving the latter to remain in Andalos. Presently, there stood merely a wooden fortress encircled by a palisade, alongside military camps. Craftsmen dispatched from Dragonstone were selecting suitable locations to construct a stone castle. A multitude of civilians were employed in the burgeoning future of Andalos. Accompanied by soldiers as they ventured into the hills to fell timber and quarry stone, the construction site thrived, devoid of any semblance of the war's tense atmosphere. Sir Redwine, I fear we must first contend with the mercenaries from Coer, Rhaenys said wearily, handing Sir Redwine a piece of parchment stained with darkening blood at the edges. Sir Redwine took the parchment, scanning its contents swiftly. 3,000 unsullied, along with several notorious mercenary bands, and over 20,000 Dothraki screamers. The Bravos have indeed invested heavily. It is evident that the wealth of Pantos and Volantis has long tantalized them, and with the incitement of the Braavosians, those mindless mercenaries and savages have certainly fallen into the trap, Rhaenys calmly remarked, her handsome, spirited face tinged with a hint of fatigue, yet her eyes shone brightly. Across the narrow sea, passing vessels hastily veered away, while some audacious merchant ships or pirate vessels lingered at a distance to observe. Suddenly, a colossal dragon soared through the air, unleashing plumes of green flame in its wake. The Braavosians shrewdly infiltrated the fleet of Dragonstone, intertwining their ships as soldiers on both sides brandished crossbows, arbalests, and longbows to engage in combat. Many Braavosians had already clambered aboard the ships of Dragonstone, having crossed over on rigging, drawing forth their slender swords, daggers, or compact axes, their bare feet meeting the deck. Alas, many who had just leapt aboard found themselves collapsing, clutching their feet in agony, for unbeknownst to them, The deck of the Dragonstone warship was strewn with shards of razor-sharp dragon glass. The barefoot Bravo's sailors were immediately left bloodied, and seizing the opportunity, the Royal Navy sailors of Dragonstone lunged forward with their weapons, clad in stout leather boots. They were naturally unperturbed by the concealed traps beneath them. War is not a time for decorum. No one would foolishly doff their hats and salute. As the principle of taking advantage of an adversary's misfortune prevailed, the first wave of Braavosians, the most valiant and battle-hardened among them, were, in truth, a tad reckless. These individuals were adept at charging into battle, embodying the gallantry of the army. However, as the clash commenced, their courage faltered. The remaining men hesitated, unconsciously falling behind as they leapt into the fray. By the time the commanders of the ships realized the situation, kicking and shoving their soldiers forward, the Royal Navy's soldiers were already poised, their spearmen arrayed and ready, thrusting their 8-foot-long combat pikes relentlessly, toppling the Braavosian soldiers wielding shorter weapons. Charge! Quickly, water dancers! The moment of your supreme glory has arrived. Just rush forth and vanquish these savages. Your deed shall be renowned across the world, and the socialites will sing praises of your valor, while noble women and beautiful maidens will whisper your names as they drift into sweet slumber. Onward! Slay! Cast these barbarians into the sea to feed the fish. Some, intoxicated by fame and fortune, brandished their sharp swords to sever pike shafts, rolling forward to the front lines, fiercely swinging their long swords to target the unarmored calves of the spearmen, only to be hacked into dismembered corpses by the axe-wielders. Ultimately, the Braavosians possessed formidable strength. The royal fleet maneuvered several miles away, engaging with the right wing, while the left wing managed to penetrate the rear of Sir Trident's main fleet at the cost of numerous warships. Massive crossbows and catapults unleashed havoc upon the formation of the Royal Navy, and soon the commanders and soldiers recognized that a tightly packed formation merely made them live targets, forcing them to disperse. The valiant Braavosians finally seized an opportunity, brandishing their round shields while adorning their feet with sturdy wool or cotton. Charging once more onto the deck of Sir Tristane's flagship, the three-headed dragon. Its colossal size afforded it exceptional care, yet its towering bulwarks, akin to city walls, posed a formidable challenge for the encircling Braavosians. Crossbows and harpoons incessantly launched grappling ropes onto its battlements, only to be swiftly severed by soldiers wielding their short axes, sending a string of Braavosians plummeting into the sea. Equally unfortunate were the royal soldiers who, carelessly exposing themselves, were struck by arrows, collapsing silently to the ground. Each passing moment saw vibrant lives being claimed by the specter of death, their blood attracting the aquatic predators lurking below, thrashing and biting, vying for their prey. Occasionally, massive tentacles would emerge, ensnaring the flailing victims, or beneath the surface, cavernous mouths would open wide, voraciously drawing in sailors from the floating debris. In a scene reminiscent of ants overpowering an elephant, the Braavosians, ferocious as hyenas and lions, charged from all directions. After incurring significant losses, they finally boarded the flagship of Dragonstone's navy. Follow me into battle. Sir Tristane unsheathed his steel sword, his resplendent armor a testament to his noble lineage. Lifting his visor, he gripped the gilded hilt with his lobster-tail gauntlet, delivering a powerful downward strike. The wooden round shields of the Braavosians, along with the arms behind them, were shattered in his wake. The indomitable spirit of the aging Sir Tristane, once the bane of smugglers across the Seven Kingdoms, remained undiminished. However, his advancing years and a recent illness had taken their toll. Despite the presence of loyal and skilled guards, he found himself alone on the deck as time wore on. Panting heavily, Tristane leaned back against his once spacious seat, his sword hand trembling uncontrollably, his lungs ablaze as a fit of violent coughing erupted from behind his visor. Through the slits of his helm, he glimpsed the encroaching enemies. "Your Majesty, I have done my utmost," he exclaimed with a grim smile, raising his gaze to the heavens. Alas, the old man has also found his fortune. With a swift thrust, his sword pierced the seat, igniting the wooden chest below in a towering inferno of green flames that engulfed the entire deck, resembling a clawed demon. Blood and fire intertwined, a simple yet profound truth. Chapter 120. The final battle at sea. Commander, our forces have largely shattered all resistance. Most of Dragonstone's warships have lowered their flags in surrender. The lieutenant paused momentarily, however. Many still vowed a fight to the death, igniting wildfires in a mutual demise with our soldiers. Did you not inform them that by laying down their arms, they would receive the treatment befitting a knight? Inquired Admiral Roman Alvis, the fleet commander of the Braavosians, with astonishment. Surrender is not a disgrace. Their quarrel lies solely with the Targaryen crown. They are willing to show clemency towards the officers and soldiers serving Dragonstone. Mortals must be honored. And he holds no authority over the lives of those who lay down their weapons. Of course, it has been said, the aide contemplated, carefully choosing his words. I witnessed that elderly man, his hair as white as snow, charging valiantly into battle with hundreds of soldiers. Ultimately, when defeat was imminent, he resolutely chose to perish in the flames alongside his men. It is known that he held a prominent position. Having served as the former commander of the royal fleet and a naval admiral, he was a significant figure in the court. Surely, such a man must understand that even in captivity, his bravery remains intact. Does he not realize that even if captured, he would be treated with respect? The aide was baffled, much like he struggled to comprehend why those water dancers would engage in deadly combat to earn the admiration of a socialite, risking their lives until one or both perished. In that moment, he vaguely understood why the commander often criticized him for being a merchant. That beast. Roman Alvis scowled, addressing the situation aboard his flagship, where numerous moon singers and shadowbinders stood ready. Yet, the Dragon Knight had yet to appear, and that golden dragon was infuriating. Cunning as oil, it never descended to a lower altitude. Despite Roman's orders to the captains to set traps to lure it, such as hiding and sacrificing ship crossbows, it simply refused to take the bait. He did not wish to be harassed by the creature after encircling Dragonstone. During daylight naval battles, they could contend with it using the ship's crossbows, but once ashore, their camps and vessels would become fixed targets. Should it launch a surprise attack on their encampments at night, the morale would likely crumble within 2 evenings. Thus, their original battle plan encompassed not only the annihilation of the Targaryen fleet at Dragonstone, but also the destruction of the Dragon Knight and his dragon. Currently, the Targaryen fleet was reduced to sporadic resistance, nearly heralding the accomplishment of their primary objective. Suddenly, the sound of wood splintering echoed like a series of firecrackers. The noise seemed to emanate from a distant realm, yet resonated with alarming clarity. Upon hearing this sound, Roman and his aide felt a tightening sensation in their chests, prompting them to rise swiftly and stride outside the tent, gazing towards the source of the commotion. Before them, the once tranquil sea erupted with water spouts, followed by dozens of colossal, writhing tentacles emerging from the depths. Each tentacle was several meters in diameter, with lengths that astonishingly surpassed the tallest masts of their grandest ships. Even more terrifying were the barbed hooks glistening ominously along the surface of these appendages, sending chills down their spines. These tentacles bore a striking resemblance to those of an octopus, magnified by hundreds of times. A sea monster. It is indeed a sea monster. Roman heard the anguished cries of numerous soldiers as the writhing tentacles ascended the mast, mercilessly crushing it and the ship's helm. Some of the tendrils ensnared the warship of Bravos, producing a chilling, grating sound as the vessel was abruptly cleaved in two, with shattered hull, wooden ribs, keel, and deck erupting in a cacophony of splinters. A woman adorned with a golden crown and a gown woven from seaweed emerged slowly from the depths. Her visage exquisitely sculpted like ivory, with emerald eyes and a subtly upturned smile that exuded a playful, elfin spirit. However, as the gaze descended along her form, it revealed that her lower half was that of a colossal fish tail, shimmering with iridescent hues akin to precious gemstones, gracefully undulating in the water and creating ripples. As she raised her golden trident, an inaudible wave emanated from its center, followed by the emergence of more tentacles from the abyss, accompanied by thousands of fish-headed monstrosities. These creatures possessed massive heads covered in scales, with thick lips concealing rows of needle-like green teeth, their skin as pale as the belly of a fish. Webbed fingers and toes, and a viscous layer of slime exuding a potent fishy odor. These monsters bore a striking resemblance to the legendary crabclaw creatures of Crabclaw Peninsula or the deep divers. They brandished heavy bony hammers or short swords fashioned from fish bones, surging towards the Bravosi warship. Lillian, you are late. Jaehaerys emerged from the clouds, descending gracefully onto the sea's surface like a feather, his feet barely touching the water, which did not submerge his boots. This was a manifestation of Taoist powers, enabling him to walk upon water with minimal spiritual energy, even amidst tumultuous waves. It is reminiscent of the Naruto technique of running on water by concentrating chakra, which seems to borrow from our Taoist magical arts. Oh dear, my darling, one must take time to travel from the divine palace of flowing waters, Vivian Fisher playfully chided, as she flicked her fishtail, transforming it into 2 long, slender, pale legs. They were straight and delicate, the skin smooth as silk, while her gown began to shift, the hem extending downwards to elegantly drape and perfectly conceal her form above the knees. Before the decisive battle commenced, Jaehaerys understood that the Dragonstone Island fleet was ill-equipped to confront the Braavosi, given the vast disparity in scale. Thus, he advised Queen Layla to mobilize and expand their forces while personally reaching out to the Sea King, Vivian Fisher. The latter had been in seclusion for several years, striving to transcend the realm of the divine servant to ascend to a lower deity, yet had always fallen short. Ultimately, it was Jaehaerys, in order to repay the sea god's favor, who sought the contributions of several merfolk sages through the wondrous treasure tree, enabling her to successfully elevate her status and attain a lower divine rank. When it comes to naval warfare, who could possibly rival these denizens of the deep? The Braavosians. Upon witnessing these legendary monstrosities, were already stricken with terror, their morale utterly shattered. As the sea creatures relentlessly tore apart their vessels, many ships ceased to heed the commands of Roman valves and fled the battlefield, while the royal fleet of Dragonstone, trapped in the midst, began to launch a counterattack. Under the dual assault, the Braavosians finally succumbed to despair. "Quick, summon the Moon Whisperer and the Shadowbinders," Roman valves exclaimed, his face pale with alarm. This was no longer a scenario manageable by mere mortals. "My lord, we shall heed your call," spoke a woman cloaked in a gray robe, her face concealed beneath a hood. As she raised her gaze slightly, her flowing golden hair shimmered, and her pale green eyes sparkled like the fabled spring of the gods beneath a sweet water canal. A dozen similarly robed figures trailed behind her, their features hidden beneath their hoods. "Lady Wilicanea, we implore you to wield your magic. We are in dire need of your aid," Roman said respectfully, bowing low. The woman nodded to those behind her, and several gray-robed individuals removed their hoods, revealing grotesque forms, some with massive tumors protruding from their backs, others with distended abdomens, blue veins bulging prominently. "My lord, I advise you to keep your distance, for the sake of your future health," Wilicanea gently cautioned, observing the fleet commander's unwavering gaze. He hastily turned away. "Ah, ah, ah." The Shadowbinders shrieked in agony as dark, tar-like shadows oozed from their bodies, emerging from the enormous tumors and gaping wounds in their abdomens. These shadows, resembling boneless corpses lurking in darkness, opened their blood-red eyes and brandished black flails, war hammers, and long swords. Meanwhile, the Shadowbinders murmured incantations, and the dark shadows pierced through the thick wooden planks, transforming into bolts of black arrows. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The shadows darted through the ranks of the army, their sharp black blades slicing through throats, causing torrents of blue blood to spurt forth in an instant. Neither the bone swords wielded by the foot soldiers nor the leather armor donned by the soldiers of the royal fleet could offer the slightest defense. "Are those the shadow assassins? Hela, engage these foul beings." Jaehaerys communicated telepathically to the great dragon Hela after probing the situation with his mind. The Shadowbinders originated from the shadowy realm of Asha, utilizing darkness to wield their magic. The most renowned among them was Melisandre, who proclaimed that shadows were the servants of light and the progeny of flame. Only the most brilliant fire could illuminate the darkest shadows. Through a union with the stag, the shadow assassins were birthed, assassinating Balon Greyjoy and aiding the stag in seizing the windswept keep. In the eyes of Jaehaerys, the so-called shadow assassin resembles the raising of a minor spirit, extracting the vital essence from men and the lifeblood from women, combined with dark sorcery to cultivate a vile abomination. Hela's flames, pure and fervent, are most fitting to combat these malevolent entities. Hela soared above a shadow, unleashing a torrent of crimson golden dragon fire that enveloped the entire warship, scorching the mast, sails, and deck. The shadow sought refuge within the vessel's shadowy embrace. Yet wherever it attempted to hide, Hela turned and unleashed another blast of dragon fire, compelling it into the open. It darted and weaved, but ultimately, with no sanctuary left, it charged forth in desperation, only to be struck head-on by a fireball, black smoke immediately pouring from its form. It collapsed upon the deck, writhing in agony, striving to extinguish the flame that clung to it like a parasite, but to no avail. Gradually, the black smoke dissipated, its wails grew faint, until it was reduced to a pile of ash, swept away by the wind. Meanwhile, a Shadowbinder fell to his knees in agony, clutching his heart. The shadow he had summoned was incinerated, inflicting severe harm upon him. Observing this, the other Shadowbinders commanded their remaining shadows to rally and assault Hela. Several shadows swarming around her like pests, relentlessly striking at the dragon's scales with their weapons. Jaehaerys watched for a moment before turning away, and at the same time, Vivian Fisher glanced toward a certain direction, their expressions tinged with concern as a formidable and dense dark power emanated from the flagship of the Braavosi. The moon's singers sat upon the ground, forming a circle, chanting in unison. To any attentive listener, it would seem as though millions were singing in their ears, inducing a state of drowsiness. As their incantations flowed forth, an unseen force surged from their circle, akin to ripples spreading across a lake, growing ever more potent. The gusts of air rustled the moon's singers' gray robes, causing their figures to sway precariously, as though they might topple at any moment. O great God of the thousand faces! You are the sovereign of mystery and transformation, weaving the threads of fate amidst endless chaos. With your myriad visages, you gaze upon all beings, perceiving the desires and struggles of every soul. We beseech you here, may your spirit descend and bestow mercy upon these heretics. While Cornelia intoned in Valyrian, her tone humble and reverent. As the winds began to subside, a shadowy figure emerged from the circle, his visage shifting like the play of light and shadow. At times resembling an elderly figure with wrinkled skin, at other times a youthful child, a strikingly handsome man, or a charmingly lovely maiden. Yet, his eyes remained perpetually deep and dark, entirely shrouded in black, devoid of any white, exuding an air of indifference, dread, and terror. When this gaze fell upon the assembly, it seemed to pierce through their very souls, sending chills down their spines. I am the instrument of the God of a thousand faces. Mortals, tell me, what price are you willing to pay in your plea for the divine favor against your foes? The shadow spoke, his voice dark and sharp, akin to metal scraping against glass. All mortals must face death. The moonlit devotees cried out fervently, their expressions a blend of piety and fervor. The shadowy figure nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, mortals must offer their tribute. He extended his hands, and countless black threads emanated from his palms, transforming into serpents of darkness that slithered around the necks of these women. With their mouths agape, revealing sharp fangs, they struck mercilessly. The women, as if struck by lightning, trembled and collapsed, their lips darkening, eyes rolling back as they succumbed to unconsciousness. Wisps of milky essence were greedily consumed by the serpents from their wounds. As the essence dissipated, the black serpents morphed back into threads, retreating into the shadowy figure's palms, silently merging with his being. A sense of delight emerged upon the ever-changing visage of the shadow, relishing the taste of maiden's blood after millennia. What a thrill! Ha! He then disregarded the terrified commander of the Bravo's fleet, stepping over the lifeless, rigid bodies of the women, exiting the cabin. All mortals must face death. The shadow ascended into the air, casting a gaze upon Jaehaerys and Vivian, proclaiming loudly, his voice resonating across the battlefield. Are you prepared to receive the blessings of the God of a thousand faces? Just then, a crimson comet descended silently, akin to a blood-drinking sword. Chapter 122. A trial of might. The blood-red comet hung in the sky, visible even in daylight, its long tail radiating an ominous crimson light. People everywhere instinctively looked up, referring to it as the tail of the dragon. The old wet nurse, with hands as gnarled as dry twigs, tended to Bran's fiery red hair, his form emaciated, cheeks sunken, yet his eyes sparkled ever brighter. The torch of Mormont. The Night's Watch busily prepared provisions for their expedition, as Maester Luwin hammered away at glowing iron, sharing his thoughts on the Baratheon brothers with Jon Snow. The Dothraki surged into a mud-brick city on horseback, warriors brandishing their curved rocks, reaping the lives of those who dared to resist. Women and children were bound like livestock, and after the battle, they looted indiscriminately, tearing the clothing from the women. The comet of King Joffrey. In King's Landing, discussions abounded regarding the recently concluded tournament celebrating King Joffrey's 13th name day. A troop of jesters brandished lances, mounting their gaunt steeds, yet in hushed tones, the populace murmured, lacking the fervor witnessed a year prior at the Prime Minister's tournament. Lords returned to their fiefs and castles, the grain from the riverlands long absent from the city, while the Stormlands pledged allegiance to another king. In the brothels of Shitaya, the bodies draped in white cloth were silently carried outside by the Silent Sisters, their outlines suggesting one large and one small corpse. This was the Red Sword, the icy blade stained with the blood of the former Prime Minister, known as Arya Stark, who accompanied the Crow, Yoren, to the wall, by the banks of the Trident. They had just triumphed over soldiers dispatched by the Queen Mother to capture the bull, though the lad, Gendry, remained unaware of why the lofty Queen Mother would trouble a mere apprentice blacksmith. The messengers of the gods. The Northern Army, stationed at the city of Flowing Stream, is reveling in their significant victory achieved in the Whispering Woods and beneath the city itself. They have captured the regicide, Jaime Lannister, along with numerous noblemen from the Westerlands. With the support of the lords from the north and the Riverlands, Robb Stark has been crowned king. They now possess leverage against King's Landing and the Westerlands. Although Duke Tywin is advancing towards Harrenhal, every attendee remains filled with confidence, save for Catelyn Tully. After the long summer, the stars weep blood, and a chilling darkness will envelop the world. In these harrowing times, a warrior shall emerge, drawing from the flames a burning sword. The sword of the Lightbringer, the red sword of heroes. The one who wields this sword will be the reincarnation of Azor Ahai, destined to banish the darkness. The Red Woman, Melisandre, gazes down from her lofty perch at the aged Maester Crescent, who kneels desperately clawing at his throat, his complexion turning a shade of purplish hue. With a heart full of compassion, she reassures him, her crimson eyes burning like twin flames. Your Majesty is indeed the reincarnation of Azor Ahai. He shall wield the Lightbringer, vanquishing all foes, ultimately prevailing over darkness under the guidance of our Lord. Within the modest confines of the Summer Hall, only the Florent family and a few nearby lords occupy the Great Hall, while outside, 3,000 soldiers prepare diligently for their expedition to Wind's Rest. Many farmers wielding hoes and shovels are cautiously excavating the refuse of Summer Hall. Although interpretations of the comet vary widely, they all strive to mold its significance to serve their own interests. Across the narrow sea, Vivian Fisher senses a sudden intensification of magical energy around her. What was once a gentle stream now surges like a raging river. She inhales deeply, the ambient magic, akin to a leviathan consuming its prey, fills her being. This single breath equates to months of arduous cultivation. Overjoyed, she glances at Jaehaerys, who wears a furrowed brow and quietly inquires through telepathy. Jaehaerys offers a wry smile. The moment has indeed arrived. The Tree of Many Treasures had long foretold that the arrival of the Era of Desolation does not signify a total disappearance of spiritual energy, but rather a protracted process. Each world experiences this transition at its own pace. Many even witness a surge of spiritual energy prior to their arrival, often exceeding concentrations from ancient times. Yet, this surge is better described as a fleeting reflection of the spiritual essence of smaller worlds, which, after a brief resurgence, falls into utter silence. Such occurrences have transpired countless times in realms akin to ice and fire. As the tide of spiritual energy rises, various treasures emerge alongside it. These artifacts possess their own consciousness, aware of the fleeting opportunity to escape their small worlds and ascend to higher realms or celestial domains. The Tree of Many Treasures has advised that when the tide of spiritual energy manifests, one must seize every means to cultivate to celestial status, thereby breaking free from the confines of this world. Otherwise, once the spiritual energy of this realm is completely extinguished, any hope of transcendence will vanish, leaving one to languish as their spiritual essence dwindles, day by day, until they are reduced to mere bones. Fortune favors me. The shadow tilted its head back and laughed maniacally, its spiritual energy swirling around like fireflies on a summer night, continually merging into its ethereal form, rendering its previously insubstantial body increasingly corporeal. This is dire. Its strength is still on the rise, Vivian exclaimed. The shadow, once merely at the pinnacle of a divine servant, had already transcended into the realm of a lower deity in such a short span of time. Strangely, however, she sensed no divine essence emanating from the shadow, which defied all logic. Even the master of the submerged deities could not completely obscure the aura of divinity. Who are you truly? I am the Faceless One, the shadow proclaimed with pride, its blood-red eyes opening wide, as dark threads coiled in its hand, forming a slender sword. Raising the blade, it declared, "The God of 1,000 faces bestows upon you death. Today marks your demise. Your title of Faceless One is indeed fitting, lacking skin and face. Your abilities are meager, yet your arrogance immense." Jaehaerys slowly ascended into the air, siphoning countless streams of spiritual energy. And amidst the astonished gazes of Vivian and the Faceless One, his strength continued to amplify. From the early stages of a divine servant to the pinnacle of a lower deity, a tempest unleashed upon the sea, dark clouds gathered incessantly, and brilliant white lightning interwove like a net. Jaehaerys' silver hair billowed, divine light emanated from his violet eyes, and golden armor enveloped him, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens. I had intended to engage with you as an ordinary person, yet what I received in return was disdain and arrogance. Now, I shall reveal my true self. I am the Dragon God, unparalleled in heaven and earth. With his palm facing upward, Jaehaerys gestured with a lightning incantation, summoning the heavenly thunder, commanded by my decree, to vanquish demons and evil. Countless bolts of lightning converged in his palm, their hue shifting from brilliant white to a terrifying golden purple, their power escalating exponentially. Vivian gazed at Jaehaerys, her eyes reflecting a watery admiration. Chapter 123. The Clash of Deities. When deities engage in battle, mortals bear the consequences. Within a radius of several miles, tumultuous waves surged and thunder rumbled. Jaehaerys had already communicated telepathically, urging the fleet of Dragonstone Island to distance themselves from the epicenter of the conflict. The Baratheons, however, found themselves in dire straits, with no one to offer a warning. It was only after witnessing the majority of the fleet retreat towards Dragonstone Island that they grasped the gravity of their situation and fled in a frenzy. Yet, even after escaping the heart of the battle, they suffered immense losses under the combined assault of the Dragonstone fleet and sea monsters, leaving them with little combat capability. Ultimately, only a little over 100 warships fled northward in disarray, retreating back to Braavos, trailing behind the subfleet of Crab Island. Sir Soren, there is a great storm ahead. Shall we detour to Crabclaw Peninsula to take shelter? Proposed the officer in charge of the supply ship for the East Sea. Even in the treacherous Bight Bay and Trembling Sea, such an overwhelming storm is rare. Our small vessel cannot withstand such fierce winds and waves. Very well, let us seek refuge swiftly. Sir Alicia Soren, clad in black chainmail and draped in a black woolen cloak, cradled a small box in his arms, from which incessant thumping sounds emerged, as if it contained a live fish. Alicia was perplexed as to why the hand of a corpse could still exhibit such vitality. Had it not been for the need to provide evidence, he would have long since cast it into the sea or incinerated it. As the tempest drew nearer, the movements of the hand within the wooden box grew increasingly faint, and upon entering the Trident's mouth, it fell utterly silent, accompanied by a foul stench of decay. Curious, Alicia opened the box, revealing a blackened hand, its flesh seemingly liquefied, leaving only a skeletal hand and a pool of noxious black liquid. It seems you are rather indifferent to the demise of the Baratheons. At the heart of the storm, Jaehaerys and the faceless man faced each other, swords drawn, suspended in midair. After over an hour of combat, they discovered that in terms of physical prowess, they were evenly matched. The faceless man's form appeared indistinguishable from that of an ordinary human, his visage no longer ethereal, but marred by wrinkles and small scars. His scalp glistening like a polished egg. Clad in a tight-fitting suit reminiscent of the water dancers, his cuffs and pant legs tucked into gloves and boots, he appeared gaunt. You need not speak. I have already discerned that the souls of the deceased Baratheons have long been devoured by you, rendering their increasing numbers advantageous to you. Is it not? Jaehaerys spoke again, lamenting, however, that you are likely incapable of consuming the souls of the Dragon Lord's followers, which is why you have gone to such lengths to orchestrate an assassination against House Targaryen. The many-faced god anticipated that the faceless man would remain mute. You, a mere lesser deity, barely achieving the status of a mid-tier god through the power of faith, how could you fathom the might of my lord? Merely a path of aberration. Do you truly believe yourself invincible? Jaehaerys taunted, questioning why you do not devour the followers of R'hllor, fearing the Lightbringer might rend you asunder. The faceless man, humiliated and enraged, could not abide such insolence towards his master from a newly ascended deity. With a furious roar, countless tendrils of black smoke erupted from his form, transforming into serpents that lunged at Jaehaerys with gaping, salivating maws. He chanted, "Heaven and earth, the profound source of all things. Through eons of cultivation, I shall manifest my divine power. Within the three realms, the Tao reigns supreme. My body radiates golden light, enveloping my being." As Jaehaerys gestured and recited incantations, a brilliant golden light surged from his core, enveloping him in a resplendent aura akin to the sun in the sky. Upon contact with the serpents of smoke, they instantly melted away. Engaging me in close combat, testing your martial prowess, is the only path to your victory, yet alas, you squander your opportunity. Jaehaerys chided, shaking his finger. To challenge me in sorcery is akin to searching for death while illuminating a privy. Feeling an unprecedented surge of power within him, he retrieved a set of diminutive wooden soldiers from the statue's domain, each adorned with wings. As spiritual energy coalesced, he directed their transformation with divine intent, manifesting myriad forms. In a flash of brilliance, the wooden soldiers grew to resemble ordinary men, their wings beat with a slight delay, wielding shimmering peachwood swords as they encircled the faceless man, relentlessly striking down upon him. However, these soldiers, transformed through the art of manifestation, possess only modest strength, akin to that of ordinary troops. Their advantage lies in their sheer numbers, and due to the invocation performed during their creation, they exhibit a certain resistance to malevolent entities. Although the Faceless One can shatter these soldiers with a single stroke of his sword, the venomous serpents and insects he conjured encounter some difficulties in dealing with the wooden soldiers. It is a matter of attrition. Jaehaerys stands unyielding in his domain, bolstered by Vivienne's assistance, as his incense avatars lie in wait beneath the sea, ready to channel their arcane energy across the void. A fair contest of puppets, indeed. Come forth, God of 1,000 faces, for your puppets and instruments are on the verge of collapse. He proclaimed loudly. The God of 1,000 faces, a relatively youthful deity, came into being when the first Faceless One harbored a thought and, invoking his name, claimed lives and offered souls. Thus, he was born in the mines beneath the 14 flames of Valyria. As Valyria crumbled, he seized the opportunity to consume countless souls, including those of ancient, forgotten deities from Valyria and other peoples, thereby achieving the status of a mid-tier god. When Jaehaerys performed a rite for Viserys, the latter's soul appeared gravely wounded, stripped of reason, resembling a wild beast. Instinctively sensing something amiss, Jaehaerys, after paying a significant price, deduced that a deity was scheming behind the scenes. However, his cultivation was still insufficient, initially believing many gods conspired against him. He experienced a moment of clarity upon glimpsing the white wood of the fishrog and the intricately carved black ebony doors in his visions. As they say, the God of 1,000 faces possesses 1,000 visages. The night lion is he, the stranger is he, the hooded wanderer is he, the pale holy child, and the black goat are all manifestations of him. He confided his thoughts to the treasured miraculous tree, who remarked, he is indeed a ruthless one. If not for the era of silence, this being would surely aspire to the position of a celestial demon. It could be said that he has devoured nearly all that could be consumed, rising to prominence among mid-tier gods. What remains are either the frost god, the king of light, the storm god, and the drowned god, established deities, or lesser entities like the three-eyed crow and the nameless god of the north, whose consumption would hold no value for the God of 1,000 faces. Initially, he believed the so-called dragon god was merely a stroke of luck, a newly ascended lower-tier deity. However, upon the Braavosians bringing the statue of the dragon god to the Isle of Gods, he suddenly sensed an opportunity to transcend to a higher tier of divinity. Thus, the dragon god must become one of his faces. He is determined to claim the dragon god. Consequently, he decreed a divine oracle, only to find that his instruments faltered, necessitating his direct intervention. Chapter 124, as one concludes. Another emerges surrounded by wooden armored soldiers. The Faceless One's expression shifted dramatically. Just as he intended to speak, he was abruptly seized by a choking sensation, his eyes rolling back as black blood flowed from his features, dripping into the air and transforming into tendrils of black smoke. In a fleeting moment, the smoke enveloped the armored soldiers, their spiritual light flickering like a candle in the wind, swiftly diminishing to the size of mere grains, cascading down like scattered debris from the heavens. The dragon god, the Faceless One, or rather, the God of 1,000 faces, slowly raised his head. At this moment, his aura had transformed entirely, enveloped in a chilling, dark, and ominous presence. His eyes were pools of blackness, instilling fear in all who beheld him. Even though the final battle was yet to come, I would unhesitatingly devour you, regardless of the punishment I might incur. Who fears whom? Jaehaerys maintained a cheerful demeanor, yet his heart was filled with trepidation. A mid-tier deity is akin to an earth immortal, possessing a primordial spirit and achieving the sun god status, impervious to the fierce winds of heaven and earth. Though we may be thousands of miles apart, a mere thought could bridge that distance in an instant. From the perspective of cultivation, the foundation establishment phase is merely the beginning of the journey, with human immortals being novices. Only by attaining the sun god status can one truly step into the realm of cultivation, thus igniting a glimmer of hope for longevity. Summoning back his incense avatar, Jaehaerys merged the two forms, causing his aura to surge dramatically, his spiritual power nearing the earth immortal level. God of 1,000 faces, it seems unworthy of your reputation to bully the weak. Might I implore you, for the sake of an old man, to desist? Suddenly, a pillar of water rose from the sea, upon which stood an elderly man clad in a gray robe. His gray eyes were deep set, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, and his beard, a mix of gray and white, was braided thickly and trailed to the ground, with Vivienne Fisher obediently standing behind him. The identity of this venerable figure was unmistakable. He was the god of drowning. The God of 1,000 faces wore a grave expression, having just used divine perception to ascertain that the god of drowning had personally arrived, rather than merely sending a puppet. This significantly elevated the stakes of their confrontation. God of drowning, do you intend to speak on his behalf? Are you eager to initiate the final battle prematurely? You need not invoke the King of Light and the God of Frost against me. The god of drowning replied cheerfully, reaching out to gently pat Vivian's hair. His towering figure dwarfed Vivian by at least 2 heads. The dragon god and my descendant, Vivian, share a deep bond, which I delight in. I had intended to officiate their divine union. Therefore, should you bully the dragon god, you are, in essence, bullying my own descendant, and I shall be compelled to retaliate. Of course, I may not be able to slay you immediately, but severely diminishing your divine power is well within my capability. The god of 1,000 faces fell silent, aware that these ancient deities possessed formidable abilities. The god of drowning and the god of storms could be considered among the most powerful beneath the principal deities. Moreover, he was not present in his true form, should he inadvertently sustain injuries. Very well, god of drowning, today's events shall be repaid in the final battle. After delivering his ominous declaration, the god of 1,000 faces seemed to dissolve like a melting candle, merging into the shadows of darkness. On the continent of Erosis, outside the city of Teffelrand, 2 vast armies unfolded across the expansive plain, resembling a canvas splattered with various hues. One side was composed of black and red flames, while the other displayed a vibrant palette of colors. Rennie sat astride a silver warhorse, positioned atop a small rise, flanked by dozens of officers. Their armor was intricately etched with dragons and mountains, heavy war hammers, crossed swords, and soaring falcons. Overlooking below, within our ranks, 3,000 armored cavalry stood in a formidable wall formation, their large hooves clawing at the grass, stirring up clouds of dust, occasionally punctuated by the neighing of warhorses. Behind the heavily armored cavalry lay a solid phalanx of 3,000 heavily armored infantry, donned in iron helmets with protective face guards, wielding substantial iron-bound oak shields in one hand while brandishing long spears, war hammers, or broadswords in the other. To the left and right flanks were the light infantry, archers, and crossbowmen, along with formations of light cavalry. Turning to face the opposition, there rode Ogoko and his son Karakafogo at the forefront, followed by the formidable ranks of his Karasa warriors. To the left stood 3,000 untainted warriors, adorned with bronze-spiked helmets and clad in tailored waistcoats and leather armor, short swords at their waists, and long spears and shields in hand. The right flank was comprised of mercenary bands bearing various banners. 50,000 against 20,000, Your Highness. Do we have any reinforcements? Inquired an elderly man dressed in white robes and armor beside Rhaenys. Sir Balistan, I have mustered all the forces from Pantos, Volantis, and the city of Andalos, along with an emergency conscription of 5,000 trained militias. This is the utmost limit from the 3 regions, and no more troops can be summoned. Rhaenys shook her head. My husband battles formidable foes across the narrow sea. At present, no reinforcements are available. Since Ser Balistan was dismissed from his post as captain of the Kingsguard by Joffrey, he had narrowly escaped an ambush within the Red Keep, taking down 2 assailants before departing with aplomb. Given such a significant event, the Kingsguard of King's Landing dared not be remiss, under Queen Riella's command. They successfully escorted Ser Balistan back to Dragonstone, where he was appointed as the captain of Queen Riella's Queensguard. Following the assassination incident, he was dispatched to Essos to safeguard Princess Rhaenys. For Balistan, having once been a close friend of Prince Rhaegar, it was indeed a profound honor to protect his daughter. Unfaltering, Balistan served the 2nd generation of the Iron Throne, his presence a considerable asset for Dragonstone. Influenced by the successive crowning of Renly, Robb, and Stannis, Westeros had plunged into chaos, with great lords waging war against one another. The Riverlands were besieged by small detachments of soldiers dispatched by Tywin Lannister, while mercenary bands constantly harassed the region, leading to widespread devastation. Villages and castles were set ablaze, merchants and farmers slain, and wild wolves roamed in packs, attacking both man and beast. Among the lords of the realm, rumors circulated that Joffrey, along with Princess Myrcella and Prince Tommen, were not the true offspring of the late king, but rather the illegitimate progeny of the current queen and the regicide Jaime Lannister. Coupled with Joffrey's cruel and merciless nature, the lords feared that a single misstep could result in the loss of their lands and titles. Consequently, public sentiment became restless, and for many days, they ceased sending provisions and supplies to King's Landing. The sharp-edged Elbamon family and the Marseille family of the Cape of Marseille publicly pledged their fealty to Queen Rhaella of Dragonstone. seizing the opportunity to apprehend smugglers attempting to transport supplies to King's Landing, meting out severe punishment upon their discovery. The merchants seized the opportunity to hoard supplies, causing the prices of grains, vegetables, fruits, and meats to soar. A mere gold dragon could procure only a pound of meat, while a single silver deer sufficed to purchase but a pumpkin. The once plentiful rats and pigeons in the city are now nearly extinct. As the people reminisce about the bountiful summers during Old Wang's reign, they wipe away their tears and continue to struggle for survival. Relay my military orders. The armored cavalry shall charge head-on. The skirmishers will engage the left flank of the unblemished legion, while the fearless legion and the falcon legion confront the mercenary forces on the right. Within the hour, I demand to witness the collapse of the enemy's right flank. At your command.